The main character, Kang Yujin, is an ordinary 19-year-old living on Earth. But on one fateful day, he was suddenly summoned to another world called Anfen. There, Kang Yujin had to fight his way to the pinnacle of fame, and once he stood at the very top, his only desire was to return to his homeland. The year Kang Yujin returned was 2021 in Seoul, right in front of Mito High School, the same school he used to attend. The first thing Kang Yujin witnessed upon returning to Earth was a bunch of punks bullying another male student. Damn it, has it really been 20 years and nothing's changed? A strange voice suddenly rang out right next to Seo Hyuk's ear, and the appearance of a bizarre person made him jump. He instinctively took a few steps to his left. He put some distance between himself and the strange young man who had just appeared, but the guy just kept advancing, looking him up and down with an excited gaze. The uniforms haven't changed at all. Who's this bum? Seo Hyuk was genuinely creeped out by his appearance. Huh, a bum. A snot-nosed brat like you dares to run your mouth to your senior like that? The other guy retorted irritably. And this person with the strange appearance, with messy hair who appeared out of nowhere is our protagonist, Kang Ujin. Hearing what he said, the gang of thugs paused for a moment. Kang Ujin wanted to teach these kids a lesson, advising them to resolve their conflicts more peacefully instead of brawling so loudly here. But of course, Seo Hyuk wasn't going to listen. Even though he called himself a senior, Seo Hyuk maintained his initial arrogant and disrespectful attitude. Hey, whether you're a senior or a junior, nobody here gives a damn. Mind your own business and get lost. Just some weirdo sticking his nose in our business. Or do you want to experience getting your teeth knocked in by a junior? Kang Ujin fell silent for a few seconds, shocked. He muttered to himself, wondering if all kids these days were this rude. The way Seo Hyuk spoke to a senior 20 years older than him was truly grating, and that idiot had no idea what he was up against. He kept poking Yujin in the chest with his fist, telling him to get lost before he got beaten to a pulp like Jemin over there. Hey, junior. If you keep acting so rude, I might just have to take that arm of yours. Kang Yujin finally lost his patience, suddenly grabbing Seo Hyuk's restless arm. His first reflex was to yank his hand away. Then he wound up to throw a punch straight at his face. But Seo Hyuk missed. The thing is, Kang Ujin didn't even look like he was in a hurry to dodge. He had vanished from his opponent's sight like a ghost, then reappeared several meters behind him. You should know your place while I'm still being nice. You're supposed to treat a senior like me as a god. But I guess your type only learns after getting a beating, huh? Seo Hyuk was stunned, unable to understand how Kang Ujin could move so phantom-like to dodge his punch. But while he was lost, trying to find an answer, Yujin had already raised his right arm, muttering something in a language no one could understand, as if he were chanting a spell. After the incantation ended, Kang Ujin snapped his fingers. The thugs watching his every move gulped nervously. But after Yujin's snap, 1 second, 2 seconds, then 3 seconds passed, and absolutely nothing happened. And so, the students started to see him differently, thinking Kang Ujin was just some lunatic. Why didn't my spell work? He muttered to himself. Seo Hyuk let out a breath, his anger flaring up even more. Why is every damn thing today a joke? I don't get it. First that four-eyed loser, acting all high and mighty like no one could touch him. And now some beggar shows up acting like a total moron. Seo Hyuk didn't say it too loudly, but the two words total moron still reached his ears, and he wasn't pleased at all. After a moment, he sighed. Sigh, I guess the spell isn't going to help me. With that, Kang Ujin reached out his hand again. When he was just a few centimeters from Seo Hyuk's forehead, he flicked it hard. This forehead flick generated a much greater force than anyone could have expected, and Seo Hyuk was sent flying backward by it. Everyone present was utterly astonished. No one could believe what had just happened before their eyes. Kang Ujin had managed to take down a big guy like Seo Hyuk with just a single flick to the forehead. Then, he turned to the remaining thugs, and with a smile like a messenger from hell, he asked, All right, so who's next for a flick? And so, it didn't take long for Kang Ujin to successfully take down the entire gang of thugs with a single move, the forehead flick. Jemin could finally breathe again, and he couldn't help but look at Kang Ujin with a worshipful gaze, because in his entire life, Jemin had never met anyone so powerful. Even if Seo Hyuk's crew were just high school thugs, they were still decent fighters. Ujin, at that moment, was still reveling in the satisfaction of having taught those brats a lesson and didn't notice Jemin's stare. It wasn't until he stood up, timidly approached him, and said thank you that Kang Ujin reacted. Oh, no need for thanks. But, what's today's date? Jemin was a bit taken aback by the question. Seeing this, Kang Ujin repeated himself. He had asked for the exact date, and he received the answer that it was May 10th, 2021. As soon as Jemin finished speaking, Kang Ujin let out a loud, huh, then started muttering to himself again. I was summoned in 2016, So after 20 years, it should be 2036, right? Sigh, what the heck happened? Well, but on the other hand, this is actually pretty good, isn't it? Jemin had absolutely no idea what Kang Ujin was talking about, but Yujin had no intention of explaining it to him either. After scratching his head in confusion for a moment, Kang Ujin started to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn Jemin not to wander around and get his ass kicked by the thugs again. Jemin just kept staring at Yujin's strange retreating figure. Then he wondered who on earth that person was. After walking a few steps, Kang Yujin raised his hand to the sky, started snapping his fingers randomly, and chanted a teleportation spell. Of course, it had no effect. Jemin was still observing him meticulously, then concluded that someone as nuts as Kang Ujin probably wasn't a student who'd been held back a grade. Just as he thought Kang Ujin was nuts, Yujin suddenly turned around, scaring the daylights out of Jemin. He got even more scared when he saw him start walking towards him. But Kang Ujin just asked, "Hey, student, what's your name?" Although Jemin was a bit nervous, he answered honestly that his name was Jemin. "All right, Jemin." Kang Yujin's tone suddenly became very serious. "Do you have any money? It seems I came back in a bit of a hurry, and now I can't use any of my magic." The more Kang Ujin spoke, the paler Jemin's face became. He clearly wasn't scared when he got beaten up by Siu Hayek's gang earlier, but now, Jemin was truly terrified, because he couldn't understand how he'd gotten tangled up with this lunatic who'd clearly escaped from a mental asylum. Kang Ujin, however, paid no attention to the other man's distressed expression. He just rambled on, explaining that he was originally summoned to another planet but was suddenly transported back to Earth for personal reasons he couldn't disclose. And it seemed that during the transportation process, the energy management system ran into some kind of problem. Otherwise, if it had worked smoothly, he would have been teleported right to his front door. The more Jemin listened, the more his head ached, partly from an overload of information, none of which he believed for a second. Wanting Yujin to stop spouting this nonsense, Jemin finally had to dig into his wallet and give him 2,000 gold. And as it turned out, this bookworm had a surprisingly kind heart for crazy people, as he gave Kang Yujin a whole 5,000 and even left his phone number for him to get in touch. After leaving, Ujin couldn't stop praising Jemin. What a kind kid. He started walking back to his house. Along the way, Kang Ujin kept feeling lucky that only 5 years had passed on Earth. If it was 5 years, then he was only 24 years old now. His parents would be just over 50, and they would probably still recognize him. But as he passed the subway station, Kang Ujin suddenly saw fully equipped soldiers stationed there. Being naturally curious, he called over 2 nearby schoolgirls to ask what was going on. Why were those soldiers guarding the entrance? Was there an incident or an accident of some kind? The 2 schoolgirls looked at each other with puzzled expressions, then burst out laughing in unison. "Oh, it's normal for guards to stand in front of a dungeon entrance. Haha, did you just come over from North Korea or something?" After saying that, the 2 girls kept laughing as they walked away, leaving Kang Ujin with a completely baffled look on his face. He had no idea what they were talking about, but anyway, the most important thing was to get home. Kang Ujin decided not to walk anymore and took the subway to be safe. He saw another entrance to the station that had no guards and went down it. However, the station gate was sealed by a locked iron door. Kang Ujin was very confused. What's this? Why is it locked? Did something really happen here? He glanced around and suddenly saw a set of keys on the windowsill of the security booth in front of the station entrance. There was no one inside the booth. Kang Ujin took the keys and opened the gate himself. After going inside, he realized the place seemed to have been shut down. Tsk, I shouldn't have come in here. Ujin sighed, but just as he turned to leave, a status window suddenly appeared in front of him. It displayed a warning. You have entered the dungeon at Tron Station Exit Number 1. The thing that suddenly appeared before him made Kang Ujin jump in surprise. So, the dungeon those 2 schoolgirls were talking about was real? Just then, the warning on the status window changed. This time it said, "This dungeon has been completed. Regular monsters will be summoned." Kang Ujin was starting to get a headache. He never imagined there would be monsters in a subway station. Only 5 years had passed, but what the hell had happened on Earth? At that moment, Kang Ujin just wanted to get out of there quickly. But this time, the lock couldn't be opened the normal way. When Kang Ujin touched it, a new notification popped up stating that he did not possess a return stone, for crying out loud, so that's why it was locked. It was then that Kang Ujin realized he had jumped into a pit of fire. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to leave this dungeon until he found a return stone. Kang Ujin turned his head to look at the silent station, and a chill ran down his spine, making him shiver. He didn't know if it was his imagination or something, but Kang Ujin had a feeling that monsters would actually appear from here. And just as he had that thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. The hair on Kang Ujin's body immediately stood on end from the tension, because he knew something was heading his way. A very loud roar suddenly erupted, but it came from behind Kang Ujin. He had been ambushed in the dark. Fortunately, both Kang Ujin's reflexes and agility were sharp, so he immediately threw himself to one side, dodging the enemy's attack. After escaping death, Kang Yujin finally got a clear look at it. It was a monster that at first glance looked like a dog but was entirely red. Its face was incredibly ferocious. You could say it was an out-of-control mad dog. Kang Yujin instinctively raised his hand to chant a spell, only to remember that due to the malfunction, he was temporarily unable to use magic. Meanwhile, the mad dog leaped at him again. Just look at those sharp, drool-covered teeth. If he got bitten, there was no telling what would happen to him. And since he couldn't attack, Kang Ujin could only continue to dodge. This time, the distance between them narrowed, and at that close range, Kang Ujin realized the dog was a rebit. A race that should only exist in Anfen was here. He didn't know why, but he didn't have time to figure it out because he couldn't just keep dodging like this forever. Yujin had to fight back. Just then, he saw an iron bar on the ground, and as quick as a flash, he snatched it. With a weapon in hand, Kang Ujin's confidence soared. Well, he had to deal with what was in front of him first, then he could figure out the rest. And so, when the rebit charged again, Yujin used the sharp iron bar to pierce its throat. The battle was decided in that single move. A triumphant smile appeared on Kang Ujin's face, the same familiar one he had when he defeated Seo Haeyuk's gang with a single forehead flick. Hey, even if I can't use magic, a few pipsqueaks like you are no match for me. He thought that was the end of it. But then, Kang Ujin heard more footsteps. A pack of about 4 or 5 rebits had appeared. Well, it was clear they were about to gang up on him, yet Ujin didn't seem tense at all. Still holding the iron bar, he took care of the rebit pack in a flash, and Kang Ujin secretly hoped that this dungeon only had weaklings like them, because if stronger monsters appeared, his life would be in serious danger. Right after eliminating the rebit pack, Kang Ujin received a new notification that he had leveled up. Then, he was able to check his status panel. Kang Ujin was currently at level 1, with no ranking on the Jiangjing leaderboard, and his class was Necromancer. His basic stats included 15 points in strength, 13 in stamina, 17 in vitality, 15 in intelligence, as well as mana, stamina, and recovery. Critical damage and control are both at 0 points, with 99 unassigned points remaining. He currently has 2 skills, Summon Combination Box level 1 and Use Achievement Store level 1. It was only then that Kang Yujin understood why he couldn't use magic after being summoned back to Earth. It turned out his power hadn't just vanished. He had reverted to level 1, becoming a complete newbie again. Although this was a bit hard to accept, Kang Ujin was the type to always move forward, so it didn't take him too long to adapt. In the current situation, with monsters swarming all over soon, becoming stronger was definitely a necessity. Kang Ujin began to examine his status window more closely. His class was Necromancer, with a note next to it that said, Transferred. His 2 skills were also noted as transferred skills. Kang Ujin felt a bit confused. These concepts of transferred, combination box, achievement store, he didn't understand any of it. So, Kang Ujin started fiddling around and clicked on his skills section. First up was Summon Combination Box, and a new interface immediately opened up. It turned out this skill could combine different materials to create a new item, or you could place an item inside to extract one of its main components. Kang Ujin then clicked on the Use Achievement Store skill, which had 3 subcategories: skill books, equipment, and consumables. Each item had a price listed below it. This was something that never existed in Anfen, so Kang Ujin found it incredibly novel. It seemed he could use the points he owned to buy these things, just like shopping online. After careful research, Kang Ujin decided that what he needed right now were some skills. His main goal was to find a return stone to get out of here, so he needed a search skill. And during his search, if he ran into any monsters, tracking and summon skeleton soldiers should be enough to handle them. The problem was, each skill cost a whopping 10 points, and as a newbie, Kang Ujin would be short on achievement points no matter what he did. That being the case, he had no choice but to start by adjusting his stats first. Since he had 99 unused free attribute points, Kang Ujin distributed them among all his attributes. After some consideration, all of his attributes were enhanced, and his free attribute points dropped to 0. Kang Ujin was eager to test his strength after upgrading his stats. He gripped the iron bar in his hand and gave it a few swings. The feeling was a world of difference from before, not bad at all. Even though he hadn't bought any skill books yet, this should be enough for him to deal with the monsters in the dungeon. With a clear goal set, Kang Ujin began his first dungeon conquest after being summoned back to Earth. He currently had 5 achievement points. If he wanted to find the return stone, he needed the search skill, which cost 10 points. To earn enough points, Kang Ujin had to kill at least 5 more rabbits. And so, instead of waiting for them to find him, Kang Ujin started hunting. Soon enough, his target appeared. Driven by the desire to escape this damn dungeon quickly, he showed no mercy. After a grueling fight that left him breathless, Kang Ujin finally reached level 3. The most annoying thing about these rabbits was that they just kept coming in endless numbers. Kang Ujin couldn't even remember exactly how many he'd taken down by now. All he knew was that he finally had enough points to activate the search and tracking skills. Kang Ujin immediately used it to search for a returned stone, but it seemed luck wasn't on his side as there wasn't a single one nearby. That forced Kang Ujin to go deeper, but as he stood at the top of the stairs, he could already see a huge number of rabbits below. Although they weren't that strong, their sheer numbers made Kang Ujin a bit worried. He wasn't sure if going in solo against this entire horde was really a good idea. After careful consideration, Kang Ujin decided not to take such a risk. Fighting alone like this didn't suit him at all. So, Kang Ujin decided to buy one more skill. It was the one he had his eye on from the beginning: Summon Skeleton Soldier. Its effect was to use a monster's corpse to summon a skeleton soldier with 5 points in strength, 8 in stamina, and 5 in vitality. The mana and control cost to summon one skeleton soldier was 1 point each. After learning the new skill, Kang Ujin used his free attribute points to add another 10 points to both mana and control. Next came the moment every Necromancer looks forward to the most: summoning his minions back from the underworld. At his call, a group of skeleton soldiers appeared. Even though they were only low-level skeletons, it seemed they would be enough for this hunt. And so, the skeleton army summoned by Ujin charged toward the monsters. In reality, he knew full well that with their current stats, they were no match for this horde. But what Kang Ujin needed was for the skeletons to use their bodies to block the rabbits' dangerous speed. In the meantime, he just needed to strike when they let their guard down. And the corpses of the rabbits were then used as sacrifices to summon even more skeleton soldiers. Just like that, the battle was completely under Kang Ujin's control, and his victory was only a matter of time. The more Kang Ujin fought, the more fired up he got, the iron bar in his hand long since stained red with rabbit blood. After what felt like an eternity, the entire horde of rabbits had been completely wiped out. This time, when he used the search skill, Kang Ujin finally saw the light of the returned stone that would let him go home. It was only then that the station's security guard finally appeared where he was supposed to be. Then, he realized in a panic that the chain locking the station gate had been broken open by someone. What the? Did a civilian break in here? Oh no, I'm so dead. He couldn't stop scratching his head in panic, blaming himself for leaving his post without permission. After that, the guy quickly pulled out his phone to call the rescue team. But just as he finished dialing the number, the light of a portal appeared, and Kang Ujin returned, completely unharmed, right before his eyes. The station's security guard was overjoyed to see him safe and sound. He immediately asked, "Are you an awakened?" Meanwhile, a man named Undead, who looked like a typical villain, appeared with a backpack full of bloodstones. He couldn't help but cackle with glee, then muttered to himself, "We hit the jackpot this time, damn those guilds. Some of us even had to risk our lives to get these things. And yet, they just walk around and extort a huge fee from us. Isn't that totally unfair? Only an idiot would report this to the procurement center. You can get 1,000 times more for this stuff on the black market than the price those center guys offer. Heh. However, Yuna's plan didn't go as smoothly as he'd hoped, because just as he was basking in the glorious feeling of getting away with it and making a fortune, when a high-pitched female voice rang out from behind him. "You filthy rat, how much did you steal?" Undead jumped in surprise. He turned his head and saw a gorgeous, fiery figure gradually emerging from the dark alley. She was Jeon Hai, the main squad leader of the War Guild, and the person who had come to send Undead to hell for the crime of daring to steal bloodstones from the War Guild's dungeon. Seeing Jeon Hai appear, Undead became extremely tense. Getting caught red-handed was bad enough for him, but how the hell did he end up getting caught by this terrifying woman? However, his backpack was full of cash. This made Undead unwilling to surrender so meekly. With things having come to this, running was the best option, so he looked for an opportunity to escape, starting with a sudden attack. Knowing full well his attack couldn't take her down, Undead only intended to make a run for it while Jeon Hai was dodging. However, the moment he turned his head, before he could even take 3 steps, his opponent's ice-cold face appeared right in front of him. "Have fun meeting your ancestors." Those were the last words Undead heard before being sliced up by Jeon Hai's sword. He collapsed, his body covered in cuts, while Jeon Hai's work was so clean she didn't get a single drop of his blood on her. After confiscating Undead's backpack filled with bloodstones, Jeon Hai received a new message from the War Guild's security team at Exit 1 of Tron Station. The message reported that an unregistered portal had been created, requesting immediate on-site confirmation. Her expression immediately soured. Another audacious rat. The audacious rat Jeon Hai was thinking of was none other than Kang Ujin. At that moment, He wasn't yet aware of how serious his actions were and was only focused on figuring out which bus to take to get home. On the way back, Kang Ujin couldn't stop thinking. There was no denying that after dungeons and monsters appeared, this was no longer the Earth he once knew. Was this planet gradually becoming like Anfen, a place he was familiar with? Kang Yujin had no idea what the hell had happened in the past year. For now, he had only one concern: whether or not his family was safe. Relying on his old memories, Kang Ujin returned home. But that's where the problem started. He was sure he was in the right place, but his house had vanished, replaced by a massive corporate building. Did my family move somewhere else? Kang Ujin mumbled, then sighed. It was already late, so he figured he would continue searching for his relatives tomorrow. Besides, Kang Yujin hadn't eaten anything all day. His stomach had been protesting for a while now. The quickest solution was to eat at a convenience store. Even though it was just rice balls and instant noodles, it was enough to satisfy Yujin. With food taken care of, the next problem was where to sleep. He really didn't want to go to a sauna, but he didn't have enough money to stay at an internet cafe. Do I have to sleep at the station? Kang Yujin grumbled, but he quickly had to dismiss that thought because that area was now crawling with monsters. Just as Yujin was letting out a long sigh outside the convenience store, another person was dealing with an equally big headache, Jemin. Because he'd given him 5,000 won that morning, the young man didn't even have enough money to buy dinner. He had no choice but to stop by for a cup of noodles. As a result, the two of them met again. For Kang Ujin, it was like finding a lifeline, while Jemin was clearly not happy at all. Well, what do you know? I was just about to call you. Talk about being on the same wavelength. I knew it. Looks like I won't have to struggle on the streets tonight, Kang Ujin said cheerfully, grabbing Du Jemin by the collar. What do you want from me? Kang Ujin didn't answer, instead asking if Jemin's parents were home. This made the young man even more wary. Why do you want to know that? Well, some things have happened, so I need to talk to them. My parents passed away, Jemin replied. This threw Kang Ujin into a brief state of mixed emotions. He felt sorry for the young man, but at the same time, he felt lucky because it seemed he had found a place to latch onto. Does that mean you live alone, kid? Jemin nodded, and as if waiting for that very nod, Kang Ujin immediately latched onto him, demanding that Jemin let him stay at his place. Of course, with the promise that he would pay rent, though he had no idea where he'd get the money from. He temporarily placed 300 won in Jemin's hand, the change left over after his convenience store raid. It wasn't hard for Jemin to realize this was part of the money Kang Ujin had shaken him down for that morning. Seeing the other's hesitation, Kang Ujin had to resort to threats of force, finally succeeding in mooching a place to stay at Jemin's. The next morning, he returned to his high school and met his old homeroom teacher, Mr. Minwoon. He recognized Kang Ujin immediately, but was also shocked to see him still alive. 5 years ago, after he went missing, everyone assumed Kang Yujin had died. Haha, you could say I took a trip to the underworld and came back. He replied half-jokingly, Sir, I'm in some trouble that's hard to explain. Could you possibly let me take a look at the student records? Meanwhile, in Jemin's class, the bully Seo Hyuk was glaring at him with eyes full of resentment. He had clearly been taught a lesson by Kang Yujin the day before, but they still hadn't learned their lesson and decided to take out their frustration on Jemin today. And so, while a female classmate was talking cheerfully with him, Seo Hyuk strode over, rudely pushed her aside, and slung an arm around Jemin's shoulder, pulling him in close. Hey, you bastard. You got pretty damn lucky yesterday, didn't you? Some weirdo just fell out of the sky and saved your ass. But hey, Jemin, shouldn't we continue where we left off yesterday? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't start trouble with me in class, Jemin replied coldly. Through Seo Hyuk's eyes, this cold attitude came across as arrogance, enraging him. And despite being in the middle of a classroom, Seo Hyuk didn't hesitate to crudely grab Du Jemin by the hair and start cursing him out, using a string of incredibly nasty words. Still haven't learned your place, you bastard. If nothing changed, the young man was about to get punched. But just then, a familiar voice rang out, making the hair on the back of Seo Hyuk's neck stand up. Stop that. Well, talk about perfect timing. The moment he saw him, Seo Hyuk started to tremble. How could he forget the unhinged guy who talked nonsense and flicked a dent into his forehead yesterday? All of you, follow me outside. A terrifying smile appeared on Kang Ujin's face. Knowing they had no choice, Seo Hyuk's group followed him to the rooftop. Jemin, of course, went with them, and a few other curious students who loved to gossip followed along. They didn't know who Kang Ujin was, only that he was a former upperclassman who, studying at our school, and they think he's crazy for daring to declare war on Seo Hyuk's group. Today, Kang Ujin even gave those punks a chance to attack first, but they still couldn't even land a hit on him. Looking at their clumsy swings, Kang Ujin could only sigh. It seems that whether on Anfen or Earth, this type of person is crawling everywhere. He meant the kind who gets a little bit of muscle and starts swaggering around like they own the place. The way Seo Hyuk arrogantly postured, acting like he was number one, reminded Kang Ujin of a nasty guy named Sis of the Anfen Association. He was a brutal murderer, someone who had sold his soul to the devil. He coveted my territory and manipulated the association into helping him. Kang Yujin's mind was on Sis, but his body was still nimbly dodging the attacks. The important thing was, he was dodging with complete ease. Meanwhile, Seo Hyuk was flailing his arms and legs with all his might but still couldn't connect. This made him absolutely furious. In the end, he decided to ditch the one-on-one and ordered all of his lackeys to charge and gang up on Kang Ujin together. He wasn't surprised at all by that reaction, and the only way to deal with this type of person is to make them pay tenfold with completely overwhelming power, just like what Kang Yujin did to Sis back on Anfen. This time, as the entire gang of thugs rushed forward, Kang Yujin finally stopped dodging and chose to counterattack. The whole process wasn't difficult for him at all. Kang Ujin's pure physical attacks were enough to make these thugs eat dirt after just a single blow. Watching his underlings get taken down one by Kang Yujin, Seo Hyuk started to tremble. Now, he was the only one left. Though he was terrified, he was provoked by Kang Yujin's taunts, so Seo Hyuk recklessly charged forward anyway. But the fate of this arrogant fool who didn't know his own limits was already sealed. He was nothing more than an empty can making a lot of noise in Kang Ujin's eyes, and he had to suffer the humiliation of being knocked down. Just after dealing with this bunch of punks, Kang Ujin suddenly saw a familiar figure hurrying through the Mido school gate. Even from a distance, he could recognize that it was his mother. And just like that, like a miracle, Kang Ujin was reunited with his mother. The moment he embraced her, feeling her body tremble from sobbing, he could barely hold back his own emotions. They talked about so many things. According to Kang Ujin's mother, 5 years ago, right after he disappeared, a dungeon outbreak erupted across the globe. In an instant, every train station on Earth turned into a dungeon. Kang Ujin's father had also been killed after being caught in that outbreak on his way to work, and his mother had no choice but to keep living to protect his little sister, Sua. However, their family business wasn't doing well to begin with, so after Sua fell ill, the family's finances went into a nosedive. To this day, the two of them have been struggling just to get by day after day. After meeting at the school, Kang Ujin was brought home by his mother. She had to go pick up Sua, so she told him to stay there and not wander off. After his mother left, Kang Yujin's mood grew even more complicated. He looked at the room, which wasn't even big enough for a family to sit down and gather together. And in that very moment, Kang Ujin could feel the heavy burden of responsibility his mother had been shouldering all by herself. He noticed a box that took up an entire corner of the house. Inside were all the things that belonged to his father that his mother couldn't bear to throw away. And somehow, he could understand why she couldn't let them go. It made Kang Yujin's heart feel like it was shattering into a million pieces. Not long after, his mother returned with Yujin's little sister. Looking at the complete stranger in front of her, Sua seemed a bit tense. Even though their mother introduced him as her big brother, Sua still looked skeptical. Yujin knelt down to be at eye level with his little sister, then gently patted her head. "Sua, you've grown up so fast. Do you even remember me? I used to change your diapers when you were still in your crib." Sua's face flushed red, and she shot back defensively that she doesn't wet the bed anymore. After that, their mother gave the two kids some time alone to talk while she went to cook dinner. It was the first family meal Kang Ujin had enjoyed after years of being away. That night, the three of them were crammed into the tiny room. His mother and sister had been asleep for a long time, but Kang Ujin couldn't drift off. He thought back to 20 years ago when he was first summoned to the planet Anfen, a place built like a simulation game. Back then, Kang Ujin had to fight more fiercely than anyone else just to survive among the brutal monsters and resist becoming a part of Anfen. In the end, Kang Ujin became the highest-level Necromancer, and before he could even see the fruits of his long journey, he returned to his home planet without a second thought right after meeting that administrator. Because Kang Ujin wanted to see his family again, he just wanted to find that simple happiness once more. But as you've seen, after returning to Earth, the planet had completely changed. It was this change that led to his father's death and his family's bankruptcy. That spurred Ujin to have to take his father's place as the pillar of his family, and to do that, he had to make money. After all, he had survived on Anfen and had been through things far worse than this, so he felt the current situation wasn't all that bad. At the very least, as long as it was for his family, he could definitely do it. The next morning, the first thing Kang Ujin did was go buy a new phone. He started researching the concept of so-called awakenings, like how the security guard at the station had referred to him yesterday. Because the guard thought Kang Ujin was just a civilian who had accidentally wandered into the dungeon, he was scared out of his wits, but seeing that he was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. He just wondered why Kang Ujin would enter a dungeon with no bloodstones left, and then he also had to fill out some information at the archive gate. This opened up a path for Kang Ujin. He needed money, and the only thing he could do right now to earn it was to become an awakened. With that decided, he texted his mother, telling her he would be moving in with a friend while studying for the entrance exam. And the friend he was referring to was, of course, Jemin. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty for bothering Jemin again, but he had no other choice, so Kang Ujin could only promise himself that he would definitely repay the kid later. However, after dialing the phone number Jemin had left for him, Kang Ujin heard a completely unfamiliar voice. "Hello, this is Pai, so from the Dong Du Jemin Job Placement Agency." Kang Ujin was stunned for a few seconds. After confirming the person on the other end wasn't Jemin, he realized he'd been pranked by that sly young man. Kang Ujin is the type who always gets his revenge, so naturally, he couldn't just let it slide. That evening, Jemin returned home after school. To be honest, he felt a little guilty for not having thanked Kang Ujin after what happened yesterday. After all, it was thanks to him that those thugs weren't bothering him anymore. And when he really thought about it, Jemin figured Kang Ujin was just a little clueless, not a bad guy. So, he decided to find a chance to thank Kang Ujin. It's just. That chance came a lot sooner than Jemin expected. When he opened his front door, he found Kang Ujin already sitting inside, casually snacking on melon seeds. "Dude, how the hell did you get in here?" Jemin was so startled he felt his hair stand on end. "Heh, you just entered the passcode," Ujin replied without a care in the world. "This is breaking and entering," Jemin said, his face darkening. "Hey, I called to give you a heads up, but some guy never picked up." Kang Ujin cleverly brought up the fake number Jemin had given him, making the other boy flinch. But since he was there to freeload, Ujin didn't press the issue. Then, Kang Ujin got straight to the point. He told Jemin that he was an awakened, albeit an unofficial one. That made perfect sense. Jemin finally had a logical explanation for why Ujin was so strong. But since he had just returned to Earth, there were a lot of things he didn't know. So Kang Ujin had asked Jemin for help. "By the way, do awakened make good money?" "Of course," Jemin answered immediately. "But it depends on the dungeon." And so began Professor Jemin's crash course for the completely clueless. He explained that Kang Ujin first needed to register with the association as an awakened to get a license to enter dungeons and then find a guild to join. Or you could work for the association or the administration bureau. But Ujin wasn't the type who liked to depend on others, so he asked if he could just clear dungeons by himself. "You can, but it's extremely dangerous. The smarter choice is still to join a guild." Jemin sincerely tried to persuade him, but Kang Ujin wouldn't listen. He'd done some basic research and knew that all guilds required an entrance exam. That would take too much time, and he needed as much money as possible, as fast as possible. You should at least join a party or something. Dungeons are no joke," Jemin nagged, then told Kang Ujin to download an app on his phone. But when he saw Kang Ujin's phone, Jemin couldn't help but mock him for using what looked like a family heirloom. Kang Ujin argued that it was the newest model in the store, only to be hit with the harsh reality from Jemin. That model had been released 4 years ago. Kang Ujin fell silent. He remembered the salesperson's excited face, pitching it as their best-selling model. Its extreme durability makes it a favorite among other awakened. Turns out, it was all just a sales pitch to get rid of old inventory. Kang Ujin swore he'd make that employee pay. While he was busy plotting his revenge, Jemin had already successfully installed the Dungeon Forum app for him. From now on, Kang Yujin could search for information on various dungeons and book them right here. So I just use this brick to find dungeons and go clear them, right? Kang Ujin asked again. "I told you, you need to get your awakened rank evaluated first." Jemin practically begged. "If you just charge in blindly, you're going to die for nothing." But it seemed Ujin wasn't really listening. While scrolling through the forum, he found some new information. The gate fee. Even the lowest level dungeon would cost him up to 10,000 won. In other words, to make money from dungeons, you had to cough up some money first. Upon hearing this, Kang Ujin's face went pale. "Hey, Jemin, can I borrow some money?" he asked. This time, it was Jemin's turn to go pale. Another night passed, and the next morning, Kang Ujin went to the Awakened Management Bureau to get evaluated. And his Necromancer ability was about to give everyone there the shock of their lives. The moment the skeleton soldier was summoned, its eyes glowing red, a stir went through the room. From the observation booth, a voice called out, "So, you're a Necromancer." Ujin stood there and answered bluntly, "That's right." The examiner adjusted his glasses, thinking to himself that he met many awakened, but this was the first time he'd ever seen a Necromancer with his own 2 eyes. Just then, a goblin LM appeared in the test room, along with an instruction. A summoner's ability is evaluated based on the combat prowess of their summon. Please, try attacking the creature in front of you. Kang Yujin looked up at the projector above, wondering with some surprise, is this a simulation? He rubbed his chin, looking at the newly created monster. Interesting. He immediately waved his hand and commanded, "Go, skeleton soldier. Show them what you're made of." The words had barely left his mouth when the skeleton, screeching, charged forward to obey. Later, in the awakened waiting room, a voice called out, "You've been ranked F." Kang Ujin reached out, took the awakened ID card, and replied with a simple, "Okay." He looked at the card and asked, "So, that's a high rank, right?" The staff member answered hesitantly, "Not exactly. It's actually the lowest rank. The combat ability of your summon was worse than we expected, but it's a very unique ability, so some guilds will probably give you a shot." Yujin looked at the card in his hand, thinking, who cares what rank it is? As long as I can get into dungeons, that's all that matters. All his information was listed on it. Awakened ID, awakened number, name, Kang Yujin, awakened ability, necromancy, rank, F. The scene then shifts to a subway station, outside exit number 7. Meanwhile, the dungeon forum displayed the relevant info, dungeon name, Silim Station Exit 7. Difficulty, 2-star monster. Click to read more. Yujin stood there, looking at his phone and muttering, "Looks like a good fit for me today." Just then, someone walked up to him. The man stood with his hands on his hips and spoke up. "You here by yourself? Want to join our party?" Kang Yujin looked up, startled. "The name's Bedosu," the man said, introducing himself and his team. "I'm a veteran E-rank miner. My party's only got 7 people, so there's still 1 spot open." To the man's confusion, Ujin immediately refused. "Ah, no thanks. I'm more of a solo player kind of guy." Dosu was a bit perplexed. "Wait, are you just going to throw your gate fee down the drain like that? Besides, the amount of bloodstones is limited per person within a certain time." While Kang Yujin just stared back with a giant question mark over his head, Dosu's voice continued, "Looks to me like you're brand new to this business." He stepped closer and asked, "What's your rank?" Kang Yujin answered without any hesitation, "F rank." Dosu pushed on. "It doesn't seem like you've been taught the first thing about this, have you? Why don't you join our group to get some experience for yourself? I can watch out for you." After a short while, the Awakeners were entering dungeon gate number 7 under the supervision of the Management Bureau. Kang Yujin watched them and thought to himself, so the entry fee is split evenly among the participants. If I went in alone, it would cost 800,000 an hour. So expensive. He recalled Dosu's explanation, only a maximum of 8 people could enter at a time. If you want to go solo, you have to pay the entry fee for all 8 people. And to maximize the number of bloodstones, it's best to go in a group. Kang Yujin could only sigh thoughtfully. Since he didn't have any experience, maybe going with them wasn't such a bad idea. Just then, a young man stepped up beside him and asked nervously, "I'm so worried. What do you think?" Kang Yujin replied reassuringly, "As a man, even if you're really scared, you shouldn't let it show." This was Hong Sung-gu, an F-rank fireball mage. He smiled in response, "You seem pretty confident." Kang Ujin thought to himself, "Looks like he was also invited by Dosu, just like me. I heard he awakened 2 months ago, then dropped out of school and is now trying to be a part-time awakener." At that moment, a dungeon clearing party stumbled out, covered in injuries. Hong Sung-gu looked over, puzzled. "Looks like they're hurt." One person from that group shouted, "There are hobgoblins in there." Another person was shocked, unable to believe it. "How is that possible?" Dosu clicked, his tongue sarcastically. "What's there to be surprised about? They just wasted their energy." He turned back to explain to the team. "Sometimes, monsters that aren't on the list will appear. Anyway, hobgoblins are just 2-star monsters. As long as we're careful, we can definitely handle them." Dosu's voice continued to echo in front of the dungeon gate. "All right, let's move out." The scene then shifts inside, to a chaotic entryway to the next floor. With that, a horde of goblins with ugly faces appeared. Hong Sung-gu summoned his ability, shouting, "Fireball." It was aimed straight at the monsters in front of them, and an explosion erupted in a flash of light. Immediately after, Dosu stepped forward, raised his hand, and yelled, "Ignite." As soon as he spoke, flames burst forth and burned their eyes. Piercing screams followed. The other team members took advantage of the goblins' loss of sight and rushed in to attack. The swordsman unleashed a horizontal slash to the waist, splitting the monster's body in 2. At the same time, Yujin's skeleton soldier stabbed and took down a goblin with its sword. Near the entrance to the 2nd floor, they exchanged compliments. "Hong Sung-gu, your fireball is pretty useful." The whole group looked at the skeleton soldier in awe. "This skeleton soldier is faster than it looks? Huh. It's also stronger than what you'd expect from an F-ranker." Kang Ujin just smiled, thinking to himself, "I used all my other points to upgrade my skills. Looks like it paid off." Meanwhile, Dosu was stabbing a monster's body with a small dagger. He pulled out a crystal, he said with satisfaction. As expected of a 2-star dungeon, the quality of the stones here is pretty good. A piece this size must be worth at least 200,000. He glanced over, wondering to himself, a tiny little crystal like that is worth 200,000. No wonder other awakeners risk their lives to rush into these dungeons. The measly 100,000 entry fee is nothing in comparison. Over here, Dosu smirked with a calculating look. We've only just started and we're already making such a good haul. He looked at the bag of crystals in front of him and thought with satisfaction, a 1-star dungeon could never compare to this. Dosu's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he silently concluded that a 2-star dungeon was a gold mine. Then, words of encouragement echoed through the dungeon. We'll reach the final floor soon. Let's give it our all. A group of monsters appeared before them, causing the party to halt. They had the characteristic green skin, but this time, they were rippling with muscles. A large, muscular hobgoblin holding a magic staff appeared. The party shouted, "It's a hobgoblin." Dosu held up a hand to stop and reassure everyone. "Don't worry, just maintain our usual formation." Yujin, on the side, watched silently with some confusion. He spoke up bluntly. "Shouldn't we be a little more cautious?" Hearing this, Dosu turned to Ujin and smiled. "I've already memorized all its stats. It mainly just uses magic." The group remained silent, continuing to listen to Dosu. "Since Juwang Chun's ability is to create a shield, we can block its magic. Then we'll take it down immediately, and victory will be ours." He felt frustrated internally. If the team leader has spoken, I guess I'll just have to go along with it. On the monster's side, the large hobgoblin's face darkened as it raised the staff in its hand. Dosu shouted the command, "All right, block it." A member stepped forward and created a thin barrier in front of them. The orb on the staff began to emit numerous bolts of lightning. A stream of energy shot towards the barrier and was blocked, while also spreading out around the orb. Having temporarily neutralized the attack, the team grew excited. "We did it! Move in." Dosu unleashed his ignite, striking the large hobgoblin before them right in the eye. The swordsman quickly slashed, but was blocked by the staff in its hand. Beside him, Hong Sung-gu summoned and launched a fireball. Yujin hadn't acted yet, watching with concern. This looks dangerous. Among the countless monsters he had encountered in Anfen, hobgoblins were one of them. Unlike normal goblins, hobgoblins possess much higher intelligence, to the point where they can even use magic. However, the most formidable thing about a hobgoblin isn't its magic. When the ignite spell ended, the large monster raised its hand. Instantly, a horde of goblin minions appeared with weapons in hand. At the same time, others emerged from their hiding spots, appearing from the shadows. A team member commented, "These guys look strange." Juwang Chun was stabbed in the neck by a needle and immediately screamed, "It hurts." What the hell was that? His whole body trembled as he cried out, "My body." The person next to him turned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Before he could get an answer, something was thrown straight at Juwang Chun's head. After attacking, the goblin quickly ran to find a hiding spot. The archer raised their bow, cursing, "That bastard." Kang Ujin remained cautious, muttering to himself, "Just as I thought. The most formidable thing about a hobgoblin isn't its physical strength or its magic, but its ability to command. It stems from an intelligence far superior to other goblin types." A disciplined army of goblins advanced. He silently assessed his own team. They had made a mistake in rating the commander of an entire goblin army as a mere 1-star threat. It was only then that Dosu, startled, realized something was wrong. He shouted a warning to everyone, "Run! Get out of here, now! Model!" The group quickly turned and ran for their lives. The overwhelming number of monsters meant no one dared to look back. Only Hong Song-gu remained, a fireball in his hand. As the party fled, he chose to attack to cover their retreat. The cunning goblins used objects in the dungeon as shields. They flashed triumphant smiles. Bedosu shouted the order, "It's no use, fall back." Hong Sung-gu asked worriedly, "But what about Juwang Chun?" Looking at their fallen comrade, Bedosu yelled, "He's already dead. Are you blind?" He continued to flee with the others in order to full retreat. The hobgoblin leader's eyes glinted as it flashed a demonic smile. The magic staff in its hand began to crackle with lightning. It quickly unleashed a bolt of electricity, striking directly at the fleeing group. Hong Sung-gu was hit, his body seized in paralysis, and he let out a scream. Bedosu saw it happen but still shouted to the others, "Keep running," leaving Hong Sung-gu behind. As the figures of the others disappeared, the goblins advanced on him, weapons in hand. They then parted to make way for the hobgoblin. Kang Yujin, who was hiding nearby, smirked with a calculated look. Only then did he step out, drawing a weapon from his system and muttering, "It's been a while since I've hunted goblins." Kang Yujin summoned his skeleton soldiers, smiling as he gave the order, "All right, my minions, go." The leader let out a piercing shriek while pointing a finger at him. Kang Ujin focused, thinking to himself, Facing goblins led by a hobgoblin is no easy feat. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he dashed forward, yelling the command to charge. The goblins were no pushovers either, and they all rushed into fight. Kang Yujin pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. While his skeleton soldiers dealt with the goblins, he vaulted over them, appearing above the hobgoblin to its complete astonishment. It immediately raised its magic staff, and lightning began to crackle again. Kang Ujin gritted his teeth, determined to take down the ringleader. In the blink of an eye, the weapon in his hand pierced through the hobgoblin's head. Kang Ujin smiled in satisfaction. "Did you really think I'd wait for your spell to cool down?" As soon as he spoke, the magical energy on the staff fizzled out. The system displayed a level-up notification. "You have now reached level 6. A faint golden aura enveloped his body. Kang Yujin looked at his palms smugly. Working alone was so much better than being in a party. Just then, a groan echoed out, and a trembling hand tried to move. Startled, he glanced over at where Hong Sung-gu was lying with a puzzled expression. Kang Yujin asked, "You're still alive?" The man trembled and replied weakly, "Please, help me." His expression remained skeptical. Kang Yujin crouched beside him and asked bluntly, "What's in it for me if I help you?" Lying on the ground, Hong Sung-gu replied, I won't tell anyone." He weakly added that he was now a D rank awakened. Hearing this, Kang Ujin scowled and shot back, "Like I give a damn." Hong Sung-gu immediately asked, "Then what should I do?" Kang Ujin stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then Kang Ujin smiled and held up 2 fingers. "This should be enough." Hong Sung-gu's confused voice rang out, a peace sign. Afterwards, a dagger was plunged straight into the bodies of the green-skinned goblins, a hand swiftly reaching inside them to pull out the magic stones. Hong Sung-gu gathered the items into a pack on his chest, wiping away his sweat with a sigh of relief. Finally, that's all of them. Kang Ujin called out from a distance. "Did you get everything?" He replied, "All done." Hong Sung-gu stared blankly at the young man before him, wondering to himself, how the hell is this guy only F rank? He observed Kang Ujin and estimated that his ability to single-handedly wipe out 2-star monsters was already on par with a D rank awakened. Hong Sung-gu watched Kang Ujin's skills with astonishment, not to mention his ability to summon skeleton soldiers and his skill in finding bloodstones. He recalled what happened earlier with utter confusion. And finally, there was that ability to pull something out of a dead monster to heal his own wounds. Considering his flexible combination of skills, he might even be C rank. Hong Sung-gu furrowed his brow, his mind filled with questions. And that wasn't even counting the fact that the guy had only registered as an awakened 3 hours ago. Taking the bag of items, Kang Yujin asked, "How much money can I get for this many bloodstones?" The man replied, "At least around 800,000. Kang Yujin looked at them with satisfaction and said, "Worth the 100,000 won investment, right?" Kang Yujin then frowned, his eyes widening as he asked, "This is all mine, right?" Hong Sung-gu stammered, a little anxiously, "Oh, of course." He was confused, but more than that, he couldn't believe how obsessed this guy was with money. In truth, paying 2 million won to be saved wasn't too high a price. It turned out Kang Ujin had demanded 2 million won in exchange for his life. "It's a great deal for you." His voice continued to echo in the dungeon. "The return stone, too. Where is it? Perfect. Let's get out of this dump." The two of them then walked on in silence. Just then, a system warning appeared. Blood detected. Kang Yujin raised a hand, signaling to stop. Hong Sung-gu was a bit confused but complied. He focused intently and warned, "Ambush." Kang Ujin looked upwards, reasoning, "If all the monsters are dead, that means." After a brief hesitation, he shouted, "Hey, you cowards, stop hiding in the shadows and show your faces." As soon as the words left his mouth, his former party members appeared, looking down at them with wary eyes. They came down and saw the goblins lying everywhere. Badozu wondered, what happened here? Did the two of them kill all these? Kang Yujin turned to warn him. They were planning to ambush us as soon as we got close. Hong Sung-gu asked, "So what do we do now?" As Kang Yujin's face darkened, Hong Sung-gu looked over at him with a worried expression. Kang Yujin looked at his old teammates and asked, "Hey, you all just tucked your tails and ran. What's with the shameless return?" He smiled sarcastically. "Shouldn't you all be waiting outside the barrier by now? What wind blew you back in here?" Bidosu closed his eyes, frowned, and then chuckled. "What are you talking about?" "We're teammates," he tried to explain. "We were just going to regroup and then come back to face them. We didn't expect to find all the monsters already dead when we got here." Bidosu glanced at the pack on Kang Ujin's shoulder, his eyes turning cold as he pried, "How did you kill them all?" Kang Yujin laughed mockingly. "Nonsense, don't try to bullshit me." He took off the backpack and continued, "You all must have planned to escape as soon as you got the return stone. But when you saw all the monsters were dead, you got greedy, didn't you? Without a hint of hesitation, Kang Yujin dumped all the bloodstones from the bag onto the floor. His eyes flashed with a deadly red glint as he issued a challenge. If you think you're tough enough, come and take them. Amidst the dark dungeon filled with goblin corpses, Bidosu's voice rang out. It seems you've misunderstood something. He explained with a strained smile, we're not stupid enough to try and steal from you. The person who killed all these monsters. Those things. We had to run the second we saw them. Yujin listened, stunned, as Du continued. We came back to apologize for leaving you and Hong Sung-gu behind, but our own lives were on the line back there. What did you expect us to do? We only came back for the return stone anyway. He continued with words of gratitude. Thanks to you two taking them down, we can finally retrieve the boss's corpse. We're really, truly grateful. Kang Yujin's eyes were filled with suspicion, but he didn't respond just yet. He studied the man's treacherous face and wondered, am I just being paranoid? Was the ambush just a guess on my part? Kang Ujin scratched his head and sighed. Have 20 years on Anfen really made me this paranoid? I'm not on Anfen anymore. This is Earth. The moment that thought crossed his mind, his vision was obscured by the flash of Du Su's attack. Du Su turned and shouted an order to the others, now. The archer instantly drew his bow and fired. An arrow slammed into Hong Sung-gu's shoulder, and he let out a pained grunt. Startled, Kang Yujin struggled to glare in his direction. Du Su charged forward with his sword, laughing loudly as he yelled, Don't be mad at me. We Awakeners are all the same, after all. Then he lunged, aiming to run Yujin through. A vicious smile spread across his face as a deadly, blood-red aura flared to life. The scene shifts to another dungeon, where a group of Awakeners is walking out after completing their raid. They looked over to the woman waiting for them and said, Good work, Captain. John Hai immediately replied, You all did a great job. Just then, her phone rang. The person on the other end reported, Captain, we found the intruder. His name is Kang Ujin. She asked, You found him? Who is he? The voice on the phone replied, It's been difficult to confirm his identity, ma'am. But we did some digging and found out he just registered as an Awakener today. This information made Jeon Hai exclaim in shock. What? Today? Then where is he now? Back in the dungeon. After launching his sneak attack, a sinister smile spread across Du Su's face. But suddenly, the color drained from his face. He glanced over at Yujin, who was clutching his head and laughing out loud, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You're a little too hasty. Kang Yujin's grip tightened on Du Su's dagger hand, making him tremble. Yujin's voice dropped low. It's not very nice to launch a surprise attack like that. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm and slammed Du Su straight into the ground. The floor tiles shattered along with his pained scream as blood sprayed from his mouth. Kang Ujin coolly brushed back his hair, a smug, cold smile on his face. Oh dear. Why does everything keep going exactly as I predicted? He raised a hand towards the group of former teammates and challenged them. You were the one who just said all us Awakeners are the same, right? Dark shadows were summoned from the corpses of the goblins. Kang Yujin's voice rang out again. How shameless can you be? Betraying others, blinded by a few bloodstones. Seeing this, they cried out in terror. What the hell? The goblins' bodies are Yujin held out his hand, issuing a command to the newly summoned skeleton soldiers. It's time to punish the naughty children. Sitting on the floor, Du Su watched with his mouth agape in horror as his teammates were cut down by the skeleton soldiers. Piercing screams echoed continuously throughout the dungeon. Kang Ujin reached down and picked up the dagger Du Su had dropped. He left the others for his skeleton soldiers to deal with and walked directly over to Du Su. Though still in pain, he managed to stammer out, We can negotiate. Kang Ujin glanced at the dagger in his hand and retorted, Negotiate? Why? Are you trying to stall for time so your skills can cool down? The moment he finished speaking, Du Su's scream echoed through the chamber. Yujin had plunged the dagger straight into his chest. A moment later, his former teammates had all been taken down. The dungeon fell silent once more, with blood splattered across the floor. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. Hong Sung-gu knelt there, watching in a daze as Kang Ujin muttered, Damn it, these guys have to have some cash on them. He thought to himself in a panic, I can't believe it. He just killed people. 5 of them. Meanwhile, Yujin was busy rummaging through Du Su's pockets. Man, are these guys completely useless, or what? Hong Sung-gu didn't reply. Kang Yujin whipped his head around and growled. What? Cat got your tongue? Hong Sung-gu flinched, clutching his wound and stammering. All right. Yujin stepped in front of him. Your life was put in danger because of me, wasn't it? Seeing the man's terrified expression, Kang Ujin didn't hesitate to make a proposition. So let's make it double. This left Hong Sung-gu completely baffled, letting out a confused, huh. Yujin's expression suddenly soured, and his voice dropped. I saved your life twice. Business is business, right? As Dusu's corpse lay on the ground, Kang Ujin's voice rang out, "Let me take a look at your shoulder. We should get some first aid on it." Hong Sung-gu replied politely, Thank you." The scene shifts to outside the dungeon, where a member of the management bureau is standing and taking notes. He flinches in surprise. He sees Kang Ujin emerge from the dungeon and asks, "How come only the two of you made it back?" Yujin answers nonchalantly, "The others were killed by monsters." This answer makes the man from the bureau freeze for a second. He looks at the backpack on Yujin's shoulder and presses, "Then how did you manage to collect so many bloodstones?" Kang Yujin glanced over his shoulder and replied, "Even when you're knocking on death's door, you still gotta grab the cash, right?" The bureau employee handed him a report form. "Please fill this out before you leave. There's a chance you'll be contacted by the bureau for an investigation into this incident." The scene shifts to an item purchasing center, where Yujin is walking out after selling his loot. He breaks into a smug smile, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable. I made 13 million from just a single dungeon run." Hong Sung-gu trailed silently behind him. Yujin calculated to himself, "If I add the 4 million I'll get for saving Sung-gu, that's a total of 17 million. He continued walking, chuckling to himself. "I'll just go into dungeons by myself from now on." Behind him, Hong Sung-gu's face was etched with worry. 4 million. Even if I break open all my piggy banks, I won't have enough to pay him back. Should I take out a loan? Or maybe ask him to give me a discount? Kang Ujin's voice made him jump. "Hey, Hong Sung-gu." Yujin pointed a finger at him. "You know full well that I can't stand people who break their promises, don't you?" He stammered in response. I'll keep that in mind, sir." Kang Yujin simply walked off, waving a hand as a reminder. "I'll be waiting for your call." Hong Sung-gu could only stand there and sigh. "I guess I'll just have to take out a loan." A sudden, startling thought flashed through his mind. He isn't going to ask me for another 4 million on top of that, is he? The scene shifts to a phone store covered in banners and advertisements. Inside, an employee let out a long yawn. He looked outside and sighed, "Not a single customer today." Just then, a loud slam made the employee jump. Seeing Kang Yujin kick the door open, he shouted, "What the hell? What do you think you're doing?" Without a single wasted movement, Yujin strode forward and grabbed the sales clerk by the collar, hoisting him into the air. The man's face contorted as he thought to himself, "How is he so strong?" Before he could even understand the situation, he slapped the employee right across the face. The man frowned and shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Before he could say another word, Kang Ujin unleashed a continuous barrage of slaps, each one distorting the employee's face. The man trembled, his heart pounding with anxiety. "This guy's completely lost it. If this keeps up, I'm going to meet my ancestors. This is the kind of stuff I've only seen on TV. Intentional assault, right?" The employee's face was bruised and swollen as his weak voice pleaded, "I'm sorry. Please spare me." Kang Yujin stopped, his long hair hiding the fury in his eyes as he glared at the man. He threw the employee to the ground, who cried out in pain. Kang Yujin's voice dropped low as he called out to him. The employee hurriedly knelt and replied, "Yes, sir." Kang Ujin looked at him seriously and continued, "I absolutely hate scammers, you got that? And I hate liars too." The employee asked in confusion, "Scamming? What scam?" He was bewildered. "I don't even know who this guy is. What the hell is he talking about?" Kang Yujin shoved his phone in the man's face and questioned him. "You're the one who sold me this phone yesterday, remember?" The employee recognized the item and thought to himself, "That's the one I sold to that weirdo yesterday." That complete moron. He remembered the day before, presenting the crappy phone to Kang Yujin with a wide grin. "I'll give you a discount, bringing it down to just 900,000. At the time, not understanding the situation, Kang Yujin had smiled back, satisfied. Technology today is so much more advanced than it was 5 years ago. He looked at the person in front of him and wondered, is this really that same loser? Meanwhile, Kang Yujin was scowling angrily, asking, "Cat got your tongue?" Then, under a clear blue sky, music began to play. Kang Yujin looked at his contacts and marveled, "So cool. Even the color of the latest model phone can change." As he walked, he muttered, "Damn, that phone salesman. If this were still Anfen, I would have crippled him for sure. He should count himself lucky." Just then, strangers approached from behind. They called out, "Hey, Kang Yujin." Confused, he turned to see a group of people in black surrounding him. A woman's voice rang out, "Your class is an F-rank Necromancer. Seeing how you cleared the Gagawa circle by yourself, your true ability must be around E-rank. At that level, you could easily blend into an F-rank group and slaughter all your teammates." Jeon Hai stood there, questioning him. "Just a newbie and you've already got this much nerve." Kang Yujin's face remained hard and expressionless as he shot back, "Who the hell are you?" She let out a laugh, her sharp eyes hidden behind her hair. Then, John Hai's red lips parted as she said, "Allow me to introduce myself." With an air of confidence, she continued, "I am Jun Hai, captain of the Vermilion Bird team from the War Guild." Kang Ujin, still unsure of what was happening, felt a flicker of anxiety as he used his skill. Through tracking, he could sense that the aura radiating from Jun Hai was incredibly dense, confirming his thought, "She's extremely strong." Kang Ujin asked them, "So, what business do you have with me?" Jeon Hai replied, "Well, a filthy rat dared to desecrate our guild's dungeon." His face darkened as he let out a laugh. "Oh, a filthy rat, you say?" Kang Yujin stood in the middle of the crowd and asked them, "You brought this whole crew here just to catch one rat?" He smiled and continued, "So the War Guild is nothing special after all. No wonder your dungeons are as pathetic as the rumors say." Before he could finish, a hand grabbed his face. Then, the man slammed his head into the ground, sending shattered bits of stone flying. Minsuk frowned and warned him, "Watch your mouth. Our guild isn't something a punk like you can just talk about." Kang Ujin, livid with rage, yelled back, "You bastard." He then grabbed the man's hand, prying it off his face. Kang Yujin sprang up, twisting the man's arm hard enough to make Min So cry out. Seeing her subordinate groaning, Jeon Hai pursed her lips, preparing to act. In the blink of an eye, she dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick straight to his gut. Kang Yujin was sent flying, skidding across the ground, his face contorted in pain from the blow. But it wasn't over. Jan Hai walked over to where he lay, raising her foot to stomp down. Another powerful blow, smashing Kang Ujin's head straight into the ground. Everything shattered, and his face was distorted as he cried out in agony. Kang Yujin grimaced, thinking, "She's too fast." She kept her foot on his face, pinning him down. Jeon Hai spoke, "Hey, Kang Ujin." She continued coldly, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You might be different from your average F rank, but you better not show off those precious little skills of yours anymore." In the quiet space, Jeon Hai's warnings continued to echo. "Especially not in the territory of our war guild." She looked at Kang Ujin's trembling body on the ground and added, "If you value your life, remember that advice." Then, Jeon Hai and her subordinates coldly walked away. He clenched his teeth in fury while raising a hand to his face. Lying there, Kang Ujin remarked to himself that it had been a long time since he'd experienced the feeling of being stepped on like this. Against the twilight sky, Kang Ujin's resentful voice rang out, "Jeon Hai and the War Guild." The scene then changes to Jemin's place. After hearing his story, Jimin exclaimed in shock, "Jeon Hai from the War Guild?" "Yeah," Kang Ujin replied. "Is she that famous?" "Do you know anything about her, kid?" Jimin answered, "Of course. She's one of the top 10 A-rank awakened in our country." He added, "And the War Guild is one of the top 3 guilds in the entire nation. They are KH, Ham, and War. They have an immense influence on the economy and politics. Because of that, they're also the most powerful voices." Jimin wondered, "But what kind of trouble did you cause in the first dungeon to make them come and warn you personally?" Kang Ujin retorted with a scowl, "What do you mean trouble, you punk? Once I regain my power, I can easily blow away the entire War Guild." Hearing this, Jimin snorted, "Your confidence is really on another level. Your F rank, hello?" Kang Ujin snapped angrily, "You little brat." He then grew pensive. "It's clear that even if I rank up, I'll still be at a disadvantage when fighting someone outside a dungeon. And the skills of a necromancer have a lot of limitations." Jimin's voice whined, "Why did it have to be skeletons? Bro." He handed over a gift bag and said, "Forget about that. Take this." His friend asked, puzzled, "Huh, bro? Why perfume?" Kang Ujin replied, "What's with the surprise? Here, this is to pay you back the money I borrowed." Jimin waved his hands, refusing. No, this is way too much. Just pay me back the exact amount you borrowed. Besides, I don't need it. You've already helped me a lot." Kang Ujin remained insistent. "Geez, it's fine. Just take it." A flash of gratitude appeared on his face. Jimin looked at him and said his name, "Bro." Kang Yujin continued to drink his soju, smiling. "Just consider the extra as my rent payment to you." Not refusing anymore, he replied, "Sounds good." A worried look crossed Jimin's face as he thought, does that mean he's planning on staying here for good? He looked at the young man in front of him, who was grinning carelessly. "Damn, this soju is good." Jimin looked at him and asked, "Hey, haven't you found your mom already?" Kang Yujin snapped back, "You idiot. My old place is tiny, so I'm staying with you until I save up enough to buy a new one." Jimin asked again, "Are you still short? How much more do you need?" He stammered in embarrassment. "No, it's not about that." Jimin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the table. He looked at Yujin, puzzled. "When did you change your phone?" "That's the latest model." Naturally curious, Jimin asked, "Can I take a look?" Yujin didn't hesitate to hand it over. It works pretty well, huh? Holding the phone, Jemin exclaimed, "This is the premium red color." Jemin continued to explain, "Since the technique for crafting bloodstones isn't widely used yet, this one must be incredibly expensive. Did you make a lot of money?" Kang Ujin replied while eating chicken. "I won it in an event." He recalled the scene of beating up the phone store employee and explained, "It was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of event." Just then, Jemin's amazed voice made Kang Ujin jump. "Holy crap, man, you're a real pro." While Yujin sat there wondering what was up, Jemin stared at the phone and asked, "How many zeros is this?" "Let me see." On the screen was a bank account notification. Deposit, 40 million. Balance, 51,230,000. Sender, Hong Sung-gu. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh, 40 million? Kang Yujin frowned and cursed, "That crazy bastard. I told him to just send me 4 million. The scene changes to the Angel Cafe. Hong Sung-gu walked in. Seeing Kang Yujin sitting there, he quickly bowed his head in greeting. "Sir, have you been well?" Yujin held out the phone and retorted, "We just said goodbye a few hours ago. What's with this 'have you been well' crap? What is this?" His face darkened as he heard Kang Yujin question him. "Do you think I'm some kind of beggar? I told you 4 million was enough." Hong Sung-gu worried inwardly, "Boss, please spare my life." He recalled the scene of Yujin stripping Dosu and was terrified. "If I don't pay him the full amount, my fate will be the same as those other members." Hong Sung-gu pressed his lips together, sweat beading on his forehead. He suddenly dropped to his knees in the middle of the cafe, begging loudly, "Boss, please spare my life." A flustered Yujin scolded, "Are you nuts?" Hong Sung-gu continued to shout in fear, "I promise I'll pay you the rest later. Please just give me a little more time." The people sitting nearby saw this and started whispering, "What's going on? Is that guy over there a thug? A loan shark or something? Looks like that young guy borrowed from a gangster." Yujin scowled and ordered, "If you don't want to die, get up and sit down." Hong Sung-gu flinched and obeyed, "Yes, sir." As soon as he sat down, he quickly explained, "Sir, I'm so sorry, but I haven't figured out a way to get 400 million. I promise if you give me a little more time, I'll pay you back in full." These words made Kang Yujin a bit confused, and he asked, 400 million? Hong Sung-gu replied with an innocent face, "Yes." Yujin sighed, thinking to himself, "Looks like he misunderstood. I told him to give me 4 million, but he mistook it for 40 million, and now it's even up to 400 million. Kang Ujin's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself, kids these days are so generous. He looked at the sincere young man in front of him. He decided, but if he's this eager, I might as well play along. Kang Yujin then clasped his hands together, gave a sly smile, and asked, "So, how long should I wait?" The scene changes to early the next morning, with Kang Ujin walking alone in a park. From a distance, Hong Sung-gu stood by a car, waving and calling out, "Boss, over here. Get in the car." Kang Yujin wondered, "Why is my subordinate so cheerful on the first day?" He smiled and replied, "Subordinates have the right to be happy too, sir." This pleased Yujin, and he couldn't help but smile back. He recalled the previous night at the cafe, where Hong Sung-gu sat obediently, listening to Kang Ujin speak. "Since earning 400 million won right now is nearly impossible, would you like to repay me by working together as a team and giving me the money you earn?" Yujin asked, "That means you'll have to stick with me 24/7. Is that okay?" Back then, he didn't hesitate to agree. "Not a problem, sir. If you can decide on a specific time frame, I can even be your manager." Yujin was curious. "Manager?" Sung-gu answered enthusiastically, "Yes. From choosing and booking dungeons to selling bloodstones, I can handle everything from A to Z. I can also drive. Think of me as the support department of a guild." Kang Yujin's voice cut in, "So, a subordinate." This word made him freeze up. Yujin added, "Basically, you're trying to make up for your lack of money with hard work, right?" Hong Sung-gu thought to himself, "He's not wrong, but why do I feel so hurt?" Then he rubbed his hands together enthusiastically and replied, "You've hit the nail on the head, boss." Kang Yujin smiled in approval. "All right, fine." He made the offer directly. "Then our partnership will last for 1 year. It's too cruel to make you work without pay, so I'll consider a salary for you." Hong Sung-gu grabbed Kang Ujin's hands gratefully. "Boss, thank you so much." Ujin gave a wry smile and replied, "I'm the one being helped here." Back in the present, the car carrying the two was speeding down the highway. Kang Yujin glanced at Hong Sung-gu, inwardly pleased. "Although I had to return the extra money, I was lucky enough to gain a decent subordinate." Kang Yujin continued with his proposal. "As long as you do your job well and guide me diligently, 10% of the profits will be yours." This made him blush with gratitude. "Boss," Kang Yujin asked, "So, have you found the dungeon I mentioned earlier?" Hong Sung-gu answered seriously, Yes, sir. Just as you instructed. A 3-star dungeon with the most abundant monster summons. It's Gambong, exit number 3, home to the Raki Swarm, a species of insect-type monsters resembling giant cockroaches. Later, the two appeared inside the dungeon. Kang Ujin looked up and exclaimed, "There really are a ton of these things." He reminded him, "Hong Sung-gu, make sure you stick close behind me." With a backpack on his shoulders, he replied, "Yes, sir." Yujin looked at his system screen and thought to himself, "I'll transfer all the stat points I have to control." Just then, a system alert appeared. The number of skeleton soldiers you can summon has increased to 10. Kang Yujin smiled, satisfied. Birds of a feather flocked together. If the enemy has numbers, so should we. The skeleton soldiers were quickly summoned. He gave the order. "Now, shall we get this party started?" The scene shifts to some time later at the stairway between floors. The Raki sensed danger and began to screech endlessly. They trembled in fear of what stood before them. It was the skeleton soldiers, raising their sharp weapons high. Then, without a single wasted motion, they pierced through and took down a Raki. Right at that moment, Hong Sung-gu came down to report, "Boss, I've collected all the bloodstones on this floor." Kang Yujin praised him. "Nice work. Keep it up." Witnessing the scene before him, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What the heck? You've already killed them all." Sung-gu thought to himself, normally, it takes at least 2 hours to clear a Raki dungeon, and yet he finished it all by himself in just 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Kang Yujin plopped down, exhausted. "I need to rest a bit." He sat there, muttering and calculating. "I'm level 7 now, and the number of achievement points I've received has gone up quite a bit." A new skill popped up on the screen. Let's see. Fire Fist attacks the opponent with a flaming fist. Level 7 limit, 10 mana. 20 achievement points required. Yujin scrolled to the next skill. Water Sphere attacks a target at a certain distance with a sphere of water. Level 7 limit. He seemed disappointed. None of the skills I got at level 7 are useful at all. Suddenly, a piece of information made Kang Yujin pause. "Huh? What's this? There's a Bone Wizard now. I can get it when I reach level 10. But why not buy it early?" The information read, "Bone Wizard, level 10 limit, 20 mana. Exchange a monster's corpse to summon a Bone Wizard with 5 strength, 5 stamina, 5 vitality, and 5 mana. Its range of activity is proportional to its strength. Its attack speed and agility are proportional to stamina. Damage is proportional to mana. Mana consumption is 1, and control required is 1. Sung-gu walked over to report, "Boss, it's all cleared, and the return stone has appeared." Kang Yujin wondered, "How long have we been in here?" He immediately answered, 27 minutes, sir." He rubbed his chin, calculating. "We have a 4-hour pass." Then Kang Ujin walked up the stairs and said, "We can do this 7 more times. Let's go." Hong Sung-gu replied, trembling, "Oh man, I'm coming." The scene then changes to the Bloodstone exchange counter. An employee handed a passbook to Hong Sung-gu and informed him, 53.2 million won has been added to your balance. He replied, "Oh, yes, thank you very much." Then Sung-gu's face went blank for a moment as he processed the number, before his eyes widened in shock. He screamed internally, 53.2 million won. Hong Sung-gu stared at the amount printed in the book, amazed. "We made over 50 million in 30 minutes. At this rate, 400 million will be ours in a flash." His hands trembled in disbelief. "Based on my cut, I'll get 40 million. I used to struggle through 1-star dungeons for 2 months, just to make 30 million, and now I'm making 40 million won in a single day." Then Sung-gu blurted out, "You're incredible, boss." He turned to Yujin with a beaming, grateful face, "Boss, you're my lifesaver." Yujin smiled back and said, "Don't get too excited. We still have 7 more runs. Don't celebrate just yet." Hong Sung-gu followed behind Kang Yujin, his heart pounding with excitement. This is a godsend opportunity. Becoming the boss's assistant was a brilliant idea. The scene shifts to the Hammer Guild headquarters, where only one person remained in the office. He was humming along to some music, clearly enjoying himself. This person was grinding coffee beans when the phone rang. He picked it up and said, "Support Team 4 Leader, Dong-min Chan speaking." The voice on the other end replied, "Yes, Team Leader. It's me, Hemin." He asked, "What's up?" On the other side, Hemin was standing by a glass window as he answered, "I received an urgent report about a case. This morning, 2 Awakened bought a 4-hour dungeon pass, but these 2 guys are a bit strange." On the other end, Dong-min Chan sounded a bit indifferent. "People die in dungeons every day. What's so strange about that?" Hemin explained, No. They both came back in one piece. The strange thing is the time they're taking for each run." He continued his report. "Their first run only took 30 minutes, and after that, it was just 11 minutes. Good lord. They just came out of the dungeon again in exactly 9 minutes and 47 seconds. Hemin's voice could be heard over the phone. Hey, I won. Give me the money. Dong Min Chan was confused. What are you guys doing? He answered. We were just betting on whether they could finish in under 10 minutes. Team leader, why don't you try looking up some information on them? Hemin added, they said they were F rank, but after seeing them with my own eyes, I can tell you they're definitely much better than that. This information startled Min Chan. F rank? He immediately turned on his computer and said, stay on the line. I'll call you back after I look them up. Hemin replied, yes, team leader, good luck. Min Chan clicked his mouse repeatedly, checking their information, and exclaimed in shock, what is this? The info on the screen for the two of them was completely unexpected. One of them just registered as an awakened yesterday, and the other registered just 2 months ago. Name, Kang Yujin. Awakened ability, Necromancy. Rank, F. Name, Hong Sung-gu. Awakened ability, Pyrokinesis. Rank, F. Min Chan stared at the screen, thinking, 2 rookies. And they cleared a 3-star dungeon by themselves in just 10 minutes. He smiled, speculating. F rank? Even if the measuring system was wrong, this is way too low. They have to be C rank at the very least. For new awakened to already possess C rank abilities, there's a very high chance they could advance to A rank. Min Chan immediately put on his jacket and walked out, full of excitement. It's been a long time since I've seen a new awakened with this much potential. The scene shifts to the Warring Guild headquarters. Images of Yujin and Hong Sung-gu also appeared on a screen, along with someone's voice. Are you saying this is the person who trespassed into our dungeon? Another person replied, yes, that's the report I received from a bureau employee on site. He continued to ask questions, and the staff member beside him answered. Hong Sung-gu, age 21, an F-rank fireball mage. Nothing special. I believe the one with the real power here is Kang Ujin, he added. An F-rank necromancer with the ability to clear dungeons at an incredible speed. The man continued. What do you think, team leader Jun Hai? She recalled her earlier encounter with Kang Ujin and replied, I knew he wasn't just some ordinary F-rank, but I didn't expect him to be this good. He's on par with a C rank. He rested his hands in front of him and continued, then there are only 2 possibilities. Either he didn't go all out during his ability evaluation, or his abilities are growing at an insane rate. Du Juan looked over and asked, has there ever been a case of an awakened growing this fast before? If we assume he really is an F rank, his growth rate would mean he jumped 2 or 3 ranks overnight. He held out his hand and answered, there has been a similar case, an awakened who rose from F rank to A rank. A robust image of a man appeared along with the explanation, a person whose growth process was completely hidden until he reached the highest rank in South Korea. Jun Hai exclaimed, are you talking about Kang Chun? She smirked sarcastically. No way. He could never compare to Kang Chun. He smiled and ordered, I'm not so sure about that, but it wouldn't hurt to look into it. This man was Lee Sang-ho, the guild master of Warang, one of South Korea's top 3 guilds. He gave an order. Tail him. Find out who this person really is. The scene changes to the dungeon, where Sung-gu was continuing his work. He skillfully used a short sword to stab the corpse of a Rocky in the head. Then, he cracked open the hard shell on its head. A bloodstone immediately came into view. Hong Sung-gu picked it up and tossed it into the backpack he had prepared. Working alone was starting to wear him out. Hong Sung-gu sighed and muttered to himself, making money is great and all, but if I keep this up, I'm gonna die. I've never heard of anyone dying from mining too many bloodstones, though. But still, he stood up and called out to Kang Ujin, boss, can we take a short break? Kang Ujin smiled and asked, you're tired already? Hong Sung-gu then tilted his head back and chugged some water. He exclaimed, ah, so refreshing. I feel much better now. Boss. He turned and asked, how much time do we have left? Kang Ujin answered, we have 1 hour and 12 minutes left. Kang Ujin sat in thought, calculating. The money I've earned so far has well surpassed 400 million. That should be enough to buy a new house for my mom and Sua. He stood up and called out, hey, Hong Sung-gu. Hearing this, Hong Sung-gu looked over, puzzled, and asked, what is it, boss? Kang Yujin replied, the rest of the bloodstones are all yours. I'll protect you, so try to get as many as you can. This left him a little surprised. He took a breath and added, I think it's time for me to pick up the pace a bit. Then, Kang Ujin dashed into the dungeon, much to Hong Sung-gu's amazement. All he could do was reach out and call after his boss, while Kang Ujin, weapon in hand, was already charging forward like the wind. Kang Ujin and his skeleton soldiers fought ferociously, continuously taking down the Raki monsters. He was startled when he noticed one flying in for a sneak attack. Kang Ujin glanced back at it and gave a cold smirk, then he swung his hand, effortlessly slicing it in 2. The system window appeared. Level up warning. You have now reached level 10. At the same time, the Raki's head fell to the ground with a thud. Kang Ujin stood there, satisfied. This should be enough. The system window appeared again. Warning: you have completed the level requirements for a job class. Determining job class. He stared at the screen, completely confused. A job class? That's strange. Kang Yujin rubbed his chin, wondering. In Anfen, you don't get a job class until level 10, but I'm already a Necromancer. What is going on? The system displayed another warning. Analyzing movement patterns. System is determining job class. A list of classes appeared, including Mage, Psychic, Warrior, Priest, and Hexer. Along with them was Kang Ujin's question. Could it be a dual class? Then the system displayed the information. The Warrior class has been chosen for you. You have received the Warrior's reward, Warrior's weapon. Kang Ujin scratched his head in confusion. What the hell? A Warrior? This is a bit annoying. Becoming a Mage would have been more beneficial since its stats would overlap with the Necromancer class. If I'd known this would happen, I would have used magic instead of just swinging this crowbar around. On the screen, there was another line about the Warrior's reward, Warrior's weapon. Kang Ujin wondered, is this the class reward? Immediately, a staff appeared in front of him. Kang Ujin questioned, this is a Warrior's weapon? It's clearly just a steel pipe. When he grabbed it, a blinding light flashed, and its information appeared. Steel staff. A warrior's weapon is like their comrade and their very life. That is why it will grow along with its owner, ready to join you in battle at any time. Effects: +5. Strength, stamina recovery, disarm state, summon disarm skill. Kang Yujin raised the steel staff and smiled. A growth-type weapon. I wonder what this thing will look like in the future. Now for the Necromancer's reward. The Demon Seal Crystal. It was a glowing red orb. The Demon Seal Crystal is a type of magic stone that necromancers obtain upon reaching a certain level. Within its 7 seals reside ultimate magics that skeleton soldiers could never compare to. Just by possessing them, Kang Yujin could wipe out any enemy in Anfen who dared to look at his territory. At that moment, Kang Yujin smiled and wondered, I wonder what I'll get this time. Then, the Demon Seal Crystal was unsealed and began to glow brilliantly. A pillar of light appeared before him, then a wing emerged from the light, followed by glowing red eyes, someone's golden hair, and full lips. He stared, stunned, and stammered. Ha, it's Bibi. The little girl with demon wings on her back glared at Kang Yujin grumpily. Master, where did you go? He exclaimed in shock. What? Why is it you? Bibi jumped up and threw her arms around Kang Yujin's neck, sighing. I missed you so much, Master, he asked her. Weren't you stuck back in Anfen? What's going on? Bibi replied. After you disappeared, all of us subordinates were locked in the sealing room. This left Kang Ujin a bit confused. The sealing room. He thought to himself. Don't tell me they time-traveled with me. Wait, the sealing room. The little girl looked at him delightedly and said, Master, I'm so happy to see you. Suddenly, something caught Bibi's attention. She raised her nose and sniffed the air. Then Bibi turned and asked, What is this smell? Kang Ujin looked confused. Smell. Bibi looked down at the pile of Raki corpses and answered, Yes, sir. I can smell the stench of Chanet's minions on these things. Her answer startled him, and he asked, What? Chanet? Yes, Chanet is the demon from a mysterious dimension who invaded Anfen. He slaughtered 90% of Anfen's population. Kang Yujin had never fought him directly, but his minions were so numerous that he grew sick just at the sight of them. Kang Yujin stood there, looked down, and asked, And now Chanet plans to conquer Earth? If that's the reason these dungeons opened up, he thought with a sense of dread. I thought I had escaped hell, but it seems its gates have opened to welcome me once again. Scene changed to exit 3 of Mebong Station. Hin was already waiting there. As soon as he saw the person arrive, he raised his hand in greeting. Boss, you're here. Dong Min-chan replied, It's not the end of business hours yet, you know. He quickly laughed it off and replied, Right, Captain. Dong Min-chan asked, Where are those 2? Hin looked at his watch and answered, They went in 8 minutes ago. They should be out soon, he added. But those 2 are no joke. They earned 400 million all by themselves. Hin continued. If I had that kind of talent, I'd be clearing dungeons too. Dong Min-chan noticed 2 people leaving the dungeon. There they are. He walked over to greet them. You 2 did an excellent job. Could we perhaps have a few minutes of your time to talk? Dong Min-chan flashed a bright smile, trying to be persuasive. It'll only take a moment. Without hesitation, Kang Yujin started walking away, replying curtly, Not interested. The man quickly called after him. Sir, please wait a moment. He turned back, questioning. What? If you were going to force me to go anyway, why the hell did you bother asking in the first place? Dong Min-chan was inwardly confused. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? He forced a strange smile and replied, Please forgive my impoliteness. He raised a hand and cleared his throat with a cough. Dongmin Chan offered his business card and continued, "Allow me to get straight to the point. Our H Guild would like to recruit you too." Kang Ujin continued to be cold, replying bluntly, "Not free." Hong Sung-gu hurried after him, calling out, "Boss." From behind, Dong Min-chan called out in a loud voice, "Hold on. It seems you don't have a very favorable impression of our Hammer Guild." He stopped, let out a sigh, then turned back to ask, "You guys are one of the top 3 guilds in the country, aren't you?" The man smiled and replied, "So, you have heard of us." Dong Min-chan continued to explain, "Our guild offers the best treatment only to the most promising awoken. If you two agree to join, we guarantee we'll provide the best support services." Kang Yujin cut him off. Min-chan kept his smile, waiting for him to speak. Kang Yujin's voice dropped to a growl as he warned, "I'm in a really bad mood. Stop bothering me." The scene changes, and a voice calls out. His mother, completely shocked, exclaims, "What is all this?" The real estate agent smiles and says, "Please, take a look around." Sua ran in, shouting, "Mom, the yard is huge." His mother turned to him and asked, "How are you going to buy a house this nice? We don't have the money." Kang Yujin immediately held up the transaction screen for his mother to see and replied, "What do you mean? We don't have money? This is what I earned just today." She gasped, "Oh my goodness. How did you make all this money?" Kang Yujin smiled and replied, "The truth is, I'm an awoken." His mother was still stunned. "An awoken? Does that mean you have to go into dungeons to earn this money?" She cried out in alarm, "Isn't that work extremely dangerous? Since when have you been?" She was terribly worried. "That's how I lost your father. I can't let my son go through the same thing." He quickly tried to explain, "It's okay, Mom. Your son isn't as weak as you think. It's just like catching bugs, really." But his mother wouldn't let it go. Even so, just then, Kang Sua ran over and interrupted. "Mom, can I get a dog? You said we could get one when we bought a house with a yard." She looked up, pleading, "Can I, please?" Her mother replied, "Just a moment, honey." Yujin spoke up again, "Mom, please don't worry." He bent down and stroked his little sister's hair, continuing, "All those things you've worked so hard for all this time, I can get them for us now. From now on, just trust in me." The 3 of them stood there silently in the yard of the new house. The scene shifts to an alley at night. Kang Ujin appears and calls out in a low voice, "Bibi, come here." An orb of energy immediately appeared before him, but then it dissipated in an instant, startling Yujin. He called out again, "Come on, Bibi." The swirling energy appeared again, building up only to inexplicably disappear. Kang Yujin looked down the alley ahead, where a faint light was glowing, and asked, "What is that?" A small animal emerged from the shadows. Yujin gasped, startled. "Is that you, Bibi? Why are you a cat?" The small black cat looked at him and let out a meow. Kang Yujin picked her up and asked his question. Bibi explained, "I can't change back to my true form, so I can't stop chasing little bugs." He wondered to himself, can she only return to her true form inside a dungeon? Why would that be? Kang Yujin looked at her and asked, "What about Chanet's energy? Can you still feel it?" Bibi replied, "No. It smells so nice here. It smells like peace." He stood there, lost in thought. A demon, enjoying peace. Does this mean Chanet's energy hasn't had any effect yet? Just then, a voice came from behind Yujin. "You're interested in stray cats? That's a side of you I didn't expect to see." Yujin immediately turned to face him. "I'm Lee Sang-ho, leader of the Warang Guild. If you have time, could I speak with you for a moment?" The scene shifts to a cafe where Hong Sung-gu is sitting, frowning and muttering, "I just can't figure that guy out." He remembered asking Kang Yujin about it while they were in the car. "Hey, boss, why did you turn down the Hammer Guild's offer? Was there some special reason?" Yujin had anting the bored tone. "I just hate taking orders from other people." Hong Sung-gu had smiled in admiration. "I see. That's our boss for you." Then he laughed, thinking that not even a guild as powerful as Hammer could sway the boss's pride. But seeing Kang Ujin's face then, Hong Sung-gu had secretly wondered, did he really turn them down just for that? Back in the present, he laughed excitedly. Who cares what the reason was? We're about to achieve the dream we've always wanted. Hong Sung-gu told himself, "The important thing is that I trust and support the boss from here on out." At that moment, a sales representative walked over with a file. "Excuse me, sir, have you been waiting long?" The man sat down, pulling out a contract and a pen, and asked, "Would you like to sign now?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Sung-gu immediately agreed. Of course. The scene cuts back to the cafe. Sang-ho is speaking. "First of all, I want to sincerely apologize for the incident yesterday." The two sat across from each other as he continued. "You had a little run-in with Jeon Hai. Is that right?" Kang Yujin repeated the name, confused. Jeon Hai? He thought back to her appearance and then asked, "Oh, You mean the red-haired girl? Sang-ho explained, yes, that's my little sister. She has a very hot temper. He smiled and added, she cares deeply about our guild, so if there was any serious trouble, I'm prepared to offer you full compensation. Kang Ujin asked bluntly, I don't need any compensation. Why did you really seek me out? Sang-ho's calm demeanor didn't falter. You're sharp. His tone became serious. To be perfectly honest, I've been observing you for some time. Your incredible speed at clearing dungeons. That's not something a D rank should be capable of. With that kind of speed, you have to be at least a C rank, Sang-ho said with conviction, and I'm sure you'll climb even higher soon. Kang Ujin thought, annoyed, great, I get rid of the Hammer Guild, and now the Warang Guild shows up. So he asked bluntly, let me guess, you want to recruit me, don't you? Only then did Sang-ho make his offer, precisely. I'm asking you to join our guild. I promise to provide you with optimized training methods perfectly suited to your specific skill set. Kang Yujin seemed intrigued. Optimized methods suited to my skills, you say? Then he smiled, a challenging glint in his eye. Then how about this? If I defeat you, you give me your seat as the guild leader. Sang-ho replied calmly. The rumors were right. Your confidence is really something else. He smiled and continued, but I don't lead the Warring Guild based on my power as an Awoken alone. My B-rank abilities are nothing compared to those of an A-rank. Sang-ho affirmed, meeting Kang Yujin's doubtful stare. So even if you did defeat me, I couldn't give you my position. Yujin immediately stood up to leave. In that case, I've lost interest. Goodbye. As he turned to leave, Sang-ho asked, why do you think dungeons appeared? His voice was grave. It's been 5 years since the dungeon shock. To this day, they remain an unsolved problem. He continued his story, but every year, the dungeons expand further and more dangerous monsters have begun to appear. However, humanity wasn't the least bit cautious about these things. They even started mining bloodstones for profit. Kang Yujin paused to listen, but one thing was certain. Earth, as well as South Korea, would be in danger if things continued at this rate. Sang-ho looked at him with conviction. I believe my mission is to gather the Awakened to prevent that from happening. He made his offer. I hope you can lend us your strength. The scene changes to the Hem Guild Hall in the morning, where the continuous clicking of a mouse can be heard. Hemin sat there anxiously, not daring to make a sound. He glanced at Min Chan's expression and thought to himself, my God, he's in a foul mood first thing in the morning. Just then, information popped up on the screen that caught Hemin's attention. He turned to inform his team leader. Those two booked a dungeon at Gon, exit 6 yesterday. The team leader snapped back irritably. That bastard. Why are you yapping about him so early in the morning? It's so annoying. He stood there muttering. He probably thinks he's hot stuff, but no matter how good he is, he's C rank at best. Hemin added, team leader, is this a 4-star dungeon? His words made Min Chan spit out his coffee. He immediately ran over to look. What, they booked it for just the two of them again? Min Chan's eyes froze with suspicion. Those bastards, had they lost their minds? If they were just going in for support or to mine bloodstones, that might be believable. But no F-rank Awakened would dare set foot in a 4-star dungeon. Clearly, they were just two amateurs, booking this type of dungeon without even knowing the basic information. Min Chan stroked his chin, deep in thought. What kind of skills do they have to dare complete a 4-star dungeon by themselves? He turned and asked, do we have a 4-star dungeon nearby? Hemin replied, yes, sir. It's Ga Wachun, exit 11. Min Chan continued, they're right next to each other. Go ahead and change their reservation to that dungeon. Hearing this, the man looked over, confused. What? You still haven't given up? Dumb Min Chan replied with a bitter smile. You idiot. Give up my ass. This time, I'll definitely catch them. If you want to catch a fish, you have to cast your line at the right time. The scene changes to the inside of a BMW, with music playing. Hong Sung-gu was driving and exclaimed, this car is so smooth. He said with a bright smile, I prepared this one because it'd be a waste to drive you in that small car. Kang Yujin also laughed and asked, what's this car called? A Rendor. This confused him a little. Is he from another world? How does he not know what a BMW is? Sung-gu cheerfully affirmed, I'll continue to serve you to the best of my ability. Kang Yujin replied with satisfaction. Then let's do our best today, too. After that, the two of them headed to the location they had booked. Someone's voice rang out. What's an F-rank Awakened like you doing in a 4-star dungeon, and with only 2 people? Hong Sung-gu stood there explaining, we told you, it's fine. We're going in because we're confident we can clear it. But the supervising staff member immediately dismissed him. I already said no. He still tried to persuade him. We won't hold you responsible. Just let us in. The supervisor was adamant. If you want to off yourselves, go to the Han River. Why come in here? No means no. Those are the rules. Hong Sung-gu stood there, looking worried, unable to argue. He then sadly turned back towards Kang Yujin, Hong Sung-gu scratched his head in confusion and reported, "It's no good. They said, we'll never be allowed inside." "I'm sorry. I should have looked into it more carefully before we came," he replied gently. "It can't be helped. I'll go to the administration office to refresh it. Find a 3-star dungeon in this area." Just then, Min Chan walked over and said, "We meet again." He was with Hemin. What a coincidence. "Excuse me, but may I ask what you two are planning to do? If possible, I'd like to lend a hand." Min Chan's eyes radiated a sincere yet calculating look. "Would that be all right?" Kang Yujin replied bluntly. "Coincidence, my ass." He put his hands on his hips and continued, "So, how can you help me? The sea moves near Wachin Station, Chumin Main Integrated Station. You two must not have known that only a C-rank strike force can enter a 4-star dungeon." He gestured towards the dungeon. "This is a 4-star dungeon managed by our guild. We've already prepared the reservation, so you can use it as you please." This made Kang Ujin a bit suspicious. "You're too kind. Nothing in this world is free." Min Chan smiled and replied, "I'm just expressing my goodwill. I'll take care of the rank adjustment, so feel free to conquer it." He stepped forward and said, "If you're going to be that kind, then I'll gratefully accept your offer." He replied politely, "You're very generous. Before you go in, please wait a moment. I prepared a gift for you too." Kang Ujin wondered, "You even prepared something like that?" Min Chan turned to leave, replying, "Please wait a moment." The car trunk was already open. He looked at what was inside and muttered, "Nothing in this world is free." Dung Min Chan laughed heartily, feeling smug. "Even if I don't ask for anything, every favor comes with a debt. If you treat someone to a meal, they'll surely feel obligated to treat you next time." He calculated silently. Even if he's an awakened with monstrous potential, he's still just a naive 24-year-old. "Kang Yujin, I've got you right in the palm of my hand." Hemin walked over to chat. "You're completely different from yesterday." Kang Yujin immediately asked, "How so?" He answered frankly, "You were really hard to talk to yesterday." Kang Yujin explained, "I was in a bad mood yesterday." He thought to himself, "My mind was a mess thinking about Chanet." Hemin smiled and continued, "You must be the type who works based on your mood. You seem to be in a very good mood today. How about we go for a drink later?" Kang Ujin replied cheerfully. "Sounds good." That one sentence was enough to make him secretly gloat. "You little brat, I'll make you sign a contract and become the Hem Guild's property for 2 years. Kang Yujin, you're going to join the Hem Guild, right?" Hemin was already thinking about how to manipulate Yujin over drinks. He continued to propose, "I know a really great place. Let's go check it out." Kang Yujin asked curiously, "Where is it?" Over on the side, Hong Sung-gu spoke with exasperation. "These guys are flattering the wrong person. No matter how much they suck up to him, he'll never join." A moment later, Dung Min Chan returned. He looked around and then froze. Min Chan walked over and asked, "Where did they go?" Hemin replied, "They went into the dungeon." Hearing that, he trembled with anger and asked through gritted teeth, "They already went into the dungeon? Didn't I say I was going to get them a gift?" Hemin explained, "You were going to wait here until they finished the clear anyway. Why not just give it to them when they come out?" The bag in his hand immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Hemin's eyes widened as he looked over and exclaimed, "Is this a survival kit?" Inside the bag were the essential tools for a dungeon clear. Dung Min Chan asked in a low voice, "How much do you think a couple of F-rank kids who want to challenge a rank 4 dungeon actually know about high-rank dungeons?" He was starting to get worried. The recommended rank for conquering a rank 4 dungeon was D rank, with a C rank party leader. Min had suspected Kang Ujin was only an F rank in name only, and seeing the speed at which he cleared the rank 3 dungeon, he probably had the ability to defeat the monsters in a rank 4-1. However, the mechanics of high-rank dungeons from 4 to 6 are fundamentally different from low-rank dungeons. If they went in without any information or survival gear, even a high-rank awakened one couldn't guarantee a safe return. He clutched his head, regretting his mistake. "We were trying to show our goodwill, but we've just sent them to their deaths." Inside the dungeon, Kang Ujin scoffed, "Is this really a rank 4 dungeon? The monsters aren't even that strong." Hong Sung-gu replied, "I'm not sure. Maybe its difficulty is lower than average." Kang Ujin added, "Could be. Look for the return stone." The dungeon space fell unusually silent. He wondered, "What? There's no return stone." Hong Sung-gu turned in shock. "That's impossible." Kang Yujin stroked his chin, thinking, "Is it because my search skill level is too low?" He then requested they go back and search again. The two of them walked through the dark dungeon. Kang Ujin sounded confused. "It's not here. What's going on?" Hong Sung-gu looked up and said, "The entrance is up there." He stared in stunned silence and asked, "What is that?" It had also caught Kang Ujin's attention. Above the staircase in front of them, another gate had appeared. He looked up and wondered, "Is this why the return stone didn't appear? Do we have to go through?" Kang Yujin gave a cold smile. I was just wondering why it was so easy. Looks like this is only the beginning. The two of them stepped through the gate. On the other side was a space as dense with trees as a forest. Kang Yujin froze in shock at what he saw, asking himself, were we transported to another dimension? Hong Sung-gu suddenly called out in a low voice, Sir. Kang Yujin looked over to see him without any clothes on and immediately snapped. What are you doing? Yujin scowled, asking, Why'd you take your clothes off? You're gonna blind me. Hong Sung-gu whimpered in reply. You're naked too. It was only then that he realized. Wait, only our bodies were transported? Deep within the forest, a loud roar echoed, startling the birds into flight. The two stood there, one worried, the other excited. Kang Ujin put his hands on his hips and declared, this must be the real start of the rank 4 dungeon. Then, Kang Ujin summoned outfits for them to wear. Hong Sung-gu looked at him, curious. Just how many skills do you have? He recalled earlier when Yujin had given him clothes and demanded, first, put on some decent clothes. Hong Sung-gu now thought to himself, I thought he could handle this situation, but I have no idea what he's been doing this whole time. Meanwhile, Kang Yujin was still staring at the screen in front of him, deep in thought. He calculated that he was currently at level 10. Thanks to the power of his additionally transferred skills, his stats were even higher than other normal level 10s, but it would still be very difficult to take on a rank 4 dungeon. In the Ranky dungeon, his Necromancer skills weren't enough, but if the number of enemies was small, Kang Yujin could still defeat them all, even without any preparation. A series of notifications popped up. Unique skills of a warrior. You have acquired Warrior's Intuition. You have acquired Warrior's Rage. You have acquired Leap. You have acquired Haste. You have acquired Steel Punch. He held the steel staff in his hand and said, time to get ready for battle. I wonder how strong level 31 is. The scene shifted to outside the dungeon. At the entrance gate, Dong Min-chan stood with his hand on the barrier, saying, this barrier still hasn't disappeared. They've been in there for quite some time now. Hemin wondered, how long do you think they can hold out? Will they be able to fight that crocodile? He frowned at her and asked, with their bare hands? Only then did Hemin realize the survival supplies were still here. A high-ranked dungeon doesn't allow one to bring in any items from Earth. The only things allowed through the dungeon system gate are items that belong to the dungeon itself. Min clutched his head and said, even if they can beat that crocodile, they'll still have to face a bigger problem, food and water. Inside the dungeon, a massive tremor shook the ground, sending dust, rocks, and trees flying everywhere. Hong Sung-gu anxiously reported, Sir, something's coming. A giant crocodile charged out of the dust cloud. With agile footwork, he pushed off the ground to gain momentum. Then, Kang Ujin leaped into the air above the crocodile. He marveled, so this is Warrior's Intuition. In that case, why don't I give it a try? The level 31 Kong crocodile opened its massive jaws, aiming upwards. Outside, Min-chan was still fraught with worry. Even in the Amazon rainforest, it would be difficult to survive without those basic necessities. The danger level inside this dungeon is many times higher. Hemin, beside him, was a bit dejected. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. In another scene, a skewer of meat was roasting over a red flame. The food was gone in a flash from the skewer held in Hong Sung-gu's hand. He ate with a smile, exclaiming, Sir, this is so good. Kang Yujin replied, crocodile meat is a real delicacy. Take it down, grill it like this, and it's absolutely delicious. Try this. Eating crocodile meat and drinking beer is the perfect combo. Hong Sung-gu chugged his beer, his face turning red. Sir, this is delicious too. Kang Yujin looked over at his junior with a fond expression. Outside, Hemin's voice rang out. Captain, they've been in there for quite a while now. She wondered, after this long, can we even be sure they're still alive in that forest? Min-chan replied, if it's just one crocodile, they could. Use some kind of summoning skill as bait to avoid it. But even that wouldn't be enough to get through the swamp. Hemin's expression darkened with worry. You mentioned a swamp. The swamp, which appears periodically in the jungle, is a death trap for melee fighters. Because your feet get stuck in the mire, you have to fight a whole troop of Huck-Goal monkeys while also dealing with a giant anaconda at the same time. Sung-gu warned in a panic. Sir, the only ranged fighter up there is Hong Sung-gu, and his fireballs won't be strong enough to stop the attack from the horde of Huck-Goal monkeys. The two lowered their heads in worry, sighing together, it's tough, really tough. Inside the dungeon, fireballs were being launched. Their target, the Huck-Goal monkeys in the trees. Kang Ujin shouted with excitement, burn them all. Sung-gu was shocked, thinking, he has that skill too? In front of them was a group of skeleton mages, each holding a magic staff. Information. Summon skeleton mage. Uses a monster's corpse as a medium to summon one skeleton mage. Level 10 limit. 20 mana. Outside, Dong Min Chan was eating a cup of instant noodles while he waited. Hemin worriedly said, "Captain, it's been 4 hours. Do you think they'll be able to clear that dungeon and get out?" He replied in a low voice, "I don't know either. Monsters aren't the only danger in a high-level dungeon. That place is full of plants, animals, and insects completely different from Earth." Min Chan asked, "How much do you think they know about the ecosystem over there?" Hemin blurted out, "Oh no, what if they accidentally eat a poisonous plant?" Min Chan replied grimly, "They'd be done for." Meanwhile, Hong Sung-gu was holding a juicy red fruit, about to eat it. After taking a bite, he exclaimed, "Eating fruit from the mountain forest is the best. It's so sweet." Kang Ujin added, "If you eat that fruit without cooking it first, you'll definitely die." Hearing that, Hong Sung-gu quickly spat it out, then complained, "You should have told me sooner." Hong Sung-gu turned and asked, "But how do you know all this stuff?" He replied, "I just know. What's there to worry about?" He thought to himself, "How do I know? Because this place is just like where I lived for 20 years. Outside the dungeon, night had fallen. Hemin was still sitting there and asked, "But Captain, why are you trying so hard to recruit Kang Ujin? Our guild isn't even that interested in it." He answered with a sigh, "Hemin, I have never once doubted my own eyes." Hemin said with a bright smile, "You mean about how you scout promising awakened ones, right? Is it because you believe Park In-gu was an awakened with great potential, so you recruited him for our guild?" Min Chan affirmed, "That's right. And now I'm also confident that Kang Ujin is stronger than Park In-gu." This left Hemin a bit stunned. Stronger than Park In-gu? The two sat there, talking back and forth. Exactly. It would be a huge waste if he didn't join a guild. Losing an awakened one like him would be an immense loss for humanity. Hemin replied, "I just hope he can make it back alive. I never knew you worried so much, Captain." Then she stood up cheerfully. "Let's pray together." "He will definitely make it back alive," Dong Min Chan replied, "but it'll be difficult." This made Hemin freeze with worry. He continued, "The Guardian of the Returned Stone is an incredibly tough opponent." Hearing that, Hemin thought to herself, "I mean, who doesn't know that? We just need to pray he comes back alive." Dong Min Chan ruffled her hair and said grimly, "He might already be dying." Hemin frowned, "Can't this guy be a little less pessimistic?" Inside the dungeon, the two had passed through the forest and arrived in a drier, more barren land. Hong Sung-gu's eyes widened as he looked ahead and said, "Bro, that's the returned stone." In front of them, the stone glittered atop something that looked like an altar. Hong Sung-gu started walking toward it, complaining, "Finally made it to this damn place." Immediately, Kang Ujin grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. The ground in front of them suddenly collapsed, revealing a spike trap below. Hong Sung-gu exclaimed in fear, "A trap! I almost died." He turned and said gratefully, "Thank you." Yujin's gaze was now intensely focused. Seeing this, Hong Sung-gu also turned to look and asked, "What are you looking at?" Kang Ujin was startled when he saw them. A horde of orcs with sharp teeth. Kang Yujin said softly, "This is a little unexpected. Aren't these orcs from Anfen?" In front of the two were orc warriors and shamans ranging from level 41 to 45. In Anfen society, there are humans, demons, dwarves, beastmen, and other races. Orcs are one of them, but why are they in a hidden dungeon? Kang Ujin stood there silently, deep in thought for a moment. Then he looked directly at them and asked, "What are you doing here?" His attitude stunned both Hong Sung-gu and the entire horde of orcs. The orcs in the back chattered amongst themselves in their own language. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? How can a human speak our language?" Kang Yujin replied in the orc tongue, "That's not important. I'll ask again, what are you doing here?" The orc replied in a deep voice, "We have lost our homeland." He asked again, "Did the demon Chanet invade it?" He answered, "Yes." After a piece of the balance disappeared, Chanet became the master of that place. "We are here because of a pact with him." The answer made Kang Ujin freeze. He repeated his words. "A pact?" The axe in the orc's hand was raised high. He swung it down and affirmed in a deep voice, "Based on this pact, Earth will now be ours." After hearing that, Kang Ujin laughed and replied, "Earth never belonged to Chanet. That pact is fundamentally useless." Then he drew his weapon. "You dare invade this place? You've got guts." The leader ordered, "Warriors, advance and defeat the enemy." The entire horde of orcs immediately obeyed, charging toward the two of them. Kang Ujin focused, preparing for battle. The massive number of monsters charged aggressively, but Kang Ujin remained calm. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon. Hemin looked at the entrance and said, "Captain, it's not looking good. It's been 6 hours and 20 minutes. Min Chan rubbed his chin and replied, "A full day has passed inside the hidden dungeon." He thought to himself, does that mean they cleared a 4-star, A-rank hidden dungeon with just 2 people? Hemin suddenly exclaimed, "The countdown is gone." Min Chan stood there, praying silently. Please. He waited, genuinely worried. Come out. Please, come back alive. The barrier had now vanished, revealing the dark station stairs leading deep underground. After waiting for a while, everything remained silent. Hemin spoke up. They still haven't come out. I guess this was too much for them. Min Chan sighed and ordered, let's pack up. We should use the cart to clear things out. But what appeared before him left him stunned. Min Chan saw two people walking up with their arms full of loot and blurted out, Mr. Kang Ujin. He said excitedly, congratulations on returning safely. Kang Yujin smiled and asked back, why do you look so happy? Later, as their car drove down the road, Kang Ujin's voice could be heard. We didn't really need the relief kit, but that offensive gear was great. He looked at the list, then turned to ask, is crocodile leather really that expensive? We did manage to get it. Hong Sung-gu smiled and replied, I know, right? Yujin admonished him, Sung-gu, make sure you bring it next time. He gave a strained laugh, thinking to himself, I'm fine with mining bloodstones, but now I have to butcher monster corpses too. My dream of becoming a fire mage is slowly slipping away. Something outside caught Kang Yujin's attention. Hong Sung-gu asked curiously, what is it, bro? He looked at the couple outside and answered, that's Jemin. Drive over to them. Over there, two people were talking when a loud voice called out, Jemin. He looked over, startled. Seeing Kang Ujin in the car waving at him, Jemin was a bit surprised and called out, Hyung. The girl next to him looked a little confused. Kang Yujin asked, on a date with your girlfriend? Jemin explained, no, this is my older sister. Then he introduced them, Nuna. This is the guy who helped me. I told you about him. After hearing that, she asked hesitantly, you're Kang Yujin? He was a little surprised that she knew him. The scene changes to the Hem Guild headquarters, where a person is holding a piece of paper and saying, the vice chairman position. He asked, is he really worth all this trouble? Just then, a beep sounded, and a voice announced, Chairman, Vice Chairman Park In-gu is here. He walked in and said, Captain Dung, you're here too. Dung Min Chan immediately excused himself, saying, yes, I was just preparing things. Please, continue your discussion. Du Jemin wondered, what's with the captain? Du Run replied, I have no idea. Apparently, he found some Necromancer and is now asking me about giving that guy the vice chairman position. Hearing this, he said, if Captain Dung is the one asking, it means we have to secure that Necromancer by any means necessary. The chairman asked, why do we need to do that? This guy has been making a big fuss about recruiting talented people lately. Everyone he brings in is terrible. Captain Dung was lucky to find you. Park In-gu gave a wry smile at that. Don't be too hard on him. Du Run crossed his arms and asked, whatever. More importantly, what's the situation in America? He replied, the rumors seem to be true. Based on how they returned, we can be sure there's someone new in the Titan Guild. The chairman furrowed his brow, thinking about the rumor being true that someone had escaped the secret dungeon. The scene changes to another location, where a long-haired girl stands by a window, looking out at the city at night. Her image appeared on a screen as a voice asked, how is she? The monitoring staff replied, no change. She can't understand our language and just keeps repeating strange words. The person added, it seems to be an impairment caused by an injury. Din Kun, commander of the Titan team, responded, I understand. In any case, she's a key factor in uncovering the secrets of the hidden dungeon. Find a way to treat her so we can communicate. The staff member immediately complied. Yes, Captain. He frowned, thinking, it's been 5 years since the hidden dungeons appeared. Will we finally uncover their secrets? Meanwhile, the girl was still speaking that strange language. She placed her hand on the glass, hesitantly uttering a single word, Jane, before she clearly vocalized the name, Kang Yujin. In an old building, a few rooms still had their lights on. The scene shifts inside, where a desk lamp is still lit. On the calendar, countless dates were circled and noted. Although it was late at night, someone was studying in the room. Du Jemin sighed with worry as he did his homework. Sigh. I'm so worried. Nothing bad is going to happen, right? He recalled the scene from the afternoon, feeling even more confused. I just can't understand what he's thinking anymore. Kang Yujin, sitting in a car, looked up with a friendly expression and invited him. We're thinking of getting some barbecue. Want to come along? The scene changes to a barbecue restaurant open at night. He takes a shot of soju and looks pleasantly surprised. Wow, I can't believe JW is Du Jemin's older sister. Kang Yujin then showered her with compliments. Has it been 20 years? No, it's been 5 years, and you're still just as beautiful. It's not true. She reacted with flustered panic, waving her hands. What are you talking about? I'm not. But hearing this, he just laughed and said, you're too modest. Hey, Hong Sung-gu, she used to be the most popular girl in our school. I bet at least half the guys had a crush on her. Hearing that praise, he had to chime in. Oh, You must have been a total knockout back then. JW, extremely embarrassed, waved her hands and tried to explain. It wasn't that big of a deal. Kang Yujin blushed, remembering his past crush. Well, I was one of that half. In his eyes, her image had always been radiant. She was lively, beautiful, and friendly to everyone. JW looked down, blushing, and wondered shyly, has Kang Ujin always been this talkative? Suddenly, he turned to her with a curious look. But why are you wearing a hat? Did you forget to wash your hair today? A little startled, she turned and stammered out an explanation. Ah, well, I just like wearing hats. Hong Sung-gu felt a bit awkward himself. Sipping his drink, he glanced over, thinking, I know the boss has always been brutally honest. Finding it an eyesore, Kang Ujin suggested. It looks uncomfortable. Why don't you just take it off? But JW shyly shook her head and waved her hands in refusal. It's okay. I'm fine. Even he, sitting right next to him, was surprised by this behavior. How could he say that to a lady? Then Hong Sung-gu's eyes suddenly widened. He froze, his mouth agape. Wait a minute. After a moment, he finally figured it out. Don't tell me. My bro has never been on a date before. But Kang Ujin, oblivious, just kept enjoying his food. This steak is really good. Hong Sung-gu could only helplessly accept the truth. It seems what the boss said to her was purely out of goodwill. But looking around, he realized just how awkward the atmosphere had become. To break the ice, Hong Sung-gu suggested, Hey, how about we play a game? Hearing that, he seemed a bit surprised and emphasized, Huh, what kind of game? He immediately stressed the importance of the game. You can't go drinking without playing some games, can you? Kang Ujin still looked clueless, glancing over. Why are we suddenly playing a game? After a round of lively drinking, a song rang out. One little duck spreads its two little wings. Hong Sung-gu held up a bottle as a microphone and sang. It quacks that the readers over there are so annoying. Getting worked up, he flapped his shirt and continued to sing, Oh winter, please let it snow. So those netizens and readers will get what's coming to them. Unable to stand it anymore, Wu Jin spoke up, annoyed. Hong Sung-gu, why don't you plant your butt back down before I smash your head in? Then he turned to the other side of the table and sighed. It seems Kang Yujin was looking at JW, who had her head down on the table. She's completely wasted. Suddenly, the passed-out JW stirred slightly. The hat on her head gently fell onto the table. Hong Sung-gu's eyes were suddenly glued to her. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept rubbing them. Am I so drunk that my vision's blurry? A blonde girl who had just walked in quickly started gossiping. Hey, see that girl's head? Looks like she has a burn or something. After staring for a moment, Hong Sung-gu became shy and stammered. Boss, Sis's head, it looks like. Hearing this, Kang Ujin also glanced down. The scar on JW's forehead was now exposed, but he didn't seem to care. He reached for the hat. Chi, what the hell is there to gossip about? Kang Ujin calmly put the hat back on JW's head and stated, So what? She's still beautiful. Then he turned and urged, Gu, finish your drink. Let's go. Hearing this, he quickly complied. Yes, sir. The scene changes back to the sister's apartment. Early in the morning, JW groggily opened her eyes, rubbing her head. Ugh, my head hurts. She sat up, looking around in surprise. Du Jemin, who was standing in the kitchen, turned and asked, Oh, you're up? She was startled, asking in confusion. Oh, I'm home. How did I get here? He turned back to explain, then prompted her. You don't remember? Kang Yujin brought you home. Go wash up, I made some soup. JW got out of bed and walked into the bathroom. She looked at her reflection in the mirror in disbelief. Huh? I slept without taking my hat off? Suddenly, JW's eyes flew open in surprise. Ah, an image from the previous night flashed through her mind. JW remembered that Yujin himself had carried her back. She stared blankly at her scar in the mirror. He saw it. I got this when a monster attacked me during the dungeon break 5 years ago. Looking at the scar brought back painful memories of the past, and this scar was the result. She looked at her imperfection, filled with self-doubt. I didn't want him to see it at all. I only wanted him to see me as I was back in school. But then, JW remembered Kang Ujin's reassuring words. So what? She's still beautiful. Her lips parted slightly in surprise. JW clutched the hat in her hands, her head bowed and heart pounding as the scene shifted back to their high school days. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The teacher turned around and asked, Whose turn is it to clean today? Hearing this, Kang Yujin raised his hand and called out, It's me. The teacher then asked for the second person on duty. All right, Kang Ujin and who else? Suddenly, a small hand shot up. He saw the person and turned his head, looking just as surprised. JW then spoke up, reporting clearly, It's me. Seeing this, the teacher gave them a few instructions. Okay then, after everyone leaves, you two can start cleaning. After they finished, Kang Ujin locked the door. She stood behind him and asked worriedly, "Did we forget anything?" He turned to face her and replied vaguely, yeah." Hearing his response, JW watched him with a quiet expression. On the way home, she suddenly turned and shared her honest thoughts. "Hey, Kang Yujin, you're a bit quiet. Huh, just like my little brother. No matter what I say, he just replies with a single word. But upon hearing that, Kang Ujin only replied with one sound. Oh. Seeing him actually speak, JW smiled, amused, and said, "It's finally the second semester, and we're finally talking to each other. Let's talk more from now on." Suddenly, she turned around to ask a favor. "Oh, right, there's something I want to tell you. Can you come a little closer?" Hearing this, Kang Ujin was a bit surprised and curious. "What is it?" She leaned in close to his ear, about to speak. But it was actually Bibi, leaning down to wake Kang Ujin up. "Master, wake up. Master, you slept well." His eyelids fluttered open, and he was in a terribly foul mood. Kang Yujin grumbled, his voice full of suspicion. "Bibi, did you cast a spell on me while I was sleeping?" The scene changes to a spacious hotel lobby. Seeing him walk out, Sung greeted him. "Ah, boss, did you sleep well?" Kang Yujin didn't answer, instead sitting down and asking a question of his own. "So, are we still looking for a 4-star dungeon?" He quickly nodded, confirming the information. "Yes, sir." Hong Sung-gu continued to type carefully on his computer. "I'm trying to find one." The stress was evident on his face. But there aren't many 4-star dungeons. Besides, they all belong to the major guilds, so they're hard to find. He looked up, sighed, and wondered aloud. So what should we do? Worst case, do we go back to 3-star dungeons? After staring at the ceiling for a moment, an idea struck Kang Ujin. He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. "I've got away." Kang Ujin flashed a grin as he made the call. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'll be right there. Please wait a moment." But he impatiently set a specific time limit. 15 minutes, that's all the time I can give you. The person on the other end scrambled to get there. After the call, Hong Sung-gu asked curiously, "Boss, who did you just call?" But he replied with a cryptic question. "Who do you think it was?" He held up his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's someone who will give us everything. No questions asked." After a short while, the door burst open unexpectedly. Min Chan ran inside in a panic. "Mr. Kang Yujin." He turned his head, a satisfied smirk on his face as he praised him. "You're pretty fast." He was panting, drenched in sweat, as he asked, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. What do you need my help with?" A moment later, Min Chan sat down and opened his laptop. "Oh, you two are looking for a 4-star dungeon. The dungeon forums are popular, but they're not very professional." His eyes were firm and resolute as he instructed. "Just a moment." Hong Sung-gu peeked over at the screen, curious. "Oh, is this a guild-exclusive program?" Min Chan didn't say much, only confirming clearly. "Yes." He explained as he typed, "Each guild's support team specializes in these areas." Hearing this, he was surprised. "Oh." Min Chan looked up and began his pitch. "So, did you two stay at this hotel overnight? If you just join our guild, you can live in any hotel you want." He enthusiastically added another offer. "Of course, if you prefer a house, we can provide one for free. Isn't that great?" Hong Sung-gu glanced over and sighed, realizing he was being recruited again. Upon hearing this, Kang Yujin burst out laughing, clearly amused. "Oh, that sounds good." Right after, Min Chan turned his laptop screen around to present. "These are the 4-star dungeons available for reservation today." Kang Yujin leaned in closer in surprise to observe. "Oh, we can book them right away." He then let out an amused laugh, impressed. "Wow, being in a guild is really convenient." The screen displayed detailed information. Guild Dungeon Reservation System, Seoul School Station Exit 2 Dungeon. Seoul Station Exit 6, Konkuk University Station Exit 5, Jamsu Station Exit 4, all 4-star rank. Hearing the praise, Min Chan puffed up his chest with pride. "You're too kind." The scene shifts to a street outside. A staff member approached to report the situation. "Team leader, I've made the reservation." He waved his hand, satisfied. "Good, well done." Suddenly, Min Chan turned around with a bright smile, extending an invitation. "Mr. Kang Yujin, we still have some time until our appointment. Would you like to have a cup of tea in the meantime?" He even added another tempting offer. "If you need, I can give you a guide for the dungeon before we go in. I'm sure it will be a big help." He nodded enthusiastically, quickly agreeing. "Oh, that would be great." Min Chan leaned in closer, making sure to emphasize, "This is high-quality information gathered by our guild. You can trust it." But hearing this, Kang Yujin just said a few words to play along. "Ah, I'm so excited. Suddenly, Hong Sung-gu turned and stared intently. He noticed something strange and shouted excitedly. A dungeon is resetting. Hong Sung-gu watched, mesmerized, then confessed. This is the first time I've ever seen one in person. Hearing this, Min Chan was also startled. What? He then seemed to rush, turning back to urge someone behind him. Hey, Min. Contact the guild right now. The other man quickly pulled out his phone to make the call. Yes, sir. The dungeon on the other side continued its process. Ujin was also focused on it, wondering. A dungeon reset. After a while, reporters appeared at the dungeon. Guards and onlookers were all on edge, fearful and cautious. A warning sign prohibiting entry was placed in front of the dungeon. The light from within the dungeon had also begun to dim. From start to finish, he never took his eyes off it. Min Chan, who had also been watching, finally let out a sigh of relief. Woo! It looks like this dungeon has been cleared. He turned and began his detailed explanation. Dungeons are usually divided into 3 phases. Min Chan then described what was probably the calmest one. The first phase is the mind type, he continued, referring to the phase that had just happened. The second is the reboot. Min Chan finished with the most dangerous phase, and finally, the Fisher type. He went back to describe the characteristics of the dungeons he'd entered before, which were called mind types. Min Chan also gave a brief explanation of how they're formed. They're dungeons that have already been cleared once. After that, regular monsters are summoned into them. He stressed that the job for people like Kang Ujin and other awakened is to go into these mines and harvest bloodstones, just like miners. Min Chan then focused on explaining the time frame. The mine phase usually lasts for 2 to 3 months, but once it's over, the dungeon reboots and becomes something new. As you can see, Soon University's Exit 6 has just rebooted. He turned to him, emphasizing the situation. Right now, a lot of guilds are heading this way, aiming to be the first to clear it. And as for the Fisher-type dungeons, hearing that, Kang Yujin suddenly cut him off. Wait a minute. He had already figured out the key reason. Does that mean this dungeon doesn't have an owner yet? Min Chan didn't hesitate to confirm. Yes. In other words, it's a dungeon searching for a master. As he said that, his eyes suddenly shot open in realization. Min Chan turned, finally guessing his intention. Don't tell me you're thinking of trying to clear it. Kang Yujin didn't hesitate to state his intention plainly. Hearing that, the man quickly tried to stop him. You can't. The monsters on a first clear attempt are far more dangerous than the regular ones in the mine dungeons. Just leave it to the guilds to handle. Ujin put his hands on his hips, calling him out directly. So you're saying your guilds just want to monopolize these dungeons, is that it? Seeing the misunderstanding, Min Chan quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant. After a moment, he finally clarified. According to the regulations, individuals are allowed to attempt to clear, but only after the dungeon's energy levels have been measured. As soon as he heard that, Kang Ujin asked, Energy? Min Chan looked away as he explained. Yes, it's the energy emitted during the reboot process. Look, they're measuring it now. That's what determines the star rank of each dungeon. He even pointed out the different tiers. A 4-star dungeon is for C ranks, a 5-star is for B ranks, and only teams of A rank awaken are allowed to enter a 6-star dungeon. After listening, Yujin stroked his chin and asked a question. You said I was C rank, didn't you? Kang Ujin gave a wide, eager smile. So that means I can go in if it's a 4-star, right? A clear announcement came from the bulletin board. This is a 5-star dungeon. He glanced down, cursing in frustration. Damn it, Min Chan, standing behind him, continued trying to talk him out of it. I really think you should give up on the idea of clearing this. Suddenly, everyone turned their heads in the same direction. Huh? Seeing 3 people approach, everyone started murmuring. It's the Jujak Guild. They're already here? That was fast. The man also watched, his suspicion confirmed. So this dungeon will go to the Huigang Guild, then. Kang Yujin also turned curiously and immediately recognized her. It's her. His mind flashed back to the past, remembering Joan Hai was the one who had walked all over him. You'd better stop showing off those pathetic skills of yours. A smile formed on Kang Yujin's face as he made a decision. I'm not going to let this go so easily. The trio stopped walking. Yujin approached them, acting overly friendly as if going in for a hug. Well, the A-rank awakened are here. I guess this dungeon will be cleared in a flash, then. She quickly recognized the man in front of her. Kang Ujin. John Hai began to say his name. He moved in closer, smiling as he praised her. Oh, so this is an A-rank awakened. That gear looks awesome. She sneered, her expression filled with contempt. I don't think this is the right place for you. This is a 5-star dungeon. Now stop blocking my path. Get lost. Kang Yujin didn't get angry, he just let out a sigh. He just said a few more playful words to break the tension. Come on, don't be so uptight. just letting a guy get a closer look. Yujin reached out and turned her around. A little look won't cause any wear and tear, you know. Startled by the touch, Jeonhai exploded with rage. You son of a bitch, where the hell do you think you're putting your hands? Just then, Hong Sung-gu and Hemin were coming back with drinks. He suddenly stopped, looking ahead curiously. Home? Why is everyone gathered over there? Furious, Jeonhai lashed out. Get your filthy hands off me. Kang Yujin kept the smile on his face. Then, he suddenly slipped and stumbled backward. Humph. It was only then she realized what was happening and shouted in a panic, "Wait, behind you." Kang Ujin let himself fall backward, making sure to emphasize one last point. Oh no, you're the one who pushed me, you know. After he fell in, everyone stared, stunned. The crowd began to panic. No, this is terrible. Someone fell into the dungeon. Hong Sung-gu couldn't believe it either, breaking out in a cold sweat as he watched his boss fall. Inside, the sun was scorching hot over a vast desert of glittering golden sand. Kang Ujin stepped in and surveyed his surroundings. Last time it was a rainforest. Now it's a desert. Ha! He carefully made his way into the sandy expanse. Humph. Suddenly, Yujin was launched straight into the air. A massive maw erupted from beneath the sand dunes. He leaped higher into the air, remaining perfectly calm. Well, that's a friendly welcome. You think a 5-star dungeon is so different. With a yell, Kang Yujin swung his sword down, a smirk of amused contempt on his face. Even so, a monster is just a monster. What's the big deal? But immediately after, its body regenerated, taking Kang Ujin by surprise. Seeing it was unharmed, he broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. What the hell? From every direction, he was surrounded. Oh no! They swarmed him like giant worms, swallowing him whole, but after a moment, there was no other movement. Suddenly, Kang Ujin roared and activated his transformation power. Their bodies were sliced into pieces, falling to the ground. He broke free from their encirclement, a confident look on his face. Good thing I leveled up after killing all those orcs. I faced way more dangerous situations than this. A system notification arrived regarding the level 20 special reward, Warrior Weapon Transformation. Suddenly, Kang Yujin turned his head and stared intently. Something that looked like giant boulders came rolling toward him. He turned, eagerly anticipating what was next. Now what? Kang Yujin tightened his grip on his spear. He then hurled it forward with all his might. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted from that spot. Kang Ujin looked up in disbelief. They explode? He looked at the green smoke billowing into the sky and wondered, and what's with that smoke? Suddenly, the things changed direction and started rolling back toward Kang Ujin. He reacted quickly, raising his hand and commanding, "Arise, bone wall." Immediately after, the system displayed the information clearly. Level 20 skill, Grand Bone Wall, creates a wall using bones from monster corpses. A huge explosion sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Kang Ujin struggled as he poked his head out. Looking exhausted, he clutched his head and ruffled his hair for a moment. Just then, Kang Ujin took out a red potion. He chugged it down so fast that it spilled. After drinking it all, Kang Ujin felt incredibly refreshed. A 5-star dungeon is truly on a whole other level. The system also clearly reported his body's condition. You have recovered from the poisoned state, thanks to the antidote. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon, where everyone was still waiting. A member of the opposing team sneered disdainfully. He's lasting a long time in there. How annoying. He should just give up already. Hong Sung-gu, who was standing opposite him, immediately shot back in anger. He's not just lasting in there. He's conquering it. But the opposing team member looked skeptical. How could a nobody like him possibly conquer it? The man persisted with his taunts. He's probably just trying to save his own skin by hiding somewhere in there. Furious, Hong Sung-gu turned to retort. Just then, Min Chan came up from behind and put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Come on, Sung-gu, we have to believe in Kang Ujin and wait for him to return. He leaned on his friend, taking a deep breath to calm down. He turned his head, asking with a hint of disbelief, do you really think he can conquer this dungeon? But Hong Sung-gu affirmed with absolute confidence, of course. The boss will definitely make it back alive. Dung Min Chan stepped closer, reaching out as he asked curiously, tell us, what kind of skills does this Kang Ujin have? He sharply turned his head away and stated coldly, I have nothing to say. The other man watched him intently, feeling helpless. This kid is really stubborn. He hasn't revealed a single piece of important information from the very beginning. Dung Min Chan turned his head to look towards the dungeon. If Kang Ujin made it back alive, his expression brightened up considerably. It would mean that South Korea had gained its 11th A rank awakened. Back inside the dungeon, the system announced a level up. You have reached level 27. After a few more slashes, the system announced another level up. You have reached level 28. In just a short time, the system announced he had gained 3 levels in a row. Level up. You have reached level 29. Kang Yujin planted his spear in the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, just one more level until I can unlock a new summoning skill. The desert sun was still scorching and incredibly harsh. Kang Yujin pressed forward persistently. Just how big is this desert? There's still no end in sight. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Kang Yujin had spotted a castle in the distance. The scene changes to him heading deep inside it, the abandoned city of Lacresia. He looked up, observing curiously. I can't sense anyone's presence here. Is it really abandoned? Suddenly, a surprise attack came out of nowhere. He had quickly sensed the danger. He deftly dodged to the side, avoiding the blow. Kang Yujin covered his face, looking over with an annoyed expression. Which bastard was that? Immediately after, a voice answered. It was a Naga. With a ferocious look, it demanded, Who are you? For what reason do you dare desecrate this holy temple? He was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A temple? Only then did Kang Yujin recognize it. Ah, I see it now. No wonder it looks so familiar. So it's the holy temple of Arya. Hearing the familiar name, the Naga asked in surprise, You know of the goddess Arya? Kang Ujin replied calmly and naturally, Of course. How could I not know of Anfen's goddess Arya? In the middle of his sentence, he suddenly turned and asked, But why are Arya's disciples invading Earth? Don't tell me. Chanet defeated Arya. Hearing this, it became enraged and demanded, Do not speak of our goddess like that. We are merely joining hands with Chanet for a short time to punish the heretics. Surprised, Kang Yujin asked back, Heretics. The Naga confirmed without hesitation. That's right. It then made a cruel declaration. We will punish the one who betrayed Anfen and fled to Earth, the blue-eyed nun. Grasping this information, he grew suspicious. That nun is on Earth? Kang Ujin raised his spear threateningly. I don't care if you want to capture or kill that nun, but I forbid you from touching Earth. He pointed his spear forward and declared forcefully, Just as you protect your goddess and your temple, I feel the same way about Earth. The Naga raised its weapon, its voice rising as well. I respect your will. In that case, it then summoned its allies. Then it announced, We will kill you before proceeding to Earth. Kang Ujin turned around and realized with a shock they were invisible. He glanced behind him and remarked, That's quite a crowd. And here I thought ambushing people was my specialty. Kang Ujin's face darkened as he pondered. I couldn't sense their presence at all. When he first arrived, he had looked up to confirm he couldn't sense any presence, but was unfortunately attacked by surprise right after. In the end, Kang Ujin had to accept the truth. I guess I have to admit their invisibility skill is higher level than my tracking skill. He looked at the overwhelming number of enemies and thought to himself, With my current skeleton soldiers, fighting them is going to be tough. After a moment of thought, Kang Yujin decided to use his skill points to upgrade the skeleton soldier summoning skill to level 20. Immediately, his legion of skeleton soldiers began to change. The skeletons became sturdier and grew taller. They were instantly equipped with additional weapons. The skeleton soldiers now had a completely new look. The system sent a notification with a detailed explanation. The skeleton soldier summoning skill has reached level 20. The form of the skeleton soldiers will change according to their rank. They now had shields and swords, ready for battle. Kang Yujin's tone now held a new level of confidence. Well, even so, he gripped his spear tightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, We still have to fight to see who comes out on top. The Naga also grew excited, grinning menacingly. The monsters on its side immediately showed their ferocity. The skeleton soldiers charged forward with their shields and swords, and the clash of weapons rang out as the two sides collided. The battle grew increasingly tense and terrifying. Kang Yujin glanced behind him. Seeing the sharp tip of a sword rushing at him, he quickly spun around, his reflexes allowing him to attack on both sides. Suddenly, 3 more things shot towards him from a distance. Kang Yujin quickly leaped backward, dodging the attack. He tensed up and turned his head to see what it was. Looking up, Kang Yujin spotted 3 figures hiding and grew angry. These bastards. He quickly extended his hand and ordered his skeleton soldiers to attack. Bone spear. But the target was faster, ducking behind a wall and avoiding the hit. Kang Yujin was furious. The creature took that chance to stab him from behind with its weapon. But just then, Yujin was faster, summoning a defensive barrier. Bone wall fortress. Dust and debris flew up from the ground. Kang Ujin glanced outside cautiously. They weren't giving him an inch. He quickly analyzed the differences between the two sides. There's a huge gap in power levels between their side and mine. But the most troublesome part is that their forces are not only numerous but also have the upper hand in close-quarters combat. Yujin clearly listed the opponent's strengths, not to mention how they were using the terrain for both offense and defense, making it difficult for his side to even approach them. Yujin was starting to fall into a disadvantageous position. It seemed that both Bibi and the skeleton soldiers were useless in the current situation. Although the skeleton soldiers seemed more useful, he turned to observe the entire battlefield with concern. The enemy was destroying our forces faster than we were destroying theirs. In this dire situation, Kang Ujin gripped his weapon and made his final decision. There was no other choice. The scene shifts back to the real world, where a news report is being broadcast. It has been 10 hours since the incident, but the barrier shows no signs of disappearing. Mr. Kang Ujin, the victim of the incident, has been identified as a C-rank Mach-awakened being. They even had a reporter live at the scene, and the fact that he had survived until now was being called a miracle. The guild leader crossed his arms, watching with a skeptical look. Did he really go there just to get famous? He stared intently, looking furious. To think he'd have the nerve to show his face after I gifted the Warring Guild a 5-star dungeon for free. When he gets back, I'll give him a piece of my mind. At the scene, Min Chan handed over a bowl of food to comfort his friend. Come on, eat up, Hong Sung-gu. You should eat something while we wait. The minimum time to clear a 5-star dungeon is 12 hours. I don't even know what the maximum time is. He hung his head low, blaming himself. The boss must be facing so many obstacles in there, and yet here I am, just sitting around. Finally, Hong Sung-gu agreed to take the bowl of black bean noodles. He then made the decision to eat. I'll just eat first. The scene shifts back inside the dungeon, where skeleton soldiers lie scattered on the ground. The creature stabbed its sharp weapon straight into one's face. Then, it decisively pulled the weapon out. The Naga approached him, its voice dripping with contempt. With just this, you dare to invade our temple? But at that moment, Kang Ujin just cracked a smile. Ah, a 5-star dungeon is a little more troublesome than I thought. Hearing this, the creature found it laughable and scoffed. You can still spout such nonsense. But right then, Ujin asserted firmly, it's not nonsense. Kang Ujin stood up with an arrogant smile and took out an item. Look here. I've leveled up. The Naga was hit by a sudden bright light and shielded its eyes. What the hell? The surrounding space began to change strangely. A giant hand slammed down on the ground. Something with rippling muscles began to rise. The Naga looked up in disbelief and horror. What is this thing? Seeing it appear, Yujin quickly broke into a grin. Long time no see, Rocky. He majestically mounted Rocky. The system simultaneously sent another notification. Summon Golem. A sand golem has been summoned to a designated area. Yujin glanced down, a smug look on his face. He didn't hesitate to give it an order. Crush it. Rocky obeyed, slamming its giant hand down on the ground. The creature turned back, frantically calling for aid. Warriors, form ranks, now. But Kang Yujin was just as quick, immediately commanding, my subordinates, advance. It let out a ferocious, terrifying roar. The opposing army also readied their weapons, preparing themselves. A massive commotion erupted right at the temple. The statue of the goddess was shattered in the process, and the entire area became a desolate wasteland. Kang Ujin strode forward with growing confidence. Now, it's just you left. The Naga felt a surge of fear, gritting its teeth in a mix of terror and anger. Yujin moved closer, his voice challenging. Besides your numbers, do you have anything else to show me? The creature's anger flared, and it cursed back, you bastard. It didn't bother with more words. As it swung its spear, Yujin didn't say much, just gave a smirk. Kang Yujin raised his hammer, using a skill. Transform into hammer form, use storm, strike. The Naga seized the opportunity, wanting to strike first to gain the upper hand. Die. Yujin just smiled without hesitation, shouting 2 words, activate. A sand tornado rose up in the middle of the vast desert. After raging for a while, the tornado finally began to weaken. The Naga could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. He coughed incessantly, blood pouring from his mouth. Seeing this pathetic state, Kang Ujin had to marvel. You're a really stubborn one. Still trying to prove to me that you're a final boss of a different class. Are you? The Naga ground its teeth in fury, unable to believe such a powerful being existed among the Earthlings. He wasn't finished yet, veins bulged on his abdomen. The Naga transformed into a terrifying snake and lunged forward. As a devotee, I will not die before I complete my mission. But Kang Yujin decisively swung his hammer down. He smirked, his tone dripping with ridicule. You're at death's door and you're still talking so much. The scene shifts back to the dungeon entrance outside. A large crowd was still gathered, waiting for news. Hong Sung-gu was still focused on eating his bowl of black bean noodles. I was starving, so this tastes amazing right now. Despite the tense situation, Ujin's voice suddenly rang out. Did you order some for me? He immediately recognized the voice. Boss. Hong Sung-gu and Min Chan also couldn't believe who was standing before them, Mr. Kang Yujin. The reporters all rushed in that direction. There he is. Where's the camera? Get the camera on them. Quick. Hong Sung-gu ran over, anxiously asking about his condition. Boss, are you hurt anywhere? Kang Yujin smiled, his calm expression a firm reassurance. I'm fine. Suddenly, he turned towards Jian Hai and smirked. You're still here. At that moment, Kang Ujin began his act. Why did you push me into that dungeon? That was really dangerous, you know. What if something had happened and I died in there? Her face contorted in anger as she yelled, Kang Ujin. The reporters surrounding them wouldn't stop taking pictures, already creating headlines for their articles. South Korea's A-rank awakened has appeared. Yujin's confidence grew, his face beaming. The scene shifts back to a large corporate building belonging to the guild. The latest news was still being broadcast on the television. We have a breaking news update. Mr. Kang Yujin, who was pushed into the dungeon at Seoul University Station's exit 6 at 11 a.m. on Friday, the news anchor announced his current status, has miraculously survived and returned from the dungeon. The man couldn't believe his ears and turned around. What? What does that mean? A field reporter was interviewing Kang Ujin. Sir, please give us a comment for our interview. Do you know how you managed to survive and return after being thrown into that dungeon? But being suddenly swarmed with microphones left him stunned. Huh? An interview? Min Chan angrily shielded the camera with his hand. He just got out of a 5-star dungeon. We will be declining all interviews today. But despite what he said, the press wouldn't stop taking pictures. The man stared at the TV in disbelief. Damn it, he cleared a 5-star dungeon by himself? An A-rank awakened? During his report, Dong Min Chan had confidently asserted, Yes, sir. I can confirm he is an awakened of exceptional talent. But back then, the man had aggressively dismissed him. Since when do I make investment decisions based on team leader Dong's intuition? Haven't you realized that none of the awakened you've recently recruited have produced any results? Looking back on it now, he had to admit it. Dong Min Chan's intuition had been right. He started imagining the wonderful possibilities. If he could recruit Kim, the Hem Guild would be the first in South Korea to have 3 A-rank awakened. A pleased smile spread across his face. He shot up from his seat, clenching his fists in excitement. Excellent. I knew team leader Dong could do it. The scene changes to a luxurious Japanese restaurant, where a man's voice is heard from the table. Is the matter I entrusted to you proceeding according to plan? Sang Ho respectfully poured tea, affirming, Of course, Mr. Minister. Everything is progressing smoothly. The man accepted the cup, emphasizing, As you know, quite a few people are involved in this matter. With a look of complete trust, he advised. So it's best not to let any unnecessary mistakes happen. He set the teapot down on the table, stating firmly, We've handled the preparations perfectly, so please, don't worry. Hearing this, the man let out a satisfied laugh, just as expected of guild leader Lee Sang-ho. I knew I could entrust this to you. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely next time. He bowed respectfully, sincerely. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, a phone on the table vibrated. Sang-ho picked it up, read the message, and was completely shocked. What? A-rank? The man on the other side noticed his strange expression and asked, What's wrong? But he just turned and forced a bright smile. Ah, it's nothing, sir. Sang-ho couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kang Yujin. I knew he was different, but I never imagined he could reach this level. He had once approached him, stating with certainty, If things continue like this, the Earth will eventually be destroyed. Sang-ho had laid out his plan in detail. I am gathering the awakened to prevent that from happening. That is my duty. He turned with a hopeful expression and proposed, I hope you'll lend us your strength. But Kang Yujin just sighed and said cryptically, You really talk like a saint but have the heart of a snake, don't you? Understanding the hint, Sang-ho knew to back off. It seems I haven't earned your trust yet. I understand. I hope we'll have a chance to talk again next time. Sang-ho's smile was filled with determination. I'm certain he's hiding something. I must bring him to war at all costs. I have an idea. Suddenly, he decided to make a proposal. Mr. Minister, could I ask you for a favor? The man didn't hesitate to answer frankly. Oh, if it's guild leader Lee, feel free to ask. Sang-ho first responded with a bright, polite smile. Thank you, sir. A sinister look crossed his face as he made his request. To be honest with you, sir, there's someone I want to bring into this plan. The scene changes to an apartment, with sounds coming from inside. How could you do this to me? The sounds of an argument continued to ring out. I'm sorry, but it's not a crime to fall in love with someone. Right, you psycho? If you had just admitted you were wrong and begged for forgiveness, I might have given you a chance. I'm sorry, but my feelings for her are deeper than my feelings for you. The angry voices continued to blare. What, you bastard? After putting up with it for a while, Du Jemin turned to them. I'm studying for my upcoming exams. Could you two please turn the volume down a bit? Hearing this, Kang Yujin turned in surprise. Humph. He didn't make a fuss and quickly lowered the volume. Hong Sung-gu looked a bit embarrassed and apologized sheepishly. Sorry about that, kid. Jemin. Just then, Bai raised a paw and let out a meow. Meow. He buried his face in his hands, looking exhausted. Now I have to put up with that cat, too. Jemin suddenly remembered something and asked, but aren't you guys worried at all? Kang Ujin replied nonchalantly. Worry about what? He reminded them of the situation downstairs. It's been 3 days since those reporters started swarming the building like ants. He stated confidently, they'll get tired and go home in a few days. Just let us crash here a few more days, okay? Then Yujin quickly changed the subject. Why are we even talking about this? Go out and buy us some tangerines. Hong Sung-gu excitedly held up 2 fingers. Get 2 whole bags, do Jemin. From below, Bai agreed with a meow. Meow. His face darkened as he reminded them. Hey, I'm in the middle of my exams, you know. He waved a few bills, emphasizing, the change will be your fee for letting us stay here. Jemin reluctantly got up and asked with concern, do you guys need anything else? Suddenly, Kang Yujin's phone rang. He answered it, checking on his mother. Yes, Mom. Are any of those reporters still bothering you? But after listening for a moment, Kang Yujin was alarmed. What? They're still coming? After a moment, his face grew serious as he instructed, all right, I'll stop by and get it from you when I have a chance. Hong Sung-gu asked with great concern, Boss, what's wrong? Suddenly, Kang Yujin's tone changed. Hey, Hong Sung-gu. He turned unexpectedly, waiting for an answer. Yes, he suddenly asked a strange question. Hasn't Korea been unified yet? Hong Sung-gu looked up naively to confirm. No, we're still divided. Kang Yujin asked again, enraged. These damn dungeons have appeared, and we still haven't unified. He could only sweat nervously, waiting. What's going on, boss? Hong Sung-gu's face grew tense. Suddenly, Kang Yujin shouted out the important news. I received my military enlistment notice. Back in Kang Ujin's apartment, he suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. No way. Kang Yujin was filled with rage. Let's go kill Kim Jong. Hearing this, Hong Sung-gu panicked. Ha! He exclaimed in shock. Are you planning to assassinate Kim Jong-un just to get out of your military service? Kang Yujin impatiently pulled Sung-gu along. Exactly. Let's go. Let's go unify Korea. Let's unify the country before I get dragged away. He yelled, ignoring his friend's shouts. Boss, calm down. Hong Sung-gu tried to reason with him. Do you really think killing him will unify the country? But Kang Ujin was completely impatient. Is there any other way? I don't want to do my damn military service. This is the most logical solution. Hong Sung-gu argued that it wouldn't work, but if they just thought about it, they'd find a way. Just then, the door to the room opened. Kang Yujin and Hong Sung-gu turned their attention to the person before them. Jemin asked in confusion, what are you two doing? A few tangerines were placed on the table. Jemin spoke up. Why would you think that? Awakeners don't enlist like regular soldiers. He explained that if he didn't want to, he could still choose to do other side missions. Kang Ujin repeated doubtfully, side missions? Then, Jemin explained. Yes, it's basically where you join a certified guild and help them eliminate monsters when requested by the Ministry of Defense. Kang Yujin was impressed. Oh, as expected, our Jemin knows everything. Jemin scratched his head and laughed. It's my dream to join a big guild. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Ujin glanced to the side. But he wondered, Hong Sung-gu, how come you don't know a single thing about this? Someone shouted joyfully. Team leader, I did it. Hemin was beaming with a bright smile. It was a success. Min Chan calmly asked, Whoa, what is it? What did you just accomplish? Hemin announced. Mr. Kang Ujin has agreed to meet and discuss joining the guild. Dung Min Chan had to be surprised, right? Hemin continued his assessment. In other words, it means he's more or less interested in our guild, doesn't it? Min Chan recalled Kang Ujin's previous words. So how are you two planning to help us? He had replied. That's classified information that only our guild possesses. It's very tempting. Then there was the day Min Chan had asked, have you been waiting long? What can I help you two with? This chain of events replayed in his head, causing him to freeze for a moment. Then, a dangerous smile crept across his face. Of course. It seems my efforts have finally paid off. Hemin couldn't contain his excitement. You scored another big win, team leader. Min Chan gestured for him to be quiet, then stood up. I'll report this to the chairman immediately. Hemin said loudly. Yes, that's right. Min Chan reminded himself silently. I, Dung Min Chan, haven't lost my sharp instincts. And so, he went to Du Run's office. Chairman, may I come in? Seeing Min Chan, the man immediately asked. It's our team leader Dung. Is the recruitment of Mr. Kang Ujin still progressing well? Min Chan reported. Yes, in fact, he contacted us first. Du Run laughed with excitement. Oh my, that is truly good news. Then he showered him with praise. You live up to your reputation, team leader Dung. You did well. Min Chan seized the opportunity. By the way, regarding the matter of the vice president that I mentioned to you before, Du-run smiled. Oh, if team leader Deng proposed it, then just go ahead and do it. He couldn't stop praising him. Thanks to team leader Deng, our Hem Guild has successfully risen to become the top guild in South Korea. The elevator display now showed the 28th floor. Min Chan said his final words. Then I'll take that as I have your permission. Du-run confirmed. Of course. Get home safely. The sound of someone laughing loudly was heard. Secretary Kim, let's throw a celebration party for the whole guild. Inside the HR restaurant, it was a bit empty. Min Chan was bewildered. I'm sorry. I think I must have misheard you. Yujin repeated himself. Misheard? Let's start a new guild together. Min Chan couldn't help but be confused. Don't you want to sign a contract to join our guild? Kang Yujin replied. Why would I go there? It would be better if you, team leader Deng, and Hemin came to us. Min Chan expressed his frustration. Good grief. He and I rushed over here thinking you were ready to sign a contract with us. And now you're suddenly turning around and asking us this. This is so awkward. Hemin immediately asked, So, what's the salary on your side? Kang Ujin instantly revealed, 100 million won. Min Chan couldn't believe his ears. What? Kang Ujin declared, I will pay more than your current salary's 100 million won. Both of them were once again taken by surprise. Ah, then Min Chan let out a long sigh. No, money isn't the issue, he negotiated. Mr. Kang Ujin, I am a team leader at the Hem Guild. To those outside the world of Awakeners, I'm like an employee of what's known as the most reputable guild in South Korea, and I've had to go through a lot of hardships to get to this position as team leader. Min Chan spoke with difficulty, so I can't just switch guilds for money so simply like this. But Kang Yujin insisted. I guarantee that my guild will grow even bigger than the Hem Guild, so I sincerely hope you two can become our founding members. After the conversation with Kang Ujin, Min Chan was now on his way back. Hemin suddenly announced, Team leader, I'm leaving the guild. Min Chan was startled and shouted, Hey, Hemin, I've thought it through, and isn't this a great opportunity? We're talking about Mr. Kang Yujin, who's already an A-rank Awakener. Who else can complete a 5-star dungeon all by himself like he can? So I guarantee that the guild he establishes will succeed sooner or later. He continued, Besides, how much further can I even get promoted if I stay at the Hem Guild? After hearing this, Min Chan had to agree. Right. Based on Kang Yujin's talent, the guild he founds will have an incredibly bright future. He connected it to the current situation. Moreover, the Hem Guild is facing the need to expand its scale of development beyond what it is now. And no matter how much I try to contribute, I'll never be able to surpass the founding members to become a director or department head. So what the hell is the point of a promotion, then? Min Chan remembered Du-run's words. Team leader Deng's instincts are getting worse and worse. Recruiting that guy was just blind luck. That hurt him. I was even ridiculed and looked down on. Min Chan's face tensed up. If that's the case, Min Chan declared, I'll go with you. Hemin hadn't considered this possibility. Team leader. Min Chan smiled. Go big or go home. Sometimes you have to take a big risk to reach a higher level. And Hemin cheered. A brilliant decision, team leader. He held up the resignation letter he had prepared beforehand. Shall we go, then? Min Chan was truly at a loss for words. You've been carrying that around with you? Hemin chuckled. Doesn't every employee? Seeing Min Chan pull a piece of paper from his pocket, he was surprised again. Huh? You too, team leader? Min Chan repeated the same words. Yeah, doesn't every employee? Hemin guessed. Look how wrinkled it is. You must have been carrying that around for a long time. Huh? Hemin was incredibly excited. Awesome. Let's go slap this on the boss's desk and then go for a drink. Min Chan wholeheartedly agreed. Deal. And at that moment, the elevator was going up to the 11th floor. Min Chan was stunned when he saw the scene inside. Why are all the lights off? Did everyone go home already? The lights suddenly flashed on, along with confetti poppers. Team leader Min Chan. Congratulations on your promotion to department head. Meanwhile, both Min Chan and Hemin still had no idea what was happening. Huh? Du-run made an announcement. I've always been watching you, team leader Deng, and the position of team leader no longer suits you. From now on, you've officially been promoted to head of the service department. Congratulations, team leader. This is amazing. An employee brought over a cake. Team leader, make a wish and blow out the candles. The others chimed in cheerfully. After you move to the service department, don't you dare forget about us. Congrats on the promotion, team leader. Only Min Chan was caught in an awkward situation. Du-run shouted, Everyone, a round of applause for our new head of the service department. Our very own Min Chan, a negotiation genius, has returned after closing a fantastic deal today. Everyone cheered. You're the best, team leader. That's so impressive. Min Chan was extremely uncomfortable. This is getting complicated. Min Chan nervously tried to call the chairman, but Du Run cut him off. All right. We'll discuss the details of the negotiation after we get to the party. Then he added, I've already booked a table at an incredibly famous restaurant. Everyone around them applauded. Awesome. In this situation, all Min Chan could do was smile. The sound of a piano filled the restaurant. Everyone had now arrived at the party. Dung Min Chan was miserable. I didn't expect this to happen. Hin was panicking too. Team leader, what do we do now? I don't think we can announce our resignation in a situation like this. Dung Min Chan was at a loss. I don't know what to do either. He-min handed him a letter of resignation. Team leader, take this. Min Chan was bewildered. What is this? Why are you giving it to me? Hin explained. Well, one of us has to leave. Please accept my resignation, department head. Dung Min Chan cursed in frustration. That son of a bitch. Meanwhile, Hin was ecstatic. A moment ago, I was so upset I couldn't even stomach any of this gourmet food. I'll go on ahead. You can do it too, team leader. Min Chan hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, wait. Just then, Do Run grabbed his arm. Department head, what are you doing standing there? Come over here, he suggested. Why don't you tell everyone about your achievement? Min Chan spoke up hesitantly. Mr. Chairman, Do Run was relaxed. Go on, what is it? Seeing Min Chan hesitate, he prompted him again. Oh, come on, what's there to be shy about? Min Chan mustered up all his courage to reveal the truth. I failed. Du Run tried to remain calm. What did you say? Then Min Chan handed him a piece of paper. He then bowed his head sincerely. I failed to recruit Kang Ujin, sir. I'm sorry. Du Run clenched his fists, speechless. You! He pointed a finger in anger. Are you serious? Dung Min Chan could only bow his head. I am very sorry. Du Run started yelling at him. Do you think this is the kind of thing you can get away with just a simple apology? Are you trying to get fired? Min Chan prayed internally. If you fired me, I would be very grateful. Du Run continued to interrogate him. Do you have any idea how many of the guild's resources you used just to recruit Kang Yujin? You think a simple apology is enough? Only now did Min Chan remember. That's right. I cancelled all the reservations for the other dungeons just so Kang Ujin could use them freely, he recalled. I even bribed someone to adjust his rank. Min Chan remembered Jemin's face. It was only at this moment that he asked himself how he'd gone so far just to recruit Kang Ujin. And Min Chan declared, I will take full responsibility for all of this. Du Run was furious. Take responsibility? How the hell are you going to take responsibility? Min Chan stated, I will take all the blame and withdraw from the Hammer Guild. Du Run said contemptuously, Are you out of your mind? You think you can just quit after all this, as if your position is so important? He let out a sharp breath. You're planning to run away after causing all this trouble. Min Chan couldn't be bothered to argue. What more is there to explain? I'm resigning anyway. So he forced a smile to reassure himself and said his final words, I've said all I need to say. I'll be leaving now. Have a nice day. What? Du Run was left seething with anger. That bastard. An employee rushed over to hold the chairman back. Sir, please calm down. As for Min Chan, he now felt a great sense of relief. Goodbye, Hammer Guild. He had prepared himself for this new beginning. Min Chan walked straight out without a single glance back. A familiar voice called out, Over here, team leader. Min Chan was surprised to see Hin. You're still here? Min smiled. Where would I go without you? Get in the car, team leader. Min Chan thought to himself, this is why I like this kid, even if he is a bit of a dork. They were now at a place called Angel Cafe. Min Chan and Min had arrived together. Yujin cheerfully greeted them, Welcome to the Adon Guild. Meanwhile, Min Chan was still completely lost. Ujin confirmed, Yes, that's the name of our guild. Then he extended his hand. I'm glad you two could make it. Hemin spoke up. I will do my best to serve you. Sir, please feel free to use me as you wish. Hemin added cheerfully, Let's help each other out from now on. Kang Yujin replied, Sounds good. Min Chan offered, From now on, you can speak to us as casually as you'd like. We will do our best to make this guild's name known throughout the world. Kang Yujin laughed. So, does that mean I can just call you Dung Min Chan? Min Chan was helpless. Huh? That's not the kind of casual I meant, he requested. Please just call me Team Leader Dung. Yujin immediately changed his tone. All right, Team Leader Dung, I'm leaving the guild's launch in your hands. Get everything ready. Min Chan replied, I understand. I'll take care of it. Kang Yujin suggested, Great, so should we go for a round of drinks today? Min Chan was puzzled. Boss, is that all for our meeting? Kang Ujin stated the obvious. There's nothing else to discuss. He asked again, You'll handle all the work and follow all my requests, right? Min Chan thought, do I just need to come up with a name for the guild? What else is there to do? But deep down, he worried if it was really okay to be in a guild with such a carefree boss. Min Chan sighed to himself. I can already tell this is going to be tough. Kang Yujin said excitedly. Hong Sung-gu, we should get some barbecue today, right? Hong Sung-gu agreed. You got it. Boss, I know a great spot for grilled beef. Only Min Chan was still worried. Was my decision to resign the right one? Suddenly, Min Chan called out, Ahem, sir, he requested. I think we should put the introductions aside for now. There's a more important matter we need to discuss first. Kang Ujin immediately looked up at him. What is it? Dumb Min Chan explained. It's about conquering the Guan No. 6 dungeon. In order for other awakened parties to book our guild's dungeon, we need to decide on the details of how to clear it. And that has nothing to do with establishing the guild. At that, Kang Ujin asked why they had to let other people use their dungeon. I can conquer it by myself, you know. Min Chan suggested that instead of letting it go to waste, they could let other parties use it while he was resting. Kang Yujin agreed. That's true, but he wanted to know more. Okay, what else? What's so essential? Min Chan then brought up another idea. To form a guild, we need 5 founding members. Yujin thought for a moment. We need one more person. Then he asked, Hong Sung-gu, should we invite Du Jemin? He said that probably wouldn't work. That kid's still a minor. Min Chan added, that's right, a minor can't join. Kang Yujin was silent for a while and thought, then he opened his contact list. Jemin's mom, Du Jemin. Hong Sung-gu, phone scammer, psycho. Then he finally spoke. I don't really know that many people. So Kang Yujin was in a bit of a bind. My mom won't work. Who could it be? After thinking for a moment, he exclaimed, here we go. A moment later, the door to the room was opened by someone. Kang Yujin saw a familiar face and waved. Hey, you're here? He asked cheerfully. Did you bring your ID and your seal? Seung Han looked a little scared. I brought them. But then Kang Ujin suddenly raised his hand high. That made Lee Seung Han's face go pale, but Kang Ujin just placed a hand on his shoulder. Congratulations, he announced. You've become our 5th member, Mr. Phone Scammer. Seung Han, however, was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. A sign was hung in front of the Adon Guild's door. The cleaning crew was wiping down every spot. Then they moved the desk to another location. When Hemin was done, he let out a sigh of relief. Now it's starting to look like something. He didn't forget to show his appreciation. Everyone did a great job. Mr. Lee Seung-hun, you did a great job too. Thanks. Meanwhile, Seung-hun still couldn't believe this was real. Just a few days ago, I thought this was some kind of scam or something. He thought to himself, I can't believe the crazy bastard who beat me half to death and stole my phone is Kang Ujin, the guy everyone knows now. Seung-hun was truly amazed. Hemin looked up at the TV. Lately, all you see on the news all day is our boss's face. Dong Min Chan chimed in. Even though it hasn't been officially announced, he's the 11th awakened in South Korea, and the strongest in history, too. He figured that's why it's no wonder the world is making such a fuss over him. Seung Han assessed the situation. He recruited these 2 from the famous Hem Guild. Then he smiled. In that case, the quality of the staff must be pretty good. Seung Han figured. Anyway, my own business has been dead lately. With the shop and returns being completely empty, working in a guild is definitely more profitable. Suddenly, Hemin asked, But hey, Lee Seung-hun, what's your relationship with the boss? Seung-hun was startled. What? Hemin guessed. Seeing how you came right away when the boss called, you 2 must be really close, right? Are you friends? Or are you related? Lee Seung-hun could only scratch his head awkwardly. Well. But he didn't tell the truth. I ran right over because I was afraid of getting beaten up like last time. But why did he call me here to join them? Does he feel guilty for beating me up before? Just then, Kang Yujin also walked in. Oh, the office looks great. They all shouted, it's the boss. Dong Min Chan quickly asked, You've worked hard, sir. Is the dungeon conquest strategy complete? Kang Ujin said it was more or less done. Then he revealed that Hong Sung-gu was the one who worked the hardest. Seeing Hong Sung-gu's exhausted state, Min Chan asked with concern, Mr. Hong Sung-gu, are you okay? Hemin added, Wow. Even if the conquest plan is set, there are still so many other things to plan, right? It's a 5-star dungeon, after all. In the end, Hong Sung-gu was so exhausted he fell asleep right on the chair. Hemin could only stare. There's something white coming out of his mouth. I think he needs to get a bigger commission. For example, like a mental support fee. In the meeting room, Kang Yujin spoke. All right, everyone have a seat. He was serious. We need to discuss the most important matter right away. Next, Kang Yujin called out, Team Leader Yoon. Min Chan immediately replied, Yes, sir. Kang Yujin wondered, what position should I give you? Min Chan was surprised by this. What? Kang Ujin expressed his view. Even though our guild only has a few people, but I think we should still give everyone a position that fits their own abilities. Just tell me what position you'd like. Dung Min Chan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Even Hemin was surprised. A position? Sung Gu, who was half asleep, jolted awake. Sung Hun was shocked. We get to decide our own positions. Seeing their expressions, Kang Yujin wondered, why is everyone so quiet? Team leader Yoon, what kind of positions are there in a normal guild? Dung Min Chan explained. Usually, there are two categories of positions, one for the awakened and the other for regular staff. The awakened get to take on roles like administrator, commissioner, and vice chairman. But that's not important, he clarified. What's really important for an awakened are the details of their contract. For example, the percentage of commission they receive after each dungeon, conquest, or their base salary, and so on. After listening, Kang Yujin asked, I see. Hong Sung-gu, what position do you want? Sung-gu exclaimed in shock. Huh? Then he scratched his head foolishly. Since I've been your manager for about a year now. Kang Yujin assigned it immediately. Right, you can be a director then. Sung-gu was once again surprised. A director? He couldn't help but feel happy inside. I'm only 21, but I'm already a director? Kang Yujin added, Yep, the director of loot collection. And with that, Hong Sung-gu sulked off to a corner. Min Chan and Hemin even felt sorry for him. I didn't even know a director position like that existed. They should have just called the kid a director and left it at that. Yujin asked further, What about the departments? What kinds are there? Min Chan listed them. There's accounting, administration, sales, support, and management. And Yujin thought again. 3 people left? Suddenly, he called out loud and clear. Team leader Dung Min Chan. Sir. Then Kang Yujin announced, You will be the general manager. Dung Min Chan beamed, I will do my absolute best, sir. Kang Yujin continued. Hemin. What about you? Hemin suggested. Please let me be the head of the support department. Kang Yujin agreed. Done. He affirmed, I will devote myself to the company. Then Yujin looked at Seung Hun and unexpectedly wondered, why is he still here? That confused Dung Min Chan. Isn't he one of the founding members? You said he was the 5th member. Kang Yujin explained. I just needed to borrow his name. He's the 5th member on paper. Seung Hun turned his head, bewildered. What do I do now? Suddenly, Kang Ujin let out a soft chuckle. He announced, Well, since you're already here, I'll give you a suitable position. After assigning the positions, Dung Min Chan still had a question. But sir, he asked, how are we going to recruit new members? Kang Yujin asked back. Why do we need to recruit new members? Min Chan was once again taken aback. What? Then he explained. For the guild to grow stronger, we'll need more awakened. So of course, we have to recruit more members. Suddenly, Kang Ujin placed a manuscript on the table, confusing them. He was about to reveal many things. So conquering a dungeon gets me this military service exemption. We don't need to add more people to get it. Now Dung Min Chan understood. Is this why he started a guild? If he just wanted to be exempt from military service, he could have just joined the Hem Guild. He imagined a beautiful future. If he had done that, I could have been enjoying the easy life as a department head. In his fantasy, Min Chan was sitting on a palanquin. Out of the way, Kang Ujin's sudden voice startled him. Why so quiet? Min Chan shared his opinion. I still think we need a few more employees. Hearing that, Kang Ujin immediately agreed. Oh, you think so? Fine, you handle it. He then added that the work for the support department would also be handed over to the general manager. And I assume that's fine, right? Min Chan took the order. Yes. He wondered if the guy was entrusting everything to him because he trusted him or because the work was just too much of a hassle. The weather was gorgeous in the city today. Someone was watching the news. Oh, it's Kang Yujin. The 11th A rank awakened from South Korea. Kang Yujin, who is he? The other person was stunned. He's really famous now. Here's the related news. Kang Yujin has established his own guild under the name Adan. The management bureau is reviewing his application. The 11th A rank awakened. Kang Yujin. What does the number 1 awakened, Kang Chun, think about Kang Yujin? South Korea's new rising star, Hong Sung-gu, who is the boy frequently seen by Kang Ujin's side. An interview with Yujin's teachers from the school he used to attend. Ranking the news, Kang Yujin, what are his true abilities? What are the plans for the Adan Guild, founded by Yujin himself? Let's take a look at Kang Yujin's necromancy ability. An analysis of the abilities of Kang Yujin versus Kang Chun. Juwon sighed in awe. Incredible. She couldn't help but admire him. Is this the person I had the chance to have a drink with? Juwon recalled their previous meal. Kang Ujin was so relaxed and cheerful. While Juwon had dozed off, Yujin quietly glanced over at her, touching her head. It's okay. She's as beautiful as ever. Jiwon jolted awake from her flashback. She reminded herself. Goodness, come on. What am I thinking? Du Jiwon's gaze suddenly froze. Someone shouted, Ah, you scared me. Du Jiwon spoke up. You two are back? Her younger roommate was cranky. Hey. Du Jiwon was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Her roommate reminded her. Even if you're in the room, you should still put your hat on. This room isn't just for you. The other girl was right. Hey, have a little tact, will you? You scared the daylights out of us. Jiwon spoke softly. I get it. Sorry, you too. The rude roommate said, We're going out for a bit. The two girls didn't stop their malicious gossip. I have to save up some money and move out of this dorm. Every time I see her, my heart nearly jumps out of my chest. Hey, keep your voice down. She might hear you. There's no way she can hear, and it's not like I'm wrong. Those words really hurt Jiwon. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Right now, at the bus stop, a bus had just pulled up. Jaemin was walking while staring intently at his phone. He wondered to himself, she'll probably be surprised to see me in front of the company, won't she? The timing is perfect. I just finished my exams, and Kang Ujin just got back to his place. At that moment, Jaemin sent a text message. Hey sis, you're coming home today, right? What time do you get off work? He thought to himself. I'll take her to dinner and spend some quality time with her. A long while later, the sky was slowly turning to evening. Jaemin had been waiting for a long time. She's a little late. At the same time, two girls nearby were gossiping. Did you know? Hey, I heard she flirted with a lot of guys before she got that burn. They continued to judge her. Really? I thought she was the quiet type, but I guess that's not true. Quiet? No way. Well, based on how she looks now, guys can't run away from her fast enough. They were talking so loudly that Jaemin couldn't help but overhear. I just pictured it in my head. Gross. Now, in another place, the sky was filled with a sunset over a vast desert. Hong Sung-gu was hard at work doing something. When he was done, he announced, Sir, I've gathered everything. Kang Yujin looked at the pile of items in front of him. They're all common items. Useful artifacts aren't dropping anymore. Hong Sung-gu noted that the item drop rate had really decreased. While the number of successful dungeon raids has increased, Kang Ujin also agreed. Yeah, we've pretty much taken everything we can from this dungeon. Then he took out an item. Storage pouch. Item storage. Right now, outside the city, everyone was looking up in amazement. Seeing Kang Ujin, they shouted, It's Kang Ujin. Has he already completed the raid? It hasn't even been 4 hours. Seung-hun ran up to him with praise. Boss, that was amazing. His appearance made Kang Ujin wonder why he was here. Seung-hun explained, Director Dung asked me to bring you to the office once you got out. Kang Ujin asked, Where is he? Seung-hun speculated, I think since the guild license was approved, he went to the General Affairs office. He said he'd be back at the office later. A reporter pushed past Seung-hun. Mr. Kang Yujin, he asked a question. We'd like to interview you. What's your secret to clearing dungeons at such an incredible speed? The other interviewers rushed forward. Mr. Kang Yujin, they vied for his attention. We heard you're not accepting reservations for Gate 6 at Seoul Station. Here we go. When are you planning to rent it out to others? While Seung-hun was shaking with anger, the crowd continued to ask questions. Mr. Kang Yujin. Seung-hun couldn't take it anymore and had to speak up. Please back away from him. He reminded the crowd that he was tired from completing a dungeon raid. Please submit an official request to the guild regarding this matter. Seung-hun warned. If you continue to harass him, we will deal with the relevant media companies according to the law. He even threatened them. I've seen all of your faces. I'll remember them for later when you send in your official requests for an interview. And Seung-hun announced loudly, I have a very long memory. But all he got was a nod from Kang Yujin. Then, Seung-hun said softly, Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go get the car. Kang Yujin replied, All right. He looked up at Lee Seung-hun and wondered. When I beat him, he just froze. Was he always this aggressive from the start? Hong Sung-gu was also curious. Sir, how do you know Seung-hun? Kang Ujin asked back, Him? He revealed that he was the one who sold him the phone. Meanwhile, Seung-hun was running and gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it. He recalled Kang Yujin's announcement. Welcome. You're our 5th member. Now, the frustration inside Seung-hun was boiling over. I was wondering why he hired me, and then there was the time Kang Ujin asked him a question. But why is that guy still here? Seung-hun wondered. Did he just want to use my name? He promised himself. I even closed my shop because I misunderstood everything. Now that things have turned out this way, I have to stay in this guild. No matter what. Whatever it takes. At the Adon Guild Hall, Kang Yujin was casually taking something from a box, popping it into his mouth, and chewing with relish while scrolling through his phone. The article Kang Ujin was reading stated that the General Affairs Office's reevaluation had concluded he was indeed an A rank awakened, the one currently causing a stir among the public. 24-year-old Kang Yujin reevaluated by the General Affairs Office and officially recognized as A rank. Kang Ujin's Aden Guild starts today at 2 p.m. Kang Ujin has been granted an operating permit for his guild. News from the General Affairs Office. An unprecedented dungeon clearing speed, delving into the secret of Kang Ujin's abilities. What is the secret to the awakened Kang Ujin's abilities? Ujin swiped to another article. Kang Ujin's first dungeon raid at Gunpo's 6th gate. Kang Chun versus Kang Ujin, who is Korea's strongest awakened. And that name caught his eye, Kang Chun. Seems like he's pretty strong, too. Just then, Hong Sung-gu walked in. What are you eating? Kang Ujin explained they were enhancement stones that could raise his stats. Want some? Hong Sung-gu was stunned. Enhancement stones? A single one is worth at least 1 billion. He hastily refused. No, thank you, sir. How could I possibly eat something like that? Kang Ujin was generous. Here. Just have some. He handed a few stones to Sung-gu. These ones increase strength, agility, and stamina. Hong Sung-gu held out both hands. Thank you, sir. Kang Yujin went back to eating. It was nothing, really. He had his own calculations. He needed the guy to get stronger to carry more loot and be faster to collect it more quickly. His stamina had to be good to get more work done. Meanwhile, the oblivious Hong Sung-gu thought to himself, meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. Then, someone else entered. Is Mr. Kang Ujin here? Kang Ujin was surprised. Jemin, what are you doing here? Jemin said. I have something to discuss with you. Could you spare a few minutes? The two went into the director's office to talk. A while later, Hong Sung-gu came in. Did Jemin leave already? Kang Ujin confirmed, yeah, he's gone. Sung-gu had noticed. He looked pretty serious. Did something happen? Kang Ujin just brushed it off. It's a long story. Something about a brother's love for his sister. Hong Sung-gu was surprised. What? Kang Ujin put on his jacket. I'm stepping out for a bit. Hong Sung-gu was curious. Okay, where are you going? Before leaving, Kang Ujin told him. I'm going to see Du Ju-won. Don't wait for me. Just head home early. Hong Sung-gu yelled. Miss Ju-won? Are you going on a date? Kang Ujin was indignant. How could you possibly jump to that conclusion? Sung-hun, who was outside, also heard him. A date? He saw this as his chance. Then, Sung-hun blocked Kang Ujin's path. Boss, he said smugly, hiring me as your employee was truly an excellent decision. Kang Ujin was baffled. What? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Sung-hun declared, just leave everything to me. I'm an expert in this field. Inside a personal shopping suite for VIP clients, high-end clothes were neatly hung on racks. Not only that, but they were also displayed all around the walls. Sung-gu couldn't help but marvel. Is this really the Korea I know? It was a real eye-opener for him. Who would have thought a place like this existed inside a department store? A personal shopping suite. Seung-hun cheerfully pulled out a shirt. Boss, what do you think? I feel like this one would be perfect for you. Kang Yujin agreed. Yeah, it looks fine. Seung-hun was excited. I've also picked out a few suits. All you have to do is try them on. But in reality, Kang Ujin wasn't happy at all. What is all this mess? An hour later, Seung-hun was still wearing that smug look on his face. Then he started giving a lecture full of flashy techniques for winning a girl over. But the most basic thing is to be sincere and make an impression on her. Seung-hun was very confident. Let me help you. You just need to do as I say. All right, let's go. Hearing this, Kang Ujin was puzzled. What? Go where? Lee Seung-hun explained, the way you dress is the first step to winning her over. Both Kang Ujin and Hong Sung-gu were dumbfounded. The way I dress, Kang Ujin had to admit it. Well, I guess buying something nice to wear can't hurt. Hong Sung-gu and Seung-hun both looked up as the fitting room door opened. Everyone was left breathless. Sir, you're so handsome. As expected of our boss, you have a great physique, so clothes look good on you. Kang Ujin said quietly, all right, stop making a fuss. Lee Seung-hun picked up a watch. Boss, please wear this, too. It's a watch that goes perfectly with that suit and will complete your look. Kang Ujin put it on. All right, I'm off then. Seung-hun called out again, boss, please take this with you, too. Kang Ujin glanced over. What is it? Seung-hun said enthusiastically. I've researched what you can do at Poitech. You just need to follow what's written on here. Suggestions for the boss to have a successful date. Movies, dinner, and entertainment district. A list of places with a good atmosphere you can go to after dinner. Yujin was exasperated. This idiot. He's completely misunderstood the situation. But since I'm going there anyway, should I just enjoy myself? Despite his thoughts, Kang Yujin still tucked the paper away. All right, thanks, everyone. Just head home early today and have a great weekend. Sung-hun cheered. Yes, sir. Good luck. Now, Hong Sung-gu could finally relax. Finally, some time to rest. Seung-hun, are you heading out now, too? Seung-hun revealed, I have something I need to attend to. Hong Sung-gu was curious. What is it? Sung-hun said confidently. Whenever I help set people up, they always end up together. And he declared, I'm going to help the boss with this. Hong Sung-gu guessed suspiciously. What? You're on your way to ask her out. Seung-hun remained grand. Of course. He looked at his watch, no time to spare, and then hurried off. I have a lot to prepare, so I have to go now. Director Hong, I'll see you on Monday. Hong Sung-gu tried to stop him. Seung-hun, wait, but it was too late. He's so fast. Hong Sung-gu hoped to himself, I don't think you're going to confess. You said something about medicine. Amidst the vast city, with skyscrapers packed closely together, Ju-won had just stepped out of the shower. Somehow, I survived another day. Her eyes instinctively fell upon the phone on her table. Ju-won turned it on. No replies. She worried. What's suddenly going on with Kang Yujin? Then she reread the messages. This is Kang Yujin. Are you free today? Ju-won had replied. Yes, I'm resting after getting off work. Kang Ujin had texted back. Something's come up. I'll come find you. The last message was from Ju-won. You're on your way? A thought suddenly crossed her mind. Don't tell me. Ju-won's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. He's going to ask me on a date. She tried to push the thought away. No way. That can't be it. Why would he ask out someone like me? I'm sure he just wants to meet for some other reason. Just then, her phone rang, startling JW. It was Kang Yujin. JW answered nervously. Hello. Kang Yujin said, I'm in front of your dorm. Come on down. JW immediately ran to the balcony to check. She was stunned to see him standing there, completely taken by surprise. When JW went downstairs, she immediately asked him seriously, Why did you want to meet me? She found it strange. You just suddenly asked me to come out with you. Kang Yujin said it was nothing special. I have something I want to give you, and I wanted to ask you out while I was at it. JW was taken aback. A date? Her cheeks flushed a light shade of pink. JW wondered, what's this? Does he like me? She felt a little shy. What should I do? Kang Ujin suggested, it's a bit early for dinner, so let's go see a movie. JW replied, yeah, let's go. A passerby suddenly bumped into her. Sorry. Just a second later, JW's expression changed. She suddenly clutched her head in pain. Seeing this, Kang Ujin immediately turned to look at her. He suddenly remembered what Hong Sung-gu had said. Hey, her head. And then the judgmental words of others, did you see that girl? Is that a burn? It was then that Kang Ujin realized something and asked, why does what other people think affect you so much? Ju-won's face darkened. It's because people are uncomfortable with my face. Kang Ujin suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her forcefully. Come with me. JW was bewildered. Kang Ujin, where are we going? The two of them stopped in front of a stall. Kang Yujin picked up a cool-looking mask and handed it to JW. Here, try this on. She was surprised. What? But Kang Yujin just gave her a mysterious smile. Next, they both headed to the movie theater. People around them started talking. What's that? They look ridiculous. What's with the masks? They couldn't stop murmuring. It's crazy, but their body proportions are amazing. Who are they? Are they celebrities? Meanwhile, JW tried to stop him. Kang Yujin, wait a second. Is there some kind of special event? The crowd outside kept whispering. It's not even Halloween yet, is it? JW called out helplessly, Kang Yujin. Are we really going to go in like this? Kang Yujin replied, why not? Or do you want to trade masks with me? JW tried to explain. That's not the point. Kang Yujin acted as if it was nothing. Then let's go, he said in a low, warm voice. We're going to be late for the movie. Behind her mask, JW's face flushed red. In the movie, a voice asked, so you're saying that's the reason you're upset. But just because this place feels more like a virtual space than a real one. JW and Kang Ujin were still focused on the movie. It's not just me, it's the same for you. That's the reason. Suddenly, a confession was heard in the middle of the movie. What reason? If this place doesn't feel real to you, then why don't you just date me? JW was completely bewildered and glanced over at him. What's going on? Didn't they say it was sold out? But Kang Ujin was just casually eating popcorn. Flashing back to earlier, he had looked at the seat selection screen and sighed. They were all bought up 30 minutes ago. Yujin felt a wave of confusion and disappointment. This is a problem. Seeing his expression, JW tried to reassure him. We don't have to see a movie. But he just casually reached for the door. I guess there's no other way. Suddenly, someone from behind offered them tickets. Excuse me, something urgent came up and I have to go. If you two don't mind, would you like to use my tickets? Then, the person shoved the tickets right into Kang Ujin's hand. Before they could even react, he had turned and run off. Enjoy the movie. I really have to run. Still not understanding what was happening, he called out, wait. The person's face was partially hidden behind a mask. I'm leaving now. Kang Yujin started to get suspicious. He looked so familiar. Could it be? Meanwhile, outside at the ticket counter, a familiar voice was heard. Lee Seung-hun held out his phone and made a request. Please refund all the seats except for the 2 that were selected. The employee heard this and recoiled in shock. What? But you said you booked the seats for a whole group. He pointed at his phone screen, insisting. Please give me a refund. I only bought them 10 minutes ago. The employee could only think to herself, what the hell is wrong with this lunatic? Sometime later, as the sky turned a shade of orange, a voice could be heard praising the movie from outside the theater. That movie was great. JW was in a very good mood and added, it's probably been 5 years since I last saw a movie. Kang Ujin played along and joked back. For me, it's probably been 20 years. She understood he was joking and laughed. Oh, come on. But he insisted with a straight face. I'm serious. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to them. The Beauty and the Beast are over there. A clown standing next to a prize wheel was beckoning them over. Come on over and try your luck. It's completely free. The clown kept repeating himself, trying to lure them in. It's free for you too. With this many options, you've got a 90% chance of winning. Kang Yujin turned to her to ask her opinion. Want to give it a try? But JW shyly declined. I'm terrible at these kinds of games. But in the end, she decided to play the game. After a moment, the spinning wheel finally came to a stop. However, the result wasn't what she hoped for, leaving JW disappointed. Tough luck. Seeing her reaction, the clown tried to save the awkward situation. Hey, Beast Mask guy, why don't you give it a spin? Real men win prizes for their girlfriends. At first, Kang Yujin stood there silently for a moment, but a second later, he played anyway, muttering to himself, I think I might be cursed or something. The wheel started to slow down. Kang Ujin had lost hope, figuring it would probably land on lose a turn again. Suddenly, a surprised scream rang out. Whoa! After seeing the result, he just stared blankly. Lose a turn again. But then, the clown touched the wheel. Kang Ujin's eyes widened in surprise. The clown shouted, congratulating him on his achievement. You landed on the special prize. JW, equally surprised, cheered with delight. You won, Kang Yujin. She turned and gave him a big hug, amazed and impressed. This is the first time I've ever won anything. The clown handed a small gift bag to JW. Congratulations to you both. Here is your prize from us. She accepted the prize, feeling happy. Thank you. But Yujin's face darkened as he realized something. This guy is actually... The clown suddenly turned to look at him with a surprised expression. Seeing the clown take off his glasses and wink, Kang Ujin was baffled. Why does this guy keep following me around? The clown behind them just kept cheering. Go get him, boss. You can do it. He paid the clown no mind and pulled her away. Let's go. JW was still excitedly curious. I wonder what's in here. The scene changes to a little later. The two of them were playing a claw machine, and then they went to look at some clothes. In the evening, Kang Yujin took JW to a restaurant for dinner. On the way back, she started to get lost in her thoughts. I wonder how long it's been. JW began to realize she had become more confident. Since when did I stop caring about the judgmental stares from other people? This is just a mask. But she looked up at him, incredibly grateful. No. If Kang Ujin hadn't taken the lead like that, there's no way I would have been brave enough to do this. Seeing him turn back to smile at her, Juwon was overjoyed. If this is a dream, I don't want to wake up at all. Night had fallen by now, with only the streetlights left on. The scene shifts to a park, where a happy voice is heard. Today was so much fun. Juwon, her face beaming, turned and listed things off. We got to wear masks like this, watch a movie, and go out to eat. She covered her mouth and let out a laugh, looking thrilled. Even though people might think we're a bit strange, Kang Ujin remained calm and stressed. Who cares? Hearing that, Juwon became pensive. She suddenly stood up and confessed something about herself. That's right. I'm still not brave enough to confidently go out into crowded places like this. Juwon looked up at the sky, still in disbelief that this felt like a dream to her. But suddenly, she began to torment herself with a reminder. Everyone has to wake up from their dream eventually. Juwon tried to snap herself out of it to avoid making a mistake. If I keep dreaming like this, I'm going to fall in love with him. She took off her mask and declared forcefully. It's time to take off the mask and return to reality. At that moment, Kang Yujin broke into a smile. He moved closer, already prepared. I'm going to give you a gift to encourage your bravery. Hearing this, Juwon asked in amazement. A gift? Suddenly, beautiful fireworks exploded in the sky. From a distance, many people approached, clapping. Congratulations, congratulations. All of a sudden, they froze in unison. Her face, seeing that scar, they stopped, utterly horrified. That's terrifying. That guy must really be in love with her. Seung-hun, hiding in the back, was confused. I told him to clap and liven up the mood. What the hell are they doing? He tried to widen his eyes to see what was happening. Did something happen? Just then, Kang Ujin gritted his teeth in anger. Seung-hun, seriously. Beside him, Ju-won lowered her head, her face darkening. He also became frantic and turned to shout two words, barrier. Suddenly, something appeared, separating the two of them from the crowd. Now, Kang Ujin finally spoke up, exhausted and complaining. Wearing this mask is such a pain. Ju-won's eyes widened as she looked around in astonishment. Where are we? He smiled and looked at her with gentle affection. Close your eyes. I'm going to give you a gift. She looked up in surprise, her face blushing with shyness. What? Before that, Du Jemin had come to ask him for a favor regarding his sister. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he recounted the tragic truth. We've been orphans ever since the dungeon break that year. Du Jemin felt immense sympathy for his sister, and she gave up everything she dreamed of just for my sake. She was even injured by a monster from that outbreak. He stood before him, clenching his fists and bowing his head to beg. It's a wound that can never be erased. I know I'm being shameless by saying this, but please, help my sister. But at that time, Kang Yujin was more than willing to help. You're a man. Don't be afraid to ask for help from others. Suddenly, he took out a vial and declared, Ju-won, now you will wake up from the dream you once mentioned. Yujin gently touched her forehead. Escape your nightmare. Since that dungeon break, Ju-won still didn't understand anything, her eyes wide with anticipation. The system then sent detailed information about the recovery oil, a high-grade recovery potion that restores wounds caused by physical or magical attacks. It has an extremely powerful effect. You can recover a lost body part or a wound caused by a curse. The scene changes to Ju-won's apartment, where he had thoughtfully sent a text message to remind her to be careful. Kang Ujin, try not to wash your hair or face today. Okay. Otherwise, the oil will wash off. Go to sleep early. Seeing that message, Ju-won couldn't help but burst out laughing, confused. What does he mean by that? Is he planning to open a salon or something? Sitting on her chair, she texted back a reply. Okay, thanks for today. I had a lot of fun. You should get some rest too, Mr. Hairstylist. Ju-won's face turned red as she hoped with a shy heart. I wish I only had to apply that oil once for my wound to heal completely. That would be so nice. She then remembered the gift bag they were supposed to receive and got curious. Oh, right. What was the prize we won from the prize wheel game earlier? As soon as she opened the box, Ju-won froze. This is. She couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the ring. A ring. There's no way a simple roadside game like that would have a ring as a prize. Ju-won found it too strange and started to connect the dots. Come to think of it, we watched a movie in a completely empty theater. She started to recall all the things they did that night. We had dinner at a luxurious restaurant. Ju-won still couldn't understand the reason, and then we just happened to see fireworks at the park. She felt that these things were unusual. And then, I was suddenly given flowers by so many people around us. At this moment, Ju-won guessed what was happening and covered her blushing face. No way. Was Kang Ujin planning to confess to me? The scene changes back to the company building, where Seung-hun is counting. 1. I have to. His whole body trembled as he continued to do push-ups, trying to look very busy. Seung-hun didn't stop, cheering himself on. I have to do this. He exercised continuously, oblivious to his surroundings, trying to look very busy. Suddenly, Kang Yujin's voice cut in. Hey, Seung-hun. Terrified, he suddenly stood at attention and squeezed his eyes shut. Sir. Sitting in his chair with his arms crossed, he began to interrogate him. You are only to do what I tell you. Don't meddle in other people's business. Why do you keep doing things I didn't ask you to do? Huh? Seung-hun, knowing he was at fault, had to explain. I was just trying to prove my loyalty to you, sir. I'm very sorry, boss. Kang Ujin, not overly angry, sighed and warned him. Don't do unnecessary things anymore. Got it. He obediently listened and quickly replied. Yes, sir. He then remembered something and turned back to ask one last question. By the way, where did you get the money to prepare all of that? He scratched his head and confessed with some embarrassment. I used the guild's credit card. Kang Yujin's teeth gritted in anger once again. Lee Seung-hun immediately resumed his push-ups, screaming, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the office door opened again. Min Chan was on his phone and looked up in surprise. Boss, you're back? I was just about to call you. He suddenly turned his head away, flustered. Seung-hun, you're here too? What are you doing? Min Chan now remembered and turned back to report on the situation. Oh, right, boss. I've arranged everything with the Ministry of National Defense. Hearing that, he was overjoyed and asked, "So does that mean I don't have to enlist in the military anymore?" He quickly confirmed the information, but with a condition. "That's right. You're exempt from military service on the condition that you complete 10 military deployments." But seeing his hesitation, Kang Ujin grew curious. "But what?" Min Chan became even more awkward and stammered. "This has never happened before. Given the precedent, I'm not sure how to tell the boss." This only made him more impatient. "What is it? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me." Trying to stay calm, he delivered the news. "Sir, you've been ordered to deploy immediately." Unfazed, Kang Ujin asked for the details. "Right now, where to?" Min Chan quickly gave him the address. "Dagu, Gukjeong Station, Exit 3. There's a dungeon fissure forming there." He rushed to the scene, but the area was completely deserted. "What the hell? There's not a single soul here." Kang Yujin looked around, confused. The place looked like it had been abandoned for years. Back when he first got the news, he was taken aback. A dungeon fissure? After he confirmed what he heard, Min Chan explained clearly. "That's right. If a dungeon isn't cleared within 30 days, the barrier shatters, and the monsters inside spill out onto the streets." He then stressed what this meant for the Gukjeong Station situation. They must have failed to clear it and had to call for backup. They were there to handle the dungeon fissure state. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yujin considered the worst-case scenario. "So, what happens if we fail, too?" Min Chan had already considered that possibility and explained, "It looks like the military won't be stepping in, so if we also fail, Daegu will be completely overrun." Back in the present, taking in the scenery, Kang Yujin wondered why there were so many open spaces and parks around the station. "It's likely the result of the dungeon fissure." His son suddenly appeared from behind and explained, "The residents in this area were all evacuated 2 days ago. The dungeon fissure is set to happen at 2 p. tomorrow." She smiled, holding out her hand to introduce herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the one in charge here. First Lieutenant Choi, he's son of the Special Defense Brigade." Kang Ujin gladly shook her hand and introduced himself. "I'm Kang Yujin." She was incredibly welcoming. "It's an honor. I've heard so much about you." Seeing this, he let out a sigh of relief. There's no need for formalities. Kang Yujin got back to the matter at hand. "But the fissure isn't happening until tomorrow, right? We still have some time. So why don't we try going down there now?" His son explained, sounding defeated. "The return gate has already been used 3 times. It can't be used anymore." Those details caught his attention, and he asked in surprise, "Return gate? 3 times?" She turned to explain its function. "It's for those who want to retreat mid-raid through a portal by using a return item." His son emphasized the key limitation, but it can only be used a maximum of 3 times per dungeon. You didn't know that? But this was all new to Kang Yujin, so things like that exist. She then began to recount their attempts. The first pioneer team from the War Guild tried to clear the dungeon, but they failed. After that first unsuccessful attempt, the guild sent in another team. The second attempt was a joint party with members from the War and Hem guilds, but they didn't fare any better than the first. Finally, she mentioned the third team, which also failed. The third team was an international party, composed of Awakened from all over the world, but even they failed. After that, no one else dared to try. His son turned to him with a word of caution. "Of course, you could still go down and try to clear it yourself before the dungeon fissure happens. But like I said, it requires you to bet your life on it, which is why no one is willing to go back down there." He was surprised and questioned her. "If it's that difficult to clear, won't the fissure be incredibly dangerous?" She then detailed the difficulties inside. As you know, a dungeon's terrain is a huge factor in its difficulty level. It's just too hard to navigate. Fortunately, the monsters inside have been confirmed to be relatively weak. It's the terrain that makes the dungeon so difficult. His son raised a hand, her expression confident and determined. "That's why we'll be fine. Many modern weapons can't be taken through the gate, so inside we're at a disadvantage. But once the battle is out here, the advantage is ours." She already had a plan in place. "All we need to do is use our weapons to take them down." Ujin turned to her, his tone cold and critical. "Then why bother calling me here? You can handle it yourselves with missiles and guns." His son seemed a bit flustered and took a step back, stammering, "Well, an Awakened still plays a crucial role." She then quickly explained his mission. "The Awakened will be on standby while we execute our primary operation. And if any monsters manage to break through our first line of defense, that's when we'll need your help." His son also added softly, "And we have 0 intel on the boss monster, so please be prepared to engage it at a moment's notice." Kang Ujin quickly accepted the mission. "Got it." She then awkwardly urged him along. "Well then, shall we head to the waiting room? The other Awakened should be there by now." Outside a coffee shop was a sign that read Awakened Waiting Room. The door slowly creaked open, and someone stepped inside. Everyone sitting inside turned their heads at once. Hey, it's... The crowd then erupted in surprise. It's Kang Ujin. Kang Ujin is joining this operation? That's the 11th ranked A-class awakened. Suddenly, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Kang Ujin immediately recognized the person in front of him. Well, we meet again. He smirked, amused. I guess you could say we're fated to meet. Junhai did not look pleased. Earlier, she had received a mission from Sang-ho. Junhai, I have a mission for you. The two of them had a secret conversation. After hearing the mission, Junhai's eyes widened in shock. He looked smug as he asked again. You can handle that, can't you? So that's why she's here. Yujin brought up their last encounter. Sorry about cutting in front of you back at Gasion Station, but a 5-star dungeon isn't that big of a deal. His eyes sharpened as he shot back. It wasn't so difficult that you needed that many party members, was it? But then, Junhai broke into a smirk. She stepped closer, her voice dripping with provocation. It feels like just yesterday I was putting you in your place, so you must have gotten a lot stronger since then. The onlookers began to murmur. Did Junhai and Kang Yujin actually fight before? She actually beat Kang Ujin? I wonder if the rumors about him are just hype. His expression darkened, and he let out a cold smirk. Damn it. Kang Yujin's eyes widened as he spoke first, his tone a clear challenge. You want to fight? She just laughed, completely unafraid. Hisun quickly stepped in, trying to de-escalate the situation. Calm down, you two. Let's not do this. Aren't we all supposed to be comrades for tomorrow's dungeon raid? But Junhai continued to taunt him. It seems you've only gotten physically stronger. You're still the same immature kid. Don't be so impulsive. She deliberately emphasized her point. Make just one mistake on the battlefield, and someone could die because of it. Hearing that, Kang Ujin's anger flared. What? Who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? Hisun had to pull him outside. Kang Ujin, please stop. She tried to explain, hoping to diffuse the tension. Junhai is the general commander of the awakened team that's providing reinforcements this time. Kang Ujin angrily clenched his teeth as he watched her leave. After a moment, Hisun finally let out a sigh of relief. He, too, eventually regained his composure. All right, forget it. Kang Yujin sat back down and made a request. Can you get me some intel on the situation inside the dungeon? Hisun was completely taken aback. Huh. With a look of confusion, she asked curiously. But, we're about to have a raid soon. Why would you need intel on the dungeon's interior? He didn't answer, just watched her cautiously. Is it some kind of military secret? Hisun had to correct him before leading the way. No, not at all. Information about the dungeon's interior is publicly available. If you need it, I can go print it for you right now. Junhai glanced back, her eyes filled with suspicion. Dungeon information. She quickly put the pieces together. Meanwhile, standing before a 6-star dungeon, even Kang Ujin had to marvel at it. The energy pouring out of it is incredible. No wonder they call it the strongest dungeon. Suddenly, a voice made him turn his head in surprise. Hey, Kang Ujin. Junhai was standing on an escalator, leaning on the handrail. What are you doing here? He smirked, his voice laced with arrogant confidence. What else would I do at a dungeon? Obviously, I'm here to clear it. She shot back, completely shocked. Are you out of your mind? But Kang Yujin just gave a self-satisfied smirk. Not in the slightest. In fact, what would be insane is sharing all this EXP and loot with the military and a bunch of other awakened. Junhai pressed on, reminding him. This is the dungeon that defeated the 3 strongest awakened teams. Are you trying to get yourself killed? She kept going, trying to reason with him. If you use a return portal, then... Kang Yujin cut her off, his voice dripping with annoyance. Hey, you talk too much. He bluntly pointed out her true feelings. You're scared, aren't you? Kang Yujin held out his hand, ready to enter. You're probably scared because you can't use a return portal. If you're scared, just sit back and wait. Before he entered, Kang Yujin glanced back with a sneer. Scaredy cat. Then, in an instant, he vanished through the dungeon gate. Left behind, Junhai could only curse in frustration. Kang Yujin, you son of a bitch. The scene changes to a different location, showing a golf club and ball. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket started ringing. Sang-ho looked out the window as he answered. Yes, Mr. Minister. A furious voice erupted from the other end. Chairman Lee, what is all this? He was still bewildered, unsure of what was going on. Sir, what do you mean? The voice on the other end spelled it out. I'm talking about your mercenary, Junhai. Are you planning to go back on your word and clear that dungeon? As soon as he heard this, Sang-ho's eyes shot open in shock. He had to do some damage control. I'm so sorry. Let me confirm what's going on, and I'll call you right back. Sir. Sang-ho's expression shifted, a mix of confusion and rage. Why would Junhai enter the dungeon? What the hell was she thinking? The scene cuts to her inside the dungeon. It looked like a huge battle had just taken place. Junhai carefully scanned the area. Are all these signs of battle from summoned monsters? She quickly estimated their numbers. 10? No. There must have been about 20 of them. Inwardly, Junhai was impressed. When you said you wanted to clear the dungeon by yourself, I thought you were insane. Now, I think I get it. She then looked up at the long road ahead. Even so, Junhai maintained her disdainful attitude. With his level of ability, he won't even be able to get his hands on the return stone, let alone clear the entire dungeon. Elsewhere, Kang Ujin shielded his face as he dodged an attack. He grinned in anticipation. There are my experience points. It's about time. Immediately, Kang Ujin shouted its name, Rocky. He quickly commanded it to strike the monster's torso. After the attack landed, the beast reared up and let out a blood-curdling shriek. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Yujin leaped onto its back and quickly summoned his weapon. Summon Hammer. Kang Yujin swung the hammer down with all his might. Immediately, the system flooded him with level-up notifications. You have reached level 40. You have unlocked level 40 privileges. He grinned, thrilled. Sweet, finally hit level 40. Bai, standing behind him, waved her hands excitedly. Master, you're so strong. You're amazing. The little girl then turned and excitedly hugged Rocky. Where'd you learn to talk like that? Our Rocky did a great job too. At that moment, Kang Yujin chimed in. Bye. I think you've been watching too much TV. He turned away, urging them onward. Anyway, no more messing around. Let's move. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening. He looked down below, a strange feeling of familiarity washing over him. A memory began to surface. Seeing the pattern insignia before him, he quickly recalled hearing about it. The legendary sanctuary of Anubis. Ujin recognized the towering stone structure, the Tape Plateau. He raised an eyebrow. He knew a bit about this place. It was also known by another name, the Giant's Temple. Standing before it, Kang Yujin understood the problem. So, this is the reason all the other raid attempts failed. He quickly opened his system screen. Perfect timing. Unlock level 40 privileges. The system then displayed 3 new notifications. You have unlocked new skills for the Summoner class. Level 1, Ghost Armor. Attracts wandering spirits, causing them to orbit the user. These spirits can teleport and protect the user from external attacks. Additionally, the user can use Soul Pack to absorb spirits and recover stamina. Maximum number of subordinates, 10. Level 1, Ghost Spear. Summons a spear made from the souls of your subordinates to attack your enemy. The Ghost Spear will pursue its target until it strikes. Mana consumed, 1. Kang Yujin looked pleased, a strange smile forming on his face. The scene flashes to him lying on the ground, trembling and pleading, "Please, save me." It was also through that experience that he learned the Soul Contract skill while healing Sung-gu. Kang Yujin was overjoyed, confident that he could finally use a higher-level skill upgraded from the Soul Contract. After some thought, Kang Yujin decided to upgrade his magic armor skill to level 10. He raised his hand high and commanded excitedly, "Wandering spirits, come to me." The system quickly updated his troop count, 1,001 subordinates. Then, Kang Yujin held out his hands in great anticipation. The system notifications began to pop up continuously. You have unlocked a skill for the warrior class. Warrior's Weapon Transformation. Greatsword. You have learned Greatsword technique as well as the sword split skill. Finally, he looked up, and as Bibi followed his gaze, they suddenly realized something. Is that it? Kang Yujin also cracked a smile in anticipation. He looked up and called out excitedly, "Come on out, Xing Xing." The system also sent the latest update. The seal of the demon sealing stone has been broken. A furry hoof stepped down. A mouth encased in armor appeared, and it finally emerged with a majestic cry. Level 1, summon, Ghostly Steed. The horse Xing Xing, a hot-blooded warhorse that never stops galloping even in the face of death. Mana cost, 30. Required influence, 1 phantom ride skill. Bibi was overjoyed and ran to hug it tightly. Xing Xing, do you remember me? Kang Yujin, standing behind them, understood completely, and even Rocky was very excited. It even released its golem form. He then turned and urged everyone on. We should save this touching reunion for later. Let's go now. We're running out of time. Then Bibi and Yujin mounted the horse, cheering happily. Let's go. Xing Xing, phantom ride skill. At that moment, it suddenly let out an angry cry. It charged straight towards Joan Hai. She was already prepared to attack with a skill. Joan Hai ran straight through it. Saju's Spirit Flight. Immediately after, it collapsed to the ground. She moved forward, looking around. He must be around here. Suddenly, Joan Hai stopped, noticing something. Seeing an object flying in the sky, she quickly realized it was Kang Ujin. Upon seeing him, her voice filled with disgust. A flying summon. He's really full of tricks. I have to hurry. Suddenly, she saw the rope wrapped around the base of a tree. The moment Junhai saw the rope, she remembered the reason why we still hadn't been able to clear the dungeon. It wasn't simply because we couldn't cross the canyon. She was more than capable of handling such a difficult task. We could have used people with flight abilities to easily get to the other side of the canyon. Junhai was clearly aware of the danger, but after crossing the canyon, there were only 3 monsters guarding the return stone. After seeing that, we gave up on attacking any further. She had figured out the problem long ago. We discovered that it would be far more profitable to let a dungeon break happen than to clear it. That way, this area would be destroyed, and we could rebuild a completely new district. Junhai also knew exactly who would be in charge. Even though I don't care about all that political nonsense, this decision rests entirely with the guild master and has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, she gripped the rope, determined to give it a try. However, what if someone can clear the dungeon that the war guild couldn't? Junhai remained determined to eliminate Kang Ujin, and a solo clear at that. Her attitude was now incredibly resolute. Just you wait. For the prestige of the war guild. Without hesitation, Junhai swung on the rope, propelling herself forward. I have to stop Kang Yujin from clearing this dungeon. The scene changes to outside the dungeon. 1 hour before the dungeon break, at a press conference for the War Guild's Lee Sang-ho. The reporters below were in a constant uproar, asking questions. Chairman Warang, what do you think are the chances that Junhai and Kang Yujin, who entered the dungeon together, will return alive? His eyes widened with tension as he assured them, I believe it's next to impossible. A reporter raised his hand to ask a question. There's about an hour until the dungeon break, and from what we know, Junhai is your younger sister. How are you feeling right now? Sang-ho's face twisted as he stressed his words. Are you serious with that question? His whole body trembled as he shot back the question. One of my family members is about to die, and you're asking me, a man who can do nothing, how I feel. Sang-ho's expression darkened as he lowered his head. Then he suddenly stood up and announced to everyone, I will be taking no further questions. Seeing this, the reporters clamored, unwilling to stop. Wait a moment, Chairman Warang. Suddenly, a person opened the door and entered, offering praise. You did a great job. Chairman Sang-ho asked about the situation with a completely nonchalant expression. Of course. So, what's the situation with the dungeon? The person quickly reported the details. There's been no response from the barriers yet, sir. Hearing this, he was pleased and gave an order. That's great news. Let's head to the command center. The man looked at Sang-ho's face, bewildered. Yes, sir. Great news? The man watched him walk away, confused. Even though he's the guild master, he's terrifyingly cold-blooded. Is even his own sister just a pawn for him to manage the guild? Some people were outside the door, shouting and pleading loudly. Please let us in. Kang Ujin is our guild master. Who's in charge here? Sang-ho saw this, his expression turning sour. What's all this commotion? The assistant looked at the crowd and answered hesitantly. Well, it seems they're employees from Kang Ujin's Allendal Guild. Hearing this, he asked again in surprise, the Allendal Guild? After a moment, he petted the horse, praising it. Good job, Xing Xing. You can rest now. Bibi arrived and looked around in surprise. Is this a giant's temple? You did say this was a reliable location, master. Kang Ujin had to nod in agreement. Yeah, it does look pretty creepy. I wonder if these things can transform into golems or something. He stared straight ahead, having found his answer. Well, there's only one way to find out. Kang Ujin then turned and pointed, giving an order. Rocky, try eating that thing. It quickly obeyed, flying straight towards the object. The stone began to shake violently from side to side. After a moment, a face was carved into the rock, and a massive hand slammed down onto the ground. Seeing the successful test, Kang Yujin himself was surprised. It worked. Was that just an ordinary rock? But suddenly, both of them recoiled in shock. At that moment, Kang Yujin's face went pale, sweat beading as he sensed danger. I guess not. He and the girl were instantly surrounded with no way out. Kang Yujin smirked, his mind racing. 5 of them. Is this a trap that activates when someone enters a certain area? He carefully sized up the creatures in front of him. Golems have no flesh and no soul, so all of his necromancy skills were useless. Kang Ujin stepped forward, drawing his weapon. In that case, he grinned, realizing this was the perfect opportunity to level up his warrior class skills. Jion Hai, observing from a high tree branch, grew suspicious as she watched the fight. Isn't he supposed to be a necromancer? Why does he look like an awakened warrior right now? Jion Hai looked down in awe. Who would have thought all of those stone statues were actually golems? She had to be wary of that terrifying power. If anyone had carelessly rushed straight into the shrine area, they would have been surrounded and annihilated for sure. In any case, Jion Hai had to admit that Kang Ujin's instincts were better than she'd thought. After fighting for a while, he was panting heavily, exhausted. Yujin clearly gauged his opponent's strength and was confident he could already see the end of this fight. Just because there are a lot of them doesn't mean they're strong. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side. However, Kang Ujin knew he had to be cautious of those three monsters. Those things had given him the creeps from the very beginning. Those three only had a single eye in the middle of their foreheads. Off to the side, someone was still hard at work. Powerful hammer blows struck down again and again. Kang Ujin had been tirelessly working at it this whole time. Bibi, who had been waiting, cheered with delight. You defeated the last golem. Master. From a distance, he had to warn her. Bibi, be quiet. It's dangerous. Kang Yujin eyed the stone in front of him with suspicion. The return stone is glowing this brightly. Does that mean a dungeon break is imminent? His expression grew grim and urgent. There's no more time. I have to end this, and fast. Kang Yujin looked at the monsters before him and recognized them as Cyclopes, one of the races descended from the ancient giants. He understood their traits very well. Although Cyclopes are descendants of giants, just like ogres, they are completely different. They aren't ferocious and brutal like ogres are. Ujin was well aware of their strengths. The primary trait the Cyclops race inherited from the giants was intelligence. He had to acknowledge both their intellect and their power. That intelligence is what allowed their civilization to flourish. They are powerful and worthy of being the final guardians of this temple. To his utter surprise, the Cyclops spoke. I must admit, I am quite surprised. I never expected to encounter you here. Hearing this, Kang Yujin was baffled. You know me. It quickly confirmed once more, I do. The Cyclops looked straight at Rocky, recognizing him as the shape-shifting giant of destruction. Then, its gaze shifted, recognizing Bibi as the Witch of Illusions. Finally, the Cyclops identified him the Necromancer of Slaughter. After hearing all that, Yujin responded arrogantly. So, it seems I'm pretty famous. The creature looked up calmly and said, How could I possibly not know you? The Cyclops deliberately stressed the danger, the god of death. It also made sure to praise his accomplishments, calling him the immortal king. Seeing them begin to transform, Ujin looked up in surprise. Gigantification, it fiercely raised its weapon and brought it crashing down. Seeing the situation, Rocky roared and charged forward. The mace slammed right into his head. Suddenly, they froze, looking stunned. Yujin, ever arrogant, asked, Were you also sent here by Chanet? Bibi leaped up, sighing in relief. I really thought we were done for. The Cyclops explained with conviction, Chanet is the new order of the universe, here to put everything back on its proper path. There's no way you can stop Chanet's army. It added with absolute certainty. The moment you fled from Anfen, you had already lost. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. When the hell did I ever run away? But the Cyclops calmly revealed the reason. Your own hot-headed nature is why you lost. Then it suddenly grinned. Cut the crap. He charged forward with his weapon, shouting, Enough talk, just die. Kang Ujin's weapon plunged straight into its eye. He smirked, proud and triumphant. Suddenly, something rushed in from the side, two giant hands clapping together. The Cyclops, aiming to crush Yujin, said, Now, you can finally rest in peace. The Cyclops clasped its hands together, growling, May you rest in eternal peace. It then began to chant as if casting a spell. Skill, tornado. But before it could act, Kang Yujin shot upward, swinging his spear and slicing off its fingers. He then landed back on the ground with a smirk. Rest in peace? What a joke. Bibi asked worriedly, Master, are you okay? Kang Yujin was baffled. How is he still okay after I stabbed a spear through his eye? On top of that, a notification suddenly popped up. The one-eyed giant was healing its wounds. The Cyclops' severed fingers were already regenerating at a rapid pace. He spat out bitterly. How unfair. The scene shifts to guard post B, where a voice is heard. We're not asking you to let us in for no reason. Mean's group was in a heated argument with the guards. He's our guild master. We deserve to know what's going on. The soldier replied coldly, What you heard on the news is exactly what happened. It's useless to keep talking to us. If you don't leave now, we will be forced to remove you. Dujemin's face was filled with worry. Yujin, she thought, silently pleading, Are you really okay? Jemin watched her sister, who had fallen silent with her head bowed. Dujemin whispered to herself, If you don't make it back alive, I don't think I can. She clasped her hands together, silently praying for Kang Yujin's well-being. Please, come back safely. Meanwhile, John Hai stood on a high rock, watching the battle rage on. She could see he was having a tough fight. He was now battling the Cyclopes all alone. Their immense bodies grant them extraordinary strength, and they possess the ability to heal wounds instantly. I don't think he can pull through this, she thought. Jun Hai narrowed her eyes, watching intently and thinking, What's your next move? Just then, Kang Yujin unleashed his splitting strike, a vertical spear slash that cut straight down the Cyclops' body. But in an instant, its body crackled with static energy, and the wound slowly sealed itself shut. He cursed, "Damn it." Yujin glanced behind him at the shifting light of the portal. This is a never-ending battle, and the dungeon is about to break at any moment. I never knew one-eyed giants could regenerate. He gritted his teeth, furious. I know this is their home turf, but this is just ridiculously unfair. Suddenly, Kang Yujin's eyes widened. Wait, home turf? Come to think of it, this is a temple of giants, and those one-eyed giants are its guardians. He wondered to himself, could it be? Kang Yujin then called out, Rocky, Bibi, I need you to hold them off for a few minutes. Bibi asked in confusion. What, master? How are we supposed to do that? He patted her head and said, I'm counting on you. Just then, the giants charged aggressively toward Bibi and Rocky. The little girl was now drenched in a nervous sweat. I'm sorry, but could you please stop right there for a moment? Suddenly, Kang Ujin jumped back down. He leaped onto a statue and taunted them. This statue is ridiculously huge. It's like they were afraid people wouldn't know this is a temple for giants. Having figured out the secret, Kang Yujin deduced the reason the temple, which housed holy relics, would grant its followers a special ability. Here, they must have been granted the power of regeneration, and if I'm right, the holy relic is. The Cyclops, enraged, charged forward, cursing, You bastard, how dare you place your filthy feet on the statue? But he just smirked mockingly. Why so serious? I haven't even done anything. Provoked, it became even more aggressive. Get out of the way. Right after, Kang Yujin used his own technique. With just one move, the special statue before him exploded into pieces. The Cyclops couldn't contain its rage and rushed forward with its club. You bastard. But this only made him more excited. A single, powerful slash appeared, severing its head from its body. The heavy slash decapitated it, and its headless body fell, spewing black blood. Seeing the result, Kang Ujin looked pleased. Nice. My aim is getting really good. He then looked up at the others and boldly challenged them. You say I was running away? Kang Ujin declared war with a confident posture. If you two want to beat me, then come at me together. After a short battle, he had taken down the two monsters. Wow, so many items that boost strength stats. The system then began to display a continuous stream of reward notifications. You have obtained the Giant's Belt. Strength +5, Defense +2. You have obtained the Giant's Tier. Strength +3. Just then, Bibi ran over, asking worriedly about his condition. Master, are you hurt anywhere? Kang Yujin looked at the system window with concern. I feel like I'm about to lose my title. My strength stat is catching up to my magic stat, but it's not that important. He turned his back, took a few steps forward, and stated firmly, Let's go home. Bibi, overjoyed, skipped along behind him. Suddenly, Yujin frowned and wondered, where did the return stone go? The little girl was even more confused and asked back, Didn't you take it? He turned his head to one side, speculating. Did some ghosts swipe it? A figure appeared, holding the return stone. Are you people looking for this? John Hai stood there, a smug smile on her face. Sang-ho had assigned her a sinister mission. Make Kang Yujin participate in the upcoming dungeon break in Gakron. Jeon Hai couldn't help but be surprised when she heard this. Kang Yujin? Why? Sang-ho then revealed that he had a mysterious past and abilities, and what better place to uncover his secrets than a dungeon break? He specifically instructed her, observe him carefully. Find out what he can do and what skills he uses. Sang-ho paid attention to every little detail. If he has support, who is it? All that stuff. Find out anything you possibly can. John Hai let out a heavy sigh. You mean I have to tail him? Can't someone of a lower rank do this? But Sang-ho insisted. No, this is a job only you can do. I really want Kang Yujin on our side, but he's already established his own independent force, the Aden Guild. That's why I've been watching my prey for a long time. In any case, if he's capable of clearing a dungeon single-handedly in the shortest time compared to everyone else, it won't be long before he completely upends the Bloodstone market. Sang-ho's eyes were filled with menace. If we can't have him. Standing opposite Kang Ujin, Jeon Hai clearly remembered the instructions. It's best to eliminate him before he gains any more influence. Meanwhile, Bibi was very curious. Master, who is that woman? Jeon Hai looked amused. I'm quite surprised. Who would have thought you could actually clear this dungeon all by yourself? And she assessed him. I thought you'd use some kind of trick. But I have to admit, you're strong. Unexpectedly, Kang Yujin bluntly dismissed her. Your recognition means absolutely nothing to me. He immediately demanded, give me back my stone. Now, Jeon Hai, with a short temper, charged forward like a fierce tiger without a word. Fortunately, Kang Yujin was nimble enough to block the attack. What the hell are you doing? Jeon Hai seethed. I have my own circumstances. You know, I can't let you leave this place alive. At the same time, At security post number 4, someone's voice rang out. You're being unreasonable. There's an argument in the middle of the street, and we have a direct connection to the person involved in this incident. And you want us to get the details from the media. Where's the common sense in that? Just then, Sang-ho stepped out. What's all this commotion about? The moment they saw his face, people became wary. A man named Min quickly introduced himself. I'm a member of the Aden Guild. We're here because we heard our guild master entered that dungeon. At that moment, Sang-ho silently judged them. The master and the employees are exactly alike. Absolutely no class. Jun-hai must have fallen for Kang Ujin's provocation. He tried to remain calm to continue speaking with the other party because the dungeon break was about to happen. It would be best for you to keep the area of the impending dungeon break clear. Taking responsibility and compensating for damages will be handled after we've stopped the break. Jiang Minchen was seemingly left speechless. Hong Sung-gu spoke up indignantly. How can there be a dungeon break? My big brother will break the barrier and come out soon. Sang-ho shot him a sharp glance, inwardly scorning the little brat. At that exact moment, the guards reported in a panic. The barrier. The barrier is no longer responding. The surroundings erupted into chaos. No way, he's out. What? A thick cloud of smoke began to fill the space. 1 hour earlier, the battle between Jun-hai and Kang Ujin was still raging fiercely. She attacked relentlessly, with no intention of stopping. While on the other side, Kang Ujin struggled to defend himself. Jun-hai suddenly uttered 2 words, skill. It turned out she was unleashing another move, Flying Shadow. This attack truly had an effect on Kang Ujin. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, Jun-hai had moved behind him. The sharp tip of her sword was hurtling straight towards Kang Ujin. At this moment, he felt a bit helpless. I can't dodge this. And so, Kang Ujin took the full force of the incredibly painful blow. Seeing this from the corner, Bai cried out in fear, Master. Suddenly, a massive pile of rocks flew toward Jun-hai as the huge monster rumbled in her direction. Jun-hai scoffed in disgust. A golem-type summon, all brawn and no brains. Now that she knew where its core was, she was sure defeating it would be no problem at all. The massive monster let out a deafening roar. Rock. Meanwhile, Yujin was still reeling from the previous blow. Oh man, it looks like we're being pushed back. System notification. Demonic armor has been activated. You have absorbed 2 souls. Subordinates, 98 out of 100. Kang Yujin calmly got to his feet, analyzing the situation. Our strength is about equal, but she's got me beat on speed. I guess there's a reason she's an A-rank hunter. Jun-hai's sharp eyes caught it. Did you just put up a barrier? She said, her voice dripping with menace. But what's the point if all it does is block my attacks? If you keep stalling, we'll have a dungeon break on our hands. Kang Ujin had also grasped his opponent's weakness. That's a funny joke, he retorted. You say that as if a dungeon break has nothing to do with you. Are you trying to pressure me, or do you actually want it to happen? It seems like anyone with a little bit of power has a heart as black as night. It's impossible to know what people are thinking. He tightened his grip on his sword. Whatever. No matter what you're plotting, I'm going to ruin it all, Kang Ujin declared boldly. Yet, Jun-hai showed no fear. Quite the confident one, aren't you? The power in her voice made Kang Ujin freeze for a split second. Jun-hai lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Let me show you what I'm capable of. The devastating force of her attack made the ground itself heave, and a massive boulder was instantly shattered into smithereens. Jun-hai and Kang Ujin were evenly matched, neither willing to give an inch. She unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks while Kang Ujin created a shield to defend himself, then fell back to launch his own assault. Jun-hai stood perfectly still, watching the swords hurtle toward her. But with just a few swings, she effortlessly swept them all aside. Once that was done, a dangerous smile crept onto Jun-hai's face. Skill, Phantom Flash. Her features suddenly became a blur. Seizing the opportunity while Kang Ujin was still processing what happened, Jun-hai charged, and he stood frozen, stunned to see his opponent suddenly appear before him. Just like that, Kang Ujin took a crippling blow from her, leaving a deep cut across his face. He couldn't help but curse, damn it. At that, Jun-hai strode forward arrogantly. Looks like your barrier has reached its limit. Let's end this right here. And she unleashed another skill, Moon Carver. Even in a situation like this, Kang Ujin managed to smile. Bloodthirsty, Jun-hai leaped into the air to strike. Die. Bai screamed in terror. Master. The spot where Kang Yujin stood was completely obscured by dust. Jun-hai looked triumphant. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this satisfying. Farewell, Kang Ujin. The thick smoke showed no signs of clearing. Then, Kang Ujin's voice echoed out, but things were just starting to get interesting. Farewell? What are you talking about? Seeing a skeleton standing before her, Jun-hai was shocked. What the hell? Kang Yujin remained perfectly calm. Why so surprised? First time seeing a skeleton soldier. This time, he had her right where he wanted her. John Hai was momentarily speechless. Kang Ujin? She started putting the pieces together. Don't tell me. All this time, he was just pretending to be losing to lure me into a spot where he could easily summon his soldiers. Jan Hai truly couldn't wrap her head around it. But, since when? It felt so bizarre. When did I fall into his trap and get cornered like this? Kang Ujin stepped forward with an arrogant smirk. Now, it's my turn. Faced with this, Jiun Hai could only grit her teeth in fury. Then, she launched a surprise attack on Kang Yujin, boasting. Even so, your sluggish attacks won't be able to touch me. Hearing that, Kang Ujin gave a sly smirk. Is that so? Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted into the air. John Hai had been struck without even knowing it. She trembled as she turned to look back. There are two more of them. It was the soldiers Kang Ujin had summoned earlier. Witnessing this scene, he was incredibly satisfied. There's strength in numbers, after all. Then, Kang Ujin raised his sword. Time to end this. Being in this predicament made Jiun Hai's blood boil with rage. Kang Ujin, you bastard. Kang Ujin said softly as he delivered the final blow. Bye-bye. The system immediately announced, level up. You have reached level 50. Resurrection, level 1. You can now control one corpse. The corpse can use a maximum of 50% of its original power. You can only issue simple commands to the corpse. Corpse explosion, level 1. The owner can make a corpse detonate, including one under their control, as long as it's within a 10-meter radius. Kang Yujin watched excitedly as the energy flowed into him. Wow, that's a ton of experience points. He then looked down at her body. Thanks for that. The scene changes, and a voice calls out, Can we go in now? Look, the barrier's gone. The desperate pleas continued. Let us in. But right at that moment, Dong Min Chan froze, spotting someone in the distance. He yelled out as he caught sight of Kang Ujin. Boss. Yujin looked at the crowd in confusion. When did all of you get here? Everyone swarmed toward him. Boss. Dong Min Chan explained. We rushed over as soon as we saw the news bulletin. Oh, really? Ujin replied. Taking the opportunity, he asked, by the way, I dropped my things and my phone somewhere around here. Can you help me find them? But Dong Min Chan just stood there, stunned for a second. The entire country just breathed a collective sigh of relief thanks to him, and he's here asking us to find his phone. A familiar voice called out, Kang Yujin. Jaeguia ran up and threw herself into his arms. She was so worried, she burst into tears. You idiot. I was so worried about you. How could you just recklessly jump into a place like this? Kang Yujin's voice was gentle. Shouldn't that be healed by now? Why are you still wearing a hat? Taking off Juia's hat, he gave her a compliment. You look much prettier this way. But her attention was elsewhere. What does it matter if my face is healed when you're hurt like this? This? Kang Yujin wasn't particularly bothered. It's nothing a little ointment won't fix in a few days. Then, Juia brought something up. By the way, that ring you gave me. She mustered up all her courage, if you're okay with it. But Kang Yujin's response left her stunned. A ring? What are you talking about? Flustered. She tried again. You know, from the event that day. You're the one who set it up, right? Kang Yujin racked his brain. Ring event? Juia's cheeks immediately turned bright red. It was then she realized she completely misunderstood, and she wished the ground would swallow her whole. After a moment of thought, Kang Ujin spoke again. Wait a second. Seun Hun, who had been observing, chimed in, Boss, did she just confess her feelings to you? I'm at a loss for words. Sang Ho suddenly cut into the conversation. Mr. Kang Yujin, I'm so relieved you're alive. He then began to probe. But what happened to Captain Lee Jeonhai? Jeonhai's words flashed through his mind. I have my own goals. Understand? I can't let you get out of here alive. He then studied Sang Ho carefully. I don't have any proof, but my gut tells me this guy is bad news. Okay then, let's see how he reacts. Kang Yujin simply stated that she was dead. He didn't elaborate that she was also strong, but had unfortunately met an opponent who was even stronger. This made Sang Ho suspicious. A monster killed Lee Jeonhee? Was he trying to say he had nothing to do with Jeonhee's death? He started to have his doubts. Or was he lying? Sang Ho asked curiously. Who killed her then? Kang Yujin suddenly uttered two strange words. The Immortal. This threw Sang Ho's mind into even more turmoil. The Immortal. Just then, Hong Sunggu approached. Boss, I found your things in your phone. It seems the military picked them up and held on to them. Yujin offered a word of praise. Good work. Sunggu reminded him, Boss, aren't you in the middle of an important conversation with the chairman of the War Guild? Not really. At the very least, I should fix my hair before heading back to the hotel. Right. As it was time to leave, Sang Ho showed his indignation. An unknown monster killed Jeonhee? Was he supposed to believe those words? He could just claim the dungeon break never happened. Sang-ho knew very well that the War Guild's A rank awakened. Jonhei was dead. He began to fall into despair. Everything he had built with his own two hands was slowly crumbling, and the reason it was collapsing was Kang Ujin. Sang-ho bit his lip in fury. A while later, Yujin arrived back at the hotel. He had just turned the faucet on. Kang Yujin recalled the Cyclades from the 6-star dungeon. They were truly powerful. And he was certain, but on Anfen, there were many species of monsters far stronger than them. There was no way it would all end this easily. Just then, the television reported that after an in-depth investigation into the dungeons, Dr. James Toffler would begin to announce his report. He spoke about issues related to the dungeons, where they came from, and how they had changed. The other person shared information, stating that the monsters were a life form from outer space, and he emphasized his point of view. According to my hypothesis, the dungeons are like their pathways. They are a method, a passage, to lead those life forms to Earth. This left Kang Ujin bewildered. What the hell is this? Toffler posed some questions, but even after creating the gates, they can't pass through here. And a dungeon break only occurs after 30 days. But why does it take 30 days? And the old man analyzed. I have a theory about the returned stones. Based on what we know about them, if we consider a dungeon to be a mine, then they are the stabilizing factor and also the key to escaping the dungeon. However, Toffler continued his speech. If you look at it from the monster's point of view, 30 days after a dungeon appears, the return stone can be considered the key to opening the gate to Earth. Yujin found this quite interesting. It sounded pretty convincing. Toffler explained further. In the past, the monsters that escaped from dungeons were all very weak, and the dungeons were at most 4-star, but the reason we had so many casualties was that we weren't prepared to fight them at all. Following that, Kang Ujin assessed that they were small and behaved differently than when they were in the dungeon. Was it to optimize their energy consumption? Like Bibi, Toffler continued, but now, since the dungeon rush, 5- and 6-star dungeons have appeared more frequently. And if things keep escalating like this, it's only a matter of time before a 7-star dungeon appears. Kang Ujin completely agreed with the old man's views. Yes, I think so too. But the important thing is why such a phenomenon is happening. Following that, Toffler asserted that the dungeons are not simply mines. The bloodstones we've been plundering are actually just bait they've set up. The old man emphasized, the more bloodstones there are on Earth, the better the environment will be for them. Kang Ujin shot up to his feet. The bloodstones. That makes sense. From what he knew, the energy in bloodstones was known as magic power on Anfen. They were increasing the mana saturation on Earth by making humans plunder and use bloodstones. By doing so, they would create an environment where monsters could materialize. Kang Yujin looked up at the person on the screen again. Professor James Toffler. I'll remember your name. Kang Ujin's phone screen showed a call from Hin. He immediately picked up the phone. Yeah, what's up? The person on the other end said, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, boss, but I think you need to come back and see this for yourself. Kang Yujin was suddenly silent for a long moment. Hearing the following information, he felt utterly indignant. A press conference? The press conference was underway with dozens of reporters. At that moment, someone unexpectedly approached. The person gently pulled out a chair at the table. Dong Min-chan felt guilty. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop this interview. So if you find any questions too difficult to answer, please just ignore them. As soon as he sat down, Kang Yujin glanced at Sang-ho. His eyes glinted with scrutiny. Seeing this, Sang-ho put on a provocative face. Look at him. You're planning something, aren't you? A reporter suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. First, I'd like to ask a question for Chairman Lee Sang-ho. Was the reckless dungeon attack before the dungeon break something arranged separately by Warang and Aden, or was it agreed upon by both? Sang-ho confidently asserted. Nothing of the sort happened. Vice Guildmaster Jonhee recklessly took on that task herself. He even dared to emphasize, I am certain she was only trying to help Kang Ujin, who has recently been the center of attention. The reporter wanted to know more. So that means Vice Guildmaster Jonhee recklessly went into the dungeon to save Yujin. He continued, I'd like to direct the next question to Mr. Kang Yujin. During the dungeon attack, what was your teamwork with Miss Jonhee? Please tell us about this dungeon attack and also about Miss Jonhee's death. The reporter pressed him hard. How did she die? Did you do everything you could to save her? But Kang Yujin remained silent, which made the reporter lose his composure. Please answer me. While in the dungeon, was there any conflict between you and Miss Jonhee? Meanwhile, Sang-ho covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, praying inwardly. That's right. Keep grilling him. How dare he mess with the War Guild? Kang Ujin, you're so dead. It turned out that before the press conference began, Sang-ho had made a phone call. Mr. Reporter, I'd like to give you a little tip. I have a few suspicions about this Kang Ujin. He had it all planned out. From now on, the entire South Korean media will be hounding you. At that moment, the reporter asked again, Mr. Kang Ujin, this country has a right to know. Please answer, don't remain silent. Could Captain Jioni's death possibly be related to Kang Ujin? It's a possibility, isn't it? Dong Minchan had a bad feeling. Damn it, this is bad. Model, suddenly, I feel like this is a public hearing. He feels incredibly guilty. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have refused this press conference. Min called out softly, Boss. Kang Yujin's face had darkened, but he signaled for silence, then stood up boldly. What do you all want? The reporter asked persistently, Doesn't this country have the right to know? Kang Ujin cut him off irritably. Cut that damn nonsense. These words made the reporter afraid to say more. Then Kang Ujin turned to face Sang Ho. He delivered a stunning kick right to his face. The reporter was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Even Min couldn't predict this move. Just when it seemed like his rival was cornered, Sang Ho collapsed pathetically in front of all the cameras. He clutched his aching shoulder, glaring at Kang Ujin. What do you think you're doing? Kang Ujin didn't hesitate to expose him. This is damn hilarious. How dare you pull those dirty tricks right in front of me? Not only that, he violently grabbed Sang Ho by the collar. He trembled and stammered. Are you insane? We're live on television. Kang Ujin repeated with contempt. Live television. Thinking he had his opponent cornered, Sang Ho became arrogant. You've made a mistake, haven't you, Kang Ujin? This entire country is watching you. But Kang Ujin just let out a mocking laugh. Is that so? He asked himself. What was the population of Anfen again? 1 billion. 2 billion. This act made Min Chan extremely flustered. Boss, please, calm down. Kang Ujin wasn't even sure himself. He couldn't remember how many people he had killed. He scoffed internally, though they had all watched his every move. A live broadcast in one country means absolutely nothing. Then, Kang Ujin's voice rang out. Do you want a live broadcast of you getting beaten up? Sang Ho was bewildered. What? The moment the word left his mouth, Kang Yujin punched him. Sang Ho's cheek was now swollen and red. Lee Seung-hun was terrified just watching through the screen. Damn it. He was filled with regret. Shit. I almost got myself killed. Why did I ever dare to try and scam a guy like him? Even so, Lee Seung-hun thought. To do that during a press conference, there really are people who don't give a damn what others think of them. Huh. Another news report came on. A wild male antelope was trying to find females to mate with. Meanwhile, Seung-hun was busy watching other news. He's going crazy and causing an uproar again. The search rankings are blowing up. It's all over the internet now. Huh. Seung-hun's eyes landed on a headline. What's this? He unconsciously read the word aloud. Sanctus. A reporter was at what was now the most interesting place to be. I'm currently on the scene of a miracle that has captured the world's attention. The reporter announced that hundreds of people had come to visit this place. It was because they wanted to receive the favor of Sanctus Murdy. Playful voices could be heard. An elf is really an elf, huh? Watching through his phone screen, Seung-hun marveled. This is truly otherworldly beauty. The reporter introduced. The person you see here in the wheelchair is Mr. Smith, who was born paralyzed from the waist down. Seung-hun listened intently. Will he be able to stand on this ground today for the first time in his life? Is this some kind of new cult? Let's witness this miracle with our own eyes. A hand containing magical power was placed on the young man's head. Seung-hun was stunned by the action. The people at the scene were also in an uproar. What just happened? Damn it. Did it work? The man couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, oh my God. He was deeply moved. Thank you, Lady Murdy. And Murdy stated that a goddess always has infinite, boundless compassion for those who place their sincere faith in her. And I am merely a messenger of the goddess? Seung-hun was shocked once again. No way. There are tons of awakeners with all sorts of wondrous abilities like miracles or potions. But the man continued to express his gratitude. Lady Murdy, may the goddess bless you forever. Isn't healing an injury like that supposed to be impossible? Someone was watching from a corner. This is truly astounding. Is she really a messenger of a god? Linda confirmed that it was true that hundreds, even thousands, of people were following her and have transferred to become members of the Arya Guild. No one suspects her at all. She performed the miracle on a live broadcast. Dinkin's gaze remained fixed on Sanctus Murdy of Arya. He knew some information about her. Although it was true that after being rescued from the dungeon, she couldn't speak, which was very strange. Yet she managed to learn Earth's language in just a few days. According to legend, the goddess Arya, the goddess of the land and the future in the world of Anfen, introduced herself as a priestess who serves the goddess Arya and has performed quite a few miracles. Not only that, there are also some rumors that she doesn't just have incredible healing abilities. She can also show the future that Arya predicts through the weather. It's truly hard to believe, especially her ability to predict the time and place where a dungeon will appear. The story of Murdy spread far and wide, and thanks to her, people were able to clear 5-star dungeons and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. But there was one condition to borrow her power. Dinkin was certain it was the establishment of an order of holy knights to serve the goddess Arya. He went on to ask for information about that order of holy knights. Linda reported, "A lot of people have already signed up, sir." She updated him on the situation, which was genuinely concerning. Because right now, quite a few awakeners from our guild are requesting to be transferred there. Because of this, Dinkin had to make a decision quickly. There's really nothing I can do. If I can't stop them, then I need to use them as much as possible. He set his sights on Murdy. No matter what, she is currently the best awakener. Murdy. Dinkin could even see her level and SS rank ability. At the same time, at the Aden Guild, the Warang Guild, and the Aden Guild press conference, the reporters were tense as they watched the current situation. Min Chan impatiently reminded him, "Boss, please, calm down. If this keeps up, we're going to be in real trouble." Only then did Kang Ujin stop and regain control of his hands. Sang Ho was now covered in injuries, especially his face. Before leaving him, Kang Ujin shot him one last painful look. He turned back to everyone. "Have any of you bothered to ask about Jiun Hai?" Yujin emphasized every word. "She tried to kill me." He revealed the obvious truth. And as you can see, she failed. Kang Yujin issued a warning, "If you people dare to accuse me of attempted murder," he emphasized angrily, "if any of you dare to mess with me again, I don't care who it is. I won't let a single one of you off the hook. Got it?" The reporter who'd been bribed earlier was also scared stiff. Without hesitating for a second, Kang Ujin turned to leave. "Min Chan, let's go," he stammered, scrambling to follow. "Why, yes, sir." In the luxurious lobby outside the press conference, Min Chan asked curiously, "Boss, were you serious? That she tried to kill you?" Kang Yujin confirmed coldly, "It's true." Min Chan wanted to know more. "Then, does that mean?" Kang Yujin confirmed instantly, "Yes, I killed her. And the real mastermind behind it all is the chairman of the War Guild." He smirked at Dung Min Chan. "Why so surprised? Is it because I killed her? Or because the War Guild is trying to assassinate me?" Hitting a sore spot, Min Chan didn't dare to breathe too loudly, feeling deeply concerned. Even if his rival was trying to kill him, to be so calm after taking a life. "Well, no matter how you look at it, this ultimately benefits me. Because I've eliminated Li Jianhai, the one who was blocking my path." Min Chan regained his composure. "That's true, but I'm worried about what's going to happen next. I don't know how public opinion will swing, especially with the War Guild manipulating the press conference like that." Suddenly, Kang Yujin called his name. "Min Chan, do you know what the hardest thing is to deal with for those schemers who operate in the shadows?" Min Chan blurted out, "Sir." Yujin's words were filled with meaning. It's when someone confronts them head-on. It gives them a massive headache because it makes it impossible for them to plot in secret. Min Chan was suddenly lost in thought. So that was why? He connected the dots. He had shifted the narrative from why was Kang Ujin involved in and complicit in Jianhai's death to Min Chan posed the question, is the War Guild really the culprit behind the assassination attempt on Kang Ujin? He was genuinely curious, as there was no way to prove exactly what had happened inside the dungeon. Who would have thought his actions were the result of so much calculation? Then, Min Chan exclaimed cheerfully, "That's our boss, for sure." He then asked, "So, how should we handle the aftermath?" Yujin replied, "Why would I do that? That's your job." That reminder made Min Chan's face twist. "What?" Meanwhile, Kang Yujin grinned with satisfaction. "Director Dung, you have to put in some effort too. If your salary isn't enough, then go ahead and give yourself a raise." Dumb Min Chan could only curse internally. He doesn't think about a damn thing. This bastard of a boss. At least he had some conscience. After talking for a while, the two of them left the building. A crowd of reporters was waiting outside the door. "It's Kang Yujin." Kang Ujin raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. "What is this?" Hemin immediately called out, "Sir, could you come over and say hello? The residents from the shelter wanted to thank you. They sincerely want to express their gratitude to you." "Really? Thank you for protecting our home," a young man said with a radiant smile. "No matter what, I'll always be cheering for you." A little girl praised him enthusiastically. "Mister, you're so cool. Thank you." An old woman also came up to express her gratitude. "I've lived in this neighborhood for over 70 years. Thank you so much, young man." Kang Yujin just listened silently to everyone's words. Someone brought forward a bouquet of fresh flowers. The little girl spoke up. "Mister, thank you." Kang Yujin accepted it gently. "Thank you, too." A faint smile touched his lips. Well, moments like these. He gripped the gifted bouquet tightly, raising it high like a trophy. Kang Ujin thought wasn't so bad. The crowd chanted in unison, "Kang Ujin, Watching from the side, Min Chan felt happy too. I really can't figure him out. Min Chan concluded that he was truly no ordinary person. And now, he was the hero who had protected this city. Meanwhile, the crowd was still cheering. A worried voice called out, "Chairman." An assistant kept calling, "Chairman, are you awake?" Sang-ho woke up and immediately roared, "Kang Ujin, that bastard." The assistant asked nervously, "Chairman, how are you feeling?" But Sang-ho was still consumed by a bone-deep hatred. He swore, "That son of a bitch. That crazy bastard." Sang-ho remembered the taunts. How amusing. "How dare you pull a stunt like that in front of me?" He snarled again. "That stupid son of a bitch." Sang-ho unconsciously clenched the object in his hand. He declared, "I swear, I'll do everything in my power to kill you." In America, Manhattan, a thoroughly modern city, stood the headquarters of the Arya Guild, the head of the Titan Guild. Murdy knelt before a statue, continuously reciting chants. A person entered and announced, "Saintess, the guild master has arrived." Dinkin took Murdy's hand. "I greet the Saintess." Instead of a formal greeting, she just offered a gentle smile. Then Murdy inquired, "Is the formation of the Holy Knights proceeding smoothly?" And Dinkin reported, "Yes, ma'am. We have many applicants, so everything is progressing very well." That news seemed to put Murdy at ease. "The goddess will be pleased with this." She then announced, "The Holy Knights will be the heroes in the holy war to save Anfen. We will lead them and take back Anfen." Murdy stated that by the time their main force began its attack, it would be too late. And Earth is the same as Anfen. It will face a tremendous disaster. Dinkin silently mulled over her words. Anfen and Earth. He had some knowledge of this matter. The holy war to protect both worlds. Dinkin knew the gravity of the situation, even though what was happening was truly hard to believe. If it was true, then this is no longer something our guild can handle alone. We will need everyone in this world to work with us. Then he spoke up. "I have one more thing to report to you." Dinkin presented an iPad. "I found the person mentioned in the prophecy you revealed before." Murdy couldn't hide her happiness. "You finally found him." But when she looked at the screen, she was bewildered. "Who is this person?" Murdy's body trembled slightly. "How can this person be on Earth?" Dinkin immediately asked. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Murdy's voice dropped. "The immortal necromancer of ruin." She was shocked to her core. Who would have thought that Yujin would be the savior in the prophecy? At the same time, on Kang Ujin's side, he suddenly ordered Hong Sung-gu, "Get the car." Sung-gu helplessly reminded him, "Sir, you still have 2 days before you have to report back to the police station." Kang Yujin replied, "Why would I go there?" Hong Sung-gu guessed with suspicion. "Then where are you planning to go? Don't tell me." Kang Yujin immediately revealed his destination. "We're going to the War Guild." The entire group shouted in unison. "What?" Kang Yujin let out a sigh. "I'll handle it myself. Why do you all look so scared?" Dong Min Chan made an excuse to stop him. "Boss, please, let me take care of this. There's no need for you to go through the trouble." Suddenly, Kang Yujin's voice dropped. "If I go?" Min Chan quickly backpedaled. "No, it's no trouble for me at all." Kang Yujin had no choice but to agree. "All right, fine. Then," he offered, "is there anything I can help with?" Min Chan said there was. He requested, "Please allow me to hire more staff. If we want to handle this incident, we'll need to hire a lawyer, and we'll also need more support staff." Kang Yujin thought for a moment. Hire more staff. He silently analyzed. If the bloodstones continue to pile up on Earth, it won't be Anfen's monsters that appear, but Chanet's subordinates. And even though they're called subordinates, they're actually the 72 war generals serving directly under Chankar. Every single one of them is extremely dangerous and cannot be defeated by a single person. Kang Yujin calculated. Even with my subordinates in the world of Anfen, my entire army of the Undead, and the help of my allies there, I could only just barely match Chanet's forces. Then he brought his thoughts back to the present. But now, I only have 4 subordinates. This made Yujin hesitate, and Hong Sung-gu was the only awakened one among them, which didn't really count for much. His only strength is that he has a very pure soul. Seeing Ujin's prolonged silence, Hong Sung-gu asked, "Is something wrong, sir?" Min Chan asked again, "Boss, what about hiring more people?" Kang Yujin then agreed, "All right, when you're hiring, make sure to hire some pseudo-awakened too." He suddenly smiled and called out, "Sung-gu?" Then Kang Yujin ordered, "Follow me." Green trees colored the forest. A sharp blade whistled through the air. Someone was taking down a huge monster. With just a few slashes, Kang Yujin defeated it. After he was done, a few drops of fresh blood lingered on his blade. Kang Yujin casually remarked, "This is just routine now." Hong Sung-gu, standing to the side, commented, "Sir, I think I've gotten stronger." "Look." Hearing this, Ujin looked over with a serious expression. Hong Sung-gu happily announced, I've already gathered this much. A system update appeared. Level 7. Hong Sung-gu. He fears you but still respects you. He both likes and dislikes you. Class, Battle Mage. Skill, Fireball. Note, in terms of Bloodstone collection, he is on par with a master-level ranker. Meanwhile, Yujin thought to himself, he really does collect Bloodstones lightning fast. You'd think he was fighting a monster or something. Then he called out, Hey, Hong Sung-gu, stop collecting Bloodstones and get over here. Sung-gu looked confused but quickly hurried over. You called, sir? Yujin asked. Hong Sung-gu, how strong do you want to become? Sung-gu blurted out, I'm sorry. Yujin said seriously, surely you have some kind of goal, don't you? Do you want to just keep collecting Bloodstones under my command forever? Hong Sung-gu suddenly recalled, that's right. My original dream was to become a high-level fire mage. How did I end up as a director who just runs errands? He was dismayed. The job description of an errand boy director. 1. Drive. 2. Carry luggage. 3. Collect Bloodstones. 4. Book dungeon appointments. Yujin's voice interrupted his train of thought. Are you satisfied with how things are now? Hong Sung-gu stammered. No, sir. When I awakened, my dream was to become a high-level fire mage. I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger. Kang Yujin's voice was stern. Even if it works you to the bone. Sung-gu declared resolutely. Yes, anything. Hearing that, Kang Yujin smiled with relief. All right, then let's begin. Hong Sung-gu was stunned once more. Huh? Kang Yujin slowly began to speak. 1 month. Are you ready? I will make you an A rank within 1 month. Currently, Hong Sung-gu was training so hard he was out of breath. Despite that, his legs kept moving. How did this happen? Even now, Hong Sung-gu couldn't understand how it came to this. He remembered Ujin's words, I will make you an A rank in 1 month. Hong Sung-gu was doubtful. Is that really even possible? Suddenly, something flew past him and, in the blink of an eye, stood before him, blocking his path with a sword. Yujin's soldier attacked him, but fortunately, Hong Sung-gu dodged just in time. In the process, he lost his balance and fell flat on his back. Then, the skeleton soldier slowly advanced on Hong Sung-gu. He quickly pulled himself together, thinking, I can't let my guard down. If that thing hits me, I'm dead. The skeleton soldier took on a terrifying appearance to intimidate its opponent. Hong Sung-gu summoned a bit of energy. I need to make some distance, and then I'll use my skill. Gathering enough magic, he hurled it at the skeleton soldier. Take this. Immediately, the area exploded like a cataclysm. Seeing this, Hong Sung-gu couldn't help but get excited. Yes, but before he could celebrate, the skeleton soldier appeared unharmed from within the flames. It then launched a surprise attack on Sung-gu. The skeleton soldier gripped its sword and pushed it deeper. In an instant, night fell upon the vast forest. As the skeleton soldier withdrew its sword, Sung-gu collapsed from the severe wound. He trembled nonstop. It hurt so much. Kang Ujin walked over, displeased. Get up. How long are you going to lay there? He then declared loudly, Did you seriously think you could beat my skeleton soldier with that little fireball? How dare you let your guard down after just 1 successful hit? If you want to survive, Kang Ujin instructed pointedly, you have to be persistent and get stronger. Do you think monsters will always stay inside dungeons? Meanwhile, Hong Sung-gu was still completely lost. What? Yujin posed a scenario. Imagine this, dungeon breaks occurring at every single station on Earth, all at the same time, 6 billion people. Then, he stated with certainty, I guarantee you, it wouldn't even take 3 days to cut that number in half. Sung-gu still couldn't wrap his head around it. What nonsense are you spouting now? Meanwhile, Yujin continued, if that happens, I'll be too busy protecting my own family. I won't have time to protect you. You must learn to survive on your own. Yujin wanted to give Sung-gu a wake-up call. If you want to protect your family, then make damn sure you are never weak again. With his body still shaking, Hong Sung-gu forced himself to stand up. The moment he found his footing, he let out a deafening roar. But nothing could break Hong Sung-gu's spirit. Sir, please train me more. Seeing this attitude, Kang Ujin smiled. That's it. That's the way you should be. Dawn broke in an instant at the Jungbuk Forest Station. The place was still deserted. Hong Sung-gu let out a long, exhausted yawn. Kang Ujin, sitting opposite him, asked gently, Tired? Hong Sung-gu's face was more gaunt than ever. How could he not be tired after 3 days of hellish training like that? Kang Yujin informed him, I've used one of my skills to neutralize your fatigue. If you feel sleepy, it's simply because your mind is weak and craves rest. Then come up with a self-hypnosis challenge or whatever, as long as it stops you from getting sleepy. Hong Sung-gu immediately complied. All right. Just then, the TV blared. Her blessings have saved countless lives. What she has done is truly miraculous. The two of them were immediately drawn in by the topic. It was a scene with Saintess Modi and the man whose head she had patted before. Kang Ujin subconsciously thought, she looks exactly like someone I used to know. Even her gestures and actions are the same. Hong Sung-gu was baffled. Who are you talking about? He also exclaimed, she's so beautiful, she looks like an elf. Kang Yujin shrewdly noticed that she wasn't an elf. You can tell by her ears. This was just a figure of speech, but there was a truth he didn't reveal. What everyone was seeing were the miracles of Saintess Modi of Area. Next up is a story about the Saintess's Holy Night Order. Then Kang Ujin whipped his head around, startled. What? Is that really Modi? He found it strange. How can she be here? The scene changes to the Adan Guild, a familiar office where Min Chan cheerfully spoke up. You're back? Ujin hurriedly assigned a task, help me book a plane ticket to the US. Min Chan understood the reason. How did you know? Are you talking about the invitation the association sent? Hearing that, Kang Ujin subconsciously repeated, the association? According to what Min Chan knew, some time ago the Titan Guild rescued someone from a dungeon, a saintess named Modi. Her strange abilities have become a very hot topic recently. Then Kang Ujin interrupted. Anyway, about this matter. Min Chan asked again, skeptical. The Titan Guild sent an invitation to all the guilds in the world through the association. Aren't you talking about that? But Kang Ujin couldn't be bothered. Whatever, just book the plane ticket for me. This left Min Chan's head full of questions. I thought he found this kind of thing annoying. What happened? Min Chan handed a box to his boss. Ah, here are the skill books and enhancement stones you requested before. Kang Ujin had a use for them. Perfect timing. Tomorrow, I'll make Hong Sung-gu learn all of this, he quickly realized. But this is less than I asked for. Min Chan confirmed, yes, sir. We've used up all the guild's public funds recently, so we're a little short on capital. He stated the facts. Enhancement stones and skill books are always very expensive. Suddenly, Kang Ujin inquired, are there any dungeons resetting nearby? Min Chan replied, there are always dungeons, but unless we get lucky, it's hard for a new guild like ours to get our hands on them. Compared to the major guilds, that is. Kang Ujin continued to ask, well, are there any 6-star dungeons about to break? Min Chan thought hard. It's true the Ministry of Defense did put out a call, but his expression made Kang Ujin curious. What kind of place is it that's making you stammer? Min Chan boldly revealed, it's in Pyongyang. As soon as he heard the location, Kang Yujin's face twisted. What? From inside a base, someone's voice screamed. North Korea? The henchman knelt down pathetically. Chairman, I'm so sorry. He burst into tears. Please forgive me, just this once. Please spare my life. Hearing this, Dong Yu said coldly. What did you say? He questioned. You think we'd let it slide after you ran away with your tail between your legs? The man could only beg helplessly. I'm sincerely sorry, so please. But he received a sharp glare from Dong Yu. You bastard. Then he pointed his firearm at the man. Go ask for forgiveness from our men. Dong Yu didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, to the henchman's shock. When it was over, he ordered, get rid of this trash. Dong Yu strode past the body. It seems this is no longer a matter our country can handle on its own. Then, he asked about the situation. Commander, what about the invitation we sent to South Korea? The commander reported, I have extremely good news, Chairman. He leaned in and whispered some classified information into Dong Yu's ear. He let out a cunning laugh. Really? It seems I'll finally get to meet him. Dong Yu was now incredibly excited. South Korea's greatest hero, Kang Ujin. Right now, at the Awakened Management Bureau, Kang Ujin was sitting silently in a chair. I've joked about going to Pyongyang a few times, but who knew I'd actually have to go? A voice came from his phone. Are you going to kill Kim Jong-un just to avoid military service? That's right, let's go unify the country. Bro, calm down. Just then, someone spoke up unexpectedly. Kang Yujin. It's truly an honor to meet you like this. He-sun smiled and extended her hand. I'll be guiding you to Pyongyang. Recognizing her, Kang Ujin replied, well, meeting someone I know does make me feel a bit more relaxed. Afterward, the two of them traveled together and reached the highway. A sign clearly indicated the driver's route. Kang Ujin observed his surroundings. I thought there would be soldiers all over a military installation, but it looks pretty empty. He-sun explained that North Korea has very few developed areas. Outside of those places, the rest of the country looks a lot like our country did, back in the 70s, to the point where there was only one subway station in Pyongyang. That made Kang Ujin confused, so they had to ask for aid just because they couldn't handle some trivial stuff. Are there no Awakened in North Korea at all? He-sun continued to explain, it's true they have far fewer Awakened than we do. That's also why it's very difficult to form a team of all A-rank Awakened. Furthermore, The death rate for Awakened in North Korea is quite high, so Yujin quickly grasped the situation. I guess to them, dying in a dungeon or running out and getting shot is all the same. Huh. Heesun said that up until now, they hadn't faced any major problems because they were still receiving aid from China. She shared the details. But this time, North Korea tried to handle the situation independently and failed. And as if China wanted to use this situation to make an example of them, they've just been standing by idly. So North Korea had to publicly post recruitment notices in quite a few countries around the world. Yujin stated his opinion. That makes sense. From North Korea's perspective, they must have thought it was a huge waste to have to share the massive amount of bloodstones from a high-level dungeon with China. And Heesun confirmed, that's right. Then Kang Ujin leaned his head back against the seat. Whatever it is, let's just handle it quickly and get back. Make sure to guarantee that half-month deal we agreed on at the beginning. Heesun assured him, okay, I'll make sure that condition is met. She secretly glanced at Yujin, who had his eyes closed. Heesun clearly understood the condition Kang Yujin had emphasized. He must be allowed to raid the dungeon within half a month after the first one was cleared. She pieced the events together. The negotiations between the South and North couldn't begin until the negotiation team from North Korea arrived. With her sharp mind, Heesun affirmed to herself, but for the person who clears the dungeon first. This is just a small request, so it should be accepted without any problems. However, that's only if we successfully clear the dungeon. Besides, she knew full well what the consequences would be. If they failed, Kang Ujin's death was a certainty. Then, South Korea would also have to suffer a massive financial loss. The more Hae-sun thought about it, the worse it seemed. After that, the relationship between South and North Korea could even deteriorate. She placed all her trust in him. Kang Yujin, everything is riding on you. After a long journey, the two finally arrived. They looked at the magnificent place before them. We're here. This is the Kumsuzam Palace of the Sun, our meeting place. Kang Ujin exclaimed in amazement. This building is huge. What's with all those tanks? Hae-sun explained. The Kumsuzam Palace of the Sun is basically the most iconic building in North Korea. She then added, Myeonggun Station, the dungeon you have to clear, is right next to this place. That was why they were forced to prevent a dungeon break. A security guard politely requested, Comrades, please follow me. At the edge of the frame was a flag, with the two representatives and the soldiers lined up neatly. Kang Ujin and Hae-sun were seated. Hae-sun didn't dare to speak loudly. Those guys are so casual, aren't they? Kang Yujin's attitude confused her. Aren't you nervous at all? Yujin, however, just put on a mocking expression. Why should I be nervous? I already saw through this. It's so obviously a petty game played by politicians. They're trying to put psychological pressure on their guests by making them wait for a long time. In a moment, a clear voice rang out. The first secretary of the National Defense Commission has arrived. The man slowly strode in, surrounded by several bodyguards. Dong-un extended his hand in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, comrade. I've heard a great deal about you. However, Kang Ujin just glanced down slightly, wondering to himself, who is this pig? After composing himself, he smiled gently and returned the handshake. Yeah, nice to meet you. His attitude infuriated Pyong-an. Comrade, this is the chairman. Please watch your language. But all he got was an indifferent look from Kang Yujin. Then he covered his mouth and said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Dong-un. The people around them were petrified by this act. Hae-sun couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? This was a real eye-opener for her. It's true, he's done this stuff with the chairman of the War Guild before, but I thought he'd have enough common sense to act carefully around people at this level, even if I didn't say anything. The subordinates ground their teeth and cursed. You worthless dog. Where do you think you are, pulling a stunt like that? I won't let this bastard get away with this. Hae-sun's spirit suddenly sank. We're doomed. Ujin didn't hesitate to retort. Well, you told me to be careful, so I'm being careful. Why are you mad at me? Hae-sun could only cry on the inside. Well, forget about the dungeon. We're probably going to die right here, right now. Suddenly, Dong-un burst into a fit of laughter. He even praised him. You're actually a very funny person. Just as expected from the strongest warrior of the South, Dong-un even excitedly put his arm around Kang Ujin. Come, let's sit down and talk. Meanwhile, Hae-sun was still in a daze. Are we still alive? Then, they all sat down at the meeting table. Kang Ujin was direct. Let's get straight to the point. Hurry up so I can get into the dungeon. The subordinates were shaking with anger. This arrogant bastard. But Dong-un still looked amused. You're very straightforward, he said. I've heard about the condition you proposed. That you get to use the dungeon for half a month and take the loot from the raid. Is that right? Dong-un continued. Of course, for our government, that's not a bad deal at all. As long as you can resolve the dungeon situation, I will keep my promise. Hearing that, Kang Yujin shot to his feet. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Dongwon laughed again. You're quite impatient, aren't you, comrade? He suggested. Before you go, let's take a picture. It wasn't until they were leaving that Hae-sun dared to speak her mind. I seriously thought I was going to have a stroke and die. She was so upset that she raised her voice. Don't you know we're in Pyongyang right now? You need to watch what you say. But Kang Ujin just smiled gently. I was being careful. Hae-sun was momentarily confused. What? Yujin remembered the moment Dong-un raised his hand in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, comrade. I've heard a great deal about you. He had thought to himself, should I just kill him? I might even get an honorable discharge for it. By the time the two of them walked out, the sky had turned yellow. Kang Ujin waved goodbye. Well, I'm heading off. See you in a few days. Hae-sun said with genuine hope. Kang Ujin, I hope you come back safely. He just gave a confident smile as his answer. While the two were talking, someone was watching them from afar with binoculars. Dong-un exclaimed in admiration. My goodness, he's a real breath of fresh air, isn't he? The commander replied seriously. Yes, sir. Dong-un wondered. It would be great if our People's Republic had a superhuman like him. The commander was skeptical. Mr. Chairman, do you think he will succeed? And Dong-un was certain. He will. Of course, he will. In his heart, he was confident that Yujin could do it. As Comrade Kang Yujin was walking, something touched his shoulder. He turned around to check. What was that? This creepy feeling. Did I just sense a monster or something? The sky was filled with dark clouds and streaked with lightning. The fact that they were in a desolate forest only made the place gloomier. A voice spoke up. This is the territory of Chanet. Bibi held her nose in disgust. It stinks. Whose land is this? Kang Yujin replied, I don't know either. If any of those 72 commanders show up, I'll just kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound echoed. Kang Yujin vaguely made out the swarm of monsters before him. Are they trying to gang up on me because I'm alone? Those were Vex, a low-level monster type under Chanet. Their sword-like forelegs are a major threat, and they tend to move in groups in multiples of 10. Kang Yujin immediately summoned his beast. Dawnworm, let's go. As the giant Dawnworm appeared, the ground began to shake, but the Vex were no pushovers. Even though they were smaller, they still charged forward aggressively. Dawnworm immediately lunged forward to attack them. The sky was dark, and thunder rumbled. With its immense power, Dawnworm successfully defeated the Vex. Kang Yujin smiled victoriously, summoning his skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages. In a second, they were all present and ready to fight. The system announced, summoning skeleton soldier. Summon 40 skeleton soldiers by sacrificing monster corpses, 40 out of 250. Summoning skeleton mage. Summon 10 skeleton mages by sacrificing monster corpses, 50 out of 250. Yujin was very confident. It's not like I'm short on numbers either. In the distance, something else caught the attention of Yujin and Bibi. Hundreds of spiders were crawling towards the two of them. Those things are called ranchers, a low-level monster of Chanet that can shoot needle-like tendrils from its mouth. Just when it seemed that was all, an elephant-sized foot stomped on the ground. Yujin spoke softly. Roko is here too? Roko, a monster with terrifying horsepower and powerful defense. Its colossal body alone was a threat. Despite this, Yujin calmly gave an order. Don the wolf, keep it busy. Hearing his master's command, Don let out a roar. Next, Kang Yujin mobilized his full forces. The system announced, Warrior's Weapon, level 50 privilege unlocked. Axe form transformation. On the other side, the bloodthirsty skeleton soldiers charged forward to attack. Sharp swords flew through the air, carving up the horde of ranchers. The powerful skeleton soldiers wielded their swords, taking them down one by one. A sudden explosion made them all freeze. It was an attack from Bibi. Go to sleep. At the same time, Kang Yujin and his weapon charged forward. He aimed straight for where Roko and Don the Wolf were clashing. Kang Yujin himself knew that not just any attack would work on Roko, because it was incredibly tough, but he was very confident. It's a shame I couldn't summon the Death Knight, Hades, this time. Ujin slowly raised his hand forward, preparing a new technique. However, something just rose up in the space between Don the Wolf and Roko. They were surrounding Roko, trying to restrain it. Meanwhile, Ujin continued to advance steadily on his horse. He gripped the sword in his hand, preparing to charge. Ujin's face was filled with excitement. Skill, sword dance. With just one blow, Roko was annihilated, splattering gooey liquid everywhere. Kang Ujin was pleased. I've also acquired a skill from the warrior class. 12 days later, in dungeon time, Bibi once again observed her surroundings. Is this area the center of this territory? She could tell it was a hatchery, but it didn't look like the eggs were ready to hatch yet, Master. Kang Ujin agreed. That's right. It seems we won't be able to meet the lord of this territory. Bibi was extremely curious. I really want to know who it is. But Kang Ujin replied, well, let's get ready to go home. Then he used the skill Revive Corpse. The system provided information, skill, Resurrection. You can control one corpse. That corpse can use 50% of its original abilities and can only obey simple commands. Mana is consumed. Instantly, the monsters that had just been killed were resurrected. Waiting for this very moment, Kang Ujin ordered, go. Receiving the command, the ranchers began to crawl across the ground. Now, the area was swarming with ranchers revived by Kang Ujin. They were gathering inside the hatchery. Kang Ujin uttered a single word, explode. The system announced, skill, corpse explosion. You can detonate a corpse within a 10-meter radius of you or a corpse you are controlling. A moment later, the hatchery was overloaded and exploded. Kang Ujin quickly used his cloak to shield his face. Bibby spotted something else. It's a regression stone. Kang Yujin's expression showed a hint of surprise. What's that? He looked up into the air. A fragment of space-time? They were a regression stone and a fragment of space-time. According to the system's information, fragment of space-time, a mystical fragment, is the material from which this world is made, used as a material to create a sacred ground. Kang Yujin doubtfully picked up the fragment of space-time. A single fragment can create a sacred ground? Ha! He then asked, Bibby, do you know anything about sacred grounds? Bibby replied, no, sir. This is the first time I've ever heard of it. So Kang Ujin made a decision. Bibby doesn't know either, so there's no need to think about it. I'll just put it in my inventory and I'm sure I'll find a use for it eventually. At the same time, in Kim Jong-un's secret hobby room, gold-plated books were neatly arranged on the shelf. Jong-un's voice could be heard directing someone, a little to the left. No, a little to the right. He continued until he was satisfied. That's it. It looks beautiful now. Looking at the photo of himself and Kang Ujin together, he praised himself. What a respectable photo. The person next to him held up another picture. Chairman, what should I do with this one? Jong-un looked closely at the photo and thought for a moment, then callously instructed, throw it in the trash. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Byung-hwan's bright voice called out. I have some news that you will be very happy here, Mr. Chairman. He revealed, Comrade Kang Yujin has successfully cleared the Gaegang Myon dungeon. Jong-un was so excited he exclaimed, what did you say? Is it true? He demanded. What are you waiting for? Bring Comrade Kang Ujin here at once. I will ensure that the hero who saved Pyongyang receives the most wonderful treatment imaginable. Kim Jong-un was in high spirits now. You never know. Comrade Kang Yujin might be so moved by the treatment our People's Republic offers that he decides to return. Don't you think? However, Byung-hwan's expression was a bit grim. He still clearly remembered Kang Ujin's face. That bastard, Byung-hwan thought, seething with anger. He managed to clear that thing in just 3 days. The people around saw Kang Ujin and started whispering. That guy is absolutely insane. He cleared a 6-star dungeon all by himself. I think there's an Awaken in America named Medina, right? Get in touch with headquarters immediately. Kang Ujin let out a sigh. They looked like foreign reporters. From a distance, Choi Hee-sun ran over cheerfully. Mr. Kang Ujin. She expressed her gratitude. I just heard the news of your success. Thank you for all your hard work. Ujin replied, well, didn't we come here because you knew I would succeed? Choi Hee-sun continued to beam. That's true, of course. But for you to succeed on this scale is truly surprising. Then, Kang Ujin asked, where's the negotiation team? Are they here yet? Choi Hee-sun explained, both the South and the North have been eagerly awaiting the results of this raid. Kang Ujin stated confidently, what is there to worry about? With me here, success is 100% guaranteed. Choi Hee-sun still hadn't revealed one thing, thinking it was probably better not to let him know that the negotiation team had estimated his failure rate at 70%. Afterwards, Kang Ujin said his goodbyes. Well, I'm counting on the negotiation team's success. I'm going back into the dungeon now. Choi Hee-sun yelled out, Mr. Kang Ujin, take a break. But Kang Ujin had already vanished. He's gone in a flash. Looks like I'll have to file the report alone again. At the same time, someone was repeatedly calling for Choi Hee-sun. Comrade, comrade. He was panting. Comrade, where did Comrade Kang go? Choi Hee-sun informed him that he had just gone back in. Hearing this, the man's mood instantly plummeted. Oh no, I'm screwed. Meanwhile, back with Kim Jong-un, he was pointing and giving orders. Make sure to make it really grand, so we don't lose face in front of the South Koreans. Time passed in a flash. 14 days later, Don the Wolf and the skeleton soldiers were still in a state of combat. Yujin just stood to the side and watched. This auto-hunting is pretty sweet. The system announced another level up. You have reached level 60. Benefits from the warrior class have been unlocked. Warrior's weapon transforms into bow form. Skills you have learned: archery, random shot, and swift as lightning. You have learned warrior's patience. This skill helps you endure pain. Benefits unlocked. Kang Ujin gripped the bow in his hand. He'd finally reached level 60. He then held it up before his eyes. It was a bow. The bone bow skill he had purchased from the title shop. Yujin was eager to try this item out. Time for a test shot. He loosed an arrow, aiming at a Vessi. The moment the arrow hit, the ground around it exploded. Yujin noted that it had a longer range than the bone spear and was much faster. Not bad at all. Next, he thought to himself, now that the benefits of the warrior class are unlocked, it's time to summon him. And so, Kang Yujin summoned a swirling mass of black magic. Come forth, goblin. The energy swirled and condensed into one spot, and a deep, raspy voice spoke out. At last, I can hear your voice, master. He gave a grotesque laugh. It has been quite a while, hasn't it, my master? System information update. Level 1, Spirit Image Subordinate, Goblin. You can summon a spirit that can inhabit a host using spirit images. This entity is capable of reading the host's emotions, sharing information, and controlling the host. If the host is a corpse, it will be resurrected as an entity even more powerful than the original was. Number of images. 1. Corpse ability increase, 10%. Required dominance, 1. Loyalty, -99. Trust, -99. Kang Yujin stated his thoughts bluntly. Just like always, the sight of you is disgusting. Yet, the goblin just grinned at the insult. He made a sly request. If you detest me that much, then why not give me a new body, preferably yours? Kang Yujin snapped. You bastard. He gritted his teeth. Cut the crap. I'll summon you when I need you. Now use your image and get the hell out of my sight. The goblin just kept that sinister expression on his face. Fine, not another second. Kang Yujin quickly dismissed him. What a creepy bastard. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze fixed on something. From his high vantage point, Kang Yujin surveyed the area. Looks like I'm done here. If I hurry, I might be able to run one more dungeon today. Kang Yujin then left the dungeon, but as soon as he stepped outside, he saw his son waiting for him. Why is she out here? Her cheerful demeanor from before was completely gone. Her lips were trembling and pressed into a thin line. His son suddenly dropped to her knees. Kang Yujin, please, I'm begging you. Kang Yujin was taken aback. What is it? His son pleaded desperately. Please, just take an hour off before you go back in. Without you, the star of the show, this whole thing will be pointless. Hearing her words, Kang Yujin's expression soured. This again. A few days before the dungeon raid, his son had been in high spirits. This raid is being promoted by the media as a joint effort between South and North Korea. We're going to need your cooperation. But Kang Yujin couldn't be bothered to listen. You guys can handle the politics. I'm going back in. His son quickly tried to stop him. Kang Yujin. And just before his next dungeon run, his son tried again, pleading, Today, you have to come with me. But his answer never changed, and so, now his son was left with no choice but to beg helplessly. The political climate is already tense enough. Please, think of our country and just take a little break before the next raid. She looked utterly miserable. If you refuse to come with me one more time, I can't even imagine what kind of problems it will cause. Kang Ujin let out a tired sigh. For crying out loud, aromatic noodles and other dishes were laid out on the table. Everyone around was engaged in lively conversation, except for Kang Yujin, who was just chewing on a cracker and complaining internally. This is so damn boring. He stood up impatiently. We're finished here, so I can leave now, right? His son said. Kang Yujin, thank you for coming. Just as Kang Ujin was about to leave, someone called out to him. Comrade. The man approached and made a hesitant request. Would you please sign this before you go? Ujin asked back, my autograph? The other man couldn't hide his admiration. You're South Korea's strongest superhuman, after all. It would be a great honor to have your signature before you leave. So, Kang Ujin agreed and signed his name. Once finished, he gave a wave. All right, carry on. The man was overjoyed. Thank you, comrade. It seemed like an innocent exchange, but then Yujin saw the man exchange a smirk with Dong Yu. Kang Yujin immediately sensed something was off. He asked, Goblin, you see that pig over there? The goblin responded, Yes, master. I see him. Kang Yujin ordered, Follow him and report everything. The goblin instantly obeyed, secretly slipping away under the table. A soldier asked his superior, Commander, we're ready. What should we do now? Should we eliminate him? Bong Wan glared after Kang Ujin with pure hatred. Make it as discreet as possible. He seethed internally. How dare that dog look down on North Korea? Bong Wan's animosity had started the moment Kang Ujin greeted Dong Yu. Yeah, nice to meet you. He vividly recalled Dong Yu's reaction at the time. You certainly have a strong personality, just as befits the South's greatest hero. And then there was Dong Yu's plotting. Who knows? Perhaps our gesture will move Kang Ujin, and he'll decide to join our People's Republic. And Bong Wan believed this was all for the chairman's sake. You made a fatal decision based on a simple misunderstanding, he thought, clutching the bomb in his hand. A long day had passed, and night was falling. A guard noticed Kang Ujin and called out, "Heading back in already?" He said cheerfully, "This must be your last run for the day. Good luck." Kang Yujin replied politely, "Thank you." A look of surprise flashed across Kang Ujin's face. He hadn't anticipated this plot. In the next instant, bombs detonated all around him. While one accomplice carried out the mission, another stood watch from above. Bong Wan watched from a distance. The dungeon's barrier didn't disappear, so he managed to avoid instant death. Even so, he was certain that Yujin was now severely wounded. It was only a matter of time before he became prey for the monsters inside. Bong Wan muttered, "Just give up and die." He was completely confident in his plan's success. 2 days later, at the dungeon raid negotiations with North Korea, one of the South Korean delegates asked, "Still no sign of Kang Ujin's return?" Hee-sun reported, "No, sir. The barrier hasn't changed at all." The delegate's voice was heavy with concern. "This puts us in a very awkward position." He was extremely worried. Kang Ujin was now over a day late from his promised return time. "I wonder what the North will demand in return for this." And Hee-sun also felt that something was very strange. She clearly remembered Kang Ujin's previous raid lasted 1 day and 17 hours as usual, so he should have been out by now. But isn't it possible for something completely unpredictable to happen inside a dungeon? Next, Hee-sun placed a stack of photos on the table. This was it. She revealed that right after Kang Ujin entered the dungeon, a foreign reporter had taken a photo showing a North Korean soldier following him inside. "We must launch an investigation immediately and file a complaint with the North right away." Suddenly, Eun-ho asked Lieutenant Choi Hee-sun, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Hee-sun was momentarily surprised. "Sir," Eun-ho wanted to stress the reality of their situation. "We're in Pyongyang. If we keep making a big deal out of every little suspicion, there's no way to guarantee our safety." Hee-sun retorted indignantly, "But that doesn't mean we should just sit back and do nothing, does it?" Eun-ho slammed his hand on Lieutenant Choi Hee-sun's desk. He reminded her pointedly, "I hope you'll be careful with every word you say from now on. Even this conversation could be bugged, and it still hasn't been confirmed whether he's alive or dead. Am I wrong?" Eun-ho demanded. "For now, we just wait." At the same time, Dong-un was also holding a stack of papers, reading the information. "Which son of a bitch?" he roared in anger. "Which idiot caused this mess?" The other person reported, "We're still investigating, sir." Dong-un's blood boiled. "Find those bastards and bring them to me now." 3 days after the dungeon raid began, army tents had been set up in front of it. Hee-sun was extremely anxious. It had been 3 days since Kang Yujin went into the dungeon. He had to be okay. Just then, there was a stir outside. "Wait a minute. I think there was just some kind of reaction." "It's true. The barrier," they exclaimed in shock. "The barrier is gone." At that exact moment, Kang Ujin appeared amidst a surging wave of magical energy. He stood at the dungeon's entrance, his breathing a little heavy. The reporters and everyone else there stared in astonishment. Kang Ujin spoke. "You all must have a death wish, don't you?" Meanwhile, the people there still hadn't processed what was happening, so an eerie silence fell. At this point, Kang Yujin couldn't restrain his emotions. "Tell that damn pig to get out here," Kang Yujin declared. "If he doesn't come, I'll go find him." A terrified soldier raised his gun and threatened, "Stop right there. If you don't stop, I'll shoot." Kang Yujin leaned in close to his face. "I survived a suicide bombing. A puny gun like that means nothing to me." Then, he released his energy, preparing to teach the man a lesson. The soldier was so terrified he could only whimper. With just a light move, Kang Ujin dazed him. Bibi appeared, criticizing, "Master, you're so stubborn." A system notification announced that the summoned Bibi was using the sleep curse skill. The little girl reminded him, "What are you going to do if you kill someone and get sued?" Kang Yujin warned, "Don't get in my way for nothing." The other henchmen started to get furious. "Son of a bitch, he thinks he's hot stuff now." They seethed. "Are you implying our People's Republic is a pushover? Letting those southern bastards into Pyongyang was a mistake." I knew it would turn out like this." Kang Yujin recognized them as members of the North Korean Awakened Association. He looked at their ranks and assessed them. "Looks like there are a few decent guys here." Then, Kang Ujin attacked. The demonic sex skill activated. He casually raised his hand into the air and waved it gently. While the group was still in a daze, he yelled, "Die." The distortion magic passed through them, causing everyone to scream. Kang Ujin scoffed. "Still, they're just a bunch of puny A-rankers." Someone announced, "The goblin's energy has arrived." Hee-sun pleaded desperately, Please, stop. Kang Ujin looked at her with suspicion. Is she an awakened? He was very suspicious. She's only on par with an F-ranker who just changed from a normal human. Yet she withstood Bibi's curse. She has a really strong will. Hisun stood firmly in his way. Mr. Kang Ujin, please stop. If you stop, we can sort things out from here. Kang Ujin coldly brushed her off. Sort things out? The one who needs to sort things out is that damn pig who stabbed me in the back. Get out of my way. It was then that Hisun understood. Stabbed, so that North Korean soldier who followed him went in to assassinate him. But she still tried to persuade him. Even so, this is not the way to resolve this. You have to be a little patient. If you keep this up, a war could break out. Please, think of our country. Kang Yujin grew annoyed. You talk too much. He gave a final warning. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Even so, Hisun bravely challenged him. If you really intend to go, you'll have to kill me first. Hisun's words truly infuriated Kang Yujin. But unexpectedly, he spoke softly. Then I guess there's nothing I can do. Because you came all this way from so far just to stop me. Hisun was overjoyed. You just made an important decision, and it's the right one, isn't it, Kang Yujin? But then, Kang Yujin suddenly delivered a painful blow to Hisun's stomach. Her mouth fell open, her eyes wide with shock. Then, Kang Yujin let her drop to the ground. He whispered, I won't kill you. Just get some sleep and rest until this is all over. Artillery shells were being fired repeatedly. A system notification announced, demonic armor skill has been activated. A wave of power crashed down, and Kang Ujin relentlessly destroyed everything blocking his path. Standing before a door, he spoke, hiding pretty well. Kang Ujin wanted a face-to-face talk. Dong-un, can you hear me? Come out and talk. Losing his patience, he kicked the door repeatedly. Dong-un's lackeys reassured him, Chairman, you don't need to worry. This is a shelter that can withstand many types of bombs. Dong-un screamed in panic. Then what is that? It turned out Kang Yujin had summoned a monster, and the steel door was shattered. Dong-un's face was now beet red. A system notification announced, you have used metal to summon a golem. Following behind, it was Kang Ujin. He shot a sharp glare at Dong-un. So, can we talk now? The henchmen had been defeated at some point without anyone noticing, all thanks to Bibi's handiwork. Kang Yujin approached step by step. How dare you try to kill me, comrade? Dong-un collapsed to the ground. I never tried to do that. Kang Yujin smirked. Making excuses now? There's a way to know exactly what happened. He then summoned his general. The goblin heard its master's command and immediately returned. Kang Yujin asked himself, I wonder if we can take a look at Kim Dong-un's private life. Images of Dong-un were immediately reflected, but they were all scenes of him showing his admiration for Yujin. Kang Yujin was also shocked. What the hell? He really didn't do it? Master, you're in trouble again. Bibi could only offer encouragement. Please try to handle everything well. Then, Kang Yujin called out loudly, Dong-un. He didn't dare hesitate for a second. He asked, You didn't do it, did you? And Dong-ju affirmed, Of course not. I don't lie. He thought to himself. He sure changes his tune fast. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth and ordered, Then go find the mastermind who tried to kill me with a suicide bomb, or you'll die in his place. Dong-ju declared loudly, Hey, I promise you, I will find that man and punish him. Kang Yujin's voice softened. All right. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Dong-ju happily grabbed his hand. No, I don't mind at all. I'm more than happy. Comrade Kang Ujin, I'm so glad you recognize my sincerity. Seeing his attitude, Kang Ujin let out a sigh of relief. Kang Ujin was still surprised, but it seemed he accidentally gained a huge fan. I can't believe Kim Jong-un is a fan of Awakeners. He collects a huge number of artifacts that he doesn't even use. A smile crept onto Kang Ujin's lips. I'll consider it a gift, comrade. The vast hallways here were always deserted. Something about this place was in the goblin's memories. Just then, a loud voice called out, Please, stop. Kang Ujin saw Hae-sun standing before him. How did you catch up so quickly? Did I hit you too lightly? Hae-sun still tried to stop him. That's not it. Please, just stop. Kang Ujin looked confused. What do you mean? It's already over. Hearing that, Hae-sun screamed, No way. She imagined a horrific scene. He already came and, did it? Is Kim Jong-un dead? Hae-sun felt herself crumble at the thought. It's over. A war is going to break out. Kang Ujin corrected her. Kim Jong-un isn't dead. War, my ass. Hae-sun guessed again. So, are you on your way to kill him now? Then she tried to stop him. Please, wait. If your rage cannot be soothed, I will offer my life to you. So please. Yujin started to get interested. You'll offer your life. To me? What do you mean by that? Hae-sun affirmed. If I can't stop the Korean peninsula from becoming a battlefield, I would rather die. Ujin studied her and thought, interesting, but he was certain she wasn't lying. Although she didn't have a pure and saintly soul like Hong Sung-gu and Jigen, Kang Yujin looked deep into Hae-sun's eyes. But I see in her a soul burning with more passion than anyone else on this planet. Is it because she has her own beliefs and ideals? He suddenly said her full name, Lieutenant Choi Hae-sun. She answered sharply, yes. Kang Ujin proposed, it would be a waste to kill you, Desert. Excuse me. Did I hear you correctly? Yujin affirmed, Desert, and come work under me. I'll spare Dongju. Hae-sun was in turmoil. What are you talking about? Kang Yujin repeated her earlier declaration. You said you'd offer your life, right? Doesn't that mean you'll do anything? Hae-sun thought with a troubled mind. He wants me to abandon my path as a soldier after I've come so far? If doing this prevents a war, I should be happy. But why? Seeing her hesitate, Kang Ujin deliberately provoked her. Or should I just kill that pig? Hae-sun was immediately frightened. Please, wait a moment. Kang Yujin. No, boss. 3 days later, Kim Jong-un captured Li Pyong and his accomplices, and as usual, among those caught, some were pretending to be innocent. Currently, 3 men were being hung upside down and tortured. Dongju was irritated. You bastard, you're really stubborn. But Li Pyong calmly insisted, Mr. President, I truly don't know what happened. I really don't know anything. Dongju cursed. You lying bastard. You're still going to lie? Not only did you dare attack Comrade Kang Ujin, his voice echoed throughout the large house. You even hid the items made from the blood and tears of others, didn't you? Li Pyong was certain, I don't know about those treasures. I'm sure Kang Ujin is the one behind this. Dongju was really losing his patience. Still not using your brain? He furiously ordered, you stupid bastard. Beat him until he remembers. Li Pyong lamented internally, how could I have such a traitor so close to me? Hae-sun stretched her arms and said, if it weren't for Comrade Kang Ujin, I would have been in big trouble. Finally, back in South Korea, Kang Yujin warned her beforehand, don't make a big deal out of it. Hae-sun confessed, you have no idea how worried I was for the 3 days you were resting. Martial law was declared, and the sound of gunfire echoed every night. Kang Ujin added, everything ended perfectly, didn't it? He looked at Hae-sun happily, I've leveled up, filled a vacant spot, and even got a new employee I can order around. The trip to North Korea was a huge success. Next up, America. He thought of the goddess Medea. I'm looking forward to it and everything else that's waiting for me during this time. The sound from the television blared. Yes. We'd like to summarize all the news we have up to this point. The main suspect in the recent coup attempt is Commander Lee, the commander of North Korea's superpowered unit. How does everyone feel about this? The reporter continued. Well, the powers of Awakeners are like a double-edged sword. The broadcast also showed images. These people who have surpassed human limits have a responsibility to protect their homeland from monsters. And yet, social critics on TV point out how society is becoming more vulnerable to the crimes they commit. The editor asked in an interview, if it weren't for Mr. Kang Ujin, Mr. Kim's government could have been ended by this coup. What are your thoughts? The other person shared their view. If someone with progressive and extremist views took over the leadership of North Korea, it would be very dangerous. The contribution he made to North-South Korean relations is truly magnificent. Because of this, our country's president is planning to give him an award. Sung-hun, who was watching the TV, exclaimed, I see exactly what's going on here. He shouted angrily, this is 100% pure bullshit. Everyone knows our chairman's attitude, right? There's no way things ended so neatly without something bad happening. Then Lee Sung-hun began to speculate. Is it possible our chairman threatened Kim Jong-un with something, making it seem like he uncovered the whole plot? Like, if he didn't comply, he'd kill Kim Jong-un? He continued. They said the commander stole all the artifacts. But what if our chairman took them for some reason? The others' faces darkened after hearing what Sung-hun said. That's very possible. A man named Jiang tried to argue. Come on, just because the chairman thinks he's the best doesn't mean he'd go around stealing things. But Sung-hun countered. But doesn't he care about anything other than being the best? Hong Sung-gu also agreed. Well, the first time I met him, he recalled how I had thrown a party with everyone else right before entering the dungeon. Not only that, Hong Sung-gu clearly remembered the time Du-su screamed like a maniac, followed by the sight of him collapsing unconscious. All 4 of them came to the same conclusion, so he also cleaned out everything in Kim Jong-un's treasure vault. Lee Sung-hun added fuel to the fire, saying you can never trust the media. Who knows, maybe the chairman killed Kim Jong-un himself. Tae Kang tried to salvage the situation. Come on, who knows for sure. The theft is very possible, but this is really impossible. Tae Kang said loudly, Seung-hun, you're taking the joke too far. Hong Sung-gu struggled to speak. Actually, he did say he was going to kill Kim Jong-un. Seung-hun screamed, "Oh my god, look, I've got goosebumps all over." Hong Sung-gu continued, but that was just because the chairman was furious when he received his enlistment notice from the military. Seung-hun feigned terror. Just for that? Is he insane or something? Then he started to tell a story. I wasn't planning on telling this story, but back when I was selling phones, Kang Ujin walked in right at that moment and said, "Is everyone doing well?" Seung-hun was scared out of his wits. "Mr. Chairman." His attitude confused Kang Yujin. "Why are you so surprised?" he asked suspiciously. "Were you guys talking bad about me or something?" Lee Seung-hun quickly denied it. "No, of course not." By now, night had fallen. In their shared house, 5 wine glasses clinked at once. "You all did a great job." Kang Yujin smiled brightly. "Oh man, this is seriously amazing. Great job." He generously invited them. "Everyone, eat up. You all need to eat a lot so you can keep working." Tae Kang proposed. "It's all thanks to you, Mr. Chairman. Let me pour you a glass." Yao Min-chan asked hesitantly, "Mr. Chairman, are you really not going to the Blue House?" Ujin repeated, "Why do you keep asking that?" "I already said no." "You're being really annoying. Do I have to serve that president, coming when called and leaving when dismissed?" Despite saying that, Yujin suddenly shot to his feet. "Whatever, I'll go get that award." Min-chan frantically tried to stop him. "Don't," he forced a smile. "Let me politely decline for you." Then Min-chan turned on his phone to make the call. He read a text message. "You have to carry a lot of burdens too, CEO." Another burden was added to Min-chan's shoulders. "How the hell am I supposed to solve this?" he thought. Seung-hun stirred the atmosphere. "Mr. Chairman, do you know who's even more famous than you these days?" He then showed Kang Ujin his phone screen. "This girl is the Saintess of Arya. I don't know if it's fake, but this video is really captivating." Yujin objected. "It's not fake, it's real." Seung-hun was startled. "Huh?" Min-chan wondered, "How do you know that?" And Kang Ujin revealed, "She's someone I used to know." Everyone was shocked by this news. "What?" Min-chan asked again in disbelief. "This person was found in a dungeon. She's an Awakener ranked even higher than S-class. Are you saying you know this person?" Kang Yujin slowly began his story. "There is a planet called Anfen." Min-chan was momentarily surprised. "A planet? Mr. Chairman, you're interested in astronomy too." Yujin continued his story. 5 years ago, back when I was missing, I was summoned to a planet called Anfen. After hearing this, the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then Seung-hun burst into crazy laughter. "It took me a long time to get that one. This joke is on another level, sir." Chairman Yujin warned him. "This isn't a joke. Shut your damn mouth." Only then did Seung-hun stop his terrible laughter. "Yes, sir." And Yujin shared more. "But there were also monsters and demi-humans there. I had to struggle to survive alone for 20 years, and I finally managed to return to this earth. But here, only 5 years had passed. It really is strange." Yao Min-chan had some understanding. "It's like how time passes in a dungeon." Kang Ujin confirmed. "Exactly. And dungeons appeared on this earth in the same way they appeared on Anfen." Yao Min-chan took the matter more seriously. Another world. If that was the case, he silently acknowledged that his boss's extraterrestrial strength made perfect sense. That must also be why he's so used to treating people so badly, he thought. Technically speaking, he's 44 years old now, isn't he? He remembered an old acquaintance. "From now on, can I call you Man-chan?" Kang Yujin concluded. "Anyway, I met Murdy there, though I don't know how she got to Earth." "Well, I'll find out when I ask her." Seung-hun was a little worried. "Hyun, is it really okay to tell us all this?" But Kang Ujin couldn't care less. "Why? What's the point of hiding it? Dungeons exist, and now there's even a saintess. What are you all getting so worked up about?" Min-chan asked curiously. "So what was your relationship with the saintess back there?" Kang Yujin asked back, "With Murdy?" Then he stated gently, "We were kind of friends." At the same time, Murdy was kneeling before a statue of the immortal Necromancer of Death. She could feel him coming. 5 years ago, on the planet Anfen, it was an incredibly desolate place. The Admiral affirmed, "We will arrive soon, Lady Murdy." Murdy's gaze drifted vaguely into the distance. Then she asked, "Admiral, is it really all right for us to go there?" Because Murdy knew full well, wasn't that the land of death, a place from which no one who entered could ever return alive? The Admiral acknowledged that was true, but it's the only way for us to survive. At this rate, we'll all die at the hands of Chanet's minions. Just then, a soldier reported, "Admiral, I see something straight ahead." The Admiral was surprised. "Have we reached Adan already?" He roared, "Warriors, we are very close to Adan. Give it your all." At that moment, a surprise attack came and killed the Admiral horribly. Murdy screamed in shock, "Admiral." Someone sighed, "What a pain." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Murdy gasped, "Oh, my God!" The image of a man on horseback appeared, along with a curse. "Even you damn dogs from the Union dare to crawl all the way here." Kang Yujin looked amused. "Trying to end your own lives like this is a bit much." A thought bubble appeared. "God, why have you given me such a difficult trial?" Now, it was the middle of the night, but the lights in Kang Ujin's shared house were still on. Someone was drunk beyond recognition. "Mr. Chairman, please stop hitting me." Seung-hun lay on the table, sobbing. "I'm sorry." Kang Yujin was completely fed up. "I really should have killed this bastard back then." The others could only judge in their hearts, unable to say who was better between the two, a con artist, or the guy who beat the con artist half to death. Suddenly, Hong Sung-gu called out hesitantly. Hyung," he expressed. "I'm very worried because sometimes you seem too unconcerned about the mass media and your surroundings, including what happened with Seung-hun and the incidents with Lee Sang-hwang and Hwarang." But Kang Ujin was indifferent. "Why should I care? You just have to get used to it." Min Chan tried his best to persuade him. "Even so, you should consider the legal issues and isolating yourself from society and the international community." "Mr. Chairman, there's nothing good about making enemies, is there?" Hearing this, Yujin pondered his words. Making enemies. You're sharing too. Well, I had a plan for this back then. I was wary of every single nation and cared a lot about how others saw me because I was terrified of public opinion. Whoa, a serious question. But think about it. How far do you think I'd get if I thought like that? His words took Min Chan Dong by surprise. "Yes, sir." And Kang Yujin uttered just one word. "Disaster," he explained. "The time when all dungeons on Earth experience a simultaneous dungeon break will come soon, a disaster that can't be compared to the dungeon shock from last year will strike. Will nations and laws even exist in a situation like that?" Min Chan believed that even if a real dungeon break occurred, the military could handle it. Yujin stressed the truth. They might be able to stop 6-star monsters, but what about the ones that are even stronger? Min Chan was rendered speechless again. "What?" Then, Kang Ujin shared his theory. "Let's say a 6-star monster is on the same level as a pet dog. In that case, tigers, lions, and carnivorous elephants will start pouring out. Even dragons might appear, you know. And I'm certain that even if just a few ghosts were to float by, the guns we have now would become completely useless. So what do you guys plan on using to stop them?" Kang Yujin stated that nuclear weapons would be suicide. What else is there? The world will collapse, and the barrier we call a nation will become meaningless. Race will disappear. The only thing that will remain is the will to live. Hong Sung-gu objected indignantly. "Even so, I'm sure people will unite to fight them. There have to be people like that. Warriors, kings, holy knights, and saintesses, even knights from allied nations." But Kang Ujin denied it. All useless. People will keep trying to carry more than they can, and then they'll collapse. Eventually, a rift will appear, and they will turn their backs on you, drawn away by other desires. Hearing this, Hong Sung-gu was terrified. "Then what are we supposed to do? We can't just sit back and do nothing." Yujin smiled. "That's exactly why we're preparing." He looked excited. "When a disaster strikes, you meet a hero, right?" Kang Yujin even gestured theatrically. "What we need is a powerful leader," he continued, caring about what others think, from public opinion articles to a summons from the police for an investigation. And he concluded, all of that is useless. In fact, it's the opposite. I need to show them just how cruel and dismissive I can be. Just then, someone was clicking a computer mouse repeatedly. The only sound in the large room was the clicking. On the computer screen, it read, "The hero who saved South Korea from peril." Another headline appeared, "The formation of the North-South Awakened Alliance and its greatest contributor, Kang Ujin." And a picture of Kang Ujin with the caption, "As long as we have Kang Ujin, there will be no more dungeon breaks." The person scrolling through the long feed of news about Kang Ujin was Sang-ho. He hissed in fury. "Open it, will you? Damn it. Does this make any sense? How could something so screwed up like this happen?" He was outraged. "They're treating this rebel like a hero. Is this even a country anymore? Right. South Korea is doing just great, isn't it?" Sang-ho kept cursing. "What the hell is that damn Chairman Kim doing? He said he cut all his ties and survived this, didn't he?" He tried to console himself. "But whatever, I already have a plan." Then Sang-ho took a picture of the stack of files on his desk and sent it to someone. "Let's see if you can still ignore my calls after you see this." Finished. Sang-ho let out a sinister laugh. At that moment, his phone rang. Chairman Kim Ho-dong of the Seoul Group was on the other end. "Are you really going to do this? Are you threatening me? Planning to take us both down together?" Sang-ho threatened back. "If you do this one thing for me, I'll destroy all of these papers immediately." And just like that, his opponent was tempted. What is it? Sang Ho was now full of confidence. Kang Ujin, you've chosen the worst possible opponent you could have. Sang Ho had his enemy's weakness in his grasp. I know you're also working with people from the Middle East, right? Be my middleman with them, he said, gloating inwardly. He dared to mess with me? With me, Sang Ho, the chairman of the Warium Guild? 1 week later, on the day of their departure at the massive airport, Hong Sung-ju was happily holding a card in his hand. Seeing this, Kang Yujin spoke up. Are you that happy? You can't stop smiling. Hong Sung-gu was still beaming. Of course I am, sir. He showed it off excitedly. I'm B rank now. Kang Ujin shared. I was actually planning to go to the US after you got to at least A rank. Too bad. Hong Sung-gu chuckled. This is already incredible, sir. It's all thanks to your training. He quietly remembered all the times he practically died and come back to life over the past week. Kang Ujin handed Hong Sung-gu something. Don't get overexcited and enter a 4-star dungeon by yourself and take this with you. Hong Sung-gu was completely surprised. Isn't this a teleportation stone? Kang Yujin instructed. Yes. Don't try to be a hero and get yourself killed. If there's danger, you run immediately. Hong Sung-gu was truly touched. Sir, you bought something worth over 10 billion just for me. Hong Sung-gu's attitude was completely different now. He's so sharp-tongued, but deep down, he's actually very soft-hearted. It was true he couldn't say nice things. You're finally becoming a little useful, so it would be a shame if you died. Do you have any idea how much money I've invested in you? If you die now, you'll just become another one of my skeleton soldiers. Meanwhile, Hong Sung-gu was still lost in his own fantasy. Was I right to say he has a soft heart? At that moment, Min Chan got a call. Yes, I'm listening. Hong Sung-gu felt hurt again. What am I to him, really? Suddenly, Min Chan yelled into the phone. Yes, sir. Yes, I'll do it right away. Thank you for the update. Kang Yujin was confused. What? Who was that? Min Chan Dung reported. It was a call from the Minister of National Defense, sir. They've just received information about a terrorist attack. They said it seems to be targeting you, Chairman. Hong Sung-gu was astonished. Terrorism? Kang Ujin couldn't understand it. Me? Why would they target me? Min Chan had a hard time answering. Well, I was wondering the same thing. He kept his real thoughts to himself. Isn't he the type of person who makes enemies everywhere he goes? Kang Ujin pretended to be disappointed. So I guess I can't go to the US after all. Min Chan advised, until the Minister of Defense finalizes a plan, you cannot board any flights, sir. There's this, and then there's that thing tomorrow. Kang Yujin thought for a moment. What should I do? Someone suddenly cut in. So there are times when even Chairman Kang, the man the entire nation is talking about, finds himself in this kind of situation. It seems we're heading to the same destination. Min Chan Dung looked up. Ah, that person. The man made an offer. In that case, why don't you join me on my private jet? He said, stating his full name with authority. You're Kang Yujin, the chairman of the Adan Guild, he asked. What's this about? Who is this old man? Yujin wondered. Min Chan was shocked. Sir, you don't know him? He's the chairman of the guild managed by one of South Korea's largest corporations, the Daehan Corporation. And he's one of South Korea's 10 A rank awakened. He then revealed the man's name, Baek Dong-do. The man asked again, so, will you come with me? Kang Yujin saw no reason to be on guard. Well, if you're not worried about those terrorist attacks, then I'd be happy to accept. Baek Dong-do declared confidently, as if some low-life terrorists could ever scare Baek Dong-do. Then he suggested, all right, let's just be friends first, shall we? Friends. Baek Dong-do grinned, holding out his pinky. All right, let's lock it in, then. But Kang Yujin was completely lost. Lock it in? He asked Min Chan bluntly, what the hell is this old man talking about? Seeing this, Dong-do spoke up. Oh no, you don't know about the hot new movies. You're living under a rock, Dong-do explained. It's a phrase from a popular movie that just came out. Kang Yujin answered honestly, I thought you were trying to pick a fight. Dong-do retorted, no way. Then he casually slung his arm around Kang Yujin's shoulder. It's a long flight to America, so you can just watch the movie with me. Well, that sounds interesting. I guess I won't be bored on the way. Dong-do was full of enthusiasm. All right, let's get on. Min Chan could only feel helpless. Who knew Chairman Baek Dong-do had a hobby like this? Hong Sung-gu was also surprised. I heard he was the type to be completely devoted to his career. Turns out he's just a normal person, huh? Min Chan was skeptical. Well, I guess we can finally head to America now. 20 hours later, the plane finally landed. The airport was bustling with people. Kang Ujin didn't forget to express his gratitude. Mr. Baek, I made it to America all thanks to you. Thank you very much. Dongdu was magnanimous, Mr. Kang, it was nothing, he asked cheerfully. So, what now? Suddenly, Kang Ujin's eyes sharpened, and then he and Dongdu fulfilled their earlier promise. What else is there to do but lock it in? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Min Shan was so embarrassed he couldn't even look up. Both he and Dongdu's assistant were thinking the same thing. It's great that they've gotten so close, but why are we the ones feeling so ashamed? Someone nearby whispered. What are those Asian guys doing? It must be some kind of greeting. A few hours earlier, in the entertainment room of Baek Dongdu's private jet, the system announced green light. Dongdu complained. At this rate, we're all going to die. After the game, the two went back outside. Someone approached them. Lord Kang Ujin. He introduced himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Richard Choi from the Titan Guild, here to pick you up. I will escort you to your hotel. Dongdu expressed his regret. Looks like you have to go already. Huh. What a shame. Why don't you rest for a bit? Maybe have some coffee with me. Dongdu smiled brightly. Well, I'll see you later then, young man. Kang Ujin said his farewell. See you later, Mr. Baek. He then got into the prepared car. Only now did Min Chan have a chance to ask, Boss, do you like Chairman Baek Dongdu? It seems you two got along pretty well. Kang Yujin commented. He's a fun guy, and there isn't a huge age gap between us either. Min Chan thought to himself, but Chairman Baek is 42 this year. Then he brought something up. I believe you mentioned living in Anfen for 20 years, right? Kang Yujin confirmed. That's right. It was like living in hell. I imagine Chairman Baek Dongdu's life as a third-generation Chiebol wasn't all that different from mine. Meanwhile, Dongdu's assistant was also curious. Chairman, what did you think after meeting Kang Ujin in person? Baek Dongdu assessed. He's no ordinary person. Even with the news of a terrorist attack and when facing me, he didn't show a hint of fear, he affirmed. Is it because he's confident in his own strength? Well, that might be part of it, Dongdu then shared, but I feel like there's something more to it. His calmness and confidence can't be explained by something as simple as youthful spirit. Honestly, he expressed, I'm finding myself more and more interested in Kang Ujin. His assistant remarked, it seems you've really taken a liking to him. But Dongdu exclaimed, I can't help it. He burst out laughing. Because, most importantly, we watched a movie together. At a tall hotel building, the elevator indicator showed it was heading down to the first floor. Richard announced the schedule. Please make yourself comfortable during your stay here. The meeting will start around noon tomorrow, so we'll have a car ready for you at around 11 o'clock. Kang Yujin replied. All right. Then he gave an order. Go wash up and come back out. I'm going to find something to drink. Min Chan obeyed. Yes, boss. Only after Kang Ujin had left did he let his exhausted expression show. On days like this, all I want to do is rest. After a 20-hour flight, he's going out for a drink right away. Right at that moment, in front of room 111, the sound of a relaxing shower could be heard. After his shower, Kang Ujin stepped out happily. He got dressed, thinking, I should get going. Kang Ujin slowly reached for the button on the door. As he was thinking, a laser beam shot through the doorway. I came all the way to America, so what should I drink instead of soju? Kang Ujin looked in the direction it came from. A laser beam? Something suddenly exploded in the sky, but what was worse was that the object was now falling fast. Only then did Kang Ujin realize the severity of the situation. He didn't hesitate for a second. He started running at full speed. But instead, Kang Ujin leaped out the window and shielded the grenade. He gritted his teeth, preparing to destroy it with his bare hands. The explosion boomed, drawing the attention of everyone below. What the hell? The car below was crushed by the impact. Kang Ujin had fallen from an incredible height. A system notification appeared. The magic armor skill has consumed all of your remaining soul power. Kang Ujin was beyond pissed. What kind of psycho tries to blow up an entire building just to kill me? He then drank a potion to heal himself. The system announced, your wounds have been healed by the effects of the healing potion. A bystander asked him, are you okay? Kang Ujin spoke aloud. A terrorist attack in the middle of the city. He scanned his surroundings. This is strange. I know I don't have the best personality, but I don't think I've done anything to make a complete stranger my enemy. Kang Ujin had already spotted something suspicious. Bye. Chase after that helicopter. The little girl obeyed. Yes, master. He then glanced at the opposite building. The laser user vanished in an instant, but Kang Ujin was confident. Still, the moment the explosion happened, I sent a goblin to tail him, so it's only a matter of time before I find him. He wondered to himself, should I go check who it is? At that moment, over at Murdy's location, there was an announcement. Saintess, the chairman of the Titan Guild, Kang Ujin, has arrived. Hearing the news, she was stunned. The immortal, here? Murdy was astonished. Didn't you say he wouldn't do anything he couldn't stomach? Mary denied it. No, ma'am. The Titan Guild personally escorted him to the hotel. Murdy could only let out a sigh. I understand. She was extremely curious. Who on earth could make him so overly sensitive? Murdy's lips trembled slightly. The Necromancer of Slaughter, the Immortal One. She was terrified that she would meet him tomorrow, that she couldn't avoid him any longer. But then, Murdy wondered if he'd be annoyed that she didn't seek him out first. Then she said to Mary, "He's exactly the type to be like that." Murdy suddenly asked, "Which hotel is he staying at?" Mary was taken aback by her attitude. "Yes, Saintess." She couldn't help but wonder about this man the Saintess was referring to so formally. She became very serious. "I should go see him right now." At that moment, someone entered. "Then allow us to escort you, Saintess." Mary smiled, overjoyed. Perfect timing. She looked at the troop before her, the area Holy Knights. Their captain, Jemben, declared, "It is an honor to serve you." Meanwhile, at the hotel where Kang Ujin was staying, Minchin was anxiously biting his nails. "Please, please, be okay," he pleaded inwardly. A hotel employee stood with him, preparing to open the room door. "Please be okay." 5 minutes ago, while Minchin was enjoying a relaxing shower, there was an explosion so loud he couldn't ignore it. What was that? Did a gas tank just explode? People in the hotel screamed, "There's an explosion." Oh my God. Minchin began to fear the worst. No way. It can't be him. Right? He was sick with worry. "Boss, please, why aren't you answering your phone?" Finally, the employee got the door open. Minchin stared, stunned, at the scene inside. He stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide. I knew it. The room was completely wrecked. Of course, the boss was responsible for this mess. Meanwhile, the car carrying Murdy was on its way. "Are you feeling unwell, Saintess?" Her expression was a bit unsettled, but she denied it. "No, I'm fine," DM noted silently. "This is the first time I've ever seen the Saintess like this. She seems so different from her usual self." He made a vow to himself. "The Saintess cured my illness. I will protect her, no matter the cost." Halfway there, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes. Instinctively, DM threw his arm out to shield Murdy. The driver was frantic. "Saintess, are you all right?" DM quickly demanded to know what was happening. "What is it, Nick?" The voice on the other end reported. "Apologies, sir. There's been an explosion up ahead," DM exclaimed. "What?" Impatient, he stuck his head out the window to see for himself. "That's the direction of the hotel." Murdy, also bewildered, asked, "What's going on, DM?" He reported, "It was likely a terrorist attack. We should probably turn back to ensure your safety." Murdy's mind raced. Don't tell me that bastard already went on a rampage. So she insisted, "We have to find out exactly what happened." DM tried to dissuade her. "We have to go back. I will check the area myself and report back to you." He commanded his team, "Return to the church. Nick, take some of our men and find out what's happening." Nick replied, "Yes, sir." In the end, Murdy could only turn back reluctantly. She gazed regretfully at the hotel building just ahead. At the same time, in a rather spectacular location, all this time, Kang Ujin had been tailing his enemy. He observed the path ahead intently. "I've been spotted." He realized his target had discovered him and was now leading him in circles through the streets. He's not stupid enough to head back to his base knowing he's being followed. Kang Ujin decided, "Fine, I'll just catch him first." As if sensing Kang Ujin's approach, the man stopped. A second later, he bolted like a flash of lightning. Kang Ujin wasn't expecting this and gave chase, infuriated. "Where do you think you're going?" But his opponent's speed was easily a match for his own, creating a problem for Kang Ujin. "I can't get any closer." He didn't want to admit it, but he had to. "Don't tell me he's as fast as I am." For a moment, John Hee's face flashed in his mind, reminding him of that bitch. But then Kang Ujin stopped and used a skill. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the other man. The distance between them was now just a centimeter. Gotcha. Just when he had him, Kang Ujin unbelievably missed. In an instant, the gap between them widened again. It was only then that Kang Ujin looked at his opponent's level. "Will you look at that?" Level 70, he had to admit, at a level like this, the guy was basically #1 in the world, wasn't he? Why did it have to be this bastard? The ace assassin on the other side even taunted him with a hand gesture. Kang Ujin could only let out a helpless sigh. How absurd. And yet, he was intrigued. "It's been about 10 years, hasn't it? It's been a long time since anyone dared to openly challenge me like this." Kang Ujin murmured, "How cute and ambitious of you." And with that, he continued on his way. Kang Ujin proceeded deeper into a poorly lit area. As it turned out, the ace assassin was already hiding along the edge of a wall. He followed me all by himself, right to his own grave. "This will be my 100th hunt." The ace assassin recalled his childhood. Back when he was 10, In his homeland of Afghanistan, his memories were dark. My father sold me to a group of insurgents. The ace assassin remembered it all clearly, the look of pure happiness on his father's face after earning just a few spare dollars. Since that day, he was no longer himself. He'd become a monster, facing a seemingly endless war. The incredible story that followed was what made the ace assassin determined to eliminate countless enemies just to survive. And he didn't stop there. If necessary, he could wipe out entire armies. Atsat was always in a difficult position. He strikes without a shred of mercy, killing again and again, because Atsat believes his survival is built on the deaths of his enemies. And to become an awakened being, he continued to be an agent specializing in assassinations. Right now, he's waiting to eliminate Kang Ujin. Come on. The ace assassin tightened his grip on his knife. Just like all the others, I'll kill you at the opportune moment, in the most advantageous location. And so, he began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the perfect moment, the ace assassin lunged. He swung his blade to strike, but Kang Yujin managed to block it. This took the ace assassin by surprise. He saw through my concealment skill. This time, he was sure of it. His technique had been completely seen through. In an instant, Kang Yujin had him by the collar. Kang Yujin leaned in close. Finally got you. But then, the ace assassin swung his knife upwards, catching Kang Ujin off guard. He unleashed a flurry of wild slashes, forcing Kang Ujin to fall back. The ace assassin couldn't help but wonder, how did he know my position? Since becoming an awakened, not a single person has ever been able to sense my presence. Just then, a goblin took the chance to sneak over to the ace assassin. Kang Ujin assessed him with excitement. You're not half bad. An assassin who's also decent at hand-to-hand combat. I bet you're even better at fighting head-on than you are at ambushing, aren't you? The ace assassin's guard went up. What is he saying? He talks like he already knows me. Then, Kang Ujin raised his hand. Let's see what you've really got. And with a single blow, he sent the ace assassin flying. The assassin was stunned by his power. What kind of power is this? I'm sure I heard people say he was a necromancer. In the blink of an eye, Atsat couldn't see his opponent anywhere. He's gone. He figured the man had moved toward the end of the cellar. Atsat grew more vigilant. I'll chase him down and end this properly. At the ticket booth, where a dim light trickled through, Atsat carefully stalked Kang Ujin's trail. He was facing a problem. There were too many bloodstains, but not a single body. Atsat suddenly whipped his head to the side. Kang Yujin had appeared, surrounded by an army of skeleton soldiers that now encircled him. He said with amusement, Well then, shall we begin the second test? Atsat vaguely asked himself, Is this a trap? He looked at the endless ranks of skeleton soldiers before him. Atsat felt a bit helpless. There were simply too many to count. Finally, he let out a long sigh, and suddenly, Kang Ujin's eyes narrowed. Atsat was now amplifying his power with the skill, Divine Wrath. Kang Ujin was surprised. He has a skill that can literally drive him mad with rage. He must be a combat class that's somewhere between a warrior and an assassin. Across from him, Atsat swore to himself that he would kill him. Then, he furiously charged forward like a fierce tiger. The entire horde of skeleton soldiers instinctively held their ranks. From Kang Ujin's perspective, he could see that Atsat was very strong. But he only cared about one thing. He'll be quite useful. After clearing out the skeleton soldiers, Atsat glared at Kang Ujin, his eyes filled with killing intent. He silently affirmed that he would kill him. With that momentum, Atsat rushed toward his opponent and swung his sword. He was now right behind Kang Ujin. A single slash tore through the air. That was Atsat's move meant for Kang Ujin. He smiled. The 100th hunt is a success. But Kang Ujin was faster, using his axe to finish. At Saturday, he couldn't believe what was happening. How? Impossible? Atsat's head was now falling lifelessly to the ground. Kang Yujin smirked. If I train him properly, he should be quite useful. He then absorbed the man's spirit. Spend thousands of millennia atoning for the sin of pointing your sword at me and become my loyal slave. And it transformed into a soulstone. The system indicated that a soulstone seals the soul of someone you've killed. Related skill. Summon Death, Knight. Summon a Knight of Death by forming a Master-Servant pact with a soul above level 70. Temporarily unusable. Current level is 62. Minimum level is 70. The next day, in a conference room at the Titan Guild, someone was sighing. Min Chan was worried sick. Where is he, and what is he doing? I don't know. Seeing his state, Dong Du spoke up. Director Dong, you seem overly concerned. He reassured him. Kang Ujin will be back soon. Isn't he famous for being the strongest awakened in South Korea? Seeing Dong Do's smile, Min Chan seemed to regain some faith. That's right. But in reality, Min Chan was worried about something else. Worried? What do you mean? You're worried about the chairman who can punch away a missile? On the contrary, I'm worried he'll use the U.S. attack as an excuse to cause trouble. Dongdu looked at the time. It's about to start. Let's go in. And so, the two of them settled into their assigned seats. Sang-ho began to speak. I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to everyone who has joined this meeting today, he announced. Today's meeting has been organized to ask for the help of all awakened beings around the world, and to reveal a situation so dire that our guild cannot possibly handle it alone. First, allow me to speak about the dungeons. Sang-ho explained that the dungeon they had discovered was a space portal. He continued, this portal is currently acting as a bridge between a planet called Anfen and Earth. Therefore, the large number of monsters pouring onto Earth isn't random at all. In fact, they are all coming from Anfen. People began to murmur. Anfen, the dungeon is a space portal? Sang-ho said, the reason time in the dungeon passes 4 times slower is due to the physical differences between Anfen and Earth. Someone asked, wait, if the dungeon is a portal, are you saying we should seal it? Sang-ho knew exactly who was the Dakaru Guild from Japan, the ones who were making astronomical sums of money from their bloodstone business. But he gave an evasive answer, no. Even if we destroy this bridge, another will simply appear. We actually have a different proposal, a preemptive strike, Sang-ho declared loudly. That is, for everyone on this earth to cross the bridge and kill all the monsters over there. Just then, the Saintess Murdy suddenly appeared in the middle of the meeting. A preemptive strike? The room buzzed. It's the legendary Saintess. Murdy smiled. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I am the Saintess of Aria, Murdy. I have come from the planet Anfen to request Earth's aid. From below, Torin said gruffly, a Saintess in Anfen. All of this is too hard to believe. To us, you're no different from any other awakened being. Hearing his words, Murdy's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then, she raised her hand as if preparing a spell. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a blue aura, leaving everyone in awe. What is this energy? It's completely illogical. Did she just buff all 100 awakened beings here at the same time? Murdy asked again, is it a little easier to believe now? Torin was stunned by her display. Now, Murdy could speak with confidence. This Holy Knight Order, along with myself, will open the path to Anfen. All of you must come to Anfen immediately for the sake of Earth's safety. She emphasized that if they hesitated, Earth would follow in Anfen's footsteps and turn into a pile of ruins in the blink of an eye. And Murdy believed this was a battle to save both worlds. The people below discussed with suspicion. If that's true, we could save Earth and continue the Bloodstone trade. This is a chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, isn't it? Just then, someone spoke up with a mocking laugh. What utter nonsense. To think you could stir up such a commotion here on Earth. Both Murdy and Sang-ho looked up at him in shock. Murdy froze when she saw the person before her. She still recognized Kang Ujin as the Immortal. The chaotic atmosphere was silenced by Kang Ujin's appearance. Murdy's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. His appearance is a little different, but I'm sure it's him. Taking a few more steps, Kang Ujin stopped in front of Murdy. He spoke, well, this is a bit awkward, isn't it? To be in a situation where I have to look up to you again. James shouted from behind, you insolent bastard. Bow before the Saintess. Murdy tried to remain calm. The king who commands the army of destruction. She was slowly bowing down. The vanguard of the god of destruction, the conqueror and emperor of Ashton. Murdy slowly recited each title, the Immortal. Her voice was deep and resonant. This lowly servant of Aria. Suddenly, James's jaw dropped in astonishment. Before him, Murdy was bowing her head to Kang Ujin's shoes. She paid her respects, to the utter shock of everyone present. I greet you, my lord. Kang Ujin smiled faintly. It's been a while, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Jam had no idea what had just happened. What in the world? A yellow light enveloped the entire room. Kang Ujin asked if this would violate their treaty. Jam was now completely devastated. A Saintess, Murdy asserted. Of course not. If I had known this place was Aden, I would have never dared to set foot here. Kang Yujin continued his interrogation. What are you doing on Earth? Murdy confessed truthfully. I received a divine revelation from the goddess, telling me to go and guide the saviors of this earth. I am only carrying out the orders the goddess bestowed upon this lowly servant. Kang Yujin wanted to confirm one thing. Whatever. I don't need to hear any more. But in that case, are you saying Arya was the one who sent you? He then turned to Sang-ho, the president of the Titan Guild. Let's talk. The man suggested. Let's go somewhere else. This place isn't very suitable. Kang Yujin then walked over to the cameraman. Is this thing live? The man denied it. No, sir. Yujin made a request, then turned on the live stream. The cameraman was taken aback. Huh? What did you just say? Yujin smiled. I was just planning on sending a little end-of-year greeting. That's all. The hesitant cameraman glanced over at Sang-ho. The president stated, If it's an interview with the hero who stopped the terrorist attack on the hotel, then of course we have to show it to the world. The cameraman started recording. You may begin, sir. Right from the start, Kang Ujin let loose a barrage of curses. The son of a bitch who shot a missile at me, the son of a bitch who tried to interfere, and the son of a bitch who's the mastermind behind it all. Are you bastards watching? He declared to them. Just you wait. I'll be coming for you soon. The president wondered. Is this a declaration of war against the terrorists? Min Chan called out, Mr. Chairman. Kang Yujin looked at him. Min Chan expressed his relief. I'm so glad you're okay, and thank you for saving us from the explosion. Kang Ujin was blunt. It was nothing. Follow me. I have something to say to them. Min Chan's eyes followed his gaze. But Mr. Chairman, he asked curiously, didn't you say you were friends with the Saintess? Because what I just saw didn't look like something between friends. But Yujin still insisted. What are you talking about? We really are friends. Min Chan couldn't believe it. What kind of friends are you? Dong Doa called out in a loud voice. Director Dong. The man replied, Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dong Doa looked intrigued. I think I may have just found a very interesting brother-in-arms. Director Dong was puzzled. What on earth does he find so interesting? Everything about this situation just screams danger. And so, they all gathered in the president's office. Sang-ho plopped down into the main chair. Murdy quickly whispered a reminder. Mr. President, you should yield that seat to the Emperor of Aden. With matters like this, Kang Yujin was very casual. Forget it. It's fine. Why bother? Sang-ho, you sit too. My Lady Saintess, Murdy exclaimed. How could I possibly dare? Kang Yujin's voice dropped as he uttered a single word. Sit. A chill ran down Murdy's spine, and she finally obeyed. Yes, sir. This made Sang-ho very curious. If I may be so bold, what is the relationship between you two? Kang Yujin consistently maintained. We're friends. But Murdy didn't seem to think so. The Immortal One calls me his friend. How can he say something so terrifying? Sang-ho was confused. But the Saintess is from Anfen, so how? Kang Yujin raised his voice. What's this? Are you trying to preside over an interrogation? You can ask Murdy for the details later. Suddenly, he reached his hand into another dimension. Then, he pulled out a person, shocking everyone. Kang Yujin announced excitedly. This is the guy who attacked me last night. He tried to lure me into a dungeon and kill me. I'd really appreciate it if you could investigate whose head this belongs to. Murdy couldn't believe her eyes. Someone tried to assassinate the Emperor of Adan. Does Earth have a death wish? Sang-ho said hesitantly. Even if you ask, we really can't. Yujin insisted, I'm not suspecting you guys. Just find out what organization this guy belongs to. There aren't that many high-level awakeners working as assassins. Sang-ho hesitated. Even so, Murdy boldly cut in. I will investigate it. Sang-ho reminded her, Saintess, this is something our organization should be handling. She shot him a determined look. President of the Titan Guild, thank you so much for your cooperation until now. I have to live in order to repay my debts. Do you understand? I need to survive so I can return to Anfen and save countless lives. So please, do not provoke the Immortal One. Understood. Faced with this, Sang-ho was out of options. I understand, Saintess. Kang Yujin casually asked, but what was all that about? Murdy was bewildered. What about, sir? He reminded her of what she'd said earlier. You just said you were going to gather everyone to attack Anfen, right? Kang Ujin wanted to make one thing clear. If you take all the Awakeners to Anfen and let them die for nothing, what do you think will happen to Earth? Who will be left to fight the dungeon breaks on Earth? Are you looking to die? And then he asked again, are you trying to start a war with me? Terrified, Murdy slammed her head to the ground. How would I dare, sir? Kang Yujin said coldly. Stop freaking out and sit down. Explain yourself properly. Murdy slowly continued. There is a way to stop all of these dungeon breaks. This piqued Kang Ujin's interest. Interesting. Go on. Murdy explained, well, first you must know about the spatial sanctuary and the fragment of spacetime. Meanwhile, at some nameless subway station, a young man entered and reported, Professor Leola, we have to move the base immediately. It seems the shadow kill has failed. Leola was a bit impatient. I'm about to finish my research. I can't move now. Besides, isn't the deadline in 2 days anyway? The other person reminded her, we can't give you any more time. Our base will be exposed. But Leola wasn't concerned in the slightest. Wait 3 more hours. Once I'm done with this final test, we can go. Bibi was now scouting the area. The place she ended up at after chasing the assassin was a very suspicious laboratory. This situation looked serious. Just then, Leola was closing the lid of a container, holding a brilliantly shining yellow stone fragment in her hand. Bibi recognized it immediately. That's a fragment of spacetime. The fragment of spacetime floated in midair. A student reported, "Professor, the energy from the bloodstone has reached a record high." Lyola asked, "How high?" He replied, "It's over 5 stars." A satisfied smile spread across Lyola's face. Excellent. She rejoiced internally. With this, the highest authority in dungeon research will no longer belong to those old geezers at the top, but to me. Another student reported in a panic, "Professor, the readings are still rising. It's already surpassed 6 stars." Meanwhile, the fragment of space-time continued to float in the air. Hiding in a corner, Bibi wondered, "What is this mana wave? If this keeps up, something bad is going to happen." A student shouted in shock, "The readings are rising continuously." As the numbers on the screen kept climbing, a commotion began to stir throughout the research lab. 7 stars already. What else could possibly surprise Lyola? In a flash, she looked towards the time-space fragment, which was emitting an increasingly abundant amount of energy. And then, the time-space fragment suddenly unleashed a terrifying amount of power. Under its influence, all the trainees were left sprawled across the floor. A demonic voice spoke up. "This is Earth, isn't it? What a place, teeming with life." Bibi, in her kitten form, immediately ran to intervene. "Who are you?" Razum looked sinisterly at the little girl, a Silas with a very familiar energy field. Now, the two were facing each other. Meanwhile, in the middle of the city, the guild president's office, a voice rang out. "Before I explain to you how to stop the dungeon breaks," Murdy stated that he first needed to know about space sanctuaries and time-space fragments. She explained clearly. "First, let's talk about space sanctuaries. If I had to describe it, I'd say it's a special place belonging to higher dimensions. But in any case, you've already been to a space sanctuary, haven't you, immortal?" Kang Yujin felt confused. Murdy shared, "Yes, that's the dimension beyond the red gate in the high-grade 4.6-star dungeons." Hearing this, Kang Yujin understood. So that was a space sanctuary. Murdy continued, "But as you already know, the dungeons are the entrances that lead to that place. And a number of those dungeons will be connected to a single space sanctuary, like an octopus and its tentacles." Kang Ujin wondered, so what does that have to do with stopping dungeon breaks? But why do dungeon breaks even happen? In response, Murdy explained that dungeon break is the Earth term for the concept of the synchronization process. Without enough mana reserves, the monsters can't display their true power. Therefore, they blow up the dungeons to mobilize the dungeon's energy, which is mana. She pointed out clearly, turning Earth into a planet where they can operate freely, kind of like terraforming it. Kang Yujin suggested, "Doesn't that mean we can't stop it, no matter what we do? Even if we clear the dungeons, mana will gradually accumulate on Earth from mining bloodstones." Murdy revealed there was a way. Then she shared, "The dungeons and space sanctuaries both respond to what their owners, the time-space lords, want. Therefore, they can choose whether or not to dispatch monsters, things that must always obey them." Kang Yujin suddenly exclaimed, "So does that mean the time-space lords are on their side?" Murdy confirmed, "That's right. The time-space lords are the 72 commanders and the ruler of Chanet. Besides them, there are also many lower-ranking time-space lords." She added, "And they can also steal each other's power by taking their space sanctuaries through battle." Murdy then shared the current situation. "For now, we are still struggling to protect the Anfen territory. However, we really can't stop their line of attack. So my plan is to steal the authority of one of the time-space lords and then fight them on equal footing to reclaim all the dungeons on Earth and in Anfen." After hearing this, Kang Yujin smirked with excitement. "Interesting." He asked a question. "So if all their homes are taken away, they'll become homeless, right?" Murdy confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Kang Ujin had a bold idea. "If I can take them all, then I should be able to meet this Chanet person, the one whose face I've never even seen." Kang Yujin wanted to continue the story. "All right, then tell me how to get a space sanctuary." Murdy revealed 2 ways. You can either steal one, or you can claim ownership of one that has no owner. In either case, you'll need a stone called a time-space fragment. Kang Yujin immediately took one out. "This time-space fragment?" Seeing it, Murdy screamed, "How did you get that?" Meanwhile, Kang Yujin was very casual. "I just picked it up. How do I use it?" Murdy did her best to explain. "If you've stolen one, you only need 1 fragment to establish ownership. But since you don't have a space sanctuary yet, you'll need 3 of them. Immortal." Kang Ujin asked blankly, "So can I just get any of them? You have to be chosen by a dungeon first." Murdy replied, "Since you already have a time-space fragment, a dungeon must have already responded to you." Hearing that, Kang Yujin complained, "Why is it so complicated? I need 3 of them." He then focused his thoughts for a moment before making a request. "Then give me 2 more." Murdy was startled. "Huh." Looking at her expression, Kang Yujin guessed, "From the looks of it, you must have some too." He smiled brightly and held out his hand. "Hand it over." After a short negotiation, Murdy had to offer another time-space fragment to Kang Ujin. That's more like it, right? But he was still suspicious. Are you sure you only have one? How can you be a saintess and be so weak? Murdy said in anguish, I had a really hard time getting that. So you have to give it back to me? Okay. Goblin Lin returned to Kang Yujin after completing his mission. He asked, What? Why are you back already? I told you to go and help Bibi. The goblin reported, Master, the illusion witch has been captured. Kang Yujin couldn't hide his anger. What? Bibi? Which bastard did it? And the goblin informed him, Chanet's subordinate, Razum. Kang Yujin hastily stood up. I have to go now. Minshin was bewildered. Where are you going? Kang Yujin clarified, to the base of the bastard who tried to terrorize me. Sangho tried to stop him, but the investigation team hasn't even been formed yet. It's better if you wait for the team to be assembled before you go. Kang Yujin had no choice but to break the news. Razum has appeared. Murdy shot up in surprise. What? It's too early for a main commander to appear. Kang Yujin quickly gave instructions. Just throw a team together and follow me. The address is. Now he remembered something. Come to think of it, there's no train station there. The helicopter had just landed on the ground, and Kang Ujin immediately went to rescue Bibi. Sangho asked, Saintess, is it really okay without a support team? How can we stop a dungeon break with just this many people? Murdy knew this man all too well. It doesn't matter. Sangho was worried. Even so, our forces. Murdy asserted, just his forces alone are enough. Just wait for his orders. At that moment, Kang Ujin quickly opened the warehouse door. In front of him was a black magic portal. Razum held Bibi to threaten him. It really is the Immortal's Silas. He was excited. The place you ran away to was just this forgotten earth? Kang Ujin repeated the name in his head. Razum. He glared at him with incredibly cold eyes. Bibi was now unconscious in Razum's palm. He got angry. I know you're happy to see me, but why are you acting so strangely? Kang Ujin was about to give him a reminder. I'm sure I've killed you at least 5 times by now. Have you lost your mind completely? Hearing this, Razum flew into a rage. Not only did Kang Ujin provoke Razum, he even gave him a defiant smirk. Razum gritted his teeth. It seems so. But at least now you're back at square one. He started poking at Kang Yujin's weak spot. You seem awfully worried about saving that little girl, don't you? Then, Razum slowly walked through the puddle of water between them, threatening him again. Then cut yourself off from those little brats outside. Razum demanded a proper fight. Instantly, he vanished from the magic puddle. Now that Kang Ujin had left the room, he asked Murdy, You think this is a trap? She shared her opinion. I'm sure he's aware of the immense power gap between the two of you. So why would he provoke you like that? Kang Ujin confided, I don't know how, but he knows my power isn't at its full strength anymore. Murdy was stunned once again. What? But you already lost your power back in Anfen, Ujin explained. Yes, well, it recovered quickly, but it's still not completely restored. Murdy was in shock. He lost the ultimate magic of a necromancer. Kang Ujin continued, I still can't summon the Knights of Life and Death. This made Murdy extremely anxious. Then this is too dangerous. To fight him, you'll need to summon a Death Knight at the very least. Yet, Kang Ujin remained confident. Who are you worried for? I'll be done in a flash. Just wait. With that, Murdy had nothing more to say. Kang Ujin looked back at the black hole in the room. He could clearly see the gate, and in an instant, the power inside the hole exploded. It was so powerful that it spread outside. Everyone panicked at the destructive force. They stared ahead in disbelief. Monsters were crawling all over the ground. A dungeon break. Everyone, prepare for battle. This time, the hole glowed again, but more softly. Kang Ujin wondered, this is endless. Is he planning on releasing every single monster? He smirked. If that's the case, it seems he doesn't plan on leaving me a single corpse from that dungeon. And Kang Ujin summoned his own monster. Rock. He spoke gently, reassuring it, my little friend. I'll save Bibi in just a moment, don't worry. Instead, take care of all of them. Get rid of those flies, Ujin commanded. The helicopter was now enveloped in a powerful energy, and the tank was no exception. All sorts of objects and equipment were floating in the air. As the monster's foot touched the ground, a switch appeared on its body. The people nearby were terrified. What the hell? Is that a transformer or something? It took gigantic steps that shook the ground. The other monsters were just as intimidating, but this transformer was more aggressive than all of them. Now, all the monsters charged forward at once. It turned out the floating objects from before had combined to create the transformer. While the helicopter's propeller was used for flight, its cannons fired explosively. Everyone was horrified by this level of destruction. Murdy still had one doubt. The Immortal has lost his power. Is that really true? Meanwhile, the transformer continued to advance. Kang Yujin had now jumped into Razum's portal. A system notification appeared. Ujin realized, what is this? This is different from when I enter other dungeons. Razum let out a triumphant laugh. You fool. Who would have thought you'd actually follow me? He sneered. What do you think you can do without a single corpse to raise? How dare you come in here? Yet Kang Yujin remained completely unfazed. Well, I'm still pretty confident I can kill you. Razum sized him up. That big mouth of yours hasn't changed a bit, has it? He was filled with utter hatred. You seem to be overflowing with arrogance. However, if we're going to fight with the exact same summons as before, the advantage is mine. I've already enhanced my body through hybridization experiments, Kang Ujin proposed. How about returning Bibi before we fight? Razum scoffed. You're worried about the safety of this thing? He couldn't understand it. Why don't you stop worrying about these worthless liabilities? Things like this are just meant to be controlled. Those words successfully enraged Kang Ujin. Razum roared. A system notification appeared. Hearing this news, Kang Ujin's mind went completely blank. To make matters worse, Razum provoked him further. What's wrong? You look angry. Kang Ujin growled. You think that's all this is? Angry doesn't even begin to describe this rage. Razum laughed loudly. That cocky attitude of yours is still the same, I see. He prepared to launch an attack. But today will be the last day you get to act like that, he boldly declared. Just as Razum's sword was about to strike, Kang Ujin swiftly parried it. He looked thrilled. Who would have thought you could block that? Did you down a strength potion or something? Kang Ujin focused on deflecting his blows without a word. Razum suddenly realized something. A sword. And just then, Kang Ujin unexpectedly blasted him away. Struck by the blow, Razum gnashed his teeth in fury and charged back into the fight. What was that new attack? Razum's hand was trembling. How can a necromancer possess this level of strength? He roared in furious denial. Impossible. Razum refused to accept the truth. You've become a warrior. A system notification appeared. Kang Yujin immediately flew towards Razum to attack. Razum struggled to dodge. Razum realized something else. The sword turned into a spear. In the blink of an eye, Yujin's weapon transformed into an axe. Now Razum had to use his full strength just to block. But Yujin beat him down mercilessly. Razum was in so much pain that he coughed up blood, but Yujin wasn't finished. He prepared for a flurry of attacks, and Kang Yujin successfully landed a slash right down the middle of Razum's body. Utterly defeated, he collapsed pathetically onto the ground. The system announced. Yujin sneered. How boring. How can someone who's modified his own body struggle so much against a warrior? Well, better luck next time. And with that, Razum was once again beaten to a pulp by Kang Yujin. Finished, he immediately turned to leave. Just then, Razum's voice called out again. How interesting, he said smugly. It wasn't enough for the immortal to flee to Earth. He even abandoned his Necromancer class, and to train in nothing but a single warrior skill. At that, Kang Yujin looked thrilled. So what if I'm a warrior? This is fun. He sized him up. His body could still regenerate despite being sliced in half. It looks like you've implanted something new in your body. Razum raised his monstrous hand again, preparing to unleash some kind of technique. Right away, the monsters were summoned. I'll make you regret that naive choice. Immortal. With them at his command, Razum grew even more confident. He shouted an order. Kill him. The monsters obeyed their master and charged forward thunderously. At the same time, outside, the Transformer was still on the attack. Sang-ho remarked, its power is incredible. He was certain that, with this level of strength, the golem alone was enough to wipe out all those monsters. Merity's expression was grim. She could sense that the iron golem only had a finite amount of mana. She wondered what the monsters would do once the golem could no longer fight. Everyone, stay alert and be ready to fight, Sang-ho replied. Yes, Saintess. But inwardly, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Instead of worrying about that titan of destruction, I'm much more worried about the immortal. Merty wondered how he planned to fight Razum without any summons. Razum saw his opponent as both naive and foolish. He gloated. Look at you. You're already in this state just from fighting a few chimeras. Razum continued his contemptuous remarks. Did you come here just to pay the price for abandoning that overwhelming power, choosing instead to use that blood-stained sword? Yujin chuckled softly. Who said I abandoned it? This attitude baffled Razum. What? Kang Yujin then unleashed his ultimate skill. Summon. His army of skeleton soldiers finally made their appearance. They lined up in long rows, their eyes fixed on Razum. Kang Yujin revealed, I just poured all my mana into rock, so it took some time for it to recover. This shocked Razum. Impossible. You're a warrior. Kang Yujin confirmed. I am a warrior, but I never said I wasn't a necromancer. At this, Razum could only grit his teeth in fury. He cursed, you bastard. How dare you trick me like this? With his plan going exactly as expected, Kang Ujin was now brimming with confidence. This time, He took the initiative and charged forward. Shall we start round 2? The skeleton soldiers charged forward thunderously. Razum's monsters let out a few roars. Razum, with his extraordinary power, unleashed his energy. Meanwhile, Kang Ujin and Razum were facing off. Yujin realized, it seems the longer you live, the more you regress. Razum misspoke. The connection is just unstable right now, but that slip gave Yujin a clue. Connection? Razum also knew his weakness, but you've lost your power too. And sure enough, Kang Ujin was in trouble. I'm out of strength. It feels like I can't put any more power into this fight. He calculated silently. It's about time, isn't it? The system continuously announced, you have defeated an enemy. Your HP has increased. At that moment, a unique idea sparked in Kang Yujin's mind. He praised, good job, Rock. The system announced a level up, and all his stats were restored. Kang Yujin looked at Razum. You look pretty tired. He then launched another major attack. Go to sleep. Razum was once again forced onto the defensive. His head was twitching uncontrollably. But Kang Ujin had already seen through his plan. How dare you? And Yujin landed another painful blow with his axe. This time, his head was severed from his body. Yet, that savage laughter still echoed. Razum was treacherous. This moment of glory won't last long. The connection has begun, and he warned, if you want to live, you better run. Kang Yujin boldly declared, like hell I'm running, you bastard. The sun began to set, painting the sky a brilliant red. Rock stood silently amidst the smoke and ruins. Kang Ujin slowly walked up behind it and gently praised it. You did well. Rock slowly turned around, emitting vague, meaningless sounds. Kang Ujin seriously apologized to it. I'm sorry. He lowered his eyes pensively. Even when summoners die, their summoned beasts don't disappear. They are forced to live on, without consciousness, in a dense void. Kang Ujin gently touched Rook. He gave it one last instruction. Go back and take care of BB for me. The next second, Rock's massive body collapsed. Kang Ujin's face now held a cold expression. He asked, Murdy, there was a dungeon break outside the train station too. You know why, don't you? She replied, Earth hasn't fully synchronized yet. Specifically, dungeons can't just naturally appear anywhere, and the same goes for dungeon breaks. He listened to her intently. However, this place isn't a normal dungeon. It's a summoning point. He asked doubtfully. A summoning point? Murdy answered seriously. Yes, someone on Earth used a space fragment. It seems that person summoned a dungeon, leading to monsters pouring out. After hearing this, Kang Yujin's face darkened, and he didn't reply. He gritted his teeth. What kind of idiot? Why would you create a dungeon if you can't even handle it? He called out softly, Murdy. She immediately replied, Yes, Kang Yujin said with determination. I can't let Nek just come to Earth like this. I need your cooperation. He laid out his condition. In return, I'm willing to help Anfen if I can have the Holy Land. These words shocked Murdy so much her jaw dropped. She trembled with excitement. The Immortal will save Anfen. Looking at Yujin's imposing figure, she couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God, I knew it. The one who brings the revelation is the Immortal. Murdy bowed deeply to show her gratitude. I will support you with everything I have. The story flashes back to the past. After the dungeon break, Yujin focused on leveling up by raiding 6-star dungeons with the help of the Titan Guild. Thanks to this, he had the chance to form a partnership with Ding Kun. Thus, the Auden Guild and the Titan Guild established a strong alliance. They discussed the defense of Earth and the expedition to Anfen. But this alliance quickly fell apart. The announcement that the alliance had ended in chaos, along with Chan's forces and the situation in Anfen, were discussed alongside the structure of the dungeons. This caused worldwide panic, an unavoidable situation. The issue of bloodstones was a difficult problem for the planet. Earth was being threatened by the issue of mining and using bloodstones. Nevertheless, humanity continued to exploit them. But they were also used as a weapon to protect people. This led to two conflicting opinions. The world was divided into two factions. A fiery debate erupted between those who wanted to close all the dungeons and those who wanted to strengthen the defense system by exploiting them. This difficult situation needed a reasonable solution. Thus, what was needed now was a unified defense system, which led to the formation of the International Awakened Association. Time passed, and 1 month later, a private jet was parked at an airport. Yujin and Ding Kun shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. You've worked hard. We're truly grateful. Thanks to you, I was able to enter the dungeon so easily. Kang Yujin glanced over at Murdy. What you said really struck a nerve with her. I guess from now on, you'll be happier not having to see my face anymore, right? He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Did I hit the nail on the head? She hastily denied it. That's not it. He pressed her. It's not. It couldn't be more obvious. She could only turn her face away in embarrassment. Dink and Kang Ujin said their final goodbyes. Well then, see you in Anfen. I wish you a safe journey. The scene changes to a bustling metropolis with skyscrapers packed closely together. Murdy knelt devoutly before the goddess's statue, praying. Oh, goddess, the day I returned to Anfen is drawing near. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the statue's gentle face. A message from the goddess. The goddess was instructing her. Follow him. She wondered, follow who? The goddess slowly instructed, follow that man. Murdy had a bad feeling. Don't tell me. The goddess continued slowly, stay by his side. The goddess gently spoke the final words. Stay by Kang Ujin's side. Those words pierced her head like arrows. Murdy broke down in tears, lamenting her fate. Goddess, why is my life so miserable? The scene shifts to a small, peaceful city. News was being broadcast on a large screen in the square. A black car was cruising down the road. A voice came from inside, let me out here. Dong Min-chan whipped his head around and asked in disbelief, what? Kang Yujin pointed outside and said, stop over there. I'll take a taxi myself. Min-chan asked in confusion, but what about dinner with the chairman? He sighed nonchalantly, dinner. I'm already full, he thought, sweating profusely with frustration. Do you think an invitation to eat with the chairman is that easy to come by? Kang Yujin turned back and said, you can go in my place. Min-chan was troubled. But you have to go. You also need to meet the CEO. Ujin made a suggestion. Let's make a new business card. His words left the man stunned for a few seconds. What? Yujin declared. From now on, you'll be the vice director. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and the door opened. Kang Ujin put his hands in his pockets and bowed his head to say goodbye to Min-chan. I'm tired, so I'm heading home. Have a good talk. Min-chan still hesitated, trying to keep him there. But he had already walked away. He waved at him. Good luck, Vice Director Dong Min-chan. You're just going to leave me like this? Min-chan clutched his head in misery. What the hell am I supposed to do now? That's an appointment with the chairman. How did I suddenly become the vice director? He mumbled like a madman. Vice director. Then, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. I'm the vice director. The driver thought to himself, there's something seriously wrong with these people. In a quiet residential area, the faint sound of a phone ringing could be heard. Kang, is that you? Son. Are you in Korea? A taxi sped down the road, the phone's sound coming from inside. Yes, I'm on my way home. Oh my goodness, what should I do? Kang Yujin was on the phone with his mother. I'm out right now. I might not be back until late tonight. It's all right, Mom. Take your time. The taxi slowly pulled over. The driver announced the fare. That'll be 25,000 won. He fumbled through his pockets but couldn't seem to find any money. He frowned, thinking, I think I left my wallet and my luggage with Dong Min-chan. Realizing he had no money to pay, Kang Yujin had to tell the driver, Sir, could you wait for just a moment? The scene changes to a high-end apartment complex. The phone on the desk vibrated with an incoming call. It was from Kang Yujin. On the desk calendar, the number 17 was circled in red pen. Jemin answered the phone. Hey, bro. How was your trip to the U.S.? The voice on the other end replied, Jemin, are you home? He was surprised by the question. Yeah, why? Kang Yujin said, come outside and bring 50,000 won with you right now. What? I don't have money for the taxi, so get out here and pay for me. Hearing this, Du Jemin was left utterly speechless. Geez, this guy never changes. Juwon came out and saw her brother getting ready to leave, a look of surprise on her face. She asked sternly, where are you going? Don't you have your final exams to prepare for? Jemin replied, I just have to step out for a bit. Juwon's tone was full of worry as she stood with her hands on her hips. You have the National College Entrance exam tomorrow. You could catch a cold. He turned, adjusting his jacket as he replied, I'll only be a minute. I'm just going to give Kang Ujin some taxi money. At the mention of that name, Du Juwon's face flushed slightly. Kang Yujin? The scene shifts to a quiet coffee shop where Yujin's voice is heard. Juwon, I thought you had left. Turns out you were still at home. He continued. You really should have let Jemin come. I feel bad. Juwon quickly waved her hands, awkwardly refusing. It's fine. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Her face lit up with joy as she spoke to him. I quit my job at that factory. Kang Yujin was a bit surprised and asked, What? Really? To become a celebrity. Kang Yujin shared her happiness, a wide grin on his face as he teased her. I read an article about it. They were calling you Kang Yujin's beautiful woman. Du Juwon's cheeks turned crimson. Hey, stop teasing me. He grinned until his eyes crinkled, his voice softening. All right, she changed the subject. Anyway, besides that, Juwon showed him her phone. Look at this. She explained the situation. I've been writing a web novel lately. I've always wanted to be an author. Now I can finally do it. Kang Ujin replied while looking at the phone. That's great. So you like to write. Let's see. He quickly scanned through her novel. Beneath an all-boys high school in Korea, a summoning circle suddenly appeared. The story had a very dramatic plot. The main character passed through the summoning circle into another world. The main character went through countless ups and downs. The main character endured many hardships and became a powerful being. And then, the main character finally found a way to return to Earth. But the next part of the story didn't seem to go so smoothly. However, when he returned to Earth, he found that it was different from before. The main character was losing against a monster. Yujin was a bit taken aback as he read the story. Is this me? Juwon was thrilled that he recognized it. It's because I was thinking of you while I was writing, but it's a pretty fun read, right? He praised her. This is amazing. Your story has a lot of comments, too. Most of them were comments urging her to release the next chapter. Waiting. What does that mean? I support the author. Keep writing, author. Let's go. Just killing time here. This is probably going to turn into a train wreck. Don't read the comments, Du Juwon said, blushing and hesitating. Anyway, she gathered the courage to say, I really wanted to say thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to walk among people normally like this, and I wouldn't be able to do what I truly want. Kang Yujin gave a small smile, ruffling his hair. It was nothing. He looked at her, his eyes filled with a gentle warmth. It's because you were strong enough to get through everything. I only helped a tiny bit. Those words of encouragement gave Juwon a huge boost of motivation. It's because you were strong enough to choose the life you wanted. She sincerely thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. The scene changes to the Aiden Guild headquarters. Everyone inside was bustling about, working very seriously. Kang Yujin was strolling down the hallway. He gently opened the office door. With both hands on his hips, Kang Ujin said, The guild seems a little crowded, doesn't it? Everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, Boss, you're here so early? He smiled maturely and said, I'm here. How have you been? Kang Yujin walked over and asked, Have Hong Sung-gu and He-min arrived yet? People nearby began to murmur, Hey, that's Kang Ujin. Lee Seung-hun replied, They're just organizing the trophies. They should be on their way back now. Suddenly, someone stood at attention behind them, and a voice spoke up, Greetings, Chairman. Kang Yujin and Lee Seung-hun both turned to look. It was Choi Hee-sun. She smiled faintly as Kang Yujin asked, Well, if it isn't the first lieutenant, when did you get here? Choi Hee-sun replied, I'm not a first lieutenant anymore. I'm in the reserves. I started working here yesterday. He continued, So, I guess you won't be getting out of a uniform for a long time, huh? As if on cue, Kang Ujin laughed and said, We'll talk about that later, when Yongdong Min-chan gets here. First, let's have a quick interview. She seemed taken aback. The scene changes to the guild chairman's office, with him and Choi Hee-sun sitting across from each other. Kang Ujin carefully examined Choi Hee-sun's information. Level 14. Choi Hee-sun, class, Beast Tamer. Note, a person with immense pride and loyalty. He stared intently at her, and remarked, An F-rank Beast Tamer. Looks like you still have a lot of room for improvement. Choi Hee-sun broke out in a sweat and asked in surprise, How did you know? Kang Yujin replied nonchalantly, I can just tell by looking. Suddenly, he fell silent, and a worried expression appeared on her face. He thought back to before. Last month in North Korea, when I checked on her, she was only level 11 and didn't have any decent skills to speak of. It must be because of the enhanced synchronization process, but gaining 3 levels in such a short time, her potential isn't half bad. The scene shows numerous tanks and airplanes in the sky. Because the soldiers were using modern weaponry, she never had a chance to develop her skills as an awakened. Kang Yujin suddenly held out his hand, startling Choi Hee-sun. Here, take these. Her eyes widened in shock. What? He pointed to the gems in his hand and said to her, Don't you know how? Swallow these and focus on channeling your mana into them. She couldn't hide her astonishment and exclaimed, Wait, aren't these enhancement stones? Why would you give me such expensive enhancement stones? Kang Ujin sighed. If you're going to act like this, I can't help you. You need to use these first. He held out his hands, full of stones, in front of Choi Hee-sun. Swallow all of them. As she took them, her hands trembled with joy. I will absolutely put them to good use. She began to swallow them one by one. Stamina increased by 3. Mana increased by 4. Strength increased by 3. He crossed his arms, looking clearly satisfied with her progress. Good. You take to them quite well. Kang Yujin rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Now, what about skills? Her fundamentals are decent, and thanks to her military service, she has a good grasp of battlefield tactics. Suddenly, he spotted the exact book he was looking for. Found it. The system's voice announced, Telepathy. You can communicate with others through brainwaves and can relay commands even in the midst of a chaotic battle. Kang Ujin immediately handed the book to Choi Hee-sun. "Here, take this," she asked curiously. "What is this?" He replied, "This is the most important thing. You have to master this skill." After hearing him, she replied timidly, "Yes, sir." He then gathered another stack of books and said to her, "And these, too. Learn everything in them." She was stunned, thinking to herself, "All of these?" At that moment, another voice called out, "Ha Young." It was Hong Sung-gu. He shouted, "Are you serious right now?" Kang Ujin asked, bewildered, "What is it?" Hong Sung-gu panted, thinking to himself, "I can't believe this is how he greets me the moment I get back from America." Kang Yujin thought to himself, Hong Sung-gu has matured a lot. He then quickly grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Look, a press conference about a defense agreement with North Korea quickly appeared on the screen. "We are here to announce that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea has signed a military agreement with the Adon Guild." A press conference on the defense agreement with North Korea. Kang Ujin immediately realized, "Isn't that Yong Dongmin Chan up there? What's he doing there? I thought he was just having a meal." Hong Sung-gu asked awkwardly, "You didn't know?" Before he could answer, Kang Yujin asked another question. "And who are those people up front?" Heeman answered, "That's the Minister of National Defense and the Marshal of the Army." He continued, "According to the agreement, our guild will receive equivalent support from the government from now on." The news took Kang Ujin completely by surprise. For real? Hong Sung-gu got annoyed at him for asking the same thing over and over. Is this really the time to be asking if it's for real? Heeman added, "Our guild is now responsible for national defense. We're pretty much the national army now, huh?" Kang Ujin gritted his teeth, his face twisting in annoyance. "What? The national army?" Realizing what was bothering him, Hong Sung-gu blurted out, "Hyun." Simply put, it means we'll have to spend even more time in the military. Hearing that, he stared in stunned disbelief. On the screen, the press conference concluded. He thought to himself, "Those damn bastards. I only told him to go have a meal. How the hell did this happen?" The furious aura emanating from Kang Ujin suddenly silenced the room. He spoke. "When that bastard gets back, tell him not to go anywhere." Heeman replied, "Yes, sir." After saying that, he watched as Kang Ujin turned to leave. "Sir, where are you going?" He answered, "To the rookie training center." Kang Ujin turned his head back and said, "I'm preparing to enter a dungeon. Come with me." Hong Sung-gu and Choi Hee-sun, "You too." Hong Sung-gu exclaimed in surprise, "Choi Hee-sun's an awakened, too." She said, a little shyly, "Yes, I have mana and skills." Hong Sung-gu immediately grabbed her hands, startling her. With tears in his eyes, he said, "From now on, I promise I'll work my hardest." She replied gently, "Okay." The scene changes to an evening bathed in the sunset's glow. Park Jun-pyo came to pick up Dongmin Chan. "Let me give you a ride, sir." He smiled in reply, "All right, thank you." Park Jun-pyo asked politely, "Should I take you home?" Dongmin Chan looked him straight in the eye and replied, "No, take me to the office." Beneath the sunset, a line of cars waited at a red light. Meanwhile, Dongmin Chan was staring intently at his phone. Suddenly, Park Jun-pyo spoke up, catching his attention. "You guys will have to move your headquarters soon." He continued, "Your guild is now responsible for protecting the entire nation. So, I figured you'll need a somewhat larger space. Just pick a place, and we can get started on it immediately." Young Dongmin Chan put his phone to his ear as if making a call and replied, "We haven't even signed the contract yet. The chairman's opinion is also incredibly important." Park Jun-pyo replied cheerfully, "The conditions are fantastic, so I'm sure he'll agree." He added with a self-satisfied smile, "I'll discuss it with him in detail." Suddenly, the person on the other end of the line answered. Dongmin Chan, hearing an unexpected voice, asked, "Heeman, why are you picking up?" Heeman replied from the other end, "The chairman already went to a dungeon with Director Hong and Choi Hee-sun." He responded, "He did." On the other end of the line, Hin asked with his hands on his hips, "But Director, what the hell just happened?" Jung Min-chen chuckled and said, "Director, it's Vice Chairman now." He ran a hand through his hair, clearly flustered. "This is no time for jokes. Protecting the Republic of Korea. How on earth could something like this happen?" Jung Min-chen froze as he realized the problem. "How do you know that?" Hin replied emphatically, "What do you mean, how?" "It's being broadcast all over the news." His eyes widened in stunned silence. "What?" Min-chan immediately turned to Park Jun-pyo and asked, "Was that meeting just broadcast live?" He calmly replied, "No way. If it was, it must have been an accident." Min-chan's face darkened, his panic unconcealable. "An accident? Don't be ridiculous." He quickly put the phone back to his ear and said, "I'm on my way to the office right now." Hemin quickly added a warning, "And don't tell anyone you heard it from me." But the chairman doesn't look too happy. As the scenery of skyscrapers flew by, he thought angrily to himself, those damn old foxes. No wonder they were in such a hurry to make so many amazing offers. Minchan recalled the conversation, the president's proposals at dinner. They wanted to upgrade the add-on guild into an organization called the Korean Guild. The scene flashed to a desolate landscape. The add-on guild was just a stepping stone to keep. Kang Ujin, the strongest, awakened from leaving South Korea. He remembered sitting and talking with them and the negotiations that followed dinner. They promised that as soon as I got the chairman's approval, they would help us immediately. The atmosphere had seemed so cooperative. I can't believe they broadcasted a secret meeting like that before the chairman even accepted. He remembered shaking hands with the man and wondered why. Minchin's expression only grew more distorted with anger. Did they broadcast it for everyone to see to force his hand? But that's impossible. Knowing the chairman's personality, he started to get worried. If he finds out what happened, he won't hesitate to turn the blue house upside down. The evening light seemed to blend with Jung Minchin's thoughts. If we want him to stay in Korea, I have to stop that from happening. I'll definitely figure something out. Meanwhile, in a 6-star dungeon at Gate 9 of the South Station, the faint smell of blood slowly spread, making the air heavy. Hyo-Sol's expression was grim. She turned around, pointed, and asked, "Excuse me, but I'm still an F rank. Did we come to the wrong dungeon? A normal new employee like me should be going to a 1-star dungeon, right?" Hong Sung-gu scratched his head and laughed. "You look a little confused, don't you?" This only made her more bewildered. "What do you mean?" "I don't understand at all," he continued. "I think you might actually die, but we'll try to help you." Hyo-Sol was filled with quiet dread. This guy isn't reassuring me at all. Suddenly, remembering something, she asked, "What about the chairman?" He replied, "He's already gone inside." That statement made Hyo-Sol even more surprised. "What? Aren't we here for training?" Sung-gu answered, "This is just one part of the plan. Here, take this." She immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "A dagger." He held up the knife and asked if she had ever tried to fillet a fish. Hyo-Sol was taken aback. What? Monster corpses were scattered all over the floor. Hyo-Sol was busy digging out each bloodstone and putting it into a sack. She had already collected a full bag. Hyo-Sol's mood was heavy, and sweat poured off her like rain. She wondered where she was and why she was here. Meanwhile, Hong Sung-gu swiftly gathered all the bloodstones, surprising her. "He's so fast. How can he be that fast?" After finishing his work, he slung his backpack over his shoulder. Hong Sung-gu urged Hyo-Sol, "Hurry up, Hyo-Sol. At this rate, we'll run into our senior before we even get to the lower floor." She replied seriously, "Yes." Hyo-Sol walked over to him, thinking to herself that even though she was digging up bloodstones as fast as she could, she still couldn't keep up. How on earth does the chairman hunt? A sudden noise broke the silence. She couldn't help but ask, "What's that sound?" Dozens of pairs of crimson eyes gleamed in the darkness. Hyo-Sol thought to herself, "Monsters." Fear started to creep onto her face. And it's not just one or two. Did the chairman miss them? Beside her, Hong Sung-gu remained calm, not worried in the slightest. "Oh boy, looks like he's already on his way up." Hyo-Sol exclaimed, "What?" From the darkness, countless skeletons emerged, their eyes flickering with a bizarre red light. She realized they were skeletons. Suddenly, Kang Yujin appeared. "You two still not done?" Seeing him emerge, Hyo-Sol cried out, "Chairman." Hong Sung-gu quickly approached him. "I'll collect all of them right away." His senior waved him off. "No, don't bother. Follow me. Let's go to the gate." Hyo-Sol's eyes widened in frozen silence, thinking, he doesn't hunt alone. She watched as Kang Ujin and his army of skeletons departed. He summons more than 100 of those things at once. So this is how the chairman clears a dungeon so quickly. The next morning, fresh air filled the landscape. A spatial gate appeared in mid-air. Hyo-Sol was dry-heaving non-stop. Hong Sung-gu walked over and asked, "Are you feeling any better?" He asked. "Passing through a gate feels really weird, doesn't it?" Drenched in sweat, she wiped her chin and replied, "Is it always this bad?" He answered, "It depends on the person, but you'll get used to it soon." Hong Sung-gu smiled brightly and said, "Shall we get going?" "He's already gone ahead." Hyo-Sol agreed, "Yes." The two of them walked together along a forest path. Hyo-Sol noticed him and immediately asked, "By the way, how are your clothes still perfectly fine?" Without hesitation, he explained that they were clothes made from dungeon items and the guild pays for them. They arrived to see Kang Ujin standing in front of a giant skeleton. Hong Sung-gu exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, I thought you went on ahead." Hearing this, Kang Ujin smiled. "Perfect timing. Come here, Hyo-Sol." On instinct, Hyo-Sol ran to his side. "You called for me." He pointed inside and ordered, "Try taming that thing." Her jaw dropped in surprise at the sight before her. Inside a cage, a ferocious saber tiger was staring at her. That thing? A chained book appeared clearly before her eyes. Along with it, the system's voice rang out. High-tier fire magic has very high requirements, so you can't just ease into it. But now, you can learn it. Congratulations on reaching A rank. Hong Sung-gu's job class plate appeared. The system's continued congratulations made him blush. You can finally become a man of fire. Back in reality, Hong Sung-gu was shouting with joy. He thought to himself, I can't believe I was complaining, even though he had such good intentions. Sir, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. The satyr-tutter tiger growled fiercely inside the cage. His son hesitantly asked Ujin, Mr. Chairman, do I really have to do this? If I go in there, I'm pretty sure I'll just get torn to shreds. He gave her a small smile. And you think I'd let you get turned into mincemeat? Besides, who told you to fight it? I told you to tame it. He turned and ordered Sung-gu, Hong Sung-gu, make that thing listen. He responded forcefully, yes, sir. Instantly, he leaped high into the air. He landed gently, which only made the creature more wary. Hong Sung-gu quickly flashed a wide smile. Hey there. The tiger just kept growling, staring him down. Suddenly, it let out a roar so massive the sound echoed everywhere. His son struggled to stay on her feet against its force. It was absolutely terrifying. But Hong Sung-gu remained calm, a smirk on his lips. What are you screaming for? He took off his jacket, ready to fight. It hasn't even hit you yet. The satyr-tutter tiger roared and charged swiftly toward him. Hong Sung-gu cupped his hands, preparing to use his skill. Iron body. Sorry, but this might hurt a little. He unleashed hundreds of rapid-fire punches into its face. The assault was so fast it couldn't react, frozen on the spot. His son stood there, her eyes wide with disbelief. And that wasn't all. Hong Sung-gu followed up with a kick that sent its entire body flying. The satyr-tutter tiger slammed hard onto the ground. She was stunned by Hong Sung-gu's power. I heard he was only B rank, wasn't he? How is Director Hong so strong? His son remembered the time he was crying and thought, his image doesn't seem strong at all, does it? She recalled the words Hong Sung-gu had said before. From today on, let's work hard together. Hong Sung-gu smiled brightly, waving his hand and shouting, I think you can come over now. By now, the sun was nearly at its peak. Sung-gu touched the satyr-tutter tiger and spoke. Hearing the word tame, it refused, gritting its teeth as it glared at him. Seeing that, he got angry and stomped on it repeatedly. You ungrateful brat, how dare you bare your teeth at me? That's right, he stomped on it. His son's expression darkened as she said to Kang Yujin, Mr. Chairman, I don't think this is going to work even if we keep trying. I don't have much mana left, either. The moment she finished speaking, her body felt revitalized, startling her. My mana is restored. Did the chairman do something? Kang Ujin reassured her. Don't be impatient. Of course it's going to be difficult, given the gap in your levels. She asked, then what should I do? He held up 2 fingers. There are 2 ways to tame a beast. He elaborated, either you make it feel close to you, as if you're friends, or you beat it until it submits. His son asked, looking puzzled, so what should I do now? Hasn't it already been beaten to a pulp? Kang Ujin said with a stoic face, not at all. You're not the one who beat it, are you? As he spoke, he pointed toward Hong Sung-gu. The villain here is that person. Meanwhile, Hong Sung-gu was still enthusiastically beating the satyr-tutter tiger. All right, let's go again. He glanced over, saw it clutching its head and trying to endure the pain, and exclaimed, and that thing over there is the one taking the beating. Kang Ujin continued, the one you want to befriend is the one being beaten. With sharp eyes, he looked at Hee-sun and asked, so, what are you going to do? Hee-sun stepped into the cage and stood facing Sung-gu. Suddenly, Hong Sung-gu's demeanor became strange, his voice filled with contempt for her. You think someone like you can stop me? Hee-sun remembered Kang Ujin's instructions. She had to protect the saber-toothed tiger from the villain, save it and befriend it. She was immediately thrown into a difficult situation. What is this situation? How am I supposed to fool it with such cheesy acting? While she was still thinking, Hong Sung-gu threw a lightning-fast punch, catching Hee-sun by surprise. She quickly raised both hands to block the attack with all her strength. The attack was so powerful it broke both of her arms. They're broken, but he seemed to attack so slowly. Sung-gu yelled, here I come. Hee-sun held up a hand, trying to stop him. Director Hong, wait a second. My arms are broken. Hearing her words, Hong Sung-gu became even more frenzied. You weakling. Hee-sun cried out helplessly. Director Hong. Kang Yujin stood watching with his arms crossed, urging her on. Hee-sun, hurry up and pretend to attack him so you can befriend that thing. After getting the message, Hee-sun braced herself, clenched her fist, and charged straight at Hong Sung-gu. The punch quickly connected with him. It seemed like nothing happened, but in the next second, Hong Sung-gu was thrown violently backward, so hard that the ground around him cracked. He-sun herself was shocked by her own punch. The Sadri Tutter tiger was still growling, but it started walking toward her. He-sun's heart skipped a beat as she turned around. Instead of its ferocious appearance, it now looked cute, with big, round, glistening eyes brimming with tears as it looked at He-sun. She thought to herself, I must have moved its heart, like a small cat. It affectionately rubbed its head against her. What is this? Why are you acting like this? Kang Yujin smiled, completely satisfied. Good. You have a protector now. Sungu immediately ran over to him and asked, Sir, how was my acting? Seeing him, Kang Yujin praised him. You're the one who deserves the Best Actor award. He-sun exclaimed, Director Hong, you were seriously scary just now. I had no idea you weren't awakened with physical strength. He replied, dejected, but I'm a mage. She couldn't help but question. What? That evening, the three of them sat around a blazing fire. Hong Sung-gu hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Kang Ujin immediately asked, What's wrong? Why have you been making that face this whole time? He said. Sir. He replied, What? Can't hold it in anymore? Hong Sung-gu spoke his mind. For so long, I've just been believing everything you say, and it's probably true that I've gotten stronger because of your help. But, Hong Sung-gu said loudly, I'm a fire mage, so isn't it weird that all I know how to do in a fight is charge in and punch? He thought to himself. Ever since I awakened, all I've dreamed of is being a fire mage. Kang Ujin just smirked slightly without answering. He looked straight at Hong Sung-gu and responded to the question. Our director Hong Sung-gu, how does it feel now that you're a director? Hong Sung-gu expressed his feelings. It's mostly just doing errands. Kang Ujin cut him off. That means you're a highly paid errand boy. He gave a wry smile and explained, That's not what I mean. What do you think is the point of those errands? When I have to go on a business trip and need someone to handle my work, who do you think it will fall to? He suddenly understood. No way. With the same smile, Kang Yujin continued. That's right, you are the second in command of our guild. This means that one day, you'll become even stronger. Hong Sung-gu cheered. Sir, the scene changed to a crowded space with many people bustling about. In front of the Adon Guild's office, Min Chan was so nervous his legs wouldn't stop shaking. He wrung his hands, trying to figure out how to solve the problem. How do I do this? How can I make the chairman understand without offending him? Just then, the door was suddenly flung open, and Kang Ujin asked, You're here? Startled, he replied, Mr. Chairman. He gritted his teeth in frustration and exclaimed, Look me in the eye, Min Chan. Sweat poured down Min Chan's face. He answered fearfully, Yes, sir. He arrived at the door of the guild master's office. The space was eerily quiet. Min Chan stood there, shrinking before Kang Ujin. He looked at him and asked what the news reports were about. The man hurriedly explained, That's just fake news, sir. The recording of the meeting was supposed to be sent over first. It was meant for the guild master to make the final decision before it was sent to the media, but they broadcasted the wrong file by mistake. Yujin scowled and retorted, They're just pretending it was a mistake. Dong Min-chan continued his report, but really, the conditions they offered aren't bad, sir. I mean, they're actually quite good. The government is just doing everything it can to prevent you from leaving the country. In fact, there are several other nations putting pressure on the Korean government right now. Kang Yujin softly called his name, Min-chan. By reflex, he replied, Yes, sir. Yujin crossed his arms, his tone cold. The problem isn't whether the conditions are good or not. The man cried out. Then Yujin continued, Have you forgotten my original purpose for establishing this guild? Min-chan asked, To get a military service exemption, sir. Kang Ujin said in frustration. If I didn't want to do military service, I would have just joined the M Guild. Why the hell would I establish my own? At that moment, Min-chan had a realization. Oh, no. Is it because he doesn't want to work under anyone, not even the government? If that's the case, why didn't you just pick a deserted island and declare your independence? Yujin glanced at him with a cold smile. Well, there's no other way. A blood debt must be paid in blood. It's best to retaliate as much as possible. Kang Yujin gave an order to call the reporters waiting outside. The reporters frantically took pictures, flashes blinding the room. Kang Yujin stood at the podium before the press corps. He looked down, frowning in thought for a moment, holding a piece of paper in his hand. My first statement. I sincerely apologize for the incorrect scheduling information provided to you regarding the announcement of the agreement with the government, as the guild had not yet reached a final decision. Kang Yujin decisively tore the paper in half. All right, I'll take questions later. As the master of the Adan Guild, let me tell you all this first. Min Chan was completely shocked by his action. Kang Yujin spoke up. The government sent a recording of an agreement that hadn't even been signed to the television station for broadcast. This has left me feeling extremely displeased. Upon hearing this, everyone below began to murmur amongst themselves. So the Blue House was lying. This is an exclusive. Yujin added, that so-called contract doesn't exist, so don't ever bring it up again. I'm afraid I might have to emigrate soon. Kang Yujin smirked. If you people mess with me, I'll leave immediately. You can tell them that. Dismissed. After speaking, he turned and left, ignoring the reporters shouting behind him. Guildmaster Kang Ujin, I have a question. Master Kang Ujin. As Yujin walked past, he deliberately spoke to Min Chan. Clean up the mess you started. The man bowed his head meekly. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Min Chan watched Ujin's retreating back. He thought anxiously. Public opinion is going to be a total mess, but even if our opponent is the South Korean government, there's nothing to be afraid of. Deng Minchin felt a sense of relief. Thank God he didn't storm the Blue House directly. The crowd of reporters was still bustling, shouting, Vice Master, I have a question. Vice Master Deng Minchin. The situation seems to be turning unfavorable. After the Aden Guild's press conference, both the media and the entire internet went into a frenzy. The news quickly threw netizens into a state of confusion. Countless opinions swirled around the topic, but in the end, the agreement was not signed. Has Kang Ujin decided to immigrate to the US? The South Korean government has been rejected. These things were ordered to be announced by the South Korean government before they were even signed. An AA rank awakened, the War Guild Master, and the 3 major guilds are enough to protect South Korea. And then just a few hours later, it was all rejected by the Adan Guild. Japan and China are both watching this. The world needs another AA rank awakened. This news created a storm in public opinion. The scene changes to the guild building. Meanwhile, the Adan Guild was preparing for the coming disaster. To strengthen the guild's power, they were recruiting new awakened. Inside the quiet and serious office, everyone was busy working. Deng Minchin carefully explained to the person on the other end of the line, No, our guild master's decision is perfectly clear. There is nothing to reconsider. After hanging up, he sighed. I'm already swamped and I keep getting calls. He turned to ask Hemin, how many applications for Awakened do we have? He replied with his hands on his hips. As of today, 1,200 applications. It's a lot, but most of them are F rank. Deng Minchin rubbed his chin and exclaimed, I see. High-rank Awakened have usually already joined a guild, or they prefer to be free. Hemin was full of optimism. But they still have potential, sir, because the guild master will be able to nurture them. Director Han and Han were originally F rank too. Hearing that, Min Chan's mood improved. That's right. That's for the best. As long as those Awakened develop to a certain level, the scale of our guild will be enough to overwhelm the 3 major guilds. The 2 of them encouraged each other. How inspiring. Let's cheer up. The system notification window appeared. Level up. You have reached level 70. Kang Yujin put his hands on his hips and smiled triumphantly. I've reached level 70. He remembered the past. I can finally unlock that skill. The very thing that gave me an army of 10,000 in the past. Yujin executed the technique, activating the Summon Death Knight skill. Wisps of black bone-like energy swirled around his body. He smiled in satisfaction. I can feel it. 52 Death Knights in the summoning realm. Yujin held out his hand, and a blue gem immediately appeared on it. And I have new soldiers too. He raised his hand high. Come forth. And Saturday, the system's voice echoed. You have unsealed the soul of Saturday. In the dark night, a blue light flickered, and a voice rang out as countless images appeared. I will kill you. The voice repeated only one sentence. I will kill you. It seemed Ansat had an intense desire to kill someone. I will kill you. And also, a desire to survive. And I will survive. Ansat rushed towards Kang Yujin. He raised his fist at him. My purpose is to destroy. Yujin just nonchalantly uttered a single word. Stop. Ansat immediately froze in midair. He was shocked to realize he could no longer move his body. What did he do? Kang Ujin coldly ordered again. Kneel. Ansat's knees slammed hard onto the ground. His whole body trembled with rage. What have you done to me? Yujin casually let out a single phrase, give up. Kang Ujin smiled smugly. If you promise to become my vassal, I will spare you. Ansat naturally refused. How ridiculous. Kang Yujin calmly drew 2 daggers. It seems you're still not fully awake and aware of your current situation. He placed one dagger on Ansat's shoulder and smiled confidently. Do you want to bow your head, or would you rather have your soul scattered to the winds? Ansat's soul trembled with anger. Those are my daggers. Model, in his memory, he had killed Yujin. I clearly remember killing him back then, but it was me who fell first. At that point, there was no other way out. Ansat reluctantly surrendered. I will bow my head. Hearing this, Kang Ujin smiled with deep satisfaction. Good. That's the right choice. The wind kicked up a cloud of dust. When Ansat reappeared, his entire body was clad in pitch-black attire. He commented, "You look like some kind of Arab assassin." The system window appeared, and sat, level 1, the 53rd Death Knight of the immortal Kang Yujin. He still has a rebellious nature, so a certain amount of control is needed to command him. Normal skills: summoning, army formation, command of death. Special skills: invisibility, silent steps, death god's tongue, divine wrath. Legion's radiance, currently responsible for no more than 10. Control required, 312. Trust, loyalty, obedience. Yujin's eyes focused on one number on the screen. What? The control required is 312? He's that rebellious? He waved his hand, ordering him to come closer. "Hey, get over here." And Sat didn't even pay attention to him and turned his face away. Kang Yujin forced a smile, his annoyance clearly showing on his face. "Look at that bastard." Kang Yujin spoke. "Well, for now, this will have to do." He commanded, "You, go out and gather more troops." As soon as the name was called, a red aura filled the space. "Kiba." A foot suddenly appeared, as if to crush everything. Kiba appeared and spoke respectfully. "I humbly bow before my lord." This made Kang Ujin smile with great satisfaction. He knelt in reverence. "It is my honor to see you again, my immortal lord." He replied to the man on the ground. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Kiba?" A moment later, Kang Ujin looked at the system, excited. "It's gone up." He let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like that rookie is being trained quite well." Meanwhile, Kiba was complaining nonstop. "Look at your movements. Can't you be faster? Tell me, what's your name? What level? What a green little brat. What's this? A new recruit?" "Yes, I am in Sat, the 53rd Death Knight." Kang Ujin thought, "Now that I've summoned the Death Knights, hunting should be much easier. Death Knights are creatures with great leadership qualities. Even if I'm not around, the skeleton soldiers can still follow the Death Knights and continue fighting. Additionally, the skeleton soldiers can also enter the summoning realm with the Death Knights. And now, whenever I enter a dungeon, I won't have to do things myself anymore," he thought. And just like that, the preparations for his army were complete. Suddenly, a voice cut through Kang Ujin's thoughts. "Master, isn't the summoning realm amazing?" he asked with concern. "Bibi, how are you feeling? Is your body okay?" The little girl pouted. "How can you even ask that, Master?" Bibi clenched her fists in anger. "I have to get stronger as fast as possible to deal with those arrogant fools who don't know their place." The girl had been down for a long time since her revival. It's a relief she's finally gotten her spirit back. Just then, someone came running up from behind. "Hey, man." Hong Sung-gu's feet were moving so fast they were kicking up sparks. Yujin asked, "Have you gotten used to that fire-type skill already?" He smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to your guidance." The little girl called out excitedly, "Hong Sung-gu, I haven't seen you for a bit and you've already gotten so strong." Hong Sung-gu pointed and asked, "Hey, who is this kid?" Kang Ujin explained, "Is this the first time you're meeting Bibi? You two have never met before." He exclaimed in terror, "What? Bibi?" Hong Sung-gu recalled, "Bibi, the cat you picked up before? The really cute one." He was horrified. "This Bibi is that cat." The girl nodded. "That's me." He chuckled and said, "So you still remember her?" Just then, a voice came through. "Mr. Chairman, we've collected all the bloodstones." Kang Yujin was surprised, that fast. The person on the other end laughed and explained, "Yes, sir. I happened to find a few helpers." He repeated, "A few helpers?" The person on the other end assured him, "Yes, sir. I'll show you when I get back." Seeing his attitude, Hong Sung-gu asked curiously, "Are there still monsters left?" He created a fireball and declared, "Let me take care of them for you." Kang Yujin quickly spoke up to stop Hong Sung-gu. "Wait," he teased, "it seems she can tame them by herself now." He was bewildered. What was that? At that moment, his eyes were drawn to a person in the distance. On the cliff was a figure riding a bear, with a flock of birds in the sky. Seeing the woman happily waving, Sung-gu exclaimed, "Miss Choi Hee-sun." The system window appeared with Choi Hee-sun's basic information. Kang Yujin was satisfied. "Good, you're developing very well." A moment later, the car rolled down a road surrounded by autumn trees. Sitting in the car, he said excitedly, "I can't believe she's already reached D rank after only going through 3 dungeons. Choi Hee-sun's rate of progress is amazing." He replied, "It really is. It would be perfect if she could tame even more." "Hey you guys, when I'm outside, you all have to be quiet," he teased her. "You have 20 of them now. This will make collecting bloodstones much better." Kang Yujin reminded them, "Don't rest on your laurels. You and Choi Hee-sun still have a long way to go." Hong Sung-gu replied, "Yes, sir. There's still something I need to handle. I have to destroy the force behind in Saturday." And Sat ordered my assassination. Yujin commanded, "Seung-hun, contact the Titan Guild." He replied, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." As night fell, only dim lights remained. Dinku answered his phone. "Mr. Kang, what's the matter?" The voice on the other end asked, "Do you remember the person I told you about when we were in the States?" He asked, "Are you talking about Insat?" Kang Yujin was surprised. "Oh, you even know his name. Have you been investigating him?" Dinku countered, "No, he's a famous assassin." He explained, "Actually, he doesn't belong to any organization. He operates freely as a mercenary. And he's done a lot of work, especially with organizations in Afghanistan." Dinku said honestly, "We're still trying to find out who hired him." He let out a small laugh. "I think I already know." The man shouted in alarm, "What? Really?" On his end, a faint smile formed on Kang Ujin's lips. "I know everything. I just have to ask," and sat directly to find out about the powers behind him and his clients. He asked, "Do you want to find the man behind the curtain with me? Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he try to assassinate me?" Kang Yujin emanated a murderous aura as he said to himself, "It's time for revenge." The sound of the morning news broadcast came on. "Good morning. This is reporter Dung Soyeon from MBS. Regarding the awakened Kang Ujin, who is currently the talk of the world, will he answer the call to go abroad?" Just like the Aden Guild, they discussed, "We need to have a system for nurturing AA rank awakened like Kang Ujin." When Sang Ho heard that, he was furious. Who the hell did he think he was? The strongest in the world? What a joke. The $10 billion assassination attempt on Kang Ujin had failed, and he'd lost contact with the terrorist organizations for a while now. Not only that, but Chairman Kim of the SG Group had also cut off contact, and the War Guild's standing had been in constant decline ever since they lost Jeon Hai. He clutched his head in rage. "Damn it, Kang Ujin. It's all because of that bastard Kang Ujin." Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Sang Ho. "Do you want revenge?" He shot up defensively, shouting, "Who's there?" Dark shadows swirled along the ground as it probed him. "Don't you want revenge on the one who killed Jeon Hai?" Sang Ho repeated the words in a daze. "Revenge. On Kang Yujin." The mysterious voice assured him, "Of course. You can have your revenge on him. I will lend you my power." It tempted him. "If you want the power for revenge, go to the dungeon where your sister died." His jaw dropped in horror. His eyes narrowed unconsciously. Then, Sang Ho looked around and yelled, "Who are you? Show yourself. I'll be waiting." His hand grasped at the empty air. "Where are you?" "Stop right there." Sang Ho collapsed to the ground, overcome with indescribable emotions. He slowly got back up, asking, "What? What just happened? Was it a ghost?" Suddenly, Sang Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. An item had appeared before him. Sang Ho picked it up, completely bewildered. "Why is Jeon Hai's sword here? It was destroyed in that dungeon." The earlier words echoed in his head. "Don't you want revenge on the one who killed Jeon Hai?" Sang Ho cursed under his breath. If it's because of that bastard, Sang Ho became consumed with thoughts of revenge. He gripped the sword tightly, his eyes turning violent and filled with power. Night fell, blanketing the tall buildings, glittering with countless lights. Din Kun was deep in thought, hunting down the terrorists to eliminate them. The Aden Guild only required two things from our guild: transportation to the Middle East and stabilization of the affected area after the terrorists are eliminated. Our guild has already provided the transportation. The U.S. military is stationed in the designated area and will begin operations. The key point here is that this is a joint operation with Aden. While we're still investigating the enemy, we're just following Mr. Kang's orders. If the operation fails, we'll face public criticism from both the U.S. government and the Titan Guild. But to go back on our word now would be absurd, especially for a Korean guild taking the initiative to punish terrorists. This is a tough call. Given the current situation, should I risk accepting their offer? Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "Guildmaster, the Saintess is here to see you, sir." 2 cups of tea sat steaming. "Huh. Follow Mr. Kang and leave the Titan Guild?" Murdy replied, her expression a little tense. "Yes, I have no choice but to obey. It is the goddess's prophecy." Din Kun's face soured. "This puts me in a bind. Her prophetic abilities and blessings have brought great benefits to the guild. She established the Holy Knights with the goal of liberating Anfen. So if she leaves now, we'll be negatively impacted and unable to respond to future disasters." Murdy smiled and continued, "Thank you for the Titan Guild's concern, but I cannot defy the Oracle. I will give up everything I've received and leave." He sighed and replied, "I can't stop you, then. But please, lead the Holy Knights. They were founded by the Arya organization. If you keep them by your side, they will be your strength." She laughed, excited. "Really?" Din Kun continued. "Our guild is indebted to you and the goddess, so we will continue to support the Arya organization. The Arya Guild is always welcome here." Murdy's cheeks flushed pink. "Thank you, Mr. Din Kun. May the goddess bless you with happiness." Tisk. He smiled slyly. This is the best alternative plan. No matter what, we must maintain our connection with the Saintess. Meanwhile, somewhere in a downtown alley, Sang-ho was muttering to himself, power, revenge, power. His face was dark. I need power for revenge. His feet dragged slowly, heavily. Suddenly, Sang-ho's eyes lifted to the statue in front of him. He looked down at Kang Ujin's memorial plaque, which read, in memory of the hero who stopped the disaster for the people of Daegu. Hemin was walking and whistling, jingling a set of keys on his hip. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Sang-ho. Huh? What's that guy doing? Just as Hemin finished his thought, the statue's face was smashed to pieces. Hemin's eyes went wide with shock at the scene unfolding before him. Sang-ho's expression still dark. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Suddenly, his eyes glowed red, and Hemin's body was lifted into the air. He said angrily, you don't recognize me? Hemin stammered, You're the Guildmaster of War. Suddenly, Hemin's colleague approached. Captain, what's going on? Seeing Hemin floating, he asked Sang-ho in surprise, Who are you? There's a suspicious awakened being at Gukjeong Station. Before the colleague could finish calling for backup, his phone shattered into pieces. Sang-ho's eyes glowed. A suspicious, awakened? You really don't recognize me. Now, both Hemin and his colleague were floating in the air. Their bodies were paralyzed, unable to resist. Below, Sang-ho just stared up at them coldly, saying nothing. Blood splattered across a purple backdrop. The moment he lowered his hand, the two of them fell to the ground. Sang-ho said grimly, You insects. At that moment, in the terrifying atmosphere of the station, a figure stood before the steel frames. Sang-ho's expression was still impassive. Suddenly, his face twisted in discomfort. Sang-ho panicked. What is this? Why am I in a dungeon? He thought about what had just happened. Did I kill someone? Damn it, it's too late to go back now. I should clear this dungeon first before I get out. Can I even do this all by myself? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. If you accept my invitation, you can leave this place with ease. Sang-ho was stunned, seeming to recognize the voice as a portal appeared before him. Come, I will give you what you desire most. A brilliant orange-gold light pulsed, stoking Sang-ho's curiosity. He slowly stepped inside. The place was filled with snow and was freezing cold. An ice castle. Am I inside it? This is absurd. None of the monsters I've encountered so far have attacked me. The one who called me here must be the master of this dungeon. The castle door slowly creaked open. Sang-ho moved quietly through the main hall, carefully observing his surroundings. Monarch Eos, sitting on a throne, spoke loudly. So, you've actually come? His expression was ecstatic. The one who called me here is the king of this place. Sang-ho knelt before Monarch Eos. Your senses are sharp. I like that. He slowly began to descend the steps. Sang-ho began to tremble. Lift your head, he stammered in reply. Yes. If I offend him, I'll die instantly. Monarch Eos continued, I welcome you to my spatial domain. Sang-ho was once again stunned as he looked up at him. On the day of departure, it was a clear morning at the airport heading to Afghanistan. A flight attendant formally announced, We are honored to be flying you safely to Bagram. Kang Ujin smiled and replied, Thank you. No other guild deserves to use the Titan Guild's plane. Suddenly, his gaze froze on Murdy. She laughed nervously. Why are you here? Murdy was flustered. It's an honor to meet you, my lord. Murdy was sitting primly in a passenger seat. That damn woman. A disgusting stench is rising in the room. My lord, please punish her. Yujin thought to himself, Damn, they're noisy. These Death Knights are really causing a ruckus. Why did she have to insist on coming along? A saintess thinks she can be a summoner's assistant. Murdy looked over and answered, My apologies. The goddess's words are absolute. He sighed. Fine, whatever. If she says you have to go, I guess you have to go. Murdy gave a nervous smile, thinking, so you understand how I feel. Kang Ujin pointed a finger angrily. Even so, don't come near me. If any of that holy energy of yours happens to explode, the Death Knights might charge in and attack. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm serious. Your head will fly right off your neck. Be careful. Murdy lowered her head in fear. Yes, my lord. O goddess, please grant me your blessing and protect me on this journey. At that very moment, countless soldiers were busy at the Bagram military base in Afghanistan. 2 days after Kang Ujin's team arrived, all eyes were fixed on the projection screen in the command room. Nazar Sanchez appeared on the screen. Based on Mr. Kang's testimony and related documents, he was formerly an arms dealer who sold military weapons to both the rebels and the government. We are proceeding with extreme caution. There are also many other illegal transactions. We believe they are conducting major negotiations in this region. Sounds like there are kickbacks involved. Yujin suddenly interrupted. So if we thoroughly investigate that guy's activities, We can find out who ordered the assassination. His expression was grim. Where do we need to go to get to him? David spoke up. Hey, hold on. If we let the suspect escape or destroy the evidence, we're screwed. First, let us discuss this with our advisors, and then we'll provide the details, said the commander of the U.S. forces in Afghanistan, David Morgan. His words made Kang Ujin fall into a deep thought. He continued, "What if I told you I have a way to track him without him noticing? If you can lure him to a place where he's easily visible, I'll investigate everything. His movements, habits, transactions. I'll dig up every last under-the-table deal he's made." David's expression faltered slightly as he looked at him. Well, a thought flashed through his mind. He has the ability to gather top-secret information on the suspect. Sounds good. Let's start planning the operation. 2 days later in Peshawar, Pakistan, on a street crowded with traffic, Yujin was driving and asked the person next to him, "Why do you look so tense?" The senior U.S. intelligence officer, Rachel Park, replied, "This is my first time in the field." He looked outside reassuringly. "Relax. Just think of it as a vacation. Look over there. Beautiful, isn't it?" The abandoned building was completely desolate. "Well, maybe not that beautiful. This area was just attacked recently." Kang Yujin continued, "Sounds like this happens often." She replied, "Yes, it happens very often. What would be chaos elsewhere is just daily life here. The people suffer so much. It's a strange feeling being back on a battlefield. It reminds me of my time in Anfen." Rachel looked slightly surprised. Is it because he's so confident in his own strength? To the point where he still has time to think about other things. Ahead of them was a large hotel. "We're here. Remember, don't draw any attention." Right then, in the hotel restaurant area, Rachel whispered, "That's him. The one in the light blue shirt sitting at the second table behind me." Kang Yujin's eyes sharpened as he stared in one direction, then suddenly said, "She's hot. Totally my type." Rachel grew tense. "Mr. Kang Yujin, when you get a chance, please attach the tracking device to him." He replied nonchalantly, "Already did." Her eyes widened as she thought, "When? I didn't even see it happen." He continued, "Come find me after you're done. I'll be waiting outside." "Yes, sir. Just a moment." A dark energy began to form at the soles of his feet. "It's been a while since I've felt this," the system window announced. "Summoning spell. Skill summoned." Yujin stood casually in front of the hotel entrance. The traffic was still bustling. This place is definitely better than Anfen. Suddenly, a few children in thin clothes approached, speaking in their native language. Yujin was impassive. Are they asking for money? But he guessed it would be difficult to find their relatives. As he gave the children money, his gaze shifted elsewhere. Yujin's eyes widened in surprised delight as he exclaimed, "Oh, how interesting. Such an innocent and bright child. It's rare to see someone so pure and radiant." Suddenly, Kang Yujin waved at the little girl standing there. Her cheeks flushed red as she hesitantly said to him, "Hello." Kang Yujin stood right in front of her and replied brightly, "Hello." The little girl suddenly looked down, hesitating for a moment without saying anything, then held out her small, slightly dirty hands. Kang Yujin just smiled gently as the girl bravely made her request, her sparkling eyes looking up at him. All right. Hold on a second. At this rate, all the kids are going to swarm me." Suddenly, Kang Yujin's gaze froze, his eyes widening as he saw something thick and bulky under the girl's tattered clothing. In just a split second, everything exploded. "Damn it, I'm dead." Another explosion rocked the already shattered building. The system window announced, "Soul armor activated." Kang Yujin's face darkened at the current situation. An innocent little girl standing in a corner. "I've really gotten weak since coming back to Earth." Rachel rushed over. "Mr. Kang Ujin, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" He glanced at her and asked, "Were they targeting me?" Rachel shook her head. "No, sir." There were 7 explosions that went off simultaneously. Kang Yujin's lips trembled. "It seems 7 children have died, and there's a high probability of other victims as well." Rachel was terrified by his attitude. Kang Ujin turned around and said coldly, "We're pulling back immediately. Using an innocent child as a sacrifice. It's been a very long time since I've been this angry. You goddamn terrorists. I will find and eliminate every last one of you." A week after that horrific incident, a black car sped on, kicking up clouds of sand. In the back of the car were 2 men with hoods over their heads, trembling. Beside them were armed rebel soldiers. A man, whose face was covered by a red sack, spoke up. "Our God, please save us. Please." Under his own sack, Kang Yujin's face was irritated. "This guy won't stop blabbering." David yelled furiously. "A direct assault on the enemy's camp? I will not authorize that." The scene flashed back to the commander's office a week prior. Kang Yujin calmly crossed his arms and replied, "You don't need to gather the troops. I'm enough." A mocking voice cut in, Going in alone? And what exactly do you plan to do? Rogers, with his hands in his pockets, spoke in a cold, sharp tone. It's hard to tell the difference between a civilian and an insurgent, or are you planning to just kill them all? Without a second thought as to who they are. He looked up, his expression fierce, every word cutting like a knife. Everything requires planning and preparation. You can't just act on your own, Colonel, Rogers continued. Besides, if you just charge in without thinking, the insurgent leaders will be more likely to go into hiding and launch counterattacks. David agreed with Rogers. He's right, you know. I understand how angry you must be, seeing the situation get this bad. However, you have to understand that you can't solve this problem by yourself. What do you say we take some time to wait? Ujin sighed in frustration. David continued, actually, my superiors are considering sending more troops to the region. Yujin shot to his feet, startling David, who looked on with a mix of shock and fear. It looks like we have nothing more to talk about. With that, he stormed out. Seeing this, Rogers ran after him, calling out, Hey, wait a minute. Kang Ujin stopped in his tracks and turned to confront Rogers. Do you really want to die by my hand? Why do you keep getting in my way? Rogers let out a soft sigh, his expression softening. He began to explain gently. I'm not saying we can't help you. Instead, if you want to continue this mission, I have one condition. Instead of just charging the enemy head-on, I want you to assassinate specific insurgent targets. Kang Yujin's attitude suddenly shifted. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Finally, now we're talking. A photograph was placed on the table. Roman, the baker. He's currently operating as a black market arms dealer. He's working with both the Afghan government and the insurgents, and he's the sole reason the rebels are able to get their hands on enough weapons to fight us. In a few days, the insurgents are planning to ambush a cargo truck and take him hostage. You'll get captured alongside him so you can keep an eye on him. I'm pretty sure you can infiltrate their headquarters without any issues. The insurgent soldiers kicked Kang Ujin and another man inside. They were thrown into a narrow, dark, and cold room. Behind the hood covering his face, Kang Ujin's eyes held a deathly glare and a wicked smile. He thought to himself, perfect. Infiltration was a success. Now, shall we begin? Excited, he used his achievement points to raise the goblin's level to 50. A system voice announced, Shadow Goblin level 50. The number of goblins you can control has increased to 6. Skill. Amplified perception acquired. Goblins can now camouflage themselves in their surroundings. Skill. Soul swap acquired. You can now swap your soul with any of your 6 goblins. Skill. Free movement acquired. A player who swaps souls with a goblin can now move independently without any restrictions. Zombie amplification power has increased by 50%. Wujin commanded the goblin, I order you to swap bodies with me. The goblin replied with a sly expression. It is truly an honor to inhabit Master's body. A black aura enveloped his entire body, swapping places with a goblin. It sounds bizarre, he thought, but I suppose I don't have any other choice. Elated, he put the goblin into action. The creature slipped out through a crack in the wall. Now in the goblin's body, Kang Yujin thought, all right, first up, 2 guards in front of the door. He continued his thought, I'll mark anyone who isn't a civilian with an X. He looked at one of the insurgents. 2 of them were standing opposite each other, guns in hand, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. Suddenly, a hand knocked on the door. Kang Yujin saw Henry talking with another man. He thought, finally, I found him. He was ecstatic. The leader of the insurgents. Suddenly, the goblin in his body spoke, Master, shall I make my move now? Kang Yujin asked, confused. What? Why? The goblin in his body made a grim face. It seems an execution is about to take place, and a bullet is about to go right through your head. Kang Yujin's voice was like ice. Swap back. Now. The goblin in his body let out a sinister laugh. As you command, Master. Out on the arid desert, sand swirled through the air. An insurgent raised his hands high and shouted, In the name of our God, all of you infidels will be punished for your transgressions. Anyone who defies us will receive a punishment 1,000 times more painful than the last. Yujin sat there, his expression dark and grim. 25 insurgents, 18 hostages, he observed, and the cries of countless other souls who have died in this desert. So many unfortunate people have had to endure this suffering. A hostage whimpered, I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to see my family. Henry glared down at Yujin and sneered, You must be a devout follower of your god. If that were true, shouldn't he be the one to hand out punishment? Yujin retorted. That just makes you a goddamn bastard, hurting people in the name of your faith. Suddenly, he snapped the ropes, binding his hands. A terrified insurgent stumbled back a few steps. What? Is he an awakened? Kang Yujin stepped forward coldly, striding toward them as the insurgents screamed in terror. Shoot him. Kill that bastard. The soldiers raised their guns at Kang Ujin, but not only was he unafraid, he continued to advance. He spoke in a chilling voice, "Scum like you aren't even worthy of divine punishment." Then Yujin raised his hand high, causing the panicked soldiers to aim their guns wildly. A sinister grin spread across Kang Yujin's face. "This is for the souls of the dead, for all the innocent people you've murdered." Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Skeletons of the wrongfully killed rose from the sand and advanced on the soldiers. The insurgents scattered and ran. "He's a demon, a soldier of Satan." A soldier on a truck screamed, "Open fire, kill them all." The skeleton soldiers raised their shields to block the bullets, then lifted the swords in their hands. The insurgent gritted his teeth in fear. "Damn it," he yelled. "Get this truck moving. Go." He then screamed, "Close the gate. Hurry up." Ramson charged in, wielding a massive warhammer. He roared with an imposing voice, "Ramson is here for you. Follow me." Kang Ujin's soldiers consisted of a level 8 Ramson and 4 immortal knights. In his past life, he was considered one of the greatest dwarven warriors. Ramson charged forward without a hint of hesitation, but suddenly, an arm holding a staff was raised. A massive explosion erupted. Screams echoed from all around. Standing on high, Yujin taunted them. "Go on. Prove your worth to your leader." He cracked a grotesque smile. "God himself would deliver this kind of punishment. They will pay for what they've done. This is only the beginning. I will turn all of you into warriors from the realm of the dead." Kang Yujin strode among the skeletal soldiers. He scanned the remaining hostages. Henry stepped in front of him, pointing his gun at one of them. "Don't you move." Kang Yujin looked at the man standing next to Henry. It was an American citizen, the same one who was crying earlier. Yujin thought of the photo Rogers had placed on the table, then looked straight at the man before him, an illegal arms dealer. Henry threatened, "If you attack, this guy dies." The American citizen panicked, begging continuously, "Please, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say. Just spare me." Yujin closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. He cast a spell, causing Henry's body to seize in pain. The man screamed in terror. Kang Yujin raised his hand, channeling his power. He used it to snap the ropes binding the American citizen's hands. The American quickly said, "Thank you for saving me. Are you an American soldier? Tell me your name. I'll definitely repay you." Yujin turned his head away. "That's not necessary." The American citizen chuckled. "Are you worried because you're in the military? I'll send it to you secretly, so." Kang Ujin cut him off. "Hey, you talk too much." He raised his knife menacingly. "Shut up, you hear me?" The man was terrified. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" "I'm an American citizen," he threatened. "I won't forget this. You'll see." Kang Ujin's expression darkened. He lowered the knife, to the American's surprise. He gave a relaxed smile. "Hey, my apologies, okay?" The American citizen extended his hand. "It's fine." As an American citizen, suddenly, Kang Ujin drew a line straight across the man's throat. With the knife in his hand, Kang Ujin's voice was ice cold. "But I'm not an American citizen." Then, Kang Ujin stood there, calmly looking at the American's corpse. He said, "Instead of this thing, remember the countless lives that were lost on the battlefield." In the distance, someone was secretly filming with a camera. Yujin had already spotted them. His face grew grim. He spoke softly, each word carrying a terrifying weight. "And the one hiding over there, step out here. Now, I'll count to 5. If you don't come out, you're dead." In a base in the middle of the desert, Kang Yujin watched the man emerge and asked, "Are you a military reporter?" The man replied respectfully, "Yes, my name is Tom. I came here because I heard there were hostages." Kang Yujin flashed a sinister smile. "You've come at just the right time," he said. "From now on, follow me and film everything." Tom was stunned. "What? What am I supposed to film?" Kang Yujin turned slightly and said, "The end of this terror." At the military airfield's command room, a subordinate handed David a photo. "Please take a look at this, sir. It's a bit strange." David's face filled with alarm as he looked at the picture. He said, "What is this? The rebels have this many tanks? They're all heading for the base." He asked if there was any internal conflict. The subordinate replied, "This information was sent by the hostage rescue team that was dispatched. When they reached the rebel territory, the one holding the 37 people had already been captured. We also found Roman's body." David praised them. "That's my elite corpse." "What were our losses?" The subordinate answered, "There were no losses, Commander." David's eyes widened. "What?" He couldn't believe it. Inside rebel territory with 0 losses? How is that possible? The subordinate looked confused. There weren't any clashes at all. The subordinate pointed to a tablet screen. Currently, multiple videos and images are spreading online. David couldn't believe his eyes. On the newsfeed was a video. A savior has finally come to this war-torn land. Kang Yujin, An awakened from South Korea has declared war on the terrorists. Kang Ujin's rage is echoing across the desert. Stunned, David whipped his head toward his subordinate and asked, "Is this video edited? Where did you get this information?" The man replied, "It came from the social media page of a military reporter named Tom." David looked terrified. "Is that so?" The pieces are falling into place. He looked at the screen. The massive rebel force looked like it was preparing for a decisive battle. They were advancing toward Kang Ujin's army of the dead. My goddess statue shines in the sun. She sat before it, praying. The immortal is in a rage. Not just for himself, but for those in that distant land. She was sorrowful. If he had protected Anfen instead of Adin. If so, could Anfen have been saved? She looked up at the statue as if hoping for a miracle. "Oh, goddess, may his wrath destroy Chanet." She prayed fervently, and a new order will be established afterward. Elsewhere, Henry slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "Damn it," he roared. "What the hell are those skeletons? All the important rebel bases have been destroyed, even the corps in the cities we control. Modern weapons are useless against them, and it's like they have a mind of their own. They only attack the rebel forces." His eyes widened in horror. "I'm certain they're following our exact route. Our position has been exposed." Henry spoke up. "We can't just sit here and wait to die." He continued in a cryptic tone. "Prepare it. This is Necromancer Ujin's warning to the terrorists, and it's a message to the entire world. The joint forces of the U.S. military and the United Nations are still debating troop deployment and aid. At this moment, they still haven't decided on anything. Meanwhile, Kang Ujin and his army of 10,000 are about to fight the final battle. Some may be uneasy about a necromancer leading such a massive army, but this is the first time I've seen hope in this abyss of despair, and I've been a military reporter for 15 years. I hope he will be reborn as a god who can defeat even the Death King. Victory in this battle will make him a god." Yujin gave a mysterious smile. That goblin's energy is getting closer. He gazed into the distance, where the sound of vehicles was approaching. I was wondering how long he was going to hide. He's finally decided to crawl out of his hole. His face darkened, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Let's do this." He stood with his companions, his face full of confidence. Time to burn the rest of the trash. The sound of hooves thundered across the ground. Kiaba, walking beside Kang Ujin, said, "I never thought I would one day fight alongside my lord." Ujin immediately replied, "I won't disappoint you. They say you're a fine warrior." Ramson followed behind, raising his hammer high. "The prince has truly become a lord. Follow our lord. Let's enjoy this festival of blood." In front of Kang Ujin, the enemy was firing relentlessly. "Take them all down." Hearing this, the skeleton soldiers roared with fighting spirit, raising their shields to block the bullets. The battlefield was pure chaos. Enemies were cut down by swords. An enemy soldier inside a tank watched in fury. "You cunning bastards, blow them all away." The tank's cannon moved, preparing to fire. Just then, Yujin saw a blast of magic explode behind it. He turned and shouted, "Ramson." Ramson immediately charged forward. "My lord, please leave this to me." The enemy soldier, unafraid, yelled, "Die." The tank fired another shot. A bullet tore through the air, speeding towards the charging Ramson. His hand tightened around his hammer, emitting a purple glow. Ramson's eyes turned bloodshot as he absorbed the energy. The hammer in his hand erupted with incredible power. An enemy soldier watching through binoculars was instantly horrified. Ramson leaped into the air, swinging his hammer to face the tank. It exploded with a single blow. Kang Yujin turned and yelled, "All units, prepare for battle. Knights, stop those tanks first." Suddenly, helicopters appeared over the battlefield. He looked up in astonishment to see numerous helicopters approaching. In the distance, a man watched the battlefield through binoculars. It was Henry, and he was frowning. "To hell with all you cunning bastards," he said over the radio. "Fire." The pilot immediately replied, "As God wills." The pilot hit the missile launch button. The helicopter unleashed long trails of white smoke as a barrage of missiles rained down from the sky. Inside each missile were countless bomblets waiting to detonate. Kang Yujin looked up at the shower of munitions raining down. "Oh, it seems their ranks are broken," he smirked sinisterly. "Their army must be so cornered they don't even care if they hit friend or foe. Huh." At that moment, the skeleton soldiers raised their staves in unison. The mage corps unleashed innumerable blue magic projectiles to intercept the attack. The sky filled with explosions of all sizes. The pilot saw this and frantically mashed buttons. They blocked all of them. "Hurry, prepare a second volley." He looked on in horror as Kang Ujin leaped right in front of him. He threw his spear, impaling the pilot through the chest. The helicopter spiraled out of control, crashing to the ground. Elsewhere, a stream of yellow energy latched onto a different helicopter, engulfing the entire machine in a golden light. The pilot inside panicked. What the hell? Why are the controls not working? All the helicopters were being forced to move against their will. What's happening? They were smashed together into a giant mass, which then plummeted to the ground, stunning the enemy soldiers. What the hell is that? A single yellow eye glowed to life, and the onlookers stared in shock as the heap of helicopters reformed into a giant robot. It started launching missiles. The enemy soldiers' jaws dropped in disbelief as the missiles slammed into the ground, causing massive explosions. Kang Ujin smirked. This is one hell of a weapon. From afar, black smoke billowed from the battlefield. Henry collapsed to his knees. No way. My entire army. He broke into a cold sweat and spun around in fear. A man had appeared behind Henry. It's him. Kang Yujin stared straight at the man. So you're their leader. Seeing Kang Yujin, Henry's two soldiers screamed in terror. They immediately abandoned their leader and fled. Kang Yujin gave them an emotionless glance before launching an attack, striking them both in the back. Henry flung his arm out and screamed, "You miserable bastard! You will face God's wrath. He will never forgive you." Kang Ujin remained silent, his expression unreadable. His mind drifted to a memory of a little girl he once met. The little girl looked up shyly. "Hello?" Kang Ujin looked down at her. "Hi." And then the city exploded, sending everyone scattering in chaos. Returning from the memory, a faint smile played on his lips. Kang Ujin smirked. "I'm just taking out the trash." Why would God be angry about that? Henry roared with fury. "You bastard," and immediately lunged forward. In a single slash, he sent the man's head flying. Kang Ujin didn't even blink. "You talk too much." He then looked down upon the smoking battlefield. After the war against the rebel faction, news outlets reported that a single man had ended a conflict that even the United States military had been unable to handle. The news spread across the globe. He was seen shaking hands with an official to the sound of cheering crowds. The American people, exhausted from the protracted war, and all those involved, showered Kang Ujin with praise. He became a world hero. Innumerable articles featured Kang Ujin on the front page. However, while many feared a single individual wielding power comparable to an entire nation, would Kang Ujin and his immeasurable strength truly be left alone? Kang Ujin, a Korean awakened, had put on a terrifying display of power. At this time, South Korea was highlighted in gold on the world map. Ironically, the nation most wary of his power was South Korea itself. Meanwhile, at the Adan Guild, Director Hong, "Have you heard?" 4 people were gathered in an office. Hong Sung-gu lowered his head. "I knew he was skilled, but I never imagined it was on this level." He thought with a sense of dread, commanding a skeleton army of more than 10,000 C-rank individuals. Min Chan spoke up immediately. "All right, let's break down the situation and discuss our course of action." The very atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension. He assessed the situation. The main issue is that they were already upset he rejected their offer. Now that they've seen his true power, things are about to get much more complicated. Seung-hun became angry upon hearing this. "Why are they acting like we're planning some kind of coup?" Hing was also growing anxious. "I heard some committee members are even proposing to ban our guild master from setting foot in their countries." Suddenly, Seung-hun's phone lit up with an emergency notification. Disaster alert from the Ministry of Defense. November 29th, Daegu dungeon collapse. He looked at the vice director in alarm. "They're saying the dungeon collapses have reached as far as Daegu." Min Chan was floored. "Impossible." He smashed the remote and turned on the TV. "There are no dungeons in Daegu that are close to collapsing." The TV displayed a chaotic scene from the city streets. "We're reporting live from Daegu, where it is currently 8 p.m. We are at the scene of an unexpected dungeon collapse that has just occurred at Gukjeong Station. The area is now under a code red alert and cannot be accessed. The military is currently helping civilians evacuate. Military bases in the surrounding areas have been mobilized to assist with the evacuation. However, due to the abrupt appearance of monsters, the current situation looks grim. The government has issued an immediate martial law declaration and is requesting support from all nearby guilds." Min Chan stammered, "This is unbelievable." Looking at the scene of destruction, he thought to himself, for such a stable dungeon to suddenly collapse. Back in Daegu, sirens wailed through the city. A little girl huddled under her blankets, covering her head in fear. "Mom, Dad, I'm so scared. Please come soon." A massive foot slammed down onto the ground as a monster sniffed the air around it. Its eyes flashed. "I smell a human." It appeared outside the girl's window. She turned, her face pale with terror, and it spotted her instantly. The monster's hand smashed through the window, reaching in to snatch her. Just in the nick of time, someone rushed to the scene. Dong-do leaped up from behind the monster. He threw a punch. Body enhancement. The monster was struck hard in the head. Dong-do grinned triumphantly. "How's that for a fist to the face? Bet that stings." A few men in suits ran toward him. Guildmaster Dongdo immediately gave the order. Everyone, regroup here. He looked up at the girl who had just been attacked by the monster. There's a kid up there, he realized. Dongdo asked, where are the soldiers? Are they not here yet? A staff member next to him replied, Sir, they've all been deployed to the search and sweep operation in the eastern sector. There are still too many civilians who haven't found shelter. We can't just wait for the military to arrive. He clicked his tongue. It's a good thing only B-rank monsters have shown up so far. There, Dongdo's expression turned grim. At this level, we can still keep it under control. But he imagined the scene of monsters chasing after the populace. The problem is, dungeons suddenly collapsing like this won't be a one-time thing. Thinking that, Dongdo looked up at the fire in the distance. It would be great if this were just a simple accident. The scene changes to the now desolate and ruined city. 47 dead, 512 injured, and property damage reaching nearly 50 billion. The impact of the mysterious dungeon collapse that night was as horrific as the damage it caused. Lines of cars drove away one after another. Memories of the dungeon shock from the previous year once again flooded everyone's minds, leading to a mass evacuation out of fear. Odd and Guild, 2 days after the dungeon collapse in Daegu. I'm so worried. I don't think I can stay here much longer. Hong Sung-gu was surprised. You still haven't been able to contact the association president? Dong Min-chan replied, Yeah, he's probably still busy with his operations. I'm sure he'll contact us soon. Hearing that, he grew impatient. I can't just sit around anymore. I'm going to take a train to the lower-level dungeons in the neighboring area. I want to get stronger, even if it's just by a little. Dong Min-chan didn't stop him, just looking up at Sung-hun. All right, in that case, go with Lee Sung-hun. I think it'll be easier to stay in touch that way. Later, near the subway station, Hong Sung-gu stood next to Hee-sun and turned to Sung-hun, saying, We'll be back in about 3 hours. Got it. Good luck down there, Director. After speaking, Sung-hun turned to the 3 people behind him. All right, you guys just stand by at the nearby cafes. They gave a clear response. Suddenly, he saw a person in a black cloak approaching. The figure walked past him, slightly turning their head. Sung-hun immediately followed them with his gaze, his face full of confusion. What was that? He recalled the smiling face hidden by a mask. It looked like he smirked after seeing me. Sung-hun let out a sigh. Ah, I must have been seeing things. Suddenly, his phone rang. What's going on? Sung-hun answered. Hello, Director. Hemin yelled into the phone. Sung-hun, have Hong Sung-gu and Hee-sun already entered the dungeon? Sung-hun replied, Yes, they just went in. Hearing this, Hemin's face paled. This is big trouble. What should we do now? Sung-hun was confused. Did something happen? The caller then dropped a bombshell. Gasadang just collapsed a moment ago. Sung-hun's face went white. Elsewhere, 2 people were sparring on a grassy field. Sung-gu threw a punch that sent Hee-sun reeling back, her white shoes skidding across the grass. She dropped to one knee, panting heavily. Hong Sung-gu immediately extended a hand. He helped Hee-sun up, smiling as he said, You did great. She replied, You too. Hee-sun's face was beaded with sweat. Director Hong, no matter how many times I see it, I have to admit your skills are incredible. I honestly think you're as strong as someone with an awakened physical ability. Praised, Hong Sung-gu blushed and scratched his head. I still have a long way to go. If you compare me to the guild master, well, not that I think you'd compare me to the Death Knight. He thought back to Kiba. I was on the verge of death back then. He remembered how he couldn't hold his own against Kiba at that time. That was before the guild master had to go to the Middle East. Hong Sung-gu turned to Hee-sun and said, Oh, by the way, should we head out now? It's later than I thought. She agreed. Yeah, let's go. Hong Sung-gu went first, stepping onto the escalator. He immediately noticed the scene before him. The ruined city, engulfed in a sea of flames, made Hong Sung-gu panic. What? The city was completely destroyed, buildings were on fire, and signs had toppled over. Hong Sung-gu ran to a heavily injured person. How could this have happened? Owen saw him and spoke up. Something terrible happened in Gasadang. He thought with a jolt, Gasadang. Owen recounted with a tremor in his voice. It all started when a 6-star dungeon collapsed. Right after that, 4- and 5-star dungeons collapsed one after another. Hong Sung-gu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. High-level dungeons are collapsing all at once? I have relatives in Sadang. He said to Hee-sun. Hee-sun, can you handle things here? She asked back in surprise. What about you, Manager Hong? A look of determination appeared on Sung-gu's face. I have to go to Sadang. Elsewhere, the sky was a reddish gray. A man shouted, Hurry up, run. The people were being chased by countless wolf-like monsters when a hand, cloaked in blue light, was raised. The force lifted the monsters and vehicles into the air, then slammed them back to the ground with a loud crash. The man controlling this power panted. They just keep coming. Guild Master of the Steel Hammer Guild, the Wind Mage of the Republic of Korea, Bak Sang-o. He noticed Dong Min-chan leading people to his shelter. He shouted to those around him, "Everyone, move towards the Hammer Guild's master to find shelter. It's safer inside the guild's dungeon than out here." The guild master walked over to Dong Min-chan. Min-chan immediately turned around. "Guild Master." The man gave a faint smile. "Who would have thought we'd meet in a situation like this? How strange." Sang-o looked at him, thinking to himself, "He used to be my most capable subordinate, but now he's the vice master of a rival organization." Dong Min-chan spoke up. "Our awakened members will be here shortly. Please wait just a moment." The guild master laughed heartily. "Right, it's very dangerous out here. Get inside quickly." Min-chan nodded to Sang-o, "Then I'll go on ahead." He let out a sigh, thinking, the Adan Guild is just Kang Ujin carrying the whole team, so I shouldn't expect much. Sang-o glanced behind him in confusion and was immediately stunned. So where are all those monsters anyway? A giant, horned wolf appeared, bearing its fangs at him. The people below saw it and panicked. "It's that big. Where did it come from?" It stood on the roof of a building, letting out a howl under the red moon. Wolf monsters emerged from a corner, all with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Seeing the pack of monsters appear all at once, Sang-o was terrified. "Is it calling its pack?" He broke into a sweat. "I have to hold it off so everyone can evacuate." The wolf let out a roar and charged towards Sang-o. He gritted his teeth and quickly backed away. Just then, Hong Sung-gu appeared, landing a punch that sent the wolf flying. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded in amazement. He placed his hand on the ground and fire erupted around it. Hong Sung-gu quickly created a wall of fire, blocking the monster pack. "Firewall." After casting, he enthusiastically shouted to everyone, "There are a lot of them, but we can handle this. Let's go, everyone." Thanks to him, everyone felt their strength renewed. "Yeah, we can do this." Sang-o was a bit stunned by the scene. He looked at Hong Sung-gu and thought to himself, "Who's that kid? A pyromancer this powerful is here?" Just then, the giant wolf was hit by the missile. The people below were astonished at the sight. A few helicopters appeared in the sky, and everyone shouted, "It's the CDC. The CDC is here." Immediately after, the giant wolf let out a laugh. Shrapnel from the explosion tore through the soldiers and mages. "What's happening?" Everyone panicked. "What is that thing? It's completely unharmed." It bared its fangs. "Earth is certainly an interesting place." The people around Sung-gu started murmuring amongst themselves. "Did that wolf Khan just speak to us?" He thought to himself, "No, that's not it." He looked at the imposing wolf standing there. It wasn't making a sound, but a voice was emanating from deep within it. The giant wolf Khan continued to speak. "I will use you mortals as a sacrifice to reach the 3rd rank. Chanet and Juriel's 72 officers have only reached the 2nd rank." A stream of electricity sparked from the horn on its head. The people below watched in horror. The bolt of electricity fired from the wolf shot straight to the ground. Hong Sung-gu was struck by the blast, crying out in agony. Sang-o was also hit, his eyes rolling back into his head, and the helicopter in the sky was incinerated. The wolf Khan watched as the helicopter crashed into a building and exploded. Hong Sung-gu struggled to stay on his feet, his entire body trembling. "We have to stop it. We can't fall here." It looked at him with admiration. Impressive and also very annoying. Another bolt of lightning struck Sung-gu, racking him with pain. He couldn't withstand it, veins popping on his face. I can't." The wolf Khan leaped down, its claws digging into the ground. It let out a few chuckles, then stepped over Sung-gu, who was lying prone on the ground. "All of you delicious humans have gathered right here for me." Suddenly, he noticed a black dot in the sky. A missile was hurtling down. A missile. Unbelievable. Has the government given up on Seoul? Elsewhere, a soldier was typing at a computer. Missile defense system activated. Another missile was launched. The two missiles collided and exploded mid-air. Then, another flash of light lit up the sky. This beam shot straight down, shattering the ground on impact. The surprised wolf Khan looked over as a man emerged from the light. "This place is a real mess." It was Kang Ujin. He walked up to the wolf. It looked at him warily. "You." A smile spread across Kang Ujin's face. "Are you the one who made this mess?" Hong Sung-gu ran over. "What's going on? Did you ride that missile here?" Kang Ujin smirked and said something that left him speechless. "What else could it be? Did you think I rode in on a reindeer or something?" The giant wolf Khan began to recall something. It remembered its comrade turning away. That bastard Razum. He wouldn't say who defeated him, right up to the very end. It looked at Kang Ujin, standing beside the shattered ground. But who would have known an immortal would be on Earth? He spoke up. "How did you make that dungeon explode?" The wolf Khan was confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing this, Kang Ujin pondered. So it wasn't this guy? A plume of black smoke rose from his feet. Well then, there's no need for any more talk. Go. The bone soldiers instantly appeared behind Kang Ujin. Kill them all. The bone soldiers and Kiba roared, their eyes glowing with red light. They all charged forward to fight the pack of wolf monsters. As you command, Your Highness, a bone soldier shouted as it struck a wolf. Ujin also leaped forward, sword in hand, in front of the giant wolf. It quickly blocked his sword with its horn but still felt a sting of pain. He smirked triumphantly, but then its horn began to emit electricity again. Kang Ujin was startled by the radiating electricity. The electrical energy erupted powerfully in front of him. The Wolf Khan used this opportunity to leap onto the roof of a building. It spoke to the still stunned Kang Ujin. Just you wait, immortal. I'll come for you when I return. After saying this, the giant wolf turned tail and left. Seeing this, he was speechless. Is it really running away? It's heading into a dungeon gate. I can't let it get away like this. A moment later, Kang Yujin was standing in an empty space. You have entered Juriel's domain. 2 windows have appeared. You cannot select duel or legion battle as they are not yet permitted. Please select a mode, visit, infiltrate, or conquer. He was surprised. What is this? It's a little different from my time with Razum. Yujin quickly made his decision and reached out to press a button, but whatever. For now, I'll choose conquer. A pillar of light shot up in the distance. You have selected conquer mode. Upon completing the mission, you will earn achievement points. Elsewhere, the giant wolf was resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the stone in front of it began to glow. Kang Yujin appeared and walked toward the wolf. You ran away first, and now you're just giving up? The Wolf Khan glared at him, thinking for a moment. It stared at Kang Ujin's smug face. It was a mistake creating a gate on Earth. Who could have known someone like you existed? Yujin just waved his hand dismissively. This place is pretty good for hunting. I'll be visiting often from now on. The Wolf Khan said something that caught Kang Ujin's attention. What nonsense are you talking about? It bared its fangs. You don't know anything. The wolf's legs were now enveloped in a blue light. If this place is conquered, the gate will disappear. Its body began to grow larger, which means I'll never have to see you again. But the wolf had now transformed into a hulking, muscular form. Legion's special effect, domain protection. Its eyes flashed with a yellow light. But if I take care of you right here, the result will be the same. A notification window appeared. All physical skills will be increased by 300% for the next 3 minutes as the Legion special effect domain protection is activated. Kang Yujin summoned his weapon. So you ran all the way here because you still had this trump card. Huh. But in the end, you're still just a mad dog. It replied calmly. I'll tear you to 100 pieces. He laughed provocatively. But you can't. Both of them readied themselves for a confrontation. That's right, we can be revived. Suddenly, the wolf roared, but you won't be able to if I kill you just once. It lunged forward. Fortunately, Kang Yujin was agile enough to dodge its claws. He shouted, Go. Kang Yujin raised his hand, and a stream of dark power shot out. Go. A black blur shot towards the wolf. Seeing that it was Bibi, the wolf was surprised. A cat? The Wolf Khan immediately swatted her away. Arrogant bastard, it roared. If you don't fight seriously, you're going to lose your life. Ramsen and Kiba charged into attack. You won't get past us. A notification rang out. Time remaining for domain protection. 10. Hearing this, the Wolf Khan gritted its teeth and sneered. It swung its claws, sending them both flying. 9. It quickly raised its claws and rushed at Kang Ujin. I'll be at a disadvantage if I deal with them one by one. The system continued its countdown. 7. The wolf raised its right claw. It calculated, I have enough time. I'll close the distance and kill him as fast as I can. Kang Ujin held his sword tightly in a defensive stance. His sword was knocked away, and the wolf's claws pierced through his body. No, the Legion's effect has been nullified. Kang Ujin immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the wolf burst out in triumphant laughter. I killed him, the immortal, something even the high-ranking lords couldn't do. The wolf was stunned to see Kang Ujin burst out laughing. When had he appeared behind the wolf? No matter how smart you think you are, you're still just a dog. It was utterly astonished, roaring, How? Kang Ujin smiled and patted Bibi's head. Our little devil has some nasty hobbies. The little girl covered her face in delight. It was so much fun watching you dance all by yourself. The wolf broke out in a cold sweat. It was an illusion witch. It remembered the cat that had rushed out earlier. The cat from before spoke up, reminding the wolf, How long are you going to just stand there? When did all these cuts appear on its body? Kang Yujin slung his sword over his shoulder and watched the wolf howl in pain. He grinned smugly. Don't even think about setting foot on Earth again. After destroying the wolf, the stone platform in front of Kang Ujin began to glow. A blue fragment floated up, making him exclaim, Oh, is this? Kang Ujin took it. He had finally collected them all. The third space fragment. Suddenly, 2 yellow fragments flew up. He and Bibi watched the 3 beams of light float in the air. The third space fragment has been collected. The fragments have linked together and created a proof of space. The 3 pieces merged, and the light dissipated, revealing a single purple stone. A notification immediately appeared. Proof of space, a dungeon that can be owned. A dungeon that has lost its master will search for a new one. Kang Yujin smiled. Ah, so this is what Bibi said we needed. Just then, outside, Kang Yujin was emerging from the dungeon. Hong Sung-gu immediately called out to him, "Sir, we're in big trouble." He said in a panic, "Aside from Gangnam, dungeon breaks are happening one after another." He immediately asked, "Where?" Hong Sung-gu quickly listed them off. Along subway line number 4. "I heard on the radio that it's already reached Sukmyeong Women's University." Kang Yujin thought to himself, line number 4? The city sky was still gray and gloomy. He told him, "I'm going to check the scene. You handle the surrounding area." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir. Please be careful." Elsewhere, a monster was sent flying after being slashed. People were confronting the monsters. Damn it. Why are there so many? Haven't reinforcements arrived yet? The monsters continued to pour out of the dungeon. They trembled at the sight. There. Suddenly, something slammed down on the monster horde. Then, sharp pillars erupted from the ground, blocking the dungeon entrance. A mechanical head roared. The monsters were scattered by a single blow. Kang Ujin was riding a horse, hovering in the air and looking down at the scene. He told himself this should probably buy him some time. He recalled the map from Gwacheon Station to Sukmyeong Women's University. He had summoned his forces at every single dungeon break. Kang Ujin observed the battle below. If he joined in, they could clean this up quickly. But if the breaks kept happening, this would go on forever. He had to stop it at the source to prevent it from spreading. He guessed that the dungeons weren't breaking randomly, but specifically along line number 4. Someone was definitely doing this on purpose. The image of Gwacheon Station appeared in his mind. Then the next one is. The scene changes to a spot near the train station, where Kang Ujin is standing with his arms crossed, waiting. He was puzzled. This is strange. 30 minutes have passed, and the dungeon still hasn't broken. Kang Ujin looked out at the quiet city, wondering why. The only difference is that I came to Gwacheon first. Kang Yujin's expression turned serious. If I'm right, then someone who knows me is causing these dungeon breaks. Suddenly, 2 people appeared and called his name, Kang Ujin. The 2 introduced themselves. "I am Lim Hyung Do Jemin, Vice Master of the KH Guild. I've heard a lot about you." "I'm Otae Ju, Master of the Jaws Guild. It's truly an honor to meet you." The crowd began to murmur. Kang Ujin is here. Even if the Gwacheon dungeon breaks, it won't be a problem with him around. Seeing this, Kang Ujin seemed to be contemplating something. After thinking, he walked towards the crowd. Min Ah-young called out to him, "Kang Ujin." Kang Ujin stepped in front of a girl wearing a cloak. The girl was immediately flustered. "What is it?" He immediately threw a punch straight into the girl's face. The people around were stunned by his action. Everyone ran over. "Kang Ujin, what are you doing?" Just then, the girl sat up. "You're gonna hit me just because I'm in a little disguise." Turns out, it was Sang-ho. He rubbed his face. "I'm going to let everyone see your terrible personality." Kang Ujin's eyes widened. A little disguise? How ridiculous. With that, he landed a powerful kick on Sang-ho. He trembled as he clutched his stomach. "What are you doing?" Kang Ujin said sarcastically, "If you commit a crime, you have to face punishment, right?" Sang-ho was shocked and thought to himself, "A crime?" A thought flashed through his mind. No way. Did he figure it out? Sang-ho recalled the time he knelt before someone, the lord of the 25th floor, Elo. "When I was in the dungeon in Daegu, I became his servant and was granted enormous power." Sang-ho's face was filled with astonishment, and I knew the moment I was given that power. A savage smile spread across that being's face as he declared that he was a god and that earth would shatter before his might. I followed his orders and caused the dungeon breaks. But Sang-ho's flashback ended, and he raised his hand to summon his power. "What crime?" "You're the one trying to kill someone." Kang Ujin spun around, dodging his attack. He glanced at the sword floating in mid-air. "Your control of external force is pretty good." He looked at Sang-ho's vile smile and thought, "Is this guy really this strong?" But the small swords continued to fly at him. Kang Ujin easily deflected them. He arrogantly said to Sang-ho, "These are just cheap tricks." With that, Kang Ujin lunged forward and stabbed him with his sword. Everyone who saw this was horrified. Sang-ho immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He knelt before him. "The world is so unfair. Even after becoming stronger, I'm still no match for him." Sang-ho taunted, "But it's useless. You can't stop this. If I don't do it, someone else will." Kang Ujin raised an eyebrow. You're the one causing the dungeon breaks. Sang Ho was surprised. You didn't know? Then why did you? He smiled. You're a funny guy. Then Kang Ujin said something that terrified him. Weren't you the one who sent someone to kill me when I was in the Middle East? You think I didn't know? He gave an arrogant laugh. Things are different now. We should have a little chat from time to time. In a pitch-black corridor with no light, he was kicked hard, falling painfully to the floor. Kang Ujin approached him with a hostile threat. How did you cause the dungeon breaks? If you want an easy death, start talking now. But he just laughed mockingly and asked back, do you really think I'm going to talk? Instead of getting angry, he just smirked. Kang Ujin took a step closer and asked with amusement, so that's how you want to do this? He started to become disoriented. Where am I? He turned and ran, remembering he was in a dungeon with that guy. He looked back, determined to escape. But suddenly, he was holding a club right next to him, ready to punish him. Where do you think you're going? He was terrified and confused. You were behind me. Numerous clones of Kang Yujin surrounded him, declaring, Got you, you bastard. He grimaced, sweating and trembling with fear. Then, a piercing scream echoed loudly. In front of an elevator with a directory, Bibi had a bright, cheerful, and excited smile on her face. Wait, I can't believe I found it on Earth. He stood with his hands on his hips and asked, You like it? The little girl affirmed joyfully, jumping up and down. Of course, the original ghost cloak was mine to begin with. By the pillar, he was still bleeding and groaning. Seeing this, Bibi let out a triumphant and excited laugh. Looks like he's having a great time. Kang Yujin asked suspiciously, What did Khan show him? The girl just smiled brightly and confessed honestly. A game of hide-and-seek where you get beaten to death if you're caught. Suddenly, the man's eyes shot open in horror. Kang Yujin walked up to him with a vicious look and asked, Awake now, are we? Terrified, the man immediately dropped to his knees. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. Kang Ujin said nothing, a smile still playing on his lips. He didn't bother hiding it, stating bluntly, I already know everything. And right after that, a long spray of fresh blood splattered. Scythe in hand, Kang Ujin declared, You involved the people of Earth in this, too. After that, the full story was slowly revealed. When that guy was trapped in Bibi's phantom magic, he confessed everything. Kang Ujin recalled the details of what he had learned. He explained how he became a vassal of the Lord Elo, which allowed him to avoid monster attacks. And the final piece of the puzzle was deciphered by Kang Ujin. But because he was also human, he had unlocked the dungeon's barrier with a return stone. Bibi smiled and sighed in relief. But still, that's a real relief, master. But Kang Ujin, somewhat dejected, had already predicted it. But he's a vassal of a dimensional lord. He'll just be revived soon. Kang Yujin glanced down with a look of certainty and explained, When that happens, he won't be human anymore, so if he can't pull that trick again, it's over. Let's go. In the sky, wyverns spread their menacing wings. Suddenly, the familiar black hole appeared and opened. Kang Ujin and Bibi stepped out. He announced, This time, it's a wyvern dungeon. A magnificent, enormous castle appeared before them. There was a statue of a tiger's head with bared fangs on the wall, and on a pedestal, a statue of a strange, frightening creature. Bibi looked around at the scenery, worried. Master, this place is so scary. It feels like a ghost is going to pop out. Kang Yujin simply walked forward and pushed the door open. He looked at the object on the throne with interest, found the return stone. Kang Yujin approached the glowing stone. Just then, the system displayed an explanation along with a confirmation request. The proof of space is reacting to the Wiv Lair dungeon's return stone. Synchronization rate is 72%. Do you wish to absorb the Weave Layer as a territory? If absorbed, you will receive territory proportional to the synchronization rate. Confirm, decline. Kang Yujin stared at the object before him, recalling Modi's instructions once more. The dungeon master is chosen by the dungeon. If you collect 3 spatial fragments, a dungeon will react to them. Remembering this, he agreed without hesitation. No need to think twice. Confirm. The system quickly completed the request and posed another question. The Wiv Layer has been absorbed as a spatial territory. Before registering it on the rankings, would you like to change the dungeon's name? Kang Yujin suddenly thought of a new name. Adan. The system finished updating and switched modes. A spatial territory management guide has been created. Reading guide automatically. After a 30-day stabilization period, you will receive an adventurer challenge. If you fail to protect the dungeon, you will lose the gate dungeon. A portion of the territory may be stolen. After the 30-day protection period, lords from other territories may challenge this territory. Spatial territory. Aiden. Lord. Kang Ujin. Vassal energy. Population. Wiv dungeon army. Seeing him clutch his head in pain, Bibi rushed over. Master, are you all right? Kang Yujin gripped the armrest, his hand trembling. Even though I planned everything, they were still one step ahead. He finally understood the entire scheme. Now I get it. This is the spatial territory where the lords and 72 commanders fight for control. Anfen and Earth. They're just playgrounds for them to harvest new energy. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anger. You bastards. I'll overthrow every single one of you. Just then, the system displayed his detailed information. Level 75. Name, Kang Ujin. Class, Necromancer. Inheritance, Warrior. Rank, Lord. Achievements, 713,219,644. Magic, 1,320 out of 1,320. Energy, 240 out of 240. The next morning, an announcement blared from speakers throughout the city. Attention, citizens of Seoul. All monsters from yesterday's dungeon break have now been cleared. Arriving in front of his familiar, tall company building, Kang Ujin stepped inside and looked around in frustration. What a mess. His eyes fell on the empty white shelves, speechless. The warehouse was cleaned out, too. Kang Ujin turned around and gave a decisive order. We're moving. He turned his head and stated his request clearly. Scout around Seoul. Find a building we can use as a fortress, like the Harem Guild. Dong Min-chan was startled for a moment, then accepted the order. Yes, I'll go look. The three of them stared at the messy scene. Hong Sung-gu looked at his phone and announced in surprise, the network is back up. He quickly made a decision. I'll get the employees back to work. Suddenly, he stared at his phone, surprised by the name on the screen. Du Juwon. As soon as Kang Yujin answered, he heard her sobbing. Yujin, help me. He tensed up, waiting for Juwon to explain. What's wrong with Jemin? But unable to wait any longer, Kang Yujin asked urgently, Juwon, where are you? Jemin was panting heavily, his mouth wide open, revealing fangs. His eyes were bloodshot, and he grimaced, growling. Then, Jemin let out a loud roar from the hospital bed. The scene changes to a large hospital in Seoul. Juwon sat on a bench, her head bowed in despair. Suddenly, Kang Yujin's voice startled her. Juwon. Looking utterly hopeless, she ran and threw her arms around him. Kang Yujin. Du Juwon sobbed, terrified. What's wrong with Jemin? What's going to happen to him? She buried her face in Kang Ujin's chest, unable to speak. If Jemin dies, I. He gently stroked her head to calm her down. Du Juwon. Kang Yujin smiled gently and asserted, it's going to be okay. Nothing will happen to Jemin. He gave her a confident, reassuring smile. Trust me. Surprised, Juwon looked up at Kang Ujin. He opened the hospital room door and walked straight inside. Jemin lay on the bed, his face gaunt. When he saw someone enter, his eyes darted towards them. Kang Yujin only needed a quick glance to figure it out. You were bitten, weren't you? Jemin confirmed, pointing to the specific spot. Yes, on the shoulder. His eyes shifted as his whole body trembled with fear. Hyung, what's going to happen to me? Kang Ujin asked calmly, have you heard of vampires? Hearing that word, Jemin repeated in surprise, vampires. Kang Ujin nodded firmly. That's right. To put it simply, you're going to become a vampire. It's unfortunate, but once you're bitten, there's no turning back. Jemin sobbed helplessly, calling out his name. But Kang Ujin wasn't finished. He said, however, there was one way to escape death. He glanced down at him and asked, Jemin, do you want to live? More tears streamed down his face. Yes, I want to live. In a dark corner, Vamot was drinking his prey's blood. He sank his teeth deep into the girl's shoulder. After he was finished, Vamot tossed the victim aside and wiped his mouth. This is truly a paradise. He stroked his chin, satisfied. This world is overflowing with humans. Vamot looked at the sky, conflicted. Dawn is approaching. Should I be satisfied with taking it one day at a time? Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Found you. He turned his head and quickly recognized who it was. It's that kid I bit last night. But who's the one next to him? He thought. No need to risk it with dawn approaching. Vamot quickly decided to flee, leaping away to make an immediate escape. But suddenly, his arm was grabbed. Startled, he froze for a second before being yanked backward. Kang Yujin quickly slammed him to the ground. He then took out a chain and wrapped it around his neck. Vamot, in agony, struggled with all his might to get the chain off. Kang Yujin turned and called out, come here. He held out a sharp weapon, telling him to use it to stab the vampire through the heart. Seeing Jemin's hesitation, Kang Ujin asked again, don't you want to live anymore? Jemin was still visibly confused and hesitant. Of course I do. But how am I supposed to stab him? Can't you do it instead? Hearing this, Kang Yujin let out a tired, helpless sigh. Kang Yujin had to explain the situation clearly. This guy's going to die when the sun rises anyway. And once he dies, you, as his fledgling, will die along with him. Yujin quickly laid out the two options. You can follow this guy to your death, or you can destroy him and live on. Though you'll become a vampire. He spoke nonchalantly, letting Jimin think. The choice is yours. Jimin fell into deep, conflicted thought, but he knew what he truly wanted. He remembered the scene at the hospital. I want to live. My sister. She's still crying, waiting for me. His eyes snapped open, his expression hardening with resolve. Without another moment of hesitation, Du Jimin raised the dagger high. I want to live. Finally, he plunged it straight into Vamot. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Jimin stared up at the sky, stunned. He was shocked by its strange movement. The blood. A moment later, the stream of blood reversed course. Jimin panicked, not understanding why it was rushing toward him. Then, he opened his mouth, allowing the blood to pour in. Kang Ujin, watching from behind, gave a satisfied smirk. He looked at Du Jimin before him and declared the ritual complete. The blood inheritance is finished. Jimin's ears had changed, growing longer and more pointed, and his fingernails grew out, turning black. After absorbing the new blood, he had completely transformed. I can feel that I'm going to live. The scene shifts to another land, shrouded in mist. At that moment, in the territory of Adan, Kiba arrived with a look of relaxed satisfaction. So peaceful. He gazed at the space before him, feeling euphoric. Beyond the borders of this infinite territory, I wonder what else exists. Suddenly, in the distance, a large crowd approached. Seeing this, Kiba let out a low growl. He raised his hammer and demanded, "Who goes there? What business do you have in Adan?" Hearing this, the undead knight began to act mysterious. He spoke in a soft voice, making a request. If it's possible, we would like an audience with the lord of this domain. After the incident, the entire city of Soon fell into chaos. Many unstable dungeons collapsed, and monsters poured out, causing a chain reaction of devastating effects. The whole world was stunned by the monster frenzy in Soon, which came right after the Daegu incident. Long lines of cars poured out of the city in a mass evacuation. The residents of Soon were all evacuating. Although the government made an official announcement, no one trusted it. The government claimed they could get the dungeons under control within a few days to quell the panic. Very few people believed them. So, the government was forced to resort to other measures. As a way to resolve the situation, the government pushed to sign a defense treaty with the Adan Guild. And finally, it started to have some effect. This put continuous pressure on the Adan Guild. The scene shifts to a large airport in Soon. At the gate, disapproving murmurs could be heard. How disgusting. A group of young men were all staring in the same direction. What's with Korea these days? Look over there. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a single figure. You really can't compare them to their YouTube videos. Murdy stepped forward and was the first to speak. Min Chan. It's been a while. He seemed a bit surprised, then enthusiastically offered a hand. It was a long journey. Here, let me get your bags. She held her bag tightly to herself, declining his offer. It's okay. Afraid he might get the wrong idea, Murdy quickly explained. These are the documents the immortal requested. She gave a smile that assured him the mission was complete. I'll deliver them to him myself. Just then, Yujin teleported in through a rift. He looked up, confused, and wondered, what is that? Kang Yujin stared in bewilderment at a massive gate. They have these in the domain, too? From a distance, Bibi came running and shouting, Master. He turned and glanced around at the scenery, puzzled. What is all this? The little girl asked back with a calm, delighted expression. It's beautiful, isn't it? Bibi giggled, clearly proud of her work. The dimensional shop has everything, but it was really hard to pick out all the pretty stuff. Just then, the system sent a detailed notification. Kang Ujin stared at the flower garden in disbelief. I told you to manage the funds, and you turned the place into a flower garden. It was then that he understood why the energy was depleted. The dimensional energy was directly tied to the army protecting the domain. Reading the stats, dimensional domain Adan, Butler Bibi, 0% possessed energy, 30,500 out of 500,000 total, he asked. Did you already spend all 10,000 points I gave you yesterday? Seeing his expression, the girl asked anxiously, You don't like it? Kang Ujin just scratched his head in frustration. It's fine. But then he sensed something unusual and put his guard up. With a wary look, Yujin glanced over and asked, What's that noise? Bibi confessed honestly, Ramson asked for a favor, so I helped him. The little girl shook her head in frustration. I don't know how to explain it. He said something about needing a hobby to really live. Then Yujin pointed in another direction and continued his questions. And what about that? Bibi laughed, clearly amused, and explained, That's a small tavern. You can use dimensional energy to buy alcohol there. As soon as he heard that, Kang Ujin was incredulous. They drink alcohol, too? Looks like I'll have to manage the energy myself for the time being. He put his hands on his hips and then asked with concern, How's Du Jemin been doing? Hearing this, Bibi was taken aback at first. That vampire? The little girl then reported the situation in detail. Since he was still panicking, his disciple gave him a house and even left a few blood bags, but he hadn't drunk them. He stared at the bags of blood in front of him and had to restrain himself. I can't drink blood. I'm human. Hearing that, Kang Ujin showed his satisfaction. Good work. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, along with a familiar voice. My lord. Kiba caught Yujin's attention, reporting that these people wished to see him. He had brought the crowd from earlier for an audience. The scene shifts to deep inside the castle. He sat on the throne, looking down and asking about the situation. What business brings you to Adan? The man knelt and sincerely made his request. Please, allow our family to stay in your domain. But suddenly, Kang Yujin's eyes darted up with a strange expression. The system then summarized the situation with two suggestions. The Tiger clan has arrived at the domain, exhausted from a long life as refugees. You can order soldiers to drive them away or persuade them to become citizens of the domain. He spoke with an indifferent tone, asking a question. That has nothing to do with me. I have a few questions for you. The man nodded respectfully, ready to answer. Thank you, my lord. What is it you wish to ask? But Kang Yujin suddenly asked a strange question. From 1 to 10, I don't know where to begin. Hearing this, the man was also confused and asked in return. If I may, how long have you been the lord of this domain? The boy didn't hesitate to give a straightforward number. 1 day. Hearing that, the man was somewhat surprised. So that's how it is. He then honestly recounted his story. Before coming here, we were in a domain led by a lord, but we couldn't stand the harsh tax laws, so we left that land and made our way here. Learning this, Kang Ujin asked back, You came from another dimensional domain. The man nodded, obediently confirming. Yes, we can travel to the border of a domain. Ujin recalled the earlier information and asked for more details on the matter. What were these tax laws you mentioned? How do they operate? The man broke into a sweat and explained everything honestly and clearly. The Lord taxes the settlers. Normally, we pay with bloodstones as compensation for hunting. Upon hearing this, Kang Yujin started to feel suspicious. Hunting. Is there anything to hunt in this wasteland? The man suddenly smiled with an excited look, giving a firm guarantee. You need not worry, my lord, because we hunt outside. Kang Yujin's expression darkened as he began to wonder. What world is the gate connected to? So that's how it works. Then, he finally had a moment of realization and understood the issue. There are 4 ways for a dimensional domain to gain energy. The first way is to kill and absorb the explorers who come to the dungeon to hunt. Yujin continued to deduce the second way. Second, release the domain's people and army into the outside world, which means clearing the dungeon. He understood that this was the most peaceful method. The third is to grow plants that contain bloodstones or raise livestock, simply called production. But it's not very efficient, and Yujin figured out the final method. Fourth, attack other domains through war. This method yields a lot, but the losses are also great. In reality, allowing the domain's people to hunt and then taxing them is the easiest way. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly snapped back to reality by the man's voice. My lord, Kang Yujin stood up straight and announced his decision. I will not open the gate. Hearing this, the man was completely shocked and stressed the consequences. If you do that, the energy could decrease and affect the other dimensions. Yujin let out a heavy sigh, emphasizing his own thoughts. Of course, I have to find a way. Beyond that gate is my homeland. The man looked back with a confused expression, sweating nervously. My apologies, my lord. But Yujin cracked a smile, waving his hand cheerfully. It's fine. Then Kang Yujin turned and walked inside, waving and giving instructions. You can settle here or leave, do as you please. Get some rest. The lights in the hallway were still on. Recalling what had been announced, he frowned tensely. The domain is protected for 30 days immediately after its declaration. After 30 days of protection for the new lord, you may receive declarations of war from other lords. After 30 days of stabilizing the territory, you will have to face the challenges of other contenders. If the defense fails, you will lose the gate dungeon. A portion of the domain's assets could be plundered. After that, my domain will just be prey for those waiting for a newly established domain. Yujin turned and walked away more urgently. Before that happens, no matter what, it's not just about the army. I have to find a way to increase the domain's energy. Sometime later, things were set in motion. 20 days later, in domain time. 5 days in real-world time. The Adan dimensional domain was preparing for an invasion from other dimensions. A military base system was quickly constructed. The scene shifts to another area that was also bustling. Meanwhile, the Adan Guild was moving its headquarters near Gun. Min Chan approached and asked, as if to remind him, Director, you haven't forgotten your schedule to visit the National Assembly at 2 o'clock today, have you? Yujin quickly confirmed once again, I know. In your dreams. Did you bring the thing the Americans requested we look into? She swiftly took out the file and handed it to him. I have prepared it, sir. Seeing this, he immediately showed his satisfaction. You've worked hard. Seeing this, the other man spoke up and asked, Director, what is that document? Kang Ujin frankly revealed its name, the Death Note. But Min Chan just wore a bright, clueless smile. The Death Note? What's that? After a moment, he realized what it was, and his face went pale as he screamed. Min Chan approached, trembling, and asked for permission. May I read it? Yujin didn't hesitate to hold out the Death Note. Read it. The man took the list, and as he read it, he was stunned to realize it was a list of people involved in Kang Ujin's assassination. Is this why you accepted the request for a visit? Yujin smirked, a plan already in motion. Of course. It's much more comfortable to handle all of them when they're all gathered together. In a dark mood, he declared forcefully, I never expected so many people to be behind my assassination. I'll have all of their heads. At that moment, Kang Yujin began the first step of his plan. Contact the National Assembly. I'm leaving now. The scene changes to another important location, the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea. Doc turned and shook hands with a friendly greeting. Assemblyman Choi Teo also quickly stood up, acting polite. My. There's no need for such formalities, sir. Please, have a seat. He sat back down, a smug smile on his face. I hear that punk Kang Yujin finally decided to show his face. Teo glanced to the side with a sinister, scheming look. What other choice did he have? Doc let out a sigh, giving a firm assurance. If that brat is going to enjoy the benefits of this country, then he has to be ready to come to work. The man next to him shared the same opinion. I agree. He's turning the noble work of our nation's Department of Defense into a complete joke. Hearing this, Teo brought up the issue of persuasion again, which reminded him, are the conditions we've offered even adequate? The confirmation hearing is based on the judgment of the Department of Defense. We even proposed that we would recognize their guild just as we recognize the Department of Defense, and yet he still refused. So Guk, still full of arrogance, declared, do you think he has any other choice if he wants to keep living in South Korea? That's just a facade he's created to make himself seem more valuable. The man grew even more amused, letting out a loud laugh as he made his decision. In that case, I will expose every single one of his tricks today. Seeing this, So Guk waited with hopeful anticipation. If Representative Choi does that, then I will place my faith in you. The scene changes to the outside, where cars are on the move. Seung-hun glanced over nervously. Sir, you aren't really planning on causing bloodshed, are you? Kang Yujin sat in the back seat, his arms crossed threateningly. Ask me that again, and I'll turn everything upside down. Terrified, the man's voice stammered and trembled. Yes, I understand. Lee Seung-hun fell silent, thinking it over carefully. It looks like the vice chairman did his best to stop him. The worst-case scenario probably won't happen, right? Min Chan was there, trying his best to dissuade him. You can't, sir. That will truly become an impossible problem to solve. Suddenly, the man in the back called out, Hey, Lee Seung-hun. He quickly turned his head, awaiting the order. Yes, sir. All of a sudden, Kang Yujin gave a surprising command. Change the destination. The scene shifts to a large, private house in the middle of a desolate area. President Bayman turned to ask about the situation outside. Are they still protesting? His assistant confirmed, providing a clear report. Yes, sir. The people are furious. He put a hand to his head, looking exhausted and dejected. This nation is too incompetent to protect its own people. At this point, all President Bayman could do was hope. The only thing that can save us from this disaster is getting Kang Ujin's confirmation on the agreement. This hearing must succeed. Suddenly, someone burst through the door from outside, looking worried. Mr. President. He turned abruptly, having already anticipated it. I suppose it's about time. We should head to the National Assembly building. But the man, his face pale, stressed. That's not it, sir. Trembling with fear, he reported urgently. Mr. Kang Yujin is currently at the Blue House. Upon hearing this, President Bayman couldn't believe it. What? He went there instead of the National Assembly? The scene cuts back to inside the National Assembly. An hour after Kang Ujin's meeting with the president, everyone was still inside, buzzing with discussion. Why is he so late? This isn't the first time he's messed with us. He's gotten way too arrogant. So Guk glanced over, his tone probing as he whispered. Nothing bad has happened, right? Even Teo couldn't give a straight answer. I'm not so sure. He's always treated government summons like trash. The man gritted his teeth, his face twisting in anger. Kang Yujin, you bastard. Do you think you're above the National Assembly just because you have the support of global citizens? Teo recalled the past, his regret evident. I should have killed you in the Middle East before you had the chance to get this powerful. Suddenly, Kang Yujin, dressed in a suit with his hands in his pockets, walked in nonchalantly. Hey, looks like everyone's here. An assemblyman, furious, confronted him. Mr. Kang Yujin, are you taking the National Assembly lightly? You still refuse to answer? He simply pulled out a chair. The others became even more enraged at his reaction. You're not even going to acknowledge us? Give us an answer. Maintaining his attitude, Kang Ujin turned and made a request. Prosecutor Lee Kijin, please hand me the confirmed information. The man obediently complied. Here you go. He looked at the list and made his decisions one by one. I'll get rid of this one. This one's useless. Kang Yujin frowned, calculating carefully. There's a lot of trash in here, but I can't kill them all. But this isn't too bad, is it? It's more than half of them. Then he stood up, calmly getting down to business. All right, let's continue. Seung-hun turned, confused. What? Are we leaving already? Kang Yujin tossed the file back, confirming, I verified their identities. Someone couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Hey, where do you think you're going? Is this hearing just a joke to you? Please sit down. In response, he smirked contemptuously. A hearing. Is this to confirm whether I'll join what you people call the Department of Defense, something I never wanted to get involved with in the first place? Yujin then suddenly picked up the microphone. Not only did he announce he wouldn't join, but he emphasized, I'm not joining the Department of Defense or anything else, so there's no need for a hearing. I just have one warning for you all. Yujin didn't hesitate to call them out implicitly. Those involved in the missile terror attack that aimed to eliminate me. He even deliberately and frankly pointed out those who caused the dungeon break phenomenon for their own personal gain. Kang Yujin didn't hesitate to give them a stern warning. For those of you who we've deemed unnecessary in the coming battles, you will pay a heavy price for the crimes you have committed up to this point. He smirked as he dropped the bombshell. All related data has already been leaked to the press. Kang Yujin, with a sinister and amused look, advised, be sure to watch the news to confirm the reasons why you deserve to die. Teo stammered as he stood up to question him. What the hell are you talking about? How can you be so arrogant? But he paid him no mind and walked straight ahead. Let's go. Hearing that, Sung-hun quickly followed. Yes, sir. Seeing that attitude, the man furiously chased after them. Where are you going? Aren't you even going to sit down? But Kang Yujin turned back, his eyes completely changed. A crushing aura. Teo immediately froze, unable to move. He stood there, looking up at the ceiling and screaming in agony. So Guk quickly pointed a trembling finger, demanding, what do you think you're doing in this sacred National Assembly? Kang Yujin turned back with an arrogant look and warned, you better pray your names aren't on the list this time. The man couldn't take it anymore, cursing repeatedly. You're too damn arrogant. Are we entrusting the nation's safety to a violent brute like him? Where did you find such fabricated information? Kang Ujin must be exiled from South Korea immediately. Outside, the sky was clear and the weather was pleasant. Seung-hun let out a sigh of relief, praising him. You did a great job keeping your cool. Kang Yujin was sweating nervously. Unfortunately, I was worried he might do something like this. He had received a phone call earlier. It's me, Mr. Bayman. Kang Yujin is on his way to the National Assembly. Please support him. Kang Jin was also very surprised by how the tables had turned. By order of the VIP, I've handed over all the information on the representatives involved in the dungeon corruption, but I didn't think we'd be retreating so helplessly like this. He grew more tense, anticipating the situation. Since we've declared war, those bastards will erase all the evidence immediately. In the end, history will repeat itself as if we're in an endless loop. Kang Yujin's eyes suddenly darkened as he asked loudly, well then, shall we begin? He then commanded in a powerful voice, appear. After a large crowd of people appeared, Kang Yujin ordered, wait for them to come out, then eliminate the ones whose faces I memorized earlier. Seung-hun, panicked, reminded him, boss, didn't you say you wouldn't shed any blood inside the National Assembly? But Yujin turned back to explain his reasoning. That's why I stepped outside. Seung-hun was stunned into disbelief. That's not what the vice chairman meant. After standing outside for a while, Kang Yujin complained with boredom. Waiting for them to stick their necks out is so boring. Let's provoke them a little, shall we? Suddenly, a horrified scream echoed from inside. Fire. The fire alarm blared loudly. People frantically sped up, scrambling to get out. There's a fire. Evacuate now. But then they saw that everyone was gathered in a standstill. Move it. Why is everyone just standing there frozen? Teo, not caring about anything, shoved people aside. Out of the way, he enthusiastically ran toward the door, his heart full of hope. I made it. I'm still alive. But then Teo froze as he saw the scene outside. What? A figure in full armor turned and reported, target confirmed. Sweating in fear, he turned back, bewildered. What is this? Teo panicked and turned to run back toward the crowd. Out of the way, I'm Choi, Teo. Move. But unfortunately, a large hand clamped down on his neck. Teo was easily lifted into the air, screaming nonstop. Let me go. From a distance, a familiar set of footsteps approached. Kang Yujin smirked victoriously and quickly gave an order, It's Choi Teo. Take care of him. The man looked down, his whole body trembling as he asked, "Why are you doing this?" Kang Ujin, looking completely casual, stated clearly, "You'll find out if you watch the news." Teo shot back, refusing to accept it. "How am I supposed to watch it if I'm dead?" Yujin's face grew even more smug as he gave a half smile. What a shame. The man was drenched in sweat, still questioning him. "Do you think this power makes you a god?" Unable to take it anymore, Teo struggled to turn and scream. "At least I deserve to know why, you bastard." Just then, Kang Yujin suddenly revealed the true reason, his relationship with Lee Sang-ho. He slowly exposed the heinous crimes. "You deliberately used the dungeon break to make hundreds of millions in dirty profits. You also invested in the missile launch with the intent of assassinating me." Yujin put a hand on his hip and arrogantly questioned, "Is that enough reason to send you on your way?" Teo could only play dumb now. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm innocent. How can you go against the law and arbitrarily kill an innocent person?" The others around them chimed in with support. "He's right. You have to follow the law and let the law decide." But Kang Yujin just smiled and declared, "That sounds nice. But today, I am the law." Teo became even more frantic, cursing, "You crazy bastard. This is the Republic of Korea. This is the Democratic Republic of Korea. You think you can get away with murder here?" Before he could finish his sentence, his neck was snapped with a sickening crunch. Everyone standing around stared with wide, terrified eyes. The terrifying black creature stated coldly, "You have insulted His Majesty." Yujin, with one hand on his hip, looked eagerly at the crowd. "All right, who's next?" Seeing them tremble, Yujin reminded them, "If you don't want to burn to death, I suggest you start running." Seeing the brutal scene, Lee Seung-hun threw up violently. Kang Yujin ran over and stared at the sight before him, stunned. This is insane. Is he trying to start a revolution in this rotten country? Even if it means becoming the most brutal murderer in history. The scene changes to a more private, secluded place. Mr. Bayman rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully recalling a warning and a proposal. He remembered their meeting. "Mr. Kang Yujin, why are you here instead of at the National Assembly?" Seeing the file thrown on the table, Mr. Bayman was stunned. "This is?" Yujin arrogantly stated his purpose. "Before I carry out this revenge, I have a warning and a proposal for you." Yujin turned back, waiting for the other man's response. Well, on the television news, the MC was stressing that this was a national-level act of treason. Hunter Kang Yujin of the Ain Guild has ambushed the National Assembly. Mr. Bayman struggled to correct himself. "No, I mean his proposal." But his secretary could only inform him helplessly. "That's not something we can decide." Suddenly, a call came in for the Minister of Defense. The minister quickly relayed the order. "Kang Yujin has issued a warning to attack. If this area is not cleared within 5 minutes, please give the order to attack. We need to seize the initiative." Hearing this, he broke out into a cold sweat. Mr. Bayman felt extremely tense and worried. If we attack first, can we even catch him? He's even stronger than the Middle Eastern terrorist armies. He tried to stay calm and asked about the number of casualties so far. The person on the other end reported back with careful detail. "There have been 57 casualties, starting with Representative Park." Hearing this, Mr. Bayman had to admit, he really kept his word. After a moment, he decided to give the order, clear the area. But the Minister of Defense on the other end of the line objected. "We can't do that. This is a serious rebellion targeting the nation." Angered, he emphasized it again. "I said clear the area. That's an order." The other end of the line went silent. "Understood, Mr. Bayman." Then began making urgent preparations. "Secretary Huang, prepare a press conference for him immediately." The secretary obediently followed the order. "Yes, sir." The scene shifts back to the company building, where someone was in disbelief. "I can't believe the boss actually did it." Hyun seemed extremely worried. "Vice Chairman, what's going to happen to us?" Yoon Dong-min Chan, looking defeated, buried his face in his hands and stressed. This is not a simple problem. The news was still rolling on the TV. He was tearing his hair out, unable to believe this was the most unpredictable and brutal rebellion in the nation's history. Yoon Dong-min Chan just kept sighing from beginning to end. Taegang naively scratched his head, thinking simply, "But they're bad guys too, so shouldn't things be fine since he has so much public support?" But instead, he just grew more resentful and negative. "This isn't good at all." Murdy smiled, thinking how naive. The immortal has already become a king. He's not someone who'd let himself be controlled by the leaders of this broken country. Dong-min Chan felt even more helpless and could only beg, "Sanctus, please, read the room." "Here, Min Chan, some water and a pill. Please take another dose of the rejuvenation pill." He tried to regain his initial composure. "All right." As Min Chan was drinking water, a news flash appeared on the TV. After the news was read, he immediately spat out his water. The president has just announced the Adon Guild's autonomy in a press conference. Adon is now recognized as a sovereign state, the anchor continued to add. Furthermore, in addition to expressing his gratitude to the leader of the Adon Guild, Kang Ujin, the president also announced that as soon as the failed National Assembly is reorganized, a referendum will be held regarding the Adon Guild becoming an autonomous state. Just then, he walked in from outside. "What's wrong? Why the long faces?" Seeing him, they were startled and shouted in unison, "Boss." Min Chan turned, exasperated, and complained, "Boss, I contacted you and begged you. I told you not to spill a single drop of blood in the National Assembly building." Kang Yujin calmly sat down and asked, "Is that why you didn't do it inside the building?" Min Chan's face fell as he lowered his head, exhausted and defeated. "Do you have any idea how worried I was when I saw the National Assembly building on the live news?" Min Chan suddenly remembered and changed the subject. "How did you manage to turn us into an independent state?" He quickly recalled the matter. "Oh, that? The government kept bothering us, right?" Kang Yujin gave a very simple reason. "So I just went ahead and created our own country. That way, no one can interfere anymore, and everyone can work in peace." He even boasted arrogantly, "Where else are you going to find a boss who thinks about his employees like this?" Min Chan's face darkened as he realized the problem. "This just creates more work for us." The more he heard, the more questions he had. "But how did you even talk to the president?" Kang Yujin leaned back in his chair, emphasizing his actions. "I just made him an offer. I said I would kill all those degenerates, create a nation, and that I wanted his cooperation." He honestly recounted the details of the negotiation. "I told him that as long as he didn't get in our way, I was willing to form an alliance." It seems he agreed to it. Murdy lowered her head slightly, full of admiration. "I am in awe of my king's compassion." Min Chan still tried to explain clearly. "Maybe it worked this time, but that was far too dangerous. I understand your desire for revenge, boss, but in the future." But Kang Yujin suddenly turned and stressed. "This isn't just about their assassination attempt." He expressed his own hatred. "Countless victims have suffered for their selfish pursuit of power. The deaths of only 57 people to soothe their souls. That's getting off cheap." Kang Yujin turned and asked pointedly, "Do you understand?" Hearing this, Min Chan's perspective changed completely. So the boss had such a profound motive for his sudden actions. Kang Yujin's eyes narrowed as if he was about to give an order. Min Chan, somewhat surprised, turned and waited. "Yes," Kang Yujin announced, emphasizing the title. "From now on, you're the Prime Minister." Min Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Excuse me, the Prime Minister?" With a serious face, he confirmed it. "That's right, Prime Minister." Kang Yujin explained his plan. "If we're building a country, someone needs to shoulder all the responsibility for me." Min Chan closed his eyes, his face darkening with deep regret. "I may be ambitious, but this is just so wrong." Then Kang Yujin turned to assign roles to the others. "Sungu will be the commander of the army." Hearing this, Sungu burst out laughing with delight. "I've got to post this online." Min Chan trembled, imagining the chaotic mess this would become. Then Kang Yujin turned, looking thoughtful. "Seo Eung-hun, what should you do?" Seo Eung-hun quickly made a persuasive suggestion. "How about I handle foreign affairs? My persuasion skills are pretty good, you know." Kang Yujin seemed enthusiastic and decided quickly. "Head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or maybe Minister. Whatever, just do it." Having gotten what he wanted, Seo Eung-hun laughed loudly and praised him. "Your generosity truly knows no bounds." Only Dong Min Chan had completely broken down. "This is one crazy company." "No, a crazy country." In the level 3213 Swamp Sanctuary, the space was gloomy, desolate, and terrifying. On the system screen, an image of the Aiden Sanctuary appeared. Level 3213 Sanctuary, New Lord Kang Yujin. Human race. A vile laugh echoed. Kang Yujin. The monster Khan licked its lips greedily. Is this guy the first human to become the lord of a sanctuary? In short, the newest of the newbies. The screen announced, Aiden Sanctuary Protection Time Countdown. 0 days, 5 hours and 2 seconds. Its wild eyes gleamed with anticipation as it thought to itself, the protection layer will be removed in 5 hours. I can't let the others snatch this opportunity. The monster was ugly, with a hunchback and a goatee. It drooled with excitement. He's going to be some tasty prey. On the citadel, a flag fluttered in the wind, and 2 guards stood watch on the walls. Murdy couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the scene before her. This is the Aiden Sanctuary? Kang Ujin's face was filled with pride as he asked, how does it feel to be here? Murdy didn't answer, only marveling to herself. He truly is a god, to create a sanctuary this quickly. But she seriously raised a concern. I don't mean to be disrespectful, sir, but don't the defenses here need to be built up more solidly? Kang Yujin answered confidently, We have Kiba and the Undead army. That should be enough. To his surprise, Murdy shook her head in disagreement, piquing his curiosity. She lowered her eyes slightly and continued. Obviously, no army can compare to the Undead army. However, the wars between sanctuaries have very different tactics than normal battles. Murdy stressed the seriousness of the matter. Once the protection period ends, sanctuary battles will come from both the left and the right. At that point, you won't be able to use the Undead army. Kang Ujin frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Murdy explained briefly. It's like a game of chess. The lord of a domain cannot directly participate in the war and can only use the resources within their domain. Kang Yujin asked, confused, "Why can't I fight? That's ridiculous." Murdy didn't answer this question, instead asking slowly, "In that case, would you like to have a mock battle?" He raised an eyebrow, curious. A mock battle? The bright sun shone on the clock tower. Kang Yujin and Murdy teleported inside the tower at the same time. The system continuously spouted notifications, overwhelming him. Sanctuary battle tutorial beginning. Please set your polarity energy. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Verifying hypothetical enemy. You have been connected with the Khan human race. In a flash, the scene changed to a vast, empty, grassy field. Kang Yujin was bewildered. What is this? An army appeared in his consciousness. Kang Yujin thought in amazement. It was the bipedal tiger tribe. The two-legged tigers made a request. "My lord, please give us your command." Kang Ujin was bewildered. What is this? Looking over the whole scene again, he slowly realized. Is this building a station for creating troops? There were also indicators for resources and troop numbers. Next to him, the text read, Bloodstones, 100. Troop count, 510. Very quickly, Kang Ujin figured it out. Is this a battle simulation? He tried giving a command with his thoughts. All right, first, let's mine more bloodstones. The bipedal tiger tribe replied, understood. Kang Ujin thoughtfully looked at the construction panel for shelters. Farm, Enchanter's Tree, Orc Training Camp, Dragon's Lair, Bar, Blacksmith, Hawker Stall, Flower Garden. He said to himself, these are the things I can build right now. Are these the things available in the sanctuary? Ujin thought to himself that he would need the right units and facilities in the sanctuary if he wanted to prepare for the sanctuary wars. Next, he began to form a strategy. I'll build the training camp first, then add more troops and orc soldiers. Just then, the system announced, you have reached the population limit. Please build more housing. Kang Ujin gritted his teeth in frustration. It's my first time playing, so why is this so hard? Suddenly, a noise from behind caught his attention. Looking at the army in iron armor before him, Kang Ujin grew worried. Are those enemy forces? They're already attacking? Sure enough, a moment later, the system reported in defeat. You have lost the Sanctuary War. Simulated battles do not reflect real battles. If you lose a real Sanctuary War, you can seek revenge through a duel. Ujin pressed his forehead, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it, this thing is too complicated. I'd rather let someone else handle this. Murdy walked up to his side at that moment and asked coolly, Master, what are your thoughts? Kang Ujin spoke his mind. It feels like my hands and feet are tied, and I can't fight for myself. Are all the lords of other sanctuaries like this? They capture other sanctuaries' bloodstones like it's a game. Murdy slowly explained, the Sanctuary War is very important to the lords. They only make small bets, but they can raise their ranks safely and steadily that way. He still didn't understand something. Then what about the duel? I just saw that I can get revenge through a duel, she replied carefully. The Sanctuary War is a battle between the resources of each sanctuary, while a duel is a battle between the lords themselves. Kang Ujin wondered, then why not just choose to duel from the start? Murdy showed no signs of impatience and continued to explain slowly. You cannot simply challenge an opponent to a duel unless they accept. You can only force a duel after losing a Sanctuary War, at which point the other side is required to accept. Ujin smirked with interest. I like that. As long as I can win everything back after losing the Sanctuary War, I'm good. On the streets bustling with people, the market was crowded with shoppers coming and going. Bibi was walking and eating when something suddenly caught her eye. Bibi hurriedly ran over and called for her master. She asked worriedly, has the Sanctus left? Kang Yujin smiled and said she had. Bibi replied sadly, I was so surprised that you went with her. Yujin handed her a book. Here, take this. We might need it at any time, so get familiar with it quickly. Bibi took the book, then remembered something she needed to report. Oh, right. Jemin has recovered. He even went monster hunting and out to eat. Kang Yujin was a little surprised and said, is that so? He quickly made his way to Jemin's place and knocked on the door. Jemin, are you there? As soon as he entered, he sat down by the bed and asked, how are you feeling? Are you adjusting to this place? Jemin answered honestly, yes, Everything's fine now. Yujin asked seriously. Then do you want to go see your sister now? Jemin bowed his head, his expression complicated as he said, she can't come here, can she? I'm also not used to going places with a lot of people yet. Kang Yujin crossed his arms, pretending not to hear the underlying meaning in his words, and casually agreed. It really is difficult for her. She isn't an awakened, so she can't pass through the gates. Jemin fell silent for a moment, then made a request. It's true that I need to go out. Please tell her to wait just a little longer for me. He didn't push him. All right, then take your time. Suddenly, he called out again. Also, sir, Kang Yujin listened. What is it? Jemin asked hesitantly. Are you really a god? Kang Yujin rubbed his chin, thinking. A god? He looked at Jemin and thought to himself. Perhaps after due Jemin saw what happens here. A spatial lord who creates everything from spatial energy. With that thought, Kang Ujin smirked and asked back, I'm just a person. What's all this about a god? Jemin let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's a relief. Then he asked again, by the way, I've noticed people seem quite worried. Is everything okay? He didn't understand what he meant, so he asked, what do you mean? Jemin looked confused and said, the people. He explained, they're worried they'll lose the sanctuary war because of the new lord. They even stopped collecting taxes. Kang Yujin joked, do I look like a loser to you? Jemin quickly shook his head. No, it's just what I heard. Kang Yujin said slowly, they'll find out who the real loser is when the time comes. Finally, he stood up, his face full of confidence as he reassured him. Don't worry about things that don't matter right now. You just need to worry about your own situation. When he returned to the clock tower, it wasn't dark yet. The system displayed a message. You have received a duel challenge. Do you wish to decline? You can decline up to 3 times. And the next time, the battle will be mandatory. If you win, you will receive 4 days of protection. If you lose, you will receive 12 days. Kang Yujin grinned excitedly. It's finally time. He placed all his faith in the little girl, Bibi. It's okay if you lose, so just go all out and lose spectacularly. Bibi replied confidently, I'm going to win, so don't worry. She asked arrogantly, if I win, you'll let me use half the sanctuary's energy like you promised, right? Kang Yujin replied generously, go ahead and transfer it now. He calculated in his head, if the kid wins, that's great, but if she loses, it's no big deal. I'll immediately win it all back in the duel. On the other side, the orc cheered excitedly. He accepted immediately. You fool, I'm going to take everything you have. The bipedal tiger tribe was busy carrying materials inside, while the orcs stood guard outside the area. Witnessing this efficient work system, Kang Ujin called out in amazement. Bibi, looking at the orderly, busy scene, he exclaimed. It's her first time, but she's already doing so well. After a struggle, Bibi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the system announced that the enemy had appeared. An army of troll warriors approached with overwhelming force. Bibi grinned excitedly. You guys declared war first. She quickly gave an order. Orc warriors, counterattack. The trolls charged forward without any fear. As Kang Ujin watched the two sides clash, he nodded in assessment. Just as I thought, her troop command isn't as good as the enemy's. If this continues. Sure enough, the screen announced, defeat. You have lost the sanctuary war. Bibi sat on the ground, holding her head in frustration. Kang Yujin just thought to himself, just as planned. The sanctuary vault is being looted. You've lost a power stone. You've lost Lenin's feather, a wolf's claw, and a giant ant's fang. Kang Yujin muttered angrily, look at this, son of a bitch. He was stunned, thinking. Did they take the items from the vault and the betting points, too? Luckily, they only took useless stuff. Just then, Bai rushed over, crying and hugging him. Master, she sobbed. I'm so sorry, I just wanted to win the battle. Kang Yujin's heart softened as he comforted her. It's all right. We can get everything back when we get our revenge. He smirked and said, now, shouldn't we take back double what they stole? The system announced, you have requested a duel with Comet. The loser's revenge begins now. On the other side, the monster Khan laughed excitedly and sent a different strategist in his place. He's got some sense, at least. His system reported, you have won the sanctuary battle. Check received points and items. He muttered, but that's meaningless. Suddenly, his screen displayed a notification. Kang Ujin requests a duel. Do you accept? The monster Khan laughed with excitement, a vile glint in his eyes. This is why I love dealing with noobs. If he lost, he should be fortifying his defenses right now. So impatient. The system notifications continued. You have been summoned to the sanctuary battle on the frozen plateau. In case of victory, the rules of victory will apply. In case of defeat, the loser's revenge may be initiated. In case of defeat, you will die. You will be revived after 12 days. Yujin pondered, revived after 12 days? Huh. This is why people don't duel unless it's absolutely necessary. He thought seriously about the match. If I lose this sanctuary battle, I'll get a 12-day protective shield. But if I also lose the duel, I'll waste even more days picking a new sanctuary. It wasn't easy to accept the risk of having to start over and build a sanctuary from scratch. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Yujin. It was accompanied by the notification, dueling opponent Comet is being summoned. With a sly grin, Comet walked up and got straight to the point. Esteemed new lord, may I make a proposal? Kang Ujin shot back. What is it? Comet suggested. It would be a shame if treasures weren't on the line in a blood match like this. How about you and I each wager a dungeon as a prize? Yujin thought deeply, watching him cautiously. Comet continued to provoke him. Are you already thinking about losing? You'll never reach the high ranks with a mindset like that. The corner of Yujin's mouth twitched up. I can read his every thought. He casually agreed to the request. All right then. Why don't we make the bet even bigger? If we're going to do this, let's go all in. Comet laughed excitedly. You truly are generous, my lord. He proposed. In that case, let's each bet 100,000 points. On the surface, Kang Yujin calmly agreed to the bet, but inside, he was a little hesitant. At that moment, the system announced, Gun's first exit from planet Earth has been wagered. The Tower of Nessia from planet Jack has been wagered. As soon as the notification ended, Comet charged forward smugly. You rookie punk, shall we begin? Kang Ujin didn't move, just watched him slowly. He analyzed the attack of full power, straight on charge. Is this stupid bastard really attacking so simply? Kang Ujin summoned his weapon and sneered. Let's see what you've got. The two clashed, their weapons releasing an intense burst of power. Comet retreated, his guard raised high. Earthlings have a lot of power on the battlefield, he thought, but his arrogance quickly took over. However, I'm a clan leader myself. Comet charged again, shouting, I can't be compared to a mere human like you. His giant mace slammed down, cracking the earth. Yujin swiftly moved behind him. He struck Comet's leg joint, making him cry out in pain. Comet's knee buckled, and he tumbled to the ground, but he still tried to attack from there. Kang Yujin instantly raised a bone wall as his eyes lit up, glowing with a powerful red hue. Comet couldn't fight back. He could only watch helplessly as Yujin moved in for the kill. A single slash split Comet's body in two. As Yujin smiled victoriously, the system notification rang out. You have successfully enacted your revenge. You have received the victory reward, the Tower of Nessia dungeon. Cut to planet Jack. Inside the Tower of Nessia dungeon, countless skeletons patrolled the area. A squad from the Ratty clan appeared. Did the dungeon just respawn these skeletons? One wondered. The leader pointed at one of the skeletons and instructed. They aren't hard to deal with. You just need to knock their heads off. The group thought to themselves, if we conquer this, our clan will survive. The Ratty clan's strongest warrior, Lyric, thought to himself, I have to make sure we clear this and protect our planet, protect our people. The Ratty clan moved deeper inside. Lyric reminded them, this is the only paradise dungeon we have left. Be careful, we don't know what might happen. The Ratty clan replied sternly, understood. A loud noise echoed from the sky. Lyric looked up warily. There they are. A swarm of flying monsters, the Weans, surrounded the Ratty clan. Lyric quickly took out his staff and began to chant. He cast Thunder Spear, and a bolt of light shot toward the Weans. But the entire attack was nullified before it could reach them. Lyric cried out in panic. The magic of Laxia is gone. Is that a beast rider who's also a mage? A man with a distinctive smile appeared on the back of a Ween. Planet Jack, huh? Lyric's eyes widened with caution. Ujin, sitting on the Ween, gave them a friendly welcome. Welcome to the Adon Guild. Lyric asked defensively, who are you? What's your status? Kang Yujin landed gracefully on the ground. He declared arrogantly, your new owner. Kang Yujin looked at them with interest. You seem pretty strong. Makes me curious about Planet Jack. Lyric frowned and said impatiently, you think I'd give up information that easily? Kang Yujin radiated a threatening killing intent. Did I say I wanted to talk? Feeling the immense pressure bearing down on them, the entire Ratty clan recoiled in terror. What? Lyric quickly realized what was happening and shouted a warning. It's necromancy. Everyone, fall back. The Ratty clan immediately obeyed and retreated. With his powerful army behind him, Yujin confidently ordered, capture at least one of them, no matter what. His subordinates replied in unison, as you command, my lord. Lyric ran for his life, panting as he glanced back, only to see his clansmen being brutally slaughtered by Kang Yujin's forces. Lyric gritted his teeth, thinking resentfully, damn it, I can't fight this many death knights with our numbers. At this rate, I have to at least save the remaining survivors. Finally, he turned and made a decision. Use the return stones and run. I'll hold them back. The others cried out in alarm, great warrior. They screamed in horror. Stop. Lyric poured mana into his staff, unleashing his skill with all his might. Lightning Cage. Countless bolts of lightning erupted, illuminating the entire area. Yujin's army was forced back by the sheer power. When the attack ended, the dust slowly settled. Lyric panted, exhausted, gripping his staff tightly as he thought to himself, I used all my mana on that attack. Amidst the hazy scene, Lyric thought that should be enough to buy a little more time. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. You've exceeded my expectations. Kang Ujin stepped forward and declared, You passed. A dazed Lyric asked, Passed? What do you mean? A pair of glowing eyes appeared behind him. Feeling the sharp pain of a dagger stabbing him in the back, he was horrified. No way. How can he still move? Kang Ujin said excitedly, Congratulations on becoming the 54th knight. The system announced, You have imprisoned Lyric's soul in the soul-sealing stone. He glanced at the empty road nearby. He wondered, Did the others escape through the gate? They probably won't dare to come back here again. Just then, a report came in. Sir, Dre is here for a visit. Yujin was startled into remembering. That's right, there's still that guy. 2 days after Kang Yujin conquered the planet, many visitors had come to Aden. They were the spatial rulers of other nearby planets. Each one was fierce and intimidating. The dungeon on planet Jiak had almost finished synchronizing, and since Adan also had a dungeon, they could visit under a friendship treaty at the Dark Tower. Yujin asked suspiciously, Why are you here? The spatial ruler, visiting Aden for the 3rd time, laughed and replied, Just a neighbor stopping by to say hello. We should maintain a close relationship. Yujin frowned, impatiently threatening. If you come here one more time, I'll destroy your gate. Dre quickly took out something he had prepared, smiling obsequiously. Don't be angry, I have a gift for you. System. Analyzing Poe's prayer. If placed in the castle, the appearance rate of bloodstones will increase. Bloodstone appearance rate plus 1%. Yujin took the item, a bit surprised. There are items like this, Dre shamelessly requested. I'm always the one giving you gifts. Shouldn't you give me something in return? He sighed and said, Then, how about we have a meal together? Dre happily agreed. That sounds great. The guy continuously shoveled food from the table with his tentacles. The sight was so disgusting that Bai even hid behind Kang Ujin. He ate and laughed. How embarrassing. Annoyed, he demanded, Now that you've eaten your fill, spit out the real reason you're here. Dre calmly wiped the corner of his mouth and said, Let me ask you something first. He asked him, Do you know what powers exist on planet Jack? Kang Ujin nodded. I do. He listed the information he knew. The Native Ratty tribe and the various guilds, the Black Hat Guild, the Red Hammer Guild, and the Golden Chameleon Guild. Dre was astonished. How do you know all that? Kang Ujin replied coolly, I have a rather useful informant. He thought of the Ratty tribe member he had turned into a Death Knight. Dre's eyes narrowed with excitement. Oh my, it seems someone was even faster than me. I wonder who it could be. Well then, I'll get straight to the point. He extended an invitation. I am a servant of the Supreme Being, Razaki. I belong to the strongest guild, the Golden Chameleon Guild. Would you like to join me? Kang Yujin scoffed, flatly refusing. Why would I do that? I'm enough to protect my own dungeon. Dre didn't give up, laughing, spoken like a new spatial ruler. If you only have one dungeon, that might be possible. He retorted, but what if you have 2 or more? Which one will you protect if both are attacked at the same time? Kang Yujin's expression darkened. He hadn't considered that. He asked in a cold voice, So what? Dre teased. You're still so naive, he explained. If a declarant of war enters from 2 dungeons, then each dungeon will have its own declarants. Your forces will be split, and you'll only be able to protect one location. You'll have no choice but to abandon the other. The more dungeons you have, the harder they are to protect. Think about it. Leaving him with that thought, Dre waved and departed. Kang Yujin turned and ordered, Bye. Deny all other visitors. Although the little girl didn't understand, she still obeyed. Yes, master. Kang Ujin fell into deep thought. There are 30 days left until Misia's pillared dungeon fully synchronizes with the planet. He calculated carefully. If I choose to operate independently, Nessia's pillar will be attacked the moment the gate opens. I need to level up, fast. After his meeting with Dre, Kang Yujin returned to Earth and his guild. His most important goal was to level up quickly. His current level was 75, and he needed to summon even stronger beings. That's why he accepted a request to clear the most difficult dungeon, one that every country in the world had already given up on. The plane took off. Du Juwan greeted his brother. Kang Yujin happily replied, Mr. Bongdo came over and said enthusiastically, It's great to see you again. You haven't forgotten, have you? I still owe you. He generously said, Lending you a private jet is nothing. It's the least I could do. After saying that, Bongdo turned and asked, But is this the famous fiery Hong Sung-gu? Hearing his name, Hong Sung-gu jumped. You know about that? Kang Ujin asked with disgust. What kind of name is that? He pulled up the fiery Hong Sung-gu's social media profile and said with a laugh, he's super popular online. Ignoring the two having fun up ahead, Kang Ujin asked Sun Hun, where are we headed first? Bong Du suggested. Let's take a picture together. Sung-gu agreed. Sure. Sung Hun took out a map and reported. First, we'll head to the nearest of the 12 dungeons we've accepted. Finally, he announced their destination, Japan. At that moment, the plane took off, soaring through the sky. At Kansai International Airport in Osaka, Japan, a noisy crowd was chattering, everyone curiously paying attention to them. Kang Yujin's group complained in frustration. Didn't they say they were going to pick us up? Try calling them. Lee Seung-han replied awkwardly. They did, but my Japanese is a little. Kang Yujin gave him a disgusted look. Seriously, and you said you wanted to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He ordered helplessly. All right, open your mouth. Before Seung-han could react, Kang Ujin shoved a potion into his mouth. Can't carry it with me, so you drink it. Seung-han coughed and choked for a while before finally calming down. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice. What is Kang Ujin doing here in Japan? The murmurs of the crowd were being translated and fed directly into Lee Seung-han's ears. Is it because of that? The dungeon at G53 has already failed 3 times, so I thought they would have given up. He exclaimed in amazement, oh my god. Kang Yujin just smiled casually and said, now that the potion has taken effect, hurry up and call them. The scene changes to Osaka Station 53, where a cold voice echoes inside the building. Thank you for taking the trouble to come here. The vice president of the Sensei Guild, Takuchi, an A-rank water mage, spoke with an ice-cold expression. I will brief you on the dungeon's status before we head there. Kang Yujin impatiently requested, we have many places to go, just skip that part. He made a suggestion to simplify things. Hong Sung-gu and I will conquer the dungeon as quickly as possible and then move on to the next one. Takuchi thought with contempt, so confident. No matter how skilled you are, everyone has a limit. He was curious. That's why having a full team was standard practice. How was he planning to conquer the dungeon? Seeing that Takuchi said nothing, Kang Ujin stated firmly, don't worry, just wait. I'll clear out the dungeon completely, as per our contract. At that, Takuchi could only concede. Fine, then at least let me come with you. I have to write a report so we can mine the bloodstones later. He thought to himself, let's see just how Yujin plans to take on this dungeon. Kang Ujin thought for a moment. Having him tag along would just slow him down. But then he remembered, the more the Sensei Guild mines, the more his own guild benefits. According to the contract, after conquering the dungeon, the distribution ratio of bloodstones and artifacts between the Aden Guild and the Sensei Guild was 70-30. Signed, Aden Guild President, Kang Yujin. With this in mind, he nodded in agreement. All right, but you have to protect yourself. With that, Kang Yujin turned to Dong Du. Mr. Dong Du, you should come too. He asked back excitedly. I can come along. Dong Du was fired up, thinking to himself, I can't believe I get the chance to fight alongside my brother Kang. He's never worked with another guild. I'm so excited to see how he conquers a dungeon. The group moved to Station 53. Kang Yujin led the way and spoke up. All right, so there are 4 of us. Let's go. Watching the 3 of them walk ahead, Takuchi hesitated slightly. He couldn't believe those 3 were going to raid a dungeon that even the best team in Japan couldn't clear. He started to calculate the risks. He couldn't even use a return gate. If they failed, it would mean certain death. Despite his hesitation, Takuchi still stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he warned, please be careful. From here on, it's werewolves. But before him was a desolate scene with the corpses of werewolves strewn everywhere. Takuchi asked in horror, where are they all? Dongdu calmly handed him something. Take this. Confused, Takuchi held the dagger in his hand. Dongdu sighed and relayed the message. He said to collect the bloodstones while you follow along. On the outside, he was calm, but inside, he was still in deep shock. It had all happened in the blink of an eye. Dongdu recalled a moment earlier when they had just entered the dungeon and the wolves had charged at them. The 2 of them took them all down and moved forward. He couldn't help but marvel. Kang Yujin is obviously strong, but Hong Sung-gu's skills are also above A rank. The 2 of them were busily carving into the heads of each werewolf. Takuchi panted, exhausted. What is this? Why am I the one collecting bloodstones now? Just then, Kang Yujin returned with his army of skeletons, urging them on. Let's keep moving. Dongdu asked calmly, are you done? Takuchi's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. He killed all the basic monsters in the station in just 5 minutes. The gate to the next area appeared. Kang Yujin said with a smile, all right, next up. Molten lava swirled before their eyes. The scene looked like something out of hell. Yujin's team entered, and he quickly assessed that this area was a volcano. Sung-gu scanned the area and reported, "There are enemies on the other side of the lava. Can we jump down?" Takuchi immediately objected. "We can't." Kang Ujin was curious as to why, so he explained the consequences. "The volcano will erupt if we move a certain distance away from the island. We have to conquer this dungeon a different way." Yujin frowned and asked, "What way?" Takuchi then described the method, starting with dealing with the flying lava fish that live in the magma. By doing that, the islands will connect to one another, creating a path. We have to use that method to get out of the lava zone. Kang Ujin was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, he signaled for rock. A giant monster made of lava emerged, and a pair of glowing, horse-like legs appeared. Kang Yujin pulled on the reins to control it. He summoned a few more mounts and took the lead. "All right, get on. Quickly. Stick close behind while rock clears the way." Takuchi wouldn't accept it. He shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? If we leave the island, the volcano will erupt." But Yujin just cut him off coldly. "They're my mosquitoes." Takuchi was startled and confused. "My mosquitoes?" Yujin looked towards the swarm of mosquitoes waiting ahead. With the naked eye, you can see them flying around up there. He explained it to him. They live near volcanoes. If you touch them, they explode. Luckily, they don't get too close to the lava. Yujin smirked and said confidently, "As long as we stay close, they won't attack." And so, Rock led the way, with Kang Yujin's group following close behind. Takuchi asked curiously, "Mr. Kang Yujin, where did you get that information?" Kang Yujin replied, "From my master. I can't possibly know about all the monsters in every country." Dongdu was a little surprised. "So Yujin has a master." Sung-gu was also curious. "You mean Anfen? Did you learn magic from him too?" Kang Yujin shook his head and replied, "No, I taught myself magic. I learned more important things from him." Hong Sung-gu wondered, "More important things?" He only saw Yujin give a sinister smile. Kang Yujin recalled an image of himself standing on a mountain of corpses amidst flames of madness and genocide, of ruling through fear. Hong Sung-gu asked again, "So is your master on planet Anfen?" Kang Yujin replied flatly, "No, he's dead." He looked visibly regretful. "I'm sorry." Kang Yujin remained calm and said, "It's nothing." He gave a sly smile and added, "You'll understand soon enough." He was also a fire-type mage, so you'll have a lot to learn. Sung-gu exclaimed happily, "I get to be taught by your master? What an honor." Kang Yujin chuckled and said, "All right, let's just focus on surviving first." Sung-gu asked in alarm, "What do you mean by that?" An orb displayed an image of the volcanic mountain. It was the memory of Haris, an item capable of recording both sound and video inside a dungeon. Khan, a giant monster, was restrained by chains, struggling and roaring wildly. A masked person was using magic to control the chains. In the distance, another person was firing a bow and arrow, while in the front, a vanguard launched a direct attack. The three of them worked together to take down the giant monster, causing it to let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Skill." Khan, the monster, flinched, its eyes widening. All it saw was Kang Yujin appearing and using Soul Sword to finish it off. He smiled smugly and muttered, "With this, the Osaka dungeon is officially cleared." The recorded image of Yujin was projected onto a screen as a frantic voice exclaimed, "This is incomprehensible." Gato, the president of the Sensei Guild, asked seriously, "How could he so easily conquer a dungeon that even Japan's best team failed to clear 3 times?" Takuchi didn't know how to answer. "Sir, you saw it with your own eyes." Gato shrugged and asked him back, "Even so, I still can't believe it. What kind of team could possibly compete with him?" Seeing that Takuchi couldn't answer, Gato turned to the person beside him. "Where's Mr. Kang Ujin now?" The other person replied immediately. "He just gave a warning about the dungeon in Tokyo and is now heading straight for China." Hearing this, he was stunned. "He's already gone." The person stammered, "Yes, sir." Gato was so angry he started laughing. "All I can do is laugh now. This is the first time I've ever felt envious of South Korea because of that, awakened one." Suddenly, Takuchi spoke up. "But isn't he no longer a citizen of South Korea?" Gato frowned, confused. "Are you talking about the Aden Guild? The Korean government issued an official announcement recognizing them, didn't they?" Takuchi just nonchalantly asked, "Who has the right to recognize whom?" He gave a cunning smile and added with a hint of meaning, "The weak or the strong." Right after clearing the dungeons in Osaka and Tokyo, Kang Ujin had to close 3 more in China. It only took him a single day to conquer all 5 dungeons. After that, Kang Ujin's team headed straight to their next destination, India. Once the plane took off again, Du Juwon asked Kang Yujin, "Hey man, have you considered those offers?" He was confused. "What offers?" Du Juan had to remind him about the immigration offers he'd received from Japan and China. Only then did it click for Kang Yujin. Ah, right, that. In an attempt to poach Kang Ujin from his home country, Japan and China, nations that recognized his outstanding achievements in closing dungeons, had quickly contacted the Ahan Guild. They made some unbelievable offers, including providing him with his own territory and recognizing his sovereignty. Kang Yujin let out a cunning smirk. He said firmly, "I'm not going anywhere." Du Juan said cheerfully, "That's my boy. You may not look it, but you're a real patriot." Kang Yujin looked confused. "What are you talking about? Why would I move when Gon is still there?" Du Juan was stunned. What the hell does Gon at exit number 1 have to do with this? Kang Yujin rubbed his chin, thinking, where do I even begin? He struggled to explain. Well, it's a multidimensional space. The whole group repeated curiously. A multidimensional space? Kang Yujin told them the whole story on the plane. When he finished, Du Juan was horrified. That's insane. I had no idea the dungeons were hiding a secret like that. Kang Yujin crossed his arms and said seriously, "It's possible that the high-level dungeons about to appear will have a space lord. I have to deal with this before the other. Dungeon lords can link up with the ones on Earth." Sungu asked curiously, "Hey boss, isn't there a way to make the dungeons just disappear? That way, they wouldn't be able to link up with them." Kang Yujin shook his head, disagreeing. "That's impossible. The dungeons are protected by incredibly powerful barriers. In any case, once society learns the truth about the dungeons, we'll figure something out." The scene changes to New Delhi, the capital of India. The two parties shook hands, agreeing to cooperate. The entire team then headed to the front of the Indian dungeon entrance. A system message announced, "You have entered the Beach of Horrors." Kang Ujin muttered smugly, "Bingo." He and his teammates entered the dungeon, and he confirmed with his hands on his hips that this dungeon is linked to a space lord. He then recalled the name of that tentacled creature. But what if it's Dre? The man from India then introduced himself. "I am a physical type awakened. I will pray for you." He was Branta from the Venu Guild, an A-rank enhancement type awakened. Hong Sungu scratched his head, looking uncomfortable. "Kang Ujin, prayers weaken you?" The Necromancer stated bluntly, "What do you mean, pray? I'll lose all my power if you do that. Just wait here." "Prayers reduce a Necromancer's strength," Branta protested, unwilling to accept it. "But I'm an A-rank awakened. I can help." Du Juan just scratched his head and sighed helplessly. "He told you to wait, so just wait." Inside the dark and empty dungeon, Branta sat with Du Juan and asked sadly, "But we entered this dungeon as a team, so why did they refuse our help? I could understand if they were treating me this way because they don't want to reveal their fighting techniques to an outsider, but why are you, Chairman Du, being treated the same way?" Du Juan replied nonchalantly, "Because there's no need for me to go. Even if I did, I wouldn't be much help." And sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a portal appeared. Branta yelled in shock, "What? It's over already?" Du Juan calmly stood up and said, "The people in Japan and China had the same reaction. Why does everyone insist on coming along?" Looking over at the approaching Kang Ujin, he reminded him, "All right, let's go. Don't forget to close the gate." Then, they all passed through the portal together. Sungu shouted excitedly, "Boss, this place is awesome." He then cheerfully ran toward the beach up ahead. Branta yelled out in alarm, "It's dangerous." He warned, "Sungu, your leg." Just as Branta yelled, a monster suddenly shot up from the sand, but Yujin just calmly grabbed the monster's leg and let out a sigh. "Geez, you scared me. You're scaring everyone." He excitedly held it up and asked, "Boss, look at this giant crab. It's been so long since I've had braised crab. Let's cook it." Branta, still panicked, warned them. "They move in packs. We have to go. Now." And just as he said, a swarm of crab monsters quickly surrounded Sungu. Kang Yujin just stood there, nodding and smiling. "What a good year for crabs," he remarked. As Hong Sungu started roasting them with his fire ability, Kang Ujin suggested, "Grilled king crab is also delicious. I'm starving. Let's eat." Soon, crab shells, completely stripped of their meat, were scattered all over the ground. Branta's jaw dropped in shock. "Wait, what is this?" He stared at the delicious spread of crab before him. As Du Juan made a request, "Hey man, can you pass me a beer?" Kang Ujin agreed, "I'll have one, too. Here you go." Du Juan cheerfully invited him over. "Hey, our foreign friend, come sit with us. Don't look so serious, just enjoy it." Branta was still terrified, but his warnings grew quieter. "Everyone, this is a dungeon. They could be poisonous." But no one paid him any mind. Hong Sungu exclaimed excitedly, "This is insanely good." An equally enthusiastic Kang Yujin added, "Anfen's beer is always top-notch." Branta wondered in a daze, how can they act like there's no danger at all inside a dungeon? "Hey, This is a 6-star dungeon, you know. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, sea monsters lay in wait. Branta quickly snapped back to his senses and pleaded with the group. This is no time for a party. We need to come up with some contingency plans. He began laying out a strategy like a military commander. We may have killed all the crabs, but our final destination is underwater. Fire magic is useless down there. Branta continued to list the dire consequences. Hundreds, no, thousands of jellyfish will swarm us. Retrieving the return stone will be incredibly difficult. Furthermore, their paralyzing venom can't be neutralized. At that, Kang Ujin stood up, a smile brimming with excitement on his face. Thousands of them, you say? That sounds interesting. He looked out at the ocean and proposed, well then, shall we set sail? Kang Ujin walked out into the sea, stopping only when the water reached his chest. He thought to himself, this should be far enough. Suddenly, a sound nearby caught his attention. The surface of the water churned as foam sprayed everywhere, and from below, two monsters launched themselves straight at Kang Ujin. He just smirked. It seemed everything was going according to his plan. Kang Ujin gave the command, summon white bone mages. On his signal, they all cast the Nova Poison skill in unison. A brilliant light radiated out, enveloping the monsters, and their bodies began to melt away rapidly. Kang Ujin raised a hand, smirking as he summoned even more white bone mages. A continuous barrage of the Nova Poison skill was unleashed once more. Soon, the corpses of countless monsters were left floating on the surface of the sea. Model. Kang Ujin calmly walked ashore. The moment Dongdu saw him, he showered him with praise. So, this is what you call going out to sea. My man, Kang, you're one hell of a hunter. Kang Yujin smirked arrogantly. Well, this is what happens when you fight a bunch of weaklings. He said calmly, they're poisonous, so just leave them be. He won't be able to stand it and will have to show himself soon enough. Dongdu watched with curiosity. He's showing himself? Who is it? Just as he thought that, the surface of the sea began to stir. Drain emerged with a vile grin. What do you think you're doing? He asked, his brightly glowing eyes widening. Can I take that as a declaration of war? Kang Ujin retorted without a hint of fear. You're the one who started this fight, who told you to link up with a dungeon on Earth. Drain bared his teeth and cursed. You arrogant bastard. Do you really think the dungeons on Earth belong to you? He stared at Kang Ujin, thinking to himself, I can't believe you conquered this territory as a mere expedition. If I strike now, I'll gain the upper hand. Drain smirked confidently. This really is a territorial battle. With that thought, he wiggled his tentacles menacingly. You will all pay the price for challenging my dungeon. I will show you the true power of fear. Kang Ujin, maintaining his calm expression, asked, Are those your last words? He used his corpse explosion skill. A flash of light immediately appeared at Drain's feet. The creature's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the light. An endless series of explosions went off. Blanca struggled to maintain his shield. Sweat soaked his forehead as he tried to protect himself from the blast. When the explosions stopped, all that remained was a coastline with a huge chunk missing. A system notification announced a level up. You have reached level 76. Ujin smiled in satisfaction, looking at the debris floating on the water's surface. He said regretfully, It's a shame his body isn't even intact anymore. I was planning on making some butter-grilled octopus. Sunggu suggested, Hey boss, let's go eat after we get back to Korea. Just then, Blanca coughed up blood. Kang Ujin asked, What's wrong with you? He looked at Ujin with a resentful expression. If you have a plan, you mean to say so beforehand. I had to suddenly use magic, and I'm suffering from the backlash. Kang Ujin put on an innocent face. You shouldn't have had to do anything. I have a soul shield to protect myself, so why would you do that? Blanca screamed internally. You should have told me first. He quickly used healing magic on himself, only then letting out a sigh of relief. He stood up straight and reported, I'm fine now. I've healed myself. Kang Ujin looked slightly surprised. You have A-rank combat skills, and now you can heal yourself too. A spark of interest flashed in his eyes. He's pretty useful, isn't he? Kang Ujin asked seriously. What was your name again? Though confused, Blanca still answered. It's Blanca. Ujin continued. How much money do you make? The man was baffled. What? Ujin made him an offer. Come to a Dan. I'll definitely provide you with better benefits than the VNU Guild. Blanca was stunned into disbelief. What? He looked at Ujin suspiciously. Why is he suddenly trying to recruit me? Blanca immediately refused. I'm grateful for your offer, but I'm very close with the guild master of VNU, and I plan to dedicate my life to serving there. Kang Ujin scoffed, his eyes becoming even more possessive. Look at this guy. He's quite loyal. But there are plenty of ways to convince him. The team got into their car to head back, their cheerful laughter echoing inside. I can't believe you cleared an unbeatable dungeon so easily. The guild master of VNU, CM, said sincerely, I'm very grateful. Kang Ujin crossed his arms and cut him off. That's enough with the pleasantries. There's something I want to ask of you. CM asked, dumbfounded. What kind of request? Yujin immediately demanded that he hand over Blanca to Adan. Both CM and Blanca were shocked. Of course, CM refused. Blanca and we're as close as brothers. Kang Ujin pondered. Brothers, huh? He asked with a serious expression. So how much money will it take? CM immediately protested. No, you can't buy me with money. Blanca was touched and called out, Guildmaster. Kang Ujin calmly laid out the benefits. I'll give you 100% of the management rights to the dungeon. He continued to list off advantages that would benefit him. Next time one of these dungeons opens, I'll close it. And of course, I'll give you full authority to manage it. How about it? As expected, CM began to hesitate and think. Blanca called out to his guildmaster in a panic. CM rubbed his chin and began to change his tune, thinking long-term, it would be too selfish of me to keep you here. As your dear older brother, I should send you to a bigger stage. Blanca said, disappointed, guildmaster. Yujin raised an eyebrow and looked at him triumphantly. I'll welcome you to Adan. Blanca was in despair. So, am I being sold? Sunggu patted his shoulder comfortingly. Who cares if you're being sold? I was used as collateral myself. That's how I ended up here. Be optimistic. Cheer up. Kang Yujin also offered some words of comfort, though they were a bit strange. Besides, you're lucky you didn't join us after you were dead. Imagine the scene of Kang Yujin's soldiers being subdued, with Blanca as knight number 53. A weeping and a sad was surrounded and questioned. Is he the new guy? State your name and rank, now. Who's this? The new recruit. Blanca was drenched in sweat, silently praying for someone to tell him this was all just a dream. The news headlines were non-stop. He continues to conquer dungeons around the world. The next paper was about a conquest set to happen in an hour. Paris is saved, while another headline read, the entire world is saved. One paper was even more emphatic. Earth's final fortress, Kang Yujin, is closing in just 3 days. That was the time Kang Yujin needed to clear the world's most difficult dungeons. At the South Korean government building, the broadcast switched to different news. With a breaking news title, the United States sends a national representative to Aden. The anchor reported, following Japan and France, the United States has also established diplomatic relations with Aden, requesting cooperation from the South Korean government. Aden has established an alliance with the United States. A man listening to this news burst out laughing. It was the president of South Korea, Kim Byung-man. He held his forehead, worried. It doesn't matter whether he signs a treaty or not. The person across from him agreed. That's right. Our hands are tied. Byung-man asked, what's the public's reaction? The Prime Minister of South Korea replied that they just see it as another deal. Byung-man thought anxiously, I can't stop him anymore. Even so, I must at least be Aden's strongest ally. The scene changes to a South Korean airport. Reporters had gathered here early. As soon as they saw Yujin's group, they swarmed them. There they are. In the midst of flashes from all sides, Sunggu smiled smugly and exclaimed, I'm pretty famous myself. Huh? Sung-hun teased. Aside from the boss, there's no awakened more famous than Director Hong. Without a hint of anger, Sunggu turned to him with a compliment. Chief Secretary Gu, you look very stylish. Sung-hun smiled, holding his trench coat. Thanks, but I'm not the Chief Secretary anymore. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs now. Hong Sung-gu congratulated him. You've become quite successful yourself. Sung-hun beamed and said, Isn't this just the result of giving my all to support the boss? He remembered the time he'd spent the last 8 years of his life selling phones. You made it, Sung-hun. A female reporter ran up for an interview. I'm Ron from Dujuan Media. Could you please give us a statement? It seems Mr. Kang Ujin isn't here. Before she could finish, Sung-hun cut her off with a serious tone. He is the king of Aden, yet you still refer to him as Mr. Kang Ujin. The female reporter quickly corrected herself. Where is the king of Aden? He replied coldly. He's in prison. His misleading words left her stunned. Do you mean he's in a U.S. prison? Sung-hun shook his head. No, it's not in the U.S. The reporter persisted. When does he plan to? But Sung-hun cut her off coldly. I can't disclose that. He only gave a small hint, but he has probably already arrived in Gun. The reporter was shocked. Gun. The scene shifts to Gun, which is completely deserted. Inside Kang Ujin's tower, a curious voice asks, Why are we here? Yujin, while watching the screen, said casually, They've been making a fuss about linking their territories ever since the protection period ended. At that moment, a girl's information appeared. Advanced Multidimensional Space Fortress, Lord, Leah, Species, Human, Track Record. Territory battles 102 wins, 542 losses. Duels, 640 wins, 230 losses. He was intrigued. Oh, a human. She's someone who's confident in her strength during territory battles. Yujin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Should I try fighting her today? So, Kang Ujin asked Bibi to do her best. The little girl replied confidently, I'll play it right this time. The system quickly announced, territory battle with Leah has begun. It's unclear what happened, but the system soon reported. Success. You have won the territory battle. Yujin was startled. Bibi cheered joyfully. 1,000 points, right, master? He mumbled a reply to her, inwardly bewildered. How in the world did you do that? Kang Ujin wondered. Who did you learn that from? Bibi giggled, covering her mouth. It's a secret. But Kang Ujin guessed immediately. From Yujin, right? Seeing the girl flinch in disbelief, he sighed helplessly. I'm right, aren't I? Bibi scratched her head and laughed. Spot on. Yujin thought to himself. In reality, territory battles are similar to a strategy game. Even if he's a bookworm, he's still just a Korean high school student. Even though Korean high school students are said to be good at online games, Kang Yujin teased, let's just have Yujin handle this from now on. Bibi, thinking he was serious, hastily stopped him. No way. Those are my points. Suddenly, a blue light flashed. Kang Yujin chuckled as he looked at the screen. Just as I predicted. The screen displayed a message. Leah has requested a duel. Accepting the loser's request, the duel will now automatically begin. The scene shifts to a desolate desert. Kang Yujin arrived via the teleportation matrix, and he paused for a moment as he looked ahead. Leah had been waiting for a while. She lit a cigarette and said mockingly, To think, I lost to a newbie, and there he is. Leah kept probing him with questions. You're from Earth, aren't you? That place has been all the rage these past few days. Is your name Kang Yujin? We should introduce ourselves first, don't you think? Kang Yujin frowned, his expression hardening. He asked bluntly, What kind of game are you playing? Leah feigned innocence. What on earth are you talking about? I'm just saying we should be a little friendly since we're meeting. Kang Yujin exposed her coldly. We're going to have to kill each other anyway, so there's no need to be friends. She snorted, muttering, Such a newbie. The corners of Leah's mouth curled into a sly grin as she gave a signal. All right then, let's begin. Kang Ujin immediately went on guard. Leah pulled out her rifle and joked, You're so cute and naive. Are you even afraid of me loading my gun? She pulled the trigger and announced, Game over. A pitch-black mass enveloped Kang Yujin. He stood perfectly still, not resisting, allowing the substance to splatter onto his face. Noticing his hands suddenly trembling strangely, Kang Yujin deduced that it wasn't a normal gun, but an artifact with a special ability. That's why she was still talking so confidently before the match. Leah's arrogant laughter echoed from the darkness. Looks like you're hopeless in duels. Is it because you have to rely on territory battles? Given up already? Kang Ujin scoffed in response. You think so? Leah declared confidently. This cloud of death isn't just ordinary smoke. It's a trap that imprisons the challenger. There's no light in there, is there? You'll just be paralyzed by its poison. I'll give you a peaceful death. As soon as she finished speaking, she fired at Kang Yujin. But he was no pushover. In the blink of an eye, Kang Yujin had summoned his weapon. He deflected every single one of the countless bullets that flew at him. Leah, still hidden in the darkness, remarked, Quite impressive. You can still react even when your body is paralyzed. Yujin scanned his surroundings seriously. There was no sound. Leah asked with a wicked grin, But can you block an attack from all sides? She said confidently, It might feel like you're fighting hundreds of enemies from every direction. Sure enough, a sword lunged at Kang Ujin from behind. He calmly caught the blade, much to Leah's horror. Kang Yujin said flatly, Hundreds. That's laughable. He and his army of immortals stood before her, and he asked smugly, So, how about a fight against thousands? Kang Yujin gave the order. Go. His army's eyes immediately glowed red as they muttered, Grant the king's enemies the mercy of death. The vanguard of skeletons charged forward, and Leah clicked her tongue. She turned to run, but a skeleton was already on her, swinging its sword. Leah quickly used her handgun to block the attack, saving her life. She shot the skeleton straight in the skull. However, as one fell, two more rushed forward. Faced with the massive army, Leah became wary. The skeleton's attacks were blocked. Leah kept backing away, thinking to herself, The cloud of death isn't having any effect. She tried to figure out a solution. I can't fight all these summoned soldiers one by one. I have to focus all my power on that necromancer. Before Leah could react, a figure appeared beside her. A black armored knight coldly swung its sword down. Leah's pain scream echoed through the air. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring the view. Leah's hat was blown away. She coughed up blood, covered in countless wounds with several swords stuck in her body, struggling to stand amidst Yujin's immortal army. Just then, his voice startled her. The clouds have finally cleared. Kang Ujin laughed mockingly. Was that the cloud of death? Such a scary name. He looked down at Leah with the posture of a victor. But it's not very effective against an immortal army, is it? Leah roared in anger and frustration. You bastard. This isn't over. Before she could finish her sentence, Kang Ujin swung his sword down. A beautiful arc of the blade separated Leah's head from her body. Her eyes were wide, clearly unable to accept that she'd lost like this. Ujin, still excited, invited her. Well then, you're welcome to challenge me again anytime. A system notification appeared. You have won the duel. Leah's revenge has failed. The victor's rights are now being executed. Choose between Plunder Warehouse and Plunder Territory. Plunder Warehouse, Plunder Territory. Yujin hesitated between the two options. Should we plunder her warehouse this time? As soon as he pressed it, the screen reported, Warehouse plunder has begun. An item from the warehouse will be chosen at random. Watching the screen change continuously, Kang Ujin was a little surprised. Finally, the screen displayed the item, Skia's boots. Boots worn by the explorer god of the planet Anfen, Skia. Item effect, speed plus 2%, defense plus 40. Kang Ujin nodded in satisfaction. So lucky. If I keep getting lucky, I might be able to collect the entire Thus's set before I even get to Anfen. The 5 items of Thus's set are known as Thus is Glory, Thus is Protection, Thus is Aura, Thus is Punishment, and Thoris is March. They are the most powerful equipment I can use on Anfen. Yujin thought to himself that if he could get the complete Thus's set again, the outfit would be able to boost his magical power to its absolute maximum. An unstoppable power, just like he had on Anfen before. He recalled that one of the key items needed to craft Thor's March was Skia's boots. I'd almost given up hope of finding it on Earth, but here it is, appearing before me in a territory battle. Truly lucky. Suddenly, Yujin realized something. Wait a minute, if I do well in these territory battles, doesn't that mean if I'm lucky, I could collect even more items? He immediately started calculating. Bibi mentioned that Jemin was the one who taught her, right? At that moment, Jemin and Bibi were busy controlling the battle. He enthusiastically gave orders. That's right, stop them from escaping and corner them. On the other side, Leah was shrouded in darkness as the system announced, You have lost the duel. You will be resurrected in 12 days. She couldn't help but think to herself, no matter how many times I experience death, it's still so jarring. Recalling the image of Kang Ujin, she wondered, that bastard, did he say he was from Earth? Leah resolved in her heart, you'd better be careful. I will get my revenge, no matter what it takes. The bipedal tiger tribe was farming and raising livestock, while the orc tribe was training for battle. In the Adan Central District's multidimensional space, Yujin stood in the middle of the street, satisfied. It's on a much larger scale now. Suddenly, he noticed someone nearby. Not too far away, Jemin was sitting in a cafe, having a drink. Kang Yujin cheerfully walked over. I was just looking for you. This is great. What are you doing here? Jemin was a little surprised. You're here too, he explained. I saw they opened a new cafe, so I stopped by. Then he turned to the waiter and ordered, I'll have what he's having. The waiter immediately replied, Yes, sir. Seeing Kang Yujin actually take a sip, a shocked Jemin exclaimed, What? Are you really going to drink that? As expected, after just one sip, he spat it all out, coughing violently. Jemin explained, It's blood. Kang Ujin looked at the cup in disgust. They sell all sorts of weird stuff here, don't they? Still at the same cafe, Kang Yujin sat next to him and asked about the situation. By the way, are you doing okay with the territory battles? Did you learn how to do it through games? Jemin answered honestly, I played a little, but I quit before my 3rd year of high school. He nodded. I see. Kang Ujin then made an offer. Would you like to fight some territory battles for me? Jemin hesitated slightly. Can't you just ask some professional gamers? I'm not very confident. Kang Ujin sighed. How can I trust other people? Kang Ujin looked at Jemin with a trusting expression. It's fine if you lose. Winning or losing isn't important. What's truly important is whether or not I can trust you. Moved, he said. I understand. Having achieved his goal, Kang Yujin smiled and reminded him, the next territory battle is in 4 days, which is about 1 day on Earth. Get some rest in the meantime. Jemin's eyes widened in stunned silence. At that moment, beyond the boundary of death, an evil spirit was trying to reawaken. A mournful cry rang out, I want to live. I don't want to die again. The stone cracked and shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. A man fell out from within, coughing dryly. A curse from the person opposite him made him jump. Useless. Elo coldly declared, I will give you one more chance, as you wished. Sang-ho hurriedly begged, Please, give me a chance. This time, I will launch an attack that will not fail. But Elo still scolded him loudly. You fool. Elo reminded him, while you were hovering between life and death, he has already restored everything on Earth. Now you are merely a vassal, and your power has not yet recovered. How can you possibly stand against him? Sang-ho asked with difficulty. In this situation, what should I do? Elo gave a sly smile. There is still a reason for me to have revived you. He held out something that glowed and commanded, take this and go to planet ZQU. Elo instructed, find the dragon named Rajakui and tell it this. If it can destroy Earth, I will permit it to enter planet Iparin and reside there. His face was now filled with malice as he continued to issue commands. After that, go to Earth and incite riots to divide the people. Prepare them to become my vassals. The power of this item will aid you. Sang-ho knelt, respectfully receiving it with both hands. His expression was solemn as he replied, I will obey your command. The light dissipated, revealing the shape of an exquisite ring. The system explained Elo's ring. This is a ring containing the magical power of the spatial overlord Elo. Elo's sigil is engraved upon this item. The user can freely change their form at will using polymorph magic. Total magical power increased by 200%. Energy recovery speed increased by 200%. The scene changes to the apartment complex for workers and their families in the Aden region. Ju-won looked at her watch and then confirmed over the phone. So, 7 p.m. tonight, right? Hearing the question from the other end, she replied, yeah, Kang Ujin can't make it. That's right, he's busy. Okay, see you later. Ju-won turned on the bathroom light, went inside, and turned on the water. Ju-won carefully washed up before her appointment. She lowered her gaze and thought to herself, it would have been so nice if Kang Ujin could have come. After all, this is our first-class reunion in 5 years. She recalled the text exchange with Kang Ujin on her phone's screen. Back then, she had asked, Kang Ujin, can you come to the class reunion I mentioned earlier? But Kang Ujin had replied, I don't have time. Maybe next time. Ju-won could only say, yeah, okay then. Take care of yourself. She thought to herself, but I can't do anything about it. He's the busiest person in the world. Ju-won, wrapped in a towel, stepped out of the room. As soon as she did, she heard someone call out, sis. Jaemin smiled awkwardly and said, long time no see. Overcome with emotion, Ju-won rushed forward, hugged him, and said tearfully, it's okay, it's okay. So what if you're a vampire? You're still you. I'll accept everything. Jaemin, flustered, tried to comfort her. Sis, can you let me go? Ju-won kept hugging him tightly until Jaemin reminded her, hey sis, Kang Yujin is here too. She looked up blankly. Huh. Kang Ujin was standing at the door, waving at the siblings. What a heartwarming sibling reunion. Ju-won immediately blushed and trembled with embarrassment. Jaemin could only manage a strained smile. Ju-won rushed back to her room at top speed. Kang Ujin asked, confused, why was she so startled? Jaemin said helplessly, are you really asking because you don't know? Kang Ujin waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Well, you two have a nice chat, Jaemin asked. You're leaving already? He replied calmly, you think I have time to stand around thinking? I have to get back to the dungeon to level up quickly. Yujin walked out the door, saying he was leaving. The closing door signaled his departure. Jaemin was still stunned. Leveling up? He's still training so hard even though he's already that strong? He thought to himself, he's more dedicated than I thought. Kang Yujin strode towards his car. Have you checked out the dungeon I mentioned? Seung-hun replied, yes, sir. I'll take you there now. Scene changed to Mokdong Station. Exit 4. Kang Ujin stepped out of the car. Before going inside, he instructed them. I'll be in here all day, so if you want, you guys can go back, eat, and rest. Seung-hun immediately replied, understood. Sir, please don't worry. We'll guard the entrance like an iron fortress. Ujin nodded and said, all right, work hard. The iron door emitted a powerful stream of electricity. The system announced, entering the Mivik grassland. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territorial war, visit, invasion, and conquest. Looking at the screen that was still displayed, you have entered the Mivik grassland. Please select one of the following modes: one-on-one duel, territorial war, visit, invasion, and conquest. He muttered, just as I thought. This dungeon belongs to a spatial ruler. Kang Yujin thought deeply, calculating. Based on my experience, most dungeons up to 6 stars are owned by a dungeon master. Meanwhile, dungeons with a higher energy level usually belong to spatial rulers. He thought to himself, this dungeon is no exception because those spatial rulers are trying to link up with the entire world. It's only a matter of time before one of them successfully links with Earth. Yujin mused. Of course, I can sever the connection by conquering the dungeons, but if a spatial ruler comes here, Earth will suffer immense damage, and I can't take care of all the dungeons at the same time. Kang Ujin sighed in frustration. This is such a headache. Anyway, why aren't there any monsters here? Did they not invest any energy into this dungeon? Suddenly, a portal appeared. Kang Ujin smirked, guessing. Is he telling me I don't need to waste time in this tiny place and should just come meet him face to face? 6 hours after Kang Yujin entered the dungeon, Lee Seung-hun stood outside, hugging himself and complaining, "It's so cold." Taejang spoke up, "Captain, is it really okay for us to just be hanging around out here?" He looked confused. Huh? Taejang asked what he was curious about. Haven't we become an independent state already? We're still on South Korean soil right now. Seung-hun quickly reminded him, "Hey, the treaty hasn't been signed yet. Besides, do you think we're in North Korea or something?" He crossed his arms and explained, "But you do have a point. We are people of another nation. If you move to Aden as a South Korean citizen, you'll become a worker of Aden." Taejang nodded. "Oh, I see." Seung-hun wondered dejectedly. "Forget about that. Why hasn't the boss come out yet?" Taejang immediately agreed. "You're right. Considering the usual time spent in a dungeon, the boss is a bit late." Looking at his watch, his anxiety grew. 6 hours had passed, which was equivalent to almost a full day in there. Seung-hun hesitated slightly as he looked inside, when suddenly Taejang saw a news alert while scrolling. There's new information about the dungeons. Whatever he saw, his eyes widened. "This is?" Seung-hun said impatiently. "What is it?" "Turn up the volume." On the phone, the newscaster announced, "Dungeons are simultaneously being reset as of this moment. Currently, there have been 11 dungeons reset in Seoul, 4 in Daegu, and 37 in Busan." The breaking news continued. Out of a total of 22 newly regenerated dungeons, based on energy assessments, 8 of those dungeons are considered to be above 6 stars. Seung-hun exclaimed in shock. "What? The dungeons are being randomly reset? How could something like this happen so suddenly?" Looking at the image showing the current status of dungeon resets worldwide, Seung-hun was surprised. "Huh? There are some in Korea too? Look, 3 more just appeared in Seoul." Taejang was horrified. Is something big happening? Seung-hun looked worriedly towards the station, and he muttered softly, "Boss." The winter sky was quiet and calm. A man ran frantically through the crowd, repeatedly telling himself, "Ban, ban." He panted heavily, but kept on muttering. Ban recalled the monstrous thing he had seen. He hesitated. Was it real? What was that phantom? The man thought. I don't care if it's a divine grace from God or a temptation from the devil. Remembering the little girl in the hospital on oxygen, he decided that all that mattered was his daughter. Hee-yeon's health improving. Observing Gate H, he told himself he had no other choice. Hiding behind a wall and looking at the guards, the man thought to himself, I'm really doing this. Very quickly, someone spotted him. That person warned, please step back, it's dangerous here. But the man vanished on the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he passed through the guards and ran inside. Everyone was shocked. What? Who is that man? Get him. The man gritted his teeth and ran with all his might. In another gloomy place, a monstrous voice echoed, a connection has been completed. The being said to Sang-ho beside it, just as you said. The monster excitedly called to its children. Come here, my lovely children, she exclaimed with delight. Eat to your heart's content today. The monster speaking was none other than the spatial ruler, Charlotte, from the planet Zack, a member of the Golden Dragon Alliance, and the loyal left hand of the Golden Dragon. Scene changed to a high-rise building. Inside, a banner hung for the 13th Emlu High School reunion. A teasing voice said, Oh, look who it is. Everyone was happily laughing and joking as they greeted each other. It's so good to see you. How have you been? Her friends said to JW. JW, just as I thought, Kang Ujin couldn't make it today, right? She replied awkwardly. I don't think so. But her friends continued to complain regretfully. That's such a shame. We all gathered here thinking Kang Yujin would come. JW played along. It really would be nice if Kang Yujin came, wouldn't it? She thought to herself, Kang Yujin would be really happy too, seeing his old friends and reminiscing about the old days. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. JW wondered, what's going on? It's so noisy outside. The door was suddenly thrown open, and someone rushed in to warn them, please find shelter immediately. There are monsters outside. But it was too late. A horde of giant spiders had already swarmed in. They quickly tore the servant who brought the news to shreds. Just then, Charlotte walked in cheerfully. Was this party prepared just for me? Everyone trembled in fear. She laughed excitedly. This place is filled with fresh prey. Back on the peaceful, bustling streets, Du Jemin strolled happily, taking in his surroundings. He looked at his reflection in a mirror and thought to himself, I thought I'd gotten used to dimensional spaces, but as expected, the human world is still the best. It's a shame I can only walk around at night. Suddenly, something appeared on the main road. Seeing the armored tank, Du Jemin grew curious. What's going on? But he quickly dismissed it and continued on his way. Dujemin pulled out his phone and gasped in horror. What the hell? Something's wrong. The screen displayed an emergency news alert. A dungeon break has occurred at Sinonhyun Station, Izu Station, Konkuk University Station, Guro Station, Darim Station, Jamsil Station, Yeomasan Station, Wangsimni Station, Seolying Station, Mokdong Station, and Jongno 3 Ha Station, Dongdaemun Station, and Yangjae Station. We urge all residents to find the nearest shelter or move to a safe location. Dujemin was horrified. This is insane. 14 dungeon breaks in Seoul alone? Suddenly, he realized a serious problem. Wait, if it's Konkuk University Station, then that's right where my sister is having her alumni meeting. At the same time, Slot had appeared before Dujuwon. Giant bats swarmed the sky. Terrified pedestrians fled in all directions. A flare was fired, and several more followed, stopping the bats from advancing. A soldier hurriedly directed the civilians. Please, hurry and take shelter over here. Watching the number of bats endlessly increase, the soldier clenched his fist. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He thought, gritting his teeth. The evacuation isn't even finished yet. The soldier, at a loss, knew it would be difficult to attack them freely. So many dungeon breaks have occurred, and we're severely lacking support from the awakened. He held his forehead and muttered, "This is tough." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Captain, look over there." As he turned, his eyes widened in shock. The observatory was being enveloped by a monster. What the hell? What is that giant monster? It was a colossal golden dragon, surveying its prey from all directions. Meanwhile, Kang Ujin had entered Mivik's dimensional space. He walked up to a figure shrouded in a cloak that concealed his face and asked casually, "Are you Mivik?" The figure didn't answer right away. Pulling down his hood, he said, "I never thought I'd see you again." The strongest swordsman of planet Anfen, Mivik, said with a smile, "Long time no see, immortal." Kang Yujin thought he looked familiar. But what was an Anfen warrior doing here? A follower of the Saintess. Mivik was slightly surprised. The Saintess? Dream on. Is she still alive? Ujin quickly caught on to the key point. He feigned ignorance and said, "That's right, she's alive and well, and she's even helping me." Mivik burst out laughing. "The Saintess is helping you? Her fate is truly unfortunate." He chuckled and said, "I can't believe she betrayed the Alliance and is now on the immortal side to save Anfen." Kang Ujin suddenly cut in. "Isn't that your fate? To save yourself," he said with a smirk, casually exposing him, "you betrayed the Alliance and sided with Cha. If you had the same goal as the Saintess, then you really had no other choice." Mivik didn't get angry. He just slowly said, "You're mistaken to call me a traitor." He explained, "On the first planet, Chanet was not someone who could be opposed. He is a new order, an absolute law that not even the holy god could stop," Mivik said with a friendly smile. "That's why calling me a traitor isn't quite accurate." Kang Ujin replied contemptuously, "What nonsense." He arrogantly declared, "That law will end the moment I destroy everything." Mivik's expression grew serious. "It seems you still don't know anything, do you?" he warned. "You also exist under Chanet's law. Your actions will lead you to eternal death." Kang Yujin replied with even more scorn. "Death? If I feared death, I wouldn't be on this battlefield." With those words, he charged forward with his sword. The two blades clashed. Mivik laughed mockingly. "When did you learn to use a sword?" Kang Yujin boasted proudly. "Swordsmanship is a piece of cake." Mivik parried and knocked Yujin back. Gritting his teeth, Yujin watched him warily. Before Yujin could prepare, Mivik lunged at him again. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he froze. Kang Ujin had summoned a black armored knight to attack Mivik. He quickly put some distance between them. Mivik said awkwardly, "This is a little unfair, don't you think?" 30 against 1. Kang Yujin had summoned all of his strongest soldiers. He said shamelessly, "We're not in a sword duel, are we?" The city was now being mercilessly ravaged by monsters. Large explosions went off everywhere. "What is this?" Hong Sung-gu was worried about the current situation. Another dungeon break, he asked about the other locations. "How's the area around Adan?" His subordinate reported the details. Director Choi Han is defending that area, but it seems he's overwhelmed. Even Hong Sung-gu was surprised by how dire the situation was. "What? Han has plenty of experience dealing with A-rank monsters. Is the situation that bad?" The employee recounted the urgent developments. "A dragon just appeared at Namsan, so things are chaotic. All the monsters around Seoul are heading towards Namsan." He broke into a cold sweat as he remembered the important location right behind it. Adan. Hong Sung-gu was concerned for someone's life. "How is the boss?" "It doesn't look good. He still hasn't come out of the dungeon." Everything was spiraling out of control, making him extremely tense. And of all times, it had to be when he's away. The radio was reporting on the recent phenomenon. Powerful boss monsters are controlling all the other monsters, but because they are moving in an organized manner, it's very difficult for our side to fight back. The female announcer's monotone voice echoed. Firearms are also unable to inflict any damage on them. Hearing the news, Sung-hun cursed in frustration. Damn it. He clutched his head in anger as he thought. The monsters are uniting into a single force, covering Namsan, Mokdong Baseball Stadium, Hongdae, Gangnam, Silum, and the Suwon Hwasong Fortress. This isn't just a monster sweep. This is a war. The driver carefully reminded Sung-hun, Chief, if we wait any longer, we'll be in danger too. But he did the opposite, confusing the driver. Damn it, get me some paper first. He slowly walked up the stairs of the underpass, but when he reached the top, there was no one in sight. What's this? Where did everyone go? But a piece of paper posted nearby caught Kang Ujin's attention. I'm craving something hot to warm me up. That was the message Sung-hun sent you. Sir, an emergency situation has developed within Seoul with a total of 14 dungeon explosions. The monsters are currently heading toward their rally points. Those points are Namsan, Mokdong Baseball Stadium, a hotel in Hongdae, and Gangnam. We're back in Aden. If you see this, contact me. Forget it. It feels like even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for me. And yet, Kang Ujin still has the nerve to blame him. That guy, Sung-hun, told me to contact him but didn't leave a number. How am I supposed to do that? Elsewhere in the city, Jemin moved swiftly through the area to get a handle on the situation. He flexibly used his power to control the battlefield. Just then, Jemin was connected to him. Jemin, where are you? He was surprised by this telepathic ability. Bro, I can hear your voice in my head. How are you doing this? Kang Yujin gave a brief explanation and got straight to the point. Because you're my subordinate. Never mind that. How is everyone? Jemin reported on the status of their teammates. All of Soon is in chaos right now. It's worse around Nam, Dan, and Aden. I heard Hong Sung-gu and Sutter are fighting around there. He wondered about some people who hadn't been mentioned. What about you and JW? Didn't JW go to the class reunion today? He was just as clueless. I'm heading there now. I can't reach her, Kang Ujin asked urgently. Where is she? Jemin named a location that was enough to stun him. The BB Hotel in Hongdae. Kang Yujin recalled the words on the piece of paper and couldn't help but shudder. What? In the lobby of the dark hotel, countless people were bound tightly in thick layers of spider silk, like cocoons. JW struggled to breathe in the cramped space. I can't breathe. Charlotte opened her wide mouth in a triumphant grin as she created this tragic scene. She reveled in her own accomplishment. With this many Earthlings, I can devour the god Rajakun and this entire planet. But there was still something that forced Charlotte to concede. Unfortunately, the god Aolo got his hands on Earth first. Before her were countless cocoons of innocent people. Charlotte was ready. All right, shall we begin? She approached a man, flicking her hand to brush away the spider's silk, revealing his pitiful, terrified face. Charlotte looked down at him with glowing eyes, her smile becoming more inhuman as a scream echoed. She moved closer to the man's face and spat out a venomous spider, ignoring his continuous, blood-curdling screams. The entire hotel was filled with the desperate cries of innocent people whose lives were in danger. She struggled, trying to break free from her bonds and escape. Outside, there was nothing but rubble, a pile of ruins caused by the monsters. They had arrived. The two of them were stunned by the current scene. The entire building has been turned into a spider's nest. It's only been a few hours, and they've already done all this. The sight of countless spider webs devouring people was truly horrifying to anyone who saw it. This type of monster reproduces very quickly, and there are so many of them, making them difficult to deal with. To handle this mob, Kang Yujin had summoned an assistant, Lyric. He gave the order, Lyric, take care of those spiders, as you command. Kang Ujin calmly assigned the tasks. As for you, Goblin, go find Du Juan. The creature was more than willing to carry out the request. Is she the master's lover? I obey. Charlotte was pleased with the delicious meal before her. It's been a long time since I've had such a pure soul. She eagerly anticipated the lives about to be born. A special child will surely be born from this. Charlotte advanced toward JW, about to invade her body. Become a cocoon for my child. A small spider slowly crawled out of her mouth, wanting to absorb the human cocoon, but suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, as if to thwart her reproductive plans. With her scheme ruined, Charlotte let out a series of piercing shrieks. In JW's relieved and emotional gaze, he had arrived just in time. Sorry, I'm late. Yujin was just as happy that she was safe. Have you been waiting long? Kang Yujin rushed over to help JW out of the tangled mess. Did you notice anything strange? Are you okay? I'm fine. However, they were only in time to save her. The others had already been infested and died. Looking back at the brutal scene and the pitiful victims, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in sorrow. Kang Ujin thought of those innocent lives they had been hoping for him to come. If I had just gone to the reunion, maybe they would have all gone home safely. The creature seemed very interested in his appearance. To think Earth has a warrior like this. I see now. So this is why the Dimensional Sovereigns struggled so much to link the dungeons. Kang Ujin directly asked for Charlotte's identity. Spider, what is your name? She slowly introduced herself. I am Charlotte, a Dimensional Sovereign of the Golden Dragon Guild, the same guild as that octopus. Just then, Charlotte suddenly remembered hearing about him before. Are you talking about that rookie, R? Now I remember. He did say you were from Earth. Kang Yujin ended the introductions there. All right, I've got your name. Now it was his turn to make her understand what paying the price meant, and you will not die peacefully today. Charlotte was infuriated by Yujin's insolent attitude. You arrogant whelp. A mere human dares to challenge me. She used her magic to command a swarm of demonic spiders to attack. My children, tear him to pieces until not a shred is left. He grabbed his hammer to defend himself. Gemin, protect JW. The massive, imposing hammer boosted Kang Yujin's courage. He decisively swung the hammer down onto the floor. The ground cracked under the immense impact and then shattered completely. It was as if an earthquake had torn through, destroying the floor and scattering debris and spiders everywhere. Charlotte watched her children get smashed to bits, her body seething with rage. How dare you strike my precious babies? Before she could finish her sentence, Kang Ujin swung his hammer straight into her abdomen, sending Charlotte flying. Her half-human, half-spider body slammed hard into the wall behind her, a pained look on her face. He then continued to use his supernatural power to strike Charlotte. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing her body as if trying to turn her into a porcupine. Kang Ujin looked at her, pinned to the wall, and mocked. You look just like a mounted spider specimen. Helpless. Charlotte could only curse. You bastard. But he just watched calmly. Kang Yujin used his hand to manipulate gravity, forcing the spikes deeper into her body. He wanted to make Charlotte experience a fate worse than death. Just you wait. My anger won't be satisfied if I let you die so easily. A blazing fire was unleashed, ready to battle the ferocious beasts. The fire spread throughout the city, seemingly engulfing the monsters in a sea of flesh-searing heat. Outside, Hong Sung-gu and Sutter were facing a horde of extremely fierce monsters. They swarmed in, looking at the two of them like a delicious meal. He stood in front of them to counterattack the beasts. Despite his bravery, the number of enemies was simply overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, fighting while trying to think of a strategy. What should I do? My magic is about to run out. Sung-gu was completely flustered by the current situation. I need time to recover. But if I leave, the families in Adan will be in danger. A giant wolf, as if in a frenzy, charged straight at him, leaving Hong Sung-gu stunned and frozen in place. He anxiously shouted a warning to him. The director knew he couldn't escape, so Hong Sung-gu had to face it. Damn it. But something suddenly appeared, snapping him out of it in an instant. A shocking explosion erupted, blowing away everything nearby and terrifying everyone. A giant stone golem slowly emerged from the rubble, majestic and powerful. It was Bibi's puppet. The little girl had arrived just in time to save them. Hong Sung-gu, you did well. But Hong Sung-gu was completely stunned. Bibi excitedly stood atop the stone giant, praising him. Only then did Hong Sung-gu get a clear look at his rescuer. He was overjoyed to see the little girl's smiling face. Bibi was summoned to use her healing magic to partially restore Hong Sung-gu after the battle. She warned him carefully. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't overdo it. But his recovery was already noticeable. I feel so much more alive. Thank you. Saintess. Hong Sung-gu asked for news about the others. Bibi, how's the master? Master will be here soon. The stone giant had cleared up the mess outside, which put them somewhat at ease. We're saved. Everything will be fine as long as the master is here. I heard the lich will be summoned soon too. But then, Murdy suddenly remembered something and froze for a moment. Then Murdy mentioned a strange name, the Plague King. He's finally appeared. The Plague. She hesitated for a few seconds before she could explain. Yes, that's the nickname for Lich Janus. He's notorious, even among the Immortal Army. 200 years ago, Lich Janus slaughtered 30 million people. That's why his very presence is considered a plague. Oh my god! He was stunned as he remembered his superior's instructions. The master told me to follow the lich and learn more magic. But will I be okay? Still, Hong Sung-gu forced a smile. Just as I expected, he's like the master's own teacher. He must be even better than the master in this field. But Murdy denied it. No way. She revealed the harsh truth. After the Immortals created their own armies, the number of lives he took in the last 20 years was no less than 100 million. At this point, he couldn't be optimistic anymore. Master, can I still trust you? Suddenly, Kang Yujin appeared right behind them, startling everyone. Are you guys talking bad about me? The master showered Hong Sung-gu with praise. You held on very well while I was away. Now it was their turn to deal with the main cause of the disaster. Now, let's go take that damn dragon's life. Let's go. In another corner of the city, the monsters were still on a rampage. Their size made everyone who saw them gasp. They're terrifyingly huge. As expected of the master, Yujin leaped high into the air to avoid the skinny hands reaching up from below. He silently calculated the benefits. There were still a lot of experience points in Namsan-do Juwon. He was looking forward to the next rank he would achieve. I'll reach level 80 soon. Level 79, EXP 99.9%. Now, Yujin stood face to face with a golden dragon. Its massive wings spread wide in the sky. The two sides confronted each other. One, a dragon with overwhelming power. The other, a human with superior strength. It took a deep breath, absorbing the essence of its surroundings to turn it into a weapon. He realized that technique would be difficult to handle. The dragon's breath is going to be a problem. Defending against the dragon's attack would be incredibly tough. Even though I can protect myself with a soul shield, Aden and all the other awakened ones are right behind me. A brilliant ball of energy gathered in its mouth, ready to detonate. The critical situation forced Yujin to act immediately, without a second thought. This is insane. The breath attack blasted out like a hurricane, threatening to sweep away all living things. The blinding light made it impossible for him to look directly at it. The energy sphere exploded, looking like a sun that engulfed almost the entire city. Those below couldn't possibly withstand it. What is this explosion? But luckily, it was stopped just in time, dissolving into golden dust instead of exploding. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. The dragon, however, was stunned. A scepter, seemingly with the power to mitigate the force of attacks, had been raised to stop it. Kang Yujin was visibly pleased that his powerful assistant had intervened at the right moment. Looks like you weren't late. Huh? Janice looked up at the dragon and asked mockingly. A golden dragon. Does Young need a friend, or are you going to turn him down? He's one of Chanet's underlings. Besides, he's useless to me, so just kill him. The man's voice deepened. Well then, that won't be difficult. The dragon's information appeared. Golden Dragon Rajakun, leader of the Golden Dragon clan of planet ZQ Wu and a spatial overlord. Razaki spoke up. You blocked my nearly eternal breath. You, who were supposed to be dead, but are not. Who exactly are you? Janice exhaled dark energy, his eyes glowing with murderous intent as he growled. Chanet's filthy underling should shut that disgusting mouth. As he finished speaking, he swung his staff and roared. Burn him until not even a single bone fragment remains. The golden dragon was astonished to see the powerful aura rushing toward him. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in midair. Plumes of green gas rose as smoke slowly spread everywhere. A faint laugh came from within. Dry bones, so you're a fool after all. Its eyes sharpened and began to glow as it said coldly. For a body that has reached the highest level of magic resistance, this kind of attack is useless. Janice, unfazed, laughed and asked, Does this look like ordinary fire to you? But now, the scales on Razaki's body were slowly regenerating. He exclaimed in genuine shock, What? It was reforming now, its eyes emitting a turquoise light. This magic. Could this be the flame that never extinguishes, even in the deepest pits of hell, until its target is dead? Hellfire. Razaki declared, You can't penetrate my scales with just that. Janice raised his staff high and laughed loudly. It seems the firepower wasn't enough. In that case, let's ramp it up a bit. Seeing this, the dragon's jaw dropped in complete surprise, not having anticipated this at all. Magic circles, like spiderwebs, appeared and surrounded him. Then, dragon heads with bared, ferocious teeth appeared along with a warning. I will show you true hell. Hydra. Information appeared. Hydra, the nine-headed dragon living in the deepest layer of hell. Janice roared, Summon 100 of them. Instantly, countless hydras appeared, his eyes sharpening fiercely as he snarled. Hellfire. The hydras quickly opened their mouths wide, revealing a sphere of hellfire in each one. Razaki's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight before him. A powerful surge of energy erupted, with a brilliant aura radiating everywhere. Its entire body was quickly engulfed by the light, fading into obscurity. Razaki screamed in pain and resentment. He immediately disintegrated into tiny, glowing particles of dust that floated in the air. Kang Ujin stood with a hand on his hip, looking up in admiration. You've always been extraordinary. He turned and asked, How does it feel to have your seal broken? Dugeminus replied, I still can't feel the flow of time, but anyway, have you found Thrash's execution? Kang Yujin closed his eyes and sighed. That again? I tried my best to find it, but I've come up with nothing. Thus's execution. It's one of the weapons in the Thus item set. Dugeminus kept telling him he had to find the execution, but it wasn't in the achievement shop or the dimensional store. He couldn't even find its crafting recipe. He wondered if it even really existed. Kang Yujin turned to look into the distance and urged, "Let's continue this conversation later. For now, let's go with the Death Knights. Let's get through this by starting the battle." Du Geminis agreed, "All right." With that, he turned to leave. He was still standing with his hand on his hip. Yujin smiled faintly. "Okay, I'll leave these monsters to you guys. As for me, I have to deal with the aftermath that dragon left behind." His gaze fixed on something sprouting and growing as he made an assessment. If the root of that thing proliferates in Seoul, it's going to be a huge problem. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Kang Ujin looked up at the sky, bewildered, and asked, "What the hell is that? This energy?" His gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a low voice. In the sky, a red light was flashing amidst the gloomy clouds. Above, a sphere streaked with sparks was hurtling down. A meteor. He clenched his teeth, looking up. A meteor, right in the heart of Seoul, he called out mentally, "Du Geminis." Kang Yujin scratched his head and lamented, "It's not just Namsen Tower that's the problem. All of Seoul is going to disappear." Elsewhere, footage showed gun barrels aimed high, firing ferocious, flaming shells. Then, the shot cut to a city engulfed in a sea of artillery fire. A sigh of relief was heard. This isn't even the opening scene of the chaos. Someone sitting leisurely in a chair spoke up. "Even so, I'm still glad the subjugation is almost over." The cameraman turned and asked, "Director, should we get closer?" The director immediately replied, "No, you want to get hit by a stray bullet. Just wait until the sound of the cannon fire stops." Suddenly, a purple horse's hoof landed on the ground, confusing him. The director also turned to look. They both shouted in surprise, "Kang Ujin." He pointed and asked, "Is that a live broadcast?" A news report appeared on the screen, an anchor's voice ringing out as the camera focused on Kang Ujin. "Breaking news, information is just coming in. The hero Kang Ujin has detected a meteor summoned by a dragon." The image showed some sort of route, and the anchor continued. According to him, the meteor will land directly on Namsen. It is predicted to cause damage in approximately 15 minutes. The scene then shifted to tanks rolling out in a line. Soldiers who were confronting monsters at that location have urgently evacuated the scene under Kang Yujin's orders. Monsters appeared. Currently, the monsters at Namsen are completely under his control. Kang Ujin had a smug look in his eyes and on his face. Our hero is alone on the battlefield and plans to stop the meteor. His family was also glued to the screen, focused on the news. We ask that citizens prepare for the heat shock that will occur after the meteor's impact. Let us all pray together for his safe return. In the gloomy sky filled with dark clouds, Kang Ujin looked down and asked bewilderedly, "Have I been a little too shameless?" He glanced up. "Even so, I can't just say my summons did it." Kang Ujin turned to Du Geminis and asked, "Why did you create such an inconvenient situation for humanity?" Du Geminis laughed loudly. "Shouldn't I knock when arriving on Earth? I'll also wipe out all the monsters along the way." He figured if Du Geminis kept being so formal, the Earth would be destroyed again. He chuckled. "It's just a small greeting, so no lives will be threatened." Kang Ujin exclaimed, "The people on Earth will die from just the heat shock." In the sky, the meteor had appeared, growing closer and brighter, illuminating the entire area. He smiled faintly. "I guess it's time to end our little chat." Kang Ujin reminded him, "Du Geminis, get ready." The meteor was now plummeting towards the city below with immense force. Du Geminis let out a strange laugh. "Who would have thought I'd be using magic to save the human race?" Watching the meteor approach, Kang Ujin couldn't help but urge him on. "Hurry up, it'll be here soon." He complied. "Of course. I should follow my lord's command." Du Geminis' staff jingled. He swung his staff lightly, controlling the magic, and a barrier opened over the entire area. The monsters below were terrified by Du Geminis' actions. The burning meteor was now clearly visible. Yujin just silently took it all in. The city couldn't avoid a massive explosion. The news quickly ran a story. Today is the second day after the dungeons that appeared in the country have been dealt with, and Seoul, along with Gyeonggi, Busan, Daejeon, and Daegu, are in the midst of repairing the damage. The damage from the explosion was severe. Some countries had to resort to nuclear weapons just to contain a portion of the monsters. And so, our country is considered one of the few to have successfully minimized the damage. The news didn't forget to praise Yujin. It was all thanks to none other than the amazing skills of Guildmaster Kang Yujin, and no one can deny it. At the same time, they expressed concern over recent events. Dungeons are constantly opening, and monsters are pouring out from all sides. Citizens are facing the most important decision they've ever had to make. A commentator posed a question. Will we recognize Aedan's independence and accept their protection? Or will we just stand by and watch him leave? It depends on our decision. At the company, the news broadcast was immediately turned off. Mian brought up the issue. The situation seems to be in our favor right now. However, we should still prepare for the possibility of a majority voting against it. Kin immediately agreed. You're right. If the constitutional reform is rejected, we'll have to leave South Korea. Lee Kang-du-jemin, a former prosecutor for the Republic of Korea under the current minister's command, helped Kang Ujin and has now officially joined the Aden Guild, but he refuted that opinion. No, Aden isn't going anywhere. We will declare the area we're currently using as our own sovereign territory. He awkwardly interrupted. Excuse me, but won't we have to leave if we're denied autonomy? Hammond had to explain. It's easier to replace him, but the president probably won't agree to leave. Even if Aden becomes an anti-government organization, Kangan asked urgently. You mean we're committing treason against the government or something? If we do that, there will be armed conflict. Min added, that's why I said we need a plan to prevent that. Kang Yujin tried to suggest a more peaceful option. Let's just persuade the president. Seeing his frantic attitude, Hong Sung-gu teased him. Overthrowing the government would be easier than trying to convince him. Getting back to Kang Ujin's plan. At this point, we better just pray the voters approve. While the members of the Adan Association racked their brains, Kang Yujin, who had cleared all the dungeons in the country, was heading to the next stronghold at the request of other nations. Accompanying him was the saintess, Murdy. She blurted out, that bastard spatial lord. Kang Ujin slowly began to speak. They're betting everything on it now. He turned to start a conversation with Murdy, similar to Anfen, isn't it? She didn't answer right away. After a moment of contemplation, she replied softly, it reminds me of a terrible nightmare. Yujin immediately agreed. That's right. His face turned cold as he recalled that horrible nightmare. The con monsters created from the stronghold were a real pain. Kang Yujin fell into thought again. In his judgment, the stronghold was used to allow the spatial lord to wield his power. A spatial lord would buy a monster from the shop and release it using the stronghold. He remembered his past. In Anfen, I really only had to deal with monsters invading my territory. But the situation here is different. Yujin didn't hesitate to decide that he needed to deal with that bastard's stronghold as quickly as possible if he wanted to protect Earth. In Rome, Italy, where the sky was shrouded in a gloomy color, gunshots rang out incessantly as the attacks grew more and more intense. The monster, temporarily halted by the army's firepower, suddenly unleashed its power, breaking through the curtain of bullets, targeting a soldier, and charging into attack. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the commander ordered, move the wounded, we're retreating immediately. Hearing the order, the soldiers quickly got into their vehicles to move out. Hurry up. Once everyone was on board, the commander ordered the vehicle to move. The commander nervously watched the time. 4 minutes left. The soldiers looked warily toward the city. We've planted bombs in multiple locations around the city. We can't kill them all, but they will slow down the monster's advance. Suddenly, the vehicle slammed on its brakes, causing the entire team to fall forward. A soldier shouted, "What? Why did we stop?" But then he realized the problem as soon as he looked up at the sky. Damn it, flying monsters. A flock of vicious eagles is diving crazily towards us. The commander, grasping the situation, decisively ordered them to shoot. The soldiers, left with no other choice, got out of the vehicle to fight. A rain of bullets poured into the sky, blocking the monster's flight path. But one of them quickly closed in on a soldier. In that moment, the soldier squeezed his eyes shut, awaiting death's judgment. But the pain he was waiting for never came. The soldier looked up in amazement. All the monsters had been taken down. The stunned soldiers turned to look behind them. Who was that? The one who had acted was none other than Kang Ujin. Someone suddenly blurted out, "You're the savior of the Middle East, Kang Yujin." Without wasting any time, he gave an order to Murdy. "Murdy, you go treat the wounded." "I'm going to the stronghold," she replied. "Yes." A soldier hurriedly called out a warning. "Wait, there are bombs everywhere." He just glanced coldly at the man and asked, "What bombs? When will they detonate?" The soldier answered while giving a piece of advice. "In 59 seconds, so it would be better to leave after that." But Kang Ujin just said one thing to Murdy, "See you later," and headed into the city. She replied, "Yes, my lord." The soldier hastily tried to stop him. "Don't. The explosion will kill you." He and his horse continued to charge towards the city. Kang Ujin calculated to himself, "I can't lose all this XP." He spoke softly, giving a quiet command. "Destroy them all in 30 seconds. Hearing this, Janice laughed with delight. "Destroying towns is my hobby. I don't care what happens." Immediately, the ground began to glow brightly, and the bewildered monsters exploded before they could even understand the situation. Right after, the city was engulfed in a chain of explosions. After the destructive force of Janice's explosion, tree roots began to sprout from the ground. Just as he predicted, they really are growing uncontrollably. Kang Ujin asked, "Isn't this almost over?" The Colosseum was now enveloped by a giant forest. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared in the sky. He looked up, watching in a daze. Then, a powerful force slammed into the ground, shattering it and sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Nictor gradually appeared through the thick smoke, his voice deep. A human who holds death in his hands. Are you the one Lord Rajakui wants to eliminate? Kang Ujin, with a smug look, confirmed, that's me. The man tightened his grip on his hammer and introduced himself. I am Nictor. Nictor pointed the hammer at him and declared boldly, with my own hands, I will avenge Lord Rajakui. At the same time, the system window displayed information about him, Spatial Lord Nictor of planet ZQU, a giant warrior under the command of the Golden Dragon Society. Kang Ujin didn't take Nictor seriously, scoffing at his declaration. And how do you plan on doing that? Are you stronger than Rajakui? Nictor retorted angrily, I cannot compare to a great lord like Master Rajakui. That is why I pledged my allegiance to him. But Kang Ujin cut him off with a tricky question. So if I kill him, will you follow me? The atmosphere suddenly shifted. He was flustered by the question. A second later, Nictor swung his hammer up, roaring in anger. How dare you insult a warrior? I won't be tempted. I will crush you into mincemeat. The hammer, carrying his fury, came down relentlessly. Its power was terrifying. Each strike destroyed the very ground. But Kang Ujin was completely unscathed after Nictor's attack. He said mockingly, typical giants. If you were a little smarter, this fight might have been more interesting. Ujin's mocking, cryptic tone had already sealed his fate. Behind Nictor, the phantoms had successfully closed in, leaving him no time to react. Nictor roared in fury, you damn flies! But even that couldn't stop the phantoms' sharp blades. Their eyes glowed with a deadly light, and in just a few slashes, Nictor was completely defeated. Kang Ujin watched the scene, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing him motionless on the ground, he couldn't help but taunt. He was all brawn and no brains. Then Kang Ujin turned and requested of Janice, Janice, burn the rest of the roots. He replied curtly, done. The entire city was now completely submerged in a sea of fire. Janice was stunned by the sight before him. There's a connection to Chanet here too. A fragment of space shone brilliantly. He agreed with the man. That's right. This must be the key to bringing peace and happiness to Chanet. Kang Ujin thought to himself, of the 9 roots in Korea, we already possess 3 of them, making a total of 5 pieces, including the one we obtained in the horrific dungeon and the one we have now. He placed the spatial fragment into his inventory. The item drop rate seems to have increased. He realized something was wrong and asked Janice, but this is strange. Why are all the roots concentrated in populated areas or historical sites? The man pondered for a moment before admitting, even I don't know. Hearing this, his eyes sharpened as he let out a soft sigh of relief. It's good that they're appearing in obvious places. It would be a huge pain if those space lords could hide and cause trouble. The scene then shifts to the front of Jumanjiang Cave. At the ticket booth, the security guard looked out and was startled to see Jun Pyo. He rushed out to ask him, District Chairman, what's with the sudden visit? Jun Pyo turned and informed him, the maintenance schedule has been moved up. The guard couldn't help but complain. You should have told me right away. There are still visitors here. He could only offer a wry smile and remind the guard, I'm sorry. Please don't let any more people in. And have everyone move toward the exit. Just make the announcement. Since it was an order from Jun Pyo, the security guard couldn't object. But he couldn't help but curiously ask what was in those boxes. They don't look like the last repair crew. Jun Pyo smiled gently while softly reminding him, Sir, we've changed companies. Don't be so nosy. While the construction is underway, you just need to cooperate. He then stepped into the dark cave. The staff were carefully arranging their preparations for the plan. Jun Pyo carefully instructed his bodyguard, make sure to stop anyone who tries to enter. The man nodded, yes, Chairman. He then walked over to the formation that the members had finished preparing. The preparations are complete. Jun Pyo held up a glowing ring. Unable to hide his excited expression, he ordered, everyone, step back. Sang Ho gave a cunning smile. He was also greatly looking forward to this ritual. The summoning ritual for Lord Yellow begins. Meanwhile, after dealing with the route in Rome, Kang Ujin flew straight to London to fulfill England's request, a villa in the London suburbs. In England, Toffler was leisurely making tea and listening to the TV news. Currently, Adan's Kang Ujin has been dispatched to participate in the London reclamation campaign. The morale of the soldiers, exhausted from the long battle, was greatly boosted upon hearing news of his arrival. The news anchor reported on the developments. As of now, he and his immortal legion are ready for the upcoming battlefield. Please watch this video clip. Then, heroic footage of Kang Ujin appeared on the screen. The old man just glanced over. He's here. Another introduction for him from Toffler. The second candidate to Kang Ujin was in downtown London. Although it was heavily damaged, it had become more peaceful. Kang Yujin mused, "I'm pretty lucky." Murdy confirmed in a low voice, "We have 6 pieces now." Suddenly, Tom stepped out and praised him. "You truly are the best." He smiled with a grateful voice. "Mr. Kang Ujin, if it weren't for you, it's a headache just thinking about it." The chairman of the UK Awaken Association, Tom Klon. Kang Yujin replied politely. It was mutually beneficial. After all, he silently calculated his rising experience points and the spatial fragment he collected. But then, Tom suddenly proposed a deal for the spatial fragment. "Why don't you sell the spatial fragment you just obtained to England?" Kang Yujin was stunned and had to confirm. "You know about the fragments." The man just replied softly. "You must be surprised, since that term isn't yet common knowledge worldwide." Then Tom began to lecture him on the fragments. A spatial fragment is a stone that only appears when you destroy a structure built by a lord. Although it hasn't been officially announced, a British researcher, James Toffler, once predicted that the core of the dungeons would appear. He briefly explained the current world situation, that America, Japan, China, and Germany were searching for and researching them. Therefore, England also needed a sample. Kang Yujin was suddenly stunned when he heard the familiar name, the one who predicted the spatial fragments, James Toffler. It feels like I've heard that name somewhere before. A vague memory surfaced in his mind, in which Toffler was presenting his theory. I have calculated a theory about the return stone. As you all know, a return stone can turn a dungeon into a goldmine or become an escape key. A series of horrific scenes appeared one after another. But dungeons are not mines. The bloodstones we plunder are actually a trap they've set. In his memory, the old man declared that monsters were extraterrestrial beings. Kang Yujin was startled. In fact, he seemed to have understood everything. Yujin realized, so the old man I saw in that documentary was from England. On the news broadcast, Toffler presented the conclusion of his theory. The human who came closest to the truth of the dungeons. Based on my theory, the dungeons are their pathways. In other words, they're a door bringing aliens to Earth. From that moment on, he remembered the name of the old doctor, Toffler. The scene changes to another location where a black car has stopped. The man stood next to the car door. "Well, I'll say goodbye here. Thank you again for protecting London. Also, please carefully consider the proposal I made regarding the spatial fragments." He readily agreed, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "I'll pass the message to Parliament." "All right. I hope to receive a response from them." His gaze followed the car as it drove away. Murdy stared at Kang Ujin with wide, astonished eyes. "I can't believe I'm seeing my lord make a request of someone else. Is the doctor you mentioned really that good?" His gaze sharpened as he answered her. "He's the only person in this world who has discovered most of the dungeon's secrets." Kang Yujin added, "It wouldn't hurt to spend a little time meeting him." A moment later, the two of them were standing in front of Toffler's building. Sunlight streamed into the room through the glass windows. The interior was decorated in a simple and classic style. The old man spoke up. "Is the tea to your liking?" He was sipping his tea and had to look up in surprise. "Korean." Kang Yujin probed, "Your Korean is quite good. Have you had any dealings with Korea?" Toffler replied calmly, "You learn all sorts of things when you get to be my age." He glanced over at Murdy, who was standing beside them. "All right, Saintess, please have a seat." "Well, it's gone cold." Her eyes widened in shock as the old man spoke to her in the Anfen language. Kang Ujin was just as surprised as Murdy. His voice dropped, laced with killing intent. "Who are you?" Like a shadow, Kang Ujin was instantly at Toffler's side, threatening him with a dagger. "How do you know the Anfen language? You're a dimensional lord, aren't you?" Toffler said fearlessly. "No, I've studied this language a little before." Finally, Kang Yujin growled, "Who are you?" He cautiously glanced down as the old man made an offer. "We can speak in Korean." Kang Ujin stared at Toffler, silently sizing him up. The man wasn't afraid of death, but what was stranger? After a pause, he voiced his thoughts. "You. Why don't you have a soul?" A necromancer's special ability is being able to see and feel the souls of all monsters, animals, and even insects. Humans too, of course. Until now, he had never encountered a being that existed without a soul. Kang Yujin was bewildered, thinking, "I can't feel even a shred of a soul from this guy." Toffler didn't answer right away, just letting out a loud laugh. The old man reassured him. "You don't need to be so cautious. You and I share the same goal. I'll skip the idle chatter and reveal my identity." Toffler's gaze was unfathomably deep as he delivered his conclusion. "I am from another dimension." Kang Yujin asked, still skeptical. "You came here from another dimension, but even so, why can't I feel your soul?" Toffler replied, "I can't say any more." The old man glanced at him, his voice firm. "I don't really care if you kill me, but didn't you come here to ask me something?" Kang Yujin lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with thought. Finally, he relented. returning to his seat and saying, "We'll listen to what you have to say." Murdy, sitting beside him, heard Kang Ujin add, "You better tell us everything you know. No games." Toffler spoke calmly. "There's no need to be so cautious with me. We share the same goal." He asked, "To protect Earth?" The old man said resolutely, "To protect each of our planets." Kang Yujin crossed his arms, curious. "What's the name of your planet?" Toffler was unwilling to answer. "We'll talk about that later." Understanding the situation, he affirmed once more, "Fine. I don't care where you're from, as long as I can protect Earth." Getting straight to the point, he asked, "Do you know how?" The old man remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking a question. "Do you know the true nature of the Chanet?" Toffler concluded from his own experiences. It doesn't matter how it was created. What's more important is its meaning. The old man continued to explain. At its core, it is a supernatural network between planets. He asked, confused, "Are you talking about space travel?" Toffler nodded and replied, "That's right." The old man calmly recounted a story from long ago. Because the initial connections were unstable, some creatures traveled through dimensions, just like how you were transported to Anfen 5 years ago. Kang Yujin frowned in annoyance. "Have you been watching me since then?" The old man objected. "Of course not. I just heard about it in the news." Toffler clarified, "I wasn't waiting for you from the beginning. I was simply waiting for someone who could protect their home planet." He let out a long, impatient sigh. "Enough with the long introduction. Just tell me how to protect Earth." The old man's face turned dangerous. If the Chanet is a supernatural network, then the dimensional territories are the intermediate connections between planets. Toffler glanced over at Murdy. "We must set up a firewall to block that connection." She was also startled by his gaze. Murdy spoke up, "A god." Toffler nodded. "Exactly. A planet's god is like a firewall that obstructs the connection." He continued his analysis. "The god of Earth will soon be born." Murdy's face grew serious. "Can we block it just by protecting the god?" Anfen had a god, but in the end, it was overwhelmed. Toffler agreed. "That's right. No matter how strong a firewall is, it can't block every virus." He stated with certainty. "That's why someone has to become a powerful vaccine. They must completely eliminate the viruses that get through the firewall." Toffler looked at him, his voice laced with meaning. "Necromancer. Kang Ujin knows what I'm talking about. The weapon Janice is searching for has the power to destroy anything that opposes it." Kang Ujin thought to himself, "The execution of thus." He was startled when the old man repeated his own question. "You said I don't have a soul, right?" The old man continued, "I see hope in you." Kang Yujin was confused. "What do you mean?" Toffler's brows furrowed, and he said with profound certainty, "You have eyes that can see the truth." The old man added, "You are like the one I have always been searching for, the one I have always waited for." Toffler suddenly shot to his feet. "I have said everything I can. It was a pleasure to meet you like this." Both Kang Yujin and Murdy were shocked by his action. Watching the old man's retreating back, he stood up to follow. "Where are you going?" Kang Ujin reached out to stop him. "We still have much to discuss." He lunged forward, but his arm passed right through Toffler's body. Kang Yujin's face showed disbelief, his hand that had passed through the old man's body frozen in place. Toffler was silent, his lips barely moving. He left with one last sentence before disappearing a flash of light. "You have found yourself at the end of this long battle. I hope you can find the truth." He turned to look behind him, Kang Yujin's voice as cold as ice. "It seems we really need to find the execution." The man received the order. "Of course." Janice explained, "The execution of Thoris is the ultimate weapon that only a necromancer can use, but you must find the answer before you can solve the puzzle." He cut the man off. "I'm talking about something else." Kang Yujin waved his hand, creating a dimensional gate as he spoke. "Let's go." He was determined to go back and find everything about. Thus, meanwhile, the Aden Guild had successfully signed a treaty with the South Korean government, becoming a sovereign organization, like a new nation. A black car sped down the road. Seun Hun said in amazement, "Good heavens, should I be calling you minister now?" Hearing this, Min Chan laughed out loud. "Since when did you learn words like that?" The corners of his mouth turned up into a squinting smile. "I didn't really do much, did I?" "You did all the hard work." Prime Minister Dung Min Chan felt helpless at Seung Hun's form of address. "Prime Minister? Good grief," he reported. "I just received word that our chairman has finished his business in the UK, so he'll be back soon." Min Chan understood and nodded. "We should hurry back and tell him about our achievements today." Inside, he was screaming with joy, his lips trembling as he suppressed a laugh. Did I ever hope to be promoted this high, to become a prime minister? Min Chan could hardly believe it. And the prime minister of a new nation with global influence, no less. He ran a hand through his hair, smiling smugly. "I must be greater than anyone else in the world right now." Huh? Seeing this display of confidence, Seung Hun felt a bit embarrassed for him. Anyway, keep up the good work, Prime Minister Dung. A car slowed its speed, cruising through a gate with the words City-State of Adan inscribed on the wall. Dung Minchin's car passed by two men who were arguing loudly. I already told you, you can't come in. And I already told you the chairman himself invited me to Adan. The two looked over, confused, as one man insisted, I've checked the list. You're not on the schedule. The other man still tried to persuade him. I'm a famous awakened from India. You know. Seriously. The guard, not believing him for a second, said in frustration, Look, how am I supposed to know some guy from India? A familiar voice made the man turn his head. Branka. Lee Si-Yun-hun waved excitedly. Branka, over here. Come with us. He called back in a loud voice. Lee Si-Yun-hun. Once inside the building, Lee Si-Yun-hun asked Branka, When did you get to Korea? If you told us, we would have sent someone to pick you up. He gestured to Minchen and introduced them. You should say hello. This is President Dung Minchen. Branka said warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Branka. Minchen replied just as politely. I'm Minchen. Shall we talk inside? He placed his hand on the doorknob and gently pushed the door open. A surprised voice came from inside. Branka, Kang Ujin was already sitting there comfortably. You kept putting it off, but you finally decided to show up, huh? Dung Minchen exclaimed happily, Chairman. Branka gave an embarrassed laugh and tried to explain. I wasn't putting it off. I was just a little late because of a personal issue. His voice was cold. How funny. Kang Yujin called him out without holding back. You were trying to avoid leaving India, weren't you? Couldn't bear to part ways with your boss, I bet. Branka replied in a panic. Of course not. I wanted to come here. Kang Yujin sighed. Whatever. In any case, welcome to Adan. Then he noticed the other two. Kang Yujin gave Lee Sung-hun and Minchen a confused look. Why do you two keep smiling like that? You're creeping me out. One of them handed him a file. We just got back after finalizing this treaty. He pushed the file away and said, just give me the summary. Minchen dutifully summarized the contents for Kang Ujin. All right. First, South Korea has recognized Adan's independent sovereignty, and they're amending their constitution to allow for dual citizenship. So our people won't have to renounce their Korean citizenship, even after they become citizens of Adan. He replied, satisfied, good work. Dung Minchen beamed. It's all thanks to you, Chairman. Or should I start calling you King now? Kang Yujin's calm reply left him stunned. Address me as your majesty, you fool. The conversation turned awkward. He arrogantly crossed his arms. What? Dung Minchen broke into a cold sweat. Nothing, your majesty. Kang Yujin leaned back in his chair and smirked. I'm just kidding. We're independent now, so relax. Call me whatever you want. He managed an awkward laugh. Oh, so it was a joke. Kang Yujin's face turned serious again. Anyway, that's not what's important right now. Call everyone here. Minchen looked puzzled by Kang Ujin's statement. I have something important to discuss. A moment later, the sound of overlapping footsteps filled the hall. Choi Hee-sun and Hong Sung-gu entered together. Hyung, you called for us? He replied, yes, come in and sit down. He glanced to the side, surprised. Is that Branka? He smiled and greeted him. Long time no see. Hong Sung-gu. They quickly took their seats, and Dung Minchen stood up to ask, Chairman, what was the important matter you wanted to discuss? His eyes grew sharp, invading the outer worlds. The man was stunned by his words. Invading the outer worlds? Kang Ujin began to get to the point. Until now, we've always been focused on stopping the dimensional lords from connecting to us, and Earth has suffered greatly for it. His voice grew grim. The enemy will keep trying to connect here. If this continues, our cities won't be able to survive. Minchen's face was filled with confusion. And so, Kang Yujin proposed a grim future that shocked everyone. If somewhere has to become a battlefield, it should be their territory. Why should we keep fighting on Earth? He clasped his hands, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he made his decision. We can't just keep defending. We're going to strike first, Hong Sung-gu asked cautiously. So, are we going to Anfen? Murty's eyes lit up as if she just realized something, and she let out a small gasp. Kang Yujin smirked in reply, no. Anfen will be our final destination. We don't need to rush there just yet. First, we're going to Planet Jack. Hong Sung-gu repeated, dumbfounded. Planet Jack. He nodded. That's right. It's the planet where the Golden Dragon Guild is based. That Jizaki guy who connected to Earth before. He's there too. The more Kang Yujin spoke, the more confident he sounded, his ambition radiating with every word. We'll hunt them down and strengthen our forces. The next day, at Sun Airport, a voice called out, Sir, all preparations are complete. Hong Sung-gu asked, Are we leaving right now? Kang Yujin replied, Hold on. We have one more person joining us. He asked, confused. But isn't everyone from the expedition team already here? Kang Ujin turned to Lee Seung-hun and demanded, "You contacted him, right?" He nodded. "Yes, I did." A muscular man walked over, calling out, "Hey there, my man Kang." Kang Ujin turned with a grin. "Back, you're right on time." Seeing the familiar face, Hong Sung-gu was completely baffled. "What are you doing here?" Chairman Baek Dong-do let out a hearty laugh. "What do you mean? Aren't we a team now? Invading the outer worlds? Huh? Just as I'd expect from you. You really are one of a kind." Kang Yujin looked at him and explained, "I called him because we don't have a tanker." Hong Sung-gu asked curiously, "A tanker?" Kang Yujin replied, "That's right." And he glanced over at Choi, his son. "We have a scout and a tamer." Then, his eyes shifted to Branka, a sub-tanker who can self-heal. Kang Yujin looked at Murdy with complete trust, and a healer who can mend our wounds. All eyes turned to him. Now it feels more like a proper team, doesn't it? After not hearing his own name mentioned, Hong Sung-gu finally spoke up. "Hyung, what about me?" Kang Yujin gave him a sly grin. "You're getting special tutoring." The poor guy had no idea he'd walked right into a trap. Hong Sung-gu felt a chill run down his spine. Was it that terrifying instructor from before? He shot up in protest, blurting out in a panic, "Hyung, I just realized we don't have a main damage dealer. I think I should fill that role." Kang Yujin cut him off, crushing his last sliver of hope. "Someone's already covering that role. Don't even think about trying to get out of this. I already told Jinniz about this. He's sweating bullets. There's no escaping this." He thought of the terrifying figure of Du Geminis, the one who was going to tutor him personally. Hong Sung-gu trembled, thinking he was scared to death. A portal opened in some city on the planet Adan, and Hong Sung-gu and Choi Hee-sun's eyes widened in amazement at the scenery. In the city sky, countless dragons soared through the air. Kang Yujin introduced the place. "This is the planet Adan, the place our lord once ruled. We've only ever heard stories." Du Juan was just as surprised as the other two as he looked at the sky. "This place is incredible," he thought with awe. "I used to think Yujin was just a dungeon prospector, but who would have thought he was a space lord?" Jemin arrived, leading Bibi. "Master." The little girl looked excitedly at the group behind him. "We have a lot of guests today. You're right on time." Kang Ujin's voice softened noticeably. "Khan, could you take our guests on a little tour of the sanctuary?" He smiled and said, "There are a few people you don't know yet. Let me introduce you to them. This is the person who will be working with our expedition team." The man looked bewildered as Kang Ujin introduced him. And the dragons, too. The city's architecture was somewhat ancient. Black moss covered the walls of the buildings. Bibi giggled with delight, excitedly leading the group. "This way, please. The sanctuary tour begins now." Jai looked at Yujin, flustered, and asked, "Hey, are you sure it's okay for me to join the group? What if I just end up being a burden?" Hearing this, he let out a helpless sigh. Kang Ujin reassured him, "I've chosen the best team from Earth. Just cooperate with them and you'll be fine." Up ahead, Dongdu suddenly spoke. "They even have stalls here." The little girl beamed and replied, "You absolutely have to try the specialty beer of Aden." Kang Yujin turned to Jemin and demanded, "Have you learned all the skills I told you to?" He nodded in response. "I've learned them all." He added, "Practice is just practice. Real combat is still better." Kang Yujin offered a reminder. "This battle will be a good experience for you." He then hit a nerve with Jemin. "Don't you think it's about time you were able to protect your own sister?" The scene changes to a rather tall castle bearing the marks of time, where Kang Yujin placed his hand on a spatial circle. He turned back to look at everyone and asked confidently, "Is everyone ready?" Full of fighting spirit, they answered in unison, "Yes, we're ready." Kang Yujin gave the order, "All right. After we clear the dungeon, Hong Sung-gu will begin his training with Du Geminis." He continued, "And the rest of you will attack planet Jiak. I will be acting alone, so only contact me through Jemin if there's anything that needs attention." After that, the group shouted in agreement. Upon arriving at planet Jiak, the dungeon of the celestial calamity, Kang Yujin placed his hand on the fragile barrier. The moment his hand made contact, the barrier disintegrated into dust. He assigned tasks to his teammates, spread out immediately. "Hong Sung-gu, come with me for now," he replied instantly. "Yes, sir." Yujin's eyes sharpened as he heard the growl of monsters. Negan, leading a group of his underlings, stood opposite Yujin's group. He walked forward slowly, closing the distance with Yujin. Nagin's body was covered in iron plates. The sound of clashing metal rang out as he moved. When he was close enough, Nagin stopped and said, "Warriors, welcome to planet Jiak." He spoke up to probe for information. The man introduced himself. "I am the Space Lord, Nigin, in service of Chen, leader of the Black Hat Society." Kang Yujin asked curiously, "Were you waiting for me, or for something else?" Nagin answered directly, "That's right. I heard you destroyed the Golden Dragon Guild. Lord Chen is very pleased with you. He wishes to meet you. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk upon hearing his words. He guarantees you a high position. Then, holding his axe, he moved at the speed of light, flashing past Nigan. His head fell and rolled across the ground. Kang Ujin stood there silently, his weapon still in hand. Nigan hadn't lost consciousness yet and used his last bit of strength to growl. What is the meaning of this? He let out a triumphant sneer. What else could it mean? It means the invasion has begun. Just a moment later, Nigan's subordinates had all been wiped out by Kang Yujin's group. Incredible, Du Juan exclaimed in amazement. He's gotten even stronger since we last met. Watching him ride Jin Shin as he charged forward, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. To take down a space lord in a single blow. Just how much stronger can he possibly get? His son said to everyone, let's begin now. Dongdo spoke up, confused, but how are we supposed to find a dungeon in a place like this endless ocean? And we don't even know where the enemy is. She didn't say anything, simply looked up at the sky and gave a slight nod. He felt confused as he saw his son raise one of her arms high. The sound of flapping wings and cries grew closer and closer to them. A small bird with purple feathers flew down and perched on her finger. His son said confidently, this little one will show us the way. Dongdu nodded, seeming to understand. Hong Sung-gu and Kang Ujin sat on Sing Xing's back, flying freely through the sky. Looking down from above, he saw a place emitting a lot of smoke. We can see a base now, Kang Ujin ordered. You'll be training with Jinnies while we're in this dungeon. Hong Sung-gu replied softly, yes, sir. Though he appeared calm on the outside, he was already trembling on the inside. The time is coming, he shouted, pulling him from his thoughts. What are you doing? Get down. Yes, sir, Sung-gu replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Yujin kicked him straight off the mount. Hong Sung-gu's eyes widened in shock, followed immediately by his blood-curdling scream as he plummeted. Ujin's lips curled into a smirk. From now on, every breath you take will be part of your training. He offered a reminder. Do your best to survive. Hong Sung-gu thought in terror. No. His mind was a mess. I'm going to hit the ground soon. What do I do? Suddenly, a demonic laugh echoed in Hong Sung-gu's ear. Du Geminis had appeared beside him out of nowhere. You dare ask me to teach you? How arrogant, he said furiously. In that case, I should conduct an entrance exam. Hong Sung-gu's face paled, and he gritted his teeth. Du Geminis launched an attack at him. Let's see if you're qualified. Riding on Sing Sing, Kang Yujin observed the explosion in the sky caused by Du Geminis. Watching the scene brought back memories of the past. This reminds me of the first time at Jinnies. Just try to survive, Hong Sung-gu. Hong Sung-gu struggled against the crushing pressure of the flames. Kang Ujin had high hopes for him. If you can return in one piece, you'll become an SS-rank hunter. He returned to his serious demeanor, looking toward the base. Yujin assessed the situation. More importantly, this base is built like a robot city. The system displayed a notification, Fortress of the Space Lord, Leah. An army of skeleton soldiers advanced aggressively. The entire legion stood behind him, ready to charge at his command. The skeleton army, armed with weapons, radiated a powerful aura. Kang Yujin smiled confidently as he looked towards the base. They charged toward it on his command. Cannons from the fortress fired continuously at the skeleton army. The sound of explosions erupted all over the battlefield. Yet the number of skeleton soldiers didn't decrease at all. Kang Yujin tightened his grip on the reins. This battle would not be simple. A few skeleton soldiers had already fallen on the ruined battlefield. The scattered pieces began to connect, forming a gigantic monster. Clearing a path, the monster charged into the headquarters while the fortress cannons continued to fire relentlessly. The firepower was immense but couldn't stop the monster. It used its bare hands to block most of the blasts from the fortress. The monster slammed its fist into the ground. It lunged forward along with the shattered earth. Kang Yujin let out a cold smirk. All of you, advance. The monsters charged forward in unison. Go. Slaughter them all. They all shared the same objective, to destroy the base. Jack stood silently behind a boulder, gazing towards the base. He thought of something and tears welled up in his eyes. Lark. Over there, Lark had just punched a monster's jaw clean off. Jax thought with a heavy heart. The mighty warrior of the Ratty tribe had become a subordinate of the enemy. His voice was tinged with sorrow, a hunter being hunted by another. Jia looked towards Kang Ujin, who was riding on the back of a beast. The Lord's prophecy might just come true. A notification appeared on the system screen. You have attacked an ownerless base. You can choose to destroy or occupy it. Destroy. Occupy. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Occupy. Huh. Kang Yujin recalled the wretched image of Leah from before. That name, Leah, rang a bell. Turns out she's the one I killed last time. It seems she hasn't revived yet. Bai Jiang held out his hands in front of him. Master, could you give this to me? Give me this castle. Kang Ujin scoffed. I have no intention of taking another planet. He tapped the destroy option on the screen. Destroy it. In an instant, the modern base before them shattered into countless components. Kang Yujin wore a wicked grin. I wonder what her expression will be when she revives and sees her base completely destroyed. He then wondered with concern, I hope Jimin is doing okay. The tree branches shook violently. Du Juwon observed the unconscious Hoblin in front of him, judging it to be nothing special. If things continue like this, Planet Rack will be pretty smooth sailing. He-sun grinned, his eyes crinkling as he patted Jimin on the shoulder. Now then, Mr. Vampire, why don't you hurry up and get your fill so we can be on our way? He hung his head in resignation. All right. Jimin bared his fangs, biting deep into the Hoblin. He swallowed down mouthful after mouthful of blood. Jimin seemed to be fully recharged as power enveloped his body. His body trembled, and his face contorted into a pained grimace. Then suddenly, the light vanished. Jimin returned to normal. He said, I'm done, He-sun replied. Looks like you're getting used to it, huh? She was startled and looked up at the sky. A small bird was circling in the sky. He-sun said to the others, That way, let's go. The group of 4 followed her lead, not forgetting to remain vigilant of their surroundings. He-sun stared ahead in shock as 3 rat monsters suddenly burst out from the forest. He-sun gritted her teeth in annoyance, extending her hands to use the thought-sharing skill. Dong-du heard a voice in his head. There are 3 monsters surrounding us. Guildmaster B, you handle one. Dan-se heard He-sun's voice assigning tasks. Dan-ka, apply your support effects to him now. She then transmitted to him. Jimin, you take care of the other 2. Dong-du took down a monster with a single punch. Dan-se provided support to the other 3 from a distance. Jimin unleashed his power, shredding the monsters to bits with his claws. He grabbed one of its legs. Jimin used his powerful jaws to bite through the monster's thick hide. Its hand went limp. This proved it was a goner. Jimin retracted his power, blood dripping from his mouth. As He-sun stood stunned by the number of monsters he'd taken down, another pack of wolf monsters appeared. She screamed in terror, sweat pouring down like a river. No, Jimin lowered his head, a voice still echoing in his mind. The monsters have us surrounded. Jimin immediately backed away. He-sun broke into a cold sweat as she saw the light enveloping him. Jimin. He was growling, seemingly on the verge of exploding with power. Before He-sun could stop him, Jimin had already charged into the fight. She felt a tremor of fear in her heart. No. He-sun looked at his expression, thinking in panic. Is he losing control again? Jimin charged into the pack of wolves all by himself. His eyes were completely white as he, having lost control, threw himself into the fray like a moth to a flame. With a single X-shaped slash, Jimin took down nearly a dozen wolves. He-sun thought impatiently, it's come to this. We have to support him until he gets himself back under control. From behind them, yet another group of monsters appeared. The monsters, with bodies made of wood and mouths full of countless teeth, slowly advanced. He-sun desperately wanted to curse. Why now of all times? Murdy, relying on her senses, glanced up at the sky and shouted in panic, He-sun, there are flying monsters coming. The bird monsters shrieked, their cries echoing across the sky as they dove towards He-sun at top speed. Seeing the danger, she warned everyone, we need to get out of here first. Dong-du charged into the middle of the wolf pack, grabbed Jimin by the collar and replied, Okay. Jimin struggled wildly, looking at him with hostile eyes. Jimin used his fangs to bite down hard on Dong-du's arm, but he couldn't even pierce the man's skin. He let out a smug chuckle. My skin can't be scratched by a fledgling vampire. Dong-du put Jimin in a headlock and ran, following He-sun, who was leading the way. Everyone, retreat. Back where Hong Sung-gu was, another massive explosion erupted. He struggled to endure within the sea of flames. Before he could overcome one disaster, another one struck. The fire element radiated outwards, forcing Hong Sung-gu to fall back into a defensive stance. Janice looked down from above, his voice incredibly taunting. How long have you been running? Did you think learning my skills would be easy? Hong Sung-gu didn't say a word, only letting out a cold snort. He thought to himself, what kind of damn teaching is this? He glared at the man, thinking resentfully. He said he would teach me to become the strongest pyromancer, but isn't he just trying to kill me? Hong Sung-gu's hand touched a nearby tree branch. He let out a soft breath, preparing to launch a counterattack. And of course, these unusual actions had caught Janice's attention. Fire enhancement. Seeing Hong Sung-gu imbue the tree branch with fire magic, he became even more amused. So you're finally getting serious? Janice used a skill to throw a multitude of fireballs. Then let me see what you've got. He crouched down into an offensive stance. Hong Sung-gu launched himself into the air, using the fireballs as stepping stones. He used the branch to slash away all the flames that came near him. Hong Sung-gu finally reached Janice. He raised the branch high, about to strike down. Effortlessly, Janice caught Hong Sung-gu's branch. The fire element surrounding the branch vanished without a trace, all of it absorbed by him. Hong Sung-gu's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, "He absorbed my fire." Janice said coldly, "A pyromancer does not block an attack with fire." He created a fireball and began gathering the fire element into it. He glanced up, tracking Janice's every move. Just a moment later, a huge explosion erupted. Sung-gu was blown to the ground. He struggled to get back on his feet. Hearing Janice's taunting voice, Hong Sung-gu only grew more enraged. "You haven't given up yet, have you?" The fireball he created had become absolutely massive. He clicked his tongue and said, "This bastard." Janice aimed his scepter at Hong Sung-gu. "Try and block this." The image of a fireball hurtling toward him was reflected in his eyes. Hong Sung-gu's body went stiff, frozen to the spot as he watched it approach. "I can't dodge it, and my body's already at its limit." He suddenly recalled the sight of Janice absorbing his own fire magic. "If I can't block it or dodge it." Watching Hong Sung-gu's reaction, he seemed puzzled. The young man dropped to one knee, spreading the other leg wide as he held both hands out in front of him. If that's the case, there's only one way. He would use Janice's own technique against him. "If I can't do this, I'll die." As the fireball got closer, the pressure intensified, and the ground beneath Hong Sung-gu's feet crumbled into dust. He braced himself to block the fireball with his bare hands. Even Janice was surprised by Hong Sung-gu's decision. Sweat poured down his face as if he just stepped out of a shower. He absorbed the fire element with incredible smoothness. Finally, the massive fireball vanished completely. Hong Sung-gu gasped for air, panting heavily. He clenched his fists and exclaimed in astonishment, "I did it. I absorbed it." Hong Sung-gu could feel the stream of power moving through his body. "This power is seeping into my very being. This is Janice's magic." Janice floated down, slowly approaching him. "You've learned the basics." Hong Sung-gu called out joyfully, "Master Janice." He then said sincerely, "Thank you for teaching me such a new method. The way you absorbed that flame just now was an excellent example." Hong Sung-gu forced a smile, remembering the earlier explosion with a grimace. "But still, I could have actually died, you know." Feeling a surge of killing intent, his face contorted, and he glanced timidly over his shoulder. Janice charged forward with his scepter. "Who said the lesson was over? Save your thanks for when the training is actually finished." Hong Sung-gu's face went pale. The tension snapped back into place, and another massive explosion rocked the area. The scene changes to evening, at a quiet base nestled in a pine forest, with only small lamps illuminating the corners. Suddenly, Jack's face appears, panting heavily as if he's been running in a hurry. When he reached a gate, he saw his comrade and yelled, "Rivito." Rivito asked anxiously, "What is it?" "Jack, what happened to make you rush back like this? How is Madame Souza?" Jack immediately replied, "The savior has finally appeared. I need to see Madame Souza at once to report." Inside the base, the scene was still shrouded in silence, with the dim lights flickering. In a room, a figure sat quietly before an incense burner where 2 sticks were lit. Suddenly, Jack burst into the room, shouting, "Madame Souza." Hearing him, she slowly glanced over and said calmly, "Calm down. What did you see that startled you so?" By now, his face was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't catch his breath. Jack began to kneel to make his report. "Ours fortress has fallen. And it wasn't the Allied forces who did it, but the new predator, the one who killed Lyric." Souza was quite surprised to hear this. She let out a short huff and asked, "You mean the new master of the ancient sky serpent?" Souza then stroked her chin, analyzing thoughtfully. "If it's R, he must be a member of the Black Hats. So, does that mean he's working with the fire hammers or the gold transmuters?" Hearing this, Jack immediately responded to her, "Madame Souza. According to our spies, both the fire hammers and the gold transmuters are in conflict with him." Hearing this, Souza closed her eyes and exhaled before saying calmly, "In that case, the outcome isn't hard to predict. Since he's become an enemy to all 3 societies at once, he'll soon be forgotten." Her words made Jack instantly look up. He offered his own opinion. "Madame Souza, you only say that because you haven't met him. He took care of the warrior Lyric with ease, and Ars Fortress didn't last long either. Perhaps he might actually become a legend." Hearing this, Souza paused, her eyes filled with thought. Then she closed them again. She asked calmly, "A predator that devours other predators. When you say legend, do you mean he will appear and save this planet?" Hearing this, Jack blurted out in surprise, "Yes, that's right." He grinned, his eyes crinkling as he said excitedly, "Finally, the planet can be saved. Oh, Madame Souza, I'm so happy." Suddenly, Souza's voice cut in, "How pitiful." The words made Jack's eyes fly open in confusion. She continued calmly, "That legend is a story fabricated to inspire hope in the younger generation. The true legend has been passed down since ancient times." As she said this, Sousa's eyes filled with a dangerous light as she spoke in a low voice. "The day a predator that devours other predators appears is the day that planet is on the verge of destruction. This is the true legend passed down from antiquity." Her voice still echoed in Jack's ears. "The only thing we can do now is hope that he is not the legendary predator." Hearing this, he began to tremble uncontrollably and stammered, I can't believe it." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, startling them both. Jack shouted, "What was that sound?" When they went outside, they saw that the edge of the forest had erupted in flames. The fire was raging violently, a clear warning of intruders. Sousa demanded in a harsh tone, "What is going on?" Seeing her, Rivido respectfully called out, "Madam Sousa." He then reported, "A massive army of the undead is advancing toward us from the other side of the forest. Please, you must evacuate immediately." Hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on her face as she mumbled, "Why all of a sudden?" The major societies are too busy fighting amongst themselves to pay any attention to small clans like ours. "So why now?" Jack spoke up. "Rivido, could it be? That undead army. It doesn't consist of just skeleton soldiers, does it?" Rivido asked in surprise. "How did you know? They're a type of bone monster I've never seen before." This statement made Jack's eyes widen in terror. Seeing him trembling with fear, Rivido thought to himself, "It's the man who killed Lyric." On the other side, Kang Ujin and Sin Sin had arrived at the base, surrounded by thousands of skeleton soldiers holding shields and weapons, all standing at the ready. The monsters at the base were poised for battle, staring down Kang Ujin. He looked around and wondered to himself, "What is this place?" The monsters saw him and laughed mockingly. "You look weak, and you must not have much experience." At that moment, Jack rushed outside to see what was happening. When he witnessed the scene, his eyes flew wide open in utter shock. His face was covered in a cold sweat. He thought in terror, "No way." In front of him, Kang Yujin sat majestically atop Sin Sin, both of them radiating a brilliant aura. Jack thought to himself, his suspicion confirmed. "Just as I thought. It's him." At that moment, Kang Yujin's eyes were cold, a smirk playing on his lips as he gave the order, "Wipe them out." Hearing the command, the skeleton soldiers began to move as one. They let out a unified war cry to build their morale, ready to fight to the death in this battle. Rivido immediately turned and gave orders to his own soldiers. "We have to stall for as long as possible so the villagers can evacuate. Prepare for an all-out battle." Just as both sides were about to charge, a swirling gust of wind suddenly appeared, stopping the fierce battle before it could begin. The event was so startling that everyone froze in their tracks. Even Ujin let out a gasp of surprise. The wind signaled the arrival of Lark. He knelt and said respectfully, "My lord." Seeing Lark on his knees before him, Ujin asked, "Lark?" He pleaded earnestly, "Please, have mercy." But suddenly, Ujin noticed something, his eyes widening in surprise as he stared. Looking into Lark's glowing blue eyes, he marveled internally. It's conveying its own intentions ahead of its master's command. Then, Kang Ujin asked, "Are they your kin? What would you have done if I hadn't acted?" In response to the question, he could only bow his head in silence. A moment later, Lark answered in a low voice, "They are the natives of this planet. They have nothing to do with the power of Chanet. I humbly beg you to show them mercy." On Jack's side, he could only mutter to himself as he watched the scene unfold, "Lark." Meanwhile, Yujin let out a long sigh, unsure of what to say. But he thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've had to negotiate like this." Kang Ujin recalled the image of Kiba in battle and thought pensively, "It's funny that every single member has shown signs of betrayal, yet I can forgive and restrain them." But Lark was still bowing his head, awaiting a response from him. Suddenly, a notification appeared. "Knight Lark sincerely hopes you will spare his tribe. If you listen to Lark's plea, he will repay you with undying loyalty." Seeing this, Kang Ujin let out a soft breath and said, "All right, go back." Hearing that, he looked up at him in surprise. Then Kang Yujin turned to leave. From behind, Lark remained bowed deeply as he said respectfully, "I will repay you with my loyalty and wield my sword at my king's command." The system then announced, "Subject has sworn an oath of loyalty. The right of domination has been reduced from 320 points to 1 point." Seeing this, the monster soldiers cheered with joy. "We're saved. Lark saved us." But as Kang Ujin was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. "Wait." This caused their excitement to die down as they froze, confused. He cast a sharp, cold gaze in one direction. There, at the top of the tower, an object was fluttering in the wind. Kang Ujin muttered, "That thing looks familiar." It was a tattered cloak on top of the tower, flapping in the breeze. He looked at the cloak and wondered, could it really be there? Kang Ujin turned and ordered Lark, "Bring that thing here." But it seemed Lark was hesitating, as if afraid of something. Seeing this, he said coldly, "Kill anyone who stands in your way." Lark didn't hesitate for a second, replying instantly, "I will obey." Sousa immediately tried to stop him. She screamed, "Lark, no." Standing before the menacing Lark, who was radiating a murderous aura, Sousa continued to shout, "That is the sacred cloak that protects our village. We cannot hand it over to a common predator." By now, he had pressed his weapon against Sousa's neck, silencing her. Lark threatened in a cold voice, "If you want to live, don't get in my way." Subdued, Sousa didn't know what else to do and could only let out a gasp. After retrieving the cloak, Lark respectfully presented it to Kang Ujin. With a triumphant look, Yujin took the cloak and murmured, "Just like that, I've found one of Thus's items." An information panel immediately appeared, Thus's guardian cloak. The chest plate and pauldrons are missing. Only a tattered cloak remains, its function cannot be demonstrated. Effect: Right of Domination plus 100, no limit on the number of souls that can be possessed. Other effects are sealed. At this, Sousa exploded with rage. She screamed, "That belongs to the god of destruction. It's not something a mere predator can take." Hearing this, Yujin calmly asked, "So, you know about the god of destruction?" Sousa retorted, "The god of destruction is the first god of chaos." She continued to explain, "Predators like you may wander around like gods, but that is a truly sacred relic. The moment you wear it, your body will be disintegrated by a curse." After listening, he looked at the cloak pensively. He wondered to himself, if a lord of space wears an item of Thus, will their body really disintegrate? Jacksaw then spoke up, "What should we do? If the sacred relic is taken, we will live like wanderers." However, Sousa said calmly, "Don't worry. The moment he puts it on, he will be cursed to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Kang Ujin began to raise his arm, preparing to put it on. Seeing this, her eyes widened in utter disbelief. In the next moment, he had draped the tattered cloak over his shoulders. A mysterious red light emanated from it. Kang Ujin said confidently, "It doesn't look great, but it's still a perfect fit." Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. Sousa's whole body trembled as she stammered, "Why? Why isn't the curse working? Don't tell me. You're a legend." He smirked and declared, "This item originally belonged to me, so I'm just taking it back." Upon hearing this, Sousa could no longer stand and collapsed to her knees, completely devastated. Seeing this, Jacksaw cried out in alarm, "Madam Shaman." Sousa's body trembled, her face ashen. In a faint voice, she said, "A predator that devours other predators. The omen of the god of destruction has arrived." Watching Kang Yujin's back as he walked away with the cloak, Sousa continued to mutter, "In the end, was this planet always destined for destruction?" 3 days passed since Kang Yujin and his group arrived on the planet. Here, the cliffs were steep and treacherous. Dongdu looked up and said through gritted teeth, "Damn it, you clingy bastards. How far are you planning to follow us?" On the cliff were orcs with ferocious expressions, holding weapons and growling incessantly. Suddenly, a blue light reflected onto Dongdo's face, startling him. The light came from Murdy. She was transferring energy to Dongdu. Seeing this, he said slowly, "Thank you for everything. If it weren't for the Saintess, I would have been dead long ago." Murdy then turned to Du Gemin and asked, "More importantly, is the immortal still alive?" He replied, "I've contacted him, but it seems he's quite far away. It'll take about half a day." Murdy said slowly, "Until then, I'll find a way to stay in contact." At these words, a tormented look appeared in Gemin's eyes. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This is all my fault. I got drunk on the feeling of becoming stronger and ignored the plan." But suddenly, a gentle hand was placed on his shoulder. Choi Hee-sun comforted him softly. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to hold out this long." Gemin's spirit returned, and he said with determination, "All right." Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, startling both Choi Hee-sun and Gemin. The orcs were now swarming toward them, looking terrifyingly aggressive. Choi Hee-sun thought to himself, "This is insane. There are still so many of them." He broke out in a cold sweat and gritted his teeth, thinking, "There's nowhere left to run." Seeing this, Dongdu quickly spoke up, "Damn it. Am I really going to die before I even get married?" Hearing this, Hee-sun froze and turned to look at him, marveling to himself. "What? Dongdu is still single?" Suddenly, Dongdu's eyes widened as he looked up, as if he'd just seen something. A speck of fire was hurtling down from the sky. He wondered, "Wait, what is that?" Du Gemin, also bewildered, added, "Is it coming this way?" Suddenly, it crashed down and exploded with a massive boom, giving no one time to react. Everyone was startled and threw their hands up to shield themselves. After the explosion, the orcs were burned alive by the flames. They screamed endlessly in excruciating pain. Out of nowhere, a hand appeared in the fire. By now, the aftershock was starting to settle. Jimin cracked his eyes open to look ahead. He saw a figure standing proudly amidst the devastation of smoke and fire and wondered, "What is that?" Realizing it was Hong Sung-gu, Jimin joyfully called out, "Hong Sung-gu." He rushed over and asked, "Hey, what just happened?" Sung-gu calmly replied, "Ah, you see, Kang Yujin sent me ahead." At that moment, Choi Hee-sun was breathing in ragged gasps after the explosion. He stared intently at Hong Sung-gu, marveling to himself. Such incredible magical power. Is this really the Hong Sung-gu I know? Still in awe, Choi Hee-sun's gaze shifted to Hong Sung-gu, who was laughing and chatting cheerfully. He continued to think, what kind of training did he go through to become this strong in just 3 days? The scene changes to another location, where Rocky is using his hand to pin down a salamander's head. While Choi Hee-sun's group had just barely survived thanks to Hong Sung-gu's timely arrival, Kang Ujin was facing another spatial lord. He interrogated coldly, "Which side are you on? The Golden Society?" The salamander nonchalantly replied, "I'm with the Black Hat Society." Hearing this, Kang Ujin said thoughtfully, "Just because he's a salamander doesn't mean he's from the Golden Society." As he spoke, he took off his cloak. "Well, that's fine. More importantly, I need to confirm something." Kang Yujin brought the cloak close to the salamander, but it showed no reaction. Seeing this, he was also confused and let out a curious, "Ha." Kang Yujin shot up, holding the cloak, and demanded, "What is this? Aren't you dead yet? Maybe you should be wearing this." Hearing that, the salamander sneered, "You fool. Who would dare wear a cursed item without a password?" At that moment, Yujin, putting his cloak back on, asked in surprise, "A password? What does that mean?" The salamander didn't answer, continuing to mumble, "It's hard to understand. How can someone who doesn't know the password wear it and still be fine?" Kang Ujin ignored its words and said slowly, "Just tell me what it is." The salamander's voice was challenging, testing Kang Ujin's patience. "Do you think I'll just answer you obediently?" At this point, he couldn't take it anymore and his anger flared. His eyes darkened as Kang Ujin growled, "You vile thing. You won't be getting a peaceful death today." But suddenly, the salamander's body began to glow. It smiled smugly. "If we get the chance, let's meet again." Seeing this, his eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. The light from the salamander's body grew stronger, so bright that Kang Ujin had to turn his face away to avoid it. Now, it had vanished, leaving only a few white specks flickering in the air. Kang Ujin clicked his tongue and said, "He just self-destructed." Then he looked into the distance and murmured, "A password. The more I learn, the more confusing things become." Kang Ujin turned to look at the dark, gloomy aura and called out. He said slowly, "I remember when you joined my group, you said this, that I was someone special." Just then, Janice also replied respectfully, "You are a special person, my lord." Hearing this, Kang Yujin asked quizzically, "Meaning I won't die when I wear this?" He immediately responded, "That's right. Your existence is proof of escaping the curse of thus." Without stopping, Janice continued, recalling the image of the cloak amidst a brilliant halo. Then he added, "Before Rot took it, Chanet's minions hid it, and all of them vanished." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "You mean they died? But aren't they still alive?" Janice replied succinctly, "Vanished, not died." He then pictured the image of monsters vanishing in the same way, and explained further, "All of us as items collected from Anfen are armors. However, the moment you put them on, you will vanish. So, if we can get our hands on Thoris's only offensive weapon, the Thoris Execution," Janice offered his assessment, "we can completely destroy the spatial lords, preventing them from reviving no matter how many times you kill them." After hearing this, Kang Yujin smiled smugly and muttered, "It seems the pieces are finally coming together." Janice said cautiously, "Master, may I ask something?" He voiced out curiously, "What do you want to ask?" He immediately asked, "Can I have him train in this place?" Kang Yujin sighed and asked, puzzled, Hong Sung-gu, "Why, don't you like him?" But Janice calmly replied, "In terms of magical ability alone, he has already surpassed the master level." Thinking of the image of Hong Sung-gu holding a tree branch, surrounded by flames he had created, Kang Yujin thought to himself, Hong Sung-gu has already reached that level. Then he let out a smug grin. Filled with admiration, he thought, "I'm actually jealous." To think that even Janice acknowledges his talent. After thinking, Kang Yujin said firmly, "Do as you wish. How you coax Hong Sung-gu is up to you." Janice declared confidently, "I will create the master's first living subordinate." "Tiesk," he asked, "if he dies, does that mean he'll be the second skeleton?" Hearing that, he chuckled and agreed, that might be a good idea. Elsewhere, Hong Sung-gu suddenly shuddered, a chill running down his spine. Seeing this, Jimin asked with concern, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay?" He was sweating profusely. He turned and replied, "It's nothing. I just suddenly got the shivers." After that, Hong Sung-gu's expression darkened as a sense of unease washed over him. He thought to himself, "What is this? I have a strong feeling about this." The scene pans out to space, with the sparkling Milky Way stretching out endlessly. It had been 4 days since Ujin arrived on the planet. Yujin and Jemin had left Hong Sung-gu and Choi, his son's group, behind. At this moment, the image of a majestic castle appeared, with sunlight shining through brilliantly. Yujin and Jemin had returned to the Adan spatial kingdom. Yujin gave him an order. "The domain's protection period is passing quickly, even though it's only been 4 days. Jemin, once you receive the declaration of war, make sure to tighten the domain's defenses again." After speaking, Kang Ujin turned to leave, but Jemin hesitated and spoke up. Hey, but I have something to ask you." He frowned and asked, "What is it?" He expressed timidly, "I'm trying to buy some items. Could you lend me some points?" Jemin added, "I'm saving up to buy an item, but it's a bit expensive." Kang Ujin was puzzled. "Aren't the points I already transferred to you enough? What item is it?" His eyes drooped as he stammered. It was after hearing Jemin mention the heart of the vampire lord that he suddenly reacted. Jemin, flustered, said, "I'm sorry. I'm asking for too much." Remembering how he'd been comforted, Jemin silently blamed himself. On this planet, he had ultimately become a burden to his comrades. "To do my part, I need to get stronger than I am now." But as he thought this, he bit his lip in frustration, his mind racing. "Just as I thought, I can't keep relying on Kang Yujin forever." A moment later, he spoke up. "Hold on," causing Jemin's eyes to widen in surprise. Kang Yujin had already opened the system window and was intently reading the information. Stroking his chin, he remarked, 200,000 points is pretty steep. However, Kang Yujin had to admit that in exchange for the heart of the most elite vampire, a price like that wasn't unexpected. The information window for the heart of the vampire lord opened. Heart of Count K. Through a blood ritual of absorbing the heart, you can inherit the status of a count. Upon becoming a vampire lord, you will not just be a blood-sucking monster, but will also gain the ability to take on your own kind as subordinates. Without hesitation, he took out the spatial box containing the vampire heart, handed it over, and said, "Absorb it." In response, Jemin thanked Yujin. Jemin said gratefully, "I'll pay you back for this." But he calmly replied, "Don't say such pointless things. It's enough if you can defeat more monsters without dying." Afterward, Kang Ujin walked over to the spatial gate, not forgetting to instruct Du Jimin. "After you complete the ritual, test your skills on planet Yaku. You need to adapt completely before we move to another planet." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Another planet?" At that moment, Kang Yujin's gaze sharpened. He replied, "It won't be long." Before you leave for Anfen, the scene shifts to the city of Adan. At that same moment, in his office, Sung Hun was engrossed in reading a document. He was a former mobile phone salesman and is now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, seeking out negotiations from all over the world. Sung Hun began to complain, "These people have so many demands. I should let them know who's in charge now." Suddenly, the desk phone rang. When he picked up, the voice on the other end reported, "Minister, a group has just arrived at the Prime Minister's office." Sung Hun replied, "All right, I'm on my way." The scene changes to a meeting room. After everyone was present, he slowly walked in. Sung Hun introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Sung Hun, the Minister of Foreign Affairs." He then walked to the center of the room and bowed formally to everyone. Min said, "Minister Gu, this negotiation is about." Before he could finish his sentence, Sung Hun held up a hand to stop him. "Mr. Prime Minister," he continued, "please trust me with this negotiation." Min Chan watched Sung Hun review the documents, lost in thought. Is Minister Gu going to handle the negotiations himself? He did an excellent job signing the Aden Treaty. Should I let him handle this one? And so, throughout the meeting with the Japanese-Canadian delegation, Sung Hun continuously presented his points, emphasizing the most important information. "I have reviewed all the data and proposals you've prepared. The issues concern prior notification for the appearance of 6-star or higher dungeons, as well as cooperative strategies." Watching Sung Hun present so articulately, Min Chan was pleased and silently acknowledged that he was truly skilled at negotiations. He had prepared the materials quite thoroughly, and he also had the ability to lead the negotiation. The delegates continued to listen attentively to Sung Hun. As he was presenting, he suddenly paused and said, "It seems the negotiation team from the United Kingdom has arrived." Sung Hun asked, puzzled. However, why did the Japanese-Canadian delegation suddenly visit without sending documents in advance? At this point, Mason spoke up. "The King of Adam requested that I come speak with the people of my homeland. That is why I'm here." He let out a surprised, "Oh," and then said, "So the boss sent you." The man added, "We want to purchase the spatial fragments directly." Seung-hun asked curiously. You came to purchase items, so how much are you willing to pay? Masan hesitated before speaking. The king of Aden has made a proposal. Then, his voice became clear. He said, 1 aircraft carrier. This statement made both Seung-hun and Min Chan's jaws drop in astonishment. Seung-hun, in disbelief, asked again, What? Excuse me, you're requesting an aircraft carrier? Masan calmly replied, Yes, that is what he said. He then turned and whispered to Min Chan, What are spatial fragments? Are they expensive? He stammered in reply, I've never heard of this. Seeing this, Masan cleared his throat and then began to present his reasoning. After careful consideration by our government and the royal family, we have all come to a conclusion. Indeed, the spatial fragments are very valuable, and the request to exchange them for an aircraft carrier is quite unreasonable. However, this proposal will be maintained for the next 5 years. Then Masan concluded with a question. Any nation that stations troops in the South China Sea will be responsible for Aden's national security and defense. So, what do you say? Hearing this, Seung-hun could only clutch his head, stunned into silence. But he wasn't finished and asked another question. Furthermore, what do you think about Aden and your government entering into an agreement to share the aircraft carrier's 5-year operational costs? Lee Seung-hun, with a panicked expression, said, This doesn't seem to be something I can decide on my own. I will go see the king later. And suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Seung-hun. I left you in charge of the negotiations, but where is your head at now? What's the situation? The voice belonged to Yujin. He had appeared from nowhere, standing with his arms crossed, exuding a powerful aura. Seeing him, the man exclaimed, Your Majesty. Kang Yujin offered in a cold tone, Just give us the ship. We don't need the troops. The meeting was still in progress. Outside the office building, Masan's voice echoed, Maintaining and operating an entire aircraft carrier requires thousands of personnel. He said, Even if we were to give it to Adan, I'm afraid you don't have enough manpower to operate it. But Kang Yujin replied with a confident voice, I will take care of that myself. Just leave everything on the ship as it is. Hearing this, Masan was bewildered and could only remain silent. After speaking, he gave a slight smirk. He silently wondered, what on earth do they want an aircraft carrier for anyway? Then, Kang Yujin questioned the negotiation team. So, why do you need the spatial fragments? They were a bit stunned to hear that. After a moment, Masan hesitantly said, The spatial fragments are essential for our research purposes. However, I still don't know what they are specifically. After hearing this, he let out a breath and sneered. Kang Yujin said with a confident tone, You could just buy a spatial gate that leads to another planet. That way, you'd own a dungeon yourself. That statement left everyone stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Then, his eyes sharpened as he asked probingly, Well, this is a pretty sweet deal, don't you think? A while after the meeting ended, Kang Ujin returned to the president's office. Min Chan's voice rang out, full of questions. Mr. President, why would you trade something so valuable for an aircraft carrier? There were only 3 of them in the office now. Min Chan pressed on. Given Adan's current situation, an aircraft carrier isn't exactly a top priority. To that question, Kang Yujin simply replied calmly, I just want to run a little experiment. He continued, Are you planning to create a golem? Hearing this, Kang Ujin let out a small chuckle and said in a low voice, We already have a garrison. Why would we need an aircraft carrier for that? Hearing this, Min Chan was even more confused. Suddenly, Kang Yujin asked him, By the way, are we still recruiting new awakeners? Min Chan immediately replied, We're currently accepting applications, but we've received so many that it's going to take some time to review them all. Upon hearing this, he instructed, Don't waste any more time on that. Gather them all here in 3 days. I will personally select the truly capable individuals. He obeyed. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Min Chan remembered something and asked Kang Ujin, One more thing, Mr. President. What are your plans for the Awakener meeting in 6 days? Do you plan on attending in person? At the question, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Kang Yujin recalled the global meeting of Awakeners. An image of the battle against the ferocious wolves from a month ago flashed in his mind, right after they had repelled Juriel's invasion. Next came the image of the alliance between the 2 associations with Adan, Big Hammer, and KH from South Korea. At that time, the world had agreed to plan a global meeting to unify their strategies for the future. Back in the present, he thought to himself, the Awakeners of the world need to know the whole truth and unite. The coming threat isn't something I can handle easily on my own. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kang Ujin stood up and said, All right. Before we head to Anfen, send out invitations so all parties can attend. Min Chan and Seung-hun replied in unison, Yes, Mr. President. With that, he turned to leave, adding softly, Okay, we're pretty much done here, so I'm heading out. The 2 of them bowed. Yes, sir. But suddenly, Kang Ujin called out, "Hey, Lee Seung-hun." He answered, surprised, "Yes?" With an exasperated look, Kang Ujin pointed at Seung-hun and started nagging. "Are you really the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Stop beating around the bush and just go back to being a secretary. I just watched you, and you're a terrible negotiator. You have zero talent for this." Hearing this, Seung-hun could only lower his head, pressing his lips together as he thought dejectedly. After saying his piece, Kang Ujin quickly left. At that moment, Seung-hun buried his face in his hands, muttering to himself in despair. "I can't believe I got kicked out of the minister's seat just like that." Seeing him like this, Min Chan asked with concern, "Are you all right?" But Seung-hun didn't even notice, continuing to blame himself. "Now I'm just a secretary." Suddenly, he remembered something and his eyes widened. "Wait a minute," he thought. Seung-hun immediately looked up and asked himself, "A secretary? The chief of staff to the president of a Dan. Does that mean?" At this realization, he burst out laughing so hard his whole body shook. Min Chan, standing behind him, broke out in a cold sweat and called out hesitantly, Lee Seung-hun?" Suddenly, Seung-hun shouted, "Doesn't this mean I got a promotion?" The shout echoed through the entire office, leaving Min Chan feeling helpless. Meanwhile, on the planet Yaku, a fierce attack was underway. Smoke and fire were everywhere, accompanied by the deafening sound of explosions. Guy and the other goblins could only stare blankly, completely powerless. He immediately gave an order. "Get the mages to defend the citadel. Set up a barrier." "Yes, Lord Gay," a goblin obeyed. Suddenly, a golden spatial gate appeared, and a majestic monster stepped out. It was the overlord of the Crimson Cone Alliance. King Mang growled, his voice low. "Who dares attack my citadel?" "Which association is it?" Guy quickly reported. "The enemy isn't an alliance, my lord." A crazy human suddenly appeared on planet Yaku. "Sir," Mang growled, "is it the one who wiped out the Yellow Lizard Alliance?" He didn't wait for an answer, immediately exploding in a fit of rage and shouting, "Activate the Citadel's highest-level magical defense weapon." Hearing this, Guy trembled in fear and stammered, It's already been destroyed, my lord." Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" he exclaimed. Then he asked urgently, "Then how many soldiers do we have left?" Guy answered awkwardly, "Most of them are still alive, but the enemy's firepower is too strong. We can't get anywhere near them." "Sir." The more Mang heard, the more astonished he became. He thought in terror, "What is this? The ultimate weapon is destroyed, but most of the soldiers are still alive?" With that thought, Mang roared, "Then who in the world is fighting out there?" Gay immediately replied, "Two intruders have entered our territory, and they're fighting each other." "Sir." Looking out at the chaotic scene of the attack, smoke and flames shot through the air as explosions rang out nonstop. Mang pressed on, "They're fighting each other." "On our territory?" Gay confirmed, "Yes, my lord." At this, Mang flew into a furious rage and roared, "How dare they? I'll kill them myself." Suddenly, a blast of fire shot right at Mang, too fast for him to block. Then, a massive explosion erupted, shattering a large section of the wall. The sound echoed through the entire space. A moment later, thick dust filled the air, and a voice could be heard complaining about his back. As the dust slowly settled, Sung-gu was revealed inside. He was leaning against the cracked wall, apparently in a lot of pain. Hong Sung-gu gritted his teeth and muttered, "Oof. I took that one head-on." Suddenly, he looked up and saw something, exclaiming in surprise, "What the?" Meanwhile, Gay was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide and speechless, as if he had just witnessed something horrific. It was Mang's body. The impact had left him completely obliterated. Gay clutched his head as if traumatized. He screamed, "Lord Mang," but Hong Sung-gu just said nonchalantly, "Oh, so, you were the overlord of this place? I was wondering what I crashed into." Go figure. Just then, from the dark sky, Janice shouted, "What are you still doing down there? You want to get burned to a crisp along with that citadel?" Seeing this, Hong Sung-gu quickly got to his feet. He waved his hands frantically and said in a hurry, "Hold on, let's take a 10-minute break. You said we could rest for 10 minutes as soon as we defeated the overlord." Hearing this, the man just laughed. What a shame. Down below, Hong Sung-gu let out a sigh of relief when suddenly a figure appeared behind him, slowly approaching. It was Kang Yujin. Hong Sung-gu was quite surprised to see him. He asked, "Boss, when did you get here?" Kang Yujin didn't answer, just smiled lightly and spoke. "You're looking pretty impressive yourself, taking down a Dimension Lord and all." Hong Sung-gu scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "It was all thanks to Lord Janice." Seeing this, Janice burst out laughing and praised him. The little brat's finally getting the hang of the basics. With that, he declared loudly, "Now, let's get serious." His words shocked Hong Sung-gu. He exclaimed, "What? You mean you weren't fighting for real this whole time?" But Kang Yujin just let out a soft sigh and said in a cold voice, "Do your job properly." Looking at the scene sinking into smoke and flames, Kang Ujin spoke slowly. "In any case, from now on, I can leave this place in your hands without worry." Tisk, he thought of Jemin and wondered to himself, I wonder how much progress Jemin has made by now. Meanwhile, he was staring at his enemy with ice-cold eyes, making him tremble uncontrollably. Jemin threatened in a frigid tone, "Do you want to live?" On the ground lay a soldier, so badly injured his body was no longer intact. He trembled violently and begged, "Please spare me. Sir, please spare me. I'll do anything you want." But he just stared down with a cold gaze, saying nothing. The soldier looked up in terror as if seeing something horrifying. Jemin had sliced open his own palm, letting his blood drip down. He said lifelessly, "Drink." To Jemin's hand clenched into a fist, fresh red blood dripped down endlessly. As the blood ran onto the soldier's face, he could only grit his teeth in terror. He said in a low voice, "If you accept my blood, you will be reborn as my servant." After that, only a blood-curdling scream was heard echoing through the space before everything faded to black. The scene changes to a pine forest, where He-sun spoke up, "Hold on, let's rest for a bit." Dong-du agreed. "That's a good idea. Let's get ready before the next wave of monsters hits." Suddenly, a figure appeared, and everyone instinctively looked in the same direction. Seeing Kang Yujin, Dong-du exclaimed, "Oh, Kang, when did you get here?" With a serious expression, he replied, "Just now." "How about you? Is everything okay? You guys still have the situation under control?" He laughed heartily and expressed, "I'm actually finding this whole thing pretty stimulating. I'm constantly challenging my limits so I can feel my own abilities improving." Kang Ujin smiled brightly and said, "If you need me, I can go with you." Dong-du replied hesitantly, "No, that's okay. I appreciate the offer, but we shouldn't let outsiders keep getting involved in our business." He said with determination, "I've gained a lot from this expedition. When I get back to R, I'll apply what I've learned to do what I'm supposed to do. I have to make the most of this expedition, right?" Hearing this, Yujin replied, "I understand." Just then, He-sun spoke up, "President, you've arrived." Kang Yujin hummed in acknowledgement and asked, "Where's Jemin?" He replied, "He infiltrated the nearby fortress." Yujin exclaimed, "Alone?" Choi He-sun quickly answered, "Yes, he just went to scout things out, so he should be fine." After hearing this, Kang Ujin's eyes sharpened. He guessed, on the other hand, don't think he just went for a look. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed from the distance, startling Choi He-sun and putting him on guard. From the gloomy sky, a swarm of bats with glowing red eyes descended, their terrifying screeches filling the air. He screamed, "What is this?" A swarm of bats. Unexpectedly, the figure of Du Jemin appeared in the distance at the edge of the forest. His entire body radiated a dark red aura. Du Jemin's face was pale, and his blood-red eyes glowed incessantly. He stood silently, staring forward. In the sky, the bats continued to circle menacingly. Below, everyone looked up, most of them horrified. Only Kang Yujin remained calm as he asked, "Why did you bring all these things here?" Jemin raised a hand with sharp claws high into the air. Suddenly, the forest began to tremble violently, and a gloomy atmosphere filled the area. Suddenly, countless other vampires appeared around him. They looked soulless and terrifying. These were Jemin's servants. Just then, he finally spoke. "It's better to mobilize extra forces to attack than to fight personally, after all." Hearing this, Yujin simply remarked, "Is that so?" He took a step towards the vampires. Seeing someone approach, they bared their fangs and growled. Kang Yujin stood amidst the vampires, who stared at him with insatiable hunger. A human. The sweet scent of a human. Hearing that, Jemin began to panic. Drool dripped from their mouths as they mumbled continuously. "I smell an incredibly sweet scent." Seeing this, Du Jemin screamed, "No!" Suddenly, the vampires charged madly towards Kang Ujin. They roared, "Give me your blood, human." But he wasn't afraid in the slightest, standing as still as a statue. Jemin immediately tried to stop them, shouting, "This is an order from your master. Stop right now." Just as they were about to attack, a red light flared out. He shot a piercing glare at the vampires. Suddenly, all of them were flung into the air as a stream of energy pierced through their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Du Jemin trembled, letting out a gasp of disbelief. In the end, all the vampires were dealt with. Their corpses littered the ground. Kang Ujin said nonchalantly, "These servants are quite hard-working, aren't they?" He turned to Jemin and said, "Jemin, it seems you're trying to learn from me. But the results don't seem very promising, do they?" This remark made him flinch. Kang Yujin looked down and said in a cold tone, "Look, on the ground are the corpses of the vampires. They were miserably annihilated. He continued with his assessment. Their bloodlust isn't just simple hunger. If you can't suppress them with your own dominant power, then your minions are no different from a pack of monsters, Kang Yujin explained to Jemin. The key factor here is in quantity. It's whether you, as their master, can truly control your subordinates. After hearing this, he said sorrowfully, "Brother, I had so many minions and still couldn't control them. What does that make me?" Yujin just smiled faintly and continued his analysis. "No matter how many you have, skeletons and zombies are nothing more than consumable resources. Look at the ones who follow me." Yujin pictured his own guards and said in a low voice, "I fought in Anfen for 20 long years and only managed to acquire 54 Death Knights. Do you understand what that means?" Hearing this, Du Jimin looked down and replied softly, "I understand." Kang Yujin gently patted his head. He comforted him with a bit of a tease. "Why the long face? So tense? Are you going through puberty or something?" Jimin could only give an awkward laugh at that. Time passed in the spatial kingdom of Aden, and so Du Jimin gradually became a vampire lord. And 3 days later, in Earth time, the interview day for Adan's new awakened candidates finally arrived. Everyone was gathered in a large room. Everyone anxiously waited for their chance to become a part of Adan. Ujin spoke up, calling for order. He announced clearly, "All who are chosen today will become both citizens and awakened of Adan. We will now begin the screening." The system window immediately appeared. He used the appraisal and analysis skill, allowing him to read and analyze the target's abilities, stats, and skills. In the quiet hall, the screening continued. Yujin's voice rang out continuously. You, and you over there. Pass." His eyes landed on a red-haired young man, and he said, "Red hair, you pass too." Finally, the screening was over. Kang Ujin announced in a deep voice, "The 23 people who just passed the screening, please follow the staff for further instructions. The rest of you may leave." Hearing this, the crowd below erupted in chaos. "What?" one person exclaimed indignantly. "How can you send us home without even testing us?" Another agreed. "That's right. How can you judge a book by its cover like that?" The atmosphere was now noisy. Everyone clamored to speak. "You have to at least give us a chance. I guarantee I can ace your test. Please, just let me take the test." Hearing this, Kang Ujin hesitated for a moment, but quickly made a decision. "Fine. I'll give you all one chance." Kang Yujin continued bluntly, "But I don't have much time." As he spoke, a stream of dark aura flew over. Kang Ujin glanced to the side and stated his condition. "The condition is this: anyone who can withstand this for 30 seconds will be considered to have passed." Beside Kang Yujin stood a tall Death Knight with gleaming blue eyes. Its body continuously emitted a dark aura. He threatened in a low voice, "But the price for failure will be your lives." Yujin asked, "So, who wants to try?" Seeing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. One person blurted out, "This is completely unreasonable." Looking at the Death Knight's appearance, everyone was discouraged, thinking to themselves, "We have to risk our lives? They want us to die if we can't pass this test." Suddenly, a mysterious-looking man stepped forward and said, "I'll try." A young man warned him, "If you act so recklessly." The man slowly pulled down his hood, revealing his face. The young man gasped in shock, This was Kang Chun." The information panel was clear. Before Kang Yujin appeared, he was the top awakened in South Korea. He leveled up from F rank to AA rank, but the details of his growth process remain a complete mystery. Seeing him, the crowd erupted in surprise. "Is that Kang Chun? Why is Kang Chun here?" Hearing this, the people around them began to murmur excitedly. It was unbelievable. They all turned to look at him with stunned expressions. But, hasn't Kang Chun never worked with anyone before? So why is he applying to Aiden now? Even Kang Yujin himself was baffled. How strange. I'm sure I didn't detect any high-ranking awakened when I used my appraisal skill. He looked at the man before him in confusion. So why is my skill now identifying an AA ranker? Level 78, Kang Chun. Yujin put his hands on his hips, puzzled. "You look pretty impressive. So why do you want to join Aden?" Kang Chun called up from below, admitting, "My purpose isn't to join Aden, but to speak with you." Yujin's expression turned serious as he stressed, "Then come back another day. I don't have time right now." The man stood his ground, trying to persuade him. "It'll only take a moment. I hope you can spare some time." Kang Ujin pouted, showing his annoyance. "You're really a pain." Then he turned away and pointed, ordering, "Get this man out of here." The guards immediately nodded and complied. "Yes, sir." They moved to surround Kang Chun, requesting, "Please come with us. If you wish to meet the president, please submit an official meeting request to Aden." He covered his mouth, his attitude changing completely. Suddenly, Kang Chun made a different suggestion. "How about this?" He pointed directly at Kang Ujin and demanded, "If I can last for 30 seconds against that Death Knight, you have to talk to me." Amused, Yujin turned and remarked, "Hey." And Saturday, it seems like this guy is looking down on you. What do you think? Feel like a fight? His eyes filled with rage as he resolved, "I will defeat him within 30 seconds. The atmosphere changed. The two sides were like fire and water, facing off with intense auras. And Sat's eyes were sharp, brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Kang Chun carefully observed his opponent. Seeing that everyone was in position, Kang Ujin shouted, "All right, then, begin." Immediately after, Ansat vanished without a trace. This made Kang Chun's eyes widen in shock. In the blink of an eye, Ansat appeared and attacked head-on. Kang Chun was pinned down, struggling to figure out what to do. From a distance, Kang Ujin quietly watched the fight. After careful observation, he realized he blocked Ansat's attack with his bare hands. It doesn't seem like Baki Hyung's body enhancement ability. Could that dark red substance surrounding him be his real ability? But Kang Yujin remained confident as he waited. I've never seen an ability like that before, but Ansat has continuously leveled up to reach S rank. No matter how special his skill is, he's still just an AA ranker. He knew full well how hard it was to overcome such a gap in rank, which made him even more expectant. But Kang Chun remained calm. To have an S-rank subordinate, he suddenly revealed his strength, affirming, "It seems Dr. Toffler didn't misjudge you at all." Kang Yujin froze when he heard the familiar name, Toffler. Kang Chun also had no intention of giving up. But if I lose to a mere subordinate like this, my pride will take a serious hit. He tightened his grip on the strange object in his hand. Kang Ujin's eyes widened in utter surprise. The rank above Kang Chun's head had changed. Level 78 Kang Chun. In an instant, he jumped 10 levels. Level 88 Kang Chun. Even he couldn't believe what was happening. A change? And Sat's eyes widened, a sense of uncertainty washing over him. The object in Kang Chun's hand gradually dissolved and disappeared. With a perfectly calm demeanor, he declared, "It's over." But the weapon in Kang Chun's hand didn't stop. However, Yujin suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. He held out his hand to stop him, emphasizing, "Stop. It's been 30 seconds. Realizing this, Kang Chun broke out in a sweat, now on guard. He blocked my attack with just one hand. Kang Yujin turned and pointed at the whimpering man. "And Sat, I'll deal with you later. For now, return to the summoning waiting room." Kang Chun, standing behind him, brought up the issue again. "So, are you willing to talk to me now?" Yujin cracked a smirk, intrigued. Someone who not only knows about Flare but also has a transformation ability. All right, this conversation should be interesting. The scene changes to a private room where the two are talking. Kang Chun's legs are tightly bound in shackles. He looked at his body, confused. What is this? Just then, Kang Yujin approached the table and explained. "A moment ago, while we were talking, one of them suddenly tried to escape. He's a special detainee, so I can't use violence on him." Kang Chun broke out in a cold sweat, looking wary. An item that can suppress powers like this. Kang Yujin immediately sat down, ready. He calmly began his interrogation. "So, what's your purpose for approaching me?" The man didn't hesitate to confess his reason. "I came here based on Dr. Toffler's testimony." Kang Chun's expression turned serious as he emphasized his point. "Dr. Toffler believes you are an incredibly powerful candidate who can save the Earth. He said that in order to save Earth from Chanet's clutches, you need to collect the codes." Yujin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Codes? He then got lost in his own thoughts. Come to think of it, that guy Drake from planet Yaku also mentioned something about a code. When he was lying down, he kept speaking in riddles. You wouldn't understand. Someone who can wear it without even needing a code. But why would someone like you need to know that? Kang Ujin crossed his arms, puzzled by the problem. What the hell are these codes they keep talking about? Kang Chun couldn't provide an answer either. "I don't know either. He only told me to deliver this message to you." Yujin let out a sigh. Sounding weary, he stressed, "I have to know what it is to find it." But then Kang Yujin tried to compose himself. "Still, this information does open up a lot of possibilities." Kang Yujin suddenly remembered something and asked another question. "But hey, what's your relationship with Toffler? Who is he, really?" At this, the man's face grew somber as he stressed a key point. "You already know this. I'm a freelance awakened. I don't belong to any guild, yet I'm sponsored by the Lunar Realm." Hearing this, Kang Yujin looked confused. "The Lunar Realm? What's that?" Kang Chun simply explained. "It's the organization where Dr. Toffler works." Yujin was even more surprised, emphasizing his point clearly. "I've never heard of that organization. Is it the name of a planet or something?" The man just nodded and said simply, "You can think of it that way." From outside, Lee Sung-hun rushed in. "President, you need to come here right away." Yujin had a very calm demeanor, turning to ask, "What is it?" Seeing his reaction, the other man was also a bit surprised. "What's wrong? Why are you reacting like that?" Sung-hun, sweating, shouted, "Sua, As soon as the name was mentioned, Yujin's expression changed. Sua, Lee Sung-hun, frightened and worried, delivered the important news. She collapsed. The scene shifts to the outside of a large hospital, in front of a door with a sign clearly stating the information. Room 301. Sua. The quiet space was suddenly interrupted as Kang Ujin burst through the door. The woman ran to him, worried and scared, and threw her arms around him. Kang Ujin. She hugged him, her voice filled with helpless anguish. Sua, she won't wake up. Kang Yujin gently pulled her away and reassured her firmly, comforting her. It's okay, Mom. He gave a bright smile, stating with conviction, I'll make sure she recovers no matter what, so please don't worry. Seeing her son like this, she was also surprised. Yujin turned his back and quickly gave an urgent order. Min Chan, take my mother outside for now. He nodded and obeyed the order. Yes, President. Sua was still lying on the hospital bed, unchanged. Ujin approached the bed and asked Murdy about the situation. What's Sua's condition? But her conclusion was very strange. There's nothing wrong with her body. This made Kang Ujin even more curious and confused. Then why won't she wake up? Murdy suddenly brought up another topic. Do you remember when Dr. Toffler said a god was about to descend upon Earth? Yujin remembered clearly and confirmed, yes, I remember. He said we had to find and protect the god that was about to descend on Earth. Kang Ujin grew impatient, wanting to get to the point. But what does that have to do with Sua? After saying that, he realized something was wrong. No way. Could it be Sua? She confirmed it nervously. That's right. Murdy had detected something mysterious through the energy flow. I'm not sure what happened, but even though it's very faint, I can feel the presence of holy power inside her body. She must be meeting a god in some kind of long dream right now. She couldn't offer any other solution. For now, all we can do is wait for her to accept that god. One more thing, Murdy added, and when she opens her eyes, she will awaken as a goddess. You can hear the voice of the gods. The scene changes to a large company, Kang Yujin's office. Inside, Sung-hun was sweating nervously. The president's office. I heard his sister was sick, but what the hell is happening all of a sudden? He clutched his head in stress, only able to hope, I hope it's nothing serious. Suddenly, Kang Chun, sitting behind him, stated firmly. In this world, nothing ever happens suddenly without a reason. Sung-hun, confused, turned back and asked, what does that mean? The man stood up, shattering his handcuffs, and emphasized his point. The things we consider coincidences actually all have a reason behind them. Lee Seung-hun finally realized the problem and confronted him. Hey, how did you get in here? While he was panicking, he was attacked. When the boss gets back, he won't let you get away with this. Kang Chun's expression looked extremely troubled. He realized everything was starting to happen. The cruel gears of fate had begun to turn. Kang Chun looked up, his brow furrowed with worry. Kang Yujin, will you be able to escape this? Back at the hospital, Kang Yujin watched over his sister with a tense expression. While Sua lay on the bed, a mark now visible on her forehead. The ceiling appeared blurry before her eyes. The glass door was smashed to pieces, revealing the night sky and a crescent moon. Lee Seung-hun's whole body trembled as he grimaced in pain. Min Chan then appeared, worriedly asking about the situation. Minister Gu, are you all right? He struggled to push himself up. The Prime Minister had also arrived, questioning the strange scene. What happened here? Sung-hun heard him and turned around in fear. President. He scratched his head in confusion and recounted the events. I was just muttering to myself when he suddenly barged in. After that, I don't remember anything else. He grew suspicious and pressed for more details. Did he say anything? Sung-hun, sweating nervously, recounted. He said that in this world, nothing ever happens suddenly without a reason. That's what he meant. But as soon as he heard that, Kang Ujin understood the implication. He meant that everything follows the law of cause and effect, but he still couldn't quite believe it. Even Sua being chosen as a goddess, Kang Ujin walked over to the broken glass window, looking outside in confusion. It feels like I can almost grasp it, yet I don't understand it at all. Then, he turned his attention to another matter. The Lunar Realm, the organization backing Kang Chun and connected to Toph. Kang Ujin had long suspected something was off. They claim to be on our side, but they operate with extreme caution and secrecy. It seems like they're constantly watching me from the shadows, hiding their true identities. Suddenly, he turned back and gave careful instructions. Lee Sung-hun, you go rest and recover quickly. As he was helped up, he quickly replied, Yes, Mr. President. Then Kang Yujin looked to someone else to assign a task. Min Chan, I need you to keep an eye on Kang Chun. He pointed, his expression resolute. Whether you have to seek cooperation from the Korean side or do something else, you must find a way, no matter what. Flashing back to when they were in the jungle, 3 days before Kang Ujin and his team arrived in Anfen, with only 12 days left on the dungeon clock to prepare for the expedition. To train his forces, Kang Ujin had entrusted Hun with the training of 23 new awakeners. Upon receiving her orders, she quickly announced that everyone would begin a 12-day hellish training course. The goal, to become B-rank awakeners. Through that process, they made outstanding progress under Hun's extremely rigorous training, and also generously provided them with skill books and enhancement stones to speed up their development. At the end of the process, they became an official unit. After successfully completing their training, they became known as the Farm Division, taking direct orders from General Honorable. Meanwhile, in another location, a similar process was underway. Janice's hell training was also reaching its final stages. He laughed smugly, preparing to attack. Now this is worth watching. Everything was finally coming to a true conclusion. Although Hong Sung-gu had finally realized his dream of becoming a fire mage, he readied a powerful attack. Now, try absorbing this hellfire. His face became incredibly tense, but the truly sad thing was, for some reason, he didn't feel happy at all. Finally, we cut to him and the current situation of the vampire, Du Jemin. He had finally agreed to take the advice. After taking Kang Ujin's advice, it seemed he had begun to restrain his overuse of his abilities and was starting to control them. Jemin held his head high and declared confidently, "See that? This is the difference in class between us." Suddenly, from behind, Jeongdo called out, "Jemin, stop fooling around and let's move." He waved cheerfully and pleaded, "Yes, sir. Just give me one more minute to deal with this, and I'll catch up right away." "What have you been doing all this time?" "I think he has a good personality, though. It seems the dignity of a noble of the night has completely vanished." Cutting to Kang Yujin, observing from a high vantage point, he looked down with a satisfied expression. "Looks like everyone is now ready to trust and rely on each other." Yujin smirked, having his own plan. "In one more day, I'll return to Earth. As soon as the world rifts converge, the Anfen expedition will begin." At a massive experimental base, it was none other than the group he had mentioned, the Lunar Realm. The continuous clacking of a keyboard echoed. Data was being entered and synchronized on the computer. A voice called out, making the old man turn his head. "Dr. Toffler, it's time to eat." The old man seemed surprised and just said, "Is it lunchtime already?" "Thank you, so. Just leave it there." The young girl obediently did as he said. "Yes, sir. Enjoy your meal." The lid of a lunchbox was carefully opened. Toffler looked at the food inside and sighed wearily. "Soon, I won't even be able to eat porridge." The old man looked up. "This time, I will definitely succeed." In his heart, Toffler was firmly determined to complete his plan. The next scene cuts to a momentous day in South Korea, at Busan Port, where the leaders of the world's rifts had gathered. Hammond arrived, placing his hands on his hips in awe. "This is incredible. Just how big is this thing?" The guard standing next to him quickly answered. "It's about 280 meters long." He turned with a worried and skeptical expression. "What do you think? Can we really do this?" Jusu turned and pointed out a few important things. Once the handover is complete, the aircraft carrier itself won't be a problem. However, we'll need a colossal amount of money and time to transfer the accompanying weapons, including the carrier's aircraft and the necessary pilot personnel. But Hammond already knew that. Of course, that's a given. He looked up with a puzzled expression. An aircraft carrier in Aden, a country with such a small population. What on earth does the president plan to do with it? Suddenly, someone's appearance surprised everyone. Hammond was shocked to see Kang Yujin arrive. "Mr. President." He hurried over and stressed the schedule. "Don't you have a meeting with the Rift leaders today?" He seemed completely nonchalant and explained simply, "I'm just planning on planting a tree, then I'll head right over." But hearing this only confused Hammond more. A tree. Kang Yujin walked up, hands on his hips, and looked at the man before him. "So this is the newly appointed captain?" Jusu immediately saluted. "Greetings, Mr. President. I am Park Jusu, captain of the aircraft carrier." He smiled confidently and gave a brief introduction of himself. "I am a former naval colonel with 6 months of experience on an aircraft carrier as an officer." Hearing this, he showed clear interest. "So you have experience? I look forward to working with you." Hammond turned to him with a worried look and asked, "Mr. President, how do you plan to operate this place from now on? Due to communication issues, I haven't been able to prepare any planes or escort ships. We also don't have enough weaponry or the personnel to operate it." He expressed his concern clearly. Right now, it's just a giant moving ship. But Kang Yujin confidently stressed, "That's the most important thing." He raised his hand high, emphasizing, "A large moving ship." But hearing this only confused Hammond more. "What?" With a confident expression, Kang Ujin strode forward. "This is good." Then, he suddenly threw out 2 objects. Everyone shielded their faces from this sudden flash of light. What the hell? Suddenly, 2 new system notifications popped up, combining 2-dimensional fragments and establishing base. The base is now under development. A massive tree trunk abruptly appeared, its branches beginning to sprout leaves. Hemin looked up and staggered back in astonishment. This is just like when that dragon built its nest on Namsen Tower. As the tree grew larger, a notification appeared with a 24-hour countdown until Lord Kang Yujin's base is complete. Only then did Yujin turn around to warn them of the danger. Right now, Sun Station is surrounded by all sorts of Dan. It's extremely dangerous. If you get robbed in Adan, it's all over, because the portal back to Earth will disappear instantly. At this, Hemin's jaw dropped in surprise. So he was just confirming it now. That's right, Sun Station is moving to Anfen. The scene shifts to a large conference elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Worldview Hotel, the conference for guild leaders was underway. Min Chan was standing at the podium, giving a speech. Thank you all for attending today's event. I am Min Chan, the Prime Minister of Aden. Before the president arrives, his face grew tense. We will briefly disclose the information we've uncovered about the Dan so far. Outside the hall, people were chatting animatedly. Sung Han walked in from outside. Sung Han, is there still no news from the president? With an excited look, he reported the situation. I just received a call from him. He said he'll go straight from Busan to the portal at Sun Station. She looked somewhat worried, only able to hope. I hope he won't be too late. Then Seung Han quickly prompted, let's get back to our seats. The World Rankers General Assembly. First conference. Back inside the conference hall, Min Chan got straight to the main question. Why do monsters appear in the Dan? To answer this question, you must first understand what the Chanet is. He frowned as he gave the definition. The Chanet. It is an interplanetary network. Min Chan then explained its characteristics. It allows for the transmission of all types of materials, regardless of distance. As of now, its true identity and origin remain unknown to everyone. But then, he had to stress the danger. However, one thing is certain. The monsters that appear in the Dan are all creatures from outer space. Earth has already been connected to outer space through the Chanet. Monsters continuously flooded into the city. Min Chan had to give a special warning to the assembly. And if, in the future, the synchronization process is completed, then dimensional lords and their bloodthirsty monsters, far more terrifying than what we see now, will invade Earth. He quickly brought up the dangerous consequences. At that point, the Bloodstone business won't be our only problem. The very survival of humanity will be at stake. Someone raised their hand, wanting to know the solution. Then what are we supposed to do? Aren't the Dan protected by a barrier that prevents them from being destroyed? With a serious expression, Min Chan emphasized, that's right, the Dan cannot be destroyed. But we can sever the connection to the Chanet. The person, sweating nervously, asked, do you have a way? Suddenly, Yujin smirked and stated with certainty, of course we do. He walked inside with an air of confidence. That's precisely why I plan on heading to Anfen. Kang Ujin simply laid out the solution. On that planet, there is an ancient weapon called the Judgment of Thus. We just need to find it and complete it, and we'll be able to forcibly sever the Chanet connection. He smiled smugly and stated his intentions bluntly. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to ask the world's guilds to unite and protect Earth while I am away. They began to look at each other, their expressions filled with doubt. Does a weapon like that really exist on Anfen? And to think a god with such transcendent power exists in this world. It's possible. A man, sitting comfortably with his arms crossed, posed a question. Are you sure you're going to Anfen to save the Earth? The man's face twisted with suspicion. Hasn't Adan always monopolized all information on dimensional fragments, allowing you people to possess entire Dan for yourselves? Protecting Earth is just an excuse. In reality, you just plan to monopolize the enormous profits from the Dan on Anfen, don't you? Hearing this, Yujin smirked and retorted, profits? Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and we have time to discuss profits. He raised a hand and explained his reasons clearly. All I want to do is protect my family and the planet they live on. If you don't believe me, then go to Anfen before I do. Kang Yujin remained completely confident in his challenge. Go on and see the situation there for yourselves. I can follow after you. Rebutted, the man scowled. Then Yujin quickly gave an order. Min Chan, the screen. He shrewdly understood the real intention. Yes, sir. A profile with his characteristics appeared clearly on the screen. Name, Lee Sang-ho. Information, former guildmaster of Hwarang. B-class, awakened with psychic abilities. Key point. He has become a subordinate of the Dimensional Lord Lela and is the one causing Dan to deviate from their natural development trajectories, including the Dan in Korea. Seeing this, the man's face went pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. Yujin stood with his hands on his hips and gave a brief introduction. This person is Lee Sang-ho, the representative of Hwarang. He's the one who caused the Dan outbreak at the instigation of a Dimensional Lord. Yujin quickly and clearly explained the whole story. Because of him, monsters that shouldn't have escaped for 30 days, after the Dan reset, attacked us just one day later. That is why Sun and DBY suffered such catastrophic losses. He had also keenly detected his other actions. He used this same dirty trick during the simultaneous Dan outbreaks that occurred all over the world. Yujin bluntly listed his crimes. Besides him, there are many other madmen out there. For example, the criminal organization in America. They even managed to create an artificial Dan. With this, he wanted to issue a warning to the assembly. In the future, when the synchronization process ends and the apocalypse descends, we will continue to face more and more traitors. Those who join the ranks of the dynastic overlords. Those who aren't as cruel as Lee Sang-ho are the traitors willing to sell out the entire earth just to save their own skins. Kang Ujin used this to warn everyone. Even in a situation like this, you're still thinking about your own interests. I'm sure no one here is actually thinking that way, are they? You're just asking again to make a point, aren't you? Yudi smirked, looking very pleased. Perhaps you all understand now. I've already made it perfectly clear. So, I'll say this one last time. He repeated his schedule one final time. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Anfen with the warriors of Adan. Kang Yujin affirmed with certainty, and we will definitely return after finding a way to save the earth. He smirked as he reminded them. From now until then, you all need to unite and protect the planet. The scene shifts back to the hospital where Sua is staying. Outside a hospital room, a nameplate clearly reads 301 Kang Sua. Murdy was sitting in the room with the young girl, her head bowed, her expression tense. It's finally come down to it. We leave for Anfen in just one more day. Will the Allied forces, even gathered together, be able to withstand the attacks from the Chet Legion commanders? Suddenly, a blinding light startled Murdy. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Murdy stared at Kang Sua, completely stunned. Seeing the girl's reaction, she realized Kang Sua was sensing the moment of the god's descent. Back in the hospital, as evening fell, an aura of light still enveloped Sua. Kang Yujin looked at his sister, extremely worried. You said the god was awakening, so why isn't there any reaction? Is she okay? Murdy glanced over, assuring him confidently. Yes. Thankfully, the assimilation process is very stable. We just need to wait until she responds. He didn't ask any more questions and focused his attention. I see. Seeing Kang Yujin approach, she was startled. He looked down at Sua and made a demand. Introduce yourself, won't you? What is your name? Is introducing yourself that difficult? A strange voice emanated from within the girl. I wonder. What name a seed that has just been born on a planet would have? Hearing this, he was taken aback and asked, a newly born seed. Do you mean to say there was never a god on this planet to begin with? Sua's eyes slowly fluttered open. She sat up in bed and spoke calmly. Although this is the first time we have met, in truth, we have known each other for a very long time. After a long chapter of history, we have finally met like this. But upon hearing that, Kang Ujin asked back in confusion. What do you mean by that? Can you explain it in a way I can understand? Sua's eyes widened as she tried to explain concisely. The essence gives birth to the phenomenon. Humanity can only perceive the phenomenon itself. The infinite privilege of a fraudulent history is once again reaching its end. His face darkened, growing tense. A fraudulent history? The girl's energy began to fade as she asked, will you be able to stop this infinite cycle? Sua's last words surprised Kang Ujin. I will be watching you. At that moment, she lost all her strength and collapsed forward. Then, Sua began to stir, groggily calling out to him, Big brother. Kang Ujin smiled affectionately and stroked her head. I'm here. Do you recognize me? Sua then innocently recounted what had just happened. Brother, I just had a dream. Kang Ujin hugged the girl to comfort her. You did so well. Don't say anything more now. Just get some rest. He looked down, lost in thought, and let out a sigh. Thankfully, Sua successfully accepted the god without any complications. But if something had gone wrong just now, her body and mind would have been damaged. Kang Yujin once again recalled Toffler's analysis. There was something acting as a firewall blocking this planet's connection. The god of Earth will soon descend. Protect them from the forces of Chet. He was completely shocked by his sister's true identity. So Sua is the seed of a god. This is too much of a coincidence. Then, Kang Yujin gave an order to proceed with the plan. Min Chan, take all personnel, their relatives, and equipment to the aircraft carrier as we discussed. The man standing behind him nodded and accepted the order. Yes, Mr. President. He glanced back and gave one last careful instruction. And remember to take care of Sua while I'm not here. Kang Ujin looked down at his sister, his resolve hardening. Even if I lose everything, I must protect Sua. Level 50 Kang Sua was originally just an ordinary person, but upon her very first awakening, she became a priestess who serves the god descended upon Earth. Her skills are healing and purification. In front of a construction site, a pleading voice could be heard. I just want to see how the progress compares to what's been publicly announced. The guard in front waved his hand, explaining, no one is allowed to enter this area. but the man kept pleading. But I've worked here for 10 years. I just want a quick look. Is that really so difficult? Suddenly, a car sped toward them. The car door opened, and someone stepped out. Lee Sang-ho walked toward the construction site and asked, "What's going on?" The employee turned around, very excited. "Director Lee Sang-ho." The man approached and quickly explained his predicament. "It's nothing, sir. I just wanted to see how the construction was coming along, but this guard keeps stopping me." After hearing this, he became annoyed. "Why do you want to know about that?" The man explained nonchalantly. "Isn't it natural to be curious? I've worked here for 10 years, and I've never been part of a renovation project like this one, not to mention everything else that's been happening lately." Lee Sang-ho let out a sigh and gave a slight smile. He turned back and agreed with a condition. "All right then, I'll let you see. Come on in." They walked inside, where lights illuminated the darkness. Once inside, the man couldn't stop praising him. "You truly are something else, Director. Since we've worked together before, it's so easy to talk to you. Oh, I know you're managing things very well, of course. But this is a precious natural monument, isn't it?" The man glanced around as he explained his reasoning. "I guess since I've been attached to this place for so long, I'm a little worried it might get damaged." But Lee Sang-ho had no intention of questioning him. "I understand your concern." Suddenly, the growl of a beast echoed through the area. Seeing the man's reaction, Lee Sang-ho asked, "What's got you so spooked?" The man turned around, terrified, and asked, Did you hear that just now?" The director maintained a nonchalant, clueless expression and asked back, "Hear what?" The man remained bewildered, cautiously looking around. Deep inside the cave was a swarm of bats with glowing red eyes. Lee Sang-ho gave a wicked smile and guessed, "I think they might be bats." Suddenly, water began to trickle down from something above. The man reached out to touch the droplets. Lee Sang-ho saw the pack of beasts in the distance. He smirked, a sinister and amused look on his face. "A precious natural monument, you say?" At this moment, his true form was revealed. "Why did you have to insist on coming to a place where you can't even protect yourself?" Eerie green lights flickered on as Sang-ho slowly stepped inside. He knelt respectfully before the throne, and Sang-ho slowly spoke, requesting an audience. "Your loyal servant, Lee Sang-ho." He bowed his head low, completing the formality, and asked to see the Lord. The Lord then spoke, asking about Kang Ujin. "Any news on the Immortal One?" He quickly reported the information he had gathered. "An aircraft carrier." "Ah, no. They're building a base on a giant ship that moves on the sea. It seems that after it's completed, this base will be moved to another location." He smirked and stroked his chin. "How ridiculous. Do they really think they can escape the dungeon? What a headache, right?" The Lord, regaining his composure, asked, "Anything else?" Sang-ho, still in the same posture, continued, "I also heard they're planning to explore Anfen with the awakened ones from Aden." Upon hearing this, he became alarmed. Anfen. He quickly guessed the reason. That guy is trying to find the hidden code. The Lord left his throne and stepped forward. "I'm so glad things are going so smoothly. He had been plotting this for a while, fully prepared. While he's not on Earth, a malicious determination grew in the Lord's heart. I will find the god of Earth and kill him." The scene changes back to Kang Ujin's side. Planet Anfen, Ra's shrine. He tilted his face to the sky, breathing in the fresh air. Kang Yujin savored the atmosphere with delight. "It's been so long since I breathed the air of Anfen like this." Hong Sung-gu looked at the scene before him in shock. "This is Anfen? Why is it so desolate?" He sighed and turned to ask a question of his own. "Did you expect it to be in good shape after a 200-year war?" Kang Ujin looked towards her and asked, "Murdy, where are we?" She quickly explained, "This is the western region of the Lower Armor Plateau." Murdy then clearly analyzed the direction on the map. "From here, if you go northeast, you'll reach Aden, and if you go north, that's the land of the Allied forces." She looked down, deep in thought and troubled. "But right now, I don't know what that place is like anymore." Seeing this, Kang Ujin patted Murdy's head reassuringly. "You've brought us this far, you don't need to worry about anything else." Jing let out a majestic howl from behind. He turned around and urged them on excitedly. "Come on, let's head to the land of the Allied forces." The scene shifts to a starry night sky. The Allied forces in northern Anfen, Boga Canyon. A swarm of grotesque, locust-like monsters appeared. People fell into a state of panic, fleeing in misery. The monsters relentlessly pursued them as horrified screams echoed through the air. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Many people couldn't escape the monsters. A mother clutched her child, trembling uncontrollably in fear. He yelled, trying to direct the people. "Get up and move. Once we're out of the canyon, you'll reach the heroes." Hero Torin, a monk who worshipped Skia, the god of exploration. The child looked up, his face pale. The boy screamed, a warning to him, "Torin, above you." He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged the attack. Torin then swiftly struck back with his staff. The monster fell to the ground, black blood spilling out. He stood up straight and let out a sigh of relief. These things are tough. Then, as the two continued on their path, they suddenly froze. Torin had spotted something. He saw the crowd ahead and grew worried. What is that? Why are they still standing there? Before them, long tentacles had sprouted from the ground. Torin gritted his teeth, sweating, not knowing what to do. The exit is blocked. The boy turned back, his whole body trembling as he called Torin's name. He quickly turned to see what was wrong. The monsters were slowly making their way up toward them from below. Torin had to react quickly, throwing his weapon at them. Then, suddenly, streams of fireballs rained down from the sky. Everyone looked up with terrified eyes. A massive explosion erupted, sending those nearby flying. The monsters were now torn to shreds. Torin looked up, his eyes filled with hopeful joy. They're here. People began to cheer with excitement and happiness. We're saved. It's Graham. And the Elf King. The people began to sit down on the grass. Graham turned to assess the situation with concern. It looks like everyone is exhausted. Itasia also recognized the difficulty that lay ahead. It'll be hard to move out like this. Noticing something, he asked with concern. What happened to everyone during the attack on Gosu's base? Where are the others? He lowered his head and recounted sorrowfully. The plan failed. The surviving allies are all scattered now. They're trying to rescue civilians in the surrounding areas. The mage Graham, one of the heroes, is the strongest fire mage. He quickly proposed a solution. Now that it's come to this, we have to move the remaining survivors to a new location. We'll have to abandon this place. The Elf King Itasia, another hero of the Alliance, could freely use both a bow and daggers. Torin's face darkened, unsure of what to do. The plan to destroy Gosu's base that we carried out has failed. Is there really no other way? Suddenly, they all looked up at the sky. Graham broke into a sweat, not daring to imagine what could make such a moaning sound. A massive number of monsters appeared once again. Ferris's eyes appeared in the middle of the sky. He quickly recognized the danger. Damn it, it's Ferris. Our position has been exposed. The system displayed details about it. Ferris, a giant aerial monster 500 meters long. Its enormous body is extremely dangerous. But the truly terrifying thing is that it's used as a transport for monsters. The monsters quickly charged forward in overwhelming numbers. Their wings stood erect. Ferris opened its terrifyingly giant mouth. Graham sensed the danger and urged them on. We have to get out of here now. Torin agreed and turned to emphasize. Itasia, we have to retreat immediately. Ferris is here. We can't save everyone. Itasia clearly stated the only solution to salvage the situation. If we try to run while protecting everyone, our entire group will be massacred. The boy turned, terrified and worried. Are we all going to die? Is there really no such thing as a miracle in this world? Torin lowered his head, sinking into silence. After a moment, he made his decision and turned to instruct them. You two go. I'll stay here and try to protect as many people as I can. My duty isn't to save my own life, but to protect these children. Torin steeled his heart, reaffirming his resolve. Even if I have to die, I will complete the mission that Lord Skia entrusted to me. In the end, Graham had to bow his head and admit that death, too, is a blessing bestowed by the gods. He covered his face in deep regret. I'm sorry, everyone. It seems I was only thinking of my own survival, making up some grand excuse for it. But just then, Torin shouted Graham's name. His eyes lit up, his mind changed, and he declared, How can I call myself a hero of Anfen if I turn my back on our own people just to run away? Let's fight together until the very end. Graham turned to Idia for her opinion. What do you say, Elf Queen? She turned her back and walked forward, affirming her stance. From the moment we took the blood oath, humanity also became my people. I will join you as well. Torin was so surprised he couldn't believe it. Itasia was, too. At that moment, Graham turned back to remind everyone. We've been talking for far too long. He faced forward and rallied the troops. Now, let's get ready to face the enemy. Ferris was still hovering in the sky. Watching from a distance, Yujin couldn't help but marvel. This is the first time I've ever seen something so gigantic. It's been a while since I had such a big target. This is definitely going to be fun. He held out his hand, creating a fireball. Kang Ujin hurled it straight at the horde of monsters. Graham looked up at the sky in utter disbelief. An explosion? A strange footstep landed on the ground. Itia whipped her head around, looking about in shock. What is this sudden tremor? Torin had to turn back and warn her. Itasia, watch out. A troop of skeleton soldiers charged toward them. Their leader raised his weapon high and roared, Let's paint the lands of Anfen with the color of death. The two sides clashed violently. Itasia's eyes widened in stunned surprise. Mages? She looked to the sky, bewildered. Why is the Immortals' army here? The night sky was now sparkling with bright stars, and behind the mountains, the sky turned a deep purple. Graham stroked his chin, on high alert. Danger was approaching. The army of death, which had been quiet for so long, has suddenly appeared. This situation is a real headache. Even Torin had to grit his teeth in helplessness. Is there really no miracle for us? But Idia remained resolute, encouraging everyone. No, this is actually our chance. We have to get out of here while Gosuzu's soldiers and the army of death fight each other. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I came all this way. And instead of a welcome, you're planning on leaving? As soon as she heard it, she instantly recognized the voice. Idia turned around, and upon seeing the person, she trembled and took a step back. She quickly realized it was Kang Ujin, the immortal. He gave a slight smile and greeted them. Long time no see. Huh. Heroes of the Alliance. They had met again under the most unexpected circumstances. Torin gritted his teeth, unable to understand. Of all the times, why did we have to run into the immortal now? He quickly spotted Murdy and turned to question. But why is the missing holy maiden with the immortal? Without another thought, Torin aggressively accused him. You dare kidnap the holy maiden? Kang Yujin looked back, confused. Kidnap? What are you talking about? Understanding the situation, she quickly spoke up. I apologize for being late, everyone. I have brought reinforcements from Earth to save Anfen. Graham, somewhat surprised, asked for clarification. Holy maiden, what do you mean? Reinforcements from Earth? Murdy confirmed the truth once more. The immortal has decided to help us resurrect Anfen. Hearing this, Torin immediately became suspicious. A necromancer who only knows slaughter and killing wants to help Anfen? Why would the holy maiden tell such a blatant lie? He looked at the two of them and guessed, don't tell me the immortal and the holy maiden. Torin couldn't contain his anger and screamed, Immortal, did you not only kidnap the holy maiden but also turn her into one of your undead? He accused him without a care. Are you planning to use her to conquer all of Anfen? Seeing the tense situation, Murdy had to explain, You're mistaken. I'm still alive. The immortal truly wants to help us. Kang Yujin turned his head, calmly remarking, Why bother explaining so much to them? She turned to him, expressing her view. But we need to resolve this misunderstanding. At that moment, Torin charged forward in a rage. Immortal. He couldn't hold back his insults. You're nothing but a cowardly monster. Without your undead army, you're nothing. I'll destroy you right here. Yujin smirked, maintaining his calm demeanor. If words won't solve this. Murdy, extremely worried, screamed his name. Immortal. Torin lunged forward to strike, but in the next instant, he was sent flying back. Graham turned, anxiously calling out Torin's name. Yujin smirked without hesitation. Then I guess I'll have to use my fists. Enraged, Graham now joined the battle. You damned immortal. He quickly appeared behind Kang Ujin. A teleportation skill, a surge of power emanating from his staff. He aimed his firepower directly at Yujin. Fire magic, hellfire, die. Yujin's expression strangely darkened. Graham was countered and his eyes flew open in shock. In Yujin's hands was a powerful bow. Graham immediately collapsed, doubling over and screaming in pain. Idia's jaw dropped in astonishment, completely stunned. He's too strong. What is happening? She couldn't comprehend the reason. No matter how powerful he is, he's still a necromancer. How can he so easily defeat heroes with just a few moves? Just then, Kang Ujin turned to challenge her. Well, are you going to attack? Or did you think just making a speech would make us understand and leave? Ichia trembled, hesitating. But then, she dropped her weapon and surrendered. Kang Yujin let out a breath, smiling confidently as if he knew she would. He then pointed and gave careful instructions. Murdy, go and heal the injured. Once they're conscious, we'll explain everything in detail. She was slightly startled, then immediately replied, Yes. After that, Kang Yujin glanced up at the sky. Seeing the monsters flying overhead, he made an assessment. So those are Gosuzu's minions? Huh? His fortress must be nearby. Then, Kang Yujin was ready to charge into battle. Well then, I suppose we should proactively lend a hand. The scene changes to another location, with lightning striking from the sky. The Void Lord, Gosu's fortress, Thunderfall Hill. A faint click was heard through the door. A person being held down became furious. So the immoral bastard has returned. But upon hearing that, Kang Yujin just chuckled mockingly. Why the sudden friendly act? Did you miss me? That person suddenly made a clear demand. Let's draw a clear line. I won't invade your territory like before. Hearing this, he immediately repeated it. Territory, you say? Yujin smirked, emphasizing his scheme. Now what should I do? I'm thinking I want to take over this entire planet. But the other person had already guessed it. Your goal is Anfen's code, isn't it? Hearing that, he was startled and confused. What code? Someone on planet Jakku also mentioned some kind of code like you did. But the man didn't believe him, smirking derisively. Oh, really? So you're just wandering around helping planets without knowing anything about the code. Yujin quickly made a request. Then why don't you be a good boy and explain it to me? But the man just laughed mockingly and challenged him back. And why would I do that? His expression changed, becoming extremely annoyed. Kang Ujin couldn't hold back any longer and swung his sword decisively. If you're just going to ask a bunch of stupid questions, then get lost. Even now, he truly hadn't found the final answer. What was this code that everyone was being so secretive about? Suddenly, a voice calling out startled Kang Ujin. Boss. He turned his head to ask about the situation below. Did you guys finish cleaning up all the lower floors? Hong Sung-gu stepped forward to confirm the mission was complete. Yes, sir. We've handled it all cleanly. Kang Yujin let out a sigh of relief, reminding them with a bit of amusement. These guys are just entry level. Don't get cocky already. With an excited expression, he committed it to memory. Yes, sir. Yom, standing beside him, also agreed happily. Yes. Then he cheerfully gave an order to the two of them. We've finished cleaning up this place, so let's head home. The next day, the sun rose from behind the mountains. Murdy was still performing her healing duties. Torin was surprised to feel his wounds recovering. This power. It truly is the holy power of Sanctus Aria. If you were truly following the Immortal One, your powers should have disappeared. Graham looked at the palm of his hand in disbelief. So you really are still a holy maiden. He looked toward Murdy with great remorse. We have misunderstood you, holy maiden. We apologize. She lowered her head, not paying it much mind. It's all right. Thank you all so much for trusting me, even after seeing me with the Immortal One. At the moment, Kang Yujin was also approaching from a distance. Well, are your heads a little clearer now? He turned his face, calling out the Immortal's name in surprise. Torin. His face was tense and beaded with sweat. Why did you spare our lives? Kang Yujin turned to look at Murdy with a puzzled expression and asked, was I supposed to just kill him or something? The man began to sweat profusely as he corrected himself. That's not it. I mean, why did you help our allied forces? He placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought, before Kang Ujin offered a meaningful conclusion. Let's just say it's because we share a common interest. He raised a finger and emphasized with an enthusiastic smile. Our common enemy is Chanet. The young boy's eyes lit up with curiosity. Kang Yujin was still smiling and talking with his two subordinates. The boy gently tugged on Murdy's skirt and asked, Holy Maiden, is that person a hero? She was also looking in that direction, uncertain. I'm not sure either. Murdy glanced to the side with firm conviction. But one thing is certain. He was willing to risk everything to come here and help us. But behind them, Itasia hung her head low. I still can't trust you. With him here, Anfen will definitely be in big trouble. Murdy's expression grew heavy with emotion, but she had prepared for this before coming here. Just before arriving at Anfen, Sanctus Aria had issued a new prophecy. Murdy sat praying sincerely before the statue for a long time. After a while, Aria delivered a prophecy. Kang Ujin will eventually find the answer, but then he will disappear. She gave an incoherent statement. Illusion and reality are one and the same. Yujin's gaze shifted as he was suddenly startled. Then Aria gave her final conclusion on the matter. Therefore, it will only be a matter of life and death. Thinking back on it now, Murdy was still puzzled. What could that prophecy mean? She looked at Kang Ujin with hopeful eyes. I know I said we didn't have to worry about the immortal, even after hearing the prophecy. But Anfen's savior might not be the one to push this planet to the brink of destruction. The scene shifts to a simple, rustic village. One day after Gosu's army was annihilated by Kang Ujin, a surprised voice emerged from inside a makeshift tent in the refugee village. This is unbelievable. They were discussing Kang Ujin's appearance. No matter how much we wanted to destroy Chanet, we never imagined that the demon who manipulates death would be on our side. Khan trembled uncontrollably as he stated clearly. At the hands of that demon, millions of our Soul Shoe soldiers were turned into vengeful spirits, denied even in death. He finally shouted his opinion. I can never form an alliance with someone like him. The new king of the Soul Shoe Kingdom, Kega, turned and offered his own speculation. Could he be plotting something else? Even if he genuinely wants to ally with us, he will surely betray us if the situation changes. The general of the Orc tribe. Ron immediately agreed with that sentiment. That's right. Doing this is no different from arming the enemy. The Dwarven King, Ron. But the three who had met Yujin directly remained silent. Murdy stepped into the tent from outside. There is something you all need to know. Khan turned his face, awaiting an answer. What do you mean? She then addressed Kang Ujin directly. The Immortal One is not a demon or someone possessed by one. He is just an ordinary human, no different from us. The three who had just been vehemently protesting were stunned, but then they showed their skepticism. That's absurd. Don't make such baseless claims. Murdy, with absolute certainty, confirmed it once more. I am not joking with you. I went to Earth as arranged by the Sanctus. There, I was able to see the true nature of the Immortal One, a truth that we have so disastrously misunderstood for so long. Murdy recounted what she had witnessed firsthand. On Earth, he was indeed brutal and cruel. However, she now understood the reason why. That's because he wants to protect his family and colleagues. Murdy felt a deep sense of understanding and admiration. He was simply protecting the weak. Hearing this, Khan's eyes widened in surprise. The Immortal, protecting the weak? She then deliberately emphasized the detail to convince everyone, especially since Sanctus Area revealed that he is our savior, so we have to trust him and unite. He's still so stubbornly set in his ways. What nonsense. Khan was now even doubting the Saintess's words. How could she make such a prophecy? Suddenly, Kang Yujin barged in and asked, "What are you all doing behind my back, huh?" He glanced around and could already tell. "What's with this atmosphere? Are you talking trash about me?" Murdy, flustered, turned to explain, "Receiving your help is still so surprising to us, so we were just discussing it a bit more." Hearing this only made Kang Yujin more arrogant as he snidely remarked, "So that's why you're all suddenly pretending to be friendly after we fought, huh?" He turned and emphasized the original goal again. "We're in an alliance, you know. I know that no one here is without some grudge against the others." Yujin was also quick to generously show his goodwill. But it's not like Murdy is the only one who wants to temporarily set aside those grudges, right? I'll also temporarily set aside my personal vendettas. Let's just focus on our common target, Chanet. Seeing that they were still silent, he challenged them. "If you don't like it, then come on and fight me. If you make me another enemy on top of Chanet, Anfen is as good as finished." Khan gritted his teeth, scowling, at a loss for words. Kang Ujin grew even more smug and provoked him again. "You got something to say?" He suddenly looked down in a certain direction. Gio Ga, understanding his intent, gave a nod. Khan decided not to escalate things further and agreed. "I understand. Let's form an alliance." A satisfied smile spread across Kang Yujin's face. "Good." He slammed his hand on the table, eager to act as quickly as possible. "All right then. How about we start planning how to save Anfen?" Yujin pointed to a location on the map and declared, "First, we'll build a strong fortress to revive Anfen." A pot of water was still boiling nearby, and soon, a lavish, beautifully arranged feast was prepared. Seeing this, the refugees' eyes widened and sparkled. "There's wine and meat, too." Sungu turned and rallied everyone with a bright smile. "Today, let's celebrate our survival and enjoy ourselves." From a distance, Jemin brought over food and said, "There's enough for everyone, so please eat a lot." The refugees were incredibly grateful. "Thank you. May the gods bless the warriors from Earth." Suddenly, Kang Yujin stepped out of the tent, causing him to turn in surprise. Hong Sung-gu eagerly turned to invite him over. "Boss, you're done with your meeting. Quick, come eat with us." He raised his hand and gave a few instructions. "You guys go ahead and eat. While you're at it, make sure to get friendly with the heroes." Jemin found this strange and asked curiously, "Boss, where are you going?" Kang Yujin walked towards the camp gate, waving. "I'm just going to wash up a bit. I'll be right back." Hong Sung-gu turned back, a look of doubt on his face. Does he own an apartment in Anfen or something? His face darkened, not knowing what to say. He probably didn't mean it like that. The sky outside was clear, and the breeze was pleasant. The scene shifts to the vast and majestic Mount Soros, south of Anfen. Kang Ujin looked down below and smirked with curiosity. So this is the place that Alliance was talking about. Huh. Back then, he had pointed at the map and asked, "Where's this?" Gioge turned to explain in detail. "That place is Mount Soros. Besides the main mountain range, the surrounding area is completely empty. Enemies can easily spot anyone hiding there." Kang Yujin stared at it intently, his curiosity piqued. He asked for more details about the place. "It's empty, you say?" Khan turned and offered a few small observations. "The terrain there is quite high, so defense should be easy. But if you consider supplying provisions, it's also the easiest place to get isolated if the enemy attacks. Instead of that area, we should consider a different location for our defense." He pointed to another spot as a suggestion, such as this deep canyon. But Kang Yujin suddenly gave a firm denial. "No." He turned with a resolute gaze and emphasized, "What we need to build isn't a shelter, but an advanced fortress, so we can easily counterattack. Mount Soros is the perfect place for that." Geogas suddenly spoke up with a reminder. "Immortal One, besides the location, there are even more difficult problems there." This annoyed Kang Ujin a little. "What now?" He gave a brief explanation. "I mean that Mount Soros has long been under Chanet's control, and its ruler is one of the 72 monarchs." But upon arriving, he smirked in satisfaction. "I can't believe I'm seeing such a familiar face here." Seeing it before him, Kang Yujin was incredibly excited. "So it was you, Juriel." It then spoke with an air of confused skepticism. Juriel stared, trying to see through him. Why must you insist on throwing yourself into this meaningless battle between Void Lords over such petty grudges? Hearing that, Kang Yujin was a little annoyed and shot back, meaningless. It then approached, trying to persuade him. We Void Lords are immortal beings. Why should we kill each other over personal feelings? Hearing this, his eyes filled with even more suspicion. Kang Yujin remembered what that guy had said to him. Your goal is Anfen's code, isn't it? He smirked with amusement and decided, I guess I should test that out a little, shouldn't I? Kang Yujin put a hand on his hip and retorted, so what if I told you I came here to take Anfen's code? Realizing this, Juriel had to give a careful warning. So your ultimate goal is the domination of Anfen, is it? If so, your approach is all wrong. It didn't hesitate to reveal a bit of information. No Void Lord has ever fully possessed Anfen's code. It's clear that Anfen is hiding it somewhere very deep. Juriel offered what it considered a more perfect suggestion. So instead of Void Lords fighting amongst themselves, you should be hunting the creatures on this planet to find it. By now, Kang Ujin was starting to vaguely realize that the code seemed to be something that grants a person the power to rule an entire planet. How strange. He recalled Kang Chun's skeptical words. Doctor, Toffler said that to save Earth from Chanet, we need to collect the codes. Why did Toffler tell us from the start that we had to collect codes to rule planets? The codes must have some other function besides planetary domination. Back in the present, Juriel continued its lecture. Beings in high seats like us prove our worth through domination. You are still just a low-ranking lord. Then, suddenly, he let out a sigh. Kang Ujin turned and admitted frankly, I have no interest in domination or any of that stuff. After hearing that, he also had to act incredibly surprised. You don't want to rule? The other guy grinned smugly and confirmed it once more. But that's a whole different story. Juriel was starting to get a vague idea, slowly realizing what was happening. Don't tell me he's only figuring it out now. He then shouted with a hint of anger. So you were talking to me about the hidden code. You came to Anfen to pursue the real thing. Kang Ujin was completely taken aback and pressed further. A hidden code? Does something like that even exist in this world? Juriel turned and continued to explain in detail. Of course, each code has different privileges. The hidden code of Anfen can only be transferred to a legend. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in utter shock. Juriel had finally realized the truth. You fool. You don't know anything about the code at all. He smirked slyly and stressed. If I knew, do you think I'd need to stand here wasting my breath on you? Seeing this attitude, the other guy grew even more furious. How dare you? Juriel became extremely enraged, shouting accusatorily. You dare insult me? Kang Ujin's attitude then shifted to one of arrogance. If I used teleportation magic right now, I could dig up your entire family's graves. But it's a shame Bibi didn't come along. Oh well, it's fine. Bibi has her own things to take care of. At this point, both sides began preparing to attack. From the mountainside, the conflict was clearly visible. Scene changed back to the ship drifting on the sea. Bibi was sitting and drawing with colored pencils. From a distance, the adorable Suo ran over curiously. That's so cute, Bibi. What are you drawing? Hearing the compliment, the little girl proudly showed off her work. It's really cute, isn't it? I'm drawing a new pattern for a Dan. Kang Suo got even more excited and jumped up and down. So cool. Pleased. Bibi puffed out her chest and confidently declared, well, I put a lot of effort into it, after all. Suddenly, the little girl's demeanor changed, becoming thoughtful. But there's something that's been bothering me. Suo moved closer, curiously awaiting the answer. What is it? Bibi was extremely flustered, hesitating with a jumble of thoughts. I just don't know how to decorate this place. She looked down, appearing very awkward. I've decorated a castle before, but I've never decorated anything like this. Understanding the situation, Kang Suo quickly volunteered. Do you need my help? But Bibi turned and asked a curious question instead. Suo, do you know what an aircraft carrier is for? The little girl looked a bit bewildered and innocently stressed the word. An aircraft carrier? I know what an airplane is. Bibi wasn't so sure either and thought about it, confused. An airplane? The little girl pointed and explained with pure innocence. An airplane just means a plane, but airplane is a more complicated word. Hearing this, Bibi immediately burst out laughing. Why on earth would they come up with another name for it? Then the little girl looked up, confused again, before reaching her final conclusion. But, since an airplane is a plane, then an aircraft carrier must be a ship that flies, right? Bibi turned around, jumping for joy gratefully. Kang Suo, thank you. Thanks to you, I figured out what I should do. The little girl then placed her hands on her hips confidently. I know I'm smart. Scene changed back to inside the ship's deck. Bibi was now looking at a screen, scrolling through it. Dongmin Chan approached at that moment, feeling very curious. Bibi, what have you been up to? But the little girl was too busy and could only say, just a second, you'll find out in a moment. After a while, Bibi shouted with immense joy, "I found it! I found someone who can fix the aircraft carrier." A man suddenly appeared and introduced himself. "Nosum has arrived," summoned by Lady Bibi. Nosum, a dwarven technician from the Black Ore tribe, incredibly talented in the field of crafting magical mechanical devices and construction. He can design airships, mechanical golems, tanks, and build siege engines. After hearing this, Dong Min-chan couldn't believe it. "What do you mean?" "Fix the aircraft carrier," Bibi stated firmly, her excitement emphasizing her resolve. "What's the point if a Down's base just floats aimlessly on the sea? We have to fix it so it can fly." Hearing that, he asked again in shock, "What?" Dong Min-chan broke out in a nervous sweat and asked once more, "Make an aircraft carrier fly through the sky? Is that even possible?" Nosum stroked his beard and let out a few scornful laughs. "Humans from Earth really know nothing about dwarves." He glanced over and stated with absolute certainty, "With dwarven technology, nothing is impossible." "I suppose it's hard for humans to understand." His face scrunched up as he pointed out in confusion. "But the problem is, there's nothing wrong with this aircraft carrier, so what is there to fix?" Suddenly, a portal appeared out of nowhere. Just then, Min-chan turned around, bewildered. He looked down with an expression of suspicious disbelief. 4 teleportation gates on the ship's deck. Bibi slowly approached the gate, observing and speculating. The master must have established the base on Anfen. Min-chan's face lit up with excitement. The president succeeded. The little girl glanced over and smiled arrogantly. "Of course he did. He's my master." It was obvious. Dumb Min-chan didn't argue anymore and urged them on. "Then we need to prepare the takeover team." Scene changed back to Kang Ujin's side. Meanwhile, on Mount Soros, where its former master Juriel was just defeated, a new master was being welcomed. Torin arrived and stared in disbelief. "How does the immortal possess the world tree?" He turned and gave a cryptic reminder. "You don't need to understand every single detail. Just consider it a symbol of our stronghold." Murdy came up from behind, a smile on his face. "So, the first base created by the alliance between the allied forces in Anfen and Adan has been established. It is a symbol of the immortality of the allied forces and Adan." Kang Yujin held out his hand arrogantly and commanded, "Bring me a flag of the allied forces. Let's show everyone that the Anfen alliance is on the rise." The guild's distinctive flag was then raised high to mark the occasion. He excitedly pulled a flag from his bag. "All right, now for Adan." But even Kang Ujin himself was stunned into confusion. "What is this?" Idia approached at that moment and broke into a sweat at the sight. The terrifying symbol of Adan, the one that used to make everyone panic. She saw the symbol and couldn't believe her eyes. "It's a cat?" Kang Ujin sighed warily as he realized the reason. Bibi had actually used her own cat form as the symbol. He was indescribably angry when he thought of that damn girl. Kang Ujin could only hope for the best, feeling miserable. "I'm sure she's still running the base properly, right?" Nosum was continuously making repairs with a hammer. "There's nothing I can't fix." Bibi stood behind him, cheering with all her might. "Go, Nosum, go." The tree in the camp grew larger and began to glow. Kang Yujin looked up, gazing in one direction. He stared at the 2 flags, thinking to himself, "So, Anfen and Adan have now finished establishing their alliance and base." Kang Yujin turned his focus back to the plan. "What I need to do now is complete the Thora's gear set." Then, suddenly, he turned his head with a curious expression. "Murdy, is the High Priest of Leia still alive?" But she just got flustered and stammered. Sensing something was off, Kang Ujin urged her to speak. "What is it?" Spit it out. Murdy frowned, looking troubled, and emphasized, "But the High Priest of Leia has been fighting the Undying Legion since last year." After a moment, it clicked for him, and he explained. "Oh, right. I killed that guy myself. Ha. So many flies buzzing around me. How am I supposed to remember all of them?" Then, Kang Ujin got curious about their internal structure. Didn't he have a successor? Someone must have taken over for him. But Murdy was still too flustered to give a clear answer. I haven't been in Anfen for a while, so I'm not sure." Just then, Ichi approached from behind and explained, "The High Priest who inherited Leia's holy relic is currently in the city of Linta, north of Anfen." He cracked a smile, turning to her with interest. "So, you seem to know a little something about this High Priest, huh?" She stepped closer, her expression suspicious as she questioned him. "Why are you looking for Leia's High Priest?" But Kang Ujin just smirked instead of answering. Finally, he admitted it bluntly. "I need his help to save this land of Anfen." Kang Ujin then turned to give careful instructions. "Murdy, you will stay here and protect the base with everyone else." She looked a bit surprised and asked, "You're going to find the High Priest?" He didn't hide it, confirming, "That's right." Then Kang Ujin made up his mind and turned to Idia. "And you, Elf Queen, you'll accompany me to the city of Linta." Hearing this, she was stunned. What? Idia jumped up and shot back. And why would I go with you? But he just replied calmly, don't you want to save Anfen? Or have you decided you don't want to help anymore? She was cornered and couldn't argue back. Kang Yujin walked ahead, gesturing for her to hurry. Well, let's get a move on. The scene shifts back to inside the refugee tent. Raham and many others looked completely shocked. The Undying One has gone to find Leia's high priest. A bit flustered, Murdy confirmed it once more. Yes, he's gone to the city of Linta to seek the high priest's aid. The man crossed his arms, his expression filled with contempt and suspicion. Is he planning to steal the goddess Leia's holy relic again? Khan thought that Kang Ujin was just being practical. Is he still that hungry for holy relics? Seeing their reactions, she frantically tried to correct them. No, it's not like that. We've officially formed an alliance now, so things that happened in the past won't happen again. Torin stood in the back, leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, silent. He was lost in thought, his eyes narrowed. The scene flashes back to a time when a frightened, 16-year-old Torin ran up to the high priest. Torin finally reached him and asked worriedly, "Are you injured, sir? What happened?" The priest kept his head bowed in agony. Torin. He didn't have much time left and could only give this one instruction. Starting today, prepare to take over my position as high priest. Hearing this, the boy panicked. What are you talking about? You're still perfectly healthy. How could I possibly? The priest gritted his teeth in fury as he explained why. In anguish, he revealed the terrible truth. The holy relic has been stolen by the Undying One. He took the shoes of Skia. Hearing this, Torin shot to his feet, his fists trembling with rage. That filthy, undying bastard. At that moment, he angrily made a vow. I, Torin, swear I will make him pay for the humiliation my master endured today. The scene shifts to 3 years after that day, when Torin had succeeded the high priest and received a new holy relic from Skia. Back in the present, he leaned helplessly against the pillar. But now, all the holy relics of the 5 gods have been taken. Now that we form an alliance with him, my vow to get revenge on the Undying One has become meaningless. Torin suddenly stepped forward to calm the crowd. Everyone, calm down. I can't say for sure, but we don't know why the Undying One wants to meet Leia's high priest. However, he's already taken all the holy relics from our ancestors. There's no reason for him to seize another one. Torin then looked over at her. And besides, it's just like Murdy said. He wanted everyone to accept the deal. We're allies now. After flying for a while, Idia looked down below. We're here. She flew them over the surface of a lake, introducing, this is the city of Linta. The two of them landed on a bridge over the vast lake. Kang Ujin looked around doubtfully. There's a city. Under this lake, Idia quickly confirmed the incredible fact. That's right. She explained with certainty, Linta is the last city of the Allied forces. Hidden beneath this lake, not even the Skylords of Chanet can penetrate it. However, Idia added an important caveat. Only those chosen by Leia are permitted to enter. Hearing this, Kang Ujin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only the chosen. Huh. She put a hand on her hip, on guard. Even I cannot enter the hidden city, as I haven't been permitted. But Linta's patrol boats have likely already spotted us. Idia's eyes widened as she suddenly warned him. In a moment, we're going to have to explain ourselves to 49 people. Seeing him walk straight forward anyway, she panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, stop. But Kang Yujin just glanced back at her casually. How much longer do you plan on waiting? Use a water-breathing spell and let's go. If you can't breathe underwater, you'll die before you even get a chance to be punished for trespassing. Idia, terrified, swore at him. You idiot. Get back here, now. But seeing him take a step down, she warned, if you take one more step. Yet, Kang Yujin didn't stop. Instantly, the entire lake erupted with a terrifyingly massive splash. He stared ahead tensely, waiting to see what would happen. Ichia, meanwhile, had gone pale, sweating as she backed away. A pair of frightening, glowing eyes began to emerge. She stammered and stumbled backward, her hope draining away in terror. We're done for. Idia knew exactly what was about to appear. The 17 dragons that had guarded Lake Linta since ancient times. She looked at the beasts surrounding them and recognized the species. The water dragons are here. The two of them were quickly surrounded. Completely unafraid, Kang Yujin just smirked with confidence. These dragons look a bit different from the ones I'm used to. Just then, a sphere of light began to form in one water dragon's mouth. Idia shrieked in absolute terror, warning him of the danger. It's coming. She knew exactly what kind of power they were about to unleash. Dragon's breath. But suddenly, Kang Yujin lifted his leg, and before Ichia could process it, he had yanked her back by the collar. At that very instant, the water dragon unleashed its dragon's breath. A terrifying, massive explosion erupted. A giant crater was blasted into the middle of the lake. Drenched in a cold sweat, Idia cried out in disbelief. She looked down below, completely stunned. Are we still alive? Kang Ujin flashed a smug, arrogant smile. Even the true Yukong lords would have a hard time entering the city, not with that kind of creature lurking beneath the lake. No wonder. But Ishia still couldn't calm down. Terrified, she shrieked, urging him, Immortal, we have to get out of here right now. Those water dragons are coming, but Kang Ujin turned to her, looking completely unfazed. What the hell are you babbling about? You think those water dragons can fly here or something? Ichia quickly confirmed it, pressing him again. Yes, they can. That's why we have to hurry. He just smirked, still in disbelief. If they could fly, why would they be called water dragons? They should have just been called dragons, then. Growing even more helpless, she could only scream, Immortal. Just then, one of them shot straight into the sky, its mouth wide open. The two of them were lucky enough to dodge the attack. Kang Yujin's face twisted into a worried frown. The water dragons now flew up and surrounded them. Their only option was to fly higher and escape. After a while, Kang Ujin glanced down warily. They're charging at us like they've gone mad. They must be the masters of these waters, huh? To be this powerful. He smirked again, a thought running through his mind. If I could turn them into death knights, but suddenly, a water dragon appeared right beneath him. Only then did Kang Ujin's eyes widen in shocked terror. At that moment, a massive wave of power shot straight at them. The scene changes back to the refugee camp. Hong Sung-gu propped his chin on his hand, looking up at a tree and calculating. The boss has been gone for a day. The base must be getting closer to completion. Murdy bowed her head, feeling uneasy. I'm so worried. I hope he doesn't end up in the situation the goddess foretold. He remained calm and asked again, You mean that death prophecy? Her face was as tense as a drawn bowstring as she confirmed it. Yes, the goddess has never been wrong. Sung-gu was still completely confident, waving a hand dismissively. Come on, if it's my boss, nothing bad will happen. He's incredibly strong. He'll somehow manage to save both Anfen and Earth. He looked up, his eyes filled with absolute trust. I trust my boss more than I trust any god. The person we're talking about is my boss, after all. Murdy turned to him, staring with some surprise. Sung-gu, you really do trust the immortal? He let out a hearty laugh, thinking simply. More importantly, thinking about all that stuff just gives me a headache. Realizing the reason, she felt dejected. He's just a simple-minded person. The scene shifts to a remote, mist-shrouded forest. Ichia collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in agony. Kang Ujin walked over to check on her. Are you conscious now? She looked up at the immortal, a bit startled. Idia stood up and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. What happened? The dragon's breath clearly. He stepped closer and explained simply, I blocked that attack, but the shockwave it created still blew us all the way to the outskirts of this deep forest. Kang Yujin looked at the energy in his hand and sighed. Blocking a single dragon's breath used up so many souls. As expected of the ancient guardian of Lake Linta, Idia yelled in fury, questioning him. I warned you about that. Wouldn't it have been better to just wait for someone from Linta to show up? But Kang Ujin remained perfectly calm and urged her on. If you're ready, let's get moving. Seeing him draw his weapon, she froze. Wait a minute, don't tell me. Idia couldn't believe it and shouted back. Are you planning to fight the water dragons again? That's just reckless. Kang Ujin turned back, his face full of confidence. We won't know until we try. Although, I admit that 17 water dragons is a bit of a nuisance. He deliberately emphasized, but I'm not exactly alone, you know. But as they were walking, Kang Ujin suddenly stopped. Looking at the army before him, he shouted an excited challenge. All right, let's go for round 2, shall we? The leader of the skeleton soldiers grinned with delight. It's been a long time since I've hunted dragons. If we had a dragon on our side, I'd befriend it in a heartbeat. Yujin turned to him with a smirk and said, We're about to get ourselves a dragon. You won't have to wait long. You better get ready to make a friend now. Another one beside him added excitedly, That means we're about to make 17 new friends at once. I bet those idiots won't even notice if people don't remember their names, right? Idia trembled and swallowed hard. With just one glance, she recognized the overwhelming sense of danger. These are the Immortal's elite summons. Idia still couldn't believe his actions. He's actually planning to turn ancient water dragons into his summons. Suddenly, a huge commotion erupted from the lake. Seeing a water dragon appear, Kang Ujin watched expectantly. What's this? Are you planning to attack first? But Idia quickly noticed something was off. No, there's a person standing on its back, observing us. Just then, the person spoke up, questioning his identity. You're the Immortal, aren't you? Yujin smirked, recognizing him instantly. You're the High Priest of Laya, right? I didn't even have to call for you, and you've already appeared. A little too eager, aren't you? Immediately after, the man leaped off the water dragon's back, He walked up to Yujin and declared without hesitation, "If sacrificing myself is all it takes to protect Linta, then I am always ready." Kang Yujin narrowed his eyes, expressing his own intentions. "I have no intention of killing anyone." But the man tensed up, clearly stating his point of view. For a high priest like me, losing the holy relic is no different from death. He then presented an item to Kang Ujin. "These are the gauntlets of Leia. I hope you will accept them." Ujin smiled, intrigued, and took the gauntlets. "So you already knew." Immediately after, the system sent 2 consecutive notifications. "You have obtained the gauntlets of Leia." The gauntlets of Leia. These are the gauntlets of Leia, the god of abundance. They possess a mystical power that can make seeds sprout and aid in the harvesting of fruits. Ujin slipped the gauntlets onto his hands. He watched the light emanating from them with delight. "So I've obtained the gauntlets, the main ingredient for Thoris's judgment." Yujin recalled the true materials he needed to prepare. The boots of Skia. The ingredient to create match. "I already got from Rhea." Yujin remembered taking a life in the past. "The boots of Skia, the ingredient to create match. I got from Rhea." The damaged cloak was caught on the peak of a tower. "The cloak from the village of Ladi is also in my possession." The damaged cloak of Thores. His expression turned sharp, his eyes glinting. "Now, all I need to do is get the holy relics of Arya and Haris, and I'll be able to return to my golden age." On a hill, the faint silhouette of a group of people appeared. They stood from above, looking down at the lake that was almost completely drained of water. The immortal had been gone for a day. Korga said, "Just as we discussed before, he established this base in Soros, but it's still very unstable. For all we know, Chanet's army could have already heard about Soros." Khan replied, "For the immortal to be absent during such a critical time. If they attack, we're completely hopeless, aren't we?" Torin added, "We are severely lacking in manpower and equipment, so we can hardly put up a decent defense. What on earth is the immortal thinking?" One of the men in the group spotted something. They all looked up to the sky and saw Kang Ujin with a girl, riding a flying horse. "Look, he's back. Let's go sit down and discuss a solution." By a large tree with lush foliage, Hong Sung-gu and the girl in the white dress turned to look at the person approaching. Kang Ujin and the group from earlier walked over to Hong Sung-gu. "Boss." The immortal, the girl in the white dress, asked Kang Ujin, "How did your business go?" "Sir," he replied, "the trip was a great success." He raised his hand, smugly showing off. The people behind him gasped in astonishment. "I've also obtained the holy relic." The girl in the white dress scowled, raising a hand to her face in frustration. "I had a feeling, just as I suspected." Khan pointed at Kang Ujin and shouted, "Immortal, you've already agreed to an alliance with us, so why are you still going around collecting holy relics?" He rubbed his chin, glancing away. "Well, it's because you guys need me, isn't it?" The green-haired girl couldn't hold back either and spoke up. "I heard that Leia personally handed the holy relic to the immortal." Her eyes grew thoughtful as she pondered. In a flashback, he waved his hand at the person opposite him, saying, "How did you know I came here to get the holy relic?" That person explained, "Leia received a divine message saying that our wish would come true if we gave our treasure to you." Khan turned to Korga and asked, "You mean she personally handed him the holy relic? Could it be that Leia also believes the immortal is Anfen's savior?" Torin also spoke up, asking Kang Yujin, "Are you planning on taking Skia's holy relic as well?" He smirked as he replied to them, "Yep, but I already got it. If I hadn't gotten it, I would have been dead a long time ago." His gaze turned sharp as he turned to question the girl in the white dress. "By the way, there's something I want to ask." The girl could only look down, her brow furrowed. "How come I haven't seen Arya's holy relic yet?" A vision of the girl's past appeared. After the immortal obtained the ancestor's holy relic as Arya's top disciple, I went to the Grand Temple to take over the position of High Priestess. The girl in the white dress's eyes widened in surprise. However, the entire scene before me was a desolate, fiery red. The Holy Land had already become enemy territory, so I had no choice but to abandon the succession ceremony. After hearing her story, he realized she was still a demigoddess and hadn't received the holy relic. The girl's face fell, while Ujin replied gently, "Well, it's okay. I'll get it back for you sooner or later. Thank you, Immortal One. Even though you'll probably just take it away immediately anyway." A notification window appeared. "Base establishment process has been completed." He glanced over. "Now establishing a dimensional teleportation gate to exit number 1 of Sun Station, to the aircraft carrier, to Laddie's shrine." The gates appeared before everyone, and he gestured forward. "We've secured the gate without any issues, storing the warriors' weapons in the inventory. The production progress for the Thus set is also going smoothly." He gave a wicked grin and made a selection. "Now then, I suppose it's time for us to fulfill our responsibility as an ally, isn't it?" Everyone there was terrified by what they saw. The ground beneath their feet was shaking constantly. "What is this? Why all of a sudden?" Kang Ujin maintained his confident smile and continued. Now, something was slowly rising from the ground. First, the castle walls, then the roads appeared, followed by repairs to the streets. He was still holding out his hand, restoring everything. The people around him could only watch in utter amazement as infrastructure was erected and a few village buildings were constructed. A fortress was now completely built. Kang Yujin smiled in the wind, admiring the results of his creation. This should be enough for now, right? A system notification appeared. Dimensional territory points used 226,370. Points remaining 698,910. The group that had just been shouting was now bowing deeply. He asked, "What are you all doing?" Khan could only cry out in awe. "This is a miracle from the Creator. Are you the immortal one?" "No, a god." After saying this, he continued to prostrate himself before Kang Ujin. Meanwhile, Kang Ujin stood there, trying to tell everyone, "Please, everyone stand up. Please forgive me for ever doubting you." When speaking gently didn't work, he had to shout, "If you don't want to get left behind, then get on your feet, now." "Yes, sir." He sighed and explained, "This isn't a miracle of creation or the work of a god. It's just the ability of a dimensional lord inside their base." The system notification appeared again. Dimensional territory points used an additional 321,280. Points remaining 377,630. Yujin raised a hand to his chin, looking at the panel with a serious expression. "What is this? Why did my points suddenly get cut in half? I'm sure I didn't use anything." He turned around and looked at the gate. 3 people stepped through it, and one of them called out, "President." Kang Ujin asked them questions, and they explained the situation to him. "You guys got here quick. Is everything on Earth all right?" "Yes, sir. No dungeons have exploded. It's been very peaceful. We were waiting on the aircraft carrier and came as soon as the teleportation gate opened." Once again, he raised a hand to his chin in deep thought. If Earth is safe, then those points must have been used in the dimensional territory. He recalled a past image. Was the situation over there so critical that the 3 people in charge of defending the base had to use such a large amount of points? The man added, "Oh, right. Something happened to the aircraft carrier, so it's undergoing extensive repairs. I'm not sure about the details, but Prime Minister Deng seemed extremely flustered. Other than that, there were no other problems." Kang Yujin wondered, "But there weren't any problems when I checked, were there?" "Who told you that?" The man answered innocently, "Miss Bai did, sir." After hearing that, his face darkened. "Looks like I've finally found the person who just spent a massive pile of my points. Under the lush tree," he said. "I'm going back to Earth for a while. You guys clean up the surrounding monsters and stay here." He calmly walked through the gate in front of him. Kang Yujin stood there, taking in the surrounding scenery. "Just as I thought," he said to himself. "It's changed so much." She turned the ship's deck into an entire village. He looked into the distance, puzzled. Why the heck is there a souvenir shop over there? A hand waved at him as a voice called out, "Master." A girl in a Lolita dress with wings cheerfully ran up to Kang Ujin. "What do you think? It's amazing, isn't it?" She looked so proud of herself. "I knew it." The 2 of them started talking. "What happened with the damaged aircraft carrier?" "Oh, that. Go on." She gave a proud thumbs up and said, "Let me show you, Master. Follow me." They were at a colossal ship that looked enormous. He stood on the deck with her, looking down. "So, it was a lot of work to get it fixed. Hurry up and say something." He frowned, sweating bullets. "What is this?" He and Bibi were still looking out. An aircraft carrier? A ship flying over the city. He was shocked, thinking to himself, "It's flying in the sky?" Kang Yujin turned and asked her, "What did you do to it?" She replied, "Since Nosum isn't from Earth, he said this would be difficult to repair, so I had to attach floating stones to make it fly." He frowned in amazement. He never imagined floating stones could be used like this. Bibi's expression suddenly turned furious, and she ground her teeth as she told Kang Ujin. "And another thing. I won't forgive those bastards who dared to sell defective goods to our great Aden. It was those English guys, wasn't it?" "Bibi, where did you get that misunderstanding?" He dodged the subject, and she answered enthusiastically. "By the way, where are we flying to now?" "It's a city called Daejeon. We're heading straight for Seoul." A dragon appeared on the ship's deck. His face filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "That group riding dragons flying by. Isn't that the laddie tribe from planet Yaku?" One of them turned his head and nodded at Yujin. Bibi explained to him, "The laddie are amazing at riding dragons. So, I gave them the mission of protection and reconnaissance in exchange for the right to immigrate to Aden." She ran off excitedly. "Master, come over here." Bibi turned back with a smile. "I still have so much more I want to show you." A notification popped up saying, "Identification complete," and suddenly the door in front of them opened automatically. He stepped inside as she introduced the room. What is this? It's the Situation Room. Since items originating from Earth don't have magic control functions, we replaced everything. Kang Ujin asked quizzically, and Bibi answered cheerfully. A hologram. What are all those marked spots? Those are the magic cannons that can be fired from all directions, she explained. We combined Earth's technology with Anfen's magic to improve its accuracy. Master, the ship's shield is currently withstanding attacks. Not only that, but to enhance our defensive capabilities, we've also erected a magic barrier that covers the entire aircraft carrier. It'll activate automatically when it detects an enemy attacking us. Bibi continued to explain enthusiastically. Plus, we're also developing new types of weapons, but we're already equipped with guns. He patted her head. I think this investment might be a little overkill. But I guess this is good. The place where our family lives is the most important place of all. After all, he was very pleased with what Bibi had done. Keep up the good work. Yes, Master. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, warning of a Danyon outbreak at exits 1, 2, and 4 of Daejeon Station. He glanced behind him as two people rushed over to report. Miss Bibi, something big has happened. There's been a Danyon outbreak at Daejeon Station. One of them was surprised to see Kang Ujin. Mr. President, you're here. He gave a smug smile. What's all the fuss about? This is actually the perfect opportunity for us. Let's test out the new features on the aircraft carrier. The two men were confused. Kang Yujin said to Bibi, you can handle this, right? Bibi bared her fangs, a dangerous look on her face, and replied, of course, everyone, just you wait. The ship is still flying in the sky. I'll show them the true power of this flying fortress. The ground shook violently, cracking the car's windows. A massive foot stomped onto the road, crushing vehicles. A turtle-like monster with sharp teeth roared. Beside it, many other crab-like monsters with incredibly strong pincer arms were on the move. The man's face showed utter terror. He saw a military vehicle ahead and sprinted towards it. I'm saved. The rescue team is here, the man yelled frantically as he ran. Hey, there's someone over here. Please, take me with you. While he was begging, he suddenly tripped on a rock, and the man fell flat on the road. He sat up immediately, clutched his leg, and cried out, my ankle. A soldier shouted an order. If everyone is on board, let's move out. Go. The man trembled in fear, tears starting to stream down his face. He reached out a hand and whispered weakly, no. The crab monsters had arrived and were standing right behind him. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Ignoring his injured leg, he tried to run and escape the monsters. A person holding a spear that glowed with blue light appeared. Thunder Dragon Spear. He unleashed an attack from his spear, striking the monster directly. Seeking Lightning Blade. Seeing the monster defeated, the man hurriedly said, thank you for saving me. The one who saved him was from the Dion tribe, but the man had mistaken him. Get on. I'll take you to safety. A monster? The ship remained focused, flying in the sky. Yujin and Bibi were looking at a map and discussing the situation. The soldiers in charge of guiding the evacuation have all pulled back. Levito, what's the status on evacuating the remaining humans? The Dion tribe is flying over the attacked area, assisting those in need. We have begun rescuing them as per your orders. The injured will be brought back shortly. Bibi grinned with delight. Good. Well done. She looked at the monsters on the screen. Just leave those crabs to the humans. The turtle monster was still on a rampage, destroying and burning down many buildings. Shall we go catch that turtle? The turtle said with relish, the humans on Earth are truly interesting. It looked up at the sky. To think they could achieve this level of firepower and technology in a world without magic. The turtle opened its mouth, creating a ball of light, but then it fired a long, terrifying beam of fire. The fighter jets were shot down instantly. The turtle said confidently, no weapon can harm this body. A system notification popped up. Void-Tide Lord Baratu. He is the descendant of a fallen dragon. Though he no longer has wings, he possesses a colossal body and incredibly strong defensive power, capable of resisting both magical and physical attacks. A flying ship appeared in the sky, firing multiple beams of light directly at Baratu. The beast could only stare up, dazed. Before it could even react, all the beams hit their mark. Bibi jumped for joy. Bullseye, Master. A plume of smoke rose from where they had hit. Baratu was still alive. Homing bombs, a magic attack, his eyes lit up. I never thought they could create something like. It glowed as it stared straight at the ship. A bit of an improvement from those buzzing flies from earlier, but that's about it. Atop the massive vessel was a large cannon. The monitor on the ship displayed Baratu Bibi's disappointment. What the hell? Is that thing completely unharmed? Kang Ujin rubbed his chin and suggested a plan. To pierce that shell, we'll need something as powerful as the dragon's breath. It seems the thing he's responsible for is pretty damn big. 2. Bibi's face darkened when she heard him. Good job, Bibi. Now, let me handle the rest. Bibi, She became enraged, her body emitting a golden light. "You damn turtle Khan, how dare you insult my fortress Bibi?" He frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked at Bibi. "What is this? This magical shockwave?" A giant magic circle appeared with the airship at its center, spreading out over a vast area. She shouted from the sky, "You're dead meat." Seeing the ornate golden circle in the sky, the turtle monster looked up and spoke. "I knew they'd pull some other trick." It stared intently at the large circle, wondering to itself, what are they planning this time? At that moment, Bai smiled and spoke into a microphone from above. "Hello? Will all passengers on Fortress Bibi please pay attention?" She addressed the people panicking as the space around them shifted, warning them of the grueling battle about to take place. "All passengers, please protect yourselves and prepare for the shockwave." Bibi's eyes were filled with determination as she spoke loudly. "I'll repeat myself. This ship is about to." At that moment, the monster bared its sharp teeth with a calculating look on its face. Suddenly, a strange red light glowed from its mouth, and the monster unexpectedly spoke. "I don't know what kind of trick you're trying to pull, but in the next second." It roared angrily. "Do you really think I'm just going to stand here and take it?" The monster then launched an attack, spewing tremendous power from its mouth. Seeing this, the airship activated a protective barrier. Thanks to the shield, the ship was unaffected by the attack or the surrounding explosions. On the ship, Jusu and Minhan stood beside each other, their jaws dropped in astonishment at the sight. After the smoke cleared, the ship appeared without a single scratch, still hovering steadily on a magic circle. Just then, Bibi smiled, her voice dripping with mockery. "Is that all you've got?" Behind her, Kang Ujin looked at her with an admiring gaze. At that moment, Bibi put a hand on her hip, smiled, and said, "You couldn't even scratch Fortress Bibi's barrier." Her excited voice rang out. "Now, it's our turn." Immediately after, the circle beneath the ship began to gather a large ball of lightning. The monster Khan was startled when it saw this, stammering, "What is this?" Sensing the danger from the orb, it immediately turned to flee, anxiously thinking it had to get out of there right away. At that moment, Bibi's eyes flashed as she excitedly gave the order, "Fire." The ship's system continuously announced, "Magic compression rate at 98%. Magic compression rate at 100%. Bibi's face was now twisted into a terrifyingly happy smile as a massive source of power radiated from the orb in the magic circle. The monster Khan glanced back in fear as it saw that power hurtling towards it. The attack slammed straight into the monster with so much force that the entire area around it exploded. The sight left Yujin utterly astounded. Jusu and Minhan were once again slack-jawed, stunned by the terrifying power. When the smoke cleared, the monster was on the ground, split in two. Bibi calmly raised her hand to her mouth and blew lightly. The girl smiled brightly and said, "How was that?" That was an attack that gathered all the energy of Fortress Bibi. Looking back at the monster's bisected corpse, Kang Ujin broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, "Good heavens." He took in the entire fortress, complete with the small houses on top, and secretly marveled. "This thing is pretty damn impressive." Startled by a noise, Kang Yujin looked around and asked in confusion, "What's that noise? Why did all the lights go out?" Hearing him, Bibi looked up with an innocent expression. Outside the ship, the energy stone had stopped glowing. Just then, Bibi smiled innocently and said, "I accidentally used up all our energy. Even the reserves are completely gone." Hearing that, Kang Ujin was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" At that moment, the inside of the ship went dark, and everyone was suddenly thrown off balance as the space began to shake violently. Screams rang out as the ship, now without power, began to plummet. Inside, he tried to stay on his feet, thinking frantically, "I have to do something before it hits the ground." Suddenly, a notification window appeared. Fortress Bibi's magic power has been completely depleted. Magic can be automatically restored or replaced by the Lord's mana. Do you wish to substitute? Yes. No. Yujin was completely shocked when he read the notification. He immediately said, "Of course, yes." As soon as he spoke, the stone outside was refilled with power and lit up. The ship was now surrounded by a red energy. The stones on the ship lit up, helping it to rebalance before it began to ascend again. Seeing the space light up again, Kang Ujin breathed a sigh of relief, slowly muttering, "That was way too close." The ship returned to its normal state, flying over a ruined city. In the cabin, Kang Ujin stood before Bibi and spoke sternly. "Bibi, what would have happened if I wasn't here? If we hadn't replenished the magic in time, we'd all be dead." Hearing that, the girl stood obediently and replied, "I'm sorry, master. From now on, I will act more carefully." Just then, he turned his head and saw Min Chan and another person sitting on the ground, their heads spinning. The man asked, "Mr. President, are we done for?" Kang Yujin thought helplessly. "I don't even have to look to know what the situation on deck is like." Suddenly, on the screen connecting to the Ladi tribe, a member spoke up to report, "My lord, all the members of the Ladi tribe have returned." The The sky had returned to its beautiful, clear blue, and the space was quiet. Outside the ship, many refugees had now appeared. Kang Ujin stepped forward, looking at the people in confusion, and asked, "Who are all these people?" A member of the Ladi tribe explained, "These are humans who were injured and couldn't evacuate in time, so we brought them back here." Hearing that, his eyes turned cold, and he fell grimly silent. Glancing at a man painfully clutching a mangled arm, Jung Min-chan spoke. "It wouldn't be surprising if some of the seriously injured people just dropped dead." He then turned to Kang Ujin and asked worriedly, "Mr. President, is there any way to use the Lord's spatial magic to restore them?" Hearing that, his face darkened, and he replied in a low voice, "No. To restore them, we can't use the Lord's spatial magic. We need a miracle from the gods for that." At this, Min-chan's gaze became determined, and he spoke anxiously. "Then we have to get them to the emergency room in Seoul immediately. We can't afford any more casualties." Seeing his intense reaction, Kang Yujin glanced at him and asked, "What are you talking about? How on earth did you interpret what I just said?" Hearing this, the man stammered, "Yes." Kang Yujin then began to explain, "Have you forgotten that we have the Earth God on our side?" Min-chan slowly started to understand. Kang Yujin turned his head, smiled knowingly, and said, "It's almost time." Looking over at Bibi, pulling Sua towards them, he whispered, "Let's witness a divine miracle." At that moment, Bibi cheerfully called out, "Hurry up, Sua. Everyone is waiting for your power." The sky turned to night, illuminated by a bright moon. In a large apartment complex with many lit windows, a man sat in one of the rooms, staring blankly at his computer. He was searching for something. His search history was filled with terms related to holy power. He slammed his fist down and yelled, "Damn it." A familiar face appears. It's Sang-ho, scowling at his computer and thinking to himself, "Why the hell did you tell me to find the Earth God? How am I supposed to find one single god among all these people?" In a flashback to a dark cave, a piercing shout suddenly rings out, "You fool." Immediately after, Sang-ho is hit by shards of ice that send him flying. He slams hard against a large rock behind him, his face twisting as he cries out in pain. Standing before him, Iolo was aggressively yelling, "How can there not be a god? The synchronization is about to begin. It's impossible for the god to have not awakened yet." Hearing this, Sang-ho immediately knelt and bowed his head, begging fearfully, "I'm sorry, master. Please, just give me one more chance. I'll search again, more carefully." But Iolo only became more enraged, saying through clenched teeth, "I went through all the trouble of coming back to Earth. How can there be no god? There's not even a code. This can't be happening." His rage finally boiled over, and Iolo roared, "Go! Find the god and bring them to me." Back in the present, Sang-ho clutched his head and grimaced, thinking, "But if I'm going to find them, I need at least some kind of clue." Just then, his subordinate entered, holding out a computer. "Sir, take a look at this." Sang-ho asked in confusion, "What is it?" After handing him the device, the subordinate explained, "Didn't Kang Ujin's aircraft carrier participate in the relief efforts during the recent dungeon break in Daejeon? It seems the people injured on site are all being treated on that very aircraft carrier, but the situation there is far from normal." A video was playing on the screen, showing a young man surrounded by reporters. He nervously recounted, "It was a truly magnificent sight. That young girl knelt and prayed, and the person she was praying for had clearly had their arm completely severed, but in the blink of an eye, it was restored just like new." The young man declared in awe, "If there are angels in this world, she is definitely one of them." Hearing those words, Sang-ho froze, his mind racing. An angel. Praying, he thought. Looking at the video of Sua healing the man's arm, he was skeptical. She can regenerate a completely severed limb. After watching the video, the sound of sobbing, which then turned into laughter, filled the room. A dangerous smile spread across Sang-ho's face, his eyes glinting with a calculating look. "I finally found you. The Earth God." An announcement rang out. Fortress Bibi is now docked in the city of Adan, near Sun Station. Fortress Bibi, which had made a name for itself at Daejeon, was now drawing immense attention from people from all walks of life. Astonished murmurs spread through the crowd. "It's actually floating in the sky." People rushed into the streets, filming with their phones and chattering excitedly. "That's the aircraft carrier that wiped out the horde of monsters in Daejeon. How in the world can it float in the sky like that?" The combination of magic from another world and Earth's advanced technology sparked everyone's curiosity. The immense power it had displayed in Daejeon seemed to have become the hope everyone was clinging to for overcoming the current crisis. However, there were also some unsettling viewpoints. At a press conference in Adan City, Kang Yujin stood among the seats, holding a microphone. "Once again, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to Adan for preventing another tragedy from occurring. Today, the Prime Minister stated that you would respond to the dungeon breaks by deploying the aircraft carrier. It appears that, at the moment, all personnel in Aden are relocating to that carrier. His gaze fixed forward as he continued. Some suspect that by using this carrier, Aden intends to abandon Son to ensure its own survival. The carrier is like a modern-day Noah's Ark. Kang Yujin looked at Min Chan in front of him and asked, "What is your take on this viewpoint, sir?" Behind him was the banner for the Adan City press conference. Min Chan frowned and replied, "I believe that is a completely baseless suspicion." He lifted his head, his gaze firm as he continued, "Fortress Bibi is not an ark. It is our strategic fortress. Aden will take the lead in handling dungeon breaks by utilizing Fortress Bibi." Kang Yujin pressed further, "Does that mean you will be protecting all of South Korea?" Min Chan adjusted the microphone and answered carefully, "Perhaps I've created a misunderstanding. We at Adan will promptly go wherever assistance is needed to subdue monsters." However, he affirmed that their target was not just South Korea, but anywhere in the world. Everyone was stunned by this answer. The crowd below began to buzz. Aden is going abroad? What if a large-scale dungeon break happens while they're gone? A man in the audience suddenly became agitated. He slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Don't you see how dangerous a declaration like that is? President Kang Ujin has already gone to Anfen, and now he's going to another country? What is South Korea supposed to do now?" His questioning voice echoed. "Don't you dare tell me you'll just see how things go and leave the people of South Korea in danger." Min Chan felt a sense of dread. We anticipated this kind of reaction from them. He tapped the small microphone and began to speak. "Let me explain everything clearly." Min Chan began to speak slowly. "South Korea needs to abandon its policy of complete reliance on Adan. A nation must first know how to protect itself. We will only provide aid when it is absolutely necessary." "Thanks, Sung Hun," Min Chan replied. Leaning back with his coffee, he started the conversation. "No one seems to understand Adan's good intentions. It's really frustrating. I mean, we're obviously doing our best to save the Earth." Sung Hun looked at him curiously and asked, "But what does that have to do with anything?" Sung Hun voiced his doubt. "Have you forgotten what the president said? A world without borders, where even morality has collapsed. It's about to become a reality." Hearing Lee Seung Hun's words, Min Chan felt a pang of anxiety. Will the future really be okay? Humanity is already starting to crumble in the face of these impending disasters. Seung Hun added with a smile, "Since when did I start going on about protecting humanity and all that stuff? Look, Prime Minister, we just need to focus on doing our own jobs properly. Just like the president." Setting down his hot coffee, he said, "That's all I'm capable of. Anyway." Min Chan sighed, "You're really something else." Leaning back, he looked at him and replied, "Thank you. It seems I've been letting the weight of responsibility crush me without even realizing it." Min Chan began, "Just as Minister Gu said, all we need to do is trust and follow our king." On the way to Arya's shrine, a young man poked at his ear and grumbled, "My ear is itching like crazy. I wonder if someone's talking about me." The girl sitting behind him asked, "My lord, would you like to rest for a moment?" Turning his head, Kang Yujin replied, "No, we still have a long way to go." Seeing Murty's pale face, he suddenly remembered. "Now that I think about it, we've been traveling all day." With that thought, he looked at her and said, "Let's rest for a while." "Thank you, my lord," Murty replied. Kang Ujin calmly sat down and started a small fire. Then, he turned his head and gave an order. "Gabby, check if there are any bases or abyssal dungeons nearby." A shadow darted away, replying, "Yes, master." He looked at a digital screen and muttered, "All right, let's see now." Then, to Murty's astonishment, a table materialized out of thin air. He looked at her and urged, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and eat." Kang Yujin took a bite of a sausage and started chewing. Murty looked at him and spoke up. "Even though this isn't our base, it seems you're still testing your establishment power, aren't you, Immortal One?" Chewing his food, Kang Yujin replied, "This isn't establishment, it's purchasing." He thought to himself, "Come to think of it, Murty probably has no idea about my ability to open the achievement shop." She asked again, "If someone can replicate the miracles of a god, doesn't that make them a god as well?" Kang Ujin's expression turned serious. He mused, then asked Murty in return, "Is that what you think a god is?" He continued, "Someone who can create bread and buildings with a snap of their fingers, or predict the future with their brilliant mind." Like Arya, Murty fell silent. Seeing this, Kang Ujin explained, "Look, I'm no god. Maybe the beings we call gods are just strange entities that are only a little different from us." Her face filled with worry as she exclaimed, "Immortal One, it's blasphemous to speak of the gods that way." He set his fork down firmly on the table. "Just think about it carefully," he said, then added with a smile, "Besides, you'll soon get to meet the saintess you revere in person." Hearing his words, Murty froze. It had been 2 days since Kang Ujin and Murty had set out from the base city of Soros to find Arya's holy relic. High above, Jemin stood silently, looking down at the city. Looking at the bustling scene below, he marveled at how surprisingly peaceful it was. Jemin thought to himself, even though we've cleared out all the monsters in Gansaros, am I just supposed to wait around passively until Kang Ujin gets back? He rubbed his head and sighed. I miss Earth so much. How did Kang Ujin manage to live like this, all alone for 20 years? Suddenly, someone called his name. Jemin. Jemin turned in surprise and exclaimed, Hong Sung-gu. Sung-gu's face was etched with worry as he urged, hurry up. The guys from the coalition are desperately looking for us. Inside a wooden cabin, a voice rang out. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, despite the sudden and urgent nature of my request. Khan stood there and announced, the reason I've gathered you here so urgently is that there has been an unusual shift in the enemy's movements. We need to figure out how to respond. Someone spoke up. What's going on? Torin explained. According to our scouts, a massive number of monsters are gathering on the Naro Plateau to the south, Khan said, his voice laced with concern. The problem isn't just Gunong, who rules that region. It's the alliance between his forces and those of Sira, Fatu, and Lei. And asked curiously, who are they? Are they that strong? Every single one of them is a formidable opponent, Khan replied. He continued, Gunong is the commander of the 36th Legion. He's on a completely different level from your average Void Lord. Edia then voiced her skepticism. But that's strange. The Void Lords have always acted independently. Why would they suddenly form an alliance now? Khan frowned in response. It seems there can only be one reason. He continued, a new axis of power has recently re-emerged in Anfen. Everyone gasped in shock. Could it be? Khan's expression grew grim, his words an unspoken confirmation. That's right. From their point of view, their most formidable enemy, the Immortal One, has returned, forcing them to join hands. Ron gently advised, without the Immortal One here, it's going to be difficult to hold this fortress. We need to find a new refuge. Graham agreed with him. He's right. Soros was never an ideal location to defend against the enemy in the first place. We should relocate our base. In our current situation, the risk of being completely isolated is extremely high. But disagreed, shouting, no way. How can we just abandon our base so easily? It was then that Edia spoke up. I agree with the warrior Hong Sung-gu. We cannot simply abandon the World Tree. Graham said gently, my elf king, calling that tree the World Tree is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Hearing this, she retorted, no, it is undoubtedly the World Tree, and I will not abandon it. The room fell silent as everyone looked at them. Finally, Ron bowed his head with a sigh. But there's no other choice. Gunong is a high-ranking commander of the 36th Legion. He went on to explain, perhaps the Immortal One could handle it, but for us, it's impossible to stand against them. Idia's face fell. If only the Immortal One were here. Just as the tension peaked, a voice suddenly rang out. I can get in touch with Yujin. Turns out, it was Jemin. Everyone cheered when they saw him. I can't believe this warrior has that kind of ability. This means if the Immortal returns, we'll actually have a fighting chance. And turned to Du Jemin with a smile and said, that's right. Didn't you say you became his vassal or something? Du Jemin nodded back in reply. Yes, I'll try to contact Mr. Kang Ujin right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a hand and placed it lightly on his head. Telepathic waves began to transmit his words. Brother, it's me, Du Jemin, Mr. Kang Yujin. After a long moment with no response, Jemin and the others just stared at each other, stunned. Finally, he voiced his confusion. This is strange. For some reason, I can't get in touch with Mr. Kang Yujin at all. This has never happened before. Torin asked worriedly. Could it be? Isn't there any other way? Jemin's face was now filled with anxiety. Yes. I'll try again in a little while. The air suddenly fell strangely silent. Finally, Khan spoke up, breaking the silence. Everyone, I know this is a difficult situation, but please, listen to me. He tried to console them gently. The one who makes the decisions is almost always the Immortal. But we all agreed to establish our base here in Soros. And this is the base we built knowing that something like this would inevitably happen. We can't just get scared and run away because of some small move from the enemy. He raised his hand in agreement. He's right. As long as we prepare our artillery and gather all our allied forces nearby, we can hold this place. As if energized, Khan continued his explanation. Not only that, but Adan is our ally now. If we can't even defend this place before he gets back, then how can we even call this an alliance? Ron softly repeated, hold out until the Immortal returns. He then looked at Graham, and they nodded to each other. Ron turned to the person across from him and replied softly, all right then, let's give it a try. A joyful smile spread across Khan's face. Excellent. Then I'll consider this matter settled by everyone. Now, let's start planning our defense strategy. In a vast kingdom, protected by heavily fortified walls, a lone figure silently stepped forward. It was Kang Ujin. He cautiously assumed a defensive stance. What is this sticky, slimy stuff? The ground is completely rotten. This was the land of Saintess Arya, the land of the perished. Atop a high rock, two figures were making their way up. Kang Yujin turned back, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Why the hell would Arya build a shrine in a place like this?" "Ugh, it's so sticky." Murdy frowned and explained, the Saintess never shied away from ascetic practices, so she established this place herself. Kang Yujin, too lazy to listen any further, cut her off. Yeah, stop making things up." Annoyed by his attitude, Murdy yelled back, "I'm not making anything up. This is a well-known legend." Kang Ujin, exasperated, turned back to look at her. "Just forget about it. Just because something sounds plausible doesn't make it true." He continued to scold her. "I told you last time to think it over. But it seems my advice went in one ear and out the other." Huh. Hearing this, Murdy's face fell, and she didn't dare to argue back. Suddenly, Kang Yujin stopped in astonishment, as if he had spotted something. "Now what is this?" Seeing that what they were looking for was right in front of them, he exclaimed, "We finally arrived. This is Arya's shrine." Yujin stared ahead intently, then asked in disbelief, "That's Arya's shrine?" "Yeah." A massive metal structure stood on the ground. He pointed at it, stunned. "You mean that spaceship?" The sky darkened around the ship, making it look even more ominous. They moved closer to the vessel. "The shrine is shaped like a spaceship." Kang Yujin gave Murdy a skeptical look and wondered, "What is this? Is this really the shrine?" Hearing him, she replied in confusion, "I'm not sure either. It's true that I received a prophecy, which is how I was able to guide you. But this is actually my first time here too." While they were talking, a gate suddenly cracked open, revealing a sliver of light. A moment later, it opened completely on its own. Kang Ujin let out a soft sigh. "Well, I guess we have to go inside and see, don't we?" Then he added confidently, "We'll find out once we're in." And so, some time later, the two of them cautiously entered the ship. Looking at the mechanical interior, they wondered, "All right, what in the world is this place?" While still bewildered, Kang Yujin suddenly let out a gasp and looked down at his hands. Seeing his strange reaction, Murdy asked, "Immortal One, is something wrong?" He looked at his hands and answered, "My mana. It's gone. What's happening?" He then began to softly call out names, Ramson. One after another, Donis. Finally, Kang Ujin's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered, "I can't even contact my own subordinates." Murdy looked at her own hands and also cried out, "Holy power?" Seeing the situation, he stated his conclusion. "This must mean that this place only allows Arya's own holy power to function. This really is a shrine, then." Kang Yujin looked at her and asked, "That's all well and good. But can you pinpoint the location of the holy power?" She nodded. "Yes, I can feel it. It's below us." Hearing that, he mused, "There must be a passageway through this spaceship somewhere." Finally, he made a decision. "In that case, you go do what you need to do. Let's meet up after you've retrieved the holy relic." Murdy asked, startled, "What are you going to do, sir?" "Immortal One." Kang Yujin glanced to the side and replied, "I have something I need to take care of personally." A while later, the number on the screen displayed 23, then it changed to 29. Seeing this, he sighed. "I knew it." Yujin muttered as he watched the elevator's display. This level of scientific civilization is something no one in Anfen could ever imagine. It'd be more fitting to call her the saintess of science and technology than the saintess of clairvoyance and prophecy. Finally, the screen displayed the number 30. The doors opened, and Kang Yujin let out a gasp of amazement. Before his eyes was an array of computers, with thousands of lines of data still running. He looked at the data and remarked softly, "A computer system. In a shrine, those characters don't belong to Anfen or Earth." Driven by curiosity, Kang Yujin stepped forward, raised his hand, and gently typed on the keyboard. A moment later, thousands of incomprehensible characters appeared on the computer. Seeing this, Kang Ujin asked helplessly, "Is she messing with me?" Annoyed, he raised his hand, gritted his teeth, and wondered, "Maybe I should just smash this whole thing." Suddenly, a bright light appeared beside him. The blinding light made Kang Ujin flinch and glance over as an unexpected voice rang out, "It's been a while, Immortal." Along with it, a human-like apparition slowly materialized. He wasn't scared. Instead, he turned his head and replied with a smirk, "Well, look at you. Have you been eavesdropping on me this whole time? You total creep." Kang Yujin looked up at the apparition before him and continued, "It's been exactly 20 years since you suddenly popped into my dream, and now here you are, appearing as a 3D hologram on a spaceship. What in the world are you?" He saw Arya standing above, her face full of confidence. Through a hazy mist, Kang Ujin asked in confusion, "Is this 20 years in the past, Right after Kang Ujin had traveled through a dimensional wormhole, he stood alone in a vast space and called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" Kang Yujin was completely bewildered. "What is happening? I was just on my way to school." Suddenly, an eerie voice spoke. "You've arrived just in time." A woman greeted him. "Welcome to Anfen." Her words startled and frightened him. This person was Arya. The woman, who introduced herself as the Saintess of Anfen, had given him some abilities and knowledge to survive on this planet. After some time, with her help, Yujin had adapted to the harsh life on Anfen. But judging by her current appearance, Arya's smile wasn't a happy one. Back to the present, he asked, "So what exactly are you? You act like a saintess, but are you just some kind of outside observer or what?" She replied, "Perhaps. But is knowing whether or not I'm a god really that important? Shouldn't the most important thing be whether I can answer your questions?" Kang Yujin let out a breath. "I guess I don't need to know if you're just pretending to be a god." He pointed a finger, his reminder almost a threat. "But you better answer me properly, or this shrine is going to be smashed to bits." Arya accepted. "Fine. What do you want to know?" Kang Yujin made his demand. "Everything about the codes and how to get them." She didn't answer, a faint smile playing on her lips. After a moment, Arya spoke up. "Usually, a code is the right to live on a certain planet." She held out a miniature galaxy and continued, "Anyone living in this galaxy has one. You already possess a code called Earth." Hearing this, he asked with some doubt, "Is that all? Those Void Lords are causing all that chaos just for that?" Arya replied, "It's not just that." Her voice turned cold. "What they're searching for is the Master Code. The Master Code was tossed into the air, sought after by demonic beasts. It's the very thing hidden deep within each planet, granting its owner control over the entire planet." Arya explained that any Void Lord who obtains a Master Code will hold supreme power over the planet that code belongs to. She turned to Kang Ujin and asked, "Kang Yujin, are you interested in becoming a Void Lord yourself?" He replied, "No, I have no interest in that. I just want to kick those bastards' asses so they'll stop messing with Earth." Kang Yujin asked, "Is there a way?" Arya scoffed lightly. "It'll be a bit difficult, but there is indeed a way," she suggested. "And that is by using the Purge Code. It's a type of hidden code. It was sealed away by the Void Lords because of the absurd power it grants. You can use it to sever the connection with Chanet." He quickly realized something and asked, "Does it also go by another name, the Judgment of Thus?" The answer, of course, was yes. Arya confirmed that there are 5 keys on Anfen that can activate the Purge Code. Yujin asked further, "The keys you're talking about must be the relics of the 5 gods of Anfen, right?" She confirmed, "Precisely. However, the final key isn't on Anfen. It's on Earth." He wondered in confusion. "A piece of the judgment is on Earth?" Arya added, "I have no more information about it. After all, I am only the god who presides over Anfen." Kang Yujin's expression grew tense. Just knowing that the final key to the judgment was on Earth was a huge step forward. She warned him, "Many of your competitors have already started to grow wary of you." Hearing that, he looked up and replied nonchalantly, "So what? I'm used to people watching me." Arya held out her hands to explain. "That's not what I mean. Right now, your base, Soros, has become a target and is in grave danger." Hearing this, Kang Ujin immediately asked, "Oh, you're talking about Soros? I can just use a teleportation gate to get back there, right?" She shook her head. "No. You don't possess the code for Anfen." Arya explained, "The reason you can open a teleportation gate anywhere on Earth is because you possess Earth's code, which means you can't use a teleportation gate on Anfen." After hearing this, his eyes tensed as he realized, this is a huge problem. Kang Ujin asked, "Was the prophecy Murdy mentioned about this situation?" He subconsciously recalled her words. "You will find the answer, but you will lose your way." She replied, "That's right. You should have started searching for the relics sooner." He rubbed the back of his neck and chuckled softly. "If you were going to tell me this, you should explain it properly from the start." Suddenly, Murdy was standing at the door, looking in. Arya observed. She must have succeeded in obtaining the relic. On her head, she now wore a circlet with sparkling crystal stones. Kang Yujin turned around. "We have to get back quickly. I'll see you later," she agreed. "All right." He walked over to Murdy and urged her. "The base is in danger. We need to move quickly." She immediately obeyed. "Yes, Immortal One." Murdy glanced back at the slightly ajar door, her eyes darting toward Arya. That silhouette. Then the door slowly swung shut, closing completely and blocking the view. Inside, she prayed, "I pray for your success, Kang Yujin." The scene shifts to the Sora's base. In a building, voices were chattering. "The enemy's numbers have exceeded 100,000. Damn it, they're moving much faster than we thought. I can't believe we can't even contact the Immortal One at a critical time like this." Everyone was now gathered around, looking at a map marked with flags and discussing their strategy. A voice echoed in his subconscious, Jemin. Startled, Jemin called back, Kang Yujin. Someone nearby exclaimed, the immortal has made contact again. On the other end, Kang Yujin asked, what's the situation in Soros? Give me a quick summary. Jemin reported honestly, the enemy is regrouping on the narrow plateau. Please hurry back. He replied, I can't return right away. Due to some minor complications, I can't use the gate at the moment. I'll be back as soon as I can, but it'll take at least a week. So you all need to hold out as best you can over there. Hearing this, Dude Jemin couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A whole week. In the gloomy sky, Murdy asked worriedly, Immortal One, is the situation really that bad? Murdy was finding it hard to breathe. They say over 100,000 monsters are gathering at the Naro Plateau. She gasped. No way. He asked, is the Naro Plateau close to Soros? Murdy replied, if they're flightless monsters, it'll only take them a week to reach our base. Kang Ujin's gaze drifted into the distance. The schedule's getting a bit tight. I'll be a little late, but with Sungwoo there, it should be manageable. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he yanked back on the reins. The horse screeched to a halt and neighed. Startled, she asked in alarm, Immortal One, what happened? Kang Ujin asked quietly. Murdy, this isn't the narrow plateau, is it? Yes. Murdy said, confused. Of course it. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked down and exclaimed, how can this be? His eyes sharpened with a complex expression as he looked down. Ahead, a swarm of monsters, as numerous as ants, was charging towards them. Yujin knew those bastards weren't going to leave them alone, even though they still had a long way to go to the base. Swarms of demonic flies buzzed all over the sky, so thick they looked like billowing black clouds approaching. Murdy asked nervously, they're charging straight for us. Could they have been waiting for us here? A small smile played on his lips. Kang Yujin ordered, Do Geminis, clear the way. Instantly, Do Geminis appeared with a sinister grin. He growled as he spewed forth a blazing fire. You filthy insects dare to block my master's path. Do Geminis unleashed the flames, declaring, burn to ashes. The flames swiftly shot out, incinerating the entire horde of monsters. Horrifying, ear-piercing screeches filled the air. The sky quickly cleared, and the flames vanished. But suddenly, the monsters returned, filling the entire sky once more. His eyes narrowed slightly in surprise as he exclaimed, What? Do Geminis' power seems different than usual. Kang Yujin glanced back at Murdy. She flinched slightly when he spoke. It must be because of the holy power. Yujin realized, because Murdy has awakened, my stats have been cut in half. He asked Murdy, now that you have your holy relic, you should be able to fend for yourself, right? Hearing this, she suddenly stiffened. The horse's hooves landed on the ground. From his mount, Yujin instructed, we're going to annihilate all the monsters, on the way to Soros, so just follow along at your own pace. Murdy dismounted and obeyed. I understand. Immortal One. With that, he turned his head to the side. Kang Yujin called out softly, all right, everyone. Instantly, the demonic beasts appeared along with the other generals. His eyes sharpened as he gave a slight smile. Let's head straight for the Soros base. Immediately, they raised their hands in unison and shouted, by your command, my king. The immortal army charged forward. The skeleton army stood still, awaiting orders. All of you, hear my command. Use the Grim Reaper's blessing to send every last one of them to the afterlife. Do Geminis laughed heartily. My power has returned. He unleashed a wave of fire, shouting, time to exterminate those insects again. In the blink of an eye, the flames incinerated the entire monster horde, leaving nothing but ash. Kang Yujin smiled with a hint of pride. Looks like all my subordinates' powers have returned. Murdy really was the reason my strength was weakened. He glanced in another direction. While they were dealing with those lackeys, Kang Ujin looked towards Ferris, determined that he had to go take care of the commander himself. Elsewhere, flags were being raised as a hand was lifted into the air. So, 200 years have passed. It's been quite a while since I began searching for Anfen's 5 codes. The person above was Yulak the puppet master. He mused, I must say, leisurely enjoying the process of searching for these codes is quite an amusement for immortal beings like us. Conquering other dimensions and achieving a higher status are just bonuses. Yulak said softly, we are simply enjoying this pastime. And yet, the immortal. Just then, Kang Yujin appeared. Yulak turned. Until you showed up. He gave a cold smile and asked, you consider destroying a planet your little game? I knew it. I really must erase scum like you from this world. Kang Yujin declared. And you'll be the first, Puppet Master Yulak. A notification appeared. The 44th of Chanet's 72 monarchs, the Puppet Master. Hearing this, Yulak burst out laughing. Yujin asked, confused, are you insane? What's with the sudden grin? He replied, it's just funny seeing you so relaxed. Did you really think I'd come here without any preparations? Kang Ujin smirked. Whatever you've prepared, it won't do a damn thing to me. Yulak remarked, you truly are an arrogant bastard, completely unaware of your own situation. He recalled Gunong's words. Gunong is joining forces with the Dimensional Lords nearby and is marching on your base. And Shaq has already prepared a special army to take you down. Yulak asked, you surely know what that means, don't you? Kang Yujin didn't answer, his gaze turning ice cold as he realized they were planning to destroy all the teleportation gates connected to Earth. He spoke up, you guys are that worried about me? Yulak nonchalantly replied, phew. Well, of course. To us, you're nothing but a thorn in our side. I don't know what you hope to gain by awakening the god of destruction. Hearing that, Kang Ujin scoffed. The judgment of Thoth? You act all high and mighty, but you're still afraid of the Purge Code? Yulak repeated, the Purge Code, he admitted. Indeed, it's a name that strikes fear into anyone's heart. Yulak raised his hand, asserting, but that future will never come to pass. A flash of purple light caught Yujin's eye. He slammed his hand on the ground, declaring, because today, you will die right here. Startled, Yujin looked behind him and subconsciously called out, Du Geminis. A magic circle quickly appeared. Yulak laughed in satisfaction. See that? He pointed arrogantly. This is a type of magic integrated from my hundreds of thousands of years of research. Any subordinate of yours who steps into this area will simply vanish. Yulak laughed like a madman. Enjoy the feeling of utter hopelessness all by yourself. Seeing Kang Ujin's silence, he asked, you must be in despair, right? With that, he raised his hand. Now, bring me his head. The soldiers raised their swords, aiming them straight at him. Yulak smirked to himself. I did it. Victory is mine. He looked at Kang Ujin with complete confidence. The immortal, an opponent no one could handle, has been defeated by my hand. I will become a monarch beyond compare. Finally, Kang Ujin spoke up. A summon jamming spell, huh? After all that arrogant posturing, I thought you'd have some grander scheme. Turns out, this is all you've got. With those words, he vanished. Lark's eyes shot open in shock as a soldier's head flew off, spraying blood everywhere. The sword sliced through the air, and he cried out in alarm, what is this? Seeing Kang Ujin holding the sword high, Lark asked in confusion, how are you even able to swing a sword? He turned back with a smirk. One down. Meanwhile, at the walls of Soros, they were preparing to face an invasion from the enemy's army of 100,000 soldiers. An aura flared, causing Torin to look over in surprise. He spoke. The Holy Spear warrior. Hong Sang-gu approached Torin and asked, what's the enemy's current position? Torin answered, they departed from the narrow plateau and are now heading straight for Soros. At this rate, they'll reach Soros in just 6 days. He gently stroked his chin and remarked, that's really close. Hong Sang-gu made his decision. I have to delay the enemy's advance for as long as possible, at least until the boss returns. Hearing this, Torin was stunned. He warned, you mean you're going to delay an army of 100,000 soldiers all by yourself? Is that even possible? If you do that, you'll be the sole target of all the enemy's firepower. But his warning was met with Hong Sang-gu's silence. He turned and looked off into the distance. I have to find a way, no matter what. If I just stand here and wait for the enemy, I'll never be able to go home again. That thought is far more terrifying than 100,000 monsters. Torin looked at him and thought, that's right. The Holy Spear warrior's home is Earth. Even if he tried to escape to Earth through a teleportation gate now, it wouldn't do any good. But his eyes were filled with determination. We must fight for Anfen until the very last moment. Torin bowed low. I wish to express my deepest gratitude for your courage and benevolence, O Holy Spear warrior. Gu waved his hands in confusion and asked, why are you suddenly thanking me? He replied, we have a lot to prepare for the upcoming battle. Hearing this, he asked, prepare. Torin advised, you should go see Raon, the Dwarf King. He'll be of great help to you, warrior. Elsewhere, a hand was tightening a bolt with a wrench. Hong Sang-gu approached and asked, Ron, are you busy right now? Ron spoke up. The warrior from Earth. He turned and pointed, replying, I'm just checking on the artillery. Any mistake and we'll be in huge trouble. Besides, there are even bigger headaches than this. Ron scratched his head. We have to defend against 100,000 soldiers. After all, we'll have to use everything we've got, even kitchen knives, he added. Oh, by the way, I have something I want to show you. You came at just the right time. Ron turned, beckoning him. Follow me. I found something incredibly interesting. Now at Soros' magic research facility, Hong Sang-gu asked in confusion, Ron, what is this? The Dwarf King chuckled softly. Ron explained, I've discovered a way to amplify magic in the research facility built by the Immortal. I've already made adjustments to increase the magic amplification rate. He stated confidently, all you need to do is stand there and unleash amplified firepower. It will be an incredible weapon. He stepped up onto the platform. Hong Sung-gu turned back and asked, I just need to draw out a little bit of power, right? Ron instructed, just stand in the middle and use your fire magic like you always do. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed forward as he observed it. Hong Sung-gu held out his hand and said, I don't know how many times this will amplify my power, so I'll just use a normal-sized fireball. Instantly, a powerful light surged up from below as a series of magic circles appeared one after another. He couldn't help but be amazed at the sight. A powerful surge of energy shot into the magic circle. A ground-shattering explosion erupted, sending earth and rock flying everywhere. Smoke billowed up from the crater left behind. Hong Sung-gu asked, bewildered, what was that? Just how many times did it amplify my spell? Ron stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly. You should know that no race can compare to the dwarves when it comes to magic engineering. To be precise, it amplified your power by 9 times. Hearing that, his face filled with shock as he whispered to himself, 9 times? That's insane. Hong Sung-gu placed a hand on his chin, thinking, the only problem I see is that this device is fixed in place and has no mobility. He then stepped down and asked Ron, can you make it smaller so I can carry it with me? Hearing the question, Ron asked back, bewildered, you mean like a magic staff? You're a mage and you don't have a staff? The words struck Hong Sung-gu like lightning, and he grabbed his head in despair. That's right, I don't have a magic staff. How am I only realizing that now? Hong Sung-gu turned and asked, Ron, can you make a suitable magic staff for me? Ron thought to himself, you've been casting magic this whole time without a staff? He replied, if I have the materials, it'll be easy. Ron glanced toward the crater from before. But you won't be able to cast magic of that magnitude with just a staff. It can only amplify magic by about 3 times at most. He exclaimed excitedly, 3 times? That's more than amazing enough. He celebrated silently, perfect. Hong Sung-gu pleaded, please make it as small as possible. The dwarf king stammered, well, I'll try to see if I can find some materials from the other heroes. He smirked to himself, this should be enough for me to hold off the enemy until the boss gets back. Elsewhere, massive armies were on the move. The heavy footsteps of demonic beasts stomped on the ground, creating thunderous thuds. A giant foot slammed down hard. On the back of a rhinoceros, a man was lounging with his legs crossed. It was Gunong. He had his eyes closed, looking as relaxed as if he were on vacation. A status window appeared. Gunong, the 36th of Chanet's 72 monarchs. A voice called down from the sky, Gunong, then a winged figure. A harpy landed beside Gunong, looking panicked as she reported, this is no time for a leisurely stroll. Yulurk's magic has completely vanished. And here she is, the harpy queen Ciro. Hearing her, he let out a soft chuckle, that Yulurk. I told him to stall for as long as possible. He probably got greedy and wanted to get revenge on the immortal, she asserted. At this rate, we're going to have to face the immortal ourselves. Before we can destroy the teleportation gate, what if he gets to Earth and completes his judgment? Gunong leaned back on his hands reassuringly. Don't worry, he can't get to Earth yet. Ciro asked, confused. What do you mean? He looked up and answered. He still hasn't collected the necessary items here to complete the judgment. She wondered, how do you know that? Gunong asked, Ciro, you've never seen the immortal in his prime, have you? His eyes turned cold as he thought of the army of skeleton soldiers. If his immortal army were complete, he would have returned to Soros long ago. The fact that he hasn't appeared yet proves he hasn't met the necessary conditions. Hearing Gunong say that, Ciro let out a sigh of relief. What a load off my mind. You had me worried sick. He smiled faintly. The situation is still in our favor. Gunong raised his hand, his eyes filled with malice. We just need to prevent him from completing his judgment and destroy the teleportation gate. That's it. He thought about Kang Ujin. He'll be trapped in Anfen forever, forced to helplessly watch Earth be destroyed. Meanwhile, on Yujin's side, he spoke up. So all the dimensional lords in Anfen are targeting me, huh? The corner of his mouth curled up. Now, how should I express my gratitude to them? Looks like I'll be hitting max level sooner than planned. There were 4 days left until Kang Ujin's promised return. Over here, the thunderous, giant footsteps of monsters continued their advance. They were as numerous as an endless horde, letting out ferocious roars as they marched. A vanguard battalion of monsters was heading for Soros. A figure standing quietly above looked down and observed. Hong Sung-gu exclaimed in awe. Their numbers are truly hideous. It's almost on par with the captain's immortal army, isn't it? He gave a faint smile. I wonder how many I can stop on my own. Hong Sung-gu raised the staff in his hand. Let's test the effectiveness of this new scepter I just got. Instantly, light flashed across a wide area, and powerful flames immediately assaulted the monster horde. Bats with outstretched wings flew high into the sky as if evacuating. Seeing the monsters fall like harvested wheat, Jemin let out a gasp. Hong Sung-gu really hit the jackpot with that item. It's totally epic. He looked down. But those monsters are still marching on, regardless of whether their comrades are dying. No matter how much devastating damage we inflict, we can't stop them. Jemin thought to himself, there has to be another way, right? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's it. On Hong Sung-gu's side, he was still holding his staff high, raining powerful flames down on the monsters. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, no matter how many I kill, they just keep advancing. Are they just ignoring every attack I throw at them? From behind, Jemin jumped down, calling out to him, Sung-gu. Hong Sung-gu turned and asked, what is it? Did the Dimensional Lord appear? He replied, no, it's not that. I don't think our current attacks can stop those monsters. We have to try a different approach. Hearing that, Hong Sung-gu immediately asked, you have another way? What is it? Jemin said, well, instead of attacking the monsters directly, we should destroy the surrounding terrain. Let's try destroying their path so they can't pass through easily. Hong Sung-gu was overjoyed to hear that. That's a great idea. It's gotta work, he praised. See, this is why education is important. Jemin chuckled to himself. But Hong Sung-gu went to college. He should be more educated than me. He then turned and urged, let's temporarily retreat and find a strategic location to attack from. Hong Sung-gu agreed. All right, let's go. At this time, while Hong Sung-gu and Jemin were halting the enemy's advance, on another front, Kang Ujin's immortal army was busy dealing with the harassment from the monsters. They were blocking the path and advancing towards Soros. Time passed again. With only one day left until Kang Ujin's promised return, he was running non-stop. Suddenly, a dinosaur blocked their path. He growled, these bastards are really persistent. With that, both he and his horse leaped off the ground. In a single kick, he sliced through the monster, killing it, before the horse's hooves touched down again. Yujin turned back and commented, but if we continue running at full speed for the rest of today, we probably won't be too late. Suddenly, a laugh echoed out. There you are. A man stood on a nearby cliff and asked, the Undying, King of Death, did you receive my gift? Ujin's eyes filled with disgust. He said coldly, yeah, I got them all. I've been waiting for you to show your face, you bastard. The scene flashed back to 2 days prior, at a shrine. Yujin realized that the Shrine of Ras, the one connecting the world of Anfen with Han's dimension, had been conquered. This meant Kiba, the war general he appointed as the garrison commander, had tried to fight them off. By consuming Lord points, he still couldn't avoid defeat. His opponent was the 27th of the 72 monarchs of Zanuck. Back in the present, he asked, why do you look so upset? Is it because you have to watch your home planet be destroyed, completely unable to return? Salak chuckled softly. It seems you genuinely want to protect your home planet, don't you? He mocked. Why don't you just become the god of that planet yourself? Yujin looked up and asked, become the god of Earth? Salak replied, that's right. He recalled the code. On the day my home planet was synchronized, I was the first to kill its god, take the code, and become a god myself. Salak raised both hands. Now, the people of my home planet are living more prosperous lives than ever before, a small sacrifice in exchange for everlasting peace. Then he smiled faintly. So stop chasing after the trail of that long-forgotten god of destruction and become a god yourself, Undying One. Yujin's eyes darkened. He thought to himself, according to what he's saying, the one holding the master code is the planet's god. And if I want to get that code, I have to kill that god. But the god of Earth is C. Salak looked at the still silent Kang Ujin. He thought arrogantly, he's actually considering it. This might be easier than I thought. Yujin's lips curled into a slight smirk. What the hell? Are you trying to bait me? Salak was a bit startled by that. What do you mean? As he finished his thought, Kang Ujin had already leaped forward, swinging his sword directly at him. Salak immediately raised his hand to block the attack. Yujin landed and chuckled softly. You managed to block that? The man asked, confused. So the rumors about you having the power of a warrior are true. But what the hell do you think you're doing? Don't you want to protect your home planet? Kang Ujin retorted. He immediately declared, let's cut the drawn-out conversation. Now, pay the price for pissing me off like this. Salak swore at that. This son of a bitch, he warned. But remember this. Behind him, streams of energy began to rise. Your effort in pursuing that useless ideal, Salak shot up into the air, will only get your home planet destroyed. He took out his staff, his eyes glowing brightly as he raised it high and shouted, my warriors, charge. Hunt down the Undying. Kang Yujin looked up, watching as the monsters slowly revealed themselves. He chuckled softly. So, you've been hiding in the sky this whole time, huh? They gradually appeared. Yujin figured that no matter how fast he went, he was still going to be late. The sky above was now crackling with thunderous bolts of lightning. While Kang Yujin was busy fighting one-dimensional lord after another who were trying to stop him from returning, The monster army had already reached Soros. They were slowly advancing, surrounding the city of Soros. Hong Sung-gu looked down from above and said, "So, they're here." He smirked. "I wonder how long we can hold out without the boss here." Hong Sung-gu raised his staff, and magic circles began to appear. There's no other choice but to give it our all until the very end. With that, he cast his spell, Magic Amplification. A light shone down as magical energy surged forth. A powerful barrage of fire rained down on the monsters below. The flames fell everywhere, and the monsters shrieked in agony with ferocious roars. Atop the city walls, all the soldiers were in position. Torin remarked with awe, "I never expected the warrior Hong Sung-gu to be this powerful." He watched the streaks of fire descend and exclaimed, "Even though he's using an amplification device, that kind of wide-range magic is just too overpowered." A smirk appeared on Torin's lips. He thought to himself, "At this rate, we might actually be able to hold out until the immortal returns." After that thought, he turned and gave an order with a wave of his hand. "All right, take advantage of the situation and drive them back." The soldiers immediately followed his orders, drawing their bows into a battle stance as Torin shouted, "All units, attack." A powerful volley of arrows rained down like a storm. Below, the horde of monsters had to endure the incoming arrows while still fending off the rain of fire. A vast sea of fire spread out, followed by a massive explosion that sent plumes of white smoke billowing into the air. The agonizing cries of the monsters echoed. The eyes of one monster lit up. It raised the staff in its hand, and a dense aura radiated through the area. All around, the monsters were still struggling against the fire and arrows. Suddenly, its eyes blazed as if it had been revived. The monster rose up and let out a fierce roar. Up above, everyone had stopped firing to observe what was happening. Graham recognized it immediately. "What's that?" The monster's reaction is not normal at all. His expression darkened. Looking at the monster horde, he thought, the ones charging forward relentlessly are the ones who are heavily wounded. No way. Could it be? He turned and shouted, "It's berserk magic. Those bastards are making a desperate push." The monsters, now much stronger, charged rapidly toward the city gate. They clung to the wall and began to climb. He urgently commanded, "Stop them. Don't let them climb the walls." Everyone immediately drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. The monsters roared in pain as the arrows pierced them. They used each other's bodies as stepping stones to climb higher. Torin gritted his teeth, thinking, "These fools, they're trampling on the bodies of their own comrades to climb the wall." With his staff raised, Graham sent down blazing streams of fire. He shouted, "Torin, at this rate, they're going to break through our defensive line." Torin replied resolutely, "It's not too late yet. We have to break through their encirclement and escape now." He asked himself, "Are we really going to run away after we resolve to protect Soros no matter what?" But by now, a monster's hand had already gripped the edge of the wall. One after another, the monsters swarmed up the wall. They shrieked as arrows dug into them like ant bites. Torin roared furiously, "You goddamn bastards!" Just then, a figure shot down from the sky. Jemin appeared, slaughtering all the climbing monsters. It was the warrior. He landed in a crouch. Jemin shouted, "It's too early to give up now. Kang Ujin said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Let's just hold on for a little longer." He let out a joyful, "Oh, the immortal is finally coming back." Torin turned and yelled, "Graham, the immortal says he's on his way," he urged. "Let's raise morale and try to hold on for a little while longer." Graham looked up. 10 minutes? Huh. That's more than enough time for Soros to be completely crushed into dust. Torin asked, confused, "Graham?" He pointed forward, and everyone turned to look. Suddenly, two massive monsters were flying toward them from the sky. Two ferocious, dragon-like monsters were approaching the city of Soros. Torin's face went pale with horrified recognition. "That's Fatu and Leah. They're here?" Jemin gritted his teeth, thinking, just one dragon was enough to nearly destroy all of Son. And this time, two of them have come at once. Now, incredibly powerful streams of fiery breath were surging towards them, leaving both of them speechless with shock. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hong Sung-gu." Jemin reported, "We have a problem. Even though Kang Yujin said he's on his way, two dragons are about to arrive." Hong Sung-gu raised a hand to stop him. "I see them." He turned and asked, "Graham, can you block the dragon's breath with defensive magic?" Graham replied, "Impossible. No mage can block a dragon's breath." Hearing this, Sung-gu looked up and scoffed lightly. He spoke, leaving everyone stunned. "So if I manage to block it, I'll be the first one, right?" Jemin asked in shock. "Hong Sung-gu, don't tell me you're planning to block it by yourself." Sung-gu gave a faint smile. "Well, it's not like we have any other choice." He looked off into the distance, hesitating. It would have been great if the boss got here sooner, but now, the dragons were already swooping into attack. Hong Sung-gu looked up. If the boss couldn't make it, then he would have to step up. Meanwhile, monsters were constantly letting out guttural roars as they attacked. They were all focused on Kang Ujin. He looked up and asked softly, "So, you're next, huh?" Gunong and Sir had now appeared before him. He spoke. "I never expected you to make it this far, Immortal. Yurik and Senra weren't exactly the weakest opponents." Kang Yujin's eyes were filled with rage. Gunong continued, "But it looks like you had quite a struggle, didn't you? Is it because you haven't regained your full power yet?" He stood up straight and smiled faintly. "Why ask so many questions? Why don't you come and find out for yourselves? Come on, both of you," he asked arrogantly. "You seem to be in quite a hurry. Worried about your comrades, are we?" Gunong chuckled softly. Hey, and here I thought you were a cold-blooded bastard who didn't even know how to cry. Who knew I'd get to see this side of you one day?" He quickly added a warning, "But I advise you to just give up. Fatu and Leia are about to reach your base." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked, his mind flashing back to the two dragons as he wondered, those damn lizards. Gunong was now taunting him, holding his hands out casually as he declared, "They'll be there in just 10 minutes, and your base will be completely destroyed by those two dragons. Not even a speck of dust will be left." He glanced at the silent Kang Ujin and sneered, "Getting more worried, are we? If you didn't have to face me and the army behind me, you would have been back there by now." As he finished speaking, the corners of Gunong's lips curled into a smug smirk. A powerful aura flared to life, enveloping his body in a brilliant light. The question slipped from his lips. "I wonder which will happen first. Defeating me and the Minoto army." Instantly, a suit of armor materialized around Gunong. He looked up and asked, "Or saving your base from its doomed fate?" The sky remained dark and gloomy as black clouds continued to roll in. Kang Yujin didn't answer, only letting out a cold, soft scoff. He glanced at the horde of monsters and spoke with a hint of surprise. "I can't believe you all prepared this much just to capture me." Kang Yujin asked, "But how should I repay you for this?" The question made both of them freeze. He said in a cold voice, "Thanks to you, I can now save everyone." Gunong asked, bewildered, "What the hell are you talking about?" Without another word, a ferocious flame erupted. He and Siro were utterly horrified, their mouths hanging open. Gunong looked up at the sky, where a light was shining as brightly as the sun. He wondered to himself, meteor summoning magic? Don't tell me it's Dugemines, the Plague King. Just then, Dugemines appeared. A demonic smile on his face. "You foolish insects." Dugemines hovered high in the sky, laughing as he declared, "Now, become the final sacrifice for my friend." Gunong, now completely confused, asked, "But when did he even have the time?" Even for the Plague King, a meteor summoning spell should require some casting time. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Could it be? Gunong roared in anger. "You bastard! You were here from the start, waiting for me, weren't you?" Kang Ujin replied coldly, "How could I possibly miss the party you've prepared just for me? After all, I still need another 58 experience points." Then, a powerful surge of energy shot downwards, viciously attacking the monsters. He announced, "Thanks to you all, I've finally reached level 90. After he spoke, he raised his hand toward the skeleton soldiers and commanded, "Cancel summon." The moment they were unsummoned, a powerful aura slammed down on the battlefield. A massive, potent fireball descended from the sky. Gunong stared, speechless, at the blinding light hurtling toward him. Instantly, the blazing fire erupted, scorching everything in the vicinity. After a moment, the landscape was barren, with only dust and smoke rising into the air. The earth itself was cracked open. Yujin praised, "Well done, Dugemines." Meanwhile, he and Siro had managed to escape the powerful attack. Protected by a barrier, he laughed mockingly. "What are you going to do now? The entire army you spent so much time gathering is gone." Gunong seethed with rage. "I can't believe you set up the location and cast the meteor summoning spell in advance," he declared again. "But even if you did, it won't save your base." Gunong smirked. "Because you have to kill us first." The woman beside him yelled, "We won't let you pass so easily. Prepare yourself." Kang Ujin replied softly, "No, no." He raised his hand, and a dark aura swirled out. "I'm not the one you'll be fighting." Kang Yujin swung his arm and shouted, "Summon Yong. Instantly, a figure began to form within the swirling dark energy. A wing swooped by, followed by eyes so deep they were bottomless, a jaw full of sharp fangs. He gasped in horror. "What is that?" Immediately, a giant Yong appeared. Gunong thought to himself, "A dragon?" He chuckled softly. "Is this the first time you've seen him?" "It's because I wasn't using my full power before." His eyes narrowed in thought. "He wasn't using his full power when he fought me?" Yong lowered its head to look at Kang Ujin and asked, "Are you the one who called me human?" He replied, "That's right, I am your master." Hearing this, it slowly closed its eyes as if accepting the fact, then asked again, "You, a mere human, are the one who called me." Kang Yujin cursed under his breath. "This isn't the first time I've summoned you, and yet you haven't changed a bit. You really are a crazy dragon." A status window appeared. Bone Dragon Yang. This is the most powerful ancient dragon, having existed for over 10,000 years. Although it is a dragon that witnessed the entire history of Anfen, it was afflicted with the curse of oblivion after its death. It is now the last and most powerful warrior. In other words, it has amnesia. He scratched his head and let out a long sigh. "You don't even recognize your own master. Go on, ask me the question you always ask." Yang slowly opened its mouth, then asked in a growling voice, "You who called me, what is your wish?" Kang Ujin turned his head to the side. "My wish." He pointed directly at Gunong and Siro, "is for them to die." Yang's eyes glowed fiercely. It turned towards the two and roared, "Your wish has been granted." The woman was now trembling in fear. He looked up, gritting his teeth, and asked, "Is that the dragon that grants its summoner's wish?" Seemingly having delegated the task, Yujin mounted his horse and took to the skies. He looked down and smiled faintly. "Well then, I'll be going. Do your best fighting against the most powerful ancient dragon." Gunong roared in fury. "Immortal, don't you dare run." His shout seemed to stir Yang, who opened its mouth and let out a ferocious roar, a clear declaration of war. Gunong's eyes were now filled with pure hatred. Yang raised its foot high and stomped down with immense force, as if to crush everything. But Gunong reacted quickly, leaping away and asking in confusion, "This bastard is an ancient dragon of Anfen. If it's a dragon, why can't I feel its mana?" Yang then looked up, and his eyes filled with horror. Gunong yelled, "Siro!" Unable to dodge the previous attack in time, she was now caught in its mouth. He brandished his sword and roared, "You bastard, let her go." Gripping the sword with both hands, he brought it down straight onto Yang's body. But Gunong then stared in utter disbelief at his own broken sword, wondering in a daze. "My blade, which can slice off a dragon's head in one strike, shattered after just one attack?" While he was lost in thought, Yang swiped its hand towards him. Gunong was immediately snatched up by Yang. He gritted his teeth and cried out. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I'm caught. But with this much force, I should be able to break free." Suddenly, Gunong's eyes flew open. He was completely paralyzed in the massive hand. "I'm still conscious, but I can't move a muscle. Why is this happening?" Yang's eyes glowed as it stared at Gunong like a juicy prize, while all he could do was let out muffled, inarticulate cries. Yang opened its massive maw, and immediately, blood and gore splattered everywhere. And that was the end of Gunong. Elsewhere, Kang Ujin was still rushing forward at full speed, his eyes glancing up in slight surprise. Ahead was a mountain. Kang Ujin exclaimed, "Finally, I can see Mount Soros." Luckily, the base looks like it's still safe, he thought to himself. If they had been hit by a dragon breath, the entire mountain should have been blown away. Xanis tilted his head. "Master, look at the sky above the base." High in the sky, two dragons were soaring. He observed, "Those dragons arrived before us, yet they haven't done anything. It's as if..." Suddenly, Xanis stopped. Yujin asked, "As if what? Why the hell did you stop in the middle of a sentence?" He looked a little panicked. "This is bad." Xanis looked up at the red dragon spewing fire. One of them is preparing to unleash a dragon breath. Waves of powerful energy erupted across the sky below. Now, everyone quickly realized what it was. A dragon breath. The dragon breath is coming. This is it. Everyone stood frozen, watching the situation unfold. Yimin shouted, "Sunggu, what do we do? We can't just sit here and wait for Kang Ujin." Sunggu remained silent, looking up, his hand tightly gripping his staff. Kang, Ujin, and Xanis were rushing over. Ujin turned and urged. Xanis, flash to the spot right above those bastards. The old man asked back, "You mean the blink short-range teleportation magic?" Ujin had no time to answer and just yelled, "Xanis, protect the base. Now." Xanis immediately obeyed. On it. At the same time, the golden dragon charged toward him. Xanis launched a counterattack against the golden dragon. Kang Ujin's eyes widened in surprise as he yelled, "Damn it. Here comes the dragon breath." Now in the sky, a massive sphere of energy was hurtling down. It descended menacingly towards the fortress below, but then hovered just before impact. Kang Ujin wondered in confusion. They blocked it? There's no one in the Alliance who can do that, though. He was genuinely puzzled. Who in the world? Right then, a staff was being held high, blocking the powerful sphere of dragon breath, and it was Sunggu, roaring as he poured all his strength into resisting it. Ujin's eyes were filled with shock. He looked towards him. It's that kid, Sunggu. The staff was still held high, but he had already reached his limit. Sweat poured down like heavy raindrops. His teeth clenched. Hong Sung-gu's eyes were wide open. So hot. My whole body feels like it's about to melt. The heat from the fire breath was now even melting his staff, blocking a dragon breath all by myself. This is really too much. He gritted his teeth and endured, but then looked towards the others and thought, if I don't keep this up, everyone at the base will die. I have to do this, no matter what. He snarled and roared, I won't lose to some stupid monster like this. Hong Sung-gu opened his mouth and let out a huge roar, his eyes filled with fierce determination. The sky lit up like the bright morning sun, and waves of fiery energy radiated outwards. Torin exclaimed, the dragon breath is gone. Everyone cheered with joy. It's a miracle. Warrior Sung-gu succeeded. Suddenly, Yimin's eyes widened in shock. From the sky, a dark figure was plummeting downwards. It was Hong Sung-gu. He was motionless, in a free fall straight down. Suddenly, a hand reached out and caught Hong Sung-gu. It was Kang Ujin, who had caught him just in time. He glanced at Xanis. Kang Ujin looked at the golden dragon and ordered, take care of it. Xanis immediately complied. The moment he finished speaking, a massive, fiery explosion erupted in the sky. By then, Kang Ujin had already landed. Yimin ran up to him, calling out, Kang Ujin. He stammered worriedly, Kang Ujin, Sung-gu. Hong Sung-gu was now heavily injured, his skin covered in countless scratches, with wisps of fire energy still clinging to his body. Ujin spoke, we have to save him. I'll handle things here. You go back to Earth first. Yimin cried out in shock. How can I just leave Hong Sung-gu here like this and run away by myself? Kang Yujin laid Hong Sung-gu on the ground and informed them that the Space Lords were all targeting the Earth God to dominate the planet. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. The Earth God. Does that mean? Kang Sua, Yujin's silence was the answer. He channeled a wave of energy into Hong Sung-gu, stating, I will complete my objective when I reach Anfen and then return to Earth. He added a warning. Until then, you must protect Kang Sua at all costs. Meanwhile, in his subconscious, Hong Sung-gu cried out, so hot. What's happening? Hong Sung-gu's entire body was bare, yet he felt incredibly hot. He wondered in confusion. He had clearly blocked the dragon breath, so why hadn't this burning sensation faded? Now, waves of energy were seeping into Sung-gu's body. What? He raised his hand, feeling it. Suddenly, Hong Sung-gu felt much better. Just then, a voice called out, Hong Sung-gu. The calls continued, insistently. Sung-gu. Hong Sung-gu looked up and asked, who is it? Who's calling me? His eyes, full of confusion, looked up. Through a faint mist, a face appeared. It was Kang Ujin, asking Sung-gu, are you awake now? Hong Sung-gu tilted his head and stammered, calling out, boss. Yujin praised him, you did well. Thanks to you, we were able to protect the base. But now, Hong Sung-gu's body was no longer whole. His limbs were gone. He managed to speak. So, I succeeded. Hong Sung-gu looked up. That's great. He then turned and asked hazily, boss, am I going to die? Kang Yujin scolded him lightly. No, you little punk. Did you think I'd just leave you like this? Sung-gu's gaze softened, and a contented smile appeared on his face. Yujin reached into a screen-like interface, saying, all right, if you're awake, then get ready. Sung-gu asked, boss, what's that? Kang Yujin took out a sparkling red crystal. It's a dragon heart. It's a rare ingredient I obtained from the corpse of a nameless dragon. Sung-gu chuckled softly. Thank you, boss. I feel like all I've ever done is receive your help. Come to think of it, it was like this the first time we met, too. Humph, Yujin snorted lightly. It's too soon to relax. That curse you were afflicted with? This one, dragon heart alone, won't be enough to solve it. Hearing that, Sung-gu grew confused. Kang Yujin quickly grabbed and ripped open Hong Sung-gu's shirt. He placed the crystal on him and warned, the most important things are your will to live and a soul strong enough to withstand the dragon's curse. Hong Sung-gu's eyes widened as Kang Ujin continued. If your will falters for even a moment, the dragon breath will incinerate what's left of your soul. He held out his hand and instructed, brace yourself. Hong Sung-gu, I'm starting now. Instantly, the crystal on his chest flashed brightly. Sung-gu told himself, I have to endure this. The dragon's curse and was reborn as a dragonoid. 20 days had passed since everyone halted the advance of the forces under the Association of the Zero Lords. Fierce battles broke out. The Alliance and Aden's army defeated the remaining orcs, and all the destroyed strongholds were restored. Meanwhile, roaring flames blazed. In order to help Hong Sung-gu complete the dragonoid ritual, Kang Yujin had stayed by his side, completely cutting off contact with the outside world. And then one day, a man lamented, traveling such a long distance alone, it must not have been easy at all. Murdy frowned and replied, seeing me must have put you at ease somewhat. We'll reach Soros in 2 hours. The man asked, Goddess, are you all right? If you're too tired, we can rest for a bit. Her complexion had grown very pale, and the circlet on her head no longer glowed with a crystal light. Murdy replied, I'm fine. There are many injured people back at the base. We must hurry. He obeyed. Yes, Goddess. The horses' hooves trotted on. Soon, they both arrived. The man remarked, we can finally see Soros. The heroes will be so happy to know that you, the goddess, are safe. Her eyes looked up, filled with both nervousness and anticipation. Murdy was conflicted, thinking to herself, the World Tree, a symbol of the cooperation between the Anfen Alliance and Aden. But what should I do? She bit her lip. Why would the saintess make such a prophecy? In her subconscious, a voice called out, Murdy, my child, the time has come for you to make your decision to save Anfen. Murdy asked in confusion, Saintess, what do you mean by that? Arya's eyes were completely white. To save Anfen as we desire, she commanded, Khan must burn the World Tree atop Soros. The scene of Soros City had now returned to a time of peace. Du Jemin and Hong Sung-gu were standing on the wall, monitoring the situation. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Torin looked up and said, It's the goddess Murdy. The goddess has returned. Everyone gather around. Murdy entered, and he spoke up. Goddess, you're safe. You've been through a lot. It's a relief you've returned safely, she explained. I apologize for being absent while the base was facing such danger. The situation was so urgent that the immortal went on ahead, and I had to follow. Torin replied, We've already heard. Thankfully, you two returned in time, so the base is safe. In fact, I should be the one thanking you both. He furrowed his brows, hesitating, and warrior Hong Sung-gu for his sacrifice. Torin said softly. Murdy looked up at the sky and asked worriedly, Did something happen to him? Elsewhere, a hand was reaching out to warm itself by a fire. Her eyes were now filled with the sight of the blazing flames. In front of her, Yujin was sitting, warming himself. Torin approached and spoke softly. Sangu flew into the sky and successfully blocked a dragon's breath, but he couldn't escape its curse. He added, his entire body was burned, leaving nothing but a ball of fire. Graham watched with a suspicious gaze. It seems the immortal is performing some kind of ritual to save him. He's been at it for 20 days now. Murdy looked up, her expression still filled with worry. The fire continued to blaze with a sizzling sound, so he used his entire body to block the dragon's breath attack. Torin's gaze sharpened as he said seriously, but don't worry too much. His eyes were fixed on Kang Ujin, who was focused on the spell, assessing. The immortal's power rivals that of the gods. He's expending a great deal of energy, so Sangu will surely recover. Despite hearing this, her mood remained heavy, her thoughts filled with worry. A brilliant golden sky appeared, as if enveloped entirely by blazing flames. Murdy stood before the ancient tree, looking up. Leaves fell, carried away by the wind. The alliance was only recently formed. So how could I destroy the base's symbolic tree with my own hands? Murdy's expression was now incredibly complex and bewildered. Not only that, this base is also the last gate connecting Anfen to the multidimensional space of Alano. She stood silently, watching the falling leaves. If it's gone, the immortal will have no way to return to Earth. Murdy clasped her hands together, squeezing them tightly. What should she do? Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing here all alone? Her eyes widened, surprise clearly written on her face. Kang Yujin was standing right in front of her, causing Murdy to exclaim in shock. The immortal? He asked, planning to do something bad. Why do you look so flustered? She flailed her hands and stammered. Well, I was just, then blurted out, worried about Sangu, that's all. What exactly is happening with Sangu and why are you acting like this? Murdy, are you really hiding something? Kang Yujin asked sternly. If you're hiding something, you better tell me everything now. If I find out later, I won't let it slide. She tried to hide her anxiety with a loud laugh. I'm not hiding anything. You just startled me, immortal. He furrowed his brow and let out a helpless sigh. Kang Yujin made a tick sound. The ritual is almost complete. So the rest is up to Sangu, he noted. He's probably having a hard time consuming the dragon's heart. Hearing this, Murdy looked up with astonished eyes. She clasped her hands and asked urgently, does that mean he's going to make it? Kang Yujin replied, yes. A wave of emotion washed over her, and her eyes welled up with tears. Murdy wiped her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. That's such a relief. My heart was so heavy thinking that Sangu had sacrificed himself for Anfen's sake. He didn't say anything, just gave a slight smile. Then, Kang Yujin turned and waved. Well, now that Sangu will be fine, I think I'll be leaving. She asked, confused, where are you going? Yujin chuckled softly. Where else? I'm going to find the last holy relic, he instructed. Watch over the base while I'm gone. That's why I left the circlet with you. It'll be a help. Kang Yujin started to walk away, leaving her with one last sentence. I'm counting on you, Murdy. Then he left, leaving Murdy standing silently by the tree. The sky was no longer blazing but had turned into a misty, night-like darkness. At that moment, a figure was hurtling down from the sky at a terrifying speed. A ferocious dragon was flying, and on it, Ichio was completely trapped. Unwilling to accept this, she shouted, No, why the hell do I have to go with you? Besides me, there are dozens of other heroes. Kang Ujin, sitting behind her, chuckled lightly. Because you look like you have nothing to offer, that's why. What do you mean I have nothing to offer? She asked. Are we going this way? He pointed forward. That's the way. We have to cross that mountain over there. Those sharp-eyed goblins really are the best guides, huh? Yujin noticed Itia's distraction and reminded her. Hold on tight. We're going full speed to get to the sanctuary of Haris right now. With that, he shot off like a rocket. Then, Haris, the god of time, appeared. After all, even though people in the modern era had almost forgotten this god, he was an ancient deity who existed when Anfen was born. And only a few priests knew of Haris's existence. These priests traveled the continent, passing this knowledge only to their chosen successors. The place where this god was said to reside was the northern continent, a land of eternal ice where a biting cold filled the air with every breath. Kang Yujin looked up at the sky of this northern continent and asked, bewildered, It's so cold. Humans could never survive in a place like this. Arya's sanctuary was already in a harsh place, so how is Haris's even worse? She turned and replied, The sanctuary of Haris is in the most remote and coldest region of the north, so it only makes sense. Idia added, But we're almost there. Ahead, a palace rose up like a mountain. She said this was the sanctuary of Haris, the god of time. The wind and snow howled around the mountain peak. Soon after, the two of them arrived in front of a cave entrance. He grunted, It looks like an entrance, but I don't see a doorknob or a keyhole. Idia stated that the sanctuary of Haris was more mysterious than any other place. Just like at Lake Linta, we have no choice but to wait until someone comes out from inside. Kang Yujin placed his hand on it, confusing her. Instantly, the stone door shattered, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Idia exclaimed in astonishment, What? He turned back and smiled faintly. They like to play their little exclusive games, so what do you expect me to do? I told you I'd definitely get in. She warned, You'll be punished by Haris for this. In contrast to the desolate, cold scenery outside, the inside was illuminated by glowing red devices all over the room. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Warning, intruder alert. Warning, intruder alert. The two calmly walked inside. The alarm continued to shriek, activating sanctuary defense system. Do you wish to eliminate the intruders? At that moment, two hands clasped together and a deep voice boomed, Silence. The system immediately fell silent, not making another sound. A man chuckled softly. There's no need to cause such a commotion. On the screen, an image of Kang Yujin appeared, his eyes filled with vigilance. The man continued, Because this is all happening exactly according to history. Outside, the wind still howled, with cold drafts seeping through the broken door and into the cave. Idia closed her eyes, held out her hand, and murmured, Oh, spirit of light, come to me and light up this pitch-black darkness. But the space remained utterly silent, with nothing changing. She looked at her hands and asked in confusion, Why aren't the spirits answering my call? He deduced, It seems we can't use holy power inside the sanctuary. Ujin turned to her. It was the same at Arya's sanctuary. Yujin's eyes held a complex, unreadable expression. In truth, that wasn't the only similarity between the two sanctuaries. He looked over at the modern machines. The technology here was incredibly advanced, far surpassing the technological level of Anfen. Could it be that Anfen originated from an alien civilization? Kang Ujin glanced toward the deep passage ahead and huffed. Meeting Haris will give me the answer. The two of them then moved deeper inside. Idia asked cautiously, Immortal, don't you find this strange? We burst in here so noisily, yet no one has appeared. He turned and replied, I was wondering the same thing. Who knows? Perhaps the tradition of passing on the responsibility to the next high priest was broken a long, long time ago. Suddenly, a room up ahead began to glow. Finally, something was happening. A flicker of excitement crossed Kang Ujin's face. His feet quickly carried him toward the light. His eyes then widened in complete surprise. Inside the room, there was no one, only various objects arranged around the space. In the middle of the room was a pool table with a cue stick resting on top of scattered balls, as if someone had just finished a game. Next to it, there was even a refrigerator. Kang Yujin asked, bewildered, What the hell is this? Beer in a fridge? He let out a small laugh. Looks like Haris really cares about the well-being of the priests who serve him. Ujin walked over and opened the refrigerator door. Inside, 4 cans of Coca-Cola were lying around. He picked up a can. This is so ridiculous, I can't even laugh. Idia, however, didn't know what Coca-Cola was and asked curiously, what is that red thing? It must be very precious, right? To be kept in the sanctuary's treasure chest. Kang Ujin asked, do you want a drink? In your terms, you'd call it holy water. She was quickly deceived by him and picked it up like a treasure. Holy water? This is so precious. While Isia was fumbling with the Coca-Cola can, wondering how to open it, Yujin's eyes scanned the surroundings. His gaze sharpened with vigilance as he looked at a series of lockers and asked, are those the priest's lockers? But he immediately dismissed the idea, as the names on the lockers were Solly, Hello, and Gang. Ah, no, these look more like the personal lockers of a flight crew. On top of that, everything is written in English. Yujin smirked slightly. Well, I can be sure of one thing now. He thought about Arya and the god of time, silently concluding that the gods of Anfen were connected to Earth. Over on the other side, Itia spat out a mouthful of the drink. The can fell to the ground, its contents spilling across the floor. She screamed, Fizz, what is this? The carbonation bubbled in her mouth, but since it was Itia's first time drinking it, she didn't know what it was. She rolled on the floor, flailing her arms and legs, screaming, there's something boiling in my mouth. This isn't holy water at all. This is poison. Itia yelled, Immortal, give me the antidote, now. He let out a long sigh. It's not like that. Just wait a moment and you'll be fine. With a pained look on her face, she said, it feels like my insides are on fire. If there's no antidote, we need to get out of here fast and use healing magic. Suddenly, in the middle of speaking, Etasia's eyes widened. She pointed up at the camera on the ceiling and shouted in alarm, Immortal, there's something moving on the ceiling. Kang Yujin glanced up at the camera and chuckled softly. So he's been watching us this whole time. What a cowardly bastard. He called out softly, stop playing hide and seek and come on out. You have guests. Aren't you going to greet them? The camera continued to pivot, tracking their movements. He warned, come out now, or I'll tear this place apart. Just then, the door opened on its own. An arrow appeared, pointing the way forward. Kang Yujin scoffed, see, would have been so much easier if you just did that from the start. A notification window appeared, confirming their entry as the door slammed shut behind them. The two of them froze as they stepped inside, where a man had appeared. He was standing inside a glass enclosure. Someone's trapped in there. We have to get him out, quickly. Kang Yujin's face darkened. Just wait here, okay? He said, thinking to himself, you're really getting on my nerves, and I don't want to have to explain all of this to you. Kang Yujin stepped forward and asked, are you Harris? Harris chuckled softly. Indeed. I am the god of time, the protector of the long and noble history of Anfen. The corner of Yujin's mouth twitched into a mocking smile. So, he asked, did all your servants abandon you, or did they have a flight to catch? Harris's voice was grave. Neither of your assumptions is correct. The reason no one else is here is because they never existed. Yujin gave a dry laugh. What kind of nonsense is that? I saw the names on the lockers out in the waiting room. Hearing this, Harris just chuckled softly. Humans often fail to see the truth, for they are easily deceived by what their eyes show them. Yujin scratched the back of his neck and sighed. You know, you sound just like Arya. Yujin's gaze sharpened. All right then, let me ask you this. The ancient civilization of Anfen, it's connected to Earth somehow, isn't it? Harris's voice grew low. I have nothing to say about that. I am merely a recorder of history. I am not permitted to interpret it. As soon as he finished, a staff came flying. It pierced right through the glass cage, which shattered with a loud crack, sending shards flying. Yujin had mercilessly hurled his staff straight at the man. The cracking sound echoed from the glass cage. Yujin extended a hand and asked, are you trying to die? This man was Harris. The staff was lodged deep in the glass. Harris's voice was cold. Even if you do that, you'll never be able to touch my physical form. Kang Ujin froze for a second, then waved his hand dismissively, getting straight to the point. Whatever. Just give me your holy relic. That's all I came for. To that, Harris declared, I can give it to you. But now is not the time. You must wait a while longer, until the time is right. Harris clasped his hands behind his back, looking straight at Kang Ujin. Ujin looked up at him and repeated, what do you mean, not the time? Harris replied with a cryptic smile, you must wait a little longer. Then, we will give you the holy relic. Outside, strong winds whipped across the towering mountains. The peaks were nothing but scree, without a single tree in sight. Dujemin looked at the gate before them and exclaimed, we've been here for a while, and the reinforcements still haven't shown up. He turned to look at Choi Heesun questioningly. I thought a lot of guilds were interested in exploring Anfen, right? Did they all just give up? She answered while staring straight ahead. Probably. It is another planet. After all, exploring it was never going to be easy. Suddenly, Choi Hee-sun saw a flash of light nearby and shouted, "Who's there?" In her line of sight, the hem of a dress belonging to Murdy appeared. Choi Hee-sun stopped short, making a questioning sound. She stared at Murdy, who was holding a torch, and asked, "Goddess, what brings you here so late?" Murdy lowered her head and answered softly, "I came to speak with the World Tree." Just then, Murdy looked up and asked, "Could the two of you please leave us for a moment?" Startled, Choi Hee-sun asked, "You're going to talk to the World Tree?" She glanced at the giant tree behind her, pondering. Talk to the World Tree? The being that represents this entire base? Well, they did say this tree was incredibly significant to the people of Anfen, so I guess someone being able to talk to it isn't out of the question. As a single leaf drifted down from its branches, Choi Hee-sun's voice finally responded. "All right then, we'll come back later." But before she left, Choi Hee-sun glanced back at Murdy, still feeling uneasy. The moment Murdy was sure they were gone, she turned to face the World Tree. Murdy clutched the torch tightly, her gaze fixed on the tree. Just then, the words she'd been told echoed in her mind. Burn the World Tree to save Anfen. Murdy frowned, gazing at the massive trunk and murmuring, "The Saintess's prophecy is absolute." She thought back to that moment. Saintess Arya must have had her reasons. Murdy looked at the blazing torch in her hand and wondered, but is doing this truly the right thing? Her thoughts turned to the two planets. If the World Tree is destroyed, the link between Earth and Anfen will be severed, and Earth will be doomed. Her thoughts drifted to Kang Ujin and his companions. Most of all, doing this would be a betrayal of everyone's sacrifices, and a betrayal of the Immortals' trust. She lowered her head, her face grim, and whispered, "This is not right." Just then, Murdy dropped the torch to the ground and prostrated herself, crying out, "Forgive me, Saintess. Please punish me for not having enough faith in you." But then, she suddenly froze. She stared in astonishment at the light emanating from her body. Looking up, Murdy gasped as beams of light rained down from above. "What is this?" With a look of utter shock, she watched as the light converged, whispering, "My divine power. It's draining away." Murdy's face fell as she pieced it together. Is this the price for defying the prophecy? She stared at the ground and cried out, I am no longer Arya's goddess." At that very moment, the teleportation gate began to fluctuate erratically. Startled, Murdy whipped her head around to look at it. She frowned, confused. The gate is reacting? Is someone trying to come through? Just then, a group of people strode out from the portal. They immediately began to survey their surroundings. The people looked around, murmuring to each other. "So this is Anfen? It doesn't look much different from Earth." Murdy quickly walked up to them and demanded, "Who are you people?" She narrowed her eyes warily. "How did you manage to come through the Immortals' Gate?" Seeing Murdy, the people behind the leader cried out in excitement, "It's the goddess. It's a true honor to finally meet you in person." A man named Do Juwon John introduced them softly. "We're from the Lion Guild." The Lion Guild's master, Najium John, added with a smile, "We're the reinforcements from Earth, here to help explore Anfen." Meanwhile, back inside the building, red warning lights flashed as an alarm blared relentlessly. Unexpected variable detected. A new branch point will now commence. Yujin frowned and turned to Harris, demanding, "What is this? Explain." He stood perfectly still, remaining silent without a single word. Shortly after, Harris's voice rang out, declaring, "It is time." Then, with a look of utter astonishment, Kang Ujin stared at the item that appeared before him. Harris, with a calm, emotionless expression, said, "Take this." He looked at the belt inside the iron cage and exclaimed, "The last of Anfen's 5 keys. Harris's belt." Time passed quickly. 2 days after the Leon Guild joined the Anfen Alliance, inside the Phantom Guild Hall, a voice asked, "Captain, have you heard the news?" Junyong turned his head as the person continued, speaking about the new reinforcements. Kim Junyong, captain of the Phantom Squad, replied calmly, "Ah, you mean the Leon Guild. I already met and greeted their captain, Choi Hee-sun, a little while ago." Hearing this, Haim asked, "Was there anything unusual?" Junyong looked at him doubtfully and questioned, "What do you mean by that? Unusual in what way?" Haim frowned and hesitated before answering, "Well, there's just something that's been bothering me." Junyong then asked, "What is it that's bothering you?" He frowned and began to explain in a low voice. "This morning, during reconnaissance, I was patrolling around the mountain as usual. At the same time, elsewhere, a probe began to vibrate, emitting a pulsating sound. 2 others looking at a screen exclaimed, 'The probe is getting a response.' They looked at the monitor and shouted with glee. The amount of minerals and oil reserves here is insane. If we can develop this in Anfen, we're guaranteed to make a huge profit." A member of the Leon Guild laughed loudly. What the guild master said was spot on. Haim, who was on patrol, walked over and demanded, "What do you guys think you're doing?" Alex immediately smiled and explained, "Ah, you must be a member of Aidan's Phantom Squad. Oh, this? I'm just surveying the surrounding terrain. You have to understand the terrain to properly defend against an enemy's attack, right?" Hearing this, Haim frowned, looking suspiciously at the two of them. A moment later, his voice rang out. "We can provide you with topographical data if you request it. Why do you need to do this yourselves?" Hearing this, Alex gave a forced laugh and replied, "Orders from above." He then held up a hand and said, "We're just employees following instructions." Back in the present, Junyoung stroked his chin and said, "So you're saying they were surveying the terrain with some kind of suspicious equipment?" He stroked his chin and muttered, "I wonder if they're plotting something else behind our backs." Then, Junyoung looked up at Haim and said, "I'll tell the others to keep an eye on them. For now, I'm going to report this directly to Captain Choi." Elsewhere, Du Juwon stood atop a rocky cliff, looking down from above. He gazed at the bustling city below and whispered, "The base city of sorrows, huh?" The corners of Du Juwon's mouth curled up slightly. He smirked and said, "A fitting first sacrifice for my conquest of Anfen." Du Juwon stood still and held out his hand. He looked at the sphere of light in his hand and mused. "Now then, I suppose it's time to make a move." Immediately after, a system screen appeared with an option. "You have found a currently unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy it or occupy it. Destroy or occupy." A few days earlier, on a beautiful morning in Sun City, inside a massive skyscraper, the headquarters of the Leon Guild, Du Juwon clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, roaring, "Your performance over the last 6 months has been absolutely pathetic." He glared at his subordinates below and demanded loudly, "How could you let things get this bad?" The members seated below immediately began to explain, "Sir, the amount of bloodstones we've been able to gather in the dungeons has dropped sharply lately. It's probably because the synchronization rate between the dungeons and Earth has increased." Another member quickly chimed in, "Which means the situation inside the high-level dungeons has improved slightly. But those dungeons are tightly controlled by Big Hammer and KH." Du Juwon pointed at the group and roared in fury, "Do you think I want to hear your pathetic excuses?" He raised his hand and yelled, "Find a way to increase our revenue. I don't care how you do it, just get it done." Just then, Gun entered from outside and whispered into Du Juwon's ear, "Guild Master, the person you contacted some time ago has arrived." Hearing this, he looked up at Gun in surprise. Inside a wide hallway, the sound of footsteps echoed continuously. Du Juwon, followed by Gun, walked quickly toward the room. He stared straight ahead and asked, "Did he bring it?" Gun replied softly, "He said he would let you see it when you meet face to face, sir." Du Juwon immediately reached for the doorknob and turned it. The door swung open, and he stared in shock at the black-robed figure inside. Du Juwon sat on the sofa opposite him and inquired, "Thank you for coming all this way, but are you his messenger?" He stared intently at the cloaked figure. "Or are you his avatar?" A moment later, the figure reached up and touched the mask on his face. He gently placed the mask down on the coffee table. When Du Juwon saw his face, he gasped and shouted, "You're Lee Sangho from the Hwoarang Guild." Sangho just smiled faintly, staring at him without saying a word. A look of confusion spread across Du Juwon's face. "How can you be? I heard you were killed by Kang Yujin." At that, he held up a hand and said, "There's no need to be so surprised. I was simply resurrected by the power of my master." Hearing this, Du Juwon frowned and thought to himself, "Resurrected? Does that mean the dimensional lord he serves can even bring back the dead?" Just then, Sangho placed 2 items on the table and said, "Here are the dimensional token and the dimensional fragment, as promised." He gave a wicked smile and said, "With these, you and I can both get what we want." Hearing this, Du Juwon's eyes widened as he stared at the 2 stones. He looked at them in silence, thinking, "These 2 stones are the key to becoming a dimensional lord." Du Juwon looked up at Sangho and asked, "What do you want?" The corners of Sangho's mouth immediately curled into a slight smile. A moment later, he was stunned by Sangho's request. "Use this stone to seize one of Kang Ujin's Anfen bases." Du Juwon shot to his feet. He shouted agitatedly, "That's impossible. If we betray Aidan, who knows what they'll do to us in retaliation?" Hearing this, Sangho laughed and asked, "It seems you still don't understand what these items are, do you?" He looked up at him and explained, "A dimensional lord is an existence no different from a god. And at the very least, within the territory you rule, you will possess the power and authority of a god." Sangho looked at Du Juwon and added, "Most importantly, these lords possess eternal life." He stood there, stunned, thinking, eternal life? A corner of his mouth twitched up as he smirked and asked, "What do you think? After all this, are you still scared of Adon's childish revenge scheme?" Back in the present, Du Juwon John stood still, looking at the choice presented by the system screen. "You have found a currently unoccupied base. You can choose to destroy it or occupy it. Destroy, occupy. He frowned, staring intently at it, and exclaimed, Eternal life. I was such a fool to only think about the guild's pathetic revenue until now. Du Juan immediately chose occupy, thinking, once I have that power, I'll transcend this mortal coil and become the god of this new land. Time passed quickly. 3 days after the Leon Guild set foot in Anfen, Torin approached from a distance, calling out, Guild Master Du Juan. He frowned, staring intently at him, and asked, Do you know anything about the second dispatch of troops from Earth? I'm hoping to use it as a reference to properly structure our forces in the future. Hearing this, Du Juan looked over and replied inquiringly, I only know that a few brave guilds from Earth will be participating. Why don't you wait a few more days to gather more awakened ones before forming the troops? What do you think? Hearing this, Torin stroked his chin, humming thoughtfully. After a moment, he smiled brightly and held out his hand, saying, All right then, we'll set up the formation once the Immortal returns. After all, we've already cleared out all the monsters around Soros. That's a good idea. Hearing this, a corner of Du Juan's mouth twitched up. He thought to himself, Sorry, but the Second Legion from Earth will never make it here. He looked ahead and murmured, As soon as I occupy this place, the first thing I'll do is shut that teleportation gate for good. A message appeared on the system screen. You have chosen to occupy. Time remaining, until the base is fully occupied, 24 hours. As soon as he finished his question, Torin turned and left. Suddenly, Du Juan glanced hesitantly in a certain direction. But he glanced towards Choi Hee-sun nearby, wondering, Why has that woman been staring at me this whole time? Has she figured something out? She bowed her head and called out, Guildmaster Du Juan. Hearing this, he inwardly clicked his tongue. I need more time, but it looks like I have no other choice. Choi Hee-sun immediately walked briskly towards Du Juan. He stood his ground, feigning concern as he asked, What is it? Team leader Choi Hee-sun, is there something you wish to say to me? She looked up, staring intently at Du Juan, and said, I've received reports from my subordinates that the Leon Guild is engaging in some very suspicious activities here. His face remained calm as he listened to Choi Hee-sun's interrogation. Do you have another reason for coming to Anfen? If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer to my question right now, we will immediately send you back to Earth. Du Juan took a step forward, treading on her shadow. After a moment, his voice rang out. I don't know what you've heard, but we came here to protect Anfen alongside the Alliance. Choi Hee-sun was suddenly startled as his voice trailed off. However, Du Juan's lips curled into an arrogant smile as he declared that we, the Leon Guild, are the ones who will take on that duty instead of Aden. Hearing this, she became agitated and yelled, You bastard. So this is your true face. Suddenly, Choi Hee-sun looked down at her feet in astonishment. She gritted her teeth, wondering in confusion. Why can't I move my feet? Du Juan immediately raised a hand and said with a laugh, What a shame, but I've already stepped on your shadow. You may be a high-level awakened, but don't even dream of escaping my shadow restriction skill. Choi Hee-sun's face was filled with rage as she gritted her teeth and growled. Immediately after, the system screen appeared. Occupation complete. You have become the new master of the Soros base. Du Juan exclaimed at once, It's finally done. Immediately, a bright light enveloped him. A notification sounded, Your status has been elevated to Void Lord. His face filled with smug satisfaction as he thought excitedly, I've become a Void Lord. I've finally become an immortal god, just like Kang Ujin. Immediately after, that pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Torin, who was standing nearby, was also startled and looked over. He raised his head and shouted excitedly, This light. Blue motes of light flashed from above, raining down everywhere. Meanwhile, Du Juan raised his fist, slowly opening and closing it. He frowned, staring at his hand and muttering, It seems my appearance hasn't changed at all. Just then, Choi Hee-sun agitatedly asked, What was that light just now? What did you do? Du Juan glanced over, asking with a smug smile, You're curious, aren't you? He immediately held out his hand and said, All right, this is perfect timing. Choi Hee-sun stared in shock at his hand, and right after, a figure landed heavily on its feet. A corner of Du Juan's mouth twitched up as he said with a smile, Behold the divine miracle I shall bestow upon this land. A horde of monsters immediately appeared behind him. The night sky fell completely silent. Elo sat on a throne and inquired, What's the situation? Sang-ho knelt on the ground and exclaimed, As you commanded, my lord, I have taken action. He looked up and added, For the foreseeable future, a certain someone who lost his base, like the immortal, will no longer be able to return to Earth. Hearing this, Elo laughed loudly in praise. Well done. His face was calm as he asked, And what of Earth's god? Have you found him yet? Sang-ho replied, I am still suspicious about that individual's identity. Once I have investigated further, I will report back to you immediately, my lord." Hearing this, Elo responded affirmatively. Good. The top priority right now is to prevent the immortal from interfering. Sangho's face filled with doubt as he heard him add, "Because I will take his place and orchestrate the grand scheme." He frowned and looked up, asking, "Your humble servant is foolish and cannot comprehend your great plan." "I don't understand what you mean. You said you would take his place and orchestrate the grand scheme. What does that mean?" He rested his chin on his hand and said with a smile, "Such a foolish creature." Elo thought of that planet and declared, "Soon, Earth will be completely synchronized. The Void Lords will no longer have their powers restricted, and they will definitely seize that opportunity." He pictured the scene and exclaimed, "Countless Void Lords will descend, and the creatures of Earth will be plunged into despair by their overwhelming power." Elo said with a broad smile, "Until I step forward, of course." Hearing this, Sangho was startled and shouted, "You mean?" He immediately raised his hand in confirmation. "That's right. In Earth's darkest hour." Elo clenched his fist tightly and roared, "I will become their savior and rule this entire planet." Meanwhile, on the planet where Hon's group was, Junyang looked over and demanded, "What the hell is going on over there? Why is a horde of monsters pouring out from the center of the base?" Haim also frowned, staring intently in that direction. Junyang watched them moving around and reported, "Those monsters have stopped. It looks like all the heroes from the Alliance who resisted have been captured." His face filled with disbelief as he shouted, "We lost the base without even having a chance to respond." Junyang thought of Du Juan, realizing he'd noticed their suspicious actions for a while but had failed to react in time. Soon after, the rest of the survivors gathered in the forest. They turned to see Junyang and Hazim approaching. Dunka hurried over and asked, "Junyang, have you heard anything about Choi Hee-sun?" He replied, "Sorry, I still haven't found her." Donkei's face filled with shock. "Oh my god." He lowered his head, his brow furrowed as he lamented, "I'm afraid something's happened to Choi Hee-sun. If she were still alive, she would have definitely contacted us telepathically," Junyang analyzed. "Perhaps her movements are restricted in a way that's preventing her from using magic. Let's observe the situation for now, and we'll plan a rescue later." Donkei's face was filled with anger, but he said nothing more. Just then, Kang Yujin approached from the distance and asked, "What are you all doing here?" Junyang's group spun around, shocked. Then they saw Kang Ujin and yelled excitedly, "My lord." With tears streaming down his face, Donkei ran forward, crying out, "Boss, we missed you so damn much." He pushed Donkei's head away and glanced to the side. "What's with him?" Donkei just kept sobbing, "Boss. Boss." Junyang spoke up, "My lord, are you aware that we've lost the base?" Kang Yujin calmly replied, "Yes, I know. Tell me who it was." He stared straight ahead and explained, "It was Najian of the Leon Guild, sir. The one who just arrived as reinforcements." He frowned, questioning, "Najian? The reinforcements from Earth?" Kang Yujin thought back. "When I received news that the base was lost, I assumed the culprit was one of the monarchs of Chankar." A notification had appeared on his screen, announcing the base had been captured by the enemy. A smirk crept onto his lips. "How ridiculous. You dare stab me in the back." Then, Kang Ujin looked directly at the two and commanded, "Junyang, Donka, have the kids follow me." He started walking forward, declaring, "We're taking our base back." Right now, in the distance, the towering castle walls stood imposing, its gates shut tight. A horde of monsters stood guard outside the palace. Inside the building, Du Juwan's laughter echoed all around. He sat on a throne-like chair, shouting excitedly, "The Lord of Nothing. So this is the source of Kang Ujin's power." Du Juwan stared at the green light flashing in his hand, thinking, "Not only can I summon soldiers with this massive amount of territory points, but it can even strengthen the abilities of others." One of his eyes glowed a brilliant gold. "I can feel a power that can't be measured by any ranking system is boiling up inside of me. God, I just want to let loose and destroy something." Just then, the doors burst open. A soldier rushed in, shouting, "Sir, Kang Yujin has appeared. He's fighting the monsters inside the palace right now." A mocking sneer spread across his face. Du Juwan clenched his fist tightly and roared, "Excellent. I was just itching to test out my new power." He grinned, staring ahead. "Let's go meet the former king of this place. I'll kill him myself and solidify my claim to this throne." Outside, a monster collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from it. Their bodies were scattered everywhere. A shocked Du Juwan asked, "What is this?" He stared at the bodies on the ground. "The monster army I summoned was wiped out already." Junyang turned to Kang Ujin to report, "My lord, he's here." The corners of Kang Ujin's mouth instantly curled into a grin. He turned around and asked cheerfully, "So, it was you?" He stared intently at Du Juan, the one who dared to stab me in the back while I was gone. Kang Yujin strode forward, a wide grin on his face as he faced Du Juan. Du Juan gritted his teeth, thinking, calm down. I'm on the same level as him now. A smirk crept onto Du Juan's face as he thought, no, in fact, thanks to my unique skill, I have the overwhelming advantage. Kang Yujin scowled at him. Are you deaf or something? Why aren't you answering me? He let out an arrogant laugh and yelled, it seems you still don't know who you're dealing with. Du Juan declared smugly, I have already won. Kang Ujin heard this and asked skeptically, What? What are you rambling on about? Then, he looked down, surprised to find he couldn't take another step. Du Juan's face lit up with excitement as he laughed. Finally figured it out, have you? Once my shadow has touched you, you can't do a single thing. Du Juan stared at Kang Yujin. Well, actually, you do have one other option. Don Ka and the others flinched as he added, and that is to obediently follow my commands. All you have to do is become my subordinate. I will generously spare your life and the lives of your little minions. Hearing this, Kang Ujin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? Kang Yujin looked up at him. Do I look like the type of person who would do that? Especially for someone weaker than me? Du Juan's face immediately darkened as he stared at him. It seems you still don't understand the situation you're in. Immediately, Du Juan raised his hand, summoning a sword. Then he charged at Kang Ujin, screaming, then die with all your lackeys. Yujin instantly threw a punch straight into Du Juanjan's face. His face was a mask of disbelief as he went down. Kang Yujin stood his ground, watching as Du Juanjan was sent flying into the distance. A cloud of dust instantly billowed up, obscuring the view. He sat up, his body trembling as he let out a pained groan. Du Juanjan looked up at Kang Yujin, who was standing right in front of him, and asked in disbelief, How? How are you able to move? Hearing this, a faint smile played on Kang Yujin's lips. Kang Yujin looked down on him. Seems you really don't know anything about me. Did you think a trick like that would work on someone who possesses a shadow spirit? Du Juanjan's eyes widened in utter shock. Shadow spirit? He thought. Kang Yujin added with an arrogant smirk. More importantly, he immediately looked up. Then, Kang Ujin instantly raised his hand, grabbed Du Juanjan's head, and smashed it into the ground with all his might. He frowned and demanded, Where did you get the dimensional relic? Kang Yujin stared at the man, questioning him. It takes 3 fragments to make 1 relic, something an earthling could never find on their own. Which bastard gave it to you? Pinned by his hand, Du Juanjan said, I can't tell you. Hearing this, Kang Ujin asked with great interest, Oh, is that so? Immediately after, his hand pressed down harder. Then pay the price for daring to stab me in the back. Du Juanjan raised his hands to grab Kang Yujin's hand, pressing on his face, letting out a pained sound. He stared at him, wondering just how much he'd raised his stats to become so powerful. Du Juanjan struggled desperately, admitting his fault. I'm sorry. I was blinded by power, that's why His eyes shot wide open, bloodshot veins lining them. Looking down from above, he spoke calmly. I know. Then, Yujin squeezed hard, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The system screen immediately appeared. You have conquered a base. You can choose to destroy it or occupy it. Destroy. Occupy. He looked at the notification and exclaimed, So I have to wait until tomorrow to fully occupy the base. Just then, Junyang walked over and shouted excitedly, Kang Ujin, sir. Did you find out who was behind this? Kang Ujin replied with a calm face, No, and it's not really necessary. He looked at the faint blue lights and said, Cause whoever it is, they're just one of those bastards from Chaos anyway. I'm going to deal with all of them sooner or later. Hearing Junyang's response, Kang Ujin said, The more important thing right now is to find where they're holding the hostages. The detention area was completely silent. Kang Ujin quickly used the key to open the cell door. He looked at the people inside and hurried in, concerned. Is everyone okay? Murdy immediately shot to her feet and cried out, The Immortal One. Torin also stood and shouted, You came to save us. Suddenly, Kang Ujin let out a questioning sound as he took in the scene inside. Seeing her passed out on the ground, he asked, What happened to He-sun? Murdy turned her head to look in that direction and explained, All the Earthlings were injected with some unknown drug, and because He-sun kept resisting. Hearing this, Kang Ujin asked doubtfully, Murdy, you can't heal her? She immediately bowed her head and replied, No, I can't. He asked in astonishment, What do you mean? Inside the cell, Murdy quickly recounted everything. In the end, she bowed her head and concluded, And then, I was abandoned by the goddess. Hearing this, Kang Ujin frowned and let out a thoughtful hum. He touched his chin, thinking about her as he wondered, Arya actually gave that prophecy. Does she want to keep me here to save Anfen? Thinking about it, Kang Yujin said, whether you burned the world tree or not, wouldn't the end result have been the same? We would have lost the base either way. Murdy immediately started crying. So, I lost my divine power for nothing. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. A moment later, Kang Ujin's voice rang out with praise. But, you did well. She cried out in confusion. Huh, he added with a pleased look. If you had burned the world tree, I probably would have been really pissed. Murdy cried out, stunned. Immediately after, Kang Ujin turned his head and called out, Jun Young. He quickly replied, yes, my lord. His voice rang out with orders. Go capture all the hiding members of the Neon Guild and bring them here. They might have the antidote. Then, Kang Yujin looked at her and said, and Murdy, from now on, you will be in charge of this base. She asked, startled, huh? And me? In charge of your base? He thought about the items in the system and instructed, I'll give you administrative rights to the base. Feel free to use the points. You'll be able to protect the base more effectively if you summon soldiers from the Dimensional Sanctuary. And we won't lose the base so stupidly like this again. Murdy asked excitedly, does that mean? He declared with a prideful look on his face, that's right. I've already dealt with some of Anfen's dimensional lords, and I've also gathered all the necessary materials for Thoth's item set. Yujin thought of that place and shouted, I'm going back to protect Earth. One day after retaking the base from Du Juanjan, Kang Yujin's group gathered at the portal. He turned his head to look behind him and asked, you guys really don't regret this? Jun Young affirmed with a serious expression. No, sir. We'll return together as soon as Captain Choi Han recovers. Kang Yujin thought back to the interrogation and lamented. Unfortunately, those bastards from the Neon Guild didn't have the antidote, but the good news is that she'll recover over time. He looked at the group, smiled brightly, and advised, all right, if that's your decision, then so be it. When Yi-sun wakes up, tell her to come see me. Tell Hong Sang-gu to come over when he wakes up, too. He immediately replied, yes, sir. Right after, Kang Yujin looked at her and added, and as for you, Murdy, your responsibility is to guard that portal. Hearing this, Murdy frowned and lowered her head, not answering. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. She was startled when she heard Yujin's voice. There's no need to worry. I'm going to save Earth and come right back. Murdy smiled faintly as she heard him shout angrily, don't tell me you think I'm going to lose to those chaos bastards. Immediately, her voice echoed through the area. My immortal one, I could never imagine anyone in this world being stronger than you. Murdy smiled brightly at him and said, please, take care. While you are away, I will be sure to keep this base safe. Hearing this, Kang Yujin smiled and said, good. You're finally starting to look a little more reliable. He immediately turned and raised his hand toward the portal. Kang Yujin raised his hand to wave goodbye. Well, I'm leaving it all to you. I'm off. Murdy watched his departing back with a serious expression, silently praying in her heart, please, return safely. Right before Kang Yujin returned to Earth, BB Castle was still continuously providing support to regions experiencing dungeon breaks after receiving requests from nations around the world. Dong Min-chan looked at the red dots on the screen before him and shouted, I'm about to lose my mind. He frowned and said, the rate at which dimensional lords are appearing is getting faster and faster. BB Castle can't keep holding them off alone like this. Dong Min-chan put his head in his hands, sighed, and said, at times like these, I wish the king were here. Just then, the door to the room opened, and he immediately turned his head to look. Seeing Bibi's group enter, Min-chan asked, oh, it's you guys. Did something happen? The little girl looked up and asked, are we going to Beijing now? He quickly confirmed, that's right. We're working with the Chinese government, so we can take over the authority of the base there. Bai frowned and loudly refuted, no, we can't go there. Young Dong Min-chan asked, startled, what did you say? His face was filled with shock as the little girl explained, that base was founded by the commander of the Chanet army. It's too dangerous to go there now. Dong Min-chan immediately raised his hand and yelled, but we already made a promise. If Adan doesn't step up, we'll face international condemnation. Bai replied in a soft voice, I wouldn't know about that. I'm just relaying what my master told me. Jemin, standing beside them, also shouted frantically, Prime Minister, I really think we shouldn't go. Those Chanet commanders are extremely dangerous. Hearing him mention her name, the little girl looked up. If we're not careful, it'll be hard to protect Kang Sua. Yang Dong Min-chan lowered his head and said hesitantly, but we at Adan have already declared ourselves the leaders in the fight to protect the Earth. But if we don't confront the enemy, Hemin looked at him and couldn't help but let out a sigh, then immediately asked, Prime Minister, don't tell me you've forgotten why Adan was founded. Dong Min-chan uttered a sound of confusion and recited, to preserve peace and protect the Earth. Hemin let out a scornful laugh and retorted, come on, that's just what the public thinks of Adan. Have you forgotten the real reason? Dong Min Chan's eyes widened as he asked, "Don't tell me." A conversation echoed in his head. Boss, what should we do about hiring new employees?" The boss, with his arms crossed, asked back, "Why do we need to hire more?" Hearing this, young Dong Min Chan replied, "Well, sir, as the guild grows, the number of awakeners will also increase. We'll need more staff." Right then, his gaze fell on a stack of draft announcements. Dong Min Chan immediately picked it up and asked inquisitively, "Boss, what is this?" The boss's voice rang out, "That's my plan for military service exemption and dungeon attacks." He added with a wide grin, "Do we really need more employees for that?" Back in the present, Hemin was satisfied to hear Dong Min Chan's agitated laughter. Dong Min Chan's face darkened as he clutched his head and cried out, "That's right, that's what he said. I've had it wrong this whole time." Dong Min Chan thought pensively about the Ah Dan Guild. From the very beginning, Ah Dan wasn't established for any noble purpose. He thought about his boss, realizing his job was simply to handle the paperwork and administrative tasks for Mr. Kang Ujin. Protecting the earth wasn't his responsibility. It was Kang Ujin's. Dong Min Chan then said, "Thank you, Hemin. You've helped put my mind at ease." Just then, the system let out a series of beeps, causing everyone to turn and look up. On the screen, a person with an urgent expression was reporting, "Mr. Prime Minister, we have pinpointed the location of Kang Chun." He immediately asked, "Where is he?" The person on screen replied, "He is in London, United Kingdom." Dong Min Chan paused for a moment upon hearing this. London. He thought of Toffler. That's the last place Professor Toffler was seen. I knew they were connected. Thinking this, Dong Min Chan turned and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Bai said in a serious tone, "Kang Chun is a crucial step to revealing the true nature of Chanet, so we'll follow him to London." Hearing this, Dong Min Chan immediately broke into a bright smile and said, "I get it. All right, let's turn this ship around." Nearby, Du Jemin looked at the little girl and said, "Sua, let's go home." When she didn't answer, he asked with concern, "Sua, are you not feeling well?" A white light flashed from Sua's body. Jemin immediately looked ahead and shouted, "Prime Minister, Sua." Dong Min Chan stared at the blinding light and shouted excitedly, "That light." He stared intently at the little girl and added, "It's a prophecy." The light on Kang Sua flashed and then quickly dissipated. His expression was now extremely tense, his mind filled with anxious thoughts. Will it be as cryptic as the last one? Everyone was now focused intently on Sua. A resolute thought emerged. This time, we have to find a clue to what it means. Sua's gaze went vacant, staring at nothing in particular as sound waves continued to radiate from her. Finally, the little girl spoke. "At last, the moment of destiny has arrived." Sua announced that the newly erected dam would be broken by the great forces that oppose it, and the world will be washed away by the coming floods. Young Dong Min Chan asked softly, "Oh, deity of earth, what moment are you referring to?" The little girl said in a low voice, "Only one person here can bring order to this world of chaos, or destroy this world themselves." Sua's words filled everyone with immense anxiety and panic. As she finished speaking, her eyes glazed over, and she became lost in a daze. Jemin quickly caught her, shouting, "Sua." Dong Min Chan immediately ordered, "Bai, get Sua somewhere safe right now." He then turned his head as he heard the other girl cry out in pain and asked, confused, "Miss Bibi, what's wrong?" Bibi gritted her teeth hard, letting out a pained, guttural sound. Immediately after, she slammed her fist down hard, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Bai threw her head back and screamed in agony. Seeing this, Dong Min Chan cried out in alarm. "Miss Bibi." Fresh blood dripped from above onto the ground. The girl said, panting, "Now. I know what that moment of destiny is." Dong Min Chan looked at her, blushing, and stammered, "Miss Bibi, why, all of a sudden?" Bibi's cold voice immediately cut in. "This is no time for you to be standing there blushing." She turned her head towards the two of them and yelled, "The Earth's synchronization process is complete." Over there, the plane continued to speed forward. Inside, Dong Min Chan asked in disbelief, "Are you certain the synchronization process is complete?" Bai replied with conviction, "I am." The little girl frowned, looked straight ahead and said, "The fact that I can regain my original form like this means all the previous restrictions have been lifted." Hearing this, he frowned and shouted, "We have to be on high alert." Bibi also announced with a grave expression, "From this moment on, the real battle begins." Inside the city, flames relentlessly engulfed everything. Soldiers aimed their guns at one location, and at the sound of gunfire, yelled, "Stop them." They looked at the giant monsters before them and shouted loudly, "Don't let them get out of here." Suddenly, one of the monsters let out a cry, opening its mouth to gather a ball of light. Seeing this, the soldiers looked towards it in shock. One of them turned his head and shouted, "Sir Mage, please raise a barrier for us." The person next to him immediately replied, I'm already prepared. Everyone, just focus on attacking. The monster opened its mouth wide, spewing out continuous waves of fire. A scepter was immediately raised high, gathering energy. The soldiers stared in amazement at the purple barrier blocking their path. The mage gripped the scepter tightly in his hand and shouted, This wave of monsters will stop soon. When it does, we have to launch an immediate counterattack. Suddenly, cracks quickly appeared on the purple barrier. He frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what's happening to the barrier? Immediately after, flames shattered the barrier and engulfed everyone. The apocalypse had arrived. The apocalyptic catastrophe was countless times worse than the Dan Shock event from 5 years ago. After the synchronization process was complete, dozens of times a day, the dungeons and the awakeners from the guilds had no choice but to stop their conquests. As a result, void lords and monsters poured out endlessly from the abandoned dungeons in just a single day. With all their power restrictions lifted, their offensive strength was on a level that the people of Earth simply couldn't withstand. A plane flew across the city sky. Dongmin Chan stood motionless at the door, watching the city below engulfed in a sea of fire. He couldn't help but let out a gasp. This is horrific. He turned his head to the side and asked, Has the British government still not responded to us? The person beside him immediately confirmed, No, sir. It seems their entire national system has been paralyzed. Dongmin Chan stared at the screen and cursed loudly, Damn it. The problem isn't just the Kang Chiul anymore. He thought to himself, The entire Earth will be destroyed before we can gather information about the lunar world. Just then, a voice rang out, Can everyone hear me? DM Lin gasped in shock. That voice. Dongmin Chan immediately asked, puzzled, What's going on? A smiling Bai said, The master is contacting us. On the other end, Kang Ujin picked up his phone and asked, What's the situation on Earth? If it's not too bad, I was planning on farming some more points. Jemin immediately shouted excitedly, It's terrible, sir. It's a total disaster. Bibi also quickly chimed in. Earth has been completely synchronized. Master. Hearing this, he quietly began to calculate. Dungeons are exploding everywhere. Everyone is frantically trying to escape to places that don't have subway stations. Kang Yujin's voice came through, asking where they were. He immediately replied, London, sir. Hearing that, he spoke. Got it. I'm on my way. Min Chan stared intently at him and asked, Wait a minute, Du Jemin. Is the president coming here? Du Jemin confirmed, Yes, sir. He said he's coming directly from the Void Sanctuary. Hearing this, he immediately shouted in agitation. That's not good. Instead of coming here, the president needs to go to Soon Station immediately. Who knows when Soon Station will explode? Kang Yujin heard this and asked with suspicion, What? There's still someone at Sun Station? Who is it? Min Chan's voice came through in response. It's Minister Gu Seong-hun, sir. He thought of the man and confirmed in disbelief, that idiot, Seong-hun. Kang Ujin scratched his head and sighed. Good grief, why is he still there? Du Jimin immediately spoke up. I believe it's to maintain relations with South Korea. He closed his eyes and replied, All right, I understand. Immediately, Yujin's voice came through, announcing, I'll head to Soon first and then meet up with you all later. So, you guys handle the monsters over there. Hearing that, Du Jemin frowned and cried out, But the British government still hasn't authorized our entry. Hearing this, he shouted in shock, The situation has gotten this bad and you're still worried about following the law? Kang Yujin said with a serious expression, I'll authorize it. He gave the order, Go and kill all the monsters on your end. Immediately after, Kang Yujin arrived at Soon Station. He scanned the surroundings and muttered, This place has already been swept clean, but this quiet atmosphere. It seems the South Korean government somehow managed to contain the disaster. Nearby, the wind quickly billowed the blue tarp of a tent. Soon-hun opened one eye upon hearing Yujin's sigh. You still look pretty relaxed. His eyes then shot wide open as he yelled in shock, Chief. No, Mr. President. He looked towards Seung-hun and asked, What are you doing here? He immediately stammered in reply, Well, we're restoring the city of Anfen, which was destroyed. Seung-hun pointed to two people up ahead and said, After all, we need a base of operations near a dungeon. Kang Ujin heard this and cried out, Forget it. I'm planning to return to the Flying Fortress. Gather everyone. Hearing that, he cried out in shock, What, sir? But for the sake of diplomatic relations with South Korea, we have to stay here. He shot him a glare and yelled, Like hell you do. Hurry up and pack. Suddenly, Kang Ujin was stunned as a flash of dark energy zipped past in front of him. A powerful gust of wind blew past, slamming into the awning. Seung-hun looked up and shouted, Mr. President, it's a squall. The strong wind kicked up dirt and rocks from the ground, sending them spiraling into the sky. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth as he looked up and said, A tough bastard is about to show up. The sky rapidly darkened. Immediately after, with a laugh, blue torches ignited one by one. Alo grinned and shouted, Earth hasn't been synchronized for long, and he's already here. That bastard really has a thing for this planet. He looked down below and called out, Sang Ho. Connect a dungeon to soon. I'm going to personally hunt him down and become the savior of Earth. Sang Ho immediately looked up and said respectfully, My wise lord, but this humble servant has a question. He is such a high-ranking monarch. Isn't it far too dangerous for you to confront him head-on? Elo propped his chin on his hand and exclaimed, Someone like you dares to doubt my power? Hearing that, he immediately panicked and admitted his mistake. Please forgive me, my lord. I have overstepped my bounds. Immediately after, Elo's voice rang out in confirmation. You're right. He commands one of the greatest military forces among all the monarchs, but on a real battlefield, power isn't the only thing that matters. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk as he said, The only entities that can deal with that bastard are the 72nd ranked and this entity chosen by history. On the other side, Kang Ujin looked at the illusion as a system message appeared. Monarch, who rules 70 voids, the crow phoenix, Ivorit. In the sky, black crows flapped their wings, blanketing the area. They gathered closer and closer, letting out ear-piercing caws. Sung Han looked up and asked, Why are there crows in the sky over Seon? Kang Ujin, beside him, immediately explained, Those aren't ordinary crows. They're a type of monster called razor-beaked crows. He stared intently at them and exclaimed in shock, That's the same type of monster crow that Captain Choi Hee-sun used to tame. He confirmed, That's right. Yujin frowned as he stared at the sky, adding, And now they're all gathering here. This means the crows gathered together, and dark energy quickly swirled around them, forming a tornado. A giant, red-glowing phantom appeared. Yudi frowned and said, So he's finally decided to show himself. He looked at the figure appearing and exclaimed, The master of those razor-beaked crows, Ivit. In the sky, he led his flock of crows, blanketing the entire horizon. Kang Yujin squinted as he looked up, shouting, I'd only heard about this from Janice, but seeing it with my own eyes, I know his threats were no exaggeration at all. Then he turned his head to the side and ordered, Sung Han, take the others and find shelter in the bunker. He immediately agreed, Yes, I understand. Ivit looked down from above and shouted, So this is Earth. Is this the civilized society that humans built? He let out a triumphant laugh and declared, But now, it's just another one of my territories. Ivit's territory. Suddenly, Kang Yujin's voice rang out, causing him to glance over. What the hell are you rambling on about? Seeing his figure, Ivit yelled, Necromancer. He looked straight at Kang Ujin and asked, Are you here to submit to me, or to offer up your life? Kang Ujin raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, You're the one who's about to offer your life to me. Hearing that, Ivit let out a loud laugh and said, You're just as arrogant as the rumors say. In that case, let me show you just how formidable the power of the one who rules over these 70 dimensions truly is. Ivit launched a barrage of feathers like arrows toward Kang Ujin. Seeing the red arrows flying towards him, he yelled in anger, Damn it. Kang Yujin rode Xing Xing and charged forward, with the arrows still in hot pursuit. He turned his head to look behind him and shouted, They're sticking to me like leeches. Kang Yujin immediately raised his hand, gathering energy to create an energy shield. All the red arrows were blocked by the shield. Kang Ujin lowered his hand and said with an appreciative smile, This is pretty interesting. Just then, he was startled to see Ivit diving down from above. Immediately after, Ash shot high into the air, obscuring all vision. Kang Ujin quickly rode Xing Xing and ascended into the sky. Ivit spread his wings, gathering energy for an attack. He tilted his head back and let out a loud curse. You bastard. His voice rang out with a question. You talk a big game, but when it's time to fight, all you know how to do is run away. Hearing that, he laughed and denied it. Of course not. Kang Yujin looked at the army of skeleton soldiers below and shouted, Go, everyone. Immediately after, Ivit's body was racked with explosions. The skeleton army charged forward, shouting, Let's go, brothers. It's time to hunt some crows. A skeleton soldier raised its sword and charged at him. It stabbed Ivit hard with its blue energy. Next, the skeleton soldier forcefully pulled out its dagger, then stabbed him hard again. Ivit immediately threw his head back and cried out in pain. He turned his head toward the skeleton soldier and screamed, You worthless piece of trash. Ivit opened his mouth wide and furiously commanded, My subordinates, attack those damn living dead for me. The black crow's eyes flashed red as they let out a caw in response. They screeched and charged toward the skeleton soldiers. Seeing this, Kang Yujin smiled and asked, So this is your final struggle, huh? He then immediately summoned it, Ing Young. Don't you let him get away. Ing Young bit down hard on Ivit, who cried out in pain as his neck was caught. Then, it clamped down on Ivet's neck and swung him violently. He was thrown hard onto the ground, only able to let out pained groans. Kang Yujin looked down from above with a triumphant smile, then jumped down from his mount and said, "Don So, go." Don Sao slammed both fists down on Ivet, who immediately opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. Then, Don Sao stood still, looking at Ivet's motionless body. Suddenly, it was shocked to hear his voice ring out, "You dare." Bright red light emanated from Ivet's body. He flapped his wings and shot up into the sky, shouting, "You dare." Ivet tilted his head back and roared, "My subordinates from all my dimensions, answer my call now." Immediately, streaks of yellow light flashed across the sky, and small specks of light also appeared on the ground and in the subway station. Seeing this, Kang Ujin said in a low voice, "Looks like he's planning to summon more reinforcements." He glanced to the side, looking at the massive number of black crows that filled the area, and asked, "But does this guy really have this many hordes?" Below ground, a large number of monsters emerged from a dimensional gate. They let out growls, staring intently at Kang Ujin. He rode Xing high above, looking down at the ground below. Kang Yujin gave a contemptuous smile and said, "A whole bunch of trash from all sorts of dimensions is coming here." On the ground below, the monster army quickly covered the entire street. Immediately after, Ivet's voice shouted, "All troops, listen up." Assat looked down from above and speculated, "It seems that Crow is about to summon all his minions from the 70 dimensions he rules." Kang Yujin's voice gave the order, "You all don't need to be tense. Just take care of them. In the meantime, I'll prepare a different kind of gift for him." Ramson slung his greatsword over his shoulder and said with a laugh, "So, our opponents are species from 70 different dimensions. Huh." He looked at the approaching monsters and shouted, "My heart is about to start beating again from all this excitement." On the other side, Kang Yujin landed on the ground below, then gently raised his hand to open the system window. The corner of Kang Ujin's mouth curled up as he said, "All right, I need to create a new ultimate-grade piece of equipment." His voice rang out, "Craft Terrassi item set." Immediately, several system windows appeared. Now purchasing the raw materials needed for crafting the Terrassi item set from the achievement shop. A system window flashed, and his entire body was enveloped in a golden light, combining the 5 holy relics of Anfen with the raw materials. A system notification sound chimed. With the successful combination of Terrassi's armor, you can now possess an infinite number of minions. The soul power of all minions you possess will be tripled. The shoes on Kang Ujin's feet changed. Terrassi's march successfully combined. Every step you take will leave behind an aura of death, doubling the attack power of your undead army. The land you walk upon will be corrupted, poisoning your enemies. Immediately after, a system notification chimed. Terrassi's dignity successfully combined. The number of minions who bow before the dignity of the god of destruction will increase, doubling your presence. Kang Ujin looked at the palm of his hand and said, "Excellent. The items are being crafted one by one. Now, all that's left are glory and punishment." Then, he was shocked to see the system pop up. Terrassi item set combination successful, 35. Failures, 23 due to insufficient achievement points. The crafting of Terrassi's glory and Terrassi's punishment has failed. Are there any achievement points left? He put his hands on his hips, questioning it. "What? Have I used up all my achievement points?" Kang Yujin raised his hand to touch the system screen, saying, "I have sanctuary points, but I still need to use them to defend the base. I can't be reckless and use them now. Looks like I'll have to make do with these items for now." Right after that, he looked down, activated invisibility mode. Kang Ujin stood on high, looking down at the monsters below, and said, "All right, shall we begin?" In a flash, his figure disappeared from the rooftop. He quickly shot down towards the monsters below. Then, he used his feet to land on a wall. He kicked off the wall powerfully, leaping up. Devil's Leap. The system screen appeared with a description. "There is no place in this world the god of destruction cannot reach. Thanks to the effect of Terrassi's march, the Devil's Leap skill can be activated in mid-air." The monsters looked up and were startled to see him. Kang Ujin raised his hand to summon a weapon, and the warrior's weapon changed its form. He quickly whipped it towards them, thinking to himself, "Lash." A notification popped up on the screen, "Warrior's weapon, Lash." A whip with its restrictions removed upon reaching level 90. It can slash everything within its reach thanks to its easily transformable nature. Kang Yujin glanced in one direction. His voice rang out, causing a troop of bone soldiers to charge at the monsters. "Summon bone soldiers." A bone soldier raised its weapon and stabbed a monster squarely in the chest. They looked up towards Kang Yujin and shouted, "He's a necromancer. Attack the necromancer." He smirked and asked, "A necromancer? So what? Do you think attacking me will change anything?" Immediately after, streams of light flashed high into the air inside the city. Dujiminus let out a loud laugh. "So, You've obtained a fraction of the god of destruction's power. You are becoming more and more worthy of being my master." He immediately raised his hands, looking down below to summon. "Rejoice, O pitiful puppets wandering through the dimensions. Today you shall be saved by the god of destruction." Immediately after, the monsters looked toward the opposite side in shock. From the pile of fresh corpses, an army of bone soldiers arose. Ivet flew high above, observing the battle below. Seeing this, he muttered in a low voice, "One of the three powers that divided Anfen, the Necromancer. The ability to use enemy corpses as a medium for summoning. I didn't expect the situation to become this troublesome." Ivet watched as the army of bone soldiers continued to grow, thinking that the rate his army was growing surpassed the military strength he had possessed throughout all the dimensions. He stared intently at Kang Ujin, pondering, but his mana is limited. Just controlling an army of this colossal size is enough to exhaust him. Ivet shouted triumphantly. "This battle is about to end." He yelled towards the Black Crows, "My minions." Ivet recalled them all back into his body. "Return to where you belong." On the other side, streaks of yellow light continuously shot out from within the city. Bone soldiers relentlessly stabbed at their enemies. Mage skeletons raised their staves to control them. The monsters, enveloped in the yellow light, screamed out in pain. Kang Ujin, holding his long whip, hovered in midair, waiting silently. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile as he said, "I wonder when they'll all finally die. But it looks like they can't hold out for much longer." Kang Yujin's eyes glanced to one side. Now, he looked up at Ivet's figure high above. Kang Yujin, with a wide smile, asked back, "What did you just eat to pack on the pounds like that?" He let out a smug laugh, boasting, "It's not just my size that has increased. I have absorbed the mana of my 10,000 subordinates." Ivet's voice rang out, "Unlike you, who has used up almost all of your mana dealing with my soldiers." Kang Yujin smiled brightly and asked, "What was that? You were waiting for me to run out of mana?" He took a step closer to him and said, "Well, you're partly right. I have indeed used up quite a bit of mana." Immediately after, he canceled the summons below. The monsters immediately pointed at him and roared, "The Necromancer is out of mana. Get him." Kang Yujin looked down from above, a smirk playing on his lips. "Now, what should I do?" The monsters all collapsed at once, their eyes wide open as they lay motionless, turning into dried husks. Kang Yujin looked down and smiled, saying, "Look at all that food for me down there." Immediately after, a massive wave of energy erupted from him, and all the corpses on the ground below were instantly swept away by the energy, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, Ivet said contemptuously, "You're using your scarce mana just to deal with a bunch of worthless, small fry." He spread his wings and stared at him, probing, "What on earth are you thinking? Don't tell me you plan on facing a great being like me, without using any mana." Hearing this, he let out a scoffing laugh and asked, "How can you be so clueless about necromancers?" Immediately after, streams of purple light flashed from Kang Ujin's body. Ivet's eyes widened in shock as he looked at him. He saw streaks of light extending from his body and shouted, "That is." Kang Ujin smiled faintly and pointed out, "Corpses and souls are no different from mana to me." Streams of soul energy from the ground quickly shot up towards him. Ivet stared in shock at the immense mana energy radiating from him. The light flashed relentlessly, spreading all around. Hearing this, Ivet roared excitedly, "So, you created those explosions for a reason." Kang Yujin, smiling broadly, said, "That's right. Now then, shall we move on to round 2? A system notification appeared. Mana has been restored to 100% through the soul absorption skill. The light from his body radiated outwards, shooting straight up into the sky. Kang Yujin immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Summon." Ivet looked down and saw Yongyang's figure below. He asked with a contemptuous laugh, "After refilling all your mana, you could only summon a single dragon that can't even fly. You really think you can catch me with that piece of trash?" Hearing this, Kang Yujin laughed back, "Just you wait and see." As his voice rang out, he quickly used Blood Summon, and blood from all over the city began to gather. Seeing this, Ivet wondered doubtfully, is he trying to summon a blood golem? Why is he just summoning soldiers who can't even fight in the air? Kang Yujin stared in that direction and smiled. Then, his voice called out, "All right, everyone, it's time to fuse." Hearing this, he thought in confusion, "Fuse." The figures of Yongyang and the Crimson Mask quickly moved closer to each other. Streams of blood shot forward, wrapping around Yongyang's body. They quickly merged back into one, continuously fusing together. After a long while, Yongyang was completely covered in a crimson hue. Fresh blood continuously enveloped its skeleton, revealing eyes that glowed with a bright yellow light. The crimson color seeped into the skeleton, quickly filling it in completely. They clung on, wrapping around Yongyang's skeleton. In just a moment, the fusion was complete, and the blood dragon let out a roar. Seeing this, Kang Yujin smiled broadly and commanded, "Fly." He stared intently at its body and shouted, "Ancient blood dragon." The blood from all over the city continued to be absorbed by Yang Yang. Ivet, seeing this, shouted frantically, "You bastard, this is just ridiculous. A blood dragon? What the hell is this?" He looked up at the giant blood dragon before him as Yang Yang's voice echoed, asking, "Tell me, what is your wish?" Kang Yujin stared straight ahead and said, "My wish, you ask? It's to hunt crows." Across from him, Ivet looked over with a guarded expression. Yang Yang immediately opened its mouth and replied, "Your wish has been granted." With that, it opened its mouth wide and snapped at Ivet. Yang Yang's body instantly shot past him. Ivet instantly became agitated and let out a roar. He then immediately spread his two wings, let out a cry, and shot out a volley of feathers. Each feather shot down into the city below like an arrow. The building struck by the feathers immediately collapsed to the ground. Kang Ujin swiftly landed on Yang Yang's back. Riding on its back, he charged forward. He looked up and gave an order. "If we keep dodging, Sun will be nothing but ruins. Yang Yang, let's end this." Its eyes immediately flashed with a bright yellow light. Next, Yang Yang raised its head and charged straight towards Ivet. He immediately screamed in terror, "Impossible! I have to get some distance, fast." Suddenly, a long whip appeared, lashing out at Ivet's neck. In a flash, the cord was wrapped tightly around his throat. Yujin, holding the other end of the cord, asked, "Where do you think you're going, spirit summoner?" Immediately after, he looked down and shouted an order. "Yang Yang, bite him to death." Ivet, his face filled with terror, opened his mouth and let out a scream. Yang Yang opened its mouth wide and bit down hard. Fresh blood gushed from its mouth, and Ivet's body fell from the sky into the city below. Seeing this, Kang Yujin smiled and praised, "Good job. You killed him." He looked at the corpse on the ground and remarked, "This should keep Sun quiet for a while." Immediately after, Kang Yujin glanced in a certain direction and said, "Now then, I guess it's time to go catch that bastard, Kang Chun." The basement door opened, and Seung Hun led everyone out. He looked at the surrounding scenery and remarked, "It's completely quiet now." Seung Hun asked in disbelief, "Is it really all over?" In the next moment, he was startled as he saw Yang Yang descending from the sky. Hearing its roar, the crowd quickly turned and ran. Dust and debris were blown everywhere by the wind. Seung Hun covered his mouth, letting out a cough. Kang Ujin looked down from above and asked, "Is everyone okay?" The crowd immediately shouted excitedly. "President," he said with a calm expression, giving an order, "Get on. We're flying straight to the flying fortress." Hearing this, Seung Hun asked, startled, "On the dragon's back?" Kang Yujin confirmed with a calm face, "Yeah. Since you guys haven't awakened, you can't use the portal. Hurry up and get on." Yang Yang also looked at Seung Hun's group and opened its mouth. Seung Hun's whole body trembled as he let out a piercing scream, wondering to himself, "Maybe I should have just stayed in Soon." A helicopter arrived in Soon, where Kang Yujin and the members of Adan had just left. Showing the scene below, a narrator's voice began. "You are currently witnessing the state of Soon, which has just been destroyed by the largest monster army in history. This is truly a horrific sight. It's reminiscent of the Dan Dan shock that occurred 5 years ago." The helicopter's camera focused on the people below as the report continued. The recovery team, consisting of the military and various guilds, was dispatched to the scene as soon as Mr. Kang Ujin left after fighting off a large-scale Danuan outbreak with his incredible power. EU looked up at the helicopter flying above, his eyes flashing as he asked, "How did this happen? Didn't you tell me Kang Ujin was still being held up in Anfen?" Sang Ho immediately kowtowed and admitted his fault. "Please forgive me, master. I never expected him to be able to return so quickly." He lowered his head, clenching his teeth hard, silently cursing that damned lion guild. In his mind, Sang Ho thought of Jian John, furiously questioning him. They couldn't even hold him for a few days. Ayu immediately raised his foot and stomped hard on Sang Ho's head. He gritted his teeth and questioned him. "You fool, do you have any idea what you've done?" High above, the helicopter continued to circle and broadcast the news. EEO looked up at the sky and shouted, "In the current situation, with Ivet completely gone, my appearance here means..." Just then, the reporter yelled in shock, "There's still a monster on site." He turned his head and urged the person next to him, "Contact the military, now." The crew member beside him replied with a start, "Yes, sir." Il clenched his jaw, letting out a growl. In the next moment, a loud curse echoed across the skies of Sun. Elsewhere, Yang Yang was flying the group quickly towards Bayan. Seeing the sky fortress just ahead, he said, "We're here." Seung Hun screamed in terror as Yang Yang let itself freefall in midair. A moment later, Kang Yujin landed gently on the platform. He immediately turned his head when he heard Bai's voice calling out, "Master." The little girl rushed forward, stunning everyone as she threw her arms around Kang Yujin. I miss you so much. He gently pushed her back and asked, Bye-bye, you're back to your original form. Because the synchronization process is complete, Bai replied with a bright smile. Yes, I can use my full power now. Dongmin Chan walked out from behind them and greeted him. President, you've worked hard. Were you able to get what you wanted from Anfen? Kang Ujin calmly asked in return. Yeah, more or less. But why did you guys bring the Lion Guild to Anfen? Hearing this, he exclaimed. What? Oh, it's because they said they wanted to use the portal to send reinforcements. Because of this, Dongmin Chan asked with suspicion. Did something happen? Hearing that, he replied, It's nothing. Never mind. Immediately after, Kang Yujin's voice was heard asking, More importantly, what's the situation with the other countries? How many places were attacked like soon? He quickly replied, All of them. Min immediately raised his hand to report. Thanks to BB, London has been saved, but there are still many cities out there where we haven't even tallied the damages. Among them, Greece has sent us a request for aid. And we're on our way there now, he asked doubtfully. Greece? Kang Yujin's face was full of suspicion. So you all couldn't find Kang Chun? Isn't he supposed to be in England? Hearing that, the man gasped. Actually, sir, he's already here. Yujin frowned and asked, What do you mean? Kang Chun is at Bibi's fortress. Kang Chun quickly stepped out and said, You're a day late, Kang Yujin. Kang Yujin immediately whipped his head around to look. With a perfectly calm expression, Kang Chun said, I've been waiting for you. Inside the room, the curtains were drawn, letting sunlight stream in. A wide smile spread across Kang Ujin's face as he exclaimed, Last time you ran away with your tail between your legs, and now you've come crawling back here on your own. Kang Chun remained silent as Yujin's taunting voice continued. Did you really think you could just ignore all the rules forever? Kang Yujin crossed his legs on the sofa, looked straight at him, and asked, So, what brings you here to find me? Kang Chun replied softly, I've come to deliver a message. Who sent you to give me a message? Was it Toffler again? Kang Yujin stared straight at him and said, If that man has something to say to me, he should come here himself. Kang Chun frowned and said, That would be difficult right now. Hearing that, Yujin asked with great interest, Oh, and why's that? Is he afraid I'll kill him? Kang Chun stared intently at him, probing. And what would you do if you met him? Kang Yujin crossed his arms and calmly stated, I have my reasons, so I can't kill him. Besides, I hate it when people who are still hiding things from me try to negotiate. Looking straight into Kang Chun's eyes, he added, And that includes you. Kang Chun's muttered voice echoed in the space, just as the prophecy foretold. Your behavior is always the same. Kang Yujin narrowed his eyes. A prophecy? He wondered. Immediately after, streams of dark energy appeared, surrounding Kang Chun. Kang Yujin raised his hand, controlling the dark energy, and shouted, If you don't want to die, start making sense. Kang Chun pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Then, his face filled with emotion, he yelled, I am not afraid of death. I'm only afraid. Kang Chun immediately added, That a situation like this, with you, will happen all over again. Hearing this, Kang Yujin frowned in thought. He's spouting nonsense again. But this is strange. He stared intently at the man's face, wondering. Unlike Toffler, I can sense his soul so clearly. So how can he face death so calmly? After a moment, Kang Ujin sighed and said, All right, fine. Kang Chun glanced at the dark energy and was surprised to see it vanish. With a serious expression, Yujin demanded, Let's hear what message Toffler sent for me. He frowned and said in a low voice, This is going to take a while. Kang Chun's voice rang out as he began to speak of the first candidate to save the Earth. Thinking of him, he added, Let me tell you everything about Elo. Yujin's doubtful voice repeated, The first candidate to save the Earth. Yujin crossed his arms and asked, Is this also part of that bastard Toffler's prophecy? Kang Chun affirmed. That's right. The first candidate is Elo, and the second candidate is you. Kang Yujin let out a sigh and said, Of course. They just shoved me into anything that seems convenient. Ha. He touched his chin, wondering. But this name, Elo, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, Kang Yujin froze in thought. No way. The one saying Ho is following. With a serious expression, he looked at Kang Chun and asked, You mean the Void Lord Elo? He immediately confirmed, Yes. So you know of him. Kang Ujin let out a soft sigh. This is ridiculous. He looked up and asked again. One of the Void Lords who didn't invade Earth is a candidate to save it, Kang Chun said with a blank expression. Where you come from doesn't matter. What matters is whether you truly have the right to save the Earth. Kang Yujin crossed his arms and asked doubtfully, The right? What do you mean? Immediately after, Kang Chun's voice asked, Do you know about the hidden code? Thinking of Arya, Yujin muttered, I've heard that term before from the goddess in Anfen. It's the thing that can sever the connection between Earth and the chains, right? Kang Chun calmly said, "What you're talking about is the deletion code." Hearing this, Kang Yujin asked doubtfully, "Aren't the deletion code and the hidden code the same thing?" He explained softly, "In principle, the hidden code is an umbrella concept that covers both the deletion code and the restoration code." Hearing Kang Chun say this, Kang Yujin couldn't help but ask curiously, "And the restoration code?" Kang Chun's eyes sharpened with unreadable calculation. Recalling the two codes, Kang Chun answered, "The restoration code and the deletion code are two opposing extremes. Depending on how they're used, they can either destroy everything or create anything." He added, "You and Elo are the only two individuals qualified to complete and use these special codes." Yujin rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. So that means the Void Lords who were seeking thus defense have been eliminated. Thinking this, he asked aloud, "But why Elo and me? What makes us qualified?" Kang Chun said gravely, "I can't give you a reason. There is only the result." Hearing this, Kang Yujin looked up, completely baffled. He crossed his arms and asked bluntly, "All right, let's say I accept what you're telling me. What exactly do you want from me?" Kang Yujin's voice turned cold. "Are you telling me not to kill Elo?" Kang Chun immediately replied, "No." He explained that even if Elo was qualified, he was still a Lord of the Chains. He is an enemy and must be eliminated. Kang Chun recalled Toffler's judgment. He had placed his hopes on Yujin, not Elo, so there was no reason to spare him. He paused, but then Kang Chun warned gravely, "However, for now, you must avoid any direct confrontation with him." Yujin immediately asked, "And why is that?" Kang Chun looked up, his gaze incredibly sharp and cold. He declared, "Your conditions are not yet fulfilled, which means you aren't ready to face him." A small, mocking smile played on Kang Ujin's lips. "How ridiculous. Are you saying I can't beat him?" Kang Chun said softly, "Please, just fulfill your conditions first. If you do that, everything will naturally resolve itself." Yujin asked, "Are you telling me I have to find Turaz's compulsion?" He answered quickly, "Yes, and you're already close." Kang Chun asserted, "I believe you've already guessed the final keys needed to find it." Hearing this, Kang Ujin thought to himself, if the way to get the hidden code is the same as getting the regular codes. He recalled what Arya had said. That's right, but the key is on Earth, not in Anfen. And Sak also said that the first thing he did when his planet was synchronized was kill its god. After that, I received the code and became a god myself. Thinking of Sua, Kang Ujin silently concluded, then it must belong to the Lord of Earth. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy shot towards Kang Chun. Yujin declared in a stern voice, "Tell me another way. You will die if you don't." Immediately, Kang Chun shouted in agitation, "Kill me. From what I know, that's the only way there is." Hearing this, Yujin fell completely silent. Kang Chun looked at the dark aura surrounding him and thought, so the journey recorded in the Book of Fate ends here. I feel nothing for this life that just keeps repeating itself. Then, his voice rang out again. "This is the last thing I have to tell you." Kang Chun immediately asked, "Haven't you ever found all of this strange?" Confused, Yujin asked back, "What do you mean?" A smirk crept onto Kang Chun's face. "Leveling up? Monsters. Mana." He lifted his head and looked straight at him, asking, "Doesn't this life feel just like some kind of game to you?" Kang Chun's eyes sharpened as he stared intently and asked, "Does any of this feel real to you?" Kang Yujin just stared back at him in silence. A short while later, in the courtyard of Bibi's castle, Min Chan was startled to see Kang Yujin emerge. With a worried expression, he quickly asked, "President, how are things?" Yujin walked briskly forward and replied, "There was nothing to discuss. He's been detained for now." Min Chan asked hesitantly, "But isn't there a chance he could escape again?" He was stunned by Yujin's answer. "He's not an ordinary man. If he really wanted to, he could escape." Kang Ujin frowned. The whole situation left a bad taste in his mouth, but there was nothing to be gained by killing a messenger. His thoughts turned to Toffler. "Until I discover the truth they're hiding about this world, I need to maintain some kind of link to them." Kang Ujin then looked up and asked, "When do we arrive in Greece?" Min Chan promptly replied, "In about 3 hours, sir." Ujin turned to him and gave an order. "All right, between now and then, I want you to run another background check on all personnel." Startled, Min Chan asked, "What, sir?" "Why all of a sudden?" Kang Ujin glanced at him. "A few individuals whose souls reek of darkness have snuck in. There's definitely a spy here targeting X." Min Chan's eyes widened, his expression becoming grim. He immediately turned and rushed off. "I'll investigate at once." Kang Yujin then glanced to his side and called out, "Bibi." In an instant, a swirl of dark energy flashed into existence. Bibi appeared, placing a hand on her chest. "You summoned us, Master." "Yes," Yujin replied, looking intently at the assembled group before issuing his command. From this moment, you will all split into groups and sweep the area clean of any occupying Void Lords. While you're doing that, I will be going to the Holy Land. With a serious expression, he added, we still need to level up a few more times to prepare for the enemy. You can all manage that without me, right? Baby beamed and shouted, of course, Master. You can leave it all to us. Pleased with her response, Kang Ujin decided, good, you're dismissed. Their figures disappeared, their voices echoing, as you command, Master. But Kang Yujin couldn't get Kang Chun's words out of his head. Does any of this feel real to you? Kang Ujin mumbled to himself, feel real. At that same moment, a figure stood outside the dungeon. Inside, Kang Chun was bound to a chair with his head hanging low. Tears rolled down his cheeks and dripped to the floor. He trembled as he muttered to himself, history has changed. After a while, he lifted his tear-stained face, thinking, the Book of Fate has been turned to its last page, and yet the story hasn't ended. His thoughts turned to Yujin, and he wondered, Kang Yujin, can you truly become the savior who leads us to a new world? Bibi's fortress continued to move forward. Meanwhile, Kang Yujin walked alone across a deserted courtyard, looking up at the vast sky and murmuring to himself, since I've delegated all the level and experience grinding to my summons, all I need to focus on now is completing the aura and punishment of Turas. The scene replayed in his mind, tell me another way, or you will die here. Kang Chun had replied with a calm expression, kill me. As far as I know, it's the only way. Yujin scratched his head, forcing himself to stop. I need to stop dwelling on such meaningless things. Kang Ujin looked forward with determination. I need to complete the other conditions to obtain the judgment. He pictured the system window in his mind, thinking, and if I reach the max level and complete the item set, there's a good chance I'll get a new clue. Current level, 97. Tourist item set. Right then, Kang Ujin used telepathy to contact Du Jimin. Jimin's serious voice came through. Yes, what is it? Yujin touched his ear as he replied, I need more points, a lot more. Du Jimin asked, confused, points? Jimin touched his own ear. So what do you need me to do? A smirk played on Kang Ujin's lips. What do you think? I need you to do what you do best. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. The Holy Land War is commencing. Please select the Void Lord you wish to challenge. Yujin stared ahead. With the gaming skills of a Korean high schooler and the mechanic skills you acquired after becoming a vampire lord, when it comes to this Holy Land War, you're our ace in the hole. You're confident you can pull it off, right? Jimin couldn't help but smirk. He placed both hands on the screen and declared, this is a piece of cake compared to fighting on an actual battlefield. Kang Ujin stared forward decisively. Excellent. Now go and clean out the treasuries of every last one of those Void Lords. Jimin looked toward the sunlight. Understood. The system window then appeared, transporting to the battlefield. He looked into the light, thinking to himself, this way, we'll soon have enough points to combine the item set. Elsewhere, a tree of life swayed gently in the breeze. Murdy stood in silence, looking at the giant tree before her. Torin walked up from behind her and asked with a smile, Goddess, are you here again today? She turned her head to look. Murdy smiled gently and said, you don't have to be so formal with me. I'm not a divine maiden anymore, you know. He flailed his arms and legs, shouting in a panic. Oh my goodness, I've made another mistake. Torin stared straight ahead and said, I'm sorry, but you must be going through a lot right now, aren't you? Hearing this, she laughed and replied, I'm fine. I'm used to it now. Murdy then lowered her voice and asked, but why did you come looking for me? Is there news? He was startled into remembering. Ah, yes. Torin looked forward and said, according to the messenger's report, the number of Void Lords across the continent has dropped significantly today. They must have all fled to Earth. Murdy lowered her head and spoke softly. That makes sense. The Void Lords would naturally be more interested in new colonies. She looked towards the spatial gate and said, thanks to that, the situation in Anfen has improved a lot, but I'm still worried. I don't know if the Immortal can handle this all by himself. Just then, the gate flashed with a pulsating light. Kang Ujin quickly stepped out from within. Murdy was startled and confused. The Immortal. He quickly walked over and asked with concern, how have you all been? Elsewhere, flames covered the floor. Kang Yujin looked at the fire and asked, what's this? Has Sungu been like this the whole time? Murdy, standing beside him, replied, yes, we've been monitoring his condition, but nothing has changed, sir. Hearing this, he let out a thoughtful hum. He looked at the flames before him and asked, just how much stronger does that kid want to get, resting for this long? Just then, Junyoung ran over with two others. With a worried expression, he asked, Mr. President, what's the situation on Earth? Is everything all right? Kang Ujin turned to look at them and replied, what good would it do to tell you? This is urgent. Come back to Earth with me, now. Immediately after, his voice rang out again. But what about Choi Hee-sun? She should have recovered by now, right? Jeon-young stammered. Captain Choi Hee-sun. He held out a letter and said, she left this letter and disappeared. Sir. Kang Ujin let out a skeptical sound and asked, where could she have possibly gone? The letter read, in my current state, I'm nothing but useless. I'd rather die than become a burden to everyone. When I become stronger, I will definitely return. Kang Ujin sighed. This girl. There was no need for this. It seems what happened with Bang Leon was a huge shock for her. Then he turned his head to the side and called out, Murdy, whenever Choi Hee-sun and Hong Sung-gu return, tell them to come see me immediately. Kang Yujin's expression turned serious. As for you men, pack your things. We're leaving right now. Jun Yang immediately gave a clear affirmation. Murdy called out in a low voice, Immortal One. He heard her and asked quizzically, what is it? She bowed her head and inquired, I was wondering, could you baptize me and grant me the grace of Terasi? Hearing this, Kang Ujin frowned. What the hell? I'm not a priest. How am I supposed to baptize you? Murdy fell silent, bowing her head without another word. After a moment, he scratched his head and said, whatever. If you want it that badly, I'll give it a shot. Immediately after, his voice echoed across the plaza. I, the emissary of Terasi, appoint you as a priestess of Terasi. Next, Kang Ujin placed his hand on top of Murdy's head. He looked at his hand and exclaimed, as expected, it's not working at all. He frowned and tried to comfort her. But, don't be too upset about it. Hearing this, Murdy smiled and said, no, sir. Thank you for taking the time for me. Immortal One. Just then, Jeon-young led the gathered group and shouted, Mr. President, we are all ready to go. She looked at him and said, may you all be safe. Kang Ujin replied calmly, right, I'm leaving the base in your hands. With that, he turned and quickly departed. Murdy stood still, watching his retreating back. She remained in place, whispering to herself, please, return with victory, my God. In Seoul, South Korea, while Kang Ujin was restructuring the Holy Land and Anfen, Sang-ho was floating in midair, shouting, citizens of South Korea, the savior of your lives has finally descended. The crowd looked up, creating a clamor. This is the one who will forever care for our humanity, who turns his back on those alien monsters and was the first to extend a helping hand to us. Above, Sang-ho continued to shout with excitement. His desire is to end the current, endless war across the universe for the sake of permanent peace. The crowd roared as they watched his figure on the plaza's large screen. What? A Void Lord wants to join forces with humanity. What the hell is going on here? Sang-ho glanced behind him and yelled, welcome him with reverence and worship, the God who has descended to save us all. Eos stepped out, one step at a time. The crowd stared at the screen, asking, that creature is going to save Earth. Immediately, Sang-ho's voice rang out with the introduction, Monarch Eos. BB's fortress continued to advance relentlessly. A teleportation gate quickly appeared. The guild members looked around and exclaimed, it's Earth. Man, how long has it been? Kang Yujin smiled slightly as he watched them all chatting happily. Just then, Dung Min-chan ran in from outside, yelling. Mr. President, he asked quizzically, what's with the rush? Did something urgent happen? Dung Min-chan reported with a serious expression. We've caught a spy, sir. Inside a dark, lightless prison cell, he gestured to the figure within. Following your orders, after investigating all personnel, we discovered one individual with a previously manipulated background file. After close surveillance, we confirmed he's from Sang-ho's faction. Kang Yujin thought for a moment and asked, Sang-ho, you mean that same bastard again? He's gotten his ass handed to him several times already, but it seems he still hasn't learned his lesson, has he? Dung Min-chan looked up at him intently and added, not only that, we also believe that Bang Leon, who participated in the exploration of Anfen, had some kind of secret deal with him. Hearing this, Kang Yujin asked in surprise, so he was the one pulling the strings? He frowned in annoyance, thinking that bastard had quite a few puppets on his strings. Suddenly, Dung Min-chan held up a tablet and said, but recently, it seems they've decided to come out into the open. Kang Yujin looked at the screen and exclaimed, this is, on screen. Sang-ho gestured to his side and introduced, Lord Eos is willing to help the people of Earth. If we just borrow his power, we will have a chance to defend ourselves against the attacks from monsters of other dimensions. The man shouted with a beaming face, he is nothing less than a god descended upon this earth. Kang Yujin looked up at him and asked, what the hell is that bastard rambling about? Min-chan immediately chimed in, it's exactly as you've heard, sir. He began to explain with a serious expression. A dimensional lord named Eo, the one Sang-ho serves, wants to cooperate peacefully with Seoul. I heard the South Korean government is considering signing a defense treaty with them. Yujin frowned, standing still in thought. Then he looked at the tablet screen and wondered, "You bastard, yo. Are you really planning to help the people of Earth and save them from Chanet's clutches?" Right after, he immediately handed the tablet back to Min Chan and told him to leave. "Yeah, right. I'd sooner trust a fox to guard the henhouse." Kang Yujin quickly opened the prison cell door and went inside. He looked at the man suspiciously and asked, "Hey, you. What was your purpose for infiltrating us?" Kang Yujin looked down at him menacingly. "I have a pretty good idea of what you guys are plotting. You'd better answer me properly." Hearing this, the man became agitated and yelled, "I have nothing to say. No matter how much you threaten me, I won't say a single word." Just then, Kang Ujin's voice cut in, asking, "You're here for Earth's God, aren't you?" Kang Ujin picked up a phone and said, "Let's not waste any more time talking. Dial your superior's number right here." After a moment, someone picked up on the other end. "Hello." Kang Ujin, leaving the spy collapsed on the floor, said, "Yeah, it's me. Long time no see, huh?" Sang Ho scratched his head and asked confusedly, "Who is this?" A succinct voice replied, "Kang Ujin." A slight smirk formed on his lips as he heard the man's reaction. "Kang Ujin, my memory is a bit." Suddenly, Sang Ho asked in shock, "Wait, Kang Yujin? Is that really you, Kang Yujin?" A broad smile spread across Kang Yujin's face as he confirmed, "That's right, it's me, you son of a bitch." Hearing this, Sang Ho roared in fury. "What gives you the right to call me like we're old friends? You crazy bastard." Sang Ho's eyes widened, stunned, as Kang Yujin continued, "I'm on my way." He then declared calmly, "Get ready to face that little ice puppet of yours." Thinking of the little girl, Kang Ujin thought to himself, "You dare to target Kang Sua? Fine. I'll just destroy that bastard EO in one fell swoop." Meanwhile, on a large sheet of ice floating in the sky, Sang Ho ran in from outside, shouting, "Something big has happened, Lord EO." EO looked up and asked, "What is it? Aren't the negotiations with those earthlings going smoothly?" Sang Ho frowned and exclaimed urgently, "It's not that, sir. It's Kang Yujin." "Kang Yujin." He said he's changed course and is heading back to South Korea. A corner of EO's mouth curled up and he let out a wild laugh. Sang Ho calmed down upon hearing his lord's next question. "You fool. You're getting this worked up over such a trivial matter?" EO frowned, thinking to himself, "It would have been great to fight him after he claimed his authority, but since things have turned out this way, I'll just deal with him now." He then calmly gave his orders. "Lee Sang Ho, tell my subordinates to prepare a proper welcome for the immortal." Sang Ho quickly replied, "Yes, sir." At the same time, at the new National Assembly building in Seoul, the conference room was filled with constant noise. One man stood up and shouted agitatedly, "There's no other way. We have to accept EO's offer to negotiate first." An assemblyman with glasses across from him yelled back, "Nonsense. How can you trust the words of someone who unilaterally occupied Seoul?" The young man immediately shouted in agitation, "Besides, he's still a monster. No matter how intelligent he is, how can you possibly trust them?" Right after, another agitated voice spoke up, "But the reality is that South Korea's military can no longer control the situation. Since it's come to this, we have no choice but to join hands with them, even if it's just a temporary measure." From the back, Park Jun-pyo spoke up, asking, "Mr. President, what should we do now?" The president bowed his head, quickly falling deep into thought. In just a single day, all of Seoul fell into their hands. If he really wanted to use force, I'm afraid we'd be completely powerless. An image of EO appeared in Beyond Man's mind as he wondered. But surprisingly, they offered peaceful negotiations and a defense treaty. What decision must I make to save this country? Just then, the phone in Park Jun-pyo's hand rang. He walked over and whispered in the president's ear, "Mr. President." Immediately, Beyond Man's voice cut him off. "Everyone, please calm down. We've just received an urgent report." He looked directly at the crowd and announced, "Aden's flying fortress is heading towards our country." The crowd below immediately erupted in agitation. "Is Adan going to fight EO? Does that mean Seoul will be?" Beyond Man clasped his hands together and said, "That's right. Seoul will become the battlefield for those two forces." He looked straight at everyone below and added, "But from our perspective, it won't be too late to wait until their confrontation is over and make our decision based on the outcome. For now, we should focus on what we can do in the immediate present." With a serious expression, Beyond Man gave the order. "We must do everything in our power to evacuate all remaining citizens from Seoul." Meanwhile, Bibi's fortress continued to approach the ice tower. Inside the fortress, Kang Ujin smiled and said, "EO, I'm going to see for myself if what Kang Chun said about him is true." EO, for his part, exclaimed with a wide smile, Well now, the very condition for obtaining my power is delivering itself right to my doorstep. On the streets below, long lines of cars were steadily leaving. Seen from above, the vehicles were quickly evacuating the city. One person looked ahead and asked, "Is everyone here?" A young man immediately confirmed in reply, "Yes, sir. Everyone is on board the vehicles." The car door quickly shut and the engine started. "All right, let's go." The security officer looked at Durun and said, "Mr. President, we have to hurry." "Sir." He immediately agreed. "Right." Durun lifted his head to look at the sky above. The people watched as the fortress approached, saying, "Kang Ujin's flying fortress is here." He stared at it and muttered, "I don't know." Durun looked towards the ice tower and asked, "If it's Kang Ujin, do you think he can destroy all of them?" Kang Yujin glanced over in that direction and spoke, "Just as I thought. He summoned all of his lackeys here." He looked at the screen and exclaimed, "And there are quite a few familiar faces, too." A series of notifications appeared on the screen. Dimensional Lord Rizaki, Dimensional Lord Slot, Dimensional Lord Dre. Min Chan also frowned and said, "It seems they're all connected to the recent Great Outbreak incident." Kang Yujin looked at the screen displaying the monarch Elo and said, "And they have the gall to propose a peace treaty. They're even more unforgivable than I thought." Just then, the door behind him swung open. He turned his head, saw the little girl, and cried out in surprise, "Sua." Kang Yujin knelt on one knee before her. "Hey Sua, what are you doing out here? I told you to stay with Mom." Sua hesitated. She looked down at his face, then asked in a small voice, "Brother, do you really have to go?" Her face was filled with worry as she lowered her head and mumbled, "I had a dream that you left and never came back. I'm so scared." Hearing this, Kang Yujin couldn't help but sigh. The little girl looked up at the sound. "Sua, my dear little sister, it seems you still don't know your big brother very well, do you?" Kang Yujin said with a bright smile, "You don't have to worry about a thing, because your brother is stronger than anyone." He placed a hand on Sua's shoulder, making a promise. "I'll protect you and Mom until the very end. Understand?" The little girl replied, "Yes." Then, Kang Yujin walked purposefully towards the exit. He looked at the crowd before him and asked, "Are you all ready to eliminate all the trash from this land of sun?" A leading evolved being laughed and said, "When it comes to war, I plan to go all out. I have to kill to my heart's content." Hearing this, Kang Yujin laughed and shouted, "We're about to enjoy a festival of blood that will fill the skies." Janice immediately stepped forward and spoke, "My lord, your final chance to obtain the judgment is very near." Kang Yujin looked at him and replied with a smile, "After this battle, I will reach max level and acquire Turi's item set." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "My lord." He glanced over at the speaker and called out, "Kiba." Kang Ujin asked with a broad smile, "We've been fighting together for a long time. I trust your skills haven't dulled one bit, have they?" Kiba laughed and replied, "Still as perfect as ever, my lord." Kiba, commander of the army from the Void Sanctuary of Aiden. He had been summoned here to prepare for the battle with Elo. With a serious expression, he shouted, "I will sever the enemy's head and offer it to you. Just give the order, my lord." Kang Yujin turned his head to give instructions. "Bibi, you will stay at the fortress with Yongyang and focus on defense." She placed a hand on her chest and replied, "Yes, master. Please leave it to me." Then he turned his head back and decided, "All right, let's go." Shortly after, the flying fortress steadily approached the ice tower. Ella looked up and said, "So, he's finally here." He immediately raised both hands and shouted, "All forces, assemble. This is the decisive moment for us to take control of Earth." The Void Lords instantly roared in excitement. "Today, we will eliminate the immortal, our most unsightly obstacle." They yelled with ferocious faces, planning to use Earth as a stepping stone to become the rulers of the entire universe. Razaki also bared his teeth, staring intently in that direction. "Monsters, charge forward. Annihilate the immortal's army for me." Kang Ujin led his people, rushing forward as he asked, "Annihilate the army of the undead, you say?" Kiba immediately gripped his weapon and charged. "In your dreams, you're the ones who will be annihilated here." He swung his weapon in a wide arc, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Saklot looked up in astonishment. Kiba brought his weapon down on her head with immense force. Saklot cried out in pain. He stared at her and declared, "Void Lord Saklot, I will be your opponent." Elsewhere, a sword flashed and black smoke enveloped Razaki. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Hoam Tichdik, so good to see you again. Let's see if your powers have improved at all." Hearing this, it roared in fury. "It's you." Janus immediately raised his scepter and unleashed hellfire. A massive explosion followed, accompanied by a blinding light. Meanwhile, Ella looked over and said, "We finally meet." He stared intently at Kang Ujin and added, "The omen of Tarashi, the god of destruction." Hearing that, He smiled brightly and retorted, "You say that as if you've been waiting for me for a long time, because it's the truth. You are a chosen one, just like me." He raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Our meeting today is truly what one would call destiny." Kang Ujin gripped his weapon and roared, "Destiny, my ass. Stop spewing that damn nonsense and give me your head." Elo immediately lunged, grabbing forward and shouting, "You fool. It's a waste for someone like you to have that power." He then pulled with all his might, yelling, "Hand over the code, grant me erasure, and disappear." A smile on his face, he snorted coldly and said, "You're the one who's about to disappear." Immediately after, his sword slashed powerfully at Elo's arm. The sword emitted a blinding light that disintegrated his hand. Kang Yujin's eyes widened in shock, and he froze on the spot. In disbelief, he asked, "What?" A scene flashed in Kang Ujin's mind of two people in lab coats talking. "I'll handle it. But that's too dangerous. There might be another way. This is the only way to save Earth." He wondered with a bewildered look. An illusion? Both Kang Ujin and Elo suddenly stumbled back a few steps. He looked up, staring at his opponent. Elo looked at his own palm and let out a loud laugh. Elo, his face filled with excitement, asked, "Is this a memory hidden within the code? Or is it an image from another universe?" He looked at Kang Ujin and said, "It seems the code holds many more mysteries that I'm unaware of." Kang Ujin thought to himself, "Did he see what I just saw? Is it because our hidden codes are resonating with each other?" Elo immediately raised his hand, gathering ice energy, and said, "I still have many questions that need answers, but that's fine." He lunged at Kang Ujin, throwing a punch, "Because once I kill you, all the secrets will be revealed." A massive explosion erupted. Ice crystals quickly formed. "Just die and leave your code to me." He held his outstretched hand position, a triumphant look on his face. The corner of Kang Ujin's mouth curled into a smirk. "So, the hidden code can be stolen just like a regular one, huh?" Elo was startled to see him appear right in front of him. He thought, "Since when?" Immediately after, Kang Ujin raised his sword and slashed down at him with all his might. Elo fell instantly, crashing hard into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. With a smile on his face, he declared, "In that case, I'll be taking your code." At a laboratory on a highly advanced planet, various metrics scrolled continuously across the screen. Just then, a voice rang out, causing the old man to look over. "Professor Toph." The old man glanced at the newcomer and asked, "What is it?" The man reported urgently, "Something's happened." Kang Yujin and Elo. The staff member's voice trailed off. "Kang Yujin and Elo are fighting, sir." Topher shouted in surprise. "What?" He thought about the two of them and asked doubtfully, "Why are those two already fighting? I sent Kang Chun to keep them from meeting." Tofler stared at the screen, wondering to himself, "To test my hypothesis, I need both of them." Frowning, he silently decided he had to stop their battle immediately. Right after, Toffler gave an order to his assistant. "Prepare the airship for launch. We need to get to Earth right now." He immediately replied, "Understood." The old man quickly headed towards Gate 3. At the launch area, the door opened, and a person appeared, saying coldly, "No." Toffler asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Seeing the man blocking the door, he demanded, "Have you forgotten who I am?" The man replied with his hands behind his back, "Who would be foolish enough not to know who you are?" "Professor Toffler." Hearing this, the old man roared with agitation, "Then open this door. Now. Our future and our survival are at stake." The man calmly requested, "Please obtain approval from the council first." Toffler realized with a jolt, "So that's it. The council is stopping me." Just then, Shirl's voice rang out, "You seem to be in quite a hurry." Professor Toffler immediately turned his head to look behind him. Instantly, the staff raised their guns and aimed them right at him. Shirel walked forward step by step and asked, "Where do you think you're going without the council's permission?" The old man turned his head back, asking in astonishment, Why are you here?" He pressed his lips together slightly and said, "You dared to contact the deletion administrator on your own, without our permission." One of the 12 members of the Lunar Realm Council, Chairman Shirel, said with his hands clasped behind his back, "The place you're going is a prison cell, not Earth." Elsewhere, Kang Ujin stood still, looking at the giant ice crater below. He flashed a bright smile and asked, "You look so smug. I thought you were supposed to be some big shot. Who knew you'd bite the dust so quickly?" Inside the ice crater, Elo remained motionless and silent for a moment. Then he let out a loud laugh. "So that's how it is. Now I understand why none of the other lords were wary of you." Immediately after, Elo stood up and shouted, "Your immortal army and your combat power are both on an extremely high level." His arm quickly grew back, astonishing Kang Yujin. However, Elo immediately raised his hand to attack, saying, "But you still don't stand a chance of winning against me." In the next moment, Kang Ujin's entire body was hit, sending him flying backward. He sighed inwardly, thinking, even after taking a critical hit like that, he can still recover? Then he said aloud, using high-level healing magic, I see. Immediately, Yujin's Soul Overlord skill activated, striking hard at him. He immediately raised his blade and rushed toward Elo. The screen then displayed a notification, Weapon of the Axe Warrior. He instantly raised his hand, gathering ice crystals and shouting, don't even think about it. Right after, the ice crystals shot towards Kang Ujin's chest. The moment it hit, the figure dissolved into a shadow that laughed loudly. You fell for it. Seeing this, Elo gritted his teeth and shouted, a shadow clone. Kang Yujin's real body appeared behind him with an axe and yelled, I'm the real one over here. Then Kang Ujin slammed the axe down with all his might. A cloud of dust quickly rose into the air. Elo's head shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The corner of Kang Ujin's mouth curled up as he smiled and said, even with high-level healing magic, you can't heal from a headshot like that. Elo's head quickly regenerated as he laughed and said, it seems you have some kind of misunderstanding. Yujin frowned, wondering in doubt. He can regenerate again? He raised his head to look over and said with a smile, this isn't some common magic. It's the ultimate authority, derived from my modification code. You, immortal, you started a fight you can never win. Inside the city, everything was now under attack by monsters, and the skeleton soldiers were fighting back ferociously. The monsters charged forward, attacking with incredible power. Elo and Kang Ujin were still facing each other in midair. He asked, confused, the authority of a modification code. He chuckled softly, that's right. Elo spread his arms wide, affirming, this authority resets my entire state to a certain point whenever I take a specific amount of damage. A status screen showing MP and HP appeared. Elo added, it doesn't just reset my body, it also resets my mana, stamina, and all status effects. Yujin stared intently and complained, this is a real pain. If what he was saying was true, then normal attacks would have no effect on Elo. A faint smile played on his lips as he let out a provocative laugh. The arrogant confidence has vanished from your face. Now then, let's see how long you can last. As Elo finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful blow with his hand. Powerful auras erupted around his body. Elo declared, the moment you run out of mana and stamina, you will lose this battle. Out in the alien territory, at Gate 3's launch area, a person walked in and spoke. You dared to contact the deletion administrator on your own, without our permission. Toffler turned at the sound of the voice, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, you. Why are you here? Shurl walked up and replied, the place you're going is a prison cell, not Earth. The old man shouted, Chairman Shurl. By now, everyone had their guns pointed at Toffler. He looked straight at the old man and spoke. I can't believe the person in charge of this project would dare to hide something like this from the council. Shurl pressed on, Professor, because of your unauthorized actions, the future of our lunar realm may very well have been erased. What in the world were you thinking? Toffler replied, everything I did was for the future of the lunar realm. For our survival, we don't just need the repair administrator, we need the deletion administrator as well. He said in a low voice, you're talking about that theory of yours, aren't you? Shurl mentioned the code cells, but that theory is incomplete, and it's far too dangerous. He kept grilling me. Don't you of all people know what happened when the former deletion administrator gained full authority? The god of destruction went berserk, and we nearly lost all of our data. The old man snapped, but that's something we can fully recover from. If both the deletion administrator and the error correction administrator gain authority, a new possibility will arise. Shurl announced, but it was already too late. The two of them had already entered a kill or be killed phase. Professor, because of your reckless intervention, the worst-case scenario has come to pass, he declared. For the next few days, all of your authority will be restricted. Toffler listened on in silence. We will inform you of your punishment later. Right after the council made its final decision. As the words were spoken, the old man's hands were cuffed behind him. Suddenly, a radio crackled to life. Shurl raised it to listen. Commander Du Juan. What's the status of their battle? The voice on the other end replied, fortunately, the correction administrator has the upper hand. Sir, it looks like we won't need to intervene. Understood. Sir, he immediately warned. Don't let your guard down, Ron. We can't relax. Not until we've eliminated every factor that could help the deletion administrator win. Driven by Shurl's determination, the ship was now moving relentlessly towards the planet. We have to stop Kang Ujin at all costs. On the battlefield, Elo was crouched over, gathering all his strength to launch an attack. Kang Ujin immediately dashed away, dodging his powerful strike. He turned back and shouted, someone looks awfully pleased with themselves for cornering me. Elo, still channeling his power, asked, Immortal One, are you really planning to run until you're out of mana? Kang Ujin's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted with a deafening boom, sending his body flying out with the debris. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth, thinking, if this keeps up, I have no chance of winning this fight. I have to find a way to break through his correction ability. He recalled what Kang Chun had said, that the correction code is the opposite of the deletion code. He had spoken of two code blocks, and that depending on how they're used, these two codes can either destroy or create anything. Kang Yujin observed silently, pondering, the clue I have right now is that I myself possess the deletion code, and it has the power to devour and nullify that guy's correction ability. His gaze sharpened. The only skill I can think of right now. The sky above looked like a festival, with thunderous explosions echoing everywhere, creating bursts of energy that looked like fireworks. Ramson looked up and asked, he's truly a monster. Should I go help the master? Suddenly, a voice answered from behind him. No, that is a battle between kings. It was Zalot. Someone standing nearby spoke up. Let's just handle the enemies on the ground until we receive our next orders. Meanwhile, the sky was still filled with relentless explosions as Kang Ujin launched counterattacks against Elo. Suddenly, a beam of energy seared across his thigh, causing blood to spray out. Kang Ujin clicked his tongue. Teach. I knew I couldn't counter all of them. Seeing him falter, his opponent sneered. Are you out of mana already? Elo smirked arrogantly. It seems even maintaining that tough shield is a struggle for you. Huh. Kang Yujin chuckled softly. Oh, is that so? You think so? Still brimming with confidence, Elo raised his hand and declared, that arrogant look of yours is about to disappear, right here and now. Let's end this time-wasting battle. As he finished speaking, powerful streams of energy like sharp stone spikes shot down towards him. Elo laughed loudly. Farewell. Victory is mine, Immortal One. But Yujin wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, a slight smile played on his lips. He thought of Jemin and Ramson, thinking to himself, I've met all the conditions. A notification appeared, level up. You have reached the maximum level of 99. An incredibly powerful aura now surged around Kang Yujin. He whispered, equip Taurus's judgment. Elo's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, what is that skill? Kang Ujin had now completely transformed into a destroyer. His eyes glowed a brilliant white, and a dark, gloomy aura emanated from his body. This was the activation of the skill, punishment of the god of destruction. Yujin figured he was an android, with no heart or any weaknesses. On top of that, Elo also possessed a regeneration ability that instantly negated all critical attacks. To defeat a being with such a nearly invincible power, there was only one way. A notification appeared, level up. You have reached the maximum level of 99. This was a skill he could only use upon reaching max level and equipping Taurus's judgment. Surrounded by countless streams of dark energy, Kang Yujin thought, a skill that can destroy the enemy's very soul by consuming all of my mana at once. That is the punishment of the god of destruction. Seeing this, Elo laughed heartily. So that is the power of the deletion code, is it? Excellent. Elo rushed forward, his voice a low growl. Let's see who truly possesses the ultimate authority and whose code is stronger. Instantly, in the sky, a powerful wave of energy radiated downward like an eye with blood-red veins spreading out. The immense aura overwhelmed his attack. Elo, still smirking arrogantly, thought to himself, even if he uses the power of deletion, he's already exhausted. He raised his hand, assessing the situation. In other words, I clearly have the upper hand, since I'm always at peak condition. But Kang Yujin just chuckled softly, just as I thought. It's working. Suddenly, a flash of light made Elo flinch in surprise. He couldn't believe he was being suppressed and asked himself, how is this possible? My correction is actually being pushed back by deletion. Yujin taunted him. Why the surprised look? Streams of the dark aura were seeping into Elo's body. Yujin continued. If the power of the codes themselves are equal, then the deciding factor is the user's own power. And now, I have reached the maximum level. Naturally, I am stronger than anyone. His entire body was now restrained by Yujin's full power. Elo gritted his teeth and snarled, this can't be happening. I am the one chosen by the code. Refusing to accept it, he screamed, I am the one destined to rule the entire universe. The corner of Kang Yujin's mouth curled up. Did you think you were the only chosen one? Elo's entire body disintegrated into thin air. Yujin declared, I've won, Elo. Meanwhile, in detention cell number 1, a hand clenched into a fist on a shelf. Toffler's eyes held a complex expression as he pondered something. His gaze darted to the side. Startled as someone who had been standing at the door for who knows how long, spoke up. Chairman Sheralt. Toffler's face was now filled with alarm. For you to come see me here like this. Sheralt's brows furrowed as he said in a low voice, our worst fears have come to pass. He announced that the deletion administrator was victorious before Du Juan could arrive. Unable to believe his ears, the old man exclaimed, "Impossible! How could something that wasn't written in the records have happened?" Shirult's reply left him stunned. Soon enough, the Void Administrator will descend and take control of the entire system, and then humanity will meet its doom. Toffler's face darkened as he thought. The Void Administrator. He was terrified. The most terrifying disaster is approaching, and it's going to sink humanity's last lifeboat. Shirult said coldly, "Professor, you've ruined everything." Toffler's eyes narrowed, his gaze filled with anxiety. Kang Ujin and Elo. He concluded that their selfish desire to perfect their own powers had led to the worst possible outcome. The survivor is Kang Yujin. A slight smile touched Toffler's lips. "Well then, there's only one thing I can do now." The old man spoke up. "There is still a way." Toffler proposed, "I will persuade the deletion administrator." Inwardly, he thought, "We need to bring Kang Yujin, who has absorbed the error correction code, here and reset the entire system." Meanwhile, Kang Ujin stood high above, looking down at the cityscape. He smirked. "Looks like all of Elo's subordinates have been taken care of." Suddenly, a sinister aura appeared from behind him. Du Geminis spoke, "My lord, what is the verdict?" Kang Yujin replied, "I'm not sure. I don't feel much of a difference." He furrowed his brow, confused why he felt no reaction even after equipping the glory of Terasi. Not only that, but he wasn't even sure if Elo's error correction code had been transferred to him. The man reminded him, "My lord, we must use Earth's master code to carry out the judgment." Kang Ujin cut him off. "Enough." He glanced over. "That's enough." Ujin's eyes widened, filled with complex emotions. He remembered refusing in the past. "If that's the only way to get the judgment, then I don't need it." Looking toward the peaceful city, he continued, "Because I will protect the Earth, even without a judgment." Meanwhile, in outer space, the atmosphere was grim amidst a pile of rubble and ruin. The astronauts suddenly saw something, startled, and turned to run. One astronaut standing opposite them spoke up. "Apologies for making you wait." Commander Ron said, "We don't have any more time to waste, so tell me your plan immediately." Professor Toffler replied, "The plan is simple. First, I'll connect to the spaceship's dimensional interface and persuade him." Toffler explained, "If I succeed, I'll bring him with me using the logout code. That's why I need you, Commander Ron, to rescue him when he comes through." Ryan considered it, "But we don't have enough time. How about we try forcing him to come over?" The old man scoffed. "If we do that, who knows what will happen to the code within him? Right now, the best way is to persuade him." Hearing this, the commander urged, "I understand. Then hurry up. We need to finish everything before the dimensional administrator begins their descent." Toffler immediately agreed. "All right, let's proceed with that plan." Now, Kang Yujin had returned to Bibi Castle after defeating Elo. Kang Chun was thrown backward by a powerful attack. Kang Yujin asked in a cold voice, "Those bastards from the lunar realm, how do I meet them?" The man still couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, "How is this possible?" Elo and Kang Ujin clashed, and the winner was Kang Ujin. Kang Chun looked up at Yujin's ferocious face and wondered, could it be that a completely different historical path has opened up, one that Professor Toffler didn't anticipate? He said aloud, "Didn't I already tell you? They'll contact you as soon as you take the life of Earth's god and complete your authority." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Chun was grabbed tightly by the collar. He didn't believe a word of it. "Nonsense. You must have a death wish." Kang Yujin stated, "If they don't come to me, then I'll go find them myself. If it's so difficult for them to find me, then tell me how to get to the lunar realm." Kang Chun, trembling, clenched his teeth and snarled, "I don't know. First, you have to complete your authority before you can request to meet them." Enraged, he growled, "You son of a bitch." Suddenly, Toffler appeared and spoke. "You won't be able to get there through normal means, but with my help, you'll be there in the blink of an eye." Kang Yujin turned around. "Toffler," he gave a slight smile, "I thought you said you wouldn't show up until I completed my authority. What made you change your mind?" Toffler replied, "The situation has changed." Confused, he asked, "The situation has changed? What do you mean?" The old man replied gravely, "According to my plan, the battle between you and Elo should never have happened, especially not a scenario where you defeated him before completing your authority." Kang Yujin scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "How amusing. You act like you know everything, and yet you say you didn't expect me to win." Hearing this, Toffler froze, at a loss for words, before composing himself. "In any case, Kang Ujin, you must complete your authority now that the other candidate, Elo, is gone forever." He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "Everyone's the same." Kang Yujin looked up and asked, "You know what you mean by completing the authority, right?" he warned. "If you don't want to die by my hand, you better suggest another way." Toffler hesitated for a moment. If I can't change his mind, then it seems I have no choice but to tell him. The old man's entire body began to glow brightly as he spoke. The entire truth about this world. Kang Ujin shielded his eyes and growled, "What are you doing?" A blinding flash of light filled the space. The world shook, and he was transported to another place. All around were ruined buildings buried under rubble. Kang Yujin asked in confusion, "Where is this?" Toffler said softly, "The year is 2529. The old man appeared from behind him and explained, "This is the world approximately 500 years from your current time." His gaze fell as he continued. Humanity had reached an incredibly advanced state of science and technology, but they couldn't stop the wars between nations or the disaster of resource depletion. Toffler turned to look down below. And so, Earth became a place where no life form could survive. Kang Yujin immediately lost interest. "Are you showing me this because you think this is what the world will become in 500 years? Sorry to say it, but I have no interest in the Earth 500 years from now. I only want to save the Earth of my own time." The old man's voice was low. "It's just as I told you before. Your goal is the same as mine. If you would just patiently listen to me for a little longer, you'd understand the relationship between our two worlds." Hearing this, he looked down, lost in thought. Toffler continued his story, his gaze distant. After humanity lost its home, they needed another planet to inhabit, and a planet did appear, the planet Anfen. Kang Yujin was stunned. "The planet Anfen? It's true that Anfen is very suitable for humans to live on." Toffler denied it. "No, the situation back then was completely different from the Anfen, you know." He explained that the planet Anfen was originally not a place suitable for survival, so if humans wanted to live there, they had to terraform it. Toffler analyzed. And to handle this urgent problem, they created a research organization called the Lunar Realm. And after this organization left Earth, they spent centuries researching terraforming technology at the Lunar Realm base. After listening, Yujin turned and asked, "The Lunar Realm is an organization from 500 years in the future. Are you saying you're from the future?" The old man laughed loudly. "Of course not. Even 5 years from now, Earth still hasn't invented time travel technology." Yujin's voice was stern. "Then stop joking around and explain it to me properly." Toffler was momentarily surprised, suddenly feeling the pressure. Amidst a gloomy cityscape with wandering people, he recounted how, when the Earth became polluted and its resources depleted, humanity didn't have time to wait for the terraforming process, which would take centuries to complete. At a station, they chose to enter cryo-sleep in temporary shelters. Toffler's voice was low. "There, a special device prevents people from aging, and everyone is preserved with the least possible energy consumption." A new world appeared. Then, their consciousness was connected to a virtual world to live out their lives over and over again, while waiting for the terraforming process to be completed. His eyes filled with complex thoughts as a virtual world was created, subconscious memories surfacing. Kang Yujin asked, "Have you never found all of this strange? Leveling up, monsters, mana, and all that?" He asked further, "Doesn't this life feel like a game to you?" Kang Ujin's gaze sharpened again. "Do you feel anything real? A world without a sense of reality, just like a game." Coming back to the present, Kang Yujin's voice was cold. "You mean the world I'm living in?" Toffler replied, "That's right. You must have guessed it by now." The old man's gaze was distant as the earth split into light and dark with looping numbers. "The world you thought was reality is actually a virtual reality created from the real world. The happy memories flooding back, the family you love, friends, comrades, all the relationships you have are nothing but a dream, so you shouldn't have any hesitation about completing your authority." Hearing those words, Yujin's expression grew darker and darker. A soft chuckle was heard. The old man was startled as the laughter grew louder. Kang Yujin smirked. "Ridiculous." He asked nonchalantly, "After hearing that story, you thought I'd say, 'Okay, I understand and do exactly as you want.'" "Huh." Toffler was stunned. "Kang Yujin, don't you believe anything I just said?" Kang Yujin's eyes sharpened. "Even if what you said is true, I have no intention of sacrificing anyone in our world. You scumbag." Hearing this, the old man cried out in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? This world is just a virtual reality. It's a fake world. It doesn't exist." Yujin immediately denied it. "No. To someone from another world like you, it might be fake, but to me, at least, it's real." Toffler tried to explain. "I even know you in the real world. Don't you want to know what you're like in the real world?" Kang Ujin retorted, "Me? In another world?" The old man replied hastily, "That's right. You are actually a Lunar Realm researcher, just like me. We worked together to create the terraforming technology to help Earth's people migrate to Anfen." Numbers appeared along a chain, Toffler added. But then, a bug occurred in the virtual world. He stated that Yujin had to log into this place to fix that bug. Yujin asked, "That bug is Chanet, right?" The old man replied, "Correct." Tuffler explained. Chanet is a previously unknown interplanetary network that appeared in the virtual world, so people started using it to travel between planets and plunder codes. Kang Ujin thought of the monsters. Those people must be the Dimension Lords. The old man's gaze was firm. We must find a way to eliminate them, because in the worst-case scenario, all of humanity in the virtual world won't be able to return to the real world. Toffler frowned. So our plan was, he revealed the decision to send in researchers implanted with 2 types of codes to handle the bug. Yujin looked up and asked, "And those 2 researchers are me and Elo?" "Correct," came the swift reply. Toffler continued his analysis. The deletion code implanted in you was meant to permanently erase them, while the correction code implanted in Elo was to restore the entire system if the plan failed. Hearing this, Kang Yujin fell silent, deep in thought. So the scene he saw when fighting Elo really was a memory from the past. The old man said with some hesitation, "We successfully implanted the codes in both of you." But then a problem arose. Kang Ujin immediately answered, "We lost our memories." Toffler confirmed, "That's right. It's likely because the codes implanted in you somehow affected your minds." He recounted how, upon realizing the situation had worsened, we constantly and very closely observed and followed you, intervening when necessary and helping you perfect your codes. Memories scrolled by like a long film. We have gone through these procedures countless times, and all those efforts were in vain. Ujin asked, confused, what was the problem back then? Toffler replied softly, the strongest one, Chet, who commands the 72 sovereigns, was much more formidable than we thought. His voice was full of regret. He single-handedly thwarted all of our efforts. We even came close to losing the hidden code, but we managed to prevent that from happening thanks to Elo's correction code. Toffler spoke with urgency. Yujin immediately asked, "He's after the hidden code?" The old man confirmed, "That's right. He is an entity that holds all 72 dimension controlling codes that exist in the virtual world." Toffler was suspicious, and the only thing he doesn't have is the hidden code, so of course, he wants to get his hands on it. This could also be the reason why he brought you back to Earth from Anfen unharmed. Hearing this, Kang Ujin couldn't help but feel bewildered. Then he asked with sudden surprise, "Wait a minute, he's the one who sent me back to Earth." But the one who sent me back was clearly the Void Administrator. The old man replied, "That's right." His voice lowered. Another name for the 72nd Monarch, the one who holds the code that controls the Voids, is the Void Administrator. Kang Yujin cursed, "Damn it." He clutched his head in frustration. He's been playing us this whole time. Suddenly, Toffler reassured him, "It's all right." The old man explained that right now, the Moon World is still doing everything it can to find the best possible scenario for you and Elo to save the virtual world. However, most of their efforts are now aimed at succeeding in the next intervention, not this one. Gun Toffler's voice was cold, because Elo is already gone. He also warned that you cannot face the Void Administrator alone. Toffler bowed his head slightly and lowered his voice. "Kang Yujin, I'm begging you." Then, at the old man's call, soul particles began to float up into the air, surprising Kang Ujin. "Please, perfect your authority." Faint lights flickered throughout the space as he thought to himself, is the illusion fading? Toffler announced, "Once you have perfected your authority, we will help you log out to the real world." He added that they would use the debug code inside your body to reset the virtual world. His eyes were filled with anticipation and trust, hoping you would make a wise decision for the future of the real Earth. Back in reality, Kang Yujin was standing with Kang Chun as the dim light faded away. He looked into the empty space and exclaimed, "He just vanished on his own again." Over here, everyone's faces were filled with panic. Someone spoke up, asking, "Why is everyone gathered here?" A worried voice called out, "Mr. President, are you all right? We heard something explode inside." Kang Yujin rubbed his throbbing head and reassured them, "There's no need to worry." Meme looked extremely concerned. "But you don't look okay at all. Are you sure nothing happened?" He let out a small laugh. "Are you guys actually worried about me?" Kang Yujin's question left everyone stunned and confused. He pressed his lips together lightly. This is a new one. Kang Yujin never expected to meet people, besides his mother, who would worry about him like this. Then, Kang Yujin turned and announced, "Everyone, follow me. There's something you all need to know." Meanwhile, in another world, the same desolate, ruined landscape remained. Sparks of electricity flashed. Toffler woke up, groaning and clutching his head after a long journey. The man approached him and asked, "Professor, what's the situation?" The old man hesitated, uncertain. "I'm not sure myself. I don't know what decision he will make." The man asked in shock, "If he can't retrieve the code, how are we supposed to reset the system?" Toffler's face grew pensive. He was right. If Kang Yujin doesn't become the holder of Earth's code, there's no point in bringing him here. Thinking of Kang Ujin's sister, Sua, and how he hadn't done anything to the god of Earth. The old man's gaze darkened. The only way left is to act now. Elsewhere, Undead was looking at his phone, muttering to himself. Well, I guess I do have some free time right now. Seriously, man, do I really have to guard the underground prison like this? So boring. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked over in panic. As a hand shot out at lightning speed, Kang Chun appeared from nowhere and grabbed Undead tightly by the neck. He growled, "How do I get to Kang Ujin's room from here?" High above in the sky, a giant airship hovered. Everyone was gathered around a round table for a meeting. Whispers circulated among them. I wonder what kind of big announcement the president has that he's delaying for so long. Let's just wait a few more minutes. It must be really important. Yujin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and spoke. Everyone, please don't be alarmed, and listen very carefully. The room immediately fell silent, all eyes on him. Yes, Mr. President, he announced in a serious tone. You may not be able to feel it, but from what I've learned, this world is actually a virtual reality. The real world is in the year 2529, and it's on the brink of apocalypse. Not only that, but in the real world, we are all inside some kind of capsule, dreaming this virtual reality. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? One of them exclaimed. Another slapped his forehead and laughed out loud. Mr. President, you really have a sense of humor. I mean, we're living in a world where monsters have already appeared, so I guess anything is possible, right? Yujin's expression darkened. He angrily shouted, "This is not a joke. Shut your mouth and listen." Mayan, his face tense, asked, "Mr. President, where did you hear this from? This is too absurd. It's hard for us to believe something like this so suddenly." He replied, "You're right. To be honest, I don't completely believe it myself either." Yujin recalled Toffler. "This is what Toffler told me. I was interrogating Chun in the underground prison when he suddenly appeared. Hemin was shocked. So that noise from before, that was him?" Kang Yujin replied, "Yeah. Basically, if what he said is true, then it makes sense that he can suddenly appear and disappear in different places, because he can be here by logging in from his world." His words left everyone gaping in astonishment. Dong Min-chan thought to himself in a panic, "Wait a minute, what if this world is virtual?" He asked urgently, "Mr. President, if all of this is true, does that mean we also exist in the other world? What about the non-human races here?" Another question followed. "What about the Rady tribe, who have always helped us?" He answered, "They're just NPCs in a game. 500 years have passed. If we've reached a point so far in the future, it's not surprising that AI tech can create individuals with such personalities, right?" Kang Ujin added, "Besides, we can't be sure that this phenomenon is limited to other races. For all we know, there could be NPCs among the human race, too." Everyone was now truly terrified. It was very possible that one of them was an NPC. A corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. "So, do you all feel like fakes?" Mean threw his hands up and shouted, "No way, me, a fake. That's something I could never even imagine." Others quickly chimed in, "Me too. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to get this far? How could I possibly be a fake?" Dong Kae also shouted in alarm, "That's right, Mr. President. I have a real family who trusts and waits for me to return." Kang Yujin smiled gently. "Exactly. We all struggled immensely to survive and make it this far. And yet, someone suddenly tells us to give up everything? For whose sake? That's something no one can accept." A smirk appeared on his lips. "That's why I've decided to go and verify it with my own eyes." Min asked, "What do you mean? How do you plan to get there?" "I know a way to get to that place." Hearing Kang Ujin's reply, he became slightly curious. He stood up and gave his instructions. "I'm just going to do a quick check, and I'll be right back. So, everyone, please stay here with my army and protect this place." Kang Yujin said with complete trust, "I'm leaving my mother and our Sua in your care." Soon after, he arrived in the Gobi Desert in East Asia. Yujin ordered a scan to see if anyone was nearby. It quickly turned to report. Within at least a 100-kilometer radius, there are no signs of human life in this area. This is not a suitable location for hunting humans at all. He warned, "Stop spouting such grotesque nonsense. It's better that there's no one around." Kang Yujin asked, "Now then, shall we begin?" With that, he immediately extended his hand and channeled his power. Notifications appeared. "You have purchased the Heavenly Shaman's Sealing Stone. You have purchased the Compass of Truth. You have purchased the Summoning Stone of the Forgotten Saint." Instantly, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Powerful auras surged upwards as the corners of Kang Ujin's mouth curled into a smile. There, the compass and the two stones floated into the air. "This is the method I finally discovered after spending 20 years in Anfen, all to return to Earth." He quickly began the summoning. A cross-shaped beam of light flashed into existence. It was Administrator Cheon Gong. The beam of light shot straight down, its powerful aura radiating throughout the space. Everything was now bathed in a curtain of light. It flared up like an impenetrable wall, shielding everything. He looked up with a satisfied gaze as a powerful beam shot straight up into the sky. Within that powerful, fiery aura, a figure appeared, its body parts rapidly assembling beneath his suit of armor. A rumbling voice echoed, "O warrior who has reached his ultimate potential." The colossal administrator, Cheon-gong, appeared, looking down from above and asking, "Where do you wish to go?" A notification appeared. "You have successfully summoned Administrator Cheon-gong using the effect of 3 achievements." Kang Yujin stood with his hands on his hips, his face tilted up with an authoritative look. He answered, "Earth. Take me to the real Earth." After hearing this, Administrator Cheon-gong fell silent for a moment before speaking. "If you are searching for Earth, then you are already standing on it." Kang Yujin remained sharp and resolute. "Not this fake one. I mean the real Earth. Don't you understand?" The administrator stubbornly retorted, "What is the difference between real and fake? Are you trying to engage me in a philosophical debate?" But Kang Yujin remained firm in his expression. "Then I'll put it simply. Take me to the Earth where the lunar realm exists." The administrator was silent for a while, then said softly, "You cannot go there." Kang Yujin's gaze sharpened as he asked impatiently, "Why?" This time, the being didn't speak at all. His expression darkened. "Not answering me, huh?" But that answer was clear enough. At that, Kang Ujin raised the sword in his hand. He held it high and declared, "Then you will die for my Earth, Administrator Cheon-gong." Kang Yujin snarled, "Chanet, ruler of the 72 kings." The administrator's voice deepened. "I never expected you to know my true name and still dare to challenge me." It held out its stubby hand, then unleashed the full power of the Delician code you possess upon me. So the administrator knew about the code he possessed. At that moment, its hand began to glow brightly. Suddenly, Kang Yujin's eyes widened in shock as the administrator growled, "Drown in despair before my power." A powerful aura erupted around its body as the administrator spoke. "Hey, warrior, who has reached his ultimate potential," it declared, "you will drown in despair before my power." Kang Ujin thought to himself, "Is it gathering mana?" Streams of mana were being forcefully absorbed by the administrator. Kang Ujin watched in amazement as the powerful mana flows entered its body. An explosion of energy erupted, emitting an incredibly blinding light. A brilliant radiance like the full moon appeared. From within that light, the administrator's silhouette emerged. Its eyes were now pools of mana as his feet touched the ground. He smirked. "An attack that concentrates mana into a single point. If I get hit by that, even my soul armor won't be able to handle it." Yujin shot upwards. He surged forward powerfully, his gaze cold. "I'll fight it in close combat." A powerful force shot past the administrator. Catching it by surprise for a moment, he seized the advantage from above, turning back towards the administrator. It suddenly spoke. "This tactic of yours is far too predictable." As it finished speaking, the administrator's form vanished instantly. In a flash, it reappeared right in front of Kang Ujin. A massive, brilliant surge of mana appeared. From below, the administrator was firing powerful mana beams upwards, but he refused to back down, diving down to shatter the mana streams. The entire energy stream was completely shattered. Yujin let out a small laugh. "How about that? Was that predictable too?" The administrator said nothing, instead splitting its body in two before slowly rejoining, fiery veins connecting the halves. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his stare filled with a flicker of astonishment. It growled, "Your attacks have no effect on me." Kang Yujin couldn't believe it, wondering. It just reattached itself like that. As it spoke, the administrator's hand clenched into a fist. He was now completely stunned by the situation. A powerful punch was unleashed from its direction. The administrator retracted its fist and watched. Luckily, Kang Yujin had managed to fly up just in time to dodge the blow. From above, he called out, "An attribute that nullifies physical damage, is it?" As he spoke, Kang Yujin summoned a bow. He raised it high and knocked an arrow. Information appeared. Then how about this? The warrior's weapon changes into a bow and arrow form. Instantly, arrows shot out like powerful, fiery projectiles, heading straight for the administrator. A massive explosion erupted with a loud roar. Kang Yujin chuckled. "My arrows are made of mana, so that's going to sting a little." After the white smoke cleared, it looked up, riddled with arrows. Suddenly, a cross-shaped beam of mana erupted. The blinding light shone directly in his face, leaving him stunned. The powerful mana stream shot straight towards Kang Ujin. It was like a jet trail, piercing straight from the ground into the sky. Another explosion rocked the vast desert. He lay on the ground below, his teeth clenched in pain as he trembled. Kang Yujin slowly sat up, clutching his head and propping himself up with one arm. "My body feels like it's about to shatter." Bewildered, he exclaimed, "But How is that possible? Even my mana-infused attacks don't work on it. On the administrator's body, the arrows were gradually fading. Kang Ujin's eyes widened as he watched them disappear completely. He couldn't believe it. Was the administrator absorbing his mana arrows? Kang Ujin's lips twisted into a small smirk. Good grief, what an unfair ability. Should I summon my legion now? No, that won't work. Normal attacks are useless against it. Even if I summon my legion, it will only make this battle more draining for me. Yujin concluded that the only attack that would work on it was. His hand clenched into a fist as streams of dark energy appeared. This is the punishment of the god of destruction. Kang Ujin's cold eyes began to glow fiercely. An attack imbued with the power of the deletion code. The administrator spoke. This is the aura of the deletion code. So, you finally decided to use it. Without another word, he leaped up to attack. It growled. Come on, then. Pour all of your power into it. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. The enemy is this strong. I have to pour every last bit of my mana into this one attack. Waves of energy rushed toward him as the administrator's hand blocked the boy's powerful punch. He said in a cold voice, I see. So this is the power of the deletion code, is it? A sinister smile crept across Kang Ujin's lips. He asked, how long do you think you can keep up that calm facade? Kang Ujin held out his hand and declared, too bad for you, but it's too late for regrets now. A cold voice uttered, goodbye. A purple sphere of energy erupted, powerfully radiating blinding light throughout the space. Suddenly, the administrator's provocative voice rang out. Deletion administrator. I must say, I'm a bit surprised by your power. The boy's eyes widened in shock once again as a stream of mana descended directly onto Yujin. But the man appeared and said coldly, you can't destroy me with that incomplete deletion code. The boy looked up, his eyes narrowing. Damn it, I have to find another way. But while he was lost in thought, the administrator's giant hand swooped in, trying to snatch Kang Ujin. His entire body was quickly restrained, locked tight in the man's grasp. The administrator growled, you and your code will become a part of me. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy flashed. The light shone directly into Kang Ujin's eyes, startling him. The light erupted, illuminating the entire space. Elsewhere, a young woman's mouth was slightly agape as she let out a trembling cry. Min asked in shock, what's wrong? Bai, did something happen? Bai stuttered out, Master. Master. The Master's presence has vanished. Her words made him gape in utter disbelief. At that moment on planet Anfen, at the Sora's base, a small figure sat inside, chin resting on her clasped hands. Murdy closed her eyes, thinking of Kang Ujin, the immortal. What could have happened to him? She slowly opened her eyes, full of sorrow. I have a very bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. The divine maiden Murdy whipped her head around and called out, Captain He-sun. She stood up and asked, where have you been? You had everyone worried when you suddenly disappeared and didn't come back. He-sun spoke. I'm sorry for worrying you, divine maiden. It took me so long because I was searching for a power that could aid our leader. Hearing this, Murdy stammered. Does that mean you found something? She clenched her fist and replied, that's right. I've found a great power that has been protecting Anfen for thousands of years. A faint smile appeared on He-sun's lips. She continued, with this power, Hong Sung-gu and I will be able to help him. Childhood memories flooded back. A salamander being roasted over a blazing fire, lifted up with a cry of, oh, it's perfectly cooked. Quick, cook the rest. The boy turned and urged, we have to eat quickly and get back before the adults return. His friend next to him replied, if we get caught, we'll get an earful for sure. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement as he looked at the fire. The fire suddenly erupted into a massive blaze, sending the three kids scrambling to get away. What was that? They looked up, their faces filled with shock and horror. Look, someone's appearing from the fire. They shouted because now, in the middle of the flames, a naked man had appeared. Aboard the airship, an image of a crater with cracks appeared on screen. Accompanied by a newscaster's voice, you are now seeing images transmitted by satellite. This captures the scene after a massive explosion in the Gobi Desert. This explosion has left a crater approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. A figure appeared, it was the administrator, and right in the middle of that crater was a fully armored monster from the explosion. A map with arrows pointed to a location, Beijing. It appears the monster is relentlessly advancing towards Beijing. The anchor continued to report that local authorities had dispatched China's strongest guild, Rimsam, to the scene, and they will soon confront the monster wave. We will provide further updates on the situation as soon as we receive them. A bewildered voice cried out, what the hell is going on? Seung-hun turned to Bai and asked, did the president go to the Gobi Desert? Could he have been caught in that explosion? Bai replied, I don't know, but I can be certain that the master is still alive. If anything had happened to him, I would have been summoned back. Dong Min-chan walked over. I also believe the master is safe. His presence probably vanished because he went to the lunar world. He glanced over. Right now, all we can do is trust and wait for his return. Dong Min-chan looked up at the screen worriedly. More importantly, the one I'm actually worried about is that guy. He asked, "What is it?" A new, unknown Void Lord. Sung Hun turned to ask B. "Bai, can you display the Void Lord's route on the map for me?" She agreed. "Ah, sure. Give me a moment." The map quickly appeared. Beijing. Sung Hun gritted his teeth. "I was hoping I was wrong, but it seems I wasn't." Seung Hun spoke under his breath. "Prime Minister, could that monster's target be Seoul?" But he quickly froze. "Wait, is it aiming for us?" Because Bai's castle appeared on the map. The administrator was launching powerful attacks against everyone in a wasteland 800 kilometers from Beijing. People shouted, "Attack! Focus all firepower on him." He heard this, and a silence fell. The administrator growled, "You fools! You can't even recognize your great king when you have the honor of an audience. How can they be so idiotic?" Suddenly, one person gasped in shock. She turned back and shouted, "There are mana fluctuations coming from him. Defense team, raise the barriers now." The administrator laughed loudly. "You ignorant earthlings, realize your own foolishness." A powerful surge of light erupted, brilliantly illuminating the entire space. He quickly returned to his normal state. Looking down at everyone lying dead on the ground, he complained in annoyance. "I've wasted too much time because of these insects." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the sky. He followed it, determining that the god of earth was in that direction. The administrator's eyes narrowed. I'll soon have the complete deletion code." On the macro screen display, joy bloomed on their faces. "Sir, we have a chance. If we just follow the plan, we can save the virtual world from the threat of Chanet." A man immediately objected. "No, that's too dangerous." He argued vehemently. "You plan to receive the code and log in all by yourself. The council must be insane to agree to such a plan." The machines continued to hum. Ryan's eyes were filled with hope. "We are all praying and waiting for your safe return. Kang Yujin, please, save the people of Earth from this catastrophe." A flash of light sparked in his subconscious. Kang Yujin was sinking into an illusion. What is this fragment of memory? Where am I? A sign appeared through the gloomy, burning air. Sun Station. At a train station, and soon, monsters were attacking. His eyes widened in shock. The scene unfolding before him was the outbreak he had missed 5 years ago. Everyone was running for their lives. Desperate screams echoed. "Help me. Get out of the way. Don't block my path." But this could very well be an incident he had once faced. Could this be that phenomenon where your life flashes before your eyes right before you die? Meanwhile, Mi-Jane was protecting Sua and Bibi. He turned back, his face frantic. "Miss Bibi, get Sua and yourself out of here. Now. We'll stay behind and hold him off until the president returns." The ship continued to burn in the sky. "Bibi's castle is attacking." The administrator growled, "God of Earth. It's too late for you to run now." "No, I have to stop him." Kang Yujin reached out with a trembling hand. A sigil of light erupted across the entire castle, creating a massive explosion that filled the air with smoke and dust. He reached out, his face filled with horror as he screamed. As fragments of the castle ship rained down on his family and friends, Kang Yujin reached into the void. They were all gone. In the end, he still couldn't protect them. Kang Yujin gritted his teeth so hard they trembled, his eyes wide with anguish. But no, a little girl suddenly appeared. "You still have time." Kang Ujin reached out. You're the little girl who sacrificed herself in the Middle East battle. Why is she appearing before me now?" "Oh, right. If I'm dead too, then it's only natural that I'd meet her here." But the little girl spoke up. "You're mistaken. This isn't the afterlife. It's the inner world of the Void Administrator," she said softly. "A place where everything from the past, including those who have died like me, is preserved." Frames of memories appeared behind Kang Yujin. "The past is preserved inside the Void Administrator." The little girl replied, "Yes. After all, the Void Administrator is the one who holds all the control codes for the virtual world."
So, everything you've seen up until now has already happened in the past. The things you're worried about, they haven't happened yet.
"But if you give up and do nothing, that vision will come to pass," the little girl warned. "Then I have to get back to Earth right away." She said, "I still have time. So you must know how I can get out of here, right?" The girl suddenly said, "Even if you return to the virtual Earth, your physical body is already dead. There's nothing left." A code appeared, but just as you said, there's a way. Kang Yujin was startled. "How did you get that? Where did it come from?" The corner of the girl's mouth curved into a slight smile as she answered, "The Void Administrator is the greediest being in existence. The reason he covets Earth's code so much isn't because he can't obtain it, she explained, but because he wants to obtain the deletion code without having to sacrifice the Earth code he already holds. Then she held out her hand and instructed him. Take the Earth code and follow its guidance. At the end of that path, she affirmed, you will surely find a future where Earth is saved. Back in the devastation of the city, soldiers were wheeling over a device, reporting, Commander-in-Chief, the teleportation device is ready. Ryan spoke up, Professor, were you successful in convincing Kang Yujin? A voice came through the radio. I tried to persuade him, but I'm not sure if he'll follow my advice. Upon hearing this, the man's face filled with alarm. Ryan spoke, then doesn't that make logging him out completely meaningless, since he doesn't have the code? Toffler replied, I'm aware. The old man added, that's why, as an alternative, I've ordered Kang Chun to retrieve the Earth code. We may have to risk the stability of the code, but right now, we have no other choice. Toffler commanded, Commander Ryan, I need you to bring both Kang Ujin and Kang Chun here. I will complete the error correction code and the planet code right here. Ryan quickly complied. Understood. I'll contact you again once we've rescued them both. Back at Bibi's castle, a hand rested gently on a head. She asked Sua, it must be suffocating staying in this room all the time, isn't it? Sua replied, no. Mom, I'm okay. The little girl then asked, but Mom, why hasn't Big Brother come to visit me? The mother lowered her voice. Ah, that's because your big brother is busy saving the world. After this battle is over, we'll definitely be able to return to our precious life from before, as a warm, happy family. So no matter how stuffy it gets in here, we have to try and endure it until then. Okay? Okay, sweetie. Sua immediately agreed. Yes. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. The mother stood up and walked over. It seems the Prime Minister is here. I told him not to worry about us. She reached for the doorknob. She paused in surprise. Ha! A hand caught the door. Kang Yujin walked in and spoke. Excuse me. In the teleportation room, names flashed across the screen as hands typed furiously on keyboards. A voice announced, Kang Yujin. Identifier G529, check. Initiating logout. Lines of text appeared on the screen. Access denied. A shocked voice cried out, huh? Ryan asked in confusion, what is this? Jay, is there a problem? Jay replied, we're being denied access, sir. The man said urgently, that's impossible. Try it again. But the screen displayed ACASS, denied once more. He turned and stated, something's not right. I can't access Kang Ujin's pod, and only his pod. Ryan exclaimed, what? His face was filled with confusion. A situation like this had never happened before. Thinking of Kang Ujin, he wondered, could something have happened to him in the virtual world? He turned to Nick. What's the situation with Kang Chun? Nick replied, I received word that he has successfully reached the Earth code. He's requesting extraction exactly 5 minutes from now. Ryan warned, we don't have time for this. He pointed and urged, Jay, you stay here and figure this out. He complied, yes, sir. I'll get ready. After speaking, Du Juan turned and ordered, everyone else, with me. We'll rescue Kang Chun first. A chorus of voices shouted, sir, yes, sir. Inside the glass pod, Kang Yujin showed no signs of life. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Elsewhere, Kang Yujin's mother was in a state of panic. Who are you? How did you get in here? Kang Chun entered. Ma'am, please step aside. I'm doing this for the sake of the world. She screamed, get back or I'll call for help. His eyes widened as he said, this will only sting for a moment. Kang Chun glanced at Sua, who was hiding fearfully behind her mother, and continued. Besides, the kid won't remember a thing anyway. As he spoke, he raised his hand to his hair, and wisps of dark aura began to rise. Her face now filled with panic, she immediately rushed forward to block Kang Chun, shouting, not while I'm here, you won't. She turned back and urged, Sua, run. The little girl cried out in fear, Mommy. Her mother screamed, hurry, go. Seeing her mother cry out in pain, Sua couldn't help but tremble in fear. Her eyes squeezed shut. She immediately dashed out the door and ran. His gaze shifted, and he spoke in a cold voice, your actions right now are truly pointless. Outside, Sua was running for her life. Tears streamed from her eyes, carried away by the wind as she ran. Her screams echoed, is anyone there? Help me. Sua cried as she ran, please, someone. But suddenly, a voice spoke up. Our little game of hide and seek should end right here. Kang Chun had appeared right in front of her. Hand over the code. Now. The girl covered her ears and ran, screaming. Just then, a loud boom echoed as the door burst open. He turned in shock to look. An explosion immediately erupted, sending flames billowing into the air. The fire quickly spread and engulfed everything. A person walked forward and said, I came to investigate because I sensed a suspicious mana flow. Who would have thought I'd find you trying to harm Kang Sua like this? Hong Sung-gu approached with a powerful fiery aura and asked, Sua, are you okay? The little girl stared blankly and uttered, Sung-gu. Meanwhile, the other man was kneeling on the ground, his body trembling in pain. Kang Chun looked up and asked, You're Hong Sung-gu and awakened from Adan? Your appearance has changed a lot. He struggled to his feet. Everything I'm doing is to save the earth. Don't get in my way. He chuckled lightly. I don't care. All I see here is a wicked grown man, threatening a little girl's life. Kang Chun was filled with resentment, seething to himself. I don't have time to convince him. He extended his hand, summoning that dark aura. Hong Sung-gu looked on with a hint of confusion as Kang Chun, looking incredibly ferocious with the power of his aura, showed his firm resolve to take the code right now. He rushed forward, yelling, Get out of my way. Kang Chun growled, Or I'll cut you down too. With that, Kang Chun raised his hand high, forming a sword of dark aura. Sua screamed and covered her head in fear. The waves of dark aura rushed violently toward her, and she squeezed her eyes shut, but Hong Sung-gu quickly put out a hand to block it. He chuckled lightly. What do you think you're doing? Why are you swinging that black junk at a child like that? Don't you know how dangerous that is? He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. He caught my dark sword. With his bare hands, quickly, streams of fire wrapped around Kang Chun's body, then tightened around him like an invisible rope, causing him to cry out in a piercing scream. Hong Sung-gu warned, Well then, I'll just have to tie you up so you don't do anything else dangerous. If you try anything stupid, I'll melt you down. Stay put. Kang Chun stared in shock at himself being tightly bound. What's with him? He looked toward the man and observed, his entire body is made of fire. I've never heard of a case like this before. Hong Sung-gu turned to ask Kang Sua, Are you okay? Did I scare you? Suddenly, a flash of light made Kang Chun's eyes widen in astonishment. His body began to fade as he cried out in alarm, No, is it already time? Seeing this, the other man's eyes also showed a flicker of surprise. Kang Chun's entire body had now vanished from the fiery bonds. Sung-gu asked, bewildered, Where did he go? Elsewhere, a curse rang out. Damn it. What's the problem? Jeff fumbled with the device, muttering to himself, I can't log him out no matter what I try. I have to find a way before the commander gets back. A voice rang out, Hey, you don't have to struggle with logging out. Just open the pod. Hearing that, he asked in confusion, What the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to bring a living corpse back to base or something? We have to log him out before we can bring him back. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock because inside the glass pod, Kang Ujin was wide awake. He cried out in alarm, How can you be? He chuckled softly. What's wrong? You look like you've just seen a ghost. In another location, sounds of retching could be heard. Kang Chun was soaking wet. He looked up, his eyes opening in a daze as he asked with confusion, Where am I? Outside, Ren shouted, Hey, are you okay? Can you speak? A voice called out, Kang Chun. Kang Chun's face was blank. In this place, a guard was draping a towel over him, and he vaguely realized he was in the real world. The man asked, What's the status of the code? Did you bring it back with you? He looked up, startled, then lowered his head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, everyone. I failed. Even when I was about to get the Earth code. Ven couldn't hide his surprise. What? He yelled. What the hell are you talking about? Don't tell me Chanet stole the code. Kang Chun replied, No. The reason I couldn't get the Earth code was because an Earthling interfered. Hearing this, Ven froze for a moment, thinking to himself, in the virtual world, there's someone other than Kang Ujin strong enough to fight Kang Chun. Well, he reassured himself, at least we didn't let the code fall into Chanet's hands. He then turned and gave an order. Get Kang Chun into protective gear and put him on a stretcher. Let Professor Toffler worry about the Earth code. We're going to Kang Yujin's location first. Everyone gathered soon after. Suddenly, Jay looked startled, and they all ran towards Jeff, who was lying motionless on the floor, calling out his name. He shook him, asking urgently, Jeff, what happened? Jeff. The readings quickly appeared on the helmet. Ven asked, confused. His vital signs are normal. Is he just unconscious? Then, his eyes moved upwards and he froze in shock when he saw the glass pod shattered open. He hastily asked, Where did Kang Ujin go? Model cutting over to Bibi's castle. Everyone is crowding around in a panic right now. Min speaks up, her voice tense. I can't believe Kang Chun actually targeted Sua. I'm so sorry. This is entirely my fault. I should have been watching over Sua more closely, Bien says, her voice heavy with regret. I should have been right there with her too. I mean, the boss literally put me in charge of keeping her safe. Hong Sung-gu jumps in immediately to calm everyone down. Hey, don't be so hard on yourselves, guys. I mean, At least Sua and her mom are safe now, right? Then he asks, but wait, where's the boss anyway? Didn't everyone say he headed back to Earth? Min replies, the president is probably over in the lunar realm. Hong Sung-gu freezes. What? He stammers, looking completely lost like a bewildered little chick. The lunar realm? What kind of dimension is that? Time passes, and Hong Sung-gu sits there resting his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Wait, the real world? His eyes suddenly go wide with realization, and then he bursts out laughing. So that means all we have to do is protect Sua until he gets back, right? Piece of cake. Me stammered. Well, you're not wrong, but Hong Sung-gu couldn't stop smiling. With this new power, I won't lose to anyone who dares to attack us. He thought to himself, this world might just be a virtual space, and yet he doesn't seem to care about that at all. Myung, still worried, reminded him, your new power will be a huge help to us, but we can't let our guard down just yet. Then she turned towards the screen and spoke up. Right now, an extremely unusual Void Lord is charging toward us from China, and I'm guessing his target is Sua. BB also reported that China's guilds and military forces couldn't stop him either. This creature is likely on a completely different level than any of the Void Lords we've ever faced. Hong Sung-gu let out a small laugh. To make even Bibi this worried, this enemy must be incredibly strong. He spread his arms reassuringly. Well, let's just do our best to stop him. Besides, reinforcements will be here soon. Meteor Gemin asked in surprise, reinforcements. Just then, the screen vanished, leaving only the audio. Mr. Prime Minister, we're detecting a portal connection on the deck. Hong Sung-gu spoke up. They've got perfect timing. A teleportation gate then appeared in the sky. Dong Min-chan came out with the others and exclaimed, what the hell is that? A giant portal? What in the world is about to come out of there? Hong Sung-gu chuckled softly. There's more. Something massive up there is radiating an immense amount of mana. Baby's jaw dropped in shock. She yelled, Sung-gu, that's a creature from Anfen. A voice spoke, Miss Han has successfully tamed some truly extraordinary beasts. Look at them, countless dragons with long, sprawling tails. They're the ancient water dragons from Lake Lenta. Meanwhile, in the recovery room, figures lay motionless in their beds. Among them was Kang Chun. Toffler, looking in from outside, spoke up. So Kang Chun failed to retrieve the code, and Kang Yujin is missing? His voice was grim. It seems absolutely nothing is going according to our plan. Ryan turned and replied, unlike the incident with Kang Chun, we still have no idea how to explain Kang Yujin's disappearance. He recounted everything, from the system refusing the logout command to the pod being destroyed, and even a team member losing consciousness. Toffler concluded, there must be something wrong with the management system. The old man stated firmly, as soon as we find him, we'll have our answers. That's why I need you to find him as soon as possible, Commander. Ryan asked, I understand. What do you plan to do about the Earth Code? Toffler turned to face him and replied, our only informant in the virtual world ended up like this. I have no choice but to handle this myself, he asked with concern. Even Kang Chun failed. Are you sure you can handle this on your own? The old man glanced at him and replied, we're past the point of having a choice. Let's go. Commander Jen, Toffler considered the worst-case scenario. If Chanet gets his hands on the Earth Code, everything we've fought to protect will be for nothing. The scene shifts to Bibi's Sky Castle, where the old man is sneaking behind a door, trying to avoid the guard's detection. Toffler deduced, so the Earth Code is on the upper floor. Avoiding the guard's line of sight is going to be tricky. The ring on his finger suddenly began to glow. Information appeared, Ring of Polymorph. A replica of Polymov's ring that allows the user to change their appearance. Be careful, as even a slight impact will dispel the effect. Just then, a figure approached, causing both guards to turn their heads. They spoke up, Captain Kim Jun-yang. It isn't time for the shift change yet. Is there a reason you're here? Jun-yang chuckled softly. I'm just following orders from the Prime Minister. He turned and gave an order. I'm just stopping by to check on Miss Sua and the madam. You two continue to keep an eye on the perimeter. Both guards acknowledged and slowly moved up the stairs. In reality, this Jun-yang was just Toffler in disguise. He glanced back, thinking, looks like I fooled them. Now, all he had to do was get the code. Toffler now stood at the door to her room. He called out, Madam, it's me, Kim Jun-young from the Shadow Squad. But he was met with only silence. The old man's brow furrowed. No response? Don't tell me. Toffler placed a hand on the door and pushed it open, only to see a completely different room inside, causing him to exclaim, what is this place? From inside, the corner of someone's mouth curled into a smirk as a voice said, I've lured you into my trap. The old man jumped and looked up. Someone was leaning against the wall. Toffler immediately demanded, who are you? Elsewhere, the others were intently watching the administrator's path on a map. A voice spoke up. So that's the Void Lord targeting Sua? He-sun turned and asked anxiously, will Sung-gu be alright going out there alone? They said this enemy is far stronger than any we've faced before. Bibi spoke up. Hong Sung-gu has been reborn. He is now a Yongjin dragonoid. His power is comparable to that of a dragon, so he won't be defeated easily, she added. And when it comes to mobility, Hong Sung-gu is the best we have. There's no one better suited to go and assess the enemy's capabilities. Suddenly, a voice came from the monitor. It's me, Dan Ga, he reported. I've just apprehended someone who was targeting Miss Sua. Everyone gasped in surprise. Who is it this time? Dong Min-chan asked urgently. Is Miss Sua safe? Who was the attacker? On the other side, Toffler had been subdued. Dan Ga continued his report. Just as we planned, he fell for the trap, and Sua is safe. But the attacker's identity is surprisingly Dr. Toffler. He couldn't help but be startled by the news. First Kang Chun, and now Dr. Toffler. Mi Do-jemin said gravely, we're surrounded by enemies in every direction. He looked up and determined. The battle with the Void Lord is about to begin. Dong Min-chan then gave an order. You will continue to protect Miss Sua alongside the Shadow Squad. Make sure Toffler doesn't escape. Keep him under close surveillance. High in the sky over the vast ocean, a flash of light appeared. A figure shot through the air. It was none other than Sung-gu. Spotting a glowing orb in the distance, he spoke. Finally, I've got eyes on him. Maybe I should give him a little welcome party. As he spoke, Hong Sung-gu launched a fire spear. The Dragonoid administrator quickly detected the attack. The two forces collided, and a massive explosion erupted instantly, with raging flames and thick plumes of smoke billowing everywhere. Flames are swirling intensely all around him, and he smirks. Don't tell me you're already tapping out after just one hit. The admin speaks up from inside the void, sounding truly impressed. The energy from those flames, that's definitely Dragon's power. It's been a really long time since I've come across a dragonkin like this. Hong Sung-gu is caught off guard, thinking to himself, are my flames seriously doing absolutely nothing to him? The guy glares at him and demands, you there, blocking my way? Are you the guardian of the god of earth? He doesn't even hesitate and fires back. Yeah. So what if I am? The admin chimes in. I rule over more than 12 dimensions. I'm going to give you a choice here. He speaks, his voice freezing cold. You can either die protecting the god of earth, or you can bow down before my power. Meanwhile, as Chanet gets closer and closer to the castle in the real world, the ruins and debris are still scattered everywhere. Inside the lunar realm, a system notification starts blaring. Sector A13. Clear. Notification after notification floods in. Sector A14. Clear. Nothing here either. A shout rings out, and Ron orders the team to pick up the pace. We don't have time for this. Everyone fans out immediately, sweeping their flashlights across the area. Someone asks, Colonel, don't you think something feels off here? He turns and asks quietly, what do you mean? The agent glances around and says, after logging out, hardly anyone had the strength to keep moving around. Looking into the distance, Sam guesses, he couldn't have made it very far, so how are we still not finding him? Ron reassures the team. He probably views us as a threat and is scrambling to hide out somewhere. Don't overthink it, all right. He turns back, speaking with certainty. Anyway, Kang Yujin is a dead man without his protective gear. We just need to find his body and get the recovery code back, that's all. Another guy's eyes suddenly widen as he stares ahead, and he calls out, Colonel, there's movement up ahead, sir. Ron gasps. What? He peers into the dark, deep passageway. A living thing? How in the hell is life reading in a place like this? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the area. Well, I've been wandering around for a bit now. Ron goes completely dead in his tracks. Kang Ujin steps out, looking confused. What the hell is this place? Ron narrows his eyes. That voice. He can't believe his ears. How is he still alive? Kang Ujin walks closer and asks, I've got a question for you bastards. Kang Ujin's voice turns ice cold. Is that old man Toffler around here? High above in the sky, a streak of energy tears through the air at blinding speed, leaving a thin trail in its wake. All that energy is hurtling straight toward the ship. Bright, raging flames flash violently through the void. Seconds later, a sound erupts, and Hong Sung-gu appears at the door. Mi Do-jemin sees him and immediately rushes over, asking anxiously, Sang-gu, how did it go? Do we even stand a chance against that dimensional lord? He lets out a wry laugh and starts explaining, I went in there feeling pretty damn confident, but man, it seems like my attacks weren't even scratching him. Mi Do-jemin is totally baffled. How is that even possible? Hong Sung-gu says, luckily, I think I managed to slow him down a bit at least. so I was able to slip away from him somehow. Bibi asks, her tone serious. Did you get any clues about who he is? He props his chin up with his hand, looking thoughtful as he answers. Well, come to think of it, he did tell me to kneel before him and claimed he was the ruler of 72 dimensions. Her face goes completely pale at that. Bibi gasps in shock. You said 72 dimensions. If that's true, then he's the ultimate ruler above all dimensional lords. Chanet, stage 72. Bibi clutches her head, totally losing it. He hasn't even shown up once until now. Why the hell is he suddenly coming to Earth? Sung-gu speaks up. It makes sense now why he's the king of dimension lords. No wonder my attacks didn't do a damn thing to him. Lee Seung-hun starts panicking, yelling at the top of his lungs. We have to get out of here. Now. Going up against a monster like that is suicide, especially with the president gone. Mi-do Jimin turns to him. That's not going to do us any good. If we retreat now, South Korea is as good as dead. He hesitates at that. Well, she agrees to an extent, but she says, the boss did give us orders to make Sua's safety our top priority. So, prioritizing Sua and pulling back is actually a pretty solid choice. Seung-hun, hearing someone back him up, immediately starts laying it out. She's right, you know. If we lose Sua, it isn't just South Korea that's in danger. The whole world is totally screwed. He pushes them. We need to fall back right now and just wait for the president to get back. Sung-gu just stays quiet after that, thinking to himself, if Big Bro was here right now, things would be a whole different story. A pile of wood is burning, the flames crackling brightly. A voice calls out, Hey, Operation Manager Hong. Hong Sung-gu glances over in the direction of the voice. Kang Yujin asks, what exactly do you think the Operation Manager's job entails? Huh. He turns and replies, Isn't that just the guy who takes care of all the grunt work and odd jobs, boss? To be completely honest, I'm just a glorified errand boy getting paid a fat stack of cash. You sigh deeply. That's not right. You know. Do you have any idea how much taking care of all those little details actually means? There needs to be someone capable of stepping into my shoes when I'm not around, right? Who do you think should take on that spot? Hong Sung-gu's eyes light up, completely overwhelmed. Wait, boss, are you saying? Kang Yujin chuckles softly. Exactly. You're our guild's operation manager, and you're second in command. Which means you're the second strongest in this group, right behind me. You stand up, your words ringing with promise. Now, I'm going to turn you into a real flame wielder. Hong Sung-gu's eyes narrow with resolve. He's putting his entire life on the line to become stronger. So Hong Sung-gu steps forward and says, Everyone, just calm down and listen to what I have to say. Instantly, all eyes in the room lock onto him. He affirmed that our current situation was indeed extremely unfavorable. The enemy targeting us was on a completely different level, and we had no way of knowing if we could even win. Sung-gu then said in a serious tone, But that doesn't mean we should just stand aside and let everyone on Earth be sacrificed. He reasoned that when the boss gave them the mission to protect Sua, he couldn't possibly have intended for them to sacrifice others to achieve that goal. Suddenly, an aura flew in, and a voice rang out. That's right. The figure that appeared stated that running away was not the style of the immortal. In a low voice, he said, The immortal will fight to protect. Everyone shouted, Kiba. A smirk appeared on Hong Sung-gu's lips as he turned and made a decision. Let's fight. With eyes full of confidence, Sung-gu urged them on. Let's protect the Earth together until the boss gets back. The scene shifts, and a loud shout echoes. Everyone, listen to me. We can't afford to waste time like this, Toffler yelled. We need to save the Earth. I have to get that code back. He urged anxiously. If Chanet gets here, it'll be too late. Dawn spoke up. Doctor, please, stop talking such nonsense. He declared, What do you take us for? We will protect the Earth. You just sit back and watch. Hearing this, Toffler thought to himself, This is bad. He won't listen to a word I say. Meanwhile, out over the vast ocean, the administrator was unleashing powerful waves of energy. It charged forward, saying to itself, I can feel the Earth code, the house in the Bai Palace, and Sua are all appearing. A light flashed in the sky. Sung-gu looked up. He's here. He turned back and asked, Is everyone ready? A hand raised a sword. We are the army of the undead. Kiba declared, Of course. We're always ready for a fight. Everyone roared, Let's fight. We will fight and obey our master's every command. From high above, Geminus's voice rang out coolly. Chanet, today I will finally fulfill the wish I have cherished for so long. Bolstered by his team's resolve, Hong Sung-gu grew even more confident, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He turned and called out, Miss Bibi, I need you to focus on the defenses for the flying fortress. Hong Sung-gu added, and tell Jimin to keep earning more points through the Holy Temple battles. She immediately followed his orders. Understood. I'll maintain the defensive line for as long as possible and support you." As she finished speaking, streams of fiery energy shot upwards. He glanced up. "Now, let's give him a taste of our power." Hong Sang-gu and the others all looked toward the approaching light. Back in the lunar world, Toffler was lying motionless on a recovery bed. His eyes were shut tight, not a twitch to be seen. The people around them frantically tried to intervene. "You can't do that. Forcibly logging him out like this is too dangerous." But Kang Ujin paid them no mind, walking over and grabbing Toffler by the collar. Toffler was yanked up, crying out in shock. Kang Ujin's voice cut through. "Hey, Toffler, how long were you planning to sleep?" Toffler's eyes snapped open, and he called out in agitation. "Kang Ujin." Kang Ujin's eyes were fierce. "Yeah, it's me, you senile old fool. This time, I came to see you in person." Toffler shot up, terrified. "You're still alive. I'm so glad to see you've been saved." Toffler turned to Commander-in-Chief Du Juan and asked, "Have his memories returned yet?" Ron replied, Well, you can see for yourself." Kang Ujin's voice cut in. "You mean the memories of my time researching Chanet in the lunar world?" Hearing this, Toffler couldn't help but turn to him, overjoyed. "Your memories, they're back. What a relief." Toffler suggested, "In that case, let the person in the virtual world retrieve the Earth code." Kang Ujin cut him off. "No, from now on, there will be no more resets." Toffler asked, confused. What? What do you mean no more resets?" Kang Yujin's voice was cold. "The only reason I came here to see you is because I wanted to see your soul with my own eyes, something I could never perceive until now." Toffler was bewildered, wondering to himself, "Isn't he the Kang Ujin from the real Earth?" He turned to leave. "Now that all my memories have returned, I have no more business here." Toffler called out frantically, "Where are you going, Kang Ujin?" He turned and yelled, "Commander-in-Chief Du Juan, what are you all just standing there for? Stop him." Ron simply remained silent, watching Kang Ujin's retreating back. "Give it up, Professor. We can't stop him." Toffler was stunned. "What are you talking about?" The scene shifts to the exterior of the lunar world. He chased after him, yelling, "Kang Ujin! Kang Ujin!" Toffler reached out, screaming, "Stop! It's dangerous outside." He fell to his knees, at least put on a protective suit. A faint smile played on Kang Ujin's lips. Bright particles of mana began to float up around Toffler. A notification appeared. "You have been cured of your poisoned state." He looked at his own hands. "What is this?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. In front of him, Kang Ujin was holding out his hand, channeling his power. Toffler wondered in confusion. "Kang Ujin, how can he use that ability in the real world?" He trembled, stammering, Impossible." Ron walked up from behind and spoke. "Professor, surely you realize it by now." Toffler spun around, startled. His eyes held a complex expression. Ron stated firmly, "We were mistaken to think that we were the ones who logged him out." From the moment he opened his eyes in that pod, he was no longer the person from this world. He was the Kang Ujin from the other world, he revealed. The max-level immortal Necromancer. Now, Kang Ujin's eyes were filled with determination and the will to win. Toffler approached him and said softly, "I deeply apologize for my rudeness, Mr. Kang Ujin." He replied, "What you call me doesn't matter. The Kang Ujin of the real world is also a part of me." Toffler asked, then, "Mr. Kang, what do you plan to do now?" Toffler recounted, "Before I woke up, I saw Chanet approaching Aden's airship. Thinking of the administrator, he added, your comrade, Hong Sang-gu, is trying to stop him. But none of their attacks have any effect on a supreme being like him." Then, remembering Kiba, he continued, "And it's not just him, even your Death Knights. Anfen's ancient aqua dragons and even the ancient dragons can't stand against him either." Toffler warned, "Sooner or later, all of them will fall. But even if you go to help them, it will be pointless." He asserted, "The lunar world needs the correction code, and we will not send you back to the virtual world. Even if you refuse to cooperate with us, we will extract the Earth code at any cost." Toffler asked, "Do you understand now? There's nothing you can do here." After listening for a moment, a faint smile appeared on Kang Ujin's lips. He spoke. "Who knows? I happen to think differently, Toffler. First of all, Sung-gu and the others will protect Sua until the very last moment, buying time for me. The Adan that I forged won't be defeated that easily." He gave a small laugh. "And second, who told you I had no way of going back?" His words left Toffler bewildered. He held out his hand, and a massive surge of mana appeared. Kang Yujin's voice was icy. "If I can't go there, then I'll just have to pull it here." A beam of powerful light shot through the earth and pierced straight into space. Blinding lights flared up like suns in the sky. Aboard the Bi-Castle, the administrator's voice growled, "You stubborn fools." It began to move slowly, unleashing a skill and roaring. "Give up and hand over the code already." Instantly, Everyone was suppressed by that wave of energy. Hong Sung-gu yelled, "Death Knights." A voice called out, "Hong Sung-gu." He turned with a start as Du Geminis spoke. "The sanctuary points are dropping to a critical low. At this rate, we're going to be wiped out." Hong Sung-gu's eyes were firm. "No, we have to hold out until the boss gets back." The enemy laughed lightly. "So that's the reason you're all fighting so hopelessly?" the administrator announced. "Just give up. Kang Ujin no longer exists in this world." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "What?" The administrator coldly confirmed. "His body was destroyed long ago. I've also completely absorbed his soul. So, your waiting is pointless, because he's never coming back." Hong Sung-gu thought to himself, "The boss was defeated? No, that's impossible." The enemy clenched his fist and continued, "After I absorb the Earth Code, I will become the supreme god of this entire universe. I won't just be the ruler, but also the creator and destroyer of anything I wish." The administrator reminded them, "So just give up. This is the last bit of mercy that I, the one who will become the supreme god, will bestow upon my creations." Hearing this, he smirked slightly. "A supreme god, you say?" Hong Sung-gu said nonchalantly, "To be honest, I already knew there was nothing to gain from confronting an existence like you." Seeing this, the enemy laughed. "So you finally decided to listen to me?" His voice hardened, his brows furrowing tightly. "And for me, if there is anyone in this world like that," Sung-gu said softly, "it can only be the boss." As he finished speaking, a layer of rock appeared from above. The administrator looked up in astonishment and exclaimed, "This aura, it's impossible. I'm certain I absorbed him, so how can this be?" Instantly, the rocks shattered, creating a deafening sound and a blinding light. Kang Yujin shot down from above. Hong Sung-gu joyfully shouted, "Boss." A faint smile appeared on his lips. Kang Yujin spoke with pride, "See, I knew you guys could hold out." Inside the control room, everyone exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Why is there such a high-energy reaction coming from Earth?" A person with a panicked expression pointed and shouted, "Everyone, look at the screen. It's Earth." Someone trembled. "My God, Earth has been dyed black." A stream of light was now descending upon the Earth, which was shrouded in darkness. Massive waves of mana were restoring the blue to the planet. As it regained its original blue light, gradually, after a moment, the entire Earth returned to normal. Over here, that glass barrier had shattered into pieces and fallen. Kang Ujin descended from the light. Du Geminis called out joyfully, "Master." Hong Sung-gu said, "Boss, I knew you would come back." A faint smile touched his lips. Kang Ujin's eyes were filled with pride. "See, they held their ground, just like I said they would." The administrator was utterly astonished. "Co-deleter, how can you be here? I'm sure I completely devoured your soul." As he descended, he said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Well then, shall we get started on round 2? Yujin immediately rushed down to attack the administrator. He exuded an arrogant manner. "No matter how many rounds we fight, the outcome will be the same. I will devour you once again." The co-deleter unleashed a cross-shaped beam of light. It was as powerful as a torrential downpour, raining directly down on him. Hong Sung-gu shouted, "Boss." The staff was raised. Kang Ujin commented, "So this thing really is effective." He swung the staff down, realizing, "Now I understand why it's called the ultimate weapon of the god of destruction." The administrator was now in a state of utter confusion. His attack was being nullified. "Over here," Du Geminis exclaimed in surprise, "Could that be? The judgment we've been waiting for so long has finally been completed." He shouted, "Master, you really did it." Auras began to rise, and the administrator couldn't believe this reality. "You?" he growled. "How dare you?" The administrator screamed, "Give that to me." He lunged forward, declaring, "It belongs to me." But as he tried to charge, a net of energy beams blocked him like a barrier, and the light within the staff began to glow. Kang Ujin said in a cold voice, "Once something falls into my hands, I never give it to anyone." He enunciated each word, "This earth, my family, or my comrades." Kang Yujin turned, his tone blunt and decisive. "I won't hand a single thing over to you, Chanet." The administrator, under attack, screamed in pain. "The code deleter," he growled. "I am a chosen one, the being closest to the position of supreme god. There is nothing I cannot have." The administrator's body parts were slowly reconnecting as he emitted a terrifying amount of mana and screamed, "I will devour everything you have, along with that code." Kang Yujin looked at him as if he were a joke and smirked. "Is this your last pathetic struggle? The way you puff up your cheeks, your eyes, and your entire body. It really makes one think of your bottomless greed." He raised the staff. "Well then, let's end it all right here." Kang Ujin recounted the endless history. This infinite loop that we've had to repeat countless times, and this meaningless game across 72 dimensions. The staff was now held high, and a powerful aura erupted. He sped down, shouting, It's time for you to face judgment, Chanet. He thrust the staff straight down, turned to dust. Powerful streams of energy slammed directly into the administrator. His pained screams echoed through space. Even at death's door, the administrator still roared with arrogance. I am the ruler of 72 dimensions. There's no way I can fall here. I will continue to exist forever. Along with Kang Ujin's shout, the roar echoed on and on. A powerful beam of light erupted violently. Then, an explosion burst forth, and everything quickly turned to ash in the air. He coldly bid Chanet farewell. Don't ever show up in this universe again. Sometime later, peace returned. Birds flew across the blue sky. Down at the harbor, boats were docked by the shore amidst the gentle waves. A frantic voice called out, Professor Toffler. What's happening? What's happening on Earth? A voice called out, Professor Toffler, come in. Toffler spoke, Kang Yujin. Looking at the piece around him, the old man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. I never thought he could actually bring the virtual world into reality like this. Ryan turned to the professor and asked, Is this really the real world? How is that even possible? Toffler turned and replied, I don't know either. Science will probably need to advance for a few more centuries before we can explain this phenomenon. He turned back and said, But if I had to guess, I'd say that Chanet's dimensional travel network responded to Kang Ujin's code and created a portal that could bring the virtual world into reality. With a distant look in his eyes, Toffler concluded, Whatever it may be, this phenomenon is far beyond human understanding, and Ujin has saved the Earth. So, Adan and the Earth in the virtual world didn't disappear. Even the Black Earth, a place where not a shred of life remained, has been saved. He softly spoke his name, Kang Ujin. Toffler confirmed that he had truly become the savior of all Earths. The moment he defeated Chanet, all the dungeons and gates on Earth vanished, and a new world, where both the real and virtual worlds had merged, was born. The era of the Great Catastrophe had ended. All of humanity hoped this new world would bring true peace and stability. However, there were still a few problems that needed to be solved. Now, the monsters under attack let out piercing screams. They were struck by a powerful force. Elsewhere, someone ran up breathlessly to report, Sir, we have another report from near Gangnam Station. Trongdu chuckled softly. It seems the cowards who only know how to hide are finally crawling out one by one. All right, let's move out. On the city streets now, cars moved back and forth in bustling traffic. The task of hunting down and exterminating the monsters hiding throughout the city and rebuilding the national infrastructure destroyed by the large-scale dungeons would take a very long time to complete. But eventually, everything would return to how it was before the dungeon outbreak. However, there was still one problem that could never be truly resolved, and that was the continued existence of refugees from other dimensions who remain on Earth. These were the beastmen, elves, orcs, and dwarves who, unlike monsters, were all highly intelligent and sentient races. Some had adapted to human society, but most races had caused localized acts of terror and territorial disputes. It was highly possible that a new war could break out. Fortunately, humanity and the other races came together to sign a treaty to prevent the conflict from escalating. And so, they established the Earth United Nations, centered in Adan, to maintain and promote coexistence and mutual development for all races. And now, 5 years since the birth of the New World, humanity was ready to welcome a new chapter in its journey toward an era of coexistence. Currently, cameras were raised as a speech rang out. For the past 5 years, ever since the battle with Chanet, things have never been easy for us. Everyone listened intently. However, we have all given it our all and have succeeded in rebuilding the world and have achieved a peaceful consensus among the races. Now, let us welcome a new member to this world, the World Peace Organization, the Earth United Nations, and its first chairman, Dong Min. The speech continued. We are ready to awaken and welcome all those who have been sound asleep beneath the subway stations and help them fully adapt to this world. Now, a shout rose up. Let's begin the Future Humanity Salvation Project. The crowd immediately responded, raising their hands and cheering. At a construction site now, the growl of some beast echoed. A restrained monster struggled to speak, just a little more time, and I would have succeeded. Hong Sung-gu spoke up with a warning. Stop struggling. Stay still, unless you want to be turned into a pile of ash. Earth United Nations, Peacekeeping Force, SSS-RANK awakened. Hong Sung-gu, someone approached and spoke up. A terrorist attack right in the middle of Adan territory. It's been 5 years since the New World began, but we really can't let our guard down. His son smiled softly. Thank you, Mr. Hong. You worked hard. Thanks to you, this incident was wrapped up smoothly. Earth United Nations, Peacekeeping Force, S-Rank awakened. Choi honorable. Elsewhere, soldiers were restraining other perpetrators. Hong Sung-gu remarked, I guess we'll be meeting them soon. Those future people waking from their long sleep. Among them, there's bound to be someone who looks just like me, right? She replied. In terms of appearance, that's very possible. But according to Professor Toffler, no matter how similar two people look, their personalities can never be identical. His son turned to look at the square. So, they are them, and we are us. He let out an O, saying, I see. She advised, you should watch Professor Toffler's interview when you get the chance. He's about to appear as a guest on Seung-hun's show. Hong Sung-gu exclaimed, you mean he's going to be on Seung-hun's show? Elsewhere, music began to play as the corner of a mouth curled into a smile. Seung-hun held a microphone and spoke loudly. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Seung-hun's World Variety Show, he announced. Today, to celebrate such a meaningful day, we've invited a very special guest. Please give him a warm round of applause, a voice announced. Professor Toffler from the moon base. The cameras immediately focused on Toffler. Seung-hun asked, So, Professor, it's been about 3 years since your last visit to Earth, hasn't it? How do you feel, being back on Earth after such a long time? The old man chuckled softly. The blue Earth is something that always moves my heart. Director of the Astronomy Laboratory, Moon Base, Professor Toffler. Toffler recounted, because for decades, I only ever saw a colorless, gray Earth. To be honest, even now, I still can't believe I'm standing here. The host laughed loudly. This scene must feel like a fantasy to you, Professor, almost like you're being mesmerized. The old man rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Even you saying that this new world is like a fantastical scene is an interesting hypothesis in itself. He then turned and smiled. I'm just kidding, of course. We've been through so much to get this Earth back. How could I possibly consider it to be fake? That's impossible. Hearing this, Seung-hun couldn't help but laugh. Professor, your jokes really don't sound like jokes at all. Just the thought that you might actually mean it is terrifying. Toffler replied calmly. Even if that were the case, we have nothing to worry about. Hasn't President Kang Ujin already answered that question for us? The host asked in confusion. Huh, what do you mean? The old man's gaze drifted upward as he began to recount. Back when we were in the virtual world, the president was torn between choosing the virtual world and the real world. Naturally, I assumed he would choose the real world as soon as he learned the truth. The old man continued. But surprisingly, he chose to save both. That's because all the experiences and relationships he formed in the virtual world were real to him. After listening, Seung-hun spoke, I understand. You mean that compared to knowing the truth of the world, the emotions we receive, as well as the life we are currently living, are more important. Is that right? Toffler immediately replied, Exactly. The old man stated, Not only that, the longer we live, the more relationships and connections will form with more people. He let out an O. Are you talking about the future people who are waiting to be rescued? Toffler chuckled softly. I'm not just talking about those people from the future. The old man then paused. Toffler thought of the ship in space. I'm talking about our neighbors from outside of Earth, the citizens of the 72 dimensions that appeared with the birth of that new world. A voice announced, May 29th, Year 5 of the new era, 11 a.m. The ship Ven has entered Mars's orbit and will begin its exploration. Another voice spoke up. Who would have thought it would take a whole 3 months, even using the Moon Realm base's technology? Kang Yujin chuckled lightly. If we had a teleportation gate, we could have gotten here in the blink of an eye. The hero of the new world, President Kang Ujin of Adan, had a time when Earth was celebrating the 5th anniversary of the new world. Kang Ujin had arrived on Mars with the help of the Moon Realm base. Not only that, but this planet's other name was Anfen. This was the place where the journey of Necromancer Kang Ujin began. He turned and urged, I can't just sit still any longer. Hey, Ryan, open the hatch. Ryan, slightly surprised, asked, What? You plan on going out right now? Ryan exclaimed in alarm. That's too dangerous. At the very least, you should wait until the satellite finishes its observation, and then we can go down together. Yujin smirked and reminded him, Who do you think I am? If you don't open it, I'll just smash it wide open. Hearing that, Ryan became a little scared and immediately agreed. Of course, right away. We're opening it now. Meanwhile, at the Anfen Soros base, after the teleportation gate had disappeared and 5 long years had passed, there was still someone here waiting for Kang Ujin's return. A hand was moving a pen, writing symbols on a piece of paper. Murdy raised her eyes to look out the window. Suddenly, a powerful force shot down from above. It was Kang Ujin, rocketing downwards. Murdy stepped outside, looking up at the flashing streak of light. He was riding a divine dragon as he descended. I promised I'd be back right away, but it took me 5 years to return. Kang Yujin's eyes were filled with anticipation. But now I'm here to fulfill my promise. A loud shout rang out, Murdy, Murdy. Hearing this, her eyes widened, filled with joy, as she looked up. Yeah,